Your father wants you to learn how to spend money. He asks you to spend 1 billion every day, yet you find such a life dull. You not only refuse your father's request, but also decide to join the military as a regular soldier. Your father thought you would lose interest quickly, but unexpectedly, you excelled in just 2 short years. Your physical abilities are unmatched. You earned the title of gun god. You even became the youngest general, all because you gained the home defense system. You can only acquire skills by joining the military. At this moment, you sit in a Rolls-Royce, anxiously looking ahead, wondering if you've arrived. We're almost there, the butler Wang Rifa says with a pained expression. I still think you should discuss with the master before giving up your $1 trillion inheritance to join the army. He rushed back last night and should be arriving soon. You glare at him, saying, Old Wang, I'm going to enlist without telling him. You don't know what to say if he finds out. Wang Rifa looks distressed, saying, You're a super rich heir, and you're going to be a regular soldier? People will think the master is abusing you. Or are you sick? If not, wait a moment, I can use my connections to get you into officer training. Shut up, you interrupt him. I'm serving my country, my dad should be proud. Others should feel ashamed looking at me. Alright, Wang Rifa rolls his eyes but feels uneasy inside. The car soon arrives at the military base. As you step out, you hear deafening shouts from inside the camp. Watching the soldiers marching in the distance, you start to have second thoughts. If it weren't for gaining superpowers, going back to a comfortable life would be great, but here I have to work like a horse. 2 years is just 2 years. You clench your fists, thinking that in 2 years, you'll return with superpowers and still be the best. At this moment, several figures emerge from the camp, led by a middle-aged colonel. Mayor Chi, nice to see you again, Wang Rifa smiles, extending his hand. Don't call me Mr. Wang, just call me Little Wang. I'm just the master's butler. Haha, Mr. Wang, don't be so modest. You send us gifts every holiday, you should be called Director Wang. You watch Wang Rifa, who looks the part, and smiles slightly. This time, you join the army without alarming your father. It seems you made the right move. If your father finds out you're enlisting, given his overprotective nature, he might threaten to harm himself. Wang Rifa chuckles, what we do is nothing. Our master often says, what comes from the people should be used for the people. This is my young master, Yifeng. You walk up to Mayor Chi and salute with your right hand. Several officers are taken aback. They didn't expect such a standard salute, indicating you must have practiced beforehand. Mayor Chi smiles slightly and then turns away. A lieutenant colonel steps forward. Mayor Chi looks at him and says, I'll leave him to you. You have 1 month to bring him up to the average level of new recruits. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I don't want to see him sent back, understood? The lieutenant colonel salutes firmly and assures, rest assured, Commander, I will complete the mission. The lieutenant colonel gives you a cold nod and says, follow me. You turn around, and 2 attendants rush over with 4 pieces of luggage. At this moment, Wang Rifa quietly says to Mayor Chi, I've entrusted him to you, everything will be handled as we discussed. Mayor Chi smiles back, don't worry, Mr. Wang, I've already arranged everything. However, I must warn you that the draft has officially ended. Your Director Yi has a special status and has made significant contributions to the military, which is why Yifeng is allowed to join the new recruits. But Mayor Chi's tone shifts, however, the military is not society, we have our own discipline. Yifeng has only 1 month to catch up with the other recruits. If he can't keep up, I'm sorry, but I'll have to send him home. Wang Rifa almost laughs out loud, this is unexpected and a pleasant surprise. His plan is even better than he expected. He thanks Mayor Chi. Suddenly, a loud rumble fills the air as a helicopter quickly approaches from the distance. Oh no, you think an alarm. If your father catches you now, you won't be able to join the military. Commander, you say, picking up your bag anxiously, let's go. The lieutenant colonel sees your anxious expression and nods slightly. Alright, follow me. The 2 of you head into the camp. You turn to look at the helicopter and playfully stick out your tongue, thinking, Dad, you won't catch me. Why are you being so foolish? Yi Jiacheng plops down on the ground, crying out in despair. Dad can't do anything but give you money. If you want something, just tell me. Why did you choose to enlist? Master, Wang Rifa says, noticing the strange looks from the soldiers, awkwardly pulling Yi Jiacheng up. The young master just wants to enlist. Acting like this will embarrass him in the army. Hearing his voice, Yi Jiacheng's face flushes with anger as he grabs Wang Rifa's collar. You, Wang Rifa, I asked you to take care of Xiao Feng while I was busy, and you just sent him off to suffer in the army. Wang Rifa looks speechless. Master, I swear it was the young master who insisted I use my connections to get him into the army. If I hadn't, he would have threatened to harm himself, and before leaving, He said I must support whatever he wants to do. Yi Jiaqing is furious. Then why did he enlist? Is it because my money isn't enough, or because you haven't taken good care of him? Wang Rifa clutches his chest. Master, I've treated the young master like royalty. I know you don't want him to enlist, so I made special arrangements. Yi Jiaqing's eyes light up. What arrangements did you make? Wang Rifa chuckles. The young master has been spoiled since childhood and hasn't faced hardship. He's not cut out for military life. So, I specifically instructed his commanding officer to be strict with him, without giving any special treatment. A smile creeps onto Yi Jiaqing's face. You want Yifeng to struggle and then be sent back by the army. Wang Rifa nods vigorously, and there's good news. His commanding officer said that since the young master got in through connections, he only has 1 month. If he can't pass the test after that. The two look at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Jiaqing claps Wang Rifa on the back. You've been with me for so many years. You really know how to handle things. Wang Rifa chuckles. Master, I've already found an island for the young master. Once he's had enough hardship and realizes it's tough, he can go to the island and enjoy himself, so you won't be so worried. Yi Jiaqing chuckled and pointed at you, glancing toward the military camp. Son, just don't hold on too long. In the commander's office, Gao Kun sat across from you, pretending to look at the documents while sneaking glances at you. He was quite dissatisfied with the arrangement for the victory. Not only did they give him a connection, but they also sent the best company commander and squad leader. This made Gao Kun even more upset. What are all these bags? Are you moving? As you curiously looked around, you heard Gao Kun's words and immediately laughed. Isn't the commander new here? That's why I've brought some local specialties. Local specialties? Gao Kun looked bewildered. Yes. You nodded with a smile, then opened your bag and took out 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, handing them over. When you're out, you have to bring a bit of local flavor to try. Don't mention it, Gao Kun said, eye twitching as he looked at the cigarettes and liquor. Is this really what you call local specialties? Exactly. You nodded. Commander, don't be shy. Please take care of me in the future. Humph. Gao Kun slapped the table, jumping up in anger. Yifeng, put all this away. You don't need to be polite. You turned and took out 2 more bottles. I still have plenty here. Yifeng. Gao Kun's voice changed with anger. Put it all away, right now. You looked bewildered, seeing that Gao Kun was genuinely angry. This shouldn't be happening. Before coming, you had specifically learned that a soldier must not only have strong military skills but also know how to interact. Ideally, you should be likable to everyone, especially towards officers, showing respect and obedience. Only then can you enjoy a good life. You had concluded that gift-giving was key, but the current commander was not falling for it. In the past, your method had always worked. A small gift could resolve any issue. Put everything away, then stand over there. Gao Kun pointed at you angrily. Listen up. I don't care about your identity or how wealthy you are, but this is the army. Here, you need to put that aside. If you want respect, show your skills and be a good soldier. Foolish tricks won't work here. If you try to bribe me again, don't blame me for being rude. Do you understand? You nodded helplessly, just wanting the commander to give the others a heads up so you could have an easier time, but you didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn. The system has detected that the host has successfully entered the army. The beginner's gift pack is being activated. Congratulations, host. You have received C-grade gene enhancement, C-grade One Punch Man ability, and C-grade super magic. You were taken aback. The was real. You were overjoyed, though the first 2 abilities were understandable. What on earth was this super imitation? Super imitation allows the host to effortlessly mimic anyone's movements, expressions, and even their voice and speaking tone. The higher the level, the greater the proficiency and similarity. If the level is too low, practice can enhance the imitation accuracy. You felt a bit speechless. Compared to the first 2 superpowers, the super imitation seemed somewhat useless. Couldn't they have given you something stronger? Well, whatever, having something is better than nothing. Skills won't hurt. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. A resolute-looking captain pushed the door open, saluting Gao Kun. Reporting to the commander, Wu Ziyuan is here to report. Gao Kun smiled at him. You're just in time. Let me introduce you to a new comrade. Yifeng, this is Wu Ziyuan, the captain of the 9th Company. He is the best commander in our entire regiment and starting today, he will be your captain. You smiled and saluted him. Hello, captain. I'm Yifeng. I look forward to your guidance. Wu Ziyuan's jaw nearly dropped as he looked at Gao Kun in shock. Commander, what's going on here? What's going on? Gao Kun squinted. Didn't I explain clearly? This is the new comrade who has just joined your company. Wu Ziyuan was nearly speechless, staring at you intensely before mechanically turning to Gao Kun. Commander, are you kidding me? The new recruits have already been training for 2 months. You can't just drop a newcomer on me like this. I refuse, absolutely refuse. You can send him anywhere else, I don't want him. Bang! Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table. You think this is a market? You can't negotiate with me. You smiled slightly, impressed by the commander's aura and authority. But the next second, you were stunned to see Wu Ziyuan slam his hand on the table too. Wow, this captain is bold enough to slam the table at the commander. The commander's orders are correct, but I have the right to question an incorrect order, he said, pointing at you. He pointed at you, irritated. He's a once-in-a-lifetime genius, yet the new recruits have been training for 2 months already. Commander, if you just drop someone on me now, you're ruining my chance. How are we supposed to win the new recruit assessment? Your eye twitched. Calling yourself a once-in-a-lifetime talent was no exaggeration. They were missing out on a treasure, yet they were unhappy. You felt a bit speechless. Gao Kun took a deep breath and stared seriously at him. Wu Ziyuan, I'm not negotiating with you. This is an order. You have only 1 month to turn him into a qualified soldier and ensure he passes the recruit assessment. If he fails to pass, I'll send him back, and don't blame me for being harsh. You'll face severe consequences. Wu Ziyuan held his head high. Shut up, Commander. Gao Kun spat. Say another word, and you won't belong in the new recruits anymore. Go back and wait for your punishment. Wu Ziyuan's eye twitched. He sensed that the commander was serious and not joking. He quickly straightened his posture and reported, Commander, I will definitely complete the task. Get out. Gao Kun waved his hand forcefully. Before the recruit assessment, don't let me see you again. Remember, this order came from the division commander, it must be completed. Wu Ziyuan stormed past you, not even looking back as he headed downstairs. Gao Kun looked at you still standing there in a daze and slammed the table again. What are you standing there for? Go with him. Go! You nodded and glanced at Wu Ziyuan's angry back, sighing helplessly. This guy didn't seem easy. You hoped he wouldn't make things difficult for you. First, I need to keep him steady. As long as he doesn't cause me trouble, I can easily get by with my current skills. No one will make me uncomfortable then. You grabbed your bag and quickly followed. In the 9th Company barracks, located on the far left edge of the recruit training regiment, Wu Ziyuan stopped in front of the dormitory, hands behind his back and ignoring everyone. A moment later, figures rushed out of the dormitory, quickly assembling in front of Wu Ziyuan. One squad leader saluted him, reporting to the captain, all squad leaders are assembled, with a total of 10 present. At ease, Wu Ziyuan commanded. Everyone relaxed. He scanned the group, then pointed at you. Let me introduce you Foam, the new recruit who just arrived. All the squad leaders looked at each other in surprise. The new recruits had already been training for 2 months. How could there still be new ones arriving? Wu Ziyuan said loudly, to be honest, I don't want this recruit. He was sent here by the commander with the requirement that our company must bring him up to the average level within the remaining month. If he fails the recruit assessment, we will all face penalties. He said this with a cold face, deliberately raising his voice. It will be a group punishment for all of us. Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. That's how it is. We must execute orders from above, so I need a capable squad leader. Whoever can handle it can step aside, leaving you standing in front of all the squad leaders. Seeing the hostility and dissatisfaction on the faces of the squad leaders, you felt helpless. Looking at Wu Ziyuan, with his thick brows and striking eyes, you realized how cunning he was. You never expected to become the most disliked person in the company right after arriving. After a long silence, Wu Ziyuan coughed. So no one wants him, huh? Alright, since no one is willing to take you, you can choose for yourself. All the squad leaders were startled. With only a month left in the recruit training, no one wanted a burden that would lower their overall performance. Everyone immediately avoided your gaze as if you were a plague. You looked at their disdainful expressions, feeling speechless. These clueless guys had no idea that having you was like finding a treasure. Wu Ziyuan looked smug. No matter who you chose, that person would be furious and would definitely find a way to take it out on you later. You scanned all the squad leaders, your gaze landing on a tall, thin one. The reason was simple, he was avoiding you the most, practically leaning back. This squad leader, you pointed at him. The other squad leaders all sighed in relief, but the one you pointed to looked pale, his eyes nearly popping out. Damn, I've been avoiding him so much. You actually chose me? You really know how to choose. Wu Ziyuan looked at you in surprise. Chang Lei is our best squad leader, skilled and capable. Chang Lei looked utterly distressed. Captain Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. Chang Lei, it seems fate has chosen you for this tough task. You must complete it, understood? This is an order. Chang Lei nodded, looking very wronged. Training a new recruit was crucial for their future, but now he had to deal with you, a burden. How could that be good? Wu Ziyuan glanced at everyone and said coldly, "Squad leader, take Yifeng back first. Everyone else, come to the company headquarters for a meeting." As soon as the captain left, the squad leaders resumed their icy expressions, glaring at you. They patted Chang Lei sympathetically, giving him an encouraging look before leaving. Chang Lei stood there, looking both innocent and desperate. When he realized everyone had left, he glared at you. "Yifeng, since you're my soldier now, you must give it your all. If you hold us back and lower our overall performance, I won't go easy on you." You nodded, "Squad leader, since I chose you, you can rest assured I won't hold you back." Chang Lei shot you a cold glance before walking away. You picked up your bag and immediately followed him to the classroom. The first class was on the first floor of the barracks, and the new recruits peeked out the window, watching for a long time. Chang Lei walked in covering his face, and everyone immediately stood at attention. "Let me introduce you," he said coldly, "this is Yifeng. Yifeng, this is Chen Haonan." You were taken aback. This guy at the front was the leader of the Copper Pot Bay. He was 1.9 meters tall, with dark skin and a robust build. He shot you a glare filled with annoyance. But you didn't pay much attention, following the squad leader's introduction. You turned to look at the recruit with a sharp, crafty look, his small eyes sparkling. When introduced, he flashed you what seemed like a friendly smile. This recruit, Duo, immediately grinned at you, his big white teeth shining. He radiated an air of naive innocence, looking quite foolish. As the squad leader continued introducing everyone, you couldn't help but think, what a motley crew. After finishing the introductions, Chang Lei stared coldly at you. The new recruits had already been training for 2 months, and you were 2 months behind them. In front of you, they were practically veterans. The recruits proudly raised their heads. Usually, they were treated like dogs by their squad leader, but now, they felt like veterans in front of you. Chang Lei continued, "From now on, to quickly improve Yifeng's overall quality, everyone in the class is obligated to help Comrade Yifeng. I will oversee training, and you should teach him everything you know. If he makes any mistakes, you can correct him immediately. Understood?" Everyone shouted excitedly. They hadn't expected to have the chance to mentor a newcomer. That day, Chang Lei focused on you. "I will be watching you closely. Remember, if you dare to hold our class back, I won't go easy on you." Your eye twitched. "In time, you'll come to like me. I'll head to the headquarters now. You all help Yifeng get familiar with things. Teach him everything right away and make use of every spare moment." Chang Lei shot you a glare, growing more irritated, then turned and walked quickly out. As you watched the squad leader leave, you picked up your bag and smiled, nodding at everyone. "Hello everyone, from now on, we are comrades." Duo grinned at you but was immediately poked by someone next to him, causing him to quickly wipe the smile off his face and stand awkwardly in place. The others all looked at you with hostility in their eyes. "Who the hell thinks you're our comrade?" Chen Haonan glared at you. "You're just a rookie." You felt speechless. Did these guys really think they were veterans? Looking at this motley crew, you couldn't be bothered to engage with them. In a month, you'd never see them again. There was no need to pay them any mind. You spotted an empty bunk and walked over to it with your bag. Just as you were about to set your bag down, a large foot suddenly landed on the edge of the bed. It was Chen Haonan again. You frowned slightly. "What do you mean, Haonan?" Chen Haonan looked down at you with an unfriendly tone. "Have the veterans agreed to let you sleep here? Do you understand the rules in the army? Don't you know you need to pay your respects first?" You chuckled. "Pay respects? This is just like dealing with gangsters." You set down your bag and smiled at him. "What do you all want?" Chang Lei arrived at the company headquarters and pushed the door open, barging in. Instructor Kong Xiang was startled and sprayed his tea everywhere. "Class leader, what are you doing? Can't you knock?" Chang Lei immediately pulled a long face. "Instructor, I'm wronged." "What are you wronged about?" Kong Xiang put down his teacup. "You just had bad luck. No one is bullying you. Besides, you're the best class leader in the whole company. So I deserve to be unlucky?" Chang Lei looked completely innocent. All right. Wu Ziyuan walked in with a smile and patted Kong Xiang. "Old Kong, don't get angry. Anyone would feel wronged in his shoes." Chang Lei glared at him. "Company commander, you know I only have this last chance left. If I don't get promoted this time, I'll have to report back home. At a time like this, you give me something like this." Wu Ziyuan said with a smile, "I know you best. As long as you give it your all, even the worst soldier will turn out fine under your guidance." "Company commander," Chang Lei said with a mournful face. "If he had come with the other soldiers, even if he was a month late, I could have managed. But he came 2 months late. The others have already completed all the subjects. With just 1 month left, No matter how hard I try, I can't get him through the new recruit assessment. Wu Ziyuan patted him firmly. You just need to give it your all. Remember, you must train him with all your strength. But, follow orders. Wu Ziyuan's smile faded. Yes. Chang Lei nodded bitterly. Company commander, if I have to be a bit harsh, don't say anything about me later. Wu Ziyuan's smile returned. Even if you're harsh, I won't say anything. After all, we're completing the task assigned by the regiment commander, so don't worry. Chang Lei grimaced. It was a joke to think he could relax. Report. At that moment, all the class leaders arrived at the company headquarters. Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. Come in. The door opened, and one by one, the class leaders walked in. Take a seat. Once everyone was seated, Wu Ziyuan said, before we start the meeting, there's something I need to say briefly. He stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the crowd. This year, our 9th company is aiming to win first place among the new recruits. But now, a well-connected individual has been forcibly assigned to our company. The regiment commander has given a strict order that we must comply. But I absolutely cannot let this mouse droppings drag our entire company down. The class leaders immediately rallied together. Company commander, you tell us what to do, and we'll follow your lead. Wu Ziyuan nodded. It's simple. I've already instructed the class leader to use every means to train him. Everyone knows the class leader's capabilities. As long as he puts in the effort, there's no soldier he can't train well. Right. Everyone looked at Chang Lei in agreement. Chang Lei's eyes twitched. The flattery sounded anything but pleasant right now. Wu Ziyuan clapped his hands. As for you all, your main role is to assist the class leader. Encourage Qin Shen, keep him motivated, he mustn't be idle. He should either be in training or preparing for training, understood? Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously. They understood what Wu Ziyuan meant. This was too simple. Alright, let's start the meeting. A moment later, the routine meeting concluded. After closing the door, Kong Xiang sipped his tea and said, Old Wu, your trick is quite underhanded. Wu Ziyuan beamed with pride. Old Kong, look at what you're saying. I'm clearly trying my best to execute the regiment commander's orders. How is that underhanded? Kong Xiang chuckled. You deliberately made Qin Shen the most disliked person in the company, let him choose a class leader himself, and then stirred up trouble for Chang Lei. Alright. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. Can't we just see through it without saying it? Kong Xiang shook his head. By doing this, Chang Lei will have to practice him day and night, and the other class leaders will keep a close watch on him. If he can't take it and wants to leave, how will you explain it to the regiment commander? That's his own inability to handle it. What does it have to do with me? Wu Ziyuan spread his hands. I trained him wholeheartedly. If he wants to leave, it's his own problem. By then, Chang Lei won't have to worry either. It's a win-win. Kong Xiang chuckled. Alright, so you think you can play like this? But do you think the captain is a fool? He can trust you. If he doesn't trust me, then he can punish me. Wu Ziyuan shrugged. I'm not afraid. Wu Ziyuan looked unconcerned. The army is meant for fighting. It needs combat effectiveness. Not just anyone can come in whenever they want. After saying that, he turned around with a spring in his step. Kid, let's see how you act next. Soon you won't even have the strength to eat. Kong Xiang watched his back, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The son of a general, so proud, so confident. Sooner or later, you'll be responsible for fetching water, and you'll also need to pay attention to the cleanliness of the class. Chang Haonan coldly looked at Qin Shen. Also, the army is a place that values uniformity. From now on, the quilts must be neatly arranged, and the toothbrushes and toothpaste must face the same direction. The water bottles must be lined up neatly, no water stains are allowed on the table, and no smelly shoes are allowed indoors. If there are, clean them up quickly. And the beds must always be kept clean and tidy, not a single wrinkle is allowed, nor a speck of dirt. He grinned at Qin Shen. From today on, all these tasks are yours. The other new recruits watched with their arms crossed, enjoying the show. Only Hao Duo shrank to the side, worriedly looking at Qin Shen. Anger surged in Qin Shen's eyes. He had already bottled up a lot of frustration today, first being scolded by the captain, then by the company commander, and finally being set up by the company commander. He could tolerate the captain and the company commander, but now even these new recruits were bullying him? He had always been the one to demand from others, and no one had ever dared to demand from him. Did they really think that Qin Shao had no temper? Trying to put me in my place? Bullying me? Do you really think you're the Hanangu from Causeway Bay? Even if you are, I don't care about you. Qin Shen coldly stared at Chung Haonan. What is Causeway Bay? Chung Haonan looked confused, but he quickly reacted, coldly looking at Qin Shen. We're just caring for you, wanting you to improve quickly. If you're unhappy, you can go to another class. We don't welcome you. Zheng Qian on the side laughed. I don't think other classes will welcome him either. Exactly. The other soldiers chimed in. Our class ranks among the best in the entire company. As soon as you come, we'll be at the bottom. How much hardship have we endured to achieve our current results? You come in and become a burden, all our hard work wasted. If you don't want to do it, just get out. We can't wait for you to leave. Cheng Hanan raised his chin, looking smugly at Qin Shen. I know you have connections, but here, no one will pamper you. Idiot. Qin Shen rolled his eyes and continued to tidy his bed. Cheng Hanan's eyes widened. You insulted me? Qin Shen replied without looking up. We're all new recruits. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you're not an idiot? Damn. Cheng Hanan grabbed Qin Shen's shoulder. You dare to insult me? Looking for a fight, huh? Qin Shen was pulled back a step, his anger instantly boiling over. He had endured for so long, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. He suddenly turned around, raised his fist, and was ready to strike. Ding, new mission released. Please unite all class comrades and integrate among them. Complete the mission to randomly draw superpowers and super ability points. Qin Shen almost knelt down on the spot. Asking him to team up with this bunch of misfits? What use would that be? Taking them out would make Qin Shen feel embarrassed. Cheng Hanan was startled by Qin Shen's reaction but quickly regained his composure. Looking at Qin Shen's fist, he immediately laughed. Oh, you still want to resist and fight me? Come on, let's have a good fight. Cheng Hanan rolled up his sleeves. Before I joined the army, I was known as the street bully, taking on 20 at a time. I'll let you strike first, otherwise, if you end up on the ground later, you'll say I'm bullying you. Qin Shen looked at his arrogant demeanor and really wanted to punch him. If this were outside, with just one word from him, a group of little brothers would have already beaten Cheng Hanan to death. How could he let him say another word? But for the mission. Qin Shen's eyelid twitched. He had his own purpose for being here and had no intention of making friends with this bunch of misfits. It's impossible to integrate with them, but I can. Hey, are you going to fight or not? Cheng Hanan was full of arrogance, and the other new recruits were all laughing, waiting to see the excitement. Qin Shen took a deep breath and pushed Cheng Hanan away. I came here, and there's no way I'm leaving. I also don't want you to cause me trouble. So I have an idea. All the new recruits looked at each other, and Zhang Chen nodded. Go ahead. Qin Shen asked, do you have a leader? Huh? Everyone looked dumbfounded. Qin Shen took out a wad of cash from his pocket. If there's no leader, then today, you can recognize me as your leader. I don't have many demands of you, just don't bother me, and you can take care of all the work without making me do anything. This money is yours. Follow me, and you'll eat well and live well, you just need to be obedient. Saying this, he handed the money to Cheng Hanan. Cheng Hanan looked at the cash in front of him, his face turning green. Is it too little? Qin Shen took out another stack of cash. This is all I have for now, but as long as you listen, I can add more. Looking at the glaring cash, all the new recruits swallowed hard. They had never seen anyone as generous as Qin Shen in their lives. Take it. Qin Shen said lightly, say thank you. Cheng Hanan's eyes nearly popped out. You little rookie, you actually want us to be your little brothers? Is having money that impressive? Qin Shen was taken aback. You're right, having money means you can do whatever you want. Damn you, I hate people like you the most. Cheng Hanan angrily threw a punch. Hearing the wind from the punch, Qin Shen instinctively stepped back, the fist sweeping past his face, almost hitting him. Are you out of your mind? Qin Shen's eyes instantly ignited with anger. For him, a super rich second generation, he had already given the other party a lot of face. Outside, even if he didn't pay, how many people would want to kneel and call him dad? Now he was offering money to recognize a brother, and he was actually being hit? Zheng Qian hurriedly called out, Hanan, Xiao Qin is quite sincere. Shut up. Cheng Hanan glared at Qin Shen angrily. This is the army, everyone is equal. He actually wants to use money to make us his little brothers. He's just a rookie, a piece of trash. Today, I have to teach him a good lesson. After saying that, he threw another punch at Qin Shen. Zheng Qian sighed helplessly. Why can't this kid just give the money to me instead of Cheng Hanan? How do Duo cautiously asked. Shen Go, why is Cheng Hanan so angry? The others also curiously gathered around, and Zhang Qian whispered, I heard his dad was forced to do dangerous work on a construction site by the contractor for extra pay, and ended up getting injured and paralyzed. The contractor ran away, and the site owner didn't care. People with money and power, no one cares even if Hanan's family sues. Everyone suddenly understood, Qin Shen's money didn't hit the mark, it all landed on a sore spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cheng Hanan unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Qin Shen back to the corner. Cheng Hanan roared, you little brat, weren't you going to fight me? Look at you, you probably can't even beat a woman, right? Come on, hit me, let me see. This sentence instantly struck a nerve with Qin Chen. Malu goodbye, you wanna give face but not take it, huh? Fine, if I have to beat you, then so be it. A cold light flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. This is your own doing. My punch has great power, just bear with it. If you know fear, hurry up and admit defeat. Cheng Haonan said proudly while swinging his fist. Isn't having money supposed to let you do whatever you want? If you don't admit defeat, I won't stop. Qin Chen leaned against the corner, watching Cheng Haonan throw another punch, taking a deep breath. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and his entire aura changed dramatically. The power of One Punch Man activated instantly, gathering all his strength into his right hand and amplifying it infinitely. At that moment, Qin Chen felt the veins in his arm bulging, filled with explosive power. You want me to make a move, huh? I'll satisfy you. Qin Chen swung his fist fiercely, and even the sound of wind breaking could be heard in the air. He had already held back some of his strength with this punch. He was afraid Cheng Haonan might get killed. He was sure that soon these guys would definitely submit to him. What are you doing? Suddenly, a shout came from the doorway. Everyone was startled and immediately stood at attention, and Qin Chen's heart sank. Damn, it's the squad leader. Qin Chen's fist came to an abrupt stop. But at this moment, he was only at C rank, unable to control his strength, and the backlash almost made him burst. Although he had dissipated most of his power, his fist still landed on Cheng Haonan's stomach. Bang! Cheng Haonan's expression changed, and he immediately bent over. Pft, pft, pft. A series of loud farts sounded like thunder, and everyone frowned, covering their noses. Chang Lei walked in with a cold face, glancing at Qin Chen and then at Cheng Haonan. What are you two doing? Qin Chen's face turned red, and he quickly lowered his fist. He felt worse than Cheng Haonan. At that moment, his insides were churning, and he couldn't even speak. Speak! Chang Lei raised his voice sharply. Report, squad leader. Zheng Xian stepped forward. We were teaching Qin Chen, but he wouldn't submit to us and even hit someone. Yeah. Cheng Haonan quickly nodded, aggrieved. Squad leader, look, he even made me fart. This guy doesn't respect veterans. Only then did Chang Lei notice a foul smell wafting over and quickly covered his nose. Qin Chen. Chang Lei looked at Qin Chen with icy eyes. You're really something, just arrived and already hitting your comrades? Do you know that fighting in the army can get you sent back? Qin Chen felt extremely uncomfortable and couldn't say a word. Seeing Cheng Haonan and the others looking so smug made him angry. As long as they all spoke in unison, the squad leader would definitely believe them. Oh, you want to play with me, huh? Your Luogu is not someone to mess with. Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he fell down. What happened to you? Chang Lei was startled and hurried over to help him. The new recruits were also confused, and Zhang Qian glared at Cheng Haonan and whispered, What did you do to him? Cheng Haonan looked aggrieved. Come on, he was the one hitting me. I was about to crap my pants, okay? At this moment, Qin Chen had already been helped up by Chang Lei, looking extremely weak. Of course, he was indeed feeling a bit uncomfortable, but half of it was an act. Qin Chen, what's wrong with you? Chang Lei asked anxiously. Great, a new recruit just arrived and there's already trouble. He definitely couldn't escape responsibility. Qin Chen weakly said, Squad leader, do I look like I hit him, or does he look like he hit me? Damn! Cheng Haonan was so angry he jumped up. You little brat, do you still have no shame? Clearly it was. Shut up. Chang Lei growled, then looked at Qin Chen. You continue. A barely noticeable smile crossed Qin Chen's lips, then he weakly said, Squad leader, as soon as you left, they bullied me. They said I was a new recruit and made me wash their underwear and socks, and a lot of other things. I didn't want to, so they hit me. Squad leader, he's talking nonsense. Cheng Haonan spat angrily. Clearly he wanted to be our boss and even wanted to give us money. Give money? Chang Lei's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible, class leader. Qin Chen forced a smile. Look at my small frame, how can I fight them? Besides, even if I were to pay to recruit underlings, I wouldn't choose them. Moreover, this is the military, we are all comrades. Class leader. Cheng Haonan said anxiously, I was beaten so badly that I think I might have. Shut up. Chang Lei stood up, coldly looking at Cheng Haonan. I understand everything. You guys have gone too far. Bullying new recruits and framing them, all of you do push-ups. Chang Lei said sternly, if there's a next time, you'll be sent back immediately. Cheng Haonan and the others nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. It was clear they hadn't understood and had been led astray. Cheng Haonan wanted to argue, but Zheng Qian pulled him down. Speaking now would only make Chang Lei angrier. Qin Chen. Chang Lei said to Qin Chen, don't be afraid. If you encounter such things in the future, tell me. Yes. Qin Chen looked proudly at Cheng Haonan and the others. Serves you right for not adhering to martial ethics. He almost got sent back because of this, and then the system would be gone. dealing with them was already light punishment. As for subduing them, Qin snorted coldly, he had plenty of time. It shouldn't be hard to win over this bunch of misfits. Brat, I won't let this go. Chang Haonan glared fiercely at Qin, his eyes filled with rage. Not only had he failed to teach Qin a lesson, but he had also been beaten and punished. He couldn't swallow this anger. Qin, here. Qin stood up straight. Did they just explain the internal standards to you? Chang Lei asked. Report, class leader. Zheng Qian, lying on the ground, laughed and answered, we just told Qin everything. Qin rolled his eyes. It was a pity Zheng Qian wasn't making money somewhere, as he was quite perceptive and sharp-witted. Chang Lei nodded in satisfaction, then coldly looked at Qin. Internal standards are the foundation for a soldier and something every soldier must master. Tonight, you will practice folding blankets. You can sleep only when you can fold them properly. All the new recruits smiled, and Chang Haonan looked at Qin with glee. Serves you right. I hope you can't fold them. Suddenly, Qin's eyes lit up. Before coming here, the veteran he consulted had said, in the military, as long as one's military quality was good, everyone would like and respect them, even to the point of kicking the company commander's butt. Right. A hint of excitement appeared on Qin's face. To win them over, I don't necessarily have to beat them. I can crush them militarily, making them completely respect and submit to me. Zheng Qian, here. Chang Lei said, in our class, your blanket folding is the best. You teach him, no need to be polite. Zheng Qian's face beamed like a sunflower. Yes. Class leader, don't worry, I will teach him well. A group of new recruits looked at Qin with ill intentions. If Zheng Qian taught him, it meant they were all teaching him together. Chang Haonan was especially pleased. They could really make things difficult for Qin now. Let him be arrogant and wild, folding blankets could make a new recruit cry and break down. Once Qin got scared, he might even voluntarily leave the first class, and everyone wouldn't have to worry about being dragged down in their overall scores anymore. Let's begin. Chang Lei walked to the side and sat down. All the new recruits immediately got up. Zheng Qian waved at Qin like a homeroom teacher. I'll demonstrate for you now. Make sure to watch closely and don't miss any details. Later, you'll have to fold it yourself. Chang Haonan had a wicked smile. If you can't fold it well later, we might just throw your blanket out. Yeah, throw it in the toilet. Li Dahai said cheerfully, then you'll have to fold it in the toilet. Qin glanced at Chang Lei, who was coldly watching him. This is going to be a collective effort to mess with me. A smile crossed Qin's lips. He had a super ability to imitate. Before, he thought it was a waste of time, but just now Zheng Qian said he would demonstrate. Isn't this ability coming in handy? I'm starting, Zheng Qian said with a cold smile, directly lifting Qin's blanket. Kid, let you be arrogant. Chang Haonan lowered his voice, you can still apply to leave our class, apologize to us, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, step aside, don't block my view. Qin pushed him away. Chang Haonan was so angry he nearly exploded. Fine, keep being arrogant, you'll regret it later. Qin didn't hear what he said at all. His super imitation ability had already activated. At this moment, in Qin's eyes, Zheng Qian had actually turned transparent, but his body outline transformed into golden lines, as if he were watching a slideshow. His brain began to operate like a computer, quickly recording every movement of Zheng Qian, then transmitting the information into his instincts. Sitting nearby, Chang Lei saw Qin staring intently at Zheng Qian and nodded slightly in satisfaction. He's quite serious, just don't know if his brain is good. If he can't even fold a blanket properly, he definitely won't do well in other subjects. Alright. Zheng Qian looked at Qin proudly, did you see clearly? Qin glanced at the blanket, which looked like a big loaf of bread, and chuckled, I saw it clearly, but what you folded looks like a big steamed bun. Zheng Qian's face instantly turned red, stammering, why this is a new blanket, it's hard to fold, it's good enough that I can fold it like this. You're still nitpicking? Chang Haonan quickly chimed in, new blankets use new cotton, it takes time to fold properly. What do you know? How dare you nitpick an old soldier's work? Class leader, this kid is too unruly. Chang Lei looked at the big loaf of bread, his brow twitching. But Zheng Qian was indeed a new recruit, and folding it like this was his limit. Chang Lei said coldly, it is indeed hard to fold a new blanket. If you can fold it like this, today counts as you passing. Just this? Qin felt a surge of excitement. Hey! Zheng Qian glared at him angrily, what do you mean by that tone? Don't think it's easy, being able to fold it like this is already impressive. Qin rolled his eyes at him, with this big loaf, his imitation ability had already copied it 100%. It really wasn't difficult. Qin felt like he was wasting his imitation ability. Class leader, if I fold it better than this, do I not have to work overtime? Qin asked. You can fold it better than me? Zheng Qian was furious. You can. Don't talk, I'm asking the class leader. Xin Shun interrupted him directly and then looked at Chang Lei. Chang Lei nodded. I keep my word, if you can fold it like this, you'll pass tonight. Yes. Xin Shen rubbed his hands together. Class leader, can I start now? Ha! Chang Lei looked at him in surprise. You look at it once. Class leader, this blanket is really not difficult, Xin Shen said casually. Looking at it again is just a waste of time. Xin Chen. Zheng Qian was furious. You're too arrogant. This was folded by a soldier who's been in for 2 months. Zheng Qian's eyes nearly popped out because Qin Chen lifted the big loaf right in front of him. Bastard, I worked hard to fold that. Zheng Qian was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Can't you be respectful and lay it out gently? Stop shouting, old Zhang. Chen Hanan pulled him. Just watch him fold it. If he can't do it well later, we'll just throw his blanket out. He's so arrogant. The class leader definitely won't say anything. Zheng Qian clenched his fists in anger. Fine, I'll see how he folds it. But less than a minute later, all the new recruits were wide-eyed in shock. Qin Chen seemed to have turned on a motor, his hands moving back and forth, repeatedly pressing down on the quilt. The originally thick quilt was pressed down to a much thinner state, and the harsh sound of friction echoed throughout the room. At that moment, Qin Chen's mind was like a slideshow, replaying every detail of Zheng Qian folding the quilt. Suddenly, Qin Chen stopped pressing, quickly folded the quilt, and surprisingly, it fit perfectly without any deviation. All the new recruits stretched their necks and widened their eyes, and even Chang Lei inexplicably leaned forward. Qin Chen was completely immersed, his movements fluid and incredibly smooth, and his speed was astonishing. After another 3 minutes, Qin Chen had already folded the quilt into shape. It was not just better than Zheng Qian's, it was like heaven and earth apart. Zheng Qian's eyes were nearly popping out. It wasn't just that Qin Chen folded it better, but this guy was even trimming the edges and corners. Damn! Chang Lei finally couldn't hold back and stood up, quickly walking in front of Qin Chen, staring intently. The quilt spun in Qin Chen's hands, and the edges and corners quickly took shape. As everyone watched in astonishment, Qin Chen suddenly stood up. Done. A square quilt with sharp corners was placed in front of everyone. Qin Chen smiled at Zheng Qian. So, how does my folding compare to yours? Seeing Qin Chen's smug expression, Zheng Qian was nearly exploding with anger. This square quilt was compared to his big bread. Wasn't this just insulting him and publicly showing off? He angrily looked around for help, but Cheng Haonan and the others were all wide-eyed, staring at the quilt. Each one was shocked by Qin Chen, completely ignoring Zheng Qian. Qin Chen then looked at Chang Lei, squad leader. Does this count as passing? Chang Lei was currently leaning forward, examining Qin Chen's quilt from all angles, his ears buzzing as if a train was passing by. Could a new recruit just arrived do this? Although it wasn't as good as what the veterans could do, it was still far superior to any other new recruit. Much better than when I was a recruit. Chang Lei swallowed hard. Squad leader. Ha! Chang Lei was startled, staring blankly at Qin Chen. Did you call me? Qin Chen fixed his gaze on him. I wanted to ask, is this quilt qualified? Chang Lei swallowed again. Yeah, I guess. After saying that, he wanted to slap himself. The quilt was folded better than he ever did as a new recruit. It was still considered qualified. Chang Lei felt a bit embarrassed. You. Chang Lei awkwardly pointed at Qin Chen. You can take a break today, practice the other things tomorrow. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Chen smiled slightly and turned to lift the quilt. As the quilt was suddenly lifted, everyone was stunned. What are you doing? Zheng Qian angrily pointed at him. You can't lift the quilt before the lights out signal. Do you want to sleep now? Chang Lei also frowned slightly. Who said I wanted to sleep? Qin Chen glared at him. I just want to fold it a bit more, strive for better. I absolutely can't be worse than you guys. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Chang Lei's mouth dropped open in shock. They all thought Qin Chen was going to sleep. Who knew he was trying to improve his housekeeping skills? Watching Qin Chen busily working, like a diligent farmer in the field, pressing down on the quilt, Chang Lei's mouth revealed a hint of an inexplicable smile. This kid doesn't seem so bad, maybe. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Zheng Qian and the others, who were still foolishly staring at Qin Chen. What are you looking at? Chang Lei shouted, startling all the new recruits into standing at attention. Chang Lei looked at them, then at Qin Chen, and instantly felt a surge of anger. No comparison, no harm. Look at you all, then look at him. Chang Lei pointed at them, then at their blankets. Look at his, then look at yours. If I were you, I would throw the blanket in the toilet. All the new recruits were so scared they fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Chang Lei angrily yanked away Zheng Qian's blanket. Weren't you just being so cocky? How dare you talk about others? Look at what you folded. And you still dare to feel proud? Look at him, folding so well and still working hard. All of you go fold your blankets, you can sleep only when I'm satisfied. All the new recruits immediately ran to their own blankets, and Chang Lei turned around, casting a satisfied glance at Qin Shen, feeling a bit more fond of him. Qin Shen stole a glance at everyone, a smile creeping onto his lips. Now you know my strength, right? Let's see if you submit. Once they finished tidying up and completed the task, he would surely pass the new recruit assessment, and then he could enjoy himself a lot more. Ding, new task released. Ha! Qin Shen was taken aback. The previous task wasn't completed yet, and a new one was released? Ding, please do not slack off, be proactive, and aim for first place in the new recruit assessment. Upon completion, you will randomly receive superpowers and super energy points. Qin Shen's eyes nearly popped out. First place among new recruits? How tough would that be? He didn't want to keep struggling like this. System, can I skip this task? Being a soldier king is too exhausting. No! The host must successfully complete 10 tasks to gain advanced permissions, after which you can selectively accept tasks. Otherwise, the system will dissipate on its own, and all abilities. Alright, I got it. Qin Shen sighed helplessly. Don't ask, it's just the system's setting. If he didn't want his superpowers to disappear, he had no choice but to comply. I just want more superpowers, you can't make me risk my life. 10 tasks, huh? Qin Shen gritted his teeth. I'll just push through. As long as I can get superpowers, I'll immediately retire with honor. Aiming for first place among new recruits was tough for ordinary people. But for him, wasn't it simple? Qin Shen took a deep breath and got busy again. Watching Qin Shen frantically folding blankets, Zheng Xian was so angry he was on the verge of tears. The squad leader had always praised him for having the best tidiness, but now that Qin Shen had only been there for a few hours, he had gone from being the little darling to a mere afterthought in the squad leader's eyes. Old Zhang, don't cry. Who the hell is crying? Zheng Xian quickly wiped his eyes. I'm just angry, this kid is definitely doing it on purpose. He clearly knows how to fold blankets but pretends he doesn't. He's deliberately making us look bad. Chang Haonan had a serious expression. This kid must have learned how to fold blankets. He came prepared. Damn it, we should have taught him a lesson. Now not only is he riding on our heads, but he's also making us fold blankets together. Old Zhang, don't worry, we'll definitely get back at him. Zheng Xian looked at him in surprise. Do you have a plan? Chang Haonan lowered his voice. What's the use of just being able to fold blankets? He definitely won't do well in other subjects. When the time comes. Seeing Chang Haonan's mischievous grin, Zheng Xian immediately understood. Alright, we'll teach him a good lesson then, so he knows to respect us veterans. The next day, just as dawn broke, the piercing whistle echoed throughout the training regiment. Soon after, a melodious song followed. Get up, get up. Chang Lei rolled out of bed, just about to grab his clothes when he suddenly froze. By the window, Qin Shen was holding a notebook, muttering to himself. Qin Shen, what are you doing? Chang Lei asked. All the new recruits slowly began to rise. After the lights went out yesterday, they folded their blankets for 2 hours before sleeping, and now they were a bit dazed. I'm memorizing the regulations. Qin Shen raised the booklet in his hand. Ha! Chang Lei's mouth dropped open in shock. The regulations were given to Qin Shen by him, but he hadn't asked him to memorize them yet. He didn't expect him to be so proactive. You can memorize that in a couple of days, Chang Lei said. Qin Shen smiled. I heard the assessment will randomly check the regulations, and since I have nothing to do, I might as well memorize them to avoid cramming at the last minute. In fact, he didn't want to memorize them at all. If it weren't for wanting to be the top new recruit, he would have thrown the booklet away long ago. But at that moment, Chang Lei couldn't stop smiling. He had never seen such a motivated soldier. At this time, other new recruits also got up, and upon hearing Qin Shen's words, they were all furious. What a show-off, trying to make himself look good. If this kind of person were in school, he would have been beaten up on the first day. Moreover, last night, they had to fold blankets for so long and sleep so late because of him. He slept like a dead pig, snoring louder than Chang Haonan, making it unbearable. Good, very good. Chang Lei clapped Qin Shen on the back, smiling. Keep it up. I believe you might catch up with everyone. Alright, everyone hurry up and get down. Everyone shot Qin Shen a glare and continued getting dressed. Qin Shen glanced at them and saw that they didn't seem intimidated by his blanket folding skills last night. Then let's change things up, so you all can truly respect me. He had heard that in the army, strength commands respect. As long as one was capable, they would be respected. Qin Shen smiled slightly, suddenly feeling that dealing with these guys wasn't such a difficult task after all. Bang bang bang! Everyone ran towards the playground in an orderly manner. But Qin Shen, following the line, looked particularly awkward. While others ran in perfect sync, he was the only one hopping left and right, standing out like a sore thumb. Wu Ziyuan grew increasingly angry. If it weren't for the orders from above, he would have kicked this guy out right then and there. After running 2 laps, another whistle blew. The duty officer shouted, "All companies, return to tidy up your quarters and clean up. First company, right turn. Second company, right turn. Hurry up, 10 minutes to tidy up, then clean the assigned area. This week, we must bring back the moving red flag." As soon as Chang Lei entered the barracks, he immediately began shouting loudly. Everyone quickly ran to their respective bunks to start tidying up. Suddenly, he saw Qin Shen walk past him and grab him. "Squad leader, is there something?" Chang Lei rarely showed a smile. "Qin Shen, that regulation isn't urgent, the priority now is. I've already memorized it." "Oh, okay." Chang Lei nodded with a smile, but the next second his eyes widened in shock. "Wait, what did you just say?" "Squad leader." Cheng Haonan shouted, "He's lying to your face, bragging. With such a thick regulation, even we veterans haven't memorized it yet. If he has, then hell has frozen over." "Exactly." Zheng Qian mocked, "Qin Shen, don't show off in front of the squad leader, we soldiers need to be practical." Chang Lei's expression turned serious, and the little goodwill he had towards Qin Shen instantly vanished. "Qin Shen, you're bragging a bit too much. As soldiers, we need to be down to earth." Chang Lei looked at Qin Shen with dissatisfaction. "I know you want to show off, but you need to be grounded." Qin Shen rolled his eyes, too lazy to listen to him ramble on, and spoke directly. Chang Lei's mouth dropped open in astonishment, and Zhang Qian and the others slowly straightened up, staring blankly at Qin Shen. Qin Shen quickly recited, Article 6, maintaining and consolidating discipline mainly relies on regular ideological, moral, and disciplinary education, and on regular strict management. Article 10, the rewards and commendations for individuals and units as stipulated in this regulation. The new recruits, who had originally been waiting to see a joke, were now all dumbfounded. Chang Lei's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly opened the regulations, because he could no longer remember what Qin Shen had recited. Qin Shen's ability to imitate made his brain as agile as a computer, and he had an exceptional memory for reading. In less than an hour, he had memorized the regulations thoroughly. Qin Shen recited one section after another, his speed increasing rapidly. Chang Lei struggled to keep up with the flipping of the pages, while Cheng Haonan and the others were sweating profusely, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. All right. Chang Lei waved his hand anxiously, already drenched in cold sweat. If Qin Shen continued, he would want to find a hole to hide in. Because what Qin Shen was reciting now, even this 8-year veteran could hardly remember clearly. Chang Lei licked his lips, taking a deep breath in shock. "Qin Shen, have you memorized this before?" Qin Shen spread his hands. "Squad leader, this is internal stuff from the army. I saw it for the first time last night." Chang Lei was stunned. "The first time? And you can recite so much?" Qin Shen nodded. "I've eaten a lot of fish since I was young, my brain is particularly good. Next, I still have to recite the soldier's code." "Put." Chang Lei almost spat blood. He had been in the army for 8 years and hadn't memorized as much as Qin Shen had in one morning. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This topic had to end immediately, or he would lose all face. Chang Lei laughed heartily. "Qin Shen, not bad. You've done well, let's not recite anymore for now. We soldiers should focus on military training." Right. All the new recruits nodded vigorously, cheerfully echoing, "Qin Shen, that's enough, don't recite anymore, we need to focus our energy on military training." Everyone in their hearts had cursed all of Qin Shen's ancestors. If he continued like this, they would all have to memorize too. Memorizing regulations was quite painful. Qin Shen smiled slightly at Chang Lei. "Okay, I'll listen to the squad leader. By the way, I've tidied up my belongings, so I'll go to the designated area to clean." "Good." Chang Lei smiled and patted him. He turned to see that Qin Shen had made considerable progress with his betting, and looking at Qin Shen's back, his fondness for him increased dramatically. This kid not only has a fighting spirit but is also very smart. It seems that as long as we strengthen his training, he might have a chance to catch up with everyone. Chang Lei made up his mind, suddenly turning back to meet the eyes of all the new recruits, his expression immediately darkening. "What are you looking at? Is there anything to see? Don't you feel ashamed?" Everyone was so frightened that they quickly lowered their heads to fold their bedding, their hearts pounding. "Don't think that lowering your head will let you escape." Chang Lei shouted, "From today on, starting with me, everyone will memorize the regulations. I will conduct random checks." The faces of the new recruits twisted in bitterness. "This is so damn unlucky." Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth in anger. "This guy is a jinx. He just arrived and has already brought us misfortune." Zheng Xian, seeing Qin Shen's betting, was also furious. "This guy loves to show off so much. He wants to outshine us all and then rightfully become the leader." "Damn!" Li Dahai exclaimed in shock. "What you're saying does have that meaning. He wants to crush us and make us submit. Then he'll save money too. Damn it! Chang Haonan said angrily, let's make him embarrass himself during training later. Let this brat know how high the sky is. He dreams of being our leader. All the new recruits were filled with anger. They had been together for 2 months, shedding tears and enduring scoldings together, and had long become brothers. To them, Qin Shen was just a stranger from outside, and he would only hold them back. If Qin Shen could be more easygoing and polite with them, they would definitely be able to accept him. But Qin Shen is the young master, and his current attitude is just the most polite he used to be, making it naturally difficult for both sides to see eye to eye. In the designated area, Qin Shen swept the ground clean and stretched lazily against a stone. When has the young master of the Qin family ever done manual labor himself, except in his past life? Sigh. If it weren't for completing the system task and aiming for first place among the new recruits, he wouldn't need to work so hard. He glanced in the direction of his class, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He could tell that Chang Lei's attitude towards him had greatly improved. He doesn't view me with such hostility anymore. If he teaches me more from now on, getting first place among the new recruits will definitely be no problem. Moreover, as long as his own strength improved, Chang Lei should take good care of him, making things a bit more comfortable. As for those few guys, Qin Shen snorted coldly, his face full of confidence. He had just shown a bit of skill, they should already be quite impressed. Left turn, right turn, about turn. Bang bang bang. In the corner of the playground, with each command from Chang Lei, Qin Shen executed a beautiful turn at the fastest speed. Moreover, each movement had to be more precise than the last. Only his feet were moving, while his upper body remained completely still. Chang Lei's face was filled with joy, his excited fingers trembling slightly. He had only taught it once, just once, and unexpectedly, Qin Shen not only learned it but also improved without needing Chang Lei to correct him. This kid, could he be a genius? Chang Lei was so excited he could hardly contain his smile. On the other side, all the new recruits were dumbfounded, each one looking petrified, mouths agape in shock. This. Chang Haonan looked helplessly at Zheng Qian. He was this good right from the start. We didn't even have a chance to teach him. Zheng Qian swallowed hard. Calm down. This is just basic drill movements. It's not surprising he learned quickly. There are still 3 major formations to go. He definitely won't be able to keep it up. He will still fall behind us. Everyone nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed on Qin Shen. March. Go. Quick march. Go. Run. Go. 1 2 1. 1 2 3 4. All the new recruits stared blankly as Qin Shen executed the standard 3 major marching steps, completely stunned. Each one gaped, their expressions dazed, staring at Qin Shen as if he were an idiot. This guy, is he even human? Li Dasheng swallowed hard, looking at the others. The squad leader taught it once, and we didn't even learn the breakdown. How is he doing it so well? How Duo said seriously, I feel like he's walking much better than I am right now. No, it seems like everyone can't compare to him. Chang Haonan looked desperately at Zheng Qian. Old Zhang, what's going on? This kid has no flaws at all. Zheng Qian's eyelids twitched. He had thought that losing at folding blankets could be made up for in military training, restoring the dignity of their 2-month veteran status. But who would have thought that Qin Shen was a complete all-rounder? Speak up, old Zhang. Chang Haonan asked again. Don't ask. Zheng Qian felt like his head was about to explode. If you ask me, I want to know how to deal with this. This guy is marching more standard than I am. Everyone swallowed hard, watching Qin Shen's standard form. It was better not to provoke him, or they wouldn't know who would end up getting the worst of it. Stand at attention. Chang Lei shouted, and Qin Shen stopped in a standard posture. His feet came together, making a crisp, powerful sound. Squad leader, I'm not doing anything wrong, am I? Qin Shen asked earnestly. If there's a problem, just tell me, and I'll fix it right away. Chang Lei laughed heartily, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grains. No problem, absolutely no problem. Your movements are almost on par with a veteran. Qin Shen, you are the best soldier I've ever trained. You have insight, you have talent. Qin Shen's lips curled into a slight smile. Squad leader, then let's keep practicing. I feel like I can still improve. The 3 major steps are not as simple as folding a quilt. They require not only body coordination but also a good grasp of strength. Qin Shen's imitation ability currently has a similarity of only 70%. If he wants to be the best among the new recruits, he must practice. The higher the similarity, the better. Qin Shen certainly didn't want any mishaps to occur later. Hearing Qin Shen's request, Chang Lei couldn't help but smile widely. Having trained so many new recruits, he had never seen anyone so proactive in seeking improvement. Now he could be completely sure that Qin Shen was definitely not one of those soldiers who relied on connections to get ahead. This kid is truly a genius. Chang Lei's smile was almost overflowing. Company commander, you really misjudged this time. You've sent me a great gift. Once I train him up, I'll give you a surprise. Suddenly, he caught sight of the other new recruits out of the corner of his eye. Chang Lei immediately turned around, and all the new recruits, seeing his unfriendly expression, hurriedly stood at attention. Look at them. Chang Lei pointed at them, filled with disappointment. Sigh. I don't even want to say anything to you. Starting today, during the lunch break, everyone will practice their formations. Ha! Chung Haonan grimaced. Squad leader, if we don't nap at noon, we'll collapse in the afternoon. If we don't, then improve your skills. Chang Lei said irritably, whenever you get it right, that's when you can rest. Now practice along with us. Look at you all, how much worse you are than Qin Shen, and you still don't want to be the early bird. All the new recruits nearly knelt down in unison. Qin Shen had just arrived less than a day ago, and these 2-month veterans were being called clumsy birds? They had to catch up to this newcomer? Bastard! Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Shen. This guy really wants to ride on our heads. Squad leader. As noon approached, an old soldier rushed over quickly. Oh, it's Chen Liang. Chang Lei walked over with a beaming face. Hey, squad leader, why are you so happy? Chen Liang asked, surprised. Chang Lei glanced back at Qin Shen, unable to contain his smile. Isn't it true that good news lifts the spirits? Ha ha. True. Chen Liang laughed. Once this batch of new recruits finishes, you'll be promoted, and from now on, I'll have to salute you when I see you. Hearing this, Chang Lei smiled even wider. By the end of the morning, Qin Shen had learned all the formation movements and did them quite well. With those movements, he could rank among the best in the entire new recruit company. Qin Shen was no burden, he was clearly a treasure leading him toward success. By the way, what brings you here? Chang Lei asked. Chen Liang chuckled, isn't there a new recruit in your class? His personal belongings haven't been collected yet. Oh, right. Chang Lei slapped his forehead, turned around, and shouted, Qin Shen. Here. Qin Shen responded and immediately ran over. Chen Liang's eyes widened in shock. Wow, running so perfectly? Qin Shen immediately stood tall. Report, squad leader, it's all thanks to our squad leader's good teaching. Chen Liang gave a thumbs up in admiration. Squad leader, you really are someone destined for promotion. He's only been here less than a day. You're too capable. No, I only have a tiny bit of ability. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chang Lei felt incredibly comfortable, happier than after a massage. He had completely forgotten how wronged he felt yesterday at Wu Ziyuan's place. Alright. Chang Lei tried to suppress his smile. Qin Shen, take your personal belongings and go with squad leader Chen to put them away. Once in the army, all non-essential items must be stored uniformly. Yes. Qin Shen nodded and then said to Chen Liang, squad leader, wait for me. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Shen's back and then walked towards the other new recruits. However, his thoughts seemed to be entirely on Qin Shen, occasionally glancing over, appearing somewhat indifferent to the other soldiers. It was like a child who suddenly received a long-desired toy, wanting to hold it even while sleeping. Suddenly, the smile on Chang Lei's face slowly froze. A few squad leaders were sneaking down the path to the storage room. Damn! Chang Lei's mind buzzed. Are these guys planning to carry out the company commander's orders to target Qin Shen? If it were yesterday, he would have pretended not to see them, hoping Qin Shen would leave early. But now, Qin Shen was the light of hope in his eyes. Not to mention these guys, even if the company commander wanted to scold him, it wouldn't do. He couldn't let them target Qin Shen, and he definitely couldn't let Qin Shen leave. This was a natural-born soldier. Chang Lei's eyes twitched, and he suddenly made up his mind, turning sharply. Everyone, crawl 2 laps around the playground in 3 different positions, quickly. I'll come back to check later. After saying that, he ran towards the storage room without looking back. The new recruits watched his retreating figure, wanting to cry but having no tears. That damn Qin Shen has really ruined us. I won't let this go. Chung Haonan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Stop talking, just crawl, Zheng Xian sighed. Otherwise, when the squad leader comes back, we'll be in even bigger trouble. A group of new recruits walked helplessly towards the playground, but in their hearts, they had already begun to resent Qin Shen. He had just arrived, and the faster and more standard he learned, the more incompetent they felt, like idiots, who could stand that? The wind howled, and the scenery around Chang Lei rushed past him. He sprinted towards the storage room at full speed. Qin Shen, hold on, the squad leader is coming. With the squad leader here, don't be afraid. Chang Lei's expression was extremely serious. At this moment, Qin Shen was his treasure. Whether he came in through the back door or arrived by rocket, he was a rare genius. No matter what, he absolutely could not let anyone destroy Qin Shen's confidence. Flames ignited in Chang Lei's eyes, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. If anyone dared to mock Qin Chen later, he would curse them for 18 generations. Today, he was going to stand up for Qin Chen, and even the company commander wouldn't matter. A wall appeared ahead, and Chang Lei showed no signs of slowing down, charging straight towards it. Just as he was about to get close, he leaped suddenly, pushing off the wall with his foot, quickly changing direction. After landing, he rolled to dissipate the force and immediately sprinted towards the storage room. Just as he reached the entrance of the storage room, Chang Lei had no time to turn. He simply pushed off with his right foot. His body transformed from a forward sprint into a leftward leap, landing in a standard position and sliding along the grass. He glided like a slippery fish, skimming along the grass until he reached the storage room door. "Qin Chen!" Chang Lei shouted while sliding, "The squad leader is here." He looked up, and several squad leaders were smiling, hugging Qin Chen at the door. Seeing Chang Lei sliding on the ground, all the squad leaders were momentarily stunned, staring at him as if he were a fool. Chang Lei stopped at their feet, looking at them blankly as they stared at him in astonishment. The air seemed to grow quiet. Both sides fell into an awkward silence. "Squad leader, how did you slide over here?" Qin Chen asked with a grin. The squad leaders suddenly snapped back to reality. "Yeah, squad leader, your posture is quite standard. How did you practice to get this far? You really slid a long way, huh? That was at least 10 meters, right? Even with soap, you can't slide like that. Can you show us again?" "Class leader, this is a special skill, you have to teach us." Chang Lei's face turned red, and he pushed himself up from the ground immediately. "What are you all doing here?" Chang Lei glared at the several class leaders. The class leaders were taken aback for a moment, then all burst into laughter. "Nothing, just taking a stroll, just strolling around. Well, we won't disturb you. We'll go stroll somewhere else." The third class leader waved at Qin Chen. "Xiao Qin, make sure to train well. The first class leader is the best in our company, you can learn a lot from him." The fifth class leader patted Qin Chen. "I believe in you, you will definitely pass the new recruit assessment. Where there's a will, there's a way." The second class leader encouraged from the side. "Xiao Qin, if the first class leader doesn't have time to teach you later, feel free to come find me. I will definitely help." Qin Chen waved his hand at them. "Thank you for your kindness, class leaders." Everyone smiled and waved at him, just like friends saying goodbye. Chang Lei was dumbfounded, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. These guys didn't seem like they were here to provoke Qin Chen. Why did it look like they were visiting relatives? If he had known, he wouldn't have rushed over. His butt was still hurting. After a few of them left, Chang Lei quickly asked, "Qin Chen, they didn't do anything to you, right?" Qin Chen shook his head. "It's fine." Chang Lei looked suspicious. "Really? They didn't say anything to you?" "Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid. If they do anything to you or say anything, tell me, and I'll take care of it." Looking at the serious expression on the class leader's face, Qin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Before joining the army, as long as he was willing to spend money, many people would rush to be his friends. But apart from his father and Wang Rifa, no one had ever cared for him so genuinely. Seeing the class leader's protective stance, if he were really bullied, it seemed they would be willing to fight for him against the other class leaders. However, he definitely couldn't say what had just happened. Although they had only spent one day together, Qin Chen could tell that Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan were cut from the same cloth, too upright. So, it was better that he didn't know some things. Qin Chen smiled slightly. "Really, it's nothing. The class leaders were just encouraging me to work hard." Chang Lei's mouth dropped open in shock. Were those guys out of their minds? Or did they not understand the command from the company commander? Wu Ziyuan told you to encourage him, and you really did? Didn't you know that was sarcasm? Wu Ziyuan awkwardly nodded but immediately became serious again. "Qin Chen, remember, you are my soldier. No matter what happens, you must tell me immediately. Although the class leader's ability is limited, I will definitely stand up for you." Looking at Chang Lei's serious face, a strange smile crossed Qin Chen's lips. With this attitude, even if it were a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, Chang Lei would be willing to go. Qin Chen never expected Chang Lei to be so naive, to care for him so quickly. Qin Chen nodded vigorously. "Okay, and," Chang Lei said seriously, "don't take what they just said to heart. With their half-baked skills, they haven't even trained their own soldiers well. I will train you well. If you have any questions, come to me." Qin Chen smiled and nodded. "All right, class leader." Chang Lei also showed a hint of a smile and hugged Qin Chen. "It's almost time for dinner, let's go." Qin Chen looked at Chang Lei's smiling, determined profile and smiled faintly. This class leader with a sharp tongue but a soft heart actually seemed pretty good. Not far away, behind the toilet wall, the second class leader stretched his neck, sneaking a look at Chang Lei taking Qin Chen away. Until they walked far away, he looked around again and then shrank back. "They're gone, They're gone. The second squad leader said excitedly, quick, let's see, let's take a look at everything. A few squad leaders exchanged glances, grinned, and simultaneously opened their clothes. In each person's arms, a series of Huazi and Jiu Wujizun appeared prominently. The eyes of several people lit up collectively, tears slowly flowing from the corners of their mouths. Squad leader. The third squad leader swallowed hard. It must have been a mistake. How could such a good guy hold us back? Right. Everyone nodded in unison. Squad leader, he must have misjudged. Even old Ma makes mistakes sometimes. Jiu Wujizun. The third squad leader was drooling. I've only heard people talk about this brand. This is the first time I've seen it. What kind of Huazi is this? Why is it still flat, in a gold box, and like this? The fifth squad leader looked astonished. This is the best in the world. This cigarette must be expensive, right? The fourth squad leader rolled his eyes and said, of course it's expensive. It's a limited edition. You can't even buy it in regular tobacco shops. Damn. The second squad leader swallowed hard. This kid Qin Shen. Really a good comrade. So polite to the old comrades. The group nodded vigorously together and immediately began to divide the spoils. Usually, everyone smoked cigarettes that cost 5 or 10 yuan. If they could smoke something that cost 15 a pack, it would be like celebrating the new year. But this good cigarette worth 1 or 200, Qin Shen directly stuffed each of them with 4 or 5 packs. Such a good comrade, so understanding, how could he be the burden and mouse droppings the squad leader mentioned? However, they did not know that just as they were about to find trouble with Qin Shen, he was packing his bag, revealing a full bag of cigarettes and alcohol. Qin Shen immediately noticed that this group of squad leaders, who seemed aggressive and ready to cause trouble, were all attracted by the contents of his bag. Qin Shen couldn't help but smile. He had almost thought that giving gifts wouldn't work, but it turned out it still did. For Qin Shen, if something could be solved with money, it was not a problem. The second squad leader nodded vigorously. I say, our squad leader just likes to look at people through colored glasses. So what if he came late for 2 months? As long as he has ambition, that's enough. Exactly. The first squad leader is so capable, he can definitely guide him well. The fifth squad leader said mysteriously, I could tell at a glance that Qin Shen is a very hardworking, diligent, and talented soldier. The squad leader must have misjudged this time. The third squad leader coughed. Speaking of which, everyone, since we took Qin Shen's gifts, shouldn't we do something in return? Absolutely. The second squad leader said with righteous indignation, first of all, we can't help the squad leader do bad things. For such an ambitious comrade, we need to encourage him more and cheer him on. Right. The sixth squad leader nodded vigorously. Besides cheering him on, we can also teach him more in our spare time, to share the first squad leader's burden. Didn't he just ask us for help? Then let's forget it. The third squad leader chuckled. The first squad leader is so capable, who can compare to him? We should just encourage Qin Shen well. The group exchanged glances, all revealing a mischievous smile. Smoke, hurry up. Yes, just like that. Watching Qin Shen switch from a low crawl to a standard side crawl, Chang Lei clapped his hands excitedly like a child. Great crawling. Yes, that's it, push hard with your legs. High crawl, come on, high crawl. Hearing the command, Qin Shen, who was already panting from crawling, immediately switched to a high crawl. His elbows and knees coordinated their strength, and he quickly moved forward. Beautiful, just like that. Chang Lei couldn't stop smiling, his hands clapping like thunder. Now he was certain that Qin Shen was not just talented, but a damn genius. This kid was born to be a soldier. He had only been taught the 3 major tactical movements twice, and not only had he mastered them, but he was also constantly self-correcting, getting better and better. Baby, my big baby. Chang Lei felt like hugging Qin Shen and giving him a big kiss. Old squad leader, is that you? It must be you who couldn't bear for me to retire and go home to farm, so you guided him to my side. Chang Lei looked excitedly at the sky. Don't worry, I will definitely make him the best soldier, I promise. Xiao Qin, faster. Chang Lei shouted excitedly, running after Qin Shen. On the other side, Chen Hanan and the others stood straight like wooden sticks. The reason was simple, they had just completed the 3 major formations, and they were not as good as Qin Shen. So, in a fit of anger, Chang Lei made them practice their basics properly. Each person had 2 bricks under their feet, and their hats were still on their heads. If they fell, the consequences would be quite serious. Guys, Zheng Xian looked at Chang Lei, who was smiling and chasing after Qin Shen, his eyes twitching. If this goes on, that new recruit will become our squad leader. Who knows, the squad leader might even let him train us. Ridiculous. Chang Hanan glared angrily at Qin Shen, who was crawling on the ground. This brat is just to show off. He came 2 months later than us and is so arrogant, thinking he can ride on our heads and be our boss? Chung Haonan, will be the first to disagree. What good is disagreeing? Li Dasheng sighed, can't you see? This guy has talent, he picks things up as soon as he learns them. If I were the squad leader, I would like him too. It doesn't matter if we are not convinced. Zheng Xian also sighed, muttering softly, if I had known, I might as well have taken his money, at least it wouldn't be such a loss now. Exactly. How Duo said in a muffled voice, I still can't crawl properly, but Qin Chen learned it right away. I really think he can teach us. How Duo, shut up. Chang Haonan said irritably, why are you boosting his ego and diminishing our own? Which side are you on? How Duo said softly, I'm just speaking the truth. I really can't do it. Shut your mouth. Chang Haonan glared at him, then turned to Zhang Qian, old Zhang, you have the most tricks up your sleeve among us. Think of a way. Zhang Qian shot him a glance, you don't know how to talk either. What tricks? This is wisdom. Alright. Chang Haonan said anxiously, you're the smartest, so hurry up and think of a way, or that kid will really start commanding us. I don't want to take that kind of nonsense. The others echoed in agreement, after all, they had been together since entering the new recruit company, and they had already formed bonds. No matter how impressive Qin Chen was, he was still new and had no connection with them. They were all young and full of vigor, and they couldn't accept being led by this newcomer. Zhang Qian's eyes turned, and he suddenly smiled, now there's only one way. But it requires everyone to unite. Quick, what's the way? Chung Haonan asked excitedly, as long as it can deal with him, our squad will definitely unite. Right, we're all listening to you. Old Zhang, hurry up and say it. Zhang Qian chuckled, the method is simple. Find fault, scare him, make him afraid. Once Zhang Qian finished speaking, everyone looked at him with suspicion. Will that work? Li Dasheng asked doubtfully, can he listen to us? Of course, Zhang Qian said proudly, we have the numbers, he's just one person, isolated and alone. As long as we use a big stick in one hand and honey in the other, we can definitely subdue this kid. Li Dasheng took a deep breath, I think what old Zhang said makes sense. The reason we're in such a miserable state now is that kid loves to show off. If we can get him to stand with us, then the squad leader will treat us all equally again, and we can go back to living normal lives. Chung Haonan immediately burst into laughter. Old Zhang, at critical moments, it's still you who can turn the tide. He looked at everyone, his face darkening. No one is allowed to back down, we all do this together. Even if the squad leader finds out, we'll face it together. If anyone backs down, I won't let them off the hook. Alright, everyone blinked vigorously. Chang Haonan, here. Chung Haonan was startled and quickly stood at attention. Chang Lei, hands on his hips, shouted from a distance, your hat fell off, do 100 push-ups, then stand back up. Ha! Chang Haonan opened his mouth in grievance. He had been too excited and forgot his hat was still on his head, it fell off as soon as he turned his head. Squad leader, I didn't mean to, can you reduce it to 200? Chang Lei shouted. Without saying another word, Chung Haonan immediately dropped down. If he dared to say more, it might even increase. He glared fiercely at Qin Chen, who was still crawling, his eyes filled with anger. Kid, this is all your fault. Otherwise, we would be training normally. Just wait, your good days are about to end. Alright, take a break. After giving the order, Chang Lei immediately smiled and handed a water bottle to Qin Chen. Qin Chen lay on the ground, panting like a dead dog. Sweat poured down his forehead like a turned-on faucet. Squad leader. Qin Chen swallowed hard. I crawled. How was it? Chang Lei smiled and gave a thumbs up. Great, very great, almost perfect. I can guarantee that, at least in our squad, no new recruit crawls better than you. Qin Chen let out a huge sigh of relief, finally feeling that all that effort wasn't wasted. However, this training was too tough. If it weren't for the goal of being the first new recruit to complete the task and gain superpowers, he wouldn't have pushed himself so hard and would have just laid back and passed the days. Qin Chen took a deep breath. Once I have enough superpowers, I'll definitely apply for early discharge. Then I'll run all over the world, first to beat up the Japanese, then to deal with the Koreans. Chang Lei patted him with a smile. You kid, really talented. I taught you in the morning, and by the afternoon, you can crawl this well. I think you can move on to tactical combination training next. Ha! Qin Chen's eyes twitched. He was already exhausted, and now a combination? It sounded like a rhythm that would kill him. Chang Lei laughed heartily. I know, you're really tired right now. No worries, you can rest first, and come back later. Looking at Chang Lei's excited demeanor, Qin Chen felt speechless. Gaining superpowers wasn't that easy. Squad leader. Suddenly, a loud shout came. Chang Lei turned around to see it was Chen Liang. What's up? The company commander is gathering everyone. Chen Liang shouted, meeting at the company headquarters, now. Got it. Chang Lei nodded, but his mind was filled with questions. The company commander rarely held meetings, and when he did, it was usually at night. He had never called everyone during training. Could it be something important? Squad leader, hurry up. Qin Shen gasped, don't keep the company commander waiting. Chang Lei smiled slightly at him. In his eyes, Qin Shen was starting to care about him. But he didn't know that Qin Shen just wanted to lie down and rest. If he didn't leave, how could Qin Shen rest? Alright. Chang Lei stood up. You rest for a bit, then review a little. When I come back, we'll do tactical combination training. Okay. Qin Shen nodded with a bitter smile. You all come over. Chang Lei shouted to the new recruits who were forming ranks in the distance. Train with Qin Shen. Yes. All the new recruits shouted in unison. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Shen and then turned to run towards the company. In the distance, the new recruits exchanged glances, all wearing mischievous smiles. Finally found an opportunity. Chung Haonan clenched his fist, looking at Qin Shen lying on the ground. Let's go greet him. Let's go. Everyone followed behind him, striding towards Qin Shen. At that moment, Qin Shen took a deep breath, gazing at the blue sky, comfortably exhaling a mouthful of stale air. To be the top new recruit is so damn exhausting. Qin Shen sighed weakly, relieved that Chang Lei had left. If he had to keep going, he would be completely worn out. Qin Shen shook his head. The priority now is to complete the task and gain some amazing superpowers. Otherwise, even a few super ability points would be good. He no longer expected to gain superpowers immediately, just a few ability points to enhance his current skills would suffice. Although his physique was already on par with that of an amateur athlete, Chang Lei was really pushing him hard in training, and this foundation was simply not enough. I must complete a task first, then upgrade my physique. Qin Shen silently made a decision. If he continued training like this, he felt he wouldn't last until the end of the new recruit training. I can't achieve being the top new recruit for now. I should find a way to subdue those few guys first. That's relatively simpler. Just as Qin Shen was thinking, a shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight. He squinted and saw Chung Haonan's big face grinning at him. Damn! Qin Shen was startled and quickly sat up, only to realize the new recruits had surrounded him in a circle. What do you want? Qin Shen warily scanned everyone. He could tell that their faces were filled with ill intentions. What do we want? We want to. Before Chang Haonan could finish, Zheng Qian pulled him behind him, smiling at Qin Shen. We're here to train with you. Didn't the squad leader just say we should practice with you? All the new recruits nodded with grins, but their eyes were full of fire. Qin Shen wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what they were up to. He sprawled back down. You guys go ahead and practice. I'll guide you. After all, I'm much stronger than you. Get up. Chung Haonan kicked him in the leg. Qin Shen jumped up as if burned by a hot iron. What do you want? Do you want to hit me? Chung Haonan sneered coldly, staring at the furious Qin Shen. Come on, I'm still mad about the last time you ambushed me. Hit me. Zheng Qian said with a smile. The squad leader said that if you dare to hit anyone again, you'll be sent back. There are so many of us, and everyone on the playground is watching. Yeah, we're all watching. Hit me. Go ahead and hit me. Everyone provocatively challenged him, and Chung Haonan even deliberately nudged Qin Shen with his shoulder. Anger flashed in Qin Shen's eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed Zheng Qian. Damn, you don't dare hit him, so you want to hit me? Zheng Qian was fearless. Come on, hit me. Qin Shen smiled slightly at him, suddenly grabbing his right hand. The One Punch Man ability activated, and a tremendous force surged out. Zheng Qian immediately felt himself pushed by a great power, his right hand uncontrollably swinging out. Slap! A solid slap landed on Chung Haonan's face, sending the unsuspecting Chung Haonan spinning 360 degrees on the spot. Everyone was stunned. Qin Shen released Zheng Qian and quickly stepped back. As you wish, here's a slap for you. Chung Haonan touched his stinging face, looking incredulously at Zheng Qian. You helped him hit me? Zheng Qian was almost in tears. It wasn't me, he used my hand to hit you. We're on the same side, how could I hit you? It was all him. Damn! Chang Haonan suddenly looked at Qin Shen. You dare to sneak attack me? I'll beat you to death. But just as his fist was raised, Qin Shen suddenly laughed. Someone's hitting someone. Bullying someone. With this shout, all the new recruits around turned to look. A duty squad leader also ran over. What's going on? Who's hitting someone? Report, squad leader. Qin Shen pointed at Chung Haonan and the others. They're bullying me, teaming up to hit me. The squad leader turned sharply, and Chung Haonan quickly retracted his fist in fear. Not bad. The squad leader snorted coldly. You've only been here for 2 months, and you've learned to bully newcomers? Report, squad leader. Chung Haonan said aggrievely. I didn't hit him, he hit me. Look at my face, it's almost swollen. The squad leader looked at Qin Shen, who shrugged. It was clearly Zheng Qian who hit you. What does it have to do with me? Squad leader, you can ask them. Is that so? The squad leader glared at the already trembling How Duo. How Duo was so scared by the glare that he almost cried out. Report, squad leader, yes, yes. Zheng Qian immediately panicked. Squad leader, it's not what you think. It was Qin Shen who used my hand to hit him. Enough. The squad leader shouted angrily. Do you think I'm stupid? He used your hand to hit you, and you just let him? Exactly. Qin Shen nodded in agreement. Zheng Qian was on the verge of tears. It's just that he has too much strength. Shut up. The squad leader roared. I don't know what kind of nonsense you guys are up to, but neither of you is a good person. Drop and give me 200 push-ups, right now. Squad leader, it's really not what you think. 300. The squad leader yelled, if you keep talking, I'll give you a demerit. Chang Haonan and Zhang Qian were so scared that they immediately dropped down. They knew that if they went to the company later with a demerit, it would be over. You count. The squad leader pointed at Qin Shen. No covering up. I'll be watching from the side. Yes. Qin Shen nodded with a grin. 1, 2, 3. Qin Shen shouted loudly, while Zhang Qian and Chang Haonan did push-ups while glaring at him. You bastard, you don't have any martial ethics, actually calling for help. Chang Haonan's face was full of anger. Qin Shen squatted in front of him. Do you think you're a Western cowboy, ready for a duel? With your IQ, you still want to pick a fight with me? You can't beat me. Don't get cocky, we were just careless. Zheng Qian glared at Qin Shen fiercely. Qin Shen smiled slightly. Don't be a stubborn duck. Look, my previous conditions still count. You guys think of me as your little brother. Go to hell. Chang Haonan said angrily, let me be your little brother. Dream on. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. I rarely take in little brothers. I've already given you face. Besides, following me means you can eat well and live well. Qin Shen. Chang Haonan gritted his teeth. You're scared that we'll deal with you, and you want to reconcile, right? Unless you bow your head and admit your mistake, and agree to my original conditions, we won't let this go. Right. Zheng Qian nodded. Qin Shen frowned. I have to submit for you to let it go? Yes. The two nodded together, and Chang Haonan said coldly, you're too arrogant, and you love to be the center of attention, which got us punished. You have to listen to us. No more negotiations? Qin Shen stared at them. Yes. The two nodded together. Qin Shen smiled slightly at them. It's always others who submit to me. I've never backed down to anyone. Alright, let's see how long you can hold out. Chang Haonan looked at him triumphantly. It's us who will see how long you can hold out. Squad leader. Qin Shen suddenly shouted, this guy is slacking off. Damn. Chang Haonan was so angry he almost exploded. You really don't have any martial ethics. Bang. The squad leader angrily threw his hat on the bed, startling everyone in the class to stand at attention immediately. Qin Shen. Chang Lei stormed up to Qin Shen, but upon seeing Qin Shen's face, his anger diminished significantly. He pointed at Qin Shen, trying to suppress his fury. You, why didn't you clean your designated area properly? Ha? Qin Shen looked bewildered. He clearly remembered that not a single leaf was left uncleaned. What do you mean, huh? Chang Lei pointed at his nose. There are several pieces of trash in your area, and our class has been criticized for it. Qin Shen's eyes twitched, and he caught a glimpse of Chang Haonan's smug face nearby. It's this bastard. Qin Shen's eyes blazed with anger. And your shoes are all over the place. Chang Lei's voice grew louder. Your water cup is misplaced, and there are plenty of water stains underneath. Because of you, our class has to hand over the mobile red flag this week. You. Chang Lei wanted to explode again, but looking at Qin Shen's face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. You have a high aptitude and learn quickly, especially in military matters, Chang Lei said earnestly, but as soldiers, we need to meet standards in all areas. You need to pay attention. Yes. Qin Shen puffed out his chest. Chang Lei shot him a glare and sighed heavily in his heart. 2 days ago, the company commander held an emergency meeting, announcing that this new recruit assessment would be conducted together with 2 other new recruit training regiments. This was a big deal. It was said that the military leaders would come to observe. If they achieved good results, it would be incredible. Qin Shen had already become a treasure in Chang Lei's eyes, so he couldn't bring himself to scold him. Alright, get back to what you were doing. Prepare for training later. Chang Lei turned and walked outside. Is that it? Once Chang Lei left, Chang Haonan looked speechless. The others were equally dumbfounded. They hadn't even received the mobile red flag, and the squad leader didn't punish Qin Shen. It was infuriating. You guys are deliberately targeting me, right? Qin Shen glared coldly at everyone. Not me. How Duo quickly waved his hands, but Li Dasheng immediately poked him, causing him to retract his hands in pain. Hey! Chang Haonan walked up to Qin Chen with a grin. You need evidence when you speak, don't just bite like a mad dog. Zheng Qian smiled and said, someone didn't do well and got scolded by the squad leader. Are you feeling wronged and about to cry? Then just cry out loud. Chang Haonan laughed triumphantly. Let's go, let's go. Zheng Qian waved his hand. We need to train, don't disturb him while he cries. Hey! Qin Chen growled, and everyone immediately stopped. What? Do you want to hit me again? Zheng Qian smiled as he pulled his hand back, not giving you the chance. Qin Chen coldly stared at them. You guys started it, so I retaliated. Chang Haonan sneered at him. Who told you to show off so much, making us get scolded by the squad leader every day? You deserve it. Qin Chen glared at them. Who told you to be so incompetent? If the squad leader punishes you, it's your own fault. You slapped me and made me do so many push-ups. What are you so arrogant about? Chang Haonan was furious and was about to charge at him, but Zheng Qian pulled him back. Qin Chen, Zheng Qian said with a smile, we don't want to make things difficult for you, but don't make things hard for us either. Just keep up with the training, and don't exceed the average level too much. You like to tire yourself out, but we don't. He rubbed his hands together. If you want us not to make things difficult for you, it's simple. Just maintain the same level as everyone else during training. Also, you came later, so at least respect us. Not possible. Qin Chen replied decisively. Zheng Qian's smile froze on his face. Do you really want to oppose us? Qin Chen spread his hands. It's you who want to oppose me. It's my business to train well. If you can't keep up and get punished, that's your problem, not mine. He said, if you think being punished is too tiring, fine, just acknowledge me as your big brother. I'll give you money, and you can eat more to replenish your bodies. Qin Chen. Chang Haonan angrily pointed at him. We're giving you a way out. I'm giving you a way out too. Qin Chen spread his hands. Zheng Qian snorted coldly. Let's go. If he likes being messed with, then we'll oblige him. All the new recruits glared at Qin Chen and turned to leave. Qin Chen looked disdainful. He was determined to be the top among the new recruits and absolutely could not maintain the same level as them. You don't want a way out? You want to play, huh? Qin Chen shrugged. I have 100 ways to scare you into admitting defeat. The night was deep, and not long after the lights went out, the sound of snoring filled the barracks. Qin Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at Chang Lei's bunk. Chang Lei was sleeping soundly, his mouth wide open. Qin Chen smiled slightly and slowly sat up. A glance around revealed that all the new recruits were snoring, with Chang Haonan snoring particularly loud. Qin Chen walked over to Chang Haonan, and a foul smell wafted from him, causing Qin Chen to immediately cover his nose. Eats like a pig, looks like a pig, sleeps like a pig. Qin Chen snorted coldly, then grinned mischievously. Serves you right for opposing me. He slowly turned his head and lewdly walked towards the others. The night grew deeper, and a cold wind swept through the camp. The regiment officer on patrol, Xia Hui, quickly wrapped his coat tighter. Xia, the advisor. Chief of Staff Kong Xiang said with a smile, it's getting colder today, let me handle the bed check, you hurry back. Xia Hui smiled, Old Kong, you know what our commander is like? If I don't check the beds and he finds out, he might report it to the higher-ups. I still want to make progress. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. The commander is indeed very serious about his work. All right, let's go together. The two strode towards the dormitory of the 9th Company. They're all sleeping soundly. Xia Hui shone his flashlight into the dormitory. Kong Xiang chuckled, of course. Our training regiment has the toughest training in our company. As soon as the lights go out, the new comrades fall asleep immediately. They don't have the energy to run around. Xia Hui nodded. Your company is indeed good. I went to other companies. Some new recruits run to the bathroom late at night, some wash clothes at night, and some even admire the moon. Damn it, they're just not tired enough. Kong Xiang laughed. Such things would never happen in our company. The new comrades are too busy training to have the energy to do. Ah! Xia Hui suddenly jumped up, dropping the flashlight on the ground. Kong Xiang was startled. What's wrong with you? Xia Hui pointed at the first class. What are those soldiers doing? They're all staring at me wide-eyed in the middle of the night. It's too damn scary. How is that possible? Kong Xiang looked disbelieving. The hardest training in our company is in the first class. They must be asleep by now. Listen, the snoring is so loud. It's true. Xia Hui nervously pointed at the dormitory. If you don't believe it, see for yourself. Kong Xiang picked up the flashlight, still disbelieving, and shone it inside. Damn it! After just one glance, Kong Xiang jumped next to Xia Hui, dropping the flashlight again. Is it? Xia Hui stared at him. Are they all staring at you? Kong Xiang, still shaken, nodded. Too damn creepy. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing, and angrily picked up the flashlight to shine it back inside. This time he saw clearly. It wasn't that everyone was awake staring at him, but that this group had actually painted their faces, especially with eyes drawn on their eyelids. Looking closely, it was just like they were wide-eyed staring at him. Kong Xiang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Xiaohui slowly leaned over to his side, a mischievous smile on his face, and said, "Old Kong, your entire squad is the hardest training class in the company, and you really know how to have fun, huh? Just here to scare me, right? I see they can't sleep any better than the new recruits from other companies." "No, old Xia, it's not what you think," Kong Xiang was about to explain. Just then, Cheng Haonan suddenly let out an incredibly high-pitched shout, like thunder, startling both Kong Xiang and Xiaohui. The two turned to look. Just as Zheng Qian turned his head, his fake eyes glaring at Xiaohui, the corners of his mouth painted as if smiling. "Is he mocking me?" Xiaohui angrily pointed at Zheng Qian. Qin Shen squinted his eyes, looking at the furious Xia advisor outside, and a faint smile immediately appeared on his lips. "I told you to go against me." Qin Shen snorted coldly, "Your nightmare has begun." At 1 o'clock in the morning, everyone in Class 1 stood in a line, obediently in front of the barracks. Wu Ziyuan, holding a flashlight, circled around them like a hawk, and everyone was so scared they kept their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts. Kong Xiang stood to the side, seeing the Ultraman on Haoduo's face, and he struggled to hold back his laughter. Then he looked at Zheng Qian, whose face was painted with a kitty cat, and he almost burst out laughing. Finally, when he saw the upside-down rocket on Cheng Haonan's face, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Wu Ziyuan immediately glared at him, and Kong Xiang quickly covered his mouth. But the snickers still leaked out between his fingers. "Put! Ha ha ha!" The new recruits looked at each other, unable to contain their laughter. "You have a big turtle on your face. You have a skull on your face. You have a big mustache hanging on your face." "Shut up!" Wu Ziyuan shouted, scaring everyone into silence. "What are you laughing at? Is it funny?" Chang Lei glanced at the doodles on the new recruits' faces, his expression extremely grim. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Qin Shen looked at Wu Ziyuan's expression, secretly grinning. The good show was about to begin. All right, what are you still standing there for?" Kong Xiang saw that Wu Ziyuan's expression was off and quickly tried to defuse the situation. "It's getting late, hurry back to rest." "Rest? What rest?" Wu Ziyuan said angrily. "You Class 1 really knows how to have fun, huh? Not sleeping at night, and you even painted your faces, preparing to put on a show." His gaze fell on Cheng Haonan's face, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. "Others paint cats, dogs, Ultraman, and you, damn it, paint a. Are you brain dead?" Cheng Haonan was almost furious upon hearing this, and he immediately shouted, "Which bastard painted on my face? Come out, I'll kill you." Seeing his expression, the others were holding back their laughter to the point of tears. Cheng Haonan had 2 circles and 2 dots painted on his eyelids. At first glance, it looked like eyes blinking. "Shut up!" Wu Ziyuan growled. His murderous glare made Cheng Haonan quickly close his mouth. "Now, tell me, whose idea was it?" "It's a frame-up, a frame-up," Cheng Haonan yelled, startling Wu Ziyuan. Cheng Haonan cried out with a sobbing tone, "Squad leader, it's a frame-up. We're all victims, we didn't do it." The others chimed in, "Squad leader, it has nothing to do with us. We're all honest people, how could we do such a thing?" "Then who did it?" Wu Ziyuan glared at them. "It was him, it must be him." Cheng Haonan pointed at Qin Shen, his eyes full of anger. "Yeah, it's him." Zheng Qian quickly echoed, "No one else but him." Kong Xiang looked at Qin Shen in surprise, and Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming sharper. Qin Shen immediately played the victim. "Report, squad leader, they are framing me." He wore a look of 3 parts innocence and 7 parts grievance. "I trained so hard during the day, I was exhausted like a dog. As soon as the lights went out at night, I fell asleep immediately, and I had no idea what happened afterward. I was truly wronged." "Report, company commander," Chang Lei quickly said. "I can prove that it definitely wasn't Qin Shen. He trained really hard during the day, and as soon as the lights went out, he fell asleep right away. I saw it with my own eyes." All the new recruits looked bitterly at the squad leader. No one expected that at such a critical moment, the squad leader would actually help prove Qin Shen's innocence. A faint smile quickly crossed Qin Shen's lips. When he was just pretending to be wronged, his mimicking ability unconsciously kicked in. With his expressive demeanor, he could easily win a Golden Horse Award for playing the role of a tragic hero. Even the new recruits were stunned by Qin Shen's astonishing acting skills. Could it really not be him? Could it be that they had wronged him, and there was a traitor among their own? But Cheng Haonan hesitated for only 2 seconds before he suddenly reacted. Impossible. It had to be him. No one else could be so despicable. "Report, company." Before he could finish, Cheng Haonan was yanked by Wu Ziyuan by the ear, causing him to scream in pain. What are you reporting? Still slandering people here? Wu Ziyuan was furious. Even if you're pressed for time and can't draw well for yourself, can't you ask someone else to help? Even if you don't ask anyone, you could at least put in a bit more effort. You actually drew this thing on your own face. You really have some personality. Chung Haonan felt wronged and wanted to cry. Who would draw such a thing on their own face? I swear it wasn't me, it really wasn't. Squad leader, Wu Ziyuan shouted. Here. Chang Lei quickly stood at attention. Your squad is just too lively. Wu Ziyuan was almost laughing in anger. Not only is your imagination rich, but you're all artists when it comes to slandering others, and you're so united in this matter. Since that's the case, everyone except Qin Chen will run 3 kilometers before going to sleep. Ha! Everyone's jaws dropped. What the hell, Cheng Haonan, 5 kilometers. Cheng Haonan felt so wronged he wanted to cry. Why was it always him who got hurt? Chang Lei, Class 1, listened to the command, start running. Everyone helplessly followed Chang Lei to the playground. But as they left, they all shot fierce glares at Qin Chen, their eyes filled with fire. Wu Ziyuan also glanced at Qin Chen before turning to pull Kong Xiang away. Old Wu, how did you know? Kong Xiang looked back, wanting to say something but hesitating. Wu Ziyuan snorted, can't you tell? Qin Chen's face is scarier than everyone else's. It's obvious someone is targeting him, trying to set him up. Are you standing up for him? Kong Xiang asked with a smile. Wu Ziyuan snorted, although I really don't like that kid, I have to be fair. As a company commander, I must handle matters in the unit impartially, otherwise, how can I earn everyone's respect? He was furious. Moreover, Cheng Haonan's drawing is the most careless, with the fewest strokes. He must have been in such a rush that he just scribbled on his face, not expecting it to turn out like this. Who's wronging whom? That's obvious at a glance. Kong Xiang patted his head and nodded. What you said makes sense. But that kid, of all things to draw, had to draw that on his face. Old Wu, I really didn't see it. You have a knack for being a detective. Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily, proudly saying, I have many skills. You think you can use me as a pawn? No way. Watching the two of them walk away, Qin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of pride. Such a dangerous method had succeeded. I really am a genius. Fortunately, Wu Ziyuan didn't become suspicious, otherwise, he would have to run with the others as punishment. That would be like hurting 1,000 enemies while injuring himself 800, too much of a loss. Qin Chen turned his head to look at the playground, where a group of people was running in frustration. While running, Qin Chen was being kicked in the butt by Chang Lei, making it as miserable as it could get. A smirk crept onto Qin Chen's lips. Playing dirty with me? You're all just little brothers. After morning exercises, the new recruits finished tidying up their personal spaces and immediately rushed to the designated area with their tools. Qin Chen had just swept a couple of times when suddenly a group of figures surrounded him. Hey! Qin Chen straightened up, smiling at everyone. You all are quite efficient today. Finished cleaning up so quickly? Was it you who did this? Cheng Haonan glared at him with fiery eyes. Qin Chen replied with righteous indignation, of course not. Bullshit, it must be you. Zheng Qian angrily pointed at Qin Chen. Qin Chen, you're so despicable, can't you play fair? You little brat, I'll get you for this. Cheng Haonan shouted, pointing at Qin Chen's nose, you took advantage of us while we were asleep and even drew that thing on my face. Are you even a man? Seeing the murderous looks from everyone, Qin Chen shrugged with a smile, deciding to drop the act. Who threw garbage in my area? Who messed up my things while I was away? You guys started playing dirty first, so don't blame others. All the new recruits were furious, and Cheng Haonan clenched his fists, ready to charge. I think you're asking for a beating. What's going on? Suddenly, a loud shout came, startling everyone into turning their heads. 3 squad leaders marched over with an imposing presence, and everyone quickly stood at attention. Good morning, squad leaders. The 3rd squad leader glanced at them, then looked at Qin Chen. Are they trying to bully you again? Don't be afraid, just tell us if something's wrong. The 2nd squad leader snorted. You guys have no sense of unity at all. What did the 1st squad leader teach you? Last night you bullied him, and today you want to bully him again. Even we outsiders can't stand it. The new recruits were instantly shocked. When did Qin Chen get involved with these squad leaders? They actually came to back him up. What upset the new recruits the most was that they had clearly been the ones getting pranked last night. So how did Qin Chen end up as the victim? Qin Chen. The 5th squad leader patted Qin Chen on the shoulder. Speak up boldly. If they bully you, we'll stand up for you. Right. The other 2 squad leaders nodded in agreement. The new recruits nervously looked at Qin Chen, and Cheng Haonan instinctively took a step back. Seeing their cowardly expressions, Qin Chen chuckled. He didn't want to escalate the situation, just enough to make his point. After all, the system task required him to win over these guys, so a little hardship was fine, but not too much. Thank you, squad leaders, I'm fine. Shinshin smiled and said, they just feel guilty because they pranked me last night, so they came to help clean the area. I was just refusing their help. Oh, I see. The third squad leader laughed. Well, there's no need to refuse, this is what they should do, let them do it. The group of new recruits widened their eyes, dumbfounded. Who said they were going to help you? The third squad leader pointed to the side, and cut the grass over there, look at how tall it's grown. Get it all cleaned up before breakfast. All the new recruits stared wide-eyed. This wasn't even in their designated area. What are you looking at? If you don't clean it up well, you won't get breakfast, that's what we say. The squad leaders glared fiercely. Yes. The group of new recruits, faces full of bitterness, could only turn to grab their tools. Damn Qin Chen, Zheng Xian said with a long face, he actually got the other squad leaders to deal with us, that bastard, he's a traitor. Fine, if he wants to play like this, I won't let him off easy. Chang Haonan gritted his teeth. Every new recruit felt utterly wronged at that moment. They had just been pranked at night, and now they were being pranked again in the morning. Who could understand this feeling? Hey, you guys, move faster. The third squad leader shouted from a distance, we're all watching you here. Don't think about slacking off. The second squad leader pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up. Make sure to cut it neatly, or I'll go tell your squad leader and make you run another 3 kilometers. All the new recruits hurriedly quickened their pace, the big scissors snipping loudly. The fifth squad leader chuckled, this is what happens when you bully the new comrades. Haoduo's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. We didn't bully him. Shut up. Chung Haonan glared at him, then looked at the others. We have to get back at him. Last night, I was kicked over 20 times by the squad leader. I got kicked over 10 times on my butt. Zheng Qian gritted his teeth, even squatting down now. Ouch, it still stings. So how do we deal with him? Li Dasheng turned to Zheng Qian. Physical confrontation is definitely out. That guy has these squad leaders backing him. Zheng Qian's eyes twinkled, and he grinned. If we can't go physical, let's go intellectual. Isn't he sneaky? We'll be sneakier than him. Meanwhile, several squad leaders retreated to a corner. Blowing smoke rings, they watched the new recruits work. The third squad leader took a drag on his cigarette. Qin Chen is quite something. He was bullied but still asked us not to interfere. He's really united. The fifth squad leader nodded with a smile, and he's particularly good at socializing. It's just a matter of helping him uphold some fairness, and he even gave us cigarettes. How polite. Let me tell you, the second squad leader said seriously, these cigarettes aren't free. We need to keep an eye on Qin Chen and make sure he doesn't get bullied again. Absolutely. The others nodded in agreement, laughing. They then shouted towards the new recruits in the distance, move faster, faster. After breakfast, Chang Lei took Qin Chen to a small grove alone. Don't take last night's incident to heart, Chang Lei said, looking at Qin Chen with a comforting gaze. Qin Chen smiled, squad leader, I didn't take it to heart. Really? Chang Lei stared at Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded vigorously, really? Chang Lei sighed in relief, that's good to hear. He smiled and said, the army is a big collective, and the squad is a small collective. You have talent and are very smart. I believe you can integrate with everyone. Qin Chen looked at the hopeful expression on the squad leader's face, feeling speechless inside. He didn't want to blend in with that bunch of misfits. Those guys probably wanted to take him down right now. Don't worry, squad leader, I will definitely integrate with them. Chang Lei smiled and patted him. The army is a big melting pot, and there are also social dynamics. Never mind, I believe you can do it. He patted him again, smiling as he turned to leave. Qin Chen watched his back, and the smile on his face immediately vanished. These guys have suffered twice, they should be more honest this time. As long as they call me Big Brother, the task will be complete. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. As before, Chang Lei took Qin Chen for extra training alone. The others had been doing drills all morning and had also run 5 kilometers, leaving everyone drenched in sweat. During mealtime, everyone glared at Qin Chen while grabbing food, as if they were seeing the murderer of their father. Qin Chen felt speechless. Are these guys really that resilient? Even after all this, they still want to pick a fight? The corner of his eye twitched. Since they weren't backing down, he would continue. His body was almost at its limit. He had to quickly unlock a new superpower or upgrade his genes, otherwise, he would really be exhausted to death. So, he had to complete this task first. After lunch, Qin Chen quickly returned to the squad, ready to see Chung Haonan and the others' attitudes. As soon as he entered the classroom, he froze. Where's my blanket? Where did it go? What about the sheets? Why are they missing too? He stepped back outside, looked up to confirm it was indeed class 1, and walked back in. All he saw on his bed was a green mattress. Oh, the young master is looking for his blanket? Just as Qin Chen was lost in thought, Chung Haonan's mischievous voice came through. Xinshen turned sharply, seeing a few people strutting in with smug expressions, his brows immediately furrowing. What did you do with my blanket and my sheets? The new recruits exchanged glances, all grinning wickedly. To make up for the trouble we caused you last night, we gathered this morning after finishing our work to discuss how to do something nice for you. Chang Hanan patted his chest. I saw the weather was so nice, so I took your blanket out to air it. By the time evening comes, it should be nice and warm for you to sleep under. Qin Shen was instantly furious. In the army, especially for new recruits, airing blankets was the biggest taboo. Once aired, the cotton would fluff up, making it nearly impossible to fold back to its original state. He had put in a lot of effort to compress it down to this state. Now, after airing, it was completely ruined. When Chang Lei found out that his blanket was folded worse than when he first arrived, he would definitely get scolded. And, Cheng Hanan continued with a smirk, old Zhang saw how hard you were training and had them help wash all your dirty clothes and shoes. How about that? This apology is sincere, right? Xin Shen's head buzzed, and he immediately opened his wardrobe. Sure enough, all his clothes, including his military coat, were gone, not even a single pair of socks left. He was so angry his eyes seemed to spit fire. Did you all wash my clean clothes? I still need to change tonight. The new recruits all cackled with laughter. Chang Hanan said proudly, you should have said something earlier. If you had, we wouldn't have washed them. How were we supposed to know? We were just trying to do a good deed that turned out bad. Zhang Qian chuckled. Hanan, how can you say that? We washed his clothes to make them smell nice. Now he'll have the motivation to train in them, right, Xin Shen? Ha 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 ha. The others burst into laughter together. Xin Shen clenched his fists and strode forward. You all want to play with me, huh? Cheng Haonan wiped the smile off his face and stared coldly at him. You were the one who provoked us, rookie. You deserve it. Exactly. Zheng Qian angrily added, look at what you've done to us. You deserve it. Xin Shen sneered in anger. He had initially wanted to talk it over with them, but it seemed unnecessary now. He glanced at his filthy, stinky clothes and then at the row of wet clothes flapping in the outdoor drying area, his head nearly exploding with rage. Fine, if that's how you want to play, just wait and see. I'll make you regret it today. Squad leader, thank you. Outside the storage room, Qin Shen smiled as he stuffed things into Chen Liang's arms. Chen Liang raised his arm with a serious expression. What are you doing? Qin Shen patted his pocket, smiling. For such a small favor, I must express my gratitude. Squad leader, no need to say anything, everything is understood. Chen Liang shot him a stern look. No spreading this around, and this is a one-time exception. Yes. Qin Shen saluted and ran out with a smile. Once he was completely out of sight, Chen Liang looked at his pocket, a smile creeping onto his face. This kid knows how to play the game. It was just a bottle of cough syrup from the bag he brought, and he's being so polite about it. The lights out signal rang, and the lights in each class turned off in succession. Everyone, behave yourselves. Chang Lei lay on the bed and said coldly, if you pull any more tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, class leader. Everyone responded while collectively looking at Qin Chun. Xin Shen, as if nothing was wrong, had the blanket covering half of his face. Zheng Qian nodded to everyone, signaling them to be careful that night. Everyone placed their pillows over their faces and even tied ropes around their ears. If Qin Shen wanted to draw their faces, it would surely wake them up. At that time, catching him in the act would make him run 3 kilometers. Time passed second by second. The training during the day had been exhausting, so everyone fell asleep in less than 20 minutes. Qin Shen opened his eyes, slowly raised his head, and after scanning the entire class, quietly took out a small bottle and got out of bed. Old Xia, our company commander already criticized and educated them yesterday. In the early morning, Kong Xiang accompanied advisor Xia as they walked through the camp, smiling as he said, it was just a prank. They have realized their mistake and definitely won't do it again. Xia Hui smiled slightly at him. Old Kong, to be honest, with so many new recruits in the entire regiment, your company's soldiers are the most mischievous. I've really seen it all. Kong Xiang smiled awkwardly. To be honest, he had also seen a lot. Let's go. Xia Hui said with a smile, let's see if they listen to you and are behaving. Kong Xiang immediately patted his chest and said, Old Xia, you can rest assured. Our company's soldiers are the most obedient in the entire regiment. Xia Hui smiled noncommittally and walked straight to class 1. When they reached the window, Kong Xiang confidently turned on the flashlight. Listen, they're sleeping so soundly, they definitely won't. Damn! Kong Xiang suddenly jumped up in fright. Xia Hui was taken aback and quickly turned on the flashlight. Old Xia, don't. Kong Xiang suddenly realized and tried to stop him, but it was too late. The flashlight beam shone into class 1, and Xia Hui's eyes nearly popped out. He saw each new recruit sitting up straight on their beds, staring blankly at him. This feeling made Xia Hui feel like he was watching a horror movie. A gust of wind blew by, and Xiaohui turned pale, angrily staring at Kong Xiang. Old Kong, is this what you call obedient? Not sleeping in the middle of the night, collectively trying to scare me? Kong Xiang stammered. Xiaohui angrily said, you guys are getting more and more mischievous. In front of the dormitory building, the new recruits of Class 1 stood in a row with aggrieved expressions. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells. Wu Ziyuan stood opposite them, his murderous gaze fixed on them. Chang Lei felt embarrassed and lowered his voice to the crowd. What are you all doing up in the middle of the night? Hurry up and admit your mistakes. Admit what? Wu Ziyuan roared. Look at how scared the instructor and advisor Xia are. It's too late to admit your mistakes now. Chang Lei sighed helplessly, while the new recruits looked extremely aggrieved, their eyes brimming with tears as they looked at Wu Ziyuan. Old Wu, the person has been sent away. Kong Xiang ran over, panting, wiping his sweat as he said, I had to give him 2 packs of cigarettes to get advisor Xia to leave. I was so dry-mouthed from talking. Stand straight. Wu Ziyuan suddenly shouted, startling all the new recruits into standing at attention. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Wu Ziyuan glared at them angrily. His gaze swept over Qin Shen, and the corner of his eye twitched inexplicably. He was most displeased with soldiers who didn't sleep obediently, yet the soldiers he had high hopes for. Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily, speak. All the new recruits jumped in fright, and Chang Lei hurriedly said, report to the company commander, we originally wanted to sleep. But later, we don't know how, we just couldn't fall asleep. Report to the company commander, this is true. Zheng Qian quickly chimed in, I was almost asleep, but for some reason, I suddenly became alert. No matter how I lay down, I couldn't sleep, so I sat up to take a breather, and as a result, you became even more awake and couldn't sleep at all, Li Dasheng said with a mournful face. Squad leader, this can't be blamed on us, we didn't mean to scare the leaders. Qin Shen was desperately holding back his laughter, he had let out a whole 2 bottles of medicine, and if they could sleep, that would be a miracle. Not blaming you, so am I to blame then? Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily, or should I blame your squad leader? Chang Lei looked confused. What did this have to do with him? Everyone. Wu Ziyuan suddenly stopped, glared at Qin Shen, and continued to shout, so many people can't sleep collectively, do you think I'm a fool? Kong Xiang saw the new recruits were scared enough and quickly said, Old Wu, I think they realized their mistake, how about? Squad leader, Wu Ziyuan suddenly yelled, startling Kong Xiang. Here. Chang Lei stepped forward. Wu Ziyuan glared at him angrily, your soldiers, the good soldiers you brought out. It's one thing not to sleep, but do you have to let the duty officers see it every time? You've embarrassed our company. Chang Lei shouted with a red face, report, it's all my responsibility. You can't escape. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him, take your bunch of lazy soldiers and immediately run 5 kilometers, then do 300 push-ups. If they're not tired, then they can stop when they are. Yes. Chang Lei shouted, Class 1, target the playground. Run. Go. Qin Shen, get back. Wu Ziyuan threw out a remark, pulling Kong Xiang and turning to leave, I don't want to see this happen again. Yes. Qin Shen smiled and saluted, shrugging at the new recruits as he bounced back. Squad leader. Cheng Haonan protested, why does he? Because he didn't play dead like you guys, is that enough? Chang Lei roared. Chang Lei's anger scared Cheng Haonan enough that he quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. All the new recruits started running towards the playground, glancing back at the dormitory with resentment as they ran. They had lost face tonight and were about to endure physical torment, they were as unlucky as could be. Qin Shen looked back at them, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips, you think it's over? This is just the beginning. Let's see how scared you are. At dawn, the wake-up call rang out. Each class shouted loud slogans, marching in orderly steps towards the playground. 1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Poo poo poo. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds erupted from the ranks. The leading squad leader shot a glare at the team and then shouted, 1, 2, 3. Poo poo poo. Another series of sounds followed. The new recruits of the entire company burst into laughter, many of them covering their noses. No more of that. The duty squad leader glared at everyone with a dark face. All the new recruits immediately wiped their smiles away and obediently stepped forward. The duty squad leader snorted coldly and shouted, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Poo 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 poo. This time, the sounds were even more frequent and louder. Furious, the duty squad leader turned around and yelled, who is it? Who has to do it while I'm speaking? Many new recruits were on the verge of tears from laughter, but seeing the duty squad leader's furious face, they could only hold it in. Not just them, even the other new recruits running past them burst into laughter together. What's going on? Wu Ziyuan noticed something was off and hurried over. Report! The duty squad leader angrily said, "Every time I shout a slogan, someone in the ranks lets out a series of farts. Loud and stinky. As soon as I shout, they come, and this has happened 3 times in a row." Wu Ziyuan's eyes were filled with fire, but before he could turn around, Chung Haonan in the ranks suddenly shouted, "Report! I can't hold it anymore, I need to go to the bathroom." Wu Ziyuan glared at him fiercely, "It's you who's been." "Report! I can't hold it either," Zheng Xian suddenly yelled, twisting his body left and right, looking quite pained. "Report! I can't take it anymore," Li Dasheng shouted urgently. "Report! Report!" In an instant, the new recruits of the first squad collectively shouted, with only Qin Shen standing obediently in the ranks. "It's you guys again." Wu Ziyuan was so angry he looked like he was about to explode. But before he could lose his temper, Chung Haonan suddenly dashed out of the ranks. "Sorry, squad leader, I really can't hold it anymore." Pft, pft, pft. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Zheng Qian and the others turned pale, not even having time to speak before they turned and ran after Chung Haonan. But they hadn't run far when trails were left behind them. Ha ha ha. A passing squad happened to see this scene, and even their squad leader burst into laughter. Wu Ziyuan's mouth twisted in anger. "Bastards, bastards. Why is it always them?" After breakfast, Qin Chen let out a satisfied burp and cheerfully walked towards the dormitory. "Qin Chen." Suddenly, a low growl came from behind. Qin Chen turned around, his heart sinking. Wu Ziyuan, with a dark expression, stood under a big tree, waving at Qin Chen. Qin Chen swallowed hard. Could it be that he found out? Qin Chen knew that Wu Ziyuan had always looked down on him. If he found out it was him causing trouble, he would definitely send him back. Damn it, just deny it to the end. Qin Chen took a deep breath and strode towards Wu Ziyuan. "Good morning, squad leader." Qin Chen saluted nonchalantly. Wu Ziyuan coldly scrutinized him and got straight to the point. "Was it you?" "Ha?" Qin Chen feigned innocence. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. "The unusual behavior of the others in your class during this time. Was it you? Squad leader, are you joking?" Qin Chen looked innocent, but he felt relieved inside. He was already familiar with Wu Ziyuan's temperament and knew he was straightforward. If he knew it was Qin Chen, he wouldn't ask but would directly present evidence. Now, it was clearly a test. "I don't have that ability." Qin Chen shook his head repeatedly. Wu Ziyuan frowned. "Then why is it that everyone in your class, and you're the only one fine?" Qin Chen felt a wave of amusement. Wu Ziyuan was indeed testing him. He shrugged. "Squad leader, if you don't know, how would I know? They didn't take me with them." Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Chen for a long time but couldn't see any tricks. He snorted coldly. "I hope it wasn't you, otherwise, I won't let you off. Also, remember to get along well with your classmates." "Yes." Qin Chen immediately saluted. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare, then turned and left, shaking his head repeatedly, clearly puzzled about what was going on with the first squad. A smile appeared on Qin Chen's face as he looked towards the bathroom, where painful groans were coming from. "This time, you can't hold on any longer, can you?" Qin Chen smiled slightly. As night fell, the soldiers who had trained all day lined up neatly to head to the cafeteria. Shortly after dinner, the entire squad organized to watch the news broadcast. Tonight there is no training. After watching the news broadcast, each class is free to engage in activities. The new recruits from other classes happily head to the library or the basketball court, while the recruits from Class 1 drag themselves back to their dormitory. Throughout the day, they have either been farting or running to the bathroom. They've run out of clean pants and are now wearing borrowed ones. They have completely lost their spirits and just want to find a place to hide. It's so damn embarrassing. Not only them, but the other recruits have also seen it. They have now become the laughingstock of the entire new recruit battalion. This incident is likely to leave a psychological shadow for the rest of their lives. "Who told you to take a break?" Chang Lei walked in right after, his face cold. "Did you train at all today? Get back to physical training." "No way, squad leader." Everyone immediately protested, feeling wronged. Zheng Xian, with a sobbing tone, pleaded, "Squad leader, we've had a tough day too. We really can't do any more physical training, otherwise, we'll die." "Yeah, squad leader." Shang Haonan shouted, feeling aggrieved. "I'm so big and can't handle it. I feel completely drained." "You can't make someone like Hao Duo do physical training. He's still growing. You can't let him be done for so early." Hao Duo, scared, burst into tears. "Squad leader, I don't want to die. I haven't even married yet." Chang Lei was initially quite angry, but seeing Hao Duo crying so hard, his heart softened. "All right." Chang Lei pointed at them. "I let you rest well, but you all must be normal tomorrow." "Thank you, squad leader." Everyone was moved to tears. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and a foul smell quickly spread. Chang Lei shook his head helplessly and turned to find the company commander. Out of sight, out of mind, he feared that if he looked any longer, he might just die from anger. Once Chang Lei left, everyone's faces turned pale, and they immediately grabbed paper and rushed outside. Half an hour later, the recruits sat on the ground, panting heavily. Why hasn't it improved after taking the medicine? Cheng Haonan held his rumbling stomach. What's wrong with us? It must be Qin Chen, Zheng Qian suddenly said, and everyone immediately turned to him. Qin Chen? Yeah. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. We just messed with him, and then we couldn't sleep and had diarrhea. If it's not him, who else could it be? Right. Cheng Haonan, furious, slammed his fist on the ground. It's definitely that bastard Qin Chen who has ruined us. Old Zhang, think of a new plan quickly. Before Zhang Qian could respond, Qin Chen suddenly walked in with a smile. Hey, everyone's here. Everyone glared at Qin Chen as if he were a sworn enemy, their eyes blazing with fire. Don't look at me like that, Qin Chen said with a grin. You all insisted on making things difficult for me. Damn, it really is you. Cheng Haonan pointed at him angrily. What exactly did you do to us? Not much. Qin Chen shrugged. Just gave you some strong caffeine and a powerful laxative. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. No wonder they couldn't sleep last night. No wonder they had diarrhea all day. It was all Qin Chen's doing. You bastard, you. Cheng Haonan was about to charge at him, but as he exerted a little force, he immediately felt his stomach rumble even more violently, scaring him into stopping. Don't get too worked up, Qin Chen said with a big smile. If you get too excited, your intestines will move faster. I only gave you a small dose, so as long as you stay calm, it won't be so frequent. After all, you don't have any pants to change into. Qin Chen, you bastard. Zheng Qian glared at Qin Chen in anger. You're really too heartless. Same to you. Qin Chen shrugged. You all washed everything of mine, so you're not in a much better position. Seeing everyone staring at him intently, Qin Chen smiled. Don't worry, I actually have the antidote. It can help you return to normal. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Then hurry up and get it. Qin Chen smiled faintly. I can give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition. Let's make peace, and acknowledge me as your leader. Just an acknowledgement will do. Dream on, get lost. Cheng Haonan growled angrily. The faces of all the new recruits instantly became interesting. But before they could speak, Cheng Haonan was already pointing at Qin Chen. You made us suffer like this, and you want to make peace? You have to admit your mistake first, then. Alright. Qin Chen waved his hand. Then it seems we can't negotiate. So you all just continue, go on. Qin Chen smiled slightly and turned to walk out. So, what do we do now? Li Dasheng asked, holding his stomach. I don't believe his nonsense. Cheng Haonan snorted coldly. What bullshit strong laxative, it will definitely be fine by tomorrow morning. Don't be afraid. The next night, the lights out signal was blown, and each class turned off their lights one after another. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the classes. At this moment, in class 1, Chang Lei and Qin Chen were sound asleep in their beds. Qin Chen even let out a comfortable snore. As for the other new recruits, they were sitting there wide-eyed, each sporting big dark circles under their eyes. He's actually sleeping so soundly. Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Chen, clenching his fists in anger. I really want to beat him to death. Haonan, Li Dasheng said energetically, didn't you say the drug's effect wasn't strong? It's been 2 days, and the effect is still damn strong. Cheng Haonan looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected Qin Chen to be serious. The drug's effect was indeed incredibly strong. This won't do. Zheng Qian shook his head. We can endure, but not sleeping is definitely not an option. If we're this drained today, what if tomorrow is the same? The squad leader. Everyone swallowed hard. They hadn't slept a wink last night. Although they looked energetic, they actually had no strength. During the day's training, they performed terribly, but fortunately, Chang Lei thought they were just recovering, so he didn't say much. But if it continued like this tomorrow? Previously, they hadn't believed Qin Chen's words. But now that they had come this far, they were scared. Old Zhang, you're full of tricks. Cheng Haonan looked to Zheng Qian for help. Quick, think of a way. Everyone turned to Zheng Qian, placing their hopes on him. Zheng Qian clenched his fists and then glanced at Qin Chen, who seemed to be in a deep sleep. Zheng Qian gritted his teeth. There's no other way, we can only use this method. He quickly laid out the plan, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. Can this really work? Cheng Haonan looked speechless. Do you have any other ideas? Zheng Qian glared at him. Everyone looked helpless. Cheng Haonan glanced at Qin Chen, and his eyes flared with anger. We absolutely cannot let this kid continue to laugh at us. Cheng Haonan nodded. Let's do it. Old Xia, you've been checking for 2 nights in a row, Kong Xiang said with a smile beside advisor Xia. Is it really necessary to check our company again? We can handle it ourselves. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously, but inside he felt extremely anxious. Advisor Xia looked at Kong Xiang and then at Wu Ziyuan, smiling as he said, "The dignified Captain Wu usually never checks the sentries, yet today he actually came along. What does that mean?" "It means you're feeling guilty, and it means I was right to come. So, I must check." Kong Xiang quickly smiled. "How could that be? Old Wu can't sleep, so he came along. We have absolute confidence in our troops, right, Lao Wu?" Wu Ziyuan nodded, but his expression was grim. Xia Canmu glanced at Wu Ziyuan's face and smiled slightly. "Alright, we're here now, let's take a look." "Let's go." Kong Xiang saw him quicken his pace and had no choice but to follow Wu Ziyuan. "You just checked, right? No problems?" Wu Ziyuan asked quietly. Kong Xiang nodded. "I just checked half an hour ago, definitely no problems, they're all behaving, no trouble." Wu Ziyuan sighed in relief. "Then I can relax." The three of them went directly to Class 1, and Xia Canmu turned on the flashlight. Kong Xiang asked with a smile, "So, is everything okay?" The smile on Xia Canmu's face instantly froze. "What the hell?" Wu Ziyuan was startled and leaned forward, immediately stunned by the scene before him. "What the hell? What the hell? What on earth are you doing?" Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily, spitting as he spoke. Outside the dormitory building, the new recruits stood shivering in a row. They never expected that just wanting to sleep would lead to this unfortunate encounter with Xia Canmu. "What the hell is going on? Speak up." Wu Ziyuan pointed at them, trembling with anger. "Every day you're causing trouble, not sleeping, now you're all trying to commit collective suicide. Do you have a problem? Do you have to make things difficult for me? Tell me, what are you really trying to do?" Wu Ziyuan yelled in front of Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan was so scared he almost cried. "Squad leader, we don't even know what we're doing." Wu Ziyuan was nearly fainting from anger, and Chang Lei's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Qin Shen was desperately holding back his laughter. He never expected things would develop this way. He would never have thought that this group of people, just to be able to sleep, would come up with the idea of hitting each other on the head to knock each other out so they could sleep. But after hitting each other for a long time, none of them got knocked out, and instead, Xia Canmu and the others saw a group of people hitting each other on the head. Qin Shen was already having a great time. To come up with such an idea and still be this unlucky, it was truly something. Xia Canmu, furious, pointed at them. "Today has really opened my eyes. You guys are really united, everything has to be done together?" Hearing this, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei's faces turned crimson. Kong Xiang hurriedly smiled and patted him. "Old Xia, don't say that. They're all young, full of energy, it's understandable. When we were young." Xia Canmu glared at him. "When I was young, I wouldn't gather so many people to do this. Would you do this with Lao Wu?" This. Kong Xiang's face turned red. "Look at what you're saying." Xia Canmu angrily pointed at them, suddenly noticing Qin Shen, who was holding back laughter nearby. "This soldier is the only normal one." Xia Canmu pointed at him. "Out of the whole class, he's the only one who isn't crazy." Wu Ziyuan looked at Qin Shen, his eyelids twitching. At that moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The new recruits all turned to look at Qin Shen, each one nearly exploding with anger because Qin Shen was making faces at them. At this moment, everyone wanted to kill Qin Shen. "All right." Xia Canmu exhaled. "I'm going back, it's too painful to watch, I really can't take it anymore." "Don't, old Xie." Kong Xiang hurriedly followed him. "Give the young people a chance, please don't report this." Watching Kong Xiang and Xia Canmu leave, Wu Ziyuan glared at all the new recruits, scaring everyone into lowering their heads. Wu Ziyuan's voice trembled with anger. "What are you all thinking about all day? Can anyone tell me? Let me know what you're really trying to do." "Squad leader." Chang Lei stood tall. "It's all my fault for not teaching them well, I take the biggest responsibility. I haven't even said anything about you yet." Wu Ziyuan angrily pointed at him. "What kind of squad leader are you? How do you do your job? What are your soldiers thinking about all day?" "Yes." Chang Lei's face was serious. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him for a long time, holding back his anger before roaring. One warning. Think carefully about how to lead your soldiers." "Yes." Chang Lei shouted. Qin Shen's smile instantly vanished, and his heart sank. He only wanted to mess with Cheng Haonan and the others, never thinking it would implicate Chang Lei. "Squad leader, shut up." Wu Ziyuan interrupted directly, coldly staring at him. "You are a soldier now too. Think about how to integrate into the squad, why don't they involve you in their tasks?" Suddenly, he paused. "Of course, I didn't mean for you to do those things with them. I mean, think about why you're not well liked and whether you're suited to be a soldier." "Yes." Qin Shen nodded. "But this matter has nothing to do with the squad leader, please don't punish him." "Squad leader." Zheng Xian shouted. "It's not our squad leader's fault, it's all us." "You all shut up too. Wu Ziyuan angrily pointed at them. You've embarrassed your squad leader and our company. Think about why you came to the army. If you like to play, go home and play. Chang Lei. Here. Wu Ziyuan roared. Now, take them to do push-ups and think carefully while you're at it. Remember, if they're not tired, don't stop. Yes. Chang Lei shouted. Wu Ziyuan suddenly turned around, glaring at Qin Chen. Go back to sleep and think about what I said. He snorted coldly and angrily walked towards the company office. Squad leader, we've implicated you. Zheng Qian looked at Chang Lei bitterly. Chang Lei glanced at everyone inside. Alright, don't say anything. Think carefully about what the squad leader just said. Let's go. Everyone followed Chang Lei towards the playground, and Qin Chen watched their backs, feeling helpless. I'm sorry, squad leader. Qin Chen exhaled. This was purely collateral damage. I was wrong, and I will make it up to you. The sky gradually brightened, and loud slogans echoed throughout the training regiment. Wu Ziyuan stood at the edge of the playground with dark circles under his eyes, wearing a no-entry expression. Kong Xiang walked over with a smile. What's wrong? Didn't sleep all night? Looking like a giant panda. How can I sleep? Wu Ziyuan said angrily. After so many years as a soldier and having led many soldiers, I've never seen a class like this one. Why am I so unlucky? Kong Xiang smiled. Don't worry, I've already talked to Staff Officer Xia. He agreed not to report it and to give the new recruits a chance. He patted Wu Ziyuan. The new comrades are all spoiled brats from home, unlike us back then. In the new era, we need new methods of leading soldiers. Be patient. Wu Ziyuan sighed, then coldly said, but this is the army. We are here to fight at any time and to protect our country. With them like this. Sigh. Kong Xiang smiled slightly. That Qin Chen, isn't he doing well? Don't even mention him. Wu Ziyuan said irritably, the whole class does everything without including him. He can't integrate into the group at all. I really don't know what Chang Lei is doing. Why hasn't he kicked him out yet? Kong Xiang shook his head. You just have too much prejudice against him, so you can't see his brilliance. I think he's quite good. Good my ass. Wu Ziyuan scoffed, relying on connections to get ahead. What brilliance can he have? No, you need to talk to Chang Lei and remind him not to forget our previous agreement. I don't want my good soldier to be dragged down by that thing. Kong Xiang looked at his stubborn expression and smiled helplessly. Wu Ziyuan didn't pay attention to Qin Chen, but he had been watching him all along. He had been watching Qin Chen's changes closely. However, Kong Xiang knew very well that no matter what he said, Wu Ziyuan would never believe him. Forget it, just wait until you discover it yourself. The day quickly came to an end. After dinner, the new recruits were organized to watch the news as usual. After the news, each class conducted a brief evening exercise. Once the exercise was over, it was time for a short break. Some recruits rushed to the convenience store to buy snacks, while others went to the restroom. Some were washing clothes, others were freshening up, and the whole company was bustling with activity. Bang! Chen Hanan plopped down on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. The other recruits were no better off, all slumped in various corners. From last night until now, they had been training non-stop, hardly taking a break. They had never been this tired since joining the new recruit company. Everyone, hurry up and wash up, Chang Lei said coldly while holding a basin. Get a good night's sleep tonight, and don't cause any more trouble. Yes, everyone replied weakly. Chang Lei shook his head and turned to leave. He had exhausted all his means to push everyone hard enough. He didn't believe they could cause any more trouble. If they did, he would be powerless to intervene. Qin Shin quickly grabbed a basin and rushed out. He was exhausted and just wanted to take a hot shower. Watching his back, everyone felt a surge of anger. This bastard has put us in such a terrible situation and doesn't even have the decency to apologize, Li Dasheng said, clenching his fists in anger. Apologize? Zheng Qian's face was filled with fury. He told me today that we should bow our heads and admit defeat, or else there would be worse to come. Damn him! Cheng Hanan jumped up in anger, but immediately felt a sharp pain in his stomach, causing him to grimace. Everyone, Cheng Hanan glared at everyone, this is no longer about him riding on our heads, now we have a blood feud with him. Right! Flames of anger ignited in everyone's eyes. The whole company knew that they had been caught in their collective act last night. Wherever they went today, they were met with laughter, and some even mocked them on purpose. They had lost all face, all thanks to Qin Shen. Old Zhang, Cheng Hanan glared at Zheng Xian, if we don't beat him up, we won't even be considered men. This matter is definitely not over. Zheng Qian nodded silently. You're right, this kid's methods are too shameless. We definitely can't outmatch him. The only way now is to beat him into submission. Then what are we waiting for? Cheng Hanan shouted fiercely. Damn it, let's go for it. Today, the common people are really happy, hey. Qin Chen sang cheerfully while taking a shower. He held the soap like a microphone and started spinning around. But as he turned, he suddenly froze. The soap flew out of his hand with a plop. Just as he was about to turn around to pick it up, he noticed a pair of feet standing next to the soap. Qin Shen looked up to see Zheng Qian, Chang Haonan, and the others. Seeing the group glaring at him with anger, his eyelids twitched. He began to hesitate, should he pick up the soap or not? Qin Shen swallowed hard. I'm not doing that. I won't accept your apology in this way. Shut up. Chang Haonan pointed at him angrily. Apologize to you? How can you even say that? You bastard, you've made us suffer so much, and now I'm both tired and have a stomachache. Today, we're settling this. Qin Shen's eyes lit up. Settle it? Really? Zheng Qian snorted coldly and turned to the few soldiers still showering, waving his hand. Everyone, this is our class's own conflict. It has nothing to do with you. Walk faster, and don't say anything outside. A few new recruits sensed something was off and hurriedly wiped themselves down, wrapping towels around their bodies before rushing out. They weren't afraid of hurting innocents, it was just that this group had a notorious reputation, and they were scared of being. Once everyone had left, Li Dashang went over to close the bathroom door, and everyone gathered around Qin Shen with ill intentions. Qin Shen quickly covered himself, saying, Hey, I'm really not into this. Although I was just singing. But that was just a song. I didn't invite you. Go to hell. Chang Haonan's eyes were blazing with anger. You're such a piece of trash, using that kind of stuff on us. What were you thinking? Stop wasting time with him, hurry up. Zheng Qian interrupted, then coldly stared at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, we don't want to drag this out. Let's settle this today. Qin Shen had already put on his pants and smiled at them. So you agree to my terms? It's about time. Be my little brothers, call me big brother, and you'll get money. You won't lose out. Shut up. Zheng Qian pointed at him. I'm laying down the law. First, you apologize to all of us and treat us to a meal as compensation. One meal isn't enough? Chang Haonan's eyes widened. It has to be 3 meals. Right, 3 meals. Zheng Qian nodded. Then we can forgive you. But from now on, you can't show off during training, or we'll be punished every day. Qin Shen rolled his eyes. Let's hear the second one. Second, Li Dashang snorted. If you don't agree to the first, we'll beat you until you do. Zheng Qian looked coldly at Qin Shen. We've already made concessions, it's best if you agree. Otherwise, we're really considering beating you to death. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone tightened their fists, glaring at him. Qin Shen was speechless, these conditions were as good as nothing. Especially the training part. If he agreed, how could he still be the top recruit? I don't want to agree to either of those. Ha! Everyone stepped forward immediately. How about this? Qin Shen smiled at them. I'll take a step back. You call me boss, and I'll still give you money, but you won't have to help me with my work anymore. In the future, during training, I can teach you a thing or two to help you improve. How about that? Not bad, right? Hiss. Everyone gasped. You. Chang Haonan trembled with anger. You still want to teach us? We've been here 2 months longer than you. Do you think you're a veteran? Qin Shen shrugged. I don't want to teach you, but aren't you always getting punished for being too weak? If I teach you, you won't have to bear the penalties. Damn! Stop wasting time with him. Chang Haonan shouted. This guy needs a good beating to behave. Zheng Qian nodded. Qin Shen, if you don't want the way out we're offering, then don't blame us. Go! He immediately stepped back to stand with Hao Duo. Chang Haonan and the others could no longer hold back, grinning as they charged at Qin Shen. Hey, let's talk this out. I don't want to fight you. Qin Shen retreated to the corner. At the same time, his punch was charged and ready, his right fist brimming with power. You're still going to hit us? Chang Haonan laughed in anger. I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. He raised his fist and smashed it directly toward Qin Shen's chest. The others followed suit, all knowing not to hit the face, or else the squad leader would find out. But hitting the body wouldn't be noticed. Don't. Qin Shen stepped back while delivering a precise punch. Don't come over, don't. Bang! The next second, Chang Haonan's face twisted in an instant. It felt like his stomach had been hit by a heavy hammer, and his pupils dilated rapidly. Both feet suddenly left the ground, and the whole person bent into a C shape, uncontrollably flying backward. The 3 people behind him only felt a gust of wind rush past. Then, everything went dark, and a huge object crashed heavily into them, sending them flying backward together. Bang! 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 The 3 soldiers were knocked out like bowling pins. Chang Haonan fared worse. Not only did he fly out more than 2 meters, but when he landed, he also fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down from the pain. He quickly propped himself up with both hands, barely managing to stay upright. However, at that moment, his posture looked more like he was bowing to an elder for the new year. Silence. Absolute silence. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out, quickly retreating several steps in fear. Haonan, are you okay? Zheng Qian stammered. Cheng Haonan struggled to lift his head, shook his finger at him, and smiled lightly. I am not. Ugh. By the time he got to the third word, he suddenly vomited everything he had eaten that evening. The force of it scared the other recruits into retreating hastily, quickly covering their noses. Damn, that smell is too strong. Zheng Qian looked at his disheveled appearance and swallowed hard. He turned his head with difficulty to see Qin Shen slowly retracting his palm, wearing a solemn expression like a martial arts master. He never would have thought that this seemingly frail guy could be so powerful. With a light slap, he had sent Cheng Haonan, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds, into such a state. Not to mention, he had also knocked the 3 others away. It should be known that Cheng Haonan had the nickname Tank in the recruit company, and no one dared to be arrogant in front of him. What kind of strength did Qin Shen possess? At that moment, Qin Shen was feeling ecstatic. He had almost burst from holding back last time. This time, he successfully unleashed it, and he was surprised by the power it had. If he leveled up in the future, it would be incredible. Qin Shen suppressed his overwhelming joy and slowly shook his finger at them. Originally, I just wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. Why did you have to force me to take action? All the recruits immediately felt a tightening in their chests, their scalps tingling. Why you? You know martial arts? Zheng Qian looked at Qin Shen in horror. Of course. Qin Shen waved his hand in the air a few times, striking a Wing Chun stance. Young man, I advise you to back off and not force me to act. That punch just now was the result of my 20 years of training. Can you withstand it? Beneath Qin Shen's inscrutable exterior, he was actually panicking. After delivering a punch like a superhero, he immediately entered cooldown mode. If these guys rushed him now, he would only be able to take a beating. Fortunately, Qin Shen's movements were very standard, almost identical to those in a Donnie Yen movie. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, all gasping in shock. This guy was actually a master. Thank goodness they hadn't rushed him just now, otherwise, the outcome would have been disastrous. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated them, Qin Shen let out a sigh of relief but still threatened. So, do you want to continue? Alright, come on, this time I'll take on 10. Just as Zheng Qian was scared to death, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Everyone's hearts raced. As they turned their heads, the door was slammed open. Chang Lei and several other squad leaders rushed in urgently. Following closely were the company commander and the instructor. But when they saw Cheng Haonan kneeling on the ground, everyone froze. Chang Lei shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Cheng Haonan, why are you kneeling on the ground?" Cheng Haonan's expression was twisted, drool hanging from his mouth, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Report. Squad leader, the ground, it was too slippery, and I accidentally fell." "Then why the hell are you crying?" Chang Lei glared at him fiercely. Cheng Haonan was in agony, tears streaming down his face. "It hurts, squad leader. Come here. You're crying too." Chang Lei glanced around the room, and before he could speak, Wu Ziyuan pushed him aside. Seeing the company commander arrive, all the new recruits quickly stood at attention, and Qin Shen hurriedly put on his pants. Wu Ziyuan looked at Qin Shen, then at the others, and immediately guessed what had just happened. His face darkened frighteningly. Not bad, really making a scene, one trick after another. This time a group of people ganged up on one, and look at the state you're in, truly impressive. Commander, I really just slipped, Cheng Haonan said, but immediately retched again. Enough with the nonsense, how can you fall and end up like this? You clearly got beaten down. Several squad leaders chimed in, and Chang Lei's eyes twitched violently. They say family shame should not be aired, and his soldiers causing such a ruckus was already embarrassing enough. Now, with so many people witnessing it, his old face was completely lost. Wu Ziyuan looked at Chang Lei with a cold smile, while Chang Lei blushed, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Just kill me already." Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare. After all, this was his best soldier, and with no outsiders around today, he really couldn't bear to punish him. "What are you still kneeling for? Get up quickly." Instructor Kong Xiang hurried over to mediate. "Quickly tell the commander the truth." Zheng Qian waved his hand, and the new recruits rushed to help the fallen ones up. Cheng Haonan was still in pain, tears flowing freely, and even with help, he could only bend over. He never expected Qin Shen could actually fight. Had he known it would end like this, he wouldn't have dared to confront Qin Shen head-on. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly. "What else is there to say? Even a fool can see what happened." Kong Xiang poked him and whispered, "This incident doesn't look good, don't let it spread. They've already embarrassed the whole regiment, am I still worried about it getting out?" Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. Kong Xiang awkwardly smiled and retreated helplessly, leaving them to fend for themselves. Wu Ziyuan's eyes blazed with anger. A bunch of useless soldiers. You've been in the army for 2 months longer than them, and you still ended up like this. If you were in my company, I'd train you to death. What a disgrace. Zheng Qian and the others were so ashamed they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Who knew Qin Shen was this strong? Class leader. Here. Your class's energy is too high, Wu Ziyuan roared. You, take them to the playground and run for 2 hours, not a minute less. Then, tomorrow everyone writes a self-criticism in front of the whole company. Yes, Chang Lei shouted. Commander, the 5th squad leader said with a smile, let's let Qin Shen off. He was bullied, it was self-defense. Yeah, Commander, the 3rd squad leader quickly added. He didn't provoke anyone, it was purely instinctive retaliation. Wu Ziyuan suddenly turned his head, and the squad leaders immediately fell silent. Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Isn't he a soldier? Aren't they comrades? And is fighting allowed in the army? All the squad leaders had nothing to say. Wu Ziyuan shouted, the army is a collective, sharing honor and disgrace, advancing and retreating together. Do I need to say more? Yes. All the squad leaders quickly stood tall. Everyone knew the commander was furious, and they hoped not to get burned by it. Chang Lei, what are you still dawdling for? Wu Ziyuan turned his head. Run. 1st squad, Chang Lei shouted, destination, playground, run. Yes. All the new recruits followed Chang Lei with grim faces. Chung Haonan gritted his teeth in pain, tears streaming down. But looking at the commander's murderous gaze, he didn't dare to make a sound. Qin Shen also finished dressing and quickly followed. Although he was being punished, he felt pretty good at the moment. I've wanted to personally take care of these guys for a long time, and I've finally got the chance, and the consequences aren't too serious. If possible, I'd like to give them another punch later. After all, Zheng Qian and the others haven't had a taste of it yet. Qin Shen looked at Chung Haonan and the others' foolish expressions, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This punch today should have subdued them, right? Tomorrow, who knows, there might be an unexpected surprise. Maybe when I wake up, they'll come to admit defeat. A group of people rushed out of the restroom, and Qin Shen quickly dashed behind Chang Lei. Class leader, why don't you stop running? Qin Shen had principles. Whoever provoked him, he would trouble them in return. Chang Lei treated him well, but after being scolded by Wu Ziyuan repeatedly because of them, Qin Shen felt a bit guilty. I can run with them, Qin Shen said. You just watch from the side, we won't slack off. Zheng Qian and the others glared at Qin Shen, thinking, damn it, is this the time for you to play the good guy? Enough said, Chang Lei said, running ahead without looking back. You are comrades and should care for each other. On the battlefield, you can trust each other with your backs. You may not be blood brothers, but you should be closer than brothers. He said solemnly, I have always wanted to improve your military skills but neglected to educate you on this point. That is my dereliction of duty. The company commander is right, you have become like this, and I bear a large responsibility. Run! Chang Lei shouted, we will reflect together. Looking at Chang Lei's back, not just Qin Shen, but everyone fell silent at that moment. Chang Lei was a good class leader, but because of their conflicts, he had suffered continuously, and everyone felt uneasy about it. Qin Shen took a deep breath, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. At this moment, he still couldn't fully understand Chang Lei's words. Why trust someone else with your back? Isn't it better to rely on yourself? Can others be trusted? He shook his head, not thinking too much, and strode forward. The others silently followed, not a word spoken. Now it was Chang Lei's turn to look at their backs. I hope that after today, you all can grow. You are no longer just young people in society, you are soldiers now. At this moment, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang also walked out of the restroom. A few class leaders greeted each other and hurriedly ran back. Old Wu, don't be angry anymore, Kong Xiang patted Wu Ziyuan. Chang Lei is your soldier, you have to trust him. He can definitely lead this group of new soldiers well. Wu Ziyuan clenched his fists. How can I not worry? I originally thought Qin Shen was a troublemaker, but now I realize this entire class is not easy to handle. I'm afraid they will collectively drag down my best soldiers. He took a deep breath. I've been focusing all my energy on the 7th and 8th classes and haven't paid attention to them. It seems I need to shift my focus a bit. Kong Xiang looked deeply at Wu Ziyuan. He knew Chang Lei's position in Wu Ziyuan's heart. When Wu Ziyuan had just become an officer, Chang Lei was the class leader, and they had been through so many years together. Naturally, he didn't want Chang Lei to leave the army just like that. He sighed. I still say, trust Chang Lei, he is a good class leader. However, that Qin Shen is quite unexpected, Kong Xiang said with a smile. I didn't expect him to be so strong. That's a pleasant surprise. Perhaps. What good is being strong? Wu Ziyuan said disdainfully. No matter how strong he is, he doesn't act like a soldier. Look at his interpersonal relationships. Can the army accommodate someone like him? Don't speak well of him, I just don't think highly of him. I can see at a glance that he is different from the others, at least his thoughts are not the same as theirs. Kong Sang smiled helplessly. This obsession of the military family was indeed too deep. By the way, Wu Ziyuan suddenly frowned. Have you noticed that the attitudes of the other class leaders seem a bit off? Kong Xiang was taken aback. Is there? Of course there is. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly. I had them target Qin Shen, but look at them, they just helped Qin Shen speak. These guys have issues. Kong Xiang quickly coughed a few times. Alright, stop overthinking it. Let's hurry back and rest. He grabbed Wu Ziyuan and headed towards the barracks, afraid he would cause more trouble. In the dormitory, Qin Shen lay sprawled on the bed, snoring comfortably. The other new recruits were all exhausted, feeling like old men on their last legs. The 2 hours of running had nearly killed them, but it had also invigorated them, and for a moment, no one could fall asleep. Watching Qin Shen snore loudly, everyone clenched their fists in anger. But no one had the thought of beating Qin Shen again. Not wanting to implicate the squad leader was one reason, but the main reason was that they simply couldn't win. Zheng Xian saw the squad leader had already fallen asleep and whispered, "That bastard Qin Shen sleeps like a dead pig while we're in pain and can't sleep. It's really infuriating." Cheng Haonan said angrily, "This matter isn't over, Lao Zhang, think of a way, we have to get back at him." "No way, big brother," Li Dasheng said with a long face, "let it go, we can't handle him." "Yeah." How Duo shook his head vigorously. "We should just give in, he's too strong." "A bunch of cowards," Cheng Haonan glared at them. Zheng Qian shot him a glare. "Haonan, you were beaten to a pulp by him, how can we take him on? What do you have left to confront him with?" Everyone nodded silently, they were genuinely afraid of Qin Shen. Cheng Haonan's face turned red. "Right, I can't beat him. Who would have thought he was that strong? Actually, I want to give in too, that punch still hurts a lot." Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. "That's more like it," Zheng Qian said with a relaxed smile. "Actually, he hasn't really done anything to us, it's us. But we can't give in now." "What?" Zheng Qian stared at Cheng Haonan. You just. Cheng Haonan waved his hand. "We can't just give in because he beat us, that would be too embarrassing. At the very least, we have to win in some aspects, or at worst, be on equal footing. Otherwise, he'll really ride on our heads and do whatever he wants, giving us no face at all." How Duo said quietly, "I think Qin Shen isn't as you say. As long as we..." "Shut up, what do you know?" Cheng Haonan said seriously, "I can read people well." Zheng Qian rolled his eyes. "You can read people? Even a sow can climb a tree, you just want to save face, right? Lao Zhang." Cheng Haonan looked at him pleadingly. "I'm taking the beating for everyone, you can't back down at a critical moment. You have a lot of clever ideas, help me out." Zheng Qian looked at the others. "What do you all think?" "Everyone." Cheng Haonan quickly turned to the others. "I'm your brother, you can't back down now. I'm begging you." Seeing his pitiful expression, Li Dasheng nodded with a pained face. "Fine, but this is definitely the last time. If you can't do it, you have to give in. I don't want to experience the golden gun never falls again." The others nodded as if in a nightmare. They never wanted to experience that feeling again, it was too terrifying. "It's a must." Cheng Haonan looked at Zheng Qian excitedly. "Lao Zhang, it's up to you." "Okay." Zheng Qian gritted his teeth and nodded. "This is the last time, if we still can't win, we'll give in." The other soldiers nodded repeatedly, they were genuinely afraid of provoking Qin Shen and not surviving until the new recruits were assigned to their units. Qin Shen's methods had already left them psychologically scarred. "Congratulations, sir, you've secured another 100 billion order." Wang Rifa smiled as he handed Qin Jiaqing a glass of Norman cognac. "Hey." Qin Jiaqing looked at the swaying red wine in his glass and sighed heavily. He slumped on the sofa, lacking any spirit. Wang Rifa quietly asked, "Sir, are you thinking about the young master again?" Qin Jiaqing put down his wine glass. "Yes. The army is so tough, the food is so bad, Xiao Luo must have lost a lot of weight. I don't even know if he's being bullied in the army, I'm really worried about him." Wang Rifa comforted him. "Sir, once the young master has endured enough hardship, he will naturally come back. There's no need to rush." "That's true," Qin Jiaqing said bitterly, "but with Xiao Luo not around, not spending my money, I have no sense of achievement, no motivation at all. I feel like a useless person." Wang Rifa smiled wryly. If those competitors you defeated heard this, they would probably cry in the bathroom. He thought for a moment and said, "How about I call Colonel Qi and ask how the young master is doing? Maybe he's already struggling and wants to come back?" Yes, that's very possible." Qin Jiaqing perked up immediately. "Hurry, what are we waiting for? Once he comes back, I'll have the motivation to earn money and work." All right. Thank you, Colonel Qi." Just as Wang Rifa hung up the phone with a smile, Qin Jiaqing immediately leaned in. So, is Xiao Luo going to be sent back? Seeing Qin Jiaqing's anxious look, Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. Colonel Qi said that the battalion the young master is in is the toughest training ground. So, I believe he should be reaching his limit soon. Qin Jiaqing asked anxiously, then, when can he come back? Wang Rifa replied, counting the days, I think at most 2 weeks. Qin Jiaqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of smiles. Now I can relax, haha. I bet that kid is regretting joining the army right now. Maybe he's hiding under the covers, secretly crying and thinking about me, haha. Wang Rifa hesitated and said, but the young master went this time to pursue military flowers. If he comes back like this, he might be a bit discouraged. Then let him go on vacation to clear his mind. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand grandly. Didn't you just buy him an island in the Caribbean? Get 100 supermodels over there, throw a grand beach party. In a few days, he'll be fine. Wang Rifa gave a thumbs up. You really think of everything, sir? I'll take care of it right away. Wait, what is it, sir? Qin Jiaqing said seriously, after everything is arranged, let me have the final say. Not just any woman is qualified to get close to my son, Qin Jiaqing. It has to be carefully selected. Yes, sir. Wang Rifa looked awkward. You really are a good father. At 2 in the morning, outside the 9th Company, Staff Officer Xie smiled and said, Commander, I can handle the patrol. You don't need to come personally. Gao Kun shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense. As the commander, I need to understand the situation of each company. Otherwise, how would you not fool me? Staff Officer Xie awkwardly smiled. Commander, look at what you're saying. How could I dare? Really, the 9th Company is doing fine. Quit the chatter, lead the way. Gao Kun hurriedly walked inside, and Staff Officer Xie had no choice but to follow quickly. He really wanted to inform Kong Xiang and Wu Ziyuan, but with Gao Kun suddenly showing up, he didn't have time. Gao Kun walked ahead with a stern face, feeling very displeased. In the middle of the night, who knows what got into the commander, pulling him out of bed with a phone call, insisting on asking about Qin Chen's situation. How the hell would he know? After handing him over to Wu Ziyuan, he hadn't cared since. When this kid first arrived, Gao Kun had a very bad impression of him, a strong social vibe, so he didn't bother to ask. Who knows why the commander suddenly asked in the middle of the night? He could only dodge a few questions and then rush over to check the situation. Otherwise, if the commander asks again next time and he stutters without being able to answer, it would be disastrous. Commander, this way. Assistant Xie glanced at Class 1 and immediately wanted to take Gao Kun to another class. He already had a psychological shadow over those new recruits in Class 1, fearing that Gao Kun would uncover problems there, which would also count as a personal favor owed to him by Wu Ziyuan. Qin, what was it? Qin Chen, right? Gao Kun suddenly said, where's that soldier who was assigned last? Assistant Xie immediately felt a tightness in his chest, truly fearing that what he dreaded would come true. He. Assistant Xie laughed awkwardly. Speak up. Gao Kun glared at him. You can't possibly not know the situation, right? What are you checking every day for? Assistant Xie, helpless, could only point to Class 1, and Gao Kun immediately strode over. Sorry, old Wu, I tried my best. Assistant Xie sighed inwardly and quickly followed. When they got closer, Gao Kun snatched the flashlight and shone it directly inside. The dark dormitory was instantly illuminated, revealing several new recruits sitting in a circle, all startled and turning their heads at the light. Each of their eyes reflected the light, looking eerily terrifying, almost scaring Gao Kun into a faint. Damn! Not sleeping at this hour, are you trying to communicate with spirits? Assistant Xie covered his face. This class is truly a bunch of oddballs, hopeless, completely hopeless. Run faster. On the playground, Chang Lei shouted angrily, you really are giving me face. Thought you would reflect on yourselves, but instead, you're causing trouble. If the company commander doesn't run you to death today, I will. Cheng Haonan and the others were running out of breath, large beads of sweat dripping down. Zheng Qian had just thought of a way to deal with Qin Chen and was discussing it with everyone when they unexpectedly came to check the beds. Haven't they checked once already? Why are they back? Why are we so unlucky? Li Dashang said painfully. Cheng Haonan looked aggrieved. Who the hell would have thought they'd come to check at 2 in the morning? Is the leader so excited he can't sleep? What are you babbling about? Chang Lei yelled, speed up, run. Everyone, helpless, could only grit their teeth and run forward. In the company, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang stood honestly in front of Gao Kun. Assistant Xie stood to the side, helplessly shrugging at them. Sorry, Commander. Wu Ziyuan said with a dark face, it's all my fault, it has nothing to do with Class 1, it's me. Enough. Gao Kun waved his hand. What happened just now was inconsequential, he was concerned about Qin Chen. Tell me about Qin Chen, how has he been lately? As soon as Kong Xiang heard this, he knew Gao Kun was no longer angry and quickly smiled. Commander, he is not doing well. Wu Ziyuan interrupted him, frowning. He's at rock bottom. I suggest we send him back right now. Kong Xiang felt a chill run down his spine and glared fiercely at Wu Ziyuan. Can't you see the commander specifically came to ask about Qin Chen? Why do you have to walk into the line of fire? Bang! Sure enough, Gao Kun slammed his hand on the table. Staring angrily at Wu Ziyuan, he said, "What did you promise me? You said you would take good care of him and definitely complete the task? Oh, now you're backing out? I even praised you as the best company commander. I see you're not worth a damn if you can't even manage one new recruit." Commander! Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. "It's my incompetence. You're right about everything. But you also saw, he has difficulty integrating into the group. The soldiers in his class won't include him in anything. Is someone like that suitable for the army? Anyone can change." Gao Kun stood up in anger. "The army is a great melting pot. Even rusty iron can be remade into good steel. If he hasn't improved, it's your responsibility." "Yes." Wu Ziyuan straightened his chest. "I take full responsibility." "You take responsibility for what?" Gao Kun rushed in front of him, wanting to curse, but the words caught in his throat. He lowered his voice and said, "Wu Ziyuan, think about what you initially. You are nothing but a piece of crap, proud like a fighting cock, unable to integrate into the group. But didn't you manage to fit in later? You've worked hard to get to where you are today." Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched, memories of his past surfacing in his mind. Gao Kun said with a kind expression, "Back then, your father said you wouldn't amount to anything, but you chose the hardest path to become who you are now. I remember you told me that no matter what difficulties you face in the future, you would overcome them yourself. Now, Qin Chen is a difficulty you can't overcome? No need to say more." Gao Kun said coldly, "He must participate in the new recruit assessment. If he fails, at least you tried. But if you give up now, you lose to yourself. Since he has joined the army and put on this uniform, as commanders, we cannot give up on any soldier." Wu Ziyuan stared intently at Gao Kun, who met his gaze without flinching. "Yes." Wu Ziyuan nodded. Kong Xiang let out a sigh of relief, fearing Wu Ziyuan would argue further and anger the commander. Gao Kun smiled slightly and patted him. "I'm looking forward to his performance. If he passes, it proves your capability." With that, he strode out. Xia, the advisor, exchanged a glance with the instructor and hurriedly followed. After sending off Gao Kun, the instructor returned with a smile. "Old Wu, you finally see the light. Tell me, why be so stubborn?" Wu Ziyuan plopped down in a chair. "Notify all the squad leaders, don't make things difficult for Qin Chen. Also, inform the next squad leader to give it their all and not to give up on Qin Chen. I owe him that. But tell him, if there are any troubles, I will still help him out." Kong Xiang smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Probably no need for you to instruct. The squad leaders wouldn't trouble Qin Chen anyway." Moreover, he could see that Chang Lei had already thrown himself into it seriously. The wake-up call rang, and Qin Chen reflexively jumped up. Just as he was about to get dressed, he saw the other recruits sluggishly getting up, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. "What's wrong with you? Didn't sleep all night?" Qin Chen asked curiously. Everyone shot him a glare. Last night, Qin Chen had slept like a pig. They had been punished to run, and when they returned, Qin Chen's snoring had been so loud that they hadn't slept at all. "What's going on?" Qin Chen asked, puzzled. The recruits exchanged glances, then suddenly turned their heads, all revealing a meaningful smile at Qin Chen. Before he could react, they had already dressed and rushed outside. Qin Chen twitched his eyes, utterly confused. "What's wrong with these guys?" Beep beep beep. The urgent whistle sounded. "All squads assemble." The barracks erupted in activity. All the soldiers quickly rushed out, assembling by squad in front of the dormitory building. They then quickly gathered on the playground. Once the entire company was assembled, Wu Ziyuan stood before them with a stern face. "Listen up!" With a bang, everyone quickly stood at attention. At ease. Wu Ziyuan scanned the crowd and said coldly, "I just received news that there will be significant changes to this year's new recruit assessment." Everyone was taken aback, and he continued, "Our army has 3 divisions, and there are a total of 3 new recruit training regiments. They will all be assessed together." Surprise spread across everyone's faces, especially the squad leaders. In previous years, each division's training regiment conducted assessments separately. Afterward, the new recruits would be assigned to various units. It had never happened before for all 3 training regiments to gather for an assessment. Wu Ziyuan spoke with enthusiasm. "I don't need to say much about this assessment, everyone should be very clear. Since it's 3 training regiments together, we won't just be competing with our regiment's new recruits, but also with those from other divisions. At that time, not only the division commander will come, but also the leaders from the army. Let's see what you've got. You are not just fighting for the honor of our company, but for the honor of our division. In the coming time, each class needs to focus on training. If you can make a stunning impression in front of the entire army, the benefits need not be mentioned. Do you all understand? Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. The faces of the class leaders were filled with excitement. They all knew what the benefits the company commander was referring to. If they could show their faces in front of the division commander or army leaders, whether it was staying in the unit or being promoted, they would be given priority. Qin Shen stood in the ranks, a smile appearing on his face. The system task was to achieve first place among the new recruits for a reward, and now with 3 new recruit regiments competing together, the difficulty had increased significantly. If he could take first place, wouldn't the reward double? Thinking of this, Qin Shen felt a surge of happiness, but then he glanced at the few guys beside him, and his heart sank. He had already asked the system, and the task order could not be skipped, which meant he had to deal with them before the new recruit assessment. Otherwise, even if Qin Shen achieved first place among the new recruits in the entire army and exceeded the task requirements, he would not receive any rewards. Qin Shen took a deep breath. That punch from last night should have been enough to intimidate them. If it wasn't, he really had no other options. Classes, disperse and continue training. Class 1, right turn. Class 2, right turn. Class 3. Each class marched in orderly steps, running in different directions. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. Their company was currently ranked first in the entire regiment. When the 3 training regiments came together, getting into the top 3 should not be a problem. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Qin Shen in the distance. He took a step forward but immediately stopped. He originally wanted to go over and encourage Qin Shen, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Forget it, the instructor has already spoken to Chang Lei. Wu Ziyuan clenched his fists. Qin Shen, I won't trouble you anymore. I've given you the opportunity. If you still can't do it. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Stand still. Bang. Left turn. Bang. Everyone in Class 1 faced their class leader. Chang Lei looked seriously at everyone. You all heard what the company commander said, right? This year's assessment is more important than in previous years. If you can achieve good results, I will take you all to the division's reconnaissance battalion. Excitement spread across everyone's faces. They had long heard that both the class leader and the company commander came from the division's reconnaissance battalion, the Iron Blood 2nd Company. That place was where every soldier dreamed of going, a place filled with strong warriors. It was said that soldiers from there could walk with their heads held high in front of other companies. Chang Lei continued, so starting today, we need to increase our training volume. We must improve your strength while ensuring quality. This is a joint assessment of 3 training regiments. There are hidden talents in other regiments, so don't be careless. Yes, everyone shouted. Alright, as I said this morning, Qin Shen will train with me individually, while the others will be led by Zheng Qian. This morning, we will still practice formations. Your basics are too weak, and we will improve step by step. Report! Chang Haonan suddenly shouted. Qin Shen looked over in surprise. Speak, the class leader nodded. Chang Haonan said seriously, Class leader, we have discussed this, and we request to train with Qin Shen. Qin Shen was taken aback, and Chang Lei also looked surprised. But you all. Report, class leader, Chang Haonan said seriously, we know that Qin Shen excels in all aspects, so we want to train with him. This way, we can improve faster. It's much better than training alone. Chang Lei was taken aback for a moment, then his face broke into a beaming smile. Have these kids finally figured it out? Do you all think the same way? Chang Lei looked at Zheng Qian and the others. Zheng Qian and the others quickly nodded vigorously. Report, squad leader, we think the same way. We really do. Then they all turned to Qin Shen, their eyes filled with a plea for peace. They had truly given in. Qin Shen's strength was too formidable, and the power of that punch still left them a bit fearful. Now they didn't care about being veterans or rookies. If they continued to fight Qin Shen, they would probably end up in a bad squad. It was better to train hard with Qin Shen and aim for good results in the upcoming assessments. Squad leader, please. Chang Haonan stared intently at Chang Lei. We really want to improve. Chang Haonan had no idea what Zheng Qian and the others meant. He thought everyone was still supporting him. He looked provocatively at Qin Shen. Qin Shen's eyelid twitched. He realized that Chang Haonan was just a big fool. Didn't he notice that he was the only one left? Good. Chang Lei nodded with a smile. This is how soldiers should be. Knowing shame and then being brave, I believe you can definitely catch up to Qin Shen. Not only will we catch up to him, but we will also surpass him, faster, higher, stronger. Chang Haonan shouted. The others looked awkward, and Zheng Qian quickly said, Qin Shen is too strong. We might not be able to catch up. We hope Qin Shen can teach us when he has time. We are good comrades. Yes, yes, we are good comrades, Li Dasheng and the others quickly laughed. Chung Haonan stared at them in disbelief, but everyone's gaze had turned away. Chang Lei couldn't stop smiling. These little brats had finally blended in with Qin Shen. Good, very good, this is how it should be. Chang Lei took 2 steps back. Everyone, spread out 2 meters, prepare for formation. Yes. Everyone immediately spread out. Kid. Chang Haonan lowered his voice and glared coldly at Qin Shen. Don't think that just because you've practiced martial arts, you're something special. I hadn't exerted myself before, but now I'm serious. Just wait, we will outdo you in military training and rub you into the ground. Don't think being rich makes you great, us poor folks can still be better if we work hard. Hearing Chang Haonan's words, Zheng Xian and the others shook their heads at Qin Shen frantically, their faces full of innocence. Qin Shen rolled his eyes helplessly. How much backbone did this guy have? Everyone else had given in, so why was he so hard to deal with? How had this guy grown up? Listen to my command. Chang Lei shouted, march in place, break down the movements. 1. Swish. Chang Haonan almost simultaneously looked at Qin Shen and quickly mimicked his movements. Whatever Qin Shen did, he did too, correcting himself immediately if there was any difference. The others were much more obedient. Although they were also watching Qin Shen, they were learning bit by bit, completely different from Chung Haonan. Chang Lei was all smiles. It was natural for him to be happy when the whole class trained in unison. 2. Swish. As soon as Qin Shen changed movements, Chung Haonan immediately followed suit, his eyes still provocatively fixed on Qin Shen. 1. 2. Again and again, Qin Shen's eyelids twitched. Chung Haonan was like a fly, immediately copying whatever Qin Shen did, which was incredibly annoying. Was he really trying to wear me down? As soon as the training ended, Qin Shen walked straight up to Chung Haonan. Chung Haonan was startled by his gaze and quickly stepped back. Hey, let's talk, don't hit me. I just wanted to have a serious competition with you. You want to compete, huh? Qin Shen gave him a cold smile. Then let's have one last competition. If you lose, you have to obey, okay? The whistle blew, signaling the end of the morning training. Qin Shen finally let out a huge sigh of relief. All morning, the eyes of Chung Haonan and the others had never left him. Couples in love don't even stare at each other like this. Qin Shen really wanted to practice on his own, but later, Chang Lei thought the effect of this was good, so he simply had everyone surround Qin Shen in a circle. This way, they could observe more closely. But this was tough on Qin Shen, who spent the entire morning staring into Chung Haonan's big eyes. If he tried to turn his head, he would either see Zheng Qian or the other new recruits staring at him with dead fish eyes. Although their movements couldn't compare to Qin Shen's, it was really disgusting, and he couldn't concentrate at all. After finally enduring until the training ended, Qin Shen thought he could finally catch his breath. But he never expected that this group of clueless classmates would not only compete with him in training subjects but in every aspect as well. When the whistle for gathering for lunch sounded, the entire company immediately assembled. Everyone in Class 1 walked with great vigor, every movement becoming incredibly standard. Just as Qin Shen wanted to relax for a moment, he was forced to walk in perfect formation, making the whole class stand out in the entire company. Arriving in front of the cafeteria, preparing to sing, Qin Shen hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. Chang Haonan let out a loud shout that overshadowed the entire scene, and Zhang Qian and the others immediately followed suit, shouting until their throats were hoarse. Not only did they startle the soldiers from other classes, but even Qin Shen and Chang Lei, who were in the same class, were almost scared out of their wits by their voices. Class 1 managed to sing with the momentum of the entire company. The delighted duty officer scolded the other classes mercilessly. After the song ended, Chung Haonan and the others proudly raised their chins at Qin Shen, their faces full of pride. Qin Shen was speechless. These guys are really sick. What's there to compare? Once inside the cafeteria, everyone sat down in unison at the command. As soon as the order to start eating was given, just as Qin Shen was about to pick up his chopsticks, Chung Haonan and the others instantly pounced on the food like hungry dogs, their chopsticks falling on the dishes like raindrops, almost leaving after images. The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded, only hearing a series of clattering sounds, like woodpeckers. When they turned to look, the dishes on Class 1's table had instantly disappeared. Even Chang Lei was stunned. In just a moment of distraction, his bowl magically filled with a pile of food. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was holding a bowl of plain rice, staring blankly at the plate in front of him, which was cleaner than a dog's lick, completely dumbfounded. Damn! At least leave me a bite. Chung Haonan, with his cheeks stuffed full, heavily placed his empty bowl on the table. Mumbling with his mouth full, his face full of pride, I finished eating before you, I win, you loser. Qin Shen's head was filled with black lines. So childish, it's not like we're kindergarten kids, competing over food? He shook his head helplessly, preparing to get some soup to go with his rice. But as soon as he moved, the other soldiers immediately sprang into action. Qin stared blankly as they cleaned out the soup, completely frozen. What a bunch of animals, even fighting over the soup. Cheng Hanan burped loudly, almost throwing up, and looked at Qin with a grin. Soldiers eat like tigers, learn from it, burp. Stop being so whiny. The other soldiers were all smiles, finally managing to score a point. Qin gritted his teeth, angrily sitting down to shovel rice. Just wait, during training later, I'll make you guys regret it. After finishing lunch, Qin strode towards the restroom. Arriving at the urinal, he pulled down his pants, ready to relieve himself, when he suddenly felt a gust of wind pass by him. Turning his head, he saw several heads surrounding him, scaring him into jumping back. Damn! What are you doing? Cheng Hanan and the others looked at Qin's equipment, then at their own, and immediately raised their heads proudly. This isn't a competition. Cheng Hanan scoffed, this is pointless to compare. Right, not comparing this. Everyone nodded vigorously. This doesn't count, Zheng Xian laughed, this is innate, not acquired, so it can't be considered a win. Right. The others immediately nodded seriously again. Qin's eyes twitched, completely speechless at them, they were really something else. But the next second, Cheng Hanan suddenly shouted, but let's see who can pee the farthest and the strongest. Right. Everyone nodded excitedly. Cheng Hanan quickly moved to stand parallel to Qin, and the others quickly retreated as well. Before Qin could react, Cheng Hanan suddenly yelled, ready, shooting position. Whoosh! Everyone quickly drew their guns, looking just like Western cowboys. Pee! Everyone blushed, strained their necks, and pushed their bodies forward with force. Streams of water shot out, powerful enough to spray over a meter. It splashed against the wall, then bounced back, soaking their pants. Qin was so startled that he quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding it. Ha ha ha! Cheng Hanan laughed at his expression. Now you know our power, right? Scared, huh? You lost again. Watching them shake with glee, Qin's face turned green with anger. Damn idiots! Qin shouted, are you all crazy? His urge to pee was gone, he pulled up his pants and turned to leave, muttering under his breath. Li Dasheng laughed heartily, look, he can't compete with us, he's so scared he ran away. It's not about size, it's about strength and explosive power. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously, right, small or not, it's about technique. Concentration is the essence. Hearing this, Qin almost fell over. What a damn misfortune. When he returned to the class, Cheng Hanan and the others followed closely behind. Qin went to sleep, and they did too, but even as they lay down, their eyes were fixed on him. What's so interesting to look at? Qin couldn't hold back anymore and stood up to shout. Everyone jumped up hurriedly, and Zheng Qian smiled, you really aren't good looking, but we want to imitate you and surpass you. Right. Cheng Hanan nodded, make you admit defeat. Qin couldn't be bothered with them anymore, he just lay down to sleep, ignoring whether they were watching or not. Finally, when it was time for afternoon training, Qin glared fiercely at the few of them, and they glared back just as fiercely, both sides filled with tension. Chang Lei watched this scene, grinning from ear to ear. In his view, soldiers aren't afraid of competition, they're afraid of not striving. Only by competing can everyone's military quality improve. I really didn't expect Qin to motivate the entire class's training enthusiasm. Moments later, the 5-kilometer cross-country run began. Qin took the lead and ran out, he had had enough for the day. If they wanted to compete, then let's compete properly. He ran forward in big strides, lapping the others again and again, almost using all his strength. Normally, the other soldiers would choose to ignore him. But this time, everyone chased him like he was the enemy who killed their father. Even though they were out of breath, they gritted their teeth and followed him closely. Qin rolled his eyes helplessly. Had these guys really gone mad because of him? Did they really need to push themselves this hard? After a day of training, the lights-out signal sounded. Qin lay in bed, feeling a bit tired from being pushed around by these guys today, and drowsiness slowly crept in. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard a series of breathing sounds on both sides of his bed. Qin opened his eyes wide and saw figures on both sides constantly moving up and down. Shocked, he jumped up from the bed. What the hell? At that moment, all the new recruits in the class had formed a circle around his bed. They were doing push-ups, huffing and puffing. Qin's eyes twitched with anger. Squad leader, can you do something about them? Chang Lei sat on the edge of the bed, awkwardly smiling. Qin, just bear with it. They want to use you as a target to motivate themselves. I can't help it. Just think of it as helping them, Qin replied, looking speechless. He glanced down to see Cheng Hanan grinning like that lewd panda meme. While straining to do push-ups, he kept staring at him, mumbling, we will surpass you, we will surpass you. The others quietly joined in, chanting like it was a spell. Qin Shan, infuriated, pulled the blanket over his head and pressed his hands tightly over his ears. But their voices still penetrated the blanket, seeping through the gaps between his fingers and drilling into his ears. It was like a cacophony, nearly driving him to madness. It took a full 2 hours before this bunch finally quieted down and left, allowing Qin Shan to fall asleep completely. In the middle of the night, a rumbling in his stomach woke him up. He quickly held his belly, sat up, grabbed some tissue, and rushed to the bathroom. Finding a stall, he squatted down, and soon his furrowed brow began to relax. He closed his eyes, his face filled with a look of comfort. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions erupted from the surrounding stalls. Qin Shan was nearly scared enough to pull back the golden treasure he had just released. In the dead of night, such a commotion was like setting off firecrackers. Anyone would be startled. Who? Qin Shan growled. Heads popped up from each stall. Chung Haonan and the others shot him cold smiles. You want to compete with us in pooping, huh? You're definitely going to lose. Keep it going. Give it all you've got. A barrage of sounds followed. The bathroom was instantly filled with foul air, a stench permeating the space. Qin Shan felt his worldview shatter. Competing in urination and defecation? These people were not just crazy, they were brain dead. He quickly held his breath, wiped himself, pulled up his pants, and left. Ha ha, he can't compare to us, ugh. So stinky. He can't even pee better than us, let alone poop. We've already won, yuck. Qin Shan stumbled in the dark to the door, and upon hearing this, nearly bumped his head against the doorframe. He had to deal with them quickly, or he would be driven to madness. For the next 2 days, Qin Shan had no moment of peace. These guys subjected him to relentless torment from every angle. Training was the same as always. Whatever Qin Shan did, they did too, gritting their teeth to keep up. Besides urination and defecation, they once again shattered Qin Shan's worldview. Not only did they race to brush their teeth, but they also competed over who could make them whiter. After brushing, a line of people surrounded Qin Shan, baring their teeth and glaring at him, scaring him into having nightmares even in broad daylight. Showering became a competition too, with everyone seeing who could scrub off the most dirt. Watching a group of people wave a huge pile of mud in front of him, Qin Shan felt he was on the verge of a breakdown. What left him speechless was the competition over washing socks and underwear. In just 2 days, their socks and underwear were all full of holes from scrubbing. Even so, they didn't forget to flaunt their holy underwear in front of Qin Shan, boasting about how clean they were. By the end of 3 days, Qin Shan was nearly driven insane. No matter where he went, he would run into this bunch. They clung to him like a stubborn adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. Even when Qin Shan spat, they would all gather in one place to spit together, then start competing over who could spit the farthest or with the most force. After another 2 days, Qin Shan had truly had enough. He originally planned to crush these guys with military might, making them submit completely. So, for the past few days, whenever there was training, he exerted every ounce of strength he had. Everyone was giving their all, striving for faster speeds and better results. However, he never expected that as he pushed himself harder, Chung Haonan and his group of fools would follow suit. Every day during training, Qin Shan felt as if he were their sworn enemy. Whatever he did, the other recruits would absolutely match without any slack. Even when exhausted to the point of collapse, they still refused to give up. What frustrated Qin Shan the most was that these guys had completely abandoned their rest time. Every day, they spontaneously trained. When the lights went out, they would even actively ask the squad leader to run another 5 kilometers on the playground. When they returned, everyone was drenched in sweat. Yet even so, they would still gather around Qin Shan's bed, doing squats, push-ups, and even frog jumps in place. Their main point was that if they weren't sleeping, Qin Shan shouldn't expect to sleep either. Qin Shan was starting to feel a bit mentally exhausted, unable to fall asleep at all. A group of people surrounding him and training like they were possessed would drive anyone mad. Initially, Qin Shan thought he could endure it, but now he truly couldn't stand it for even a second longer. He could see that these guys were determined to go all out against him. Aren't you capable? Don't you have talent? Aren't you military elite? Well, we are even better than you. Let's see who can outlast whom, who will break first. The original training pace had already worn Qin Shan out, and now he was being chased like a dog by this group. Forget about completing tasks, he felt like he was living in hell every day. Qin Shan took a deep breath. I can't drag this out any longer, otherwise, I'll either be exhausted to death or driven insane. I need to negotiate with them, we must have a serious talk. The sky in the northwest was as changeable as a child's face. It was clearly sunny, but a sandstorm was kicking up on the ground. Fortunately, the new recruit training regiment was at the foot of the mountain, with the mountain providing some shelter. Even so, visibility became blurry beyond 15 meters. Chang Haonan spat out a mouthful of sand and coldly watched Qin Shen approach quickly. Go behind the toilet, no one can see us here, Chang Haonan waved him over. Qin Shen looked at the toilet with disdain, but it was the safest place in the entire recruit company, the most suitable for negotiation. Following Chang Haonan to the back of the toilet, Zheng Qian and the others were squatting next to the cesspool. The person is here, Chang Haonan signaled to the others, and they immediately stood up. Qin Shen, looking for us. Can't hold on anymore? Want to surrender? Zheng Qian sized up Qin Shen from head to toe. Qin Shen took a deep breath and then said seriously, everyone, I was wrong before, I shouldn't have insulted you with money. Everyone was stunned, but before they could react, Qin Shen continued, Chang Haonan is right, everyone in the army is equal. I disrespected you before, I shouldn't have insulted anyone with money, and I apologize. Zheng Qian's mouth twitched, he actually hoped you would insult him with money a few more times. We're all in the same squad, let's make peace. There's no need to make it so tense, Qin Shen said. What do you want? Zheng Qian asked anxiously. To be honest, they had long been unable to hold on. If it weren't for this idiot Chang Haonan, everyone would have already given in. Compared to Qin Shen, it was just too damn exhausting. Qin Shen said seriously, let's not compete anymore. There's no need for both sides to suffer. Everyone has been exhausted enough these days, and besides, you can't win against me. What do you mean? Chang Haonan suddenly stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Qin Shen. Qin Shen was taken aback. Am I not stating a fact? Zheng Qian quickly pulled Chang Haonan back. Old Chang, he actually didn't say anything wrong. We really? What do you mean he didn't say anything wrong? Chang Haonan shook off Zheng Qian's hand. He said we can't compare to him, that we can't win against him. How Duo, scratching his head honestly, said, we really can't compare. Shut up. Chang Haonan glared at him fiercely, then pointed at Qin Shen. You're just temporarily a little stronger than us. Don't think that knowing some martial arts makes you invincible. In the end, you're just a rookie who has been here for less than a month. As long as we veterans are willing and put in a little effort, we can easily make you lose your way. Qin Shen looked speechless. Why was it so exhausting to talk to this guy? It was like playing the lute to a cow every time. Ahem. Zheng Qian suddenly coughed twice, winking at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, how about you just admit you're not as good as Chang Haonan? Before Qin Shen could react, Chang Haonan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have this strength, I don't need others to lie through their teeth. He strode up to Qin Shen, staring him down. I'm not doing this to prove how strong I am, but to tell others that what I've lost, I will definitely win back, even if it's just once. Let's go. Chang Haonan marched forward. Hey, Haonan, Zheng Qian called out anxiously. Qin Shen is being very sincere, let's talk some more. What's there to talk about? We'll see in the ring, I will win against him. Watching Chang Haonan snort and walk away, the other recruits sighed helplessly, each one listlessly following behind. What a great opportunity, Zheng Qian sighed, looking at the somewhat bewildered Qin Shen. Qin Shen, don't blame Haonan, this kid has watched too many Hong Kong movies, trying to be like that little brother. He smiled and said, anyway, thank you for being willing to talk to us. Your willingness to apologize shows you're a decent person. If you had come 2 months earlier, maybe we wouldn't have had that issue. Qin Shen felt a bit helpless too, but a small circle had formed, and it was indeed hard for newcomers to blend in. That was just how it was. Zheng Qian patted him. Even though you're very sincere, our relationship with Chang Haonan is stronger. No matter how tired we are, we support him. So, sorry. After Zheng Qian left, Qin Shen stood in place for a long time, feeling inexplicably complex. Since entering the recruit company, he had thought of himself as just a passerby. To him, the other recruits were people he would never see again after a month. He didn't even want to form any connections with others, so he knew nothing about them. Yet, the events of this time had subtly created some kind of delicate chemical reaction between Qin Shen and them. This feeling was strange, something Qin Shen had never experienced before. Ouch, take it easy. In the steamy bathroom, Chang Haonan grimaced in pain. How Duo looked innocent. How about we switch? Your back is too weak, just a light touch makes you cry out. Bullshit. Chang Haonan turned to glare at him. Am I weak? No one in the whole company is stronger than me. Didn't I practice crawling this afternoon and compete fiercely with Qin Shen? Damn it, I was so close to catching up to him. Don't stop, keep scrubbing, faster. How Duo held the towel with a pitiful expression. As soon as he started scrubbing, Chang Haonan cried out in pain again. Old Chang, Zheng Qian said while washing his hair, I think you should just admit defeat. Qin Shen is a freak. Why do you insist on competing with a freak? Yeah, Haonan, you've already worked hard, but that guy is just ridiculously strong. Calling him brother wouldn't be a loss, he's so strong, he really feels like an older brother, and we could benefit from it. Shut up. Chang Haonan jumped up directly. Do you think I want to compete? I'm almost dead from exhaustion every day. We've been made to look so bad by him. If we don't beat him at least once, how will the veterans see us after we leave the company? When we become veterans, how will the new recruits see us? They'll just remember those embarrassing moments from back then. Chang Hanan held his head high. Moreover, I've always been the big brother, and I'd never acknowledged anyone else as my big brother. So, I must defeat that kid, at least win once. All the soldiers rolled their eyes. Zheng Qian sighed helplessly. You just can't let go of your pride, can you? Chang Hanan grinned at them. Alright, the day after tomorrow. I'll have one last match with him. Everyone shook their heads in resignation. When have you not said that? You're really stubborn. Just then, Xin Chen walked over. Everyone froze, but the next second, Cheng Hanan pushed Hao Duo aside. Then, with both hands as if taking off, he quickly rubbed the soap on his body back and forth, the speed 10 times faster than before. It felt like he was wielding nunchucks made of soap. Xin Chen's eyes twitched. Was he cosplaying Bruce Lee? Come on. Cheng Hanan proudly raised his head towards Xin Chen. Let's see who can hit faster and create more bubbles. Xin Chen looked exasperated. Are you crazy? Who has time to compete with you over this? If you have the skills, beat me in military tactics. If you can't, just admit defeat and stop with this nonsense. Hearing this, Cheng Hanan immediately puffed out his chest and approached him. Xin Chen waved his hand in disdain. Back off, back off. If it's that small, I'd definitely hide it. Cheng Hanan, furious, immediately covered himself with a towel. Alright, you want to compare military skills, huh? The day after tomorrow during physical training, let's settle this once and for all. Xin Chen's eyes lit up. Settle it once and for all? Are you serious? Yes. Cheng Hanan said proudly. Do you dare? Xin Chen almost jumped for joy. Everyone else had backed down, and now only this fool was still opposing him. The new recruit training was about to end, but he hadn't completed his task yet. Just when Xin Chen was worried about what to do, this guy popped up voluntarily. You said it. Xin Chen pointed at him. If you lose and don't admit it, whoever doesn't admit it will drop out. Cheng Hanan said proudly. If I win, you have to call me Big Brother. And all the stuff from the convenience store, I want a full set. Instant noodles, ham sausages, braised eggs, drinks, and cigarettes, none can be missing. Xin Chen smiled. No problem, but if I win, I'll call you Big Brother. Cheng Hanan stared at him intently. And from now on, I'll listen to you. Xin Chen rubbed his hands together with a grin. If I win, you won't get a single thing you want. How about this? You admit defeat now, and I'll give you everything you want. Are you scared? Cheng Hanan glared at Xin Chen. A slight smile appeared on Xin Chen's lips. Alright, it's settled. He nodded at Zheng Qian and the others, taking a basin and walking outside. With Cheng Hanan and the others around, he couldn't even take a shower. However, the day after tomorrow, he could finally deal with Cheng Hanan and complete his task, so he was in a good mood. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, all showing happy smiles. Although Cheng Hanan was strong, everyone knew he was far inferior to Xin Chen in strength. The day after tomorrow would be the last time. Once it was over, everything would be fine, and everyone was overjoyed. The day after tomorrow, Cheng Hanan said with great pride, I will definitely defeat him and give everyone a sense of relief. Li Daxing's eyes twitched. Hanan, are you that confident? Where does your confidence come from? He's a monster. Cheng Hanan smiled proudly. During this time, my physical abilities have improved a lot. The day after tomorrow, not only will he be shocked, but you all will be too. Suddenly, he saw a pair of hairy feet appear behind him. Cheng Hanan was startled and quickly turned around, only to see a group of new recruits from other classes glaring at him. What do you all want, staring at my backside? Cheng Hanan hurriedly covered his important parts. All the new recruits looked speechless, and a recruit with a red nose stepped forward. Cheng Hanan, we're here to warn you. From today on, you're not allowed to practice during your rest time, especially after lights out. Cheng Hanan was stunned. On what grounds? On what grounds? The red-nosed recruit said angrily, if you want to practice, go find a place where no one is around, and no one will care. But you make such a big noise that our squad leader pulls us up for extra training too. So tell me, on what grounds? Our training is already tough enough. Our squad has the highest training volume in the entire training regiment, another recruit said furiously. The only time we were happy was during our rest time, and ever since you started extra training, we haven't had a single good day. Another recruit, tearful, said, we already don't get enough sleep, and now the squad leader makes us train for 2 more hours after lights out every day. Look at my dark circles, you guys are ruining my good looks. Zheng Qian and the others were stunned. They never expected that their extra training to counter Xin Chen would cause such a stir among the other squad's new recruits. Zheng Qian hurriedly said, fellow comrades, we're sorry. We didn't know it would turn out like this. From now on, they won't practice anymore, I'll be the only one training extra, Chung Haonan suddenly shouted. Is that okay? Zhang Qian wanted to cover his face. Wasn't he just fanning the flames? Sure enough, a group of new recruits surged toward Cheng Haonan. You heard that right, no one from your squad is allowed to practice. Exactly, as long as one person practices, our squad leader will probably make us train extra too. Stop talking nonsense, anyway, no practicing is allowed. You must align with us. Zheng Qian frantically signaled Chung Haonan. Stop it, Haonan, they're all from their side. If you provoke them, be careful not to get pricked like a hedgehog. But Chung Haonan was not one to back down. Damn it, Qin Shen bullies me, and who the hell do you think you are to bully me too? Do you really think I was scared into growing up? He arrogantly raised his head, his tone completely impolite. Whether I practice or not is my business. What does it have to do with you? Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop my progress. So you really want to go against us, huh? The red-nosed recruit glared at him angrily. Cheng Haonan proudly put his hands on his hips. I can practice a bit more secretly, just to accommodate you. But if you want to stop me from training, no way. Oh, getting anxious, are we? What, do you want to hit me? I'll tell you. He still had to win against Qin Shen. If he didn't train extra, how could he win? But before he could feel smug, a group of new recruits suddenly surged forward, countless hands reaching out toward him. Hey, what are you doing? Are you really going to make a move? I'm going to call for help, I really will. Chung Haonan wanted to resist, but 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands, and besides, he was already being taken down by 7 or 8 people. Zheng Qian and the others wanted to help, but they were immediately blocked by the new recruits rushing in from behind, and soon they were all shoved into the bathroom. Lift him up, the red-nosed recruit shouted. In an instant, 8 people worked together to lift Chung Haonan up. What are you doing? Chung Haonan shouted in panic. Hitting people is against the rules, you'll get punished. Comrades, don't go down the path of crime. I'll count to 3, you still have time to back off. 3. Ah! Zhang Qian heard the scream and shouted anxiously, Haonan, what happened? Bastards! You bunch of beasts, you scoundrels, ah! Cheng Haonan yelled. Zheng Qian and the others, who originally wanted to go save him, were so scared by this that they quickly stepped back several paces. Cheng Haonan, I'll give you one more chance. Are you going to practice or not? The red-nosed recruit shouted. Cheng Haonan stubbornly lifted his head. You old bastard, do you think I was scared into this? Let me tell you, I'm the boss in the south of the city. I take it easy, not hard. Even if, it hurts. The guy with the wine nose sneered. The boss, huh? Takes it easy, not hard? Then we'll go hard with you. If you keep practicing the day after tomorrow, I'll make sure to get you again when I see you. Everyone, go. With a wave of his hand, the new recruits lined up behind him, moving quickly and forcefully. Everyone had been exhausted these days, and now they were venting all their anger. Hearing Cheng Haonan's miserable scream was truly soul-stirring. Zheng Qian shouted anxiously, don't go overboard. I'll tell our squad leader. The guy with the wine nose coldly snorted. Go ahead and tell. We didn't hit him, did we? Is he hurt? Zheng Qian was stunned, as if that made sense. Oh ho ho. Cheng Haonan was in tears. Bro, let's talk. We can negotiate. No. Let's talk it out. Please don't. The guy with the wine nose frowned. One moment you want to talk, the next you don't. Are you messing with me? Keep going, hit harder. The guy with the wine nose waved his hand, and even more new recruits surged in. The next morning, the company commander passionately finished his speech. Each class took turns to continue training. Old Wu. Kong Xiang poked Wu Ziyuan. What are you looking at? Wu Ziyuan looked astonished. Didn't you notice? The levels of each class seem to have improved quite a bit. Kong Xiang smiled slightly. Recently, the whole company has been practicing more. After lights out, each class practices for at least 2 hours. If they don't improve, then that's a miracle. Wu Ziyuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. So diligent? A smile suddenly appeared on his face. With their drive, our company will definitely achieve good results this time. Watching Wu Ziyuan happily run towards Class 3, Kong Xiang smiled broadly. If you knew this was all because of Qin Shen. Never mind, you wouldn't believe it anyway. Kong Xiang shook his head. Although Wu Ziyuan had changed his attitude towards Qin Shen, he still looked down on him. Once someone puts on colored glasses, it's hard to see the strengths of others. However, Kong Xiang knew that soon enough, during the new recruit assessment, Wu Ziyuan would understand everything clearly. Old Wu, don't be too surprised then. He chuckled. This kid really is a bit like you. Chang Haonan, why are you walking with your legs squeezed together? Chang Lei asked in astonishment. Last night, after they finished showering, the lights-out signal had already sounded. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. During morning exercises, in a rush, he only now noticed Chung Haonan's strange walking posture. Qin Chen glanced sideways, looking speechless. He had heard about what happened last night and never expected Chung Haonan to still be so tough after being hit over 100 times. But no one knew the pain Chung Haonan felt inside. Last night, he wanted to give in, but for some reason, those new recruits kept hitting him, which made him feel wronged. Report, squad leader. Chung Haonan said with a bitter face, yesterday, I sat on the parallel bars and got hit in the balls. Put. Chang Lei almost burst out laughing, trying to hold it in as he said, well, that must have hurt. But it didn't break, right? Chung Haonan shook his head. I checked, it didn't break, just hurts a bit. Then how about you take a rest today? Chang Lei said with concern, this is no small matter. No need. Chung Haonan puffed out his chest, I'm fine, I can train. Really okay? Chang Lei looked at him doubtfully. Chung Haonan nodded vigorously, he still had to settle things with Qin Chen. If he rested, wouldn't that be running away at the last moment? It was just a bit of pain, he could endure it. Chang Lei nodded, alright. The company commander just said there are 4 days left until the new recruit assessment. On the last day, you will get a break. For these 3 days, we will strengthen our physical training. Today, we will go through all the physical exercises. In the remaining 2 days, we will see where we are lacking and what we need to reinforce. Everyone, right turn, march. Everyone followed him, heading towards the back of the camp. The Northwest is vast and sparsely populated, and the new recruit training regiment is also quite large. One training regiment accommodates 9 new recruit companies. There are 9 standard playgrounds, as well as 7 or 8 400-meter obstacle courses and a training ground for equipment. It is more than enough to meet the training needs of the entire regiment. Halt! With a loud stomp, everyone stopped on the playground. Chang Lei took out a stopwatch. As usual, let's start with a 5-kilometer run at your fastest speed. Yes. Everyone lined up at the starting line, and Qin Chen lowered his voice. Hey, it's not too late to change your mind now. Qin Chen stared at Chung Haonan. Call me big brother, and you can get so many benefits. You won't lose out, after all, you can't beat me. Less talk, let's go. Chung Haonan took a deep breath. I've been training hard these days, I'm not the same person I used to be. I can definitely win against you. Qin Chen rolled his eyes. This guy really wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. Let's just finish him off in one go. Go! With a loud shout from Chang Lei, a figure immediately sprinted out. Qin Chen took the lead, charging ahead. Following closely was Chung Haonan, striding forward, trying to maintain a 5-meter distance from Qin Chen. Zheng Qian waved his hand, and the rest of the group lined up behind him, running forward. They quickly completed 1 lap, and Qin Chen looked back to see Chung Haonan glaring at him. You can't shake me off. Chung Haonan forced a smile, but his breathing was clearly rapid. Qin Chen smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and suddenly accelerated. His pace doubled, gradually increasing the distance between him and Chung Haonan. 2 laps, 3 laps. Qin Chen turned his head, suddenly surprised. Although Chung Haonan had fallen behind by quite a distance, he was still maintaining about 50 meters from Qin Chen. At this moment, his breathing was completely out of control, each breath heavy and labored. But he still fixed his gaze on Qin Chen. You can't shake me off. Qin Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, there was some progress, but the system had raised his physical fitness to the level of an amateur athlete. But after this period of training, Qin Chen had managed to improve his fitness a bit. Even if an old soldier from the company came, they would be left behind by Qin Chen, let alone Chung Haonan. Qin Chen waved at Chung Haonan. Aren't you going to win against me? I'm going to speed up now, come on. In the next second, he suddenly accelerated, his speed doubling from before. Damn! Chung Haonan almost gasped for breath. He was already giving it his all, but Qin Chen had just started to exert himself? How the hell could he catch up? Haonan, just give it up. You can't beat him. Zheng Qian shouted from a distance. Yeah, Haonan, give up. Qin Chen is great, instant noodles are so delicious. Li Dashing also shouted. Chung Haonan's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth and continuing to chase. I don't want to call him big brother. I don't believe you can keep running like this. He clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and leaned forward, trying to gain a bit of speed from inertia. But just as he was trying hard, a figure suddenly appeared shoulder to shoulder with him. Chung Haonan turned his head to see Qin Chen smiling at him, scaring him into jumping up. Damn, where did you come from? I caught up from behind you. Qin Chen shrugged. I've already lapped you. Chung Haonan almost knelt down, his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Now that he had been lapped, how could he chase anymore? Hey! While running, Qin Chen said, it's still not too late to admit defeat now. Chung Haonan's eyes immediately lit up, but the next second Qin Chen added, however, the conditions are halved. What? Chang Haonan jumped up directly. No way, not a single one less. Then you can just keep going. Without waiting for him to finish, Qin Shen continued to sprint ahead. Hey, I haven't finished yet, we can negotiate. Chang Haonan shouted anxiously, but Qin Shen had already run far away. Chang Haonan looked at his back, tears almost flowing out. How is he faster than before? What has he been eating lately? Now he regretted it. Why did he insist on competing with this big freak? Actually, calling him brother wasn't a big deal. But now, having started, he could only grit his teeth and continue. Not long after, Qin Shen ran up beside him again. That's 2 laps. Qin Shen looked at Chang Haonan. You can admit defeat now, but the things still have to be halved. Why is it less again? Chang Haonan shouted angrily. No way, at least. Then you keep going. Qin Shen smiled slightly at him and suddenly accelerated forward. Hey, can you wait for me to finish my sentence? Chang Haonan yelled with gritted teeth, but Qin Shen was getting further away. He really wanted to cry now. He wished he could slap himself twice. If this continued, the things Qin Shen promised would be gone. At this moment, although Qin Shen was also panting, he was full of joy. He could tell that Chang Haonan had already given up. This toughest nut to crack was finally about to be conquered, just a little more push. After a while, he caught up from behind again. That's 3 laps. Qin Shen held up 3 fingers. Before Chang Haonan could speak, he began to accelerate. I know, you want to continue. Qin Shen. Chang Haonan shouted with a crying tone. You, don't go, I admit defeat. Qin Shen suddenly slowed down, smiling at him. What? Chang Haonan gasped heavily, with a mournful face said, don't run away, you won, you're the big brother. Also, can we not reduce it anymore? If it gets reduced again, it'll really be gone. Qin Shen smiled and stared at him. It can stay the same, but I still want to confirm. Are you sure you don't want to compete anymore? No more competition, I don't want to compete at all. Chang Haonan lay directly on the ground, wishing he could take his head off to catch his breath. You're too much of a freak, you exhausted me. I'd rather die than compete with you again. Alright, it's finally over. Zheng Qian and the others rushed over with excited faces, surrounding Chang Haonan. Finally, they didn't have to go against Qin Shen anymore. They truly couldn't take it anymore. Qin Shen also let out a long breath, finally managing to tame this group of guys. Who understands how hard it is for family? At this moment, not far away, Chang Lei looked at them in surprise. What are these guys doing? The ham sausage is too delicious. The instant noodles smell so good. And the Pepsi is too tasty. In the small shop, Chang Haonan held a luxurious instant noodle set with 2 sausages added, eating until tears were almost flowing out. Zheng Qian and the others, either squatting or standing, were crazily showing off their instant noodles. Next to Li Dashang were 4 marinated eggs. After a few bites of noodles, he had to take a bite of an egg, his face full of satisfaction before entering the sage moment. Hurry up and eat, hurry up and eat. In the small shop, Chen Liang, with a cigarette in his mouth, was grilling sausages and said, the lights will go out soon. If the duty officer catches you, you won't have a good time. Got it, class monitor, shoo shoo shoo. Zheng Qian stuffed all 10 spicy strips into his mouth and stammered, we're doing our best to clean up the battlefield. Chen Liang shot him an annoyed glance, then handed the grilled sausage to Qin Shen. Qin Shen smiled and patted his pocket. Thank you, class monitor. Chen Liang looked at his bulging pockets, a smile on his face. No need to be polite, everyone takes care of each other. I'll go get some cookies, do they want any? Yes. Chang Haonan jumped up directly. I want the scallion flavor. I want bear-shaped cookies. How Duo raised his hand. Class monitor. Li Dasheng said, can you bring me 4 more marinated eggs? Chen Liang's eyes twitched, and he lowered his voice. Is your class full of foodies? Are they all reincarnated starving ghosts? They've eaten almost 3 days worth of food compared to the other new recruits. Qin Shen smiled awkwardly. They train hard, so they consume a lot. Class monitor, just give them some. Alright. Chen Liang nodded. Considering that Qin Shen often gave him cigarettes, it was fine to go out and buy some now. These grilled sausages are so delicious. Chang Haonan took a big bite of the whole sausage, chewing while tears of happiness streamed down his face. How come I never had this before? It's just too good. Qin Shen smiled. This is class monitor Chen's unique skill, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He only sells to the class monitors and the squad leaders and instructors. We new recruits definitely can't get any. You're still impressive, Qin Shen. Li Dasheng gave a thumbs up. If it weren't for following you, we wouldn't be able to eat so many good things. Chang Haonan complained, looking at Qin Shen. Why didn't you invite us to eat earlier? If you had come to us sooner, we would have been on good terms already. We really love this kind of thing. Zheng Chen nodded vigorously. Exactly, we're the kind of people who get along very well. If you had treated us to a luxurious meal earlier, we would have called you Big Brother. Qin Shen clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, I've invited you to eat before. You finish eating and forget about it, now pretending to have amnesia, how shameless. And you call this getting along? You guys are the weirdest bunch of oddballs in the world. So are you going to compete with me in the future? Qin Shen looked at them nervously. There are only 3 days left. Let's just get through this normally, okay? I admit defeat today, and you guys have eaten my stuff. Don't worry. Chung Haonan stood up with his mouth full of grease, seriously saying, I love to be serious, but I'm not stupid, only a fool would want to compete with you again. He said with a face full of grievance, I can't take it anymore. Do you know how hard it is to chase you day and night? It's so damn tiring. As he spoke, Chung Haonan's tears fell again. If it weren't for you making us suffer so badly and embarrassing everyone, I would have surrendered long ago. Anyway, whoever wants to compete with you in the future can go ahead. I won't compete with you even if it kills me. Qin Shen saw the muscular guy crying in grievance, looking dark and like a black bear rubbing its eyes. Strangely, it was a bit cute. A smile inexplicably crept up the corner of Qin Shen's mouth. However, he really wanted to tell Chung Haonan, you're such a fool, can't you just talk it out with me if you can't take it anymore? Cookies are here. At that moment, Shen Lian walked in holding 2 boxes. As soon as Chung Haonan saw him, his face lit up with a smile, wiping his tears and shouting, Class monitor, bring me 10 more of those sausages. Shen Liang was so startled he almost fell over, glaring at Chung Haonan. Are you a pig? You've already eaten 3 buckets of instant noodles, 5 packs of spicy strips, 10 marinated eggs, and 10 grilled sausages. You still want 10 more? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Chung Haonan awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, I can still eat quite a bit more. Shen Liang rolled his eyes in frustration. No way, I'm not a street vendor. No. Before he could finish, Qin Shen quickly walked up to him and stuffed something into his other pocket. Class monitor, he's big, and he's really tired from training these days, sorry to trouble you. Shen Liang sighed and then glared fiercely at Chung Haonan. It's only because of Xiao Qin that I'm letting you off, otherwise, I would have kicked you out long ago. Thank you, class leader. Chung Haonan grinned widely, bowing 3 times to Chen Liang, which nearly made Chen Liang jump in anger. What do you think this is, a grave visit? Get lost and wait for your food. Yes. Chung Haonan cheerfully picked up another pack of spicy strips. At that moment, Zheng Qian stood up, wiped his mouth, and said, Qin Shen, from today, right now, we are friends. No, we are comrades. Qin Shen was taken aback, and Zheng Qian smiled, don't overthink it, we're just here for this luxurious meal. Chung Haonan came over with a grin and put his arm around Qin Shen. I figured it out, you have strong talent and power, we definitely can't compete with you. From now on, we'll stick with you, you are our goal, but we absolutely won't compete with you anymore. Right, we'll follow you from now on. Qin Shen, we'll listen to you from now on, practicing with you will help us improve quickly. Looking at the sincere smiles of everyone, the heavy stone in Qin Shen's heart finally lifted. At that moment, he felt a sense of grievance and wanted to cry. To complete the task and win over this group of guys, he had really exerted himself to the utmost. It was just too damn exhausting. But for some reason, at this moment, he was inexplicably filled with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly having this group of friends, even if they looked like oddballs, it was still better than having none. Zheng Qian slapped Qin Shen on the shoulder. Actually, it's thanks to you, otherwise, we wouldn't have such good results now. We can definitely follow the class leader to the reconnaissance battalion together. That's right. Chung Haonan nodded excitedly. Qin Shen, it's really thanks to you. I heard the class leader's unit is particularly hard to get into. Of course. Chen Liang said with an unhappy face, your class leader and our company commander both come from the division's reconnaissance battalion, and they are from the most formidable Iron Blood 2nd Company. The division's reconnaissance battalion is already impressive. They rank first in reconnaissance competitions in the army. Your class leader's 2nd Company is even more amazing. It's not something just anyone can get into. Usually, they walk around with their heads held high. Really? Chung Haonan was incredibly excited. And they cook too. Chen Liang shot him a glare. If you can get in, don't celebrate too early. They can be that impressive because they are tough on themselves. Once you get there, don't think about slacking off. I'm not afraid. Chung Haonan said with a smile, as long as I can walk sideways most of the time, what's a little hardship? Right. Zheng Qian nodded. If you're going to be a soldier, be the best. Going to the reconnaissance battalion is worth any hardship. All the new recruits were filled with excitement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Qin Shen didn't say anything. He originally wanted to find a regular unit to relax and complete the system's tasks while also flirting with the military flowers. As for the reconnaissance battalion, he actually didn't want to go. But unknowingly, Qin Shen's feelings became somewhat conflicted. It seemed He was a bit reluctant to part with this group of oddballs. Luo gu. Qin Shen was taken aback and turned to see Hao Duo timidly staring at him. Qin Shen smiled faintly at him. Do you still want a hot dog? Although the whole class had been against him before, Qin Shen could tell that Hao Duo had always been coerced by others. He had never intended to make things difficult for himself, so Qin Shen had a good impression of him. This guy looked weak and timid, and he hadn't seen much, yet he was actually the one with the best conditions among this group, coming from a middle-class family in a big city. Qin Shen was puzzled. How could a city kid be more awkward than someone from the mountains? No, I don't want a hot dog. Hao Duo looked at Qin Shen with flickering eyes. I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Qin Shen was taken aback. Hao Duo twisted his two fingers together desperately, his voice barely louder than a mosquito. I'm not very smart. If I can join your squad later, please take me with you, okay? Qin Shen was completely stunned, staring blankly at Hao Duo, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. Hao Duo cautiously lifted his head, forcing out a faint smile. Luo, brother Luo, actually, I've always admired you. I think you're amazing. I know, I'm not very bright, but I still want to be with you guys. I don't want to be apart from you. Please, I beg you, I won't be annoying. I can help you with a lot of things. Suddenly, Qin Shen reached out and firmly pressed his hand on Hao Duo's shoulder. A strange smile crept onto his lips. Before joining the army, he never thought anyone would need him as much as Hao Duo did. At that moment, he felt very satisfied. The feeling of being needed was truly wonderful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Ding! Rewards are being distributed. Listening to the mechanical voice in his ear, Qin Shen felt so moved he wanted to cry. This task was incredibly difficult. Harder than when his dad asked him to spend 100 million in a day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 super energy points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new super ability, Eagle Eye. Qin Shen was instantly dumbfounded. Eagle Eye? Does that mean my eyes turn into eagles? In the next second, a strange ability instantly merged into his eyes. A cool sensation felt like a massage for his eyes. Moments later, everything in front of Qin Shen suddenly magnified rapidly. Hao Duo's face enlarged many times, and he could even see a few protruding nose hairs. What the hell? Qin Shen jumped back in fright. Hao Duo was startled too. Luo, brother Luo, did I say something wrong? Qin Shen pointed at him and shouted, nose hair. There's snot on your nose hair. Ha! Hao Duo hurriedly tried to pick it. No, I can't find it. Qin Shen frowned, instinctively looking at his nose. His eyes seemed to have magnifying glasses installed, and everything immediately zoomed in. He clearly saw the hair with snot moving back and forth between Hao Duo's fingers. Qin Shen felt like he had discovered a new world and immediately turned to look elsewhere. The gate that was originally hundreds of meters away suddenly seemed to be right in front of him. He could even see the guard discreetly adjusting his underwear with his thumb. He quickly changed direction to look, and the green-headed flies buzzing around in the flower bed dozens of meters away were also crystal clear. The fly turned its head and flapped its wings, charging towards his eyes like a 3D movie. What the hell? Qin Shen was so scared he took several steps back, stopping only when he bumped into the wall. Qin Shen, what's wrong with you? Chen Liang looked surprised, and the other new recruits gathered around. Qin Shen shook his head, and his vision returned to normal. I'm fine. Qin Shen chuckled. At that moment, he was overjoyed because he figured it out. As long as he focused, his eyes would instantly become 8 times magnified. If he didn't want to use it, he could return to normal with just a thought. This ability is awesome. The squad leader even said we'll practice aiming tomorrow. With this ability, who needs to aim? Shooting was his only weakness, but now Qin Shen was no longer worried. This superpower came just in time. Now he had no concerns about the new recruit assessment. With Eagle Eye, hitting the target was a sure thing. He could point anywhere and hit it. What's he so happy about? Chang Haonan looked at Qin Shen, who was beaming with a smile. Zheng Qian stroked his chin. He must be happy to be able to become friends with us. Chang Haonan nodded with a smile. That's definitely it. He pulled Qin Shen into a tight embrace, instantly bringing him back to reality. What's wrong? Qin Shen looked at him awkwardly. Chang Haonan laughed heartily. I just heard everything Hao Duo said to you. I have something to ask of you too. You do? Qin Shen stared at him in surprise. Chang Haonan winked at him. I need protection. Ha! Qin Shen's eyes widened. Chang Haonan grinned mischievously. Hao Duo needs looking after, and I need looking after too. You're so amazing, you learn things so quickly. Once we get to the unit, you have to look out for me. You have to look out for me too. Zheng Qian shamelessly squeezed in. At critical moments, you have to help us. Xin Shen, there's us too, you have to look out for us. The other new recruits immediately surrounded them, pushing the originally first arrived Hao Duo to the back. What are you calling him, Xin Shen? Chung Haonan glared at everyone. From now on, call him Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Everyone shouted together, we need protection. Before Qin Shen could say anything, Chung Haonan patted him on the back. Alright, it's settled. Our squad's brothers will go to the unit together and follow Brother Luo. Right. Everyone laughed happily. We'll make a name for ourselves with Brother Luo. They surrounded Qin Shen, all of them jumping with joy. Qin Shen's smile was a bit stiff and awkward. If these guys knew he came to the army just to complete a system task and maybe pick up a girl, they would probably forget it. Why think about these things? Qin Shen sighed. After the new recruit assessment is over, he would see how to handle it. It would be best to go to a regular unit and take it easy. If he ended up unlucky and got assigned to the reconnaissance battalion, then he could at least be a communications officer or a clerk, something that wouldn't be too tiring. He took out cigarettes from his pocket, handing one to each person. Come on, smoke up. A cigarette after a meal is like a fairy's joy. Oh wow, Huazi. Damn, I haven't smoked in ages. Such good cigarettes, I've only smoked them in my dreams. Chung Haonan took the cigarette, inhaling deeply through his nose. The refreshing tobacco flavor made him shiver with pleasure. Good tobacco really is different. But I don't know how to smoke, Hao Duo said, holding the cigarette, feeling at a loss. If you can't smoke, give it to me, don't waste good stuff. Chung Haonan smiled as he took it. I'll smoke too, haha. So happy. You guys better smoke quickly, Chen Liang reminded, it's getting late. Alright. Qin Shen smiled as he lit cigarettes for everyone. Since arriving at the new recruit company, they had hardly smoked at all. At this moment, each new recruit was puffing away, looking incredibly content. Chung Haonan, with 2 cigarettes in his mouth, unconsciously stood up, as if he were about to float away. He smiled with satisfaction. With food, drinks, and cigarettes, this is the life. Brother Luo, following you is the best. Before Qin Shen could speak, Zheng Xian said irritably, where have you been? If you had talked it out earlier, we would have been enjoying life already, no need to suffer like this. Chen Haonan slapped his own face, grinning at Qin Shen. It's all my fault, my terrible and powerful vanity and pride are to blame. Losing to Brother Luo is only natural, it's all my stubbornness. Ugh, I should watch less gangster movies and Hong Kong films. Qin Shen twitched at the corner of his eye. Why do I feel like you're praising yourself? No way. Chen Haonan laughed heartily, waving his hands. Brother Luo, don't worry, I will reflect deeply. From now on, I absolutely won't act foolishly in front of you. Qin Shen smiled faintly. This guy was actually quite cute when he wasn't being foolish. Brother Luo. Suddenly, Hao Duo looked at Qin Shen with a pitiful expression. Her big eyes were filled with hope. About what you just said, did you agree? Qin Shen felt a sudden conflict in his heart, unsure how to respond to Hao Duo. After all, he hadn't even sorted out his own matters yet. That big fool in the convenience store. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Everyone was startled and quickly crouched down. Chung Haonan also instinctively ducked. It's the duty squad leader, Chen Liang said with a smile, leaning against the wall. You guys are in trouble this time. Zheng Qian, frightened, hurriedly crawled towards the window. Just as he poked his head out, a beam of flashlight shone on his face, causing him to quickly retract. It really is the duty squad leader, Zheng Qian said with a mournful face. Don't think that hiding will save you. The big fool who was smoking just now, come out immediately. Everyone turned to look at Chung Haonan. Chung Haonan widened his eyes at them. What are you all looking at me for? I'm not stupid. Think of a way out. There's no way, Zheng Qian shook his head. Only you can go out. What? Chung Haonan stared at him in disbelief. Aren't we brothers? Aren't we comrades? How can you say that? Qin Shen nodded in agreement. I think Lao Zhang is right. Sacrificing one for the survival of us all. Haonan, now is the time for you to embody the spirit of brotherhood and comradeship. We will remember you. Everyone stared intently at Chung Haonan. Then, they all pushed the struggling Chung Haonan out with all their might. You little people, little people. Chung Haonan pointed at the convenience store door in despair. I misjudged you all, I misjudged you. Big fool, come here, the squad leader suddenly shouted. Chung Haonan jumped in fright, standing up in despair, his face full of frustration. Why is it always me who gets the bad luck? Boom! A rumble of thunder sounded, and a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the entire night. Sir, good news. Wang Rifa rushed into Qin Jiacheng's luxurious bedroom, full of excitement. Qin Jiacheng put down his newspaper and stood up excitedly. Xiao Luo has news? Wang Rifa nodded. Yes, I have already contacted Colonel Qi. It's definitely good news. Xin Jiaqing immediately burst into laughter. That little brat is finally coming back. I just didn't expect him to hold on for so long. But it's good that he's coming back. This counts as a life experience for him. From now on, he can just focus on how to spend money every day. Sir, Wang Rifa said softly, the young master hasn't been sent back. You misunderstood. Ha? Xin Jiaqing froze, then spat out at Wang Rifa, not sent back? What the hell is good news about that? What's good about it, huh? Sir, don't be anxious. Wang Rifa quickly comforted him. Nonsense, Xin Jiaqing glared at him. Don't you know that the thing I care about most is Xiao Luo? I'm anxious about any news regarding him. Wang Rifa sighed. The situation is like this. Colonel Qi said that the young master is training very seriously and has been persisting. It is impossible for him to be sent back. Xin Jiaqing hurriedly stared at him. Then what about the good news you mentioned? Wang Rifa smiled, but I requested Colonel Qi to let us see the new recruit's assessment. What? Xin Jiaqing's mouth dropped open. Wang Rifa continued, Sir, think about it, the young master is persisting, but it must be for the sake of face. With his level, he can't carry or lift anything, so he definitely won't pass the assessment. So, we will wait for him on site. Once he gets eliminated, then I will go up to comfort him right away and take him home? Xin Jiaqing's eyes lit up. Wang Rifa immediately gave a thumbs up. Master, you truly are the master, you saw right through my little thoughts. Xin Jiaqing burst into laughter. That's right, that's right. If Xiao Luo gets eliminated, he'll definitely be down in the dumps and might not want to come back. At that time, I'll have to go through a lot of trouble to find him. Why not just wait for him on site, give him a loving hug, and then take him home? Xin Jiaqing rubbed his hands together, solve the problem on site, saves time and effort. Good job, Wang Rifa. Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. Master, they have their assessment in 2 days. How does your schedule look? Cancel everything that day. Xin Jiaqing said with a beaming smile, I'm going to pick up my precious son. Late at night, the sounds of snoring from the dormitory rose and fell, each one louder than the last. Xin Shen lay awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a moment. After going through so much, he suddenly had a new understanding of the army. People join the army not just to endure hardships and spout grandiose talk about defending the country. Everyone here is flesh and blood, sometimes annoying, sometimes funny, and sometimes warm. Just before going to sleep, Cheng Haonan had cheerfully brought him foot-soaking water, Zhang Qian had patted his shoulder, and Hao Duo had massaged his legs. No one spoke, but their smiles seemed to tell Qin Shen, we're sorry for what happened before, don't hold it against us. Qin Shen turned over, should I go to the reconnaissance camp with them or not? If I go, it'll be tiring. If I don't, where else can I meet such a group of silly yet loyal friends? Ding! Host, do you want to upgrade gene enhancement from C level to B level? Qin Shen was taken aback. What do you mean? Report to the host, your superpower points have reached 100, currently at 105. You can upgrade any super ability. Host, do you want to upgrade gene enhancement? Or upgrade other super abilities? Qin Shen's face lit up. He had long wanted to enhance his physique. The stamina of an amateur athlete was simply not enough for what he needed now. As for other super abilities, they didn't seem necessary at the moment. Upgrade. Gene enhancement, don't get it wrong. Nodding, he decisively chose to upgrade. Ding, deducting 100 superpower points, remaining superpower points 5. Gene physique CB, upgrading in progress, please wait. Just a few seconds later, the upgrade was complete. Qin Shen excitedly clenched his fist. He didn't even need to test it, he could already feel the surging power within his body. He could even clearly sense his muscles rapidly growing. He looked around, and his muscles were slowly bulging. There was a surge of strength gradually developing in his arms and thighs. Previously, he only had a slight outline of abs on his stomach, but it wasn't obvious. At this moment, just sitting there, he could see 8 clear abdominal muscles. If he took a photo and posted it on a short video platform, he would surely attract a lot of little sisters. But then he thought, it might also attract a lot of little brothers. Ding, congratulations host, gene enhancement upgraded to B level. Your physical fitness is now equivalent to that of a reconnaissance soldier. Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It was as if they were determined to make him join the reconnaissance camp. Forget it, no matter where I go, improving my physical fitness is always a good thing. Qin Shen exhaled. Whether it was the new recruit assessment or any other issues that might arise, with his current fitness, he could handle it easily. Qin Shen turned over, wanting to close his eyes and sleep. But his mind started racing again. Should I go or not? The next day, in the morning, Wu Ziyuan gathered the entire company and gave a final round of instructions before each class immediately dispersed. Today is the last day, and there won't be any intense training in each class. the focus will mainly be on filling in the gaps. Military assessments are not like exams where you can cram at the last minute. If you don't accumulate effort little by little during regular training, it won't help even if you try to cram at the time of the assessment. At this moment, Chang Lei stands in front of everyone, not only encouraging them but also fearing that something unexpected might happen. Alright, that's all I have to say, Chang Lei smiled and said, just remember to showcase your best abilities. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Squad leader, we will definitely work hard, Chang Haonan shouted, we still want to go to the reconnaissance battalion with you. Yeah, squad leader, we all want to go, Zheng Qian excitedly shouted. Chang Lei smiled broadly, good, as long as you all perform well. I have confidence that you can all go. Hearing Chang Lei's affirmation, smiles spread across everyone's faces, and Hao Duo let out a big sigh of relief. Alright, Chang Lei clapped his hands, today we won't train physically, we'll practice formation and focus on the details. Yes. Xin Shen, come here for a moment. Chang Lei turned and walked to the side. Xin Shen was momentarily stunned, looking at the others, then quickly ran over to Chang Lei. Squad leader. Chang Lei looked at him, his face full of warm smiles. When you first came, the company commander wanted you to leave, I thought you were a burden, and the other squad leaders didn't have high hopes for you. But you used your own strength to slap all of us in the face. Xin Shen immediately straightened his chest. Squad leader, I know you treat me well. Chang Lei waved his hand, sighed, and said, that's not what I mean, He said bitterly, I just want to tell you that you don't have to push yourself so hard. He looked deeply at Xin Shen. No matter what others say about you, no matter how others see you, just remember that the squad leader will always stand behind you to support you. The comrades in our class are also all by your side, always on the same front line with you. We rise and fall together, share honor and disgrace. Chang Lei smiled and patted him, you are a good soldier. Since you came, everyone in our class seems to have changed. You have also taught me a lot. In short, just do your best. Xin Shen stared blankly at the squad leader. From his sincere and gentle smile, it was clear that his words just now were absolutely heartfelt. For a moment, Xin Shen felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, an indescribable joy. He suddenly realized that the saying comrades are like brothers was not just a joke. The squad leader, Chang Haonan, Zheng Xian, and Hao Duo really treated him as a good comrade and a good friend. Xin Shen looked at his profile. The sunlight fell on Chang Lei's sturdy shoulders. He felt like an older brother, full of a sense of security. Xin Shen's heart was deeply touched, and his fists slowly clenched. Damn it! I'm going to the reconnaissance battalion. At worst, I can find some connections to be a clerk or a communications officer. It's decided. I'm going to the reconnaissance battalion. I won't just lie down and do nothing. Xin Shen made this difficult decision. But as soon as he made it, he regretted it. Because going to the reconnaissance battalion meant facing some hardships that he had to endure. Night fell over the land, and the lights-out signal echoed throughout the camp. One by one, the dormitory lights went out, followed by the sound of snoring. There was no training tomorrow, a day of rest. This was a rare relaxation for the new recruits. So tonight, everyone slept particularly soundly. Beep beep beep, in the dead of night, a piercing whistle suddenly broke the tranquility of the night. Xin Shen abruptly opened his eyes. During his days in the army, he had gotten used to being alert even if he was asleep. Emergency assembly. Chang Lei jumped out of bed and said in a low voice, quick, emergency assembly, everyone get up. Emergency assembly, the assessment officially begins. The sudden shout from downstairs left everyone stunned. Damn, weren't we supposed to have a day off? Why is it starting early? Xin Shen's face was full of disbelief, the higher-ups were really playing games. Hurry, pack your bags, move fast. Chang Lei urgently whispered. An emergency assembly required silence and no lights, so he could only lower his voice. But everyone could hear the urgency in his tone. No one dared to slack off and immediately began packing their bags. Xin Shen spread out his blanket, stuffed in the mosquito net and other essentials, and then quickly folded it up. Once he finished, he rushed over to the flustered Hao Duo. Upon seeing Xin Shen, the worried expression on Hao Duo's face immediately turned into a smile. Luo, brother Luo. No time for nonsense. Xin Shen snatched his backpack. Quick, get busy with the rest. Tears of gratitude were about to spill from Hao Duo's eyes. Brother Luo, you're so nice. Thank goodness for you, otherwise No more nonsense. We're comrades, helping each other is what we should do. Xin Shen kicked him lightly. Although Hao Duo almost fell over, he felt warm inside. Having someone to look after him was truly wonderful. A hint of a satisfied smile crossed Chang Lei's lips. At that moment, Xin Shen no longer seemed like a new recruit. He resembled a reliable veteran. I'm ready, Chang Haonan suddenly shouted. If you're ready, hurry down. Qinshan said without looking up, "You all too, don't embarrass the squad leader." "Okay." Chang Haonan nodded and dashed outside. Next was Zheng Qian, followed by Li Dasheng. One after another, figures rushed out, and Chang Lei clenched his fists in excitement. His gaze fell back on Qin Shen, and he suddenly felt like a lucky person. Qin Shen was the treasure bestowed upon him by fate. This kid is definitely going to be a good soldier, even better than me and the squad leader. Chang Lei was filled with certainty. "Alright, let's go." Qin Shen tossed the backpack to Hao Duo. Then he turned around, grabbed his own, and hurried downstairs. Chang Lei also collected his thoughts and ran outside. Thud thud thud, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the stairs. Some were running out, while others ran back in. Inside the barracks, it sounded like a battle was taking place, with clanging and banging non-stop. This emergency assembly came too suddenly, no one was prepared, and most were jolted awake from sweet dreams, so it was no surprise they were flustered. Upstairs, "Why are the lights still on?" A major shouted at the building, "Don't you know the rules for emergency assemblies? And you over there, why are you running around? If your bag isn't packed, don't come out." "That soldier, put your pants on before coming out. Don't you realize you're only in your underwear?" Wu Ziyuan stood nearby with a grim face, his eyes fixed on the entire building, his fists clenched tightly. Kong Xiang chuckled and lowered his voice. "Alright, getting angry won't help. The assessment is happening. Once the company is over, they won't be your responsibility anymore. Bunch of idiots." Wu Ziyuan huffed angrily. "Before they leave the company, they are all under my command. A bunch of useless fools, what a disgrace." Just then, a group of people quickly ran over. They quickly formed a line in front of the company commander and several officers. Wu Ziyuan looked at them, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. An officer beside him nodded in satisfaction. Impressive. Hearing this result, both Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang were stunned. The new recruit company required everyone to complete the emergency assembly within 5 minutes. The requirement was to pack their bags properly and bring essential items. 3 minutes and 15 seconds was impressive, even for seasoned veterans in the company, and only well-trained veterans could achieve such a time. The entire class being able to achieve such results so quickly truly shocked them. Wu Ziyuan's gaze fell on Qin Shen, and he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He could understand why the others had such good scores, but Qin Shen, he actually managed it too? Kong Xiang poked him with a smile. "I told you not to underestimate others. How about that? Surprised, aren't you?" He chuckled. "Didn't expect it, did you? You also have moments of misjudgment." Wu Ziyuan's face turned red, but he quickly coughed and said, "What's the use of an emergency assembly? If there's a battle, he'll definitely run away fast. This is just the beginning, don't be too optimistic." Kong Xiang rolled his eyes. Wasn't the point of an emergency assembly to respond faster than the enemy in battle? To twist it into a matter of escaping was just stubbornness. At that moment, although Qin Shen stood in the line, his eyes were darting around wildly. Besides a major, there were also 2 captains standing nearby. These people shouldn't be from our training regiment. Qin Shen felt inexplicably excited. If he exceeded the assessment task, he might really get double rewards. If a few more extraordinary abilities came along, even if he really went to the reconnaissance battalion, he would surely thrive. He slowly clenched his fists. He had to give it his all in the upcoming assessment. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. The major looked up at the new recruits running in one after another, then continued to check the time. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. At 4 minutes and 50 seconds, all the new recruits had gathered. "That counts as passing," the major exhaled lightly. "Not bad." He turned to Wu Ziyuan and smiled. "In such a relaxed environment, you managed to gather everyone within the time limit. Captain Wu, you truly are the most famous captain in the entire division. Impressive." Wu Ziyuan smiled awkwardly. "You're too kind, too kind. Can I check on them?" "Of course not." The major wore a polite smile. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched, glaring at him in anger. The major chuckled. "Captain Wu, don't look at me like that. This is a requirement from above. The assessment has already started, and you, as the captain and instructor, cannot interfere." Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath and waved his hand helplessly. "Then please go ahead." The major nodded with a smile, walked straight to the front of the line, and said loudly, "At ease, stand at attention." Clap. Everyone stood straight. The major shouted, "Listen up, now everyone jump in place 30 times, start." All the new recruits were stunned. What kind of order was this? Can't understand? "Start, jump 30 times in place, jump hard." The major yelled. "Jump." Qin Shen shouted and was the first to start jumping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other squad leaders suddenly reacted. They quickly urged the new recruits to jump along. One jump after another, everyone was jumping with all their might. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang were so nervous they didn't dare to breathe, their palms drenched in cold sweat. They knew all too well what this was for. The purpose was to check if the new recruits' backpacks were packed well and sturdy enough. If not packed properly, they would have to jump 30 times in place. Not only would the backpacks fall apart, but a bunch of things would also spill out, making them unqualified. Once everyone finished jumping, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Smiles uncontrollably appeared on their faces because there was nothing on the ground. The major turned around with a grin and gave Wu Ziyuan a thumbs up. "Captain Wu, you really have a way with leading troops. Impressive." Wu Ziyuan proudly laughed. Just basic skills, too much flattery. Ha ha ha, the major laughed heartily. "Alright, then I'll take my leave. Go, go, go." Wu Ziyuan waved his hand cheerfully. "Everyone listen up." The major shouted. "Right turn, march." Snap. Everyone immediately turned right and started marching. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-3-4, 1-2-3-4. Everyone shouted along. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang exchanged a smile and joined in. "Still stubborn, huh?" Kong Xiang said while running. "That kid Qin Chen's backpack is as solid as a rock. I just checked, it doesn't even sway. You still say he's lacking?" The smile on Wu Ziyuan's face instantly vanished. I see. You're such a buzzkill, always saying something negative when others are happy." Kong Xiang laughed heartily. "I'm just standing up for the truth, he really is a good soldier." Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly. "I said it before, being good at carrying a backpack doesn't mean much. The upcoming assessment is the real deal. You can only tell if it's a mule or a horse by taking it out for a walk. As long as he doesn't mess up, I'll be grateful to the heavens. I don't want to take the blame for him. And," Wu Ziyuan said seriously, "this is also thanks to the squad leader. Without his teaching, how could Qin Chen improve so quickly?" Kong Xiang shook his head with a smile. He knew Wu Ziyuan was just being stubborn, but he was starting to soften a bit. In the past, he was always prepared to take the blame after Qin Chen left, but now, it seemed he was beginning to believe that Qin Chen could stick around. "You, just stubborn." Wu Ziyuan's gaze was fixed on Qin Chen's back, watching his rock-solid backpack and his impeccable running posture. In the ranks, Qin Chen stood out like a veteran among rookies. Wu Ziyuan couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This kid, could it be? He suddenly shook his head vigorously. "I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. It's only been a month. Even if the squad leader taught him well, he should only reach the passing line at most. Carrying a backpack should be his best subject, it has to be." As dawn broke, a faint ray of morning light fell upon the earth. "Stop them, take them down." At a training ground, hundreds of soldiers charged fiercely at a few officers. But the officers they were chasing were as agile as rabbits and struck particularly hard. Dozens of soldiers blocking the way were knocked to the ground, and then quickly jumped into an off-road vehicle. Drive fast, they're not joking," a colonel shouted, but his face was grinning. The major driving the vehicle nearly pressed his foot through the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle roared loudly, shooting out like an arrow. "Hu Fei! You bastard, don't run if you have the guts." A colonel pushed aside a soldier and relentlessly followed behind the vehicle. "If you're brave, get down here, I'll take you on one-on-one. Special forces are so impressive, come down here." The colonel named Hu Fei poked his head out of the vehicle, grinning as he waved at the colonel following behind. "Old Lei, don't chase anymore. You're getting old, take care of your health. By the way, remember to train well, next time I won't go easy on you. Train your grandpa, get down here, I'll train you properly." Hu Fei cheerfully sat back down, and the vehicle moved further away from the group of soldiers. The officers in the car suddenly burst into laughter, and the major driving was almost in tears from laughing. "Chief of Staff, are we being too much?" Shin Shinran, sitting in the passenger seat, awkwardly turned her head. "We didn't take any of their selected soldiers, and you still hit them hard, aren't you afraid?" "Enough, Xiao Shun," a captain in the back laughed. "Give them a hit, that's their motivation to move forward. You used to work in intelligence, you haven't been with us before. Our chief of staff chooses people based on a feeling. If he likes someone, even a pig butcher will be brought in, but if he doesn't, those elite soldiers are nothing." Shin Shinran looked speechless. Isn't it supposed to be about overall quality when selecting for special forces? The soldiers just now had already met the requirements. Looking at Hu Fei, who had closed his eyes to rest in the rearview mirror, Shin Shinran couldn't understand what he was thinking. "Chief of Staff, where are we going now?" Shin Shinran asked. "I heard that the Sea Army is holding a collective assessment for all new recruits today," Hu Fei said casually. "Let's go take a look. What's so interesting about new recruits?" Shin Shinran looked at the others in confusion. The others shrugged, as if it was expected. A collective assessment of new recruits from 3 training regiments in one army, have you seen it? Hu Fei smiled and said, it's just on the way, and since we have nothing to do, we might as well find some fun. The others in the car all laughed and lit cigarettes, with no surprises, only Shin Shinran looking bewildered. After being undercover for years, she was assigned to the training department upon her return. However, she completely couldn't understand the operations here. Hu Fei didn't need to follow any procedures for recruitment. Choosing soldiers was entirely at his whim, completely following his own preferences. Could it be that instead of selecting veterans, Hu Fei wanted to pick from the new recruits? The cold wind swept across the land, and small buildings stood like sentinels on the yellow earth. They were like silent soldiers, standing in the cold wind, silently guarding the land beneath them. Creak! A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of one of the small buildings. As Qin Jiaqing got out of the car, Shi Xingli smiled and reached out his hand. Director Qin, long time no see, I've missed you. Qin Jia laughed heartily, patting his hand vigorously. I've missed you too, Commander Qi. By the way, my subordinate's slaughterhouse has killed 1,000 pigs, especially to treat our soldiers, and it should be delivered to your division headquarters soon. Shi Xingli smiled so widely that he could hardly close his mouth. Director Qin, you are too polite, too polite. You've already promised to repair our barracks, and now you're sending so many things. As the commander, I really feel too embarrassed. Don't be so polite. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. This little thing is what I should do. By the way, where are we watching later? Shi Xingli smiled and pulled him along. Let's go. Qin Jiaqing was very happy, taking Wang Rifa with him as they went upstairs together. Arriving at a conference room on the 3rd floor, Shi Xingli personally pulled out a chair for him. Director Qin, you sit here. He then took a walkie-talkie from his waist and handed it to him. This is for you, you know how to use it, right? Just press this to talk, don't press it when you're not talking, I've already set the channel. Qin Jiaqing looked at the walkie-talkie in confusion, then looked at him. Wait, Commander Qi, weren't you taking me to see some assessment? What does this mean? Shi Xingli laughed heartily. Director Qin, it's like this. This assessment isn't conducted solely by our division, but rather it's a joint assessment of the training regiments from 3 divisions in the entire army, and even the military has sent people over. Is it Major General Yu? Qin Jiaqing asked. I'm quite familiar with him, we had dinner together last month. Shi Xingli shook his head with a smile. Not him, this assessment has already reached a level of confidentiality, it's a military secret, outsiders are not allowed to approach. But don't worry, I'll use this to report the situation on site to you at any time. Moreover, the assessment site is nearby, if you perk up your ears, you might be able to hear some sounds. Qin Jiaqing's eyes nearly popped out. After all that effort, this was it? What was the difference between this and waiting for news at home? Before he could speak, Shi Xingli hurriedly said, Director Qin, you stay here, don't run around. I have to hurry back, the leaders might have already arrived. I'm off, pay attention to the communication. He spoke as he turned and hurriedly ran out. Hey, hey, hey! Qin Jiaqing shouted anxiously. Just as he was about to chase after him, 2 guards appeared at the entrance and blocked his way. Qin Jiaqing was stunned. What's going on? A lieutenant walked over with a smile and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. This area is a military restricted zone. The commander said you can only move around here and cannot go through this door. Qin Jiaqing's jaw nearly hit the ground. After coming such a long way, not only could he not see Qin Chen's assessment, but he was also being placed under house arrest here. What the hell was going on? He couldn't care less about his image and shouted angrily into the distance, Shi Xingli, you surnamed Qi. The lieutenant smiled and said, sorry, the commander has gone far away and can't hear you. Qin Jiaqing was so furious he felt like he was about to explode. If I can't go out, what am I supposed to do? In the next moment, he was stunned. Because the lieutenant had already taken out a spittoon with a red peony printed on it and handed it to him. Just use this. The captain said, we'll take care of it later. The corners of Qin Jiaqing's eyes twitched, and he angrily turned around and plopped down on the sofa. Wang Rifa walked over with a bitter face. Forget it, sir, at least you've made it this far. Didn't Commander Qi say to listen carefully? You might hear the young master's voice. Qin Jiaqing glared at him irritably. What voice to listen to? His screams? He closed his eyes in anger, his mind filled with Qin Chen's figure. Forget it, it's better that kid doesn't see me. It saves him from being eliminated and losing face, and then throwing a tantrum and refusing to come back with me. This is actually quite good. Meanwhile, Shi Xingli's car sped down the dirt road, rushing towards the viewing platform. Squeak, the harsh sound of brakes echoed. As the car came to a stop, he dashed towards the viewing platform. Hello, Chief of Staff. Shi Xingli ran up to a middle-aged man with a square face and saluted vigorously. Chief of Staff Chen Long returned the salute with a smile. Old Chi, no need to be so polite with me. Chi Shengli smiled slightly and suddenly noticed the two men standing behind Chen Long. They were the commanders of the other two divisions of the Sea Army, Yan Jun and Li Wanguang, who were also his competitors. In a place that values military might, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Especially in the army, if you want something, you have to show real skill. So, for resources, for funding, and even for training opportunities, Chi Shengli often competed with them. Watching the three of them on edge, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Chen Long immediately laughed and said, "Alright, you guys don't need to stare at each other like fighting cocks. Aren't your new recruits going to compete soon?" He chuckled and said, "Before I came, the commander and the political commissar both said that whichever teaching regiment comes in first this time will receive a bonus from the army at the end of the year, specifically for commendation." The eyes of the three commanders instantly lit up. The tension between them grew even stronger. The chief of staff looked at them and smiled with satisfaction. What he wanted was for them to compete with each other. If soldiers don't strive and fight, they become a bunch of cowards. How can they protect their country? Only by competing and fighting can they become stronger. Look, the first unit is here. An officer suddenly shouted, and everyone immediately turned to look. At the entrance of the training ground, a company marched in, shouting loud slogans and stepping in perfect unison. Which unit is this? Chen Long lowered his binoculars and then checked his watch. They arrived quite early, almost 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Report, this is the 9th Company of the A Division's teaching regiment, an officer shouted. Chi Shengli was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at Chen Long, then at the other two commanders, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Sorry. Oops, I accidentally got so far ahead, I'm really sorry, ha. The two commanders clenched their fists in anger. The assessment had just begun, and this guy had already shown off. I had already given them a heads up to keep a low profile and not to leave Brigade B and Brigade C too far behind. Chi Shengli pointed at the 9th Company with a smug expression, but look at them, their strength is just too overwhelming. They've been trying hard to keep a low profile, but they just can't. Yan Jun and Li Wanguang glared at him, their eyes blazing. Chi Shengli, stop being so sarcastic. This assessment was a surprise attack. Our new recruits just weren't prepared. The others will definitely be stronger than you. Right. Chi Shengli nodded vigorously. Your new recruits weren't prepared, and neither were mine. But how come they can be so quick? What does this indicate? Chi Shengli smiled at them. It indicates that my new recruits are just impressive, just as impressive as I am. Seeing the two commanders about to explode like a powder keg, Chen Long quickly said, Old Chi, don't get too cocky. The assessment has just started, maybe your soldiers just got lucky. Exactly, what's there to be cocky about? Li Wanguang scoffed. Yan Jun snorted coldly, the real competition starts later. If you want to take first place, you need real skills. Chi Shengli held his head high. Alright, you're alright. But I've already started off strong, how could it not go well from here? You all better be mentally prepared to continue losing. The two commanders clenched their fists in anger. If it weren't for Chen Long standing in the middle, they would have immediately wanted to spar with Chi Shengli. After a while, various units began to arrive one after another. However, compared to the 9th Company, which had arrived first, they were a sight to behold. Some companies, when they ran in, had equipment falling off behind them with a loud clatter. There were slippers and liberation shoes scattered everywhere on the road, and some even lost their blankets. This was still better. Those who came later even had soldiers running in while holding their blankets. It was a complete mess. The two commanders' faces grew increasingly grim, while Chi Shengli's laughter grew louder. Old Yen, Old Li, your new recruits are really something, dropping equipment all the way here, Chen Long said with an awkward smile. If this were a battle, they would have become the enemy's transport team. The enemy would have to thank them. The two commanders' faces turned crimson, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Looking at the 9th Company, their backpacks were as solid as rocks. Their new recruits were simply not in the same league. Report! A major rushed over and saluted Chen Long. The 3 training regiments, all companies have arrived. Please give instructions, sir. Chen Long nodded and said coldly, have they been checked? Report, sir, all companies were checked before entering the assessment area. Brigade B's training regiment, 5th Company, performed the worst. More than half of the new recruits' backpacks fell apart. Yan Jun's face was so red it looked like it was bleeding, his teeth grinding audibly. Brigade A's training regiment, 9th Company, currently has the best results. Not a single backpack fell apart, and they are very sturdy. Ha ha ha. Chi Shengli looked smugly at the two commanders beside him. Sorry, I won the first round. He smiled at the two. You all need to teach your new recruits more. Feel free to come and ask me for advice, don't be shy. Shut your mouth. The two were so angry their teeth itched. Why bring up that topic? Trying to show off your mouth, huh? Qianlong suddenly said, order all companies that dropped items to turn back and pick up what they lost. Yes, sir. The major saluted and turned to run out. Qianlong then looked at a lieutenant colonel beside him. How's the second round of assessment going? Ha! The three commanders were collectively stunned. Was it already the second round of assessment? Report, sir. Colonel said, we've already counted. Yesterday we secretly sent people to 3 training regiments and quietly took photos and scored the internal affairs of each company. Company 7 of Division C had the worst results, while Company 9 of Division A had the best. Especially Class 1 of Company 9, their internal affairs were excellent, almost comparable to veterans. Hearing this, the 3 division commanders all gasped in shock. It turned out the assessment had started yesterday. Moreover, they secretly sent people to score each company, which was really underhanded. It was like a teacher suddenly checking recitations in class. Ha ha ha. Qi Shengli was stunned for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter again, startling Qianlong and the 2 division commanders. Qi Shengli patted his thigh, beaming with joy. I didn't expect it. I thought it was just 1 round, but it turned out to be 2. Sorry, everyone, I'm almost winning too much. The 2 division commanders glared at their new recruits with fiery eyes, feeling helpless. They could only glare fiercely at their own group of rookies. So disappointing. Qianlong smiled and patted Qi Shengli. You really have a knack for this. Those 2 must think you should study hard. Qi Shengli laughed and waved his hand. Leaders, you're overpraising me. This is all normal operation, isn't it what we soldiers should do? I usually educate them that a soldier should treat every moment as an assessment, and absolutely cannot be the slightest bit lax. That's why veterans lead by example. This is our division's tradition, ha ha ha. Listening to this infectious laughter, the 2 division commanders wished they could cover their ears. Qianlong turned his head. When each company returns, notify them to get ready for the next assessment immediately. Yes. Qi Shengli then took out binoculars and looked towards Company 9. His gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on Class 1. After spotting Qin Chen, he immediately sneaked off to the side. Qin Dong, can you hear me? At that moment, Qin Jiaqing was relieving himself into a spittoon. Hearing the sudden voice from the intercom, he hurriedly turned around. Ah! Wang Rifa, sitting on the nearby bench, shouted and jumped up. Qin Jiaqing looked at Wang Rifa, who was drenched, with an embarrassed expression. Old Wang, sorry. I didn't notice you were here. Wang Rifa sadly wiped his face. It's fine. Sir, you've been a bit irritable lately. You need to drink more water. Hurry and get the intercom. Right. Qin Jiaqing didn't even bother to wipe his hands. He immediately dashed over and grabbed the intercom. How's it going? Qin Dong, I have good news for you. Qi Shengli said excitedly. The company that Qin Luo is in just got first place in 2 assessments. Especially the class he's in, their performance was particularly outstanding. Now, not only has he passed the assessment, but he's almost being noticed by the military. Ha ha ha. How about that? My arrangement was good, right? The smile on Qin Jiaqing's face had completely frozen, his jaw almost hitting the ground. I wanted him to be sent back, and you let him get first place? Qin Dong, a new assessment is about to take place. I'll report to you shortly. Immediately after, there was no sound from the other end. Qin Jiaqing stood there holding the intercom, dazed and confused, his head spinning. He looked at Wang Rifa in disbelief. Slap me. Ha! Wang Rifa looked at him in fear. Sir, are you okay? Hurry, slap me. Qin Jiaqing shouted. I must be hearing things. Xiao Luo, how could he get first place? Is he that capable? It must be an illusion. Slap. Qin Jiaqing repeatedly slapped himself, startling Wang Rifa into quickly grabbing his hand. It hurts, it really hurts. Qin Jiaqing grimaced. Wang Rifa wore a face. Sir, don't overthink it. Didn't Colonel Qi just say? It's the young master's class that took first place, and it has nothing to do with the young master. He just took advantage of the situation and got lucky. Is that so? Qin Jiaqing looked at him with anticipation. Can I still bring Xiao Luo back? Wang Rifa stared at him. You know the young master best. He's not someone who can endure hardship. Right. Qin Jiaqing nodded excitedly. You're absolutely right. That little brat can't carry a load or lift anything. After a month in the army, he's turned into a real man? He must be just a pretender. He said cheerfully, when the next assessment comes, he'll definitely show his true colors. He's just not cut out for the military. He can only obediently go back and inherit our family's trillions in assets. Wang Rifa's eyelid twitched. He also wanted to help inherit some family fortune. This paternal love was too deep. He particularly wanted to possess it. Last 10 minutes, all regiments prepare. The assessment instructor shouted loudly with a megaphone, standing in front of the crowd. All the new recruits immediately became tense and busy, while Qin Chen looked ahead. This was the military's outdoor training ground, extremely vast. Tanks from 7 or 8 regiments could race through here, let alone soldiers from 3 regiments. They could all line up and run without any problem. The next assessment content. First, a 120-meter tactical assessment, 30 meters of low crawling, 30 meters of high crawling, and 30 meters of prone crawling. Finally, 30 meters of crawling over barbed wire in any position. Everyone collectively looked in the direction the instructor pointed. Sure enough, a large number of barbed wires had been set up ahead. From left to right, they formed a continuous line. Each company could be assigned 3 or 4 barbed wires. The instructor continued, after the tactical assessment, rest for 5 minutes, then immediately start the physical fitness assessment. 150 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 50 dips on parallel bars, and 20 pull-ups. After completing these, rest for 5 minutes. He shouted hoarsely, after 5 minutes, immediately proceed with a 5-kilometer run. After that, rest for 10 minutes, then immediately start shooting training. The requirement. He revealed a wicked smile. Both the tactical assessment and the physical fitness assessment must be completed with your backpacks. The 5 kilometers can be done with light gear. Everyone gasped. The new recruits wore faces, and the squad leaders' eyes widened. The company and regiment leaders also looked worried. Was this meant to test the new recruits? It was clearly a test for the veterans. In previous training assessments, only the most basic items were tested. Whether it was internal affairs, formations, physical fitness, or shooting, they were all based on the usual training standards, with just a slight increase as the assessment criteria. Everyone went through it like an organized physical examination, item by item, and finally checked the total score. But today's assessment not only linked all the items together but also had to be completed with very little rest time. Could new recruits who had just joined the army for 3 months manage this? Even pulling out some veterans to complete it would be somewhat strenuous. But at this moment, the soldiers of Class 1 were all smug. Compared to their usual extra training, this level of training was at most a fair match and nothing impressive. Chung Haonan poked Qin Chen and whispered, "Lu Oge, thanks to you. If you hadn't been so arrogant before, we wouldn't have become so strong." Qin Chen rolled his eyes. It was clearly you guys who insisted on competing with me. But he hadn't expected this twist of fate. It was indeed a bit of a happy accident. This assessment has no specific time requirements, the instructor continued. Whoever finishes the assessment first, with the shortest time, and whose movements are the most standard, combined with shooting results, will be selected as the winner. Everyone make your final preparations, there are still 10 minutes left. Remember, quickly check your backpacks, don't let them fall apart again. If they fall apart, you'll have to repack them and undergo the assessment again, the time wasted is your own. Get ready! The teams immediately became chaotic. The team leader called all the company commanders over and gave an impassioned speech. The company commanders quickly rushed back to their respective companies, calling all the squad leaders together for another round of encouragement. There was no choice, the content of this assessment had exceeded their expectations. It even surpassed the capabilities of most new recruits. Now, they could only make a last-minute remedy and mobilize on site. Although the assessment content is different from previous years, Wu Ziyuan stared at all the squad leaders. "I believe in you and in all the new recruits. Later, give them a good boost, let them bring out their best skills. If you don't fight now, there won't be another chance." "Yes!" everyone shouted in unison. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand to disperse them. He understood that talking more now was meaningless. Only by raising everyone's morale could they perform better. Squad leader. "Here." Chang Lei turned around, and Wu Ziyuan had already walked up to him. He glanced at Qin Chen in the ranks and lowered his voice to ask, "Give me the lowdown, is this kid any good?" Chang Lei stood tall. Report, squad leader, Qin Chen is good, very good. Wu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched. Although he had little faith in Qin Chen, he trusted Chang Lei. Wu Ziyuan could only nod. "All right, but you still need to encourage him a bit. Make sure he gives it his all, don't let the whole class down, especially, don't let you down." Chang Lei smiled slightly. "Squad leader, just you wait. He will definitely bring glory to the 9th Company." Watching him smile and turn away, Wu Ziyuan felt a headache coming on. Bring glory to the 9th Company? As long as he doesn't hold Chang Lei back, Wu Ziyuan would be grateful. Chang Lei ran back to the front of the ranks. Everyone stood tall, looking at him with anticipation. Chang Lei also smiled at them. "I won't say anything more, I'll be right beside you until the end. Show all your skills and let the whole army know you are the best new recruits." "Yes!" everyone shouted together. Xin Shen turned his head and looked towards the observation platform. A glint flashed in his eyes, and his eagle-like gaze instantly closed the distance. He clearly saw that there were quite a few officers standing on the observation platform several hundred meters away. Quite a grand occasion, so many high-ranking officials have come. If we take first place among the new recruits, the system must give more rewards. Xin Shen excitedly clenched his fist. As long as the abilities given were impressive enough, even the tough conditions of the reconnaissance battalion could become a piece of cake. It seemed that this time he had to give it his all. 2 minutes left to prepare. Moments later, the instructor shouted again. Chung Haonan and the others were both excited and nervous. Hao Duo looked around at the crowd, and he was already sweating profusely. Xin Shen glanced at them and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. System, if I lead the whole class to take first place among the new recruits in the entire army, would that count as exceeding the task? Will there be more rewards? Xin Shen asked excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Ding! Report to the host, there is a certain probability. Xin Shen's eyes instantly brightened, he guessed correctly. System, this time the scale of the assessment has also tripled. If we complete the task, will the rewards also triple? Report to the host, there will be a certain probability. Xin Shen felt a bit speechless. It turned out it wasn't 100% guarantee. What a letdown. He took a deep breath. It didn't matter, having a certain probability was better than none. As long as he got a few impressive new super abilities, he could walk sideways anywhere. Quickly! Each company organize yourselves, all stand in line by squad. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The assessment instructor shouted while running in front of the ranks with a megaphone. Each company commander immediately directed their teams to the temporary white line. All the squads quickly lined up, countless people nervously glancing at the sea of faces around them, then looking towards the track ahead. Competing with so many people at once was a new test for all the recruits. Prepare! The assessment instructor rushed to the side of the crowd, shouting into a megaphone, 30 seconds left. The recruits from each squad immediately rolled up their sleeves. Xin Shen turned to everyone. Earlier, you all said that after joining the company, you wanted me to cover for you, right? Chung Haonan and the others stared at him in surprise, not expecting Xin Shen to ask this at such a critical moment. Yes, yes, yes. Hao Duo nodded vigorously. We must cling to the strong. Brother Luo, please cover us. Chang Haonan raised his head. Brother Luo, we're all in the same boat, Zheng Qian replied with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Good. Xin Shen scanned everyone. Later, follow me. I'll lead you to first place, and then we'll go to the reconnaissance battalion together. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up. All right. Chung Haonan nodded excitedly, and the others followed suit, nodding vigorously. Xin Shen smiled slightly at them, then turned his head to coldly gaze ahead. On the side of the examination area, Gao Kun smiled as he handed cigarettes to the other two company commanders. Come, have a smoke. The two looked at him disdainfully but took the cigarettes without hesitation. Gao Kun cheerfully lit one for himself. Sorry, gentlemen. The assessment just started, and I've already made you lose face. He took a deep breath, exhaling a smoke ring, and said helplessly, I can't be blamed. I didn't want to compete with you. But the military insists on having our three companies compete together. Isn't that just asking me to bully you? The two commanders were so angry that their hands trembled as they held their cigarettes. But don't worry, gentlemen. Gao Kun patted his chest, saying, I've already talked to all the company commanders about the assessment. He held the cigarette in his mouth, smiling at the two. Let all the recruits hold back a bit. We can't let you lose too badly. We're all old brothers, I understand. Old Gao, stop showing off in front of me. One commander pointed at him angrily. The first 2 rounds can at most be considered your internal affairs qualified, but what good is that? When it comes to battle, are your soldiers going to rush in and fold a blanket for the enemy to death? The other commander snorted coldly. The real competition has just begun. Don't get too cocky. If you really let your recruits hold back, you'll lose badly later. Gao Kun nodded with a smile. Yes, you're all right. You're amazing. You're especially amazing. I really think so too. The two were so infuriated by his smug expression that they threw their cigarette butts to the ground. Then, in a flash, they rushed over, forcibly searching him for a pack of cigarettes, and left in a huff. Gao Kun hurriedly chased after them. Hey, I only have half a pack of cigarettes left. Leave me one, you bandits. Bang! At the same time, the starting gun echoed across the training ground. Start! The assessment instructor shouted. In an instant, the squads that had been prepared rushed forward like tigers released from their cages, sprinting towards their respective tracks. Just then, one team overtook everyone, and they ran faster and faster, quickly creating a distance between their class and the other teams. The other rookie classes watched as they sped up, each one anxiously trying to catch up. It had just begun, and all the rookie classes were in disarray. Go, go! Chang Lei clapped vigorously from a distance, shouting excitedly. This outstanding team was Class 1. At this moment, Qin Shen was leading, with everyone following behind him. They disregarded everything else, focused solely on the back of the person in front of them. The only thing in their minds was Qin Shen's words, "Just follow me and run." Drop! Upon reaching the tactical line, Qin Shen shouted loudly and was the first to throw himself down. Thud! Qin Shen slid nearly 3 meters on the grass. Then he quickly shifted into a prone position. Using both hands and feet, with his waist exerting force, he crawled forward like a gecko sticking to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Behind him, Zhang Haonan and Zhang Qian followed suit, one after another, using inertia to slide forward 2 or 3 meters. They then almost exactly mirrored Qin Shen, quickly transitioning into a crawling position to move forward. Meanwhile, the other rookie classes were still frantically running behind. Good! Wu Ziyuan was excitedly bouncing around in the crowd, drawing murderous glares from the other company commanders. Kong Xiang looked around cautiously and swallowed hard. Old Wu, keep it down, everyone is watching. So what if they are watching? What's there to be afraid of? Wu Ziyuan said proudly, my soldiers are in first place, can't I be happy for them? If they had the ability, their soldiers would run this fast too, they can jump as well, I'm not stopping them. The eyes of the other company commanders were filled with fire. If it weren't for the fact that this kid's surname was Wu, they would have probably already exchanged a few friendly words with him. Kong Xiang smiled and said, so you admit now that he's your soldier? You weren't like this before. Wu Ziyuan was taken aback. What? Kong Xiang stared at him. What are you pretending for? Can't you see who's running in the front? Wu Ziyuan's face turned red. In fact, he had also been shocked. He never expected that everyone in Class 1 would take Qin Shen as their benchmark and closely follow behind him. Moreover, Qin Shen's tactical movements were so standard that even he wanted to give a thumbs up. Kong Xiang patted him with a smile. Old Wu, admit it, Qin Shen is a good soldier. But class leader didn't say anything wrong. Wu Ziyuan stared blankly at Qin Shen, who was already close to the barbed wire, his fists silently clenching. How long had it been? This rookie was already this impressive? Wasn't he completely clueless when he arrived? Wu Ziyuan suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Due to his prejudice, he had never paid attention to Qin Shen. What exactly had happened to him? And how had the new recruits in Class 1 suddenly become so strong? They clearly weren't like this a month ago. The level of Class 1 had completely exceeded his imagination. They've all made it through, they've all made it through. Kong Xiang suddenly shouted excitedly. Wu Ziyuan also reacted sharply, realizing that the last one, Hao Duo, had already stood up from behind the barbed wire. The entire Class 1 had completed the first assessment, faster than the other rookie classes by quite a bit. Great! Wu Ziyuan jumped up excitedly. The other company commanders, already annoyed, became even more irritated watching Wu Ziyuan gloat. Hurry the hell up! What are you doing, crawling like a turtle? Can't you see that a whole class has crossed the finish line? Speed up! Many company commanders couldn't hold back anymore, although they couldn't go up to direct. Shouting from the sidelines was still fine. On the other side, Gao Kun was smiling as he patted the 2 stunned battalion commanders. Sorry, gentlemen, we've beaten you again. Your athletes are no good either. I let my soldiers take it easy, and they're still so slow? It must be that your coaching is lacking. The 2 commanders turned around in anger, but Gao Kun was already prepared and had retreated about 10 steps. Don't get worked up, please don't get worked up, Gao Kun said cheerfully. The competition isn't over yet, we still have to put you through more. If you get too excited now, you'll be even worse off later. Shut up. The 2 commanders charged at Gao Kun, their faces filled with rage. At that moment, on the viewing platform, Shi Xingli was also showing off smugly. The other 2 division commanders were so furious they wished they could silence him. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Shi Xingli laughed broadly. 1 minute and 50 seconds, can you believe that's the new recruit's score? But in our division, that's just routine. We are Division A, ABCDFG, A is the boss, and nothing else compares, haha. Shut up! The 2 division commanders could no longer hold back and shouted in unison. Suddenly, a hand slapped hard on Shi Shengli's shoulder. He turned to find Chen Long looking shocked as he stared ahead. What's wrong, Chief of Staff? Shi Shengli asked in surprise. Chen Long pointed forward. Old Shi, your new recruits, they didn't rest and went straight into the next event. What? Shi Shengli turned his head sharply and indeed saw everyone from Class 1 already doing push-ups on the training field. Shi Shengli's eyes nearly popped out. I can't believe it. They just finished the tactical crawl. And they're not resting? Are they super science? They just crawled through tactics, expending so much energy, and they're fine? Chen Long swallowed hard and gave Qi Xingli a thumbs up. Your new recruits are really brave. Qi Xingli looked embarrassed, and before he could speak, Li Wangwang sneered, brave, sure, but they have no brains. Exactly, Yan Jun laughed. 120 meters of tactics, how much energy does that consume? I bet they're barely able to catch their breath right now. Old Qi, you don't take care of your soldiers, is this how you usually train them? Qi Shengli glared at them angrily. Nonsense, I'm famous for treating my soldiers like my own children. They're just very strong, that's why they didn't rest. You're just being stubborn, Yan Jun mocked him. I don't think it will be long before they start to falter. The two division commanders exchanged glances, both smiling. They had thought this class was unbeatable, but they didn't expect them to be so foolish. In their view, it wouldn't be long before their new recruits caught up. Such a great lead was being wasted. Qi Shengli clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the competition field. Xin Chen and the others were doing push-ups rapidly, showing no signs of fatigue. But Qi Shengli's heart was in his throat. After all, they had just crawled through tactics, and even veterans needed to rest. But these new recruits, Gao Kun, how do you lead your troops? Clearly, they're a bunch of good soldiers, so why are they so foolish? You better pray they can keep leading. If someone surpasses them, I won't let you off the hook. Qi Shengli's fists tightened more and more. He had finally managed to show off in front of the other two division commanders, and he didn't want to lose the joy so soon. Come on, come on! Outside the training field, Shang Lei and Wu Ziyuan shouted in unison, their voices already hoarse. They were using every ounce of strength they had. On the training field, Xin Chen was almost done with all the push-ups. He lifted his head and immediately noticed that everyone was struggling. It seemed that going straight into the physical assessment without resting was indeed a bit too much for them. In order to exceed the task and earn more rewards, they must be stimulated to unleash their inner potential. Xin Chen suddenly shouted, Chenghaonan, aren't you known as the street bully? Can't you handle this? How are you going to make your girlfriend happy in the future? Hurry up, a man can't say he can't do it. Chenghaonan was instantly provoked, immediately revving up like a pile driver. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. Zhang Qian. Xin Chen shouted, do you want free instant noodles, spicy strips, and ham sausages? How about cookies, cola, and chicken feet? Absolutely. Zhang Qian also started going crazy. I'm all in. Li Dasheng, do you still want to smoke good cigarettes? Do you want to watch those martial arts films from the island? Luo Ge, don't say anymore, I'm already at my limit. After shouting around, Xin Chen finally looked at Hao Duo. This kid was drenched in sweat, struggling to do push-ups in a butterfly motion. As soon as he met Xin Chen's gaze, Hao Duo was so scared that he immediately said, Luo Ge, you can't ignore me, right? Then hurry up. If you want me to cover for you, get moving. Xin Chen glared at him. Yes. Hao Duo immediately went wild, desperately pushing himself up. The instructor watched with a tingling scalp. Are these guys crazy? What stimulated them? Before long, a group of people collectively finished their push-ups. Get ready for sit-ups. Xin Chen shouted. Everyone lay down together, their bodies quickly rising and falling in rhythm with Xin Chen. The instructor's eyelids twitched, instinctively moving a bit further away from them. Not far away, the new recruits who had just finished their tactical training stared with their mouths agape. Do these guys really not know what tiredness is? They're almost out of breath, yet they can still go this fast? What a bunch of freaks! In the stands, Chen Long, Qi Shengli, and two other commanders all stared wide-eyed in shock, watching from a distance. At this moment, they forgot everything else, their eyes only on these guys. So impressive, consuming so much energy, and they can still do the physical assessment this quickly. It seems like they haven't stopped at all, right? Chen Long asked. Qi Shengli and the others shook their heads like rattles. They haven't stopped, they've been going non-stop. Chen Long swallowed hard. This class of soldiers is too strong. Shouldn't we give them some rest time? Are we planning to keep assessing them? He suddenly turned his head. Qi Shengli. Here. Qi Shengli immediately stood tall. Did you really bring a bunch of veterans to pretend to be new recruits? Chen Long asked suspiciously. How could new recruits be this strong? The two commanders also suddenly realized, well, Qi Shengli, you mocked us for so long, turns out you brought a bunch of veterans? Shameless, to win, you're really going to any lengths. Qi Shengli jumped up anxiously. Who the hell brought veterans? They are all registered new recruits. You can check if you don't believe me. The two commanders knew very well, but since they finally had a chance to suppress him, they had to say a few more words. Otherwise, this guy would be flaunting again in no time. Chen Long turned his head, staring intently at Qin Shen, who was already on the horizontal bar, while the others were nearing the end of their physical assessment. So amazing, I haven't seen such fierce new recruits in a long time. Xin Shen, take a break, don't rush so much. The other new recruits are still far behind you, recover your strength first. Chang Lei shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Wu Ziyuan also couldn't care about his face anymore, shouting at the top of his lungs, Xin Shen, you're already doing great, don't push it. Just take it steady and aim for first place. Xin Shen glanced at them, his eyes twitching. Who the hell doesn't want to slow down a bit? But who knows if someone will suddenly jump up behind. He looked back, and the company commanders were shouting like they had gone mad, while the new recruits were also frantically doing push-ups. Xin Shen's eyelid twitched. If they didn't hurry up, someone might catch up soon. Then all his efforts to be the top recruit would be in vain. He automatically ignored the two's words and turned to the others. Everyone was panting heavily, their eyes fixed on him. Xin Shen's eyes flicked, ready to spur them on. Let me ask you a question, is the squad leader good to us? Everyone was stunned. Good. Of course good, especially good. Xin Shen stared at them. The squad leader is going to be promoted this year. If we perform well and get 3 firsts in the training regiment, he will definitely get promoted. Do you want to help out? They looked at each other. Of course we want to, especially want to. A sly smile appeared on Xin Shen's face. Then good, no one gets to rest, keep pushing with me. Ha! Everyone's mouths dropped open. Cheng Haonan said with a bitter face, no. Brother Luo, we've already completed 3 tasks in a row, we're exhausted. Can we at least take a break? Do you still want the squad leader to get promoted? Xin Shen waited for him. I thought you wanted it. Xin Shen interrupted him, speaking directly, then don't rest. Can't you see the other companies are catching up? Right now, we can only be faster than them, to keep our first place. If we win, I'll treat you to a big meal, plus a cigarette each, deal? Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Deal, we must do it. For the squad leader, we must fight for first place. Xin Shen nodded with a smile, who said money couldn't be useful. At a critical moment, it was quite effective. Okay, I'll go first because I want to be the top recruit. You follow behind, and I'll come back to lead you later. What? Everyone looked at him dumbfounded. Brother Luo, this is a bit. A bit what? Xin Shen glared at them. If you call me Brother Luo and I don't show some real skills, if I'm not much better than you, how can I deserve that title? Stop the nonsense, run. After saying that, he turned and ran out. I'll be back, don't let me not see you. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Actually, Xin Shen makes some sense. Being a big brother should come with the demeanor of a big brother. Brother Luo is really responsible as a leader. I'll listen to him. So what are we waiting for? Zheng Xian shouted anxiously. If they catch up, we won't get first place, and all the cigarettes, instant noodles, and spicy strips will be gone. Hurry up! Charge! Everyone shouted almost simultaneously, sprinting towards the 5-kilometer starting line. The new recruits from several classes who had just arrived at the physical assessment site were instantly stunned. Looking at the first class's rapidly disappearing figures, all the new recruits looked as if they had eaten bitter herbs. Damn, are we not allowed to live? No, you guys. Are you all crazy? Can't you take a break? Will resting kill you? This isn't a new recruit assessment, this is clearly meant to completely crush us. Damn it, we can't lose, we can't lose. On the other side, Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan both gaped, staring blankly at Xin Shen, who was running further away. Seeing him charge straight past the starting line, they almost swallowed their saliva at the same time. This kid's physical ability is too abnormal, right? Isn't he tired? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. Chang Lei turned his head with a smile. Company commander, isn't he impressive? What? Wu Ziyuan looked at him in surprise. Chang Lei wore a proud expression. I just want to ask you, is my soldier impressive? Does he bring honor? Wu Ziyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Company commander, I just need your word. Chang Lei looked at him excitedly. He has been misunderstood by you for so long. I just want to hear a sincere word from you now. Is he impressive or not? Impressive, especially impressive. I was wrong, okay? I misjudged him. Wu Ziyuan shouted in surrender. After the assessment is over, I will apologize to him, a serious apology. I will definitely make him feel good. Chang Lei rubbed his burning eyes and laughed. No need to apologize, but with your words, it's worth it. Stop being so sentimental with me. Wu Ziyuan pushed him. Didn't you say you were going to accompany them? Are you going to chase or not? They're going to run far away. Oh. Chang Lei suddenly reacted and hurriedly turned around to chase after Wu Ziyuan. In the conference room, Xin Jiaqing was pacing with his hands behind his back, his brows tightly knitted. He walked around the conference table again and again. Wang Rifa said bitterly, Sir, stop pacing, if you're not dizzy, I'm about to be. Aren't I anxious? Xin Jiaqing said while pacing, I don't even know how that brat is doing. Has he been eliminated? Ancestors, please bless, don't let anything go wrong. Wang Rifa comforted, Sir, there definitely won't be any problems. Chairman Qin, are you there? Suddenly, Shi Shengli's voice came from the intercom. Qin Jiaqing jumped as if his butt was on fire, rushing over to grab the intercom. Commander Qi, it's me, how is it? Guess? Shi Shengli chuckled, teasing him. Qin Jiaqing and Wang Rifa almost choked. Guess your grandma's leg. Qin Jiaqing suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Commander Qi, don't joke with me at this time. Just tell me, I'm dying of anxiety. Ha ha ha. Shi Shengli laughed heartily. Chairman Qin, I really have to thank you. Ha? Qin Jiaqing widened his eyes in surprise. You've sent me a good soldier. It makes me happier than if you were to repair the barracks for us. But the barracks still need to be repaired. That would make me even happier. Ha ha ha. Qin Jiaqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head buzzing. It felt like his whole face was swelling. Commander Qi. He swallowed hard. What's going on? Oh, Shi Shengli said animatedly, your son really showed his face today. Shi Shengli rambled on, and Qin Jiaqing sank into his chair, his head still buzzing. Wang Rifa quickly set the intercom aside. Sir, are you okay? Qin Jiaqing grabbed his hand, looking at him with a dazed and hollow expression. Wang Rifa. Yes, sir, I'm here. Xiao Luo. How come I don't understand him at all anymore? When did he become so impressive? Wang Rifa also looked awkward, never expecting that Qin Chen could be so formidable. The young master has grown up, maybe he has fully developed. Wang Rifa awkwardly consoled. Qin Jiaqing had a mournful expression, slumping in his chair. Qin Jiaqing, have weathered storms for decades, endured so much hardship to get to today, just to give Xiao Luo a carefree life. If he goes to the army, who am I going to spend all this money on? I'm such a failure. Come on, put all your strength into it. They've already run out of sight. What are you doing here planting? Hurry up. Move, come on. The company commanders shouted frantically from the sidelines, their throats nearly breaking. The two regimental commanders couldn't help but rush over, saliva flying. The new recruits were like they had gone mad, sweat pouring down, but still gritting their teeth, pushing forward, their speed noticeably faster than usual. Even the officers on the viewing platform were dumbfounded. When had new recruits ever been this fierce during assessments? The instructors around the assessment area instinctively took several steps back, creating distance from the recruits. These recruits were exuding a murderous aura, afraid that getting too close would result in a beating. This isn't a new recruit assessment, even veteran assessments have never been this intense. I've been a soldier for 12 years, and this is the first time I've seen such fierce new recruits. It's terrifying. It's all the new recruits from Class 1 of Company 9, they turned 3 regiments of new recruits upside down. Especially that one leading the charge, he's simply a complete maniac. The officers nodded vigorously, filled with envy and jealousy. At this moment, the entire scene was in chaos. Only Gao Kun stood leisurely with his hands behind his back, smoking a cigarette, strolling around like an old cadre inspecting the area. Watching the other 2 regiment leaders shout until their necks were bulging with veins, he smiled with immense satisfaction. Let you 2 show off in front of me before 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River. Don't underestimate the middle-aged poor. Today it's finally my turn. Just wait, I'll show off so much later that it'll kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Chen took large strides, leaning forward. He gripped the backpack straps tightly, pressing the bag against his body. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, falling behind him like beads from a broken string. He looked ahead. Not far away was a valley. This is the finish line. If I run over there, I'll definitely be the first among all the new recruits. No one can catch up to me. A few instructors were standing at the entrance of the valley. We're here, we're here. Everyone rushed to the finish line, standing in different directions, ready to time. At this moment, Qin Chen was exerting all his strength, his legs filled with power, sprinting madly towards the finish line. Just as Qin Chen crossed the finish line, an instructor pressed the stopwatch hard while raising his hand to signal him to stop. But Qin Chen didn't stop. Instead, he zipped past him. He turned to look back, completely stunned. There stood Qin Chen not far away, pulling down his pants and starting to relieve himself. Damn it! I was about to burst. Ah, so good. A few instructors twitched at the corners of their eyes. They had seen runners collapse, lie down, but never someone who pulled down their pants to urinate right after finishing. Can you be any weirder? Instructor, suddenly, Qin Chen turned and awkwardly smiled. Do you have any paper? What do you want to do? The instructor's eyes widened. Qin Chen smiled even more awkwardly. I just farted and suddenly felt the urge to go. Holy crap! The instructor's jaws nearly dropped. This kid was truly a weirdo. Forget it, I can hold it in. Qin Chen took a deep breath and really held it back. The instructors watched his expression, sweating for him. After all, you can't trust a fart. Qin Chen exhaled a big breath, feeling much more comfortable in his stomach. He then looked towards the main road. I still need to bring those guys back. If they get caught up by the people behind, I won't be able to secure first place for the whole group, and how can I earn extra rewards then? Qin Chen shook himself, quickly pulled up his pants, and immediately turned to run back. Hey, where are you going? An instructor raised his hand, trying to stop Qin Chen. Yay! Qin Chen jumped up and slapped his palm. The instructor was momentarily stunned, standing there in a daze. By the time he reacted, Qin Chen had already run back along the same path. Hey! You've already reached the finish line, you don't need to run back. But after relieving himself, Qin Chen was full throttle, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The instructor was speechless. This kid was not just weird, he was a lunatic. He had already crossed the finish line and was running back? Suddenly, he noticed water on his hand and instantly jumped up in anger. Damn it, that bastard peed on my hand. 5-kilometer assessment, a new recruit has already completed it first. The voice of the finish line instructor suddenly came through the walkie-talkie from the observation platform. Chen Long and Qi Shengli immediately perked up their ears. What's his name? Which unit is he from? Report the results. A coach shouted. Report, his name is Qin Chen, a new recruit from the 9th Company, 1st class of the A Division's training regiment. The 5-kilometer assessment time is 15 minutes and 50 seconds. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Yan Jun gaped. Is there a mistake in the report? Repeat it. A certain voice confirmed from the other end. Report, there is no mistake, 15 minutes and 50 seconds. We timed it simultaneously, it's absolutely correct. Chen Long hurriedly walked up, snatched the walkie-talkie, and asked, have you checked his equipment? Is anything missing? Report, it has been checked, nothing is missing. The scene fell silent for 2 seconds. The shock on everyone's faces deepened. Everyone swallowed hard. Understood. Chen Long returned the walkie-talkie to the instructor, looking at Qi Shengli with astonishment. Old Qi, this new recruit of yours is not just impressive. Before Qi Shengli could respond, an instructor suddenly said, report, I just checked. This soldier named Qin Chen has broken the previous record for new recruits. Chen Long quickly asked, how long has it been broken? The instructor said solemnly, 20 years. What? Chen Long's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 years. The instructor repeated, for 20 years, no new recruit has achieved a time like his. The last one better than him was 20 years ago. Everyone present was stunned, even Qi Shengli forgot to gloat. A record that hasn't been broken in 20 years has been shattered by him. A smile slowly appeared on Chen Long's face. This assessment was truly timely. We found a potential soldier king. The 2 division leaders glanced at Qi Shengli and immediately turned away. Their mood was already low. They didn't want to see this guy gloating. How could such a good soldier end up with Qi Shengli? At this moment, Qi Shengli was exceptionally excited, tightly gripping the walkie-talkie. It might be a bit early to tell Qin Dong about this. If he knew about Qin Chen's results, he would probably be overjoyed. How's that kid doing now? Is he in good shape? Chen Long asked with concern. Report, he's doing great. He took a leak at the finish line and has already run back the same way, the instructor replied. What? Chen Long asked in disbelief. He ran back? What's he going back for? Does he want to run again because he thinks he ran too fast? Hurry up, keep up. Cheng Haonan panted as he ran at the front of the line, with others following one after another. Hao Duo, who had little stamina left, was stuck in the middle. When he couldn't run anymore, he grabbed the backpack of the person in front, and the person behind would push him. Zheng Qian gasped, we seem to be in first place. Should we slow down? Cheng Haonan wiped his sweat and looked back. I think it's fine, anyway, no one is chasing us from behind, so we can run slower. As long as Luo Gu doesn't know, it's fine as long as we reach first. You should have said that earlier. Li Dasheng immediately deflated. I was just holding in a huge poop. We didn't bring any paper. Everyone looked at him with disdain. No problem, I can scrape with a branch, or I can just use my fingers, Li Dasheng chuckled. How disgusting. Everyone collectively gave Li Dasheng the middle finger. Stop dawdling, let's take a quick break. We're quite ahead, resting for a minute or two won't hurt. Zheng Qian shouted, panting. Everyone immediately began to slow down, but before they could catch their breath, Qin Chen's voice suddenly came from ahead. Why are you all so slow? I had to run so far. Hurry up. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out when they saw Qin Chen rushing back again. No way, he really came back? Cheng Haonan had a mournful expression. Don't. We want to rest. Why did you come back? Run fast. Qin Chen held a stick in his hand, glaring fiercely at the group of new recruits. You little brats, I'm not here and you think you can rest? Have you forgotten to help the squad leader with his promotion? Where's your integrity? Whack! Qin Shen slammed the stick on the ground, staring all the new recruits into speeding up. Chung Hanan looked miserable. Luo Ge, I think we've done enough. We're already in first place, the other recruits can't catch up. Whack! Another hit on the ground made all the new recruits jump. Do you still want to make a name for yourselves? Do you want free instant noodles, sausages, marinated eggs, century eggs, biscuits, cigarettes? Stop talking, Luo Gu. Cheng Hanan swallowed hard. I'll run. Run then. Zheng Qian shouted, for the noodles. Squad leader, charge. Charge. Everyone shouted hoarsely, gritting their teeth and rushing forward. Qin Shen sneered coldly, a bunch of idiots, still trying to slack off? If we take first place, I'll reward you all with double the benefits, and you can all go to the reconnaissance camp. Even if you can't run anymore, you have to keep running. At that moment, behind them, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were closely following. Hey! Why are they speeding up again? Wu Ziyuan pointed ahead in shock. Chang Lei's eyes widened. He clearly saw that Chung Hanan and the others were almost out of strength and had slowed down before. How come they started to push themselves again? Chang Lei, Wu Ziyuan chuckled, patting Chang Lei. I have to admit, you really know how to lead troops. Not only are you pushing Qin Shen, who has connections, so hard, but also, it's Qin Shen. Chang Lei suddenly pointed excitedly at the front. What? Wu Ziyuan followed his finger and indeed saw a figure that looked just like Qin Shen. Is it really him? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock. Didn't he run out early? How is he back here? Did they catch up to him? Impossible. Chang Lei said excitedly, if Qin Shen runs at full speed, no new recruit in our class can catch up to him. I can barely keep up. He must have run to the finish line and then come back. What? Wu Ziyuan was so shocked that he fell to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Squad leader, are you okay? Chang Lei hurried to help him. Wu Ziyuan, covered in dirt, grabbed Chang Lei and asked incredulously, You just said, that kid Qin Shen, he ran to the finish line and then ran back? Yes. Chang Lei nodded with a smile. Squad leader, why don't I let you acknowledge him? Qin Shen is really a good soldier. He even said he would help everyone pass the new recruit assessment. In short, he's really a good soldier. Wu Ziyuan turned his head blankly, watching Qin Shen and the others run further away, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This kid, either he's got a screw loose or he's an exceptionally good soldier. Otherwise, who the hell runs to the finish line and then comes back? At the finish line, several assessment instructors were gathered together smoking. What do you think that kid just now ran off to? One instructor asked. Who the hell knows? Another instructor exhaled smoke. I've never seen such an excited soldier. Suddenly, an instructor who had been splashed with urine widened his eyes. Look, isn't that him? All the instructors immediately turned to look, and saw a group of recruits being herded by Qin Shen with a stick, grinning and rushing towards the finish line. Running ahead, Chung Hanan looked like a black bear, mouth agape, drool flying back with the wind. Zheng Qian and the others had expressions that were no better, each one more ferocious than the last. All the instructors took 2 steps back with disdain on their faces, especially the instructor who got splashed with urine, instinctively retracting his hand and stepping back 3 paces. Here we are. Qin Shen shouted excitedly, charge. Cheng Hanan and the others mustered their last bit of strength and dashed madly toward the finish line. The instructors only saw figures stumbling toward them, instantly frightened and retreating. Hey, stop, oh, ah, bang. One by one, Cheng Hanan and the others crashed into them, knocking the instructors down like bowling pins. Qin Shen squatted at the finish line, watching the new recruits with their limbs flailing, grinning from ear to ear. Finally got them to first place. Just one shooting test left, no one should be able to surpass them now. Qin Shen let out a long breath, securing first place for the new recruits while Chung Hanan and the others took the collective first. With so many buffs combined, the rewards from the commander would surely be substantial. Hi! Suddenly, a loud shout came, and Qin Shen turned to see Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei running over excitedly. Squad leader, company commander. Qin Shen hurriedly stood up. Chang Lei rushed over with a beaming smile and hugged Qin Shen tightly. You little rascal, ha. You little rascal. Qin Shen, spinning in his embrace, felt awkward. Squad leader, let me down, it feels so strange being hugged by you. Chang Lei laughed heartily, set Qin Shen down, and then punched him on the chest. Company commander. Chang Lei turned to Wu Ziyuan. Wu Ziyuan awkwardly nodded at Qin Shen and suddenly asked, by the way, what were your scores? I don't know. Qin Shen shook his head. Wu Ziyuan immediately looked around. Where are the assessment instructors? Assess. Suddenly, he froze. Not far away, 4 instructors were sprawled on the ground in disarray, one of them bubbling at the mouth. Wu Ziyuan pointed at them in shock. What happened to him, them? Xin Chen looked embarrassed. It seems they got knocked out. Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were speechless. Knocking out the assessment instructors during the test was definitely a first in history. What are you standing there for? Wu Ziyuan shouted. Hurry up, are you waiting for the banquet? Oh, right. Xin Chen nodded, turned, and kicked Cheng Haonan and the others, urging them to run toward the shooting range. Chang Lei looked at their swaying figures, grimacing at Wu Ziyuan, company commander. Don't say it, don't ask. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. If you ask, it's unknown, we saw nothing. Right. Chang Lei nodded vigorously, walking proudly alongside Wu Ziyuan toward the shooting range. A loud screech of brakes sounded behind the observation platform. Amidst the rising dust, Hu Fei jumped out of the car with a smile, looking around as if inspecting. High spirits, chaotic. Hu Fei beamed, as expected of the new recruit's assessment. It doesn't catch my eye at all. Just as she got out of the car, Shen Xinran looked speechless. If it doesn't catch your eye, why are you here? Isn't this just pure nonsense? Chief of Staff, should we go back? Go! Before Shen Xinran could finish, Hu Fei strode toward the observation platform. Shen Xinran's eye twitched. If you look down on it, why go up? Don't just stand there. The smiling major beside her said, after a while, you'll understand the Chief of Staff. You have to listen to him in reverse. The less interested he is, the more interested he actually is. Shen Xinran rolled her eyes helplessly. Can't he just say things normally? A group of people ascended from the back of the viewing platform, and the guards along the way tried to stop them, but Hu Fei smiled and directly tossed them aside. As they climbed the steps, they saw Chen Long standing in the middle of the crowd from a distance. Hu Fei's smile grew even wider, just as he was about to rush forward. Suddenly, Chen Long shouted in shock. What are you joking about? He's standing, not lying down, and he even scored 50 rings? What? My god, he actually hit it with a precise shot? Are you guys kidding me? Hu Fei's foot suddenly halted in midair, his ears perked up. What's wrong? Shen Xinran asked curiously. Shut up. Hu Fei shot her a fierce glare, his murderous gaze nearly making Shen Xinran take a step back. The major helplessly shrugged at Shen Xinran. Stay calm, you'll understand in time. Shen Xinran watched as Hu Fei leaned forward like a thief, her face full of confusion. After 3 years undercover, she had returned and been assigned to a frontline combat unit, thinking it would be a fresh start. But she never expected to be placed under such a neurotic leader. She couldn't fathom how this guy, so carefree, had become the chief of staff of the Tianlang Special Forces. At that moment, Hu Fei was fully focused on listening to the conversation between Chen Long and the others, like a super nosy ant, his eyes wide open. After a moment, he turned around with a smile. Let's go back. Ha! The major's mouth dropped open. We're leaving just like this? Not going up? Go up for what? What's the point of going up? Hu Fei glared at him, then suddenly laughed. I've already had an unexpected gain. What am I still doing here? Should I let them prepare in advance? Let's go. Hu Fei cheerfully retraced his steps. Shen Xinran looked bewildered and grabbed the major. What happened? I don't understand. The major shrugged helplessly. He probably found a good soldier and is going to sneakily recruit him. Good soldier? Here? Shen Xinran turned back in surprise. But these are all rookies, right? Rookies, can they catch his eye? Who knows? The major spread his hands. Here's a piece of advice. Never try to guess what the chief of staff is thinking, because you'll never get it right. His code name is Sand Fox. The major raised his chin. How can normal people guess the thoughts of a fox? Shen Xinran was stunned, watching Hu Fei's back from a distance. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't reconcile Hu Fei with the infamous Sand Fox. At that moment, Hu Fei jumped off the viewing platform, smiling as he walked towards the off-road vehicle. Qin Chen. Breaking the rookie record that has stood for 20 years. Heh, interesting. Ha ha ha. In front of the viewing platform, Gao Kun and Zhang Wei jumped up on either side, performing a lively dance. The two shook their heads and swayed their waists as if they were about to take off. Behind them, a group of new recruits hoisted Qin Chen onto their shoulders, strutting towards the viewing platform like victorious roosters. Not far away, the various squad leaders and 2 battalion commanders all had long faces, coldly watching them. A bunch of show-offs. What's so great about it? It's just first place. What's there to be smug about? Pa! Everyone's faces were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and they angrily turned to run towards the training ground. Out of sight, out of mind, the more they looked, the more annoyed they became. Stand still! Gao Kun shouted, and the entire team immediately stopped. Quick, put him down, put him down! Wu Ziyuan shouted from behind, and the recruits hurriedly set Qin Chen down. Chen Long, along with Qi Shengli and others, walked over with smiles. "Salute!" Gao Kun shouted, and everyone immediately saluted in unison. Chen Long and the others returned the military salute. "You are the first squad of the 9th Company?" "Report!" Gao Kun said loudly. "They are the first squad of the 9th Company, this is the company commander, and this is the squad leader." Wu Ziyuan poked Chang Lei, and the two immediately saluted. "Hello, Chief." Chang Lei was unusually excited. This was a leader from the military. After so many years of service, it was his first time facing such a high-ranking official up close. "Good, very good," Chen Long said with a smile, patting Chang Lei on the back. "You, as a squad leader, are truly capable. It's one thing to train a soldier, but to lead an entire squad, you must be." He raised his thumb as he spoke. "Thank you for the compliment, Chief," Chang Lei shouted excitedly. "This is what I should do." Wu Ziyuan quickly added, "Chief, he is being promoted this year." Chen Long nodded with a smile. Of course. A squad leader like him deserves a promotion. Make sure to note his name, and prioritize it when applying later." "Yes." The secretary nodded and immediately took out a notebook to write it down. Chang Lei was trembling with excitement, not expecting what seemed like an insurmountable task to be resolved so easily today. He glanced at Wu Ziyuan, filled with gratitude. Wu Ziyuan also nodded at him, signaling that he didn't need to be so polite. "Wu Ziyuan. Present." Wu Ziyuan quickly straightened his chest. Chen Long punched him lightly on the chest, nodding with a smile, clearly familiar with him. He then turned to Qin Shen. "You are Qin Shen?" Reporting to the chief. "Yes." Qin Shen shouted, though he felt a bit anxious inside. He had aimed for first place to complete the task, not to stand out. "Please don't assign me any hard tasks, I just want to work in the reconnaissance battalion as a clerk, or be a communications officer. If I can manage the warehouse, that would be even better. I just want to be a slacker." Chen Long smiled and nodded. "Good soldier. Good potential. Old Qi." Here, Qi Shengli came up with a grin. "With such a good soldier, we need to cultivate him well and not waste him." "Understood. Also, first among all new recruits in the army," Chen Long smiled at Qin Shen. "Doesn't that mean you need to achieve something? Third-class merit." Qi Shengli smiled. "I've already thought it through, plus a commendation from the division." "Wow." Chang Haonan and the others looked at Qin Shen enviously. They had heard that achieving merit in the army was very difficult. If one could earn merit, it would be easier to get a job when returning home. But Qin Shen had only been here for a month and had already received the coveted third-class merit. Now they were genuinely envious. Chang Lei couldn't stop smiling. This was his soldier. For a new recruit to earn third-class merit before even joining a unit was unprecedented in the entire military district. Wherever he went in the future, others would have to give him a thumbs up. "Alright, let's do it this way." Chen Long nodded, then looked at Qin Shen again. "Young man, work hard. You have great potential. As long as you don't mess up, you will definitely be a good soldier in the future. Learn from your squad leader, he is your role model." "Yes." Qin Shen quickly saluted, but inside he felt bitter. Why would a high-ranking leader come to see a lowly soldier like me? It would be better if you let me develop freely. Now, the division commander remembers me. Qin Shen mentally greeted Chen Long's entire family, hoping the commander would forget about him soon. He just wanted to take it easy. "Alright, you all go back first, I still need to wait for the assessment to finish." Chen Long waved his hand. "Yes." Everyone saluted together. Chen Long chuckled and returned to the observation platform with the other two division commanders. Qi Shengli stepped forward, glanced at all the new recruits, and nodded in satisfaction. "You all did very well. You brought glory to our division right from the start. You are all good soldiers. Especially Qin Shen." Chang Haonan and the others couldn't stop smiling, sneaking glances at Qin Shen. Qin Shen awkwardly smiled. He just wanted Qi Shengli to disappear quickly and not to rely on him too much, hoping it wouldn't affect his plans to be a clerk and communications officer. Qi Shengli stood with his hands behind his back. The chief of staff just said, "Work hard, and you will have a great future." "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison. Qi Shengli smiled and nodded at Gao Kun and Wu Ziyuan, then encouraged Chang Lei with a pat on the back before turning and running up to the stands. After he left, everyone exchanged glances and suddenly lifted Qin Shen into the air. Yay! Qin Shen was thrown into the sky, and after falling, he was caught by everyone, only to be thrown up again. Chang Lei and the others stood aside, watching with smiles. If it weren't for their status, they would have wanted to join in. Alright, Gao Kun said with a smile. "I still need to check on the other squads, so you all take him back." "Yes." Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei puffed out their chests. "Take care, Commander." All the new recruits quickly stood at attention and saluted the commander. Gao Kun smiled at them, then gave Qin Shen a meaningful look, his eyes full of admiration. He really hadn't seen it coming, He thought this kid was just a street punk, but it turned out he was quite impressive. He had misjudged him, truly misjudged him. Gao Kun shook his head and walked on with a smile. Suddenly, Wu Ziyuan turned around sharply. Seeing Wu Ziyuan's serious expression, the new recruits were startled and immediately stood at attention. Wu Ziyuan walked up to Qin Shen, staring coldly at him. Qin Shen, do you think you are a good soldier? Everyone's eyes widened, and Chang Lei's eyes were also wide open. What was going on with the squad leader? What did he want? Qin Shen looked just as confused and quickly said, Report, squad leader. Compared to the squad leader, I don't consider myself a good soldier. No. Wu Ziyuan fixed his gaze on him. I think you are a good soldier. With a swift motion, Wu Ziyuan suddenly raised his right hand and saluted him sharply. This startled all the new recruits, and Qin Shen instinctively took a step back. He quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly returned the salute. Wu Ziyuan stared intently into Qin Shen's eyes, his lips moving as if squeezing out words, and after a long pause, he finally managed to say, Qin Shen, sorry, it's me. Ha? Qin Shen's eyes widened, and the others looked equally bewildered. Sorry, Wu Ziyuan sounded as if he had something stuck in his throat, mumbling incomprehensibly. Squad leader, what are you saying? Qin Shen tilted his head to look at him. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Take him back. All of you take him back. Wu Ziyuan sighed in relief and quickly turned to leave, feeling a bit guilty. But after just 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, glaring at a group of new recruits. By the way, you few new recruits, all come with me. Don't be happy, this is the start of your nightmare. I will train you well from now on. Especially you. He pointed at Qin Shen, his eyes twitching, and then turned and dashed away. The soldiers of Class 1 all stared at each other in confusion. What did the squad leader just say? What does that mean? Li Dashong asked curiously. Everyone shrugged. Maybe the squad leader has a toothache. By the way, it seems the squad leader just said we should follow him, which means we can go to the reconnaissance battalion. Chung Haonan slapped his forehead, excitedly asking. Zheng Qian and the others suddenly realized, yes, the squad leader agreed, we can go to the reconnaissance battalion. That's great. Everyone cheered excitedly, and before Qin Shen could react, they threw him into the air again. Long live Brother Luo, long live Brother Luo, we old pals can go to the reconnaissance battalion together. Qin Shen was thrown into the sky once more, wanting to cry but having no tears. Stop throwing me, I need to pee again. I can't hold it anymore. Chang Lei looked at Qin Shen, then at Wu Ziyuan's retreating figure, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Squad leader, oh squad leader, that damned pride of yours. Qin Dong? Hey, Mr. Qin, are you there? Are you still there? Qin Jiaqing, like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, grabbed the intercom and asked nervously, Commander Qi, yes. It's me, what happened? Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Shi Xingli said excitedly, your son has made a big impression in front of our entire army's 3 divisions. He ranked first in the assessment with the new recruits from all 3 divisions. Even the chief of staff praised him. Mr. Qin, you really raised a good soldier for the army. Rest assured, I will definitely promote him and place him in the most important position. With a loud bang, Qin Jiaqing slumped heavily into his chair, his face pale. It's over. I've really sent my precious son to the army. It's all over. Wang Rifa hurried over. Sir, are you alright? Of course I'm not alright. Qin Jiaqing said with a mournful face, little Luo has joined the army. Who am I making all this money for? He will have to suffer. I owe it to his mother. Seeing tears streaming down Qin Jiaqing's face, Wang Rifa quickly said, Sir, I know you're anxious, but please don't panic. There must be other ways. Even if the young master really goes to the army, we can use some connections to get him a more comfortable position. Let him take it easy for a couple of years. Don't be so upset, think positively. Qin Jiaqing suddenly stood up, startling Wang Rifa as if he had come back to life. That's right. Qin Jiaqing wiped his face vigorously, revealing a smile. There are indeed other ways. Isn't he going to the army to chase girls? If I help him. Let's go, hurry, arrange it. Wang Rifa was left dumbfounded. What on earth was the master thinking? Qin Jiaqing rushed to the door, and as soon as he opened it, he was met by 2 hands blocking his way. The guard said sternly, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, you cannot go anywhere until you receive orders from Commander Qi. Please return to your room. Damn it, I can't even go home? Qin Jiaqing jumped up in frustration. In a roaring off-road vehicle, Hu Fei was resting with his eyes closed. Shen Xinran sat in the front seat reviewing documents when she suddenly spoke up. The D Army's F Division has some good soldiers, their performance is excellent, but they are scattered across 3 regiments. Are we going to take a look today? She turned to ask Hu Fei. Hu Fei kept his eyes closed and replied lightly, of course, not just the D Army, we are also going to the E Army today. Shin Shinran's eyes widened, then we won't finish until dark? Hu Fei smiled, it's just a longer route. What's wrong, Shashin, can't you handle this little hardship? Shin Shinran's face flushed, yes, I will obey orders. Chief of Staff, the major sitting next to him suddenly said, as per your instructions, the soldier's information has been checked. Saying this, he pushed a tablet in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei immediately opened his eyes, looking at the photo and information of Qin Shen on the screen, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The child of a billionaire comes to the army to be a soldier? Interesting, really interesting. Shin Shinran glanced over but didn't pay much attention, turning back to review the documents. Qin Shen. Hu Fei tilted his head, smacking his lips. This name doesn't sound good, it should be called Qin Zhang, that's much more imposing. What? That new recruit is him? Shin Shinran suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide as saucers. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? A third-class meritorious service is not something you can just see whenever you want. Chung Haonan stood at the door of the class, blocking the soldiers who came to watch the excitement with an arrogant demeanor. Not just a third-class meritorious service. Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows high. Our brother Luo has also received a commendation from the division, which is quite significant. Right. Cheng Haonan said proudly, moreover, our brother Luo has already been specifically chosen by the company commander to go to the division's reconnaissance battalion. As soon as he entered, he became the new recruit leader, the kind who could walk sideways in the division. Cheng Haonan proudly scanned the new recruits from various squads. When the time comes, if brother Luo comes to your company commander will have to host him because he is the king of soldiers. Brother Luo is really amazing, an excited recruit said. Haonan, let me talk to brother Luo for a bit, and he can take care of me more when we get to the company. Haonan, let me meet brother Luo. I was with him last time when we were in the latrine, and we chatted a bit. I have feelings for him. I've also peed with brother Luo, not just once. Brother Luo, let's pee together again. Shut up, shut up. Seeing the crowd rushing in, Chung Haonan and Li Dasheng quickly used their hands to block the door. Zheng Qian shouted with a smile, if you want to see brother Luo, then come one by one. One at a time, only 2 minutes each. How duo, collect the money. No change given, Chung Haonan shouted with a laugh. Qin Shen, sitting in the dormitory, rolled his eyes in anger. Are they treating me like a circus monkey? He looked at Zheng Qian with annoyance. This guy's little brain was really missing out by not going into business with his old man. Qin Shen secretly decided that after he was discharged, he would definitely take Zheng Qian along. This kid was definitely good at making money and was particularly good at handling situations. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully achieved first place among the new recruits and completed the task. Qin Shen's face lit up with joy. It was finally time for the rewards. He had been waiting since the assessment. System, I exceeded the task and led the whole class to first place. You said there was a chance for bonus rewards. Report, host, the system will calculate shortly, please wait a moment. Qin Shen smiled, his eyes full of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained the qualification to enter the reconnaissance unit and completed the task. Ha! Qin Shen was taken aback. Wait, when did this task come up? Report, host, the task was originally scheduled to be released after the assessment. However, since the host completed it early, all rewards are being issued together. Additionally, the host exceeded the original task by leading the entire class of new recruits to achieve first place in the entire army. Rewards are being calculated, please wait a moment. Qin Shen felt awkward, unsure whether to laugh or feel helpless. He hadn't planned to join the reconnaissance camp, but unexpectedly, the system had already arranged his path. Sigh, superpowers aren't that easy to come by, Qin Shen sighed helplessly. By the time he completed 10 tasks, he would probably have become the king of soldiers. Now he just hoped that the superpowers given would be somewhat useful and that he wouldn't have to suffer too much. He really just wanted to lie flat and then find a chance to pursue Shin Shinran, that girl. Ding! System calculation complete, rewards are being issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Elevator War God ability, currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Blade God ability, currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Super Sensory ability, currently at level C. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,500 super energy points, now totaling 1,505 points. In the next moment, waves of unique power surged rapidly into his body. Qin Shen trembled, and a wealth of information flooded into his mind. Like a tide, it rushed into his consciousness instinctively. After a moment, Qin Shen opened his eyes, and subtle changes appeared in him. System, did the rewards explode? Qin Shen hurriedly asked. Report, host, it has been increased based on the original. Qin Shen nodded and immediately checked the newly acquired abilities. The Elevator War God ability means that within a certain limited space, Qin Shen is in an invincible state. Even if the opponent is stronger or has higher combat power, as long as they are within that specific area, Qin Shen is like a god, able to fight however he wants. However, the sea level also has a time limit, 1 minute. In a minute, I can handle 3 or 4 people, that should be enough for now. Qin Shen was all smiles. This ability seemed much more practical than that of a one-punch man. As long as he stayed still within a limited range, he could hold out for a minute and be a real man. The Blade God ability allowed Qin Shen to master all cold weapons and use them flexibly. With the right combination of strength, speed, and agility, he would be the king of cold weapons. However, being at C rank also had its limitations. Currently, Qin Shen could only use 5 types of cold weapons: axe, fruit knife, kitchen knife, iron shovel, needle. Qin Shen almost choked on his breath. He could tolerate the kitchen knife, but what were the iron shovel and needle? Especially the needle, who goes into a fight with a sewing needle? Qin Shen couldn't imagine facing countless burly men with just a needle. Did they want him to be the invincible East? At least let him use a military dagger or something. Qin Shen was exasperated. He had thought the super imitation ability was useless, but now it seemed the Blade God's superpower was the real waste. Next, Qin Shen was still fuming when suddenly, his eyes widened. His ears suddenly became sensitive, and his skin felt alive. He could even feel the air brushing against his leg hair. Wow, is this super sensory? Qin Shen was overjoyed. Finally, another useful superpower had come. A message flooded his mind. Super sensory can enhance the host's hearing and perception. It allows the host to judge everything around them through sound, air, wind, humidity, and more. Currently, the level is C, with a sensing range of 50 meters. Qin Shen was ecstatic. This ability was like giving him an extra pair of eyes. He immediately closed his eyes to enter a state of perception, and sure enough, a hazy world appeared in his mind. There were no specific images, but Qin Shen could sense everything within a 50-meter radius. Flowers and grass, sunlight hitting the ground, even ants crawling under the leaves were all within his perception. This ability is awesome. Qin Shen excitedly opened his eyes. From now on, if I encounter a checkpoint, I can sense it in advance. Ha, beer and chicken feet, you'll never catch me. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded in his ear, startling Qin Shen so much that he jumped up. Boom boom boom! The rumbling grew louder, making his head buzz. Qin Shen turned around irritably. Shang Haonan, are you seriously letting out a series of farts? Shang Haonan looked at him in surprise. I've been trying hard to hold it in, you can hear that? Damn, it stinks. Suddenly, the crowd at the door collectively covered their noses and dispersed, all with disgusted expressions. Shang Haonan awkwardly laughed. Sorry, I ate too many onions this morning, hee hee hee. Qin Shen was speechless but gained a deeper understanding of his super sensory ability. I need to use this carefully, otherwise, my ears might get blown out. What are you all doing here? Chang Lei's voice came from afar. Finished the assessment and now relaxing? Disperse, disperse. The new recruits gathered at the door looked reluctantly at Qin Shen, then all headed towards Zheng Qian and Shang Haonan with ill intentions. Hey, don't be impulsive. We're also going to the reconnaissance battalion. Who knows, we might end up in your company. Let's talk it out. The money can't be refunded. I'll arrange for you to meet Brother Luo. Before he could finish, a group of people dashed away. The new recruits from each class immediately took off after them, and the entire new recruit company erupted in excitement. Chang Lei shook his head with a wry smile and strode into the class. Squad leader. Qin Shen hurried over. Please don't blame them, I know. Chang Lei smiled. The past 3 months have been tough for you new recruits. It's normal to relax a bit. Next, we went to the company, and that was when the real hard days began. Qin Shen's heart sank. He was just about to ask Chang Lei for a favor. Although he had gained new superpowers, he still wanted to be a clerk or a communications officer, anything that was easier. Squad leader, I have a request. Chang Lei smiled. No need to be polite with me, just say it. Qin Shen took a deep breath and smiled broadly, saying, Squad leader, they're announcing the new company tomorrow. I came to you because I actually want you to help me, so I don't have to. Don't worry, Chang Lei interrupted him seriously. I will definitely not let you go to a tough squad. I guarantee I will personally take you. Since I brought you out, I will continue to take care of you in the future, even if I get promoted. Qin Shen's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is that what I meant? I didn't say I wanted to go to a combat squad and suffer. Squad leader. Shin quickly smiled and said, "You misunderstood, I meant logistics. In that case, it's even more impossible for you to go." Chang Lei slapped him on the shoulder. "I know you're a good soldier who strives for progress. Don't worry, I will definitely make you the best soldier. The best soldier in our reconnaissance battalion. You will absolutely not go to a place like logistics. Whoever sends you there, I will be furious with them." Shin Chen was about to explode. "No, I want to go to logistics. Squad leader. Squad leader." Suddenly, Chen Liang shouted from a distance, "The company commander wants you to go over, there's a meeting." "Okay." Chang Lei responded and then smiled as he patted Shin Chen. "Don't worry, the squad leader will never abandon you." Watching Chang Lei stride away, Shin Chen felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. "No, I need to find another opportunity to have a good talk with the squad leader. I absolutely cannot go to the combat squad. The new recruit company is hard enough. I don't want to suffer anymore." Shin Chen clenched his fists. "If the squad leader doesn't work, then I'll find the company commander. Doesn't he dislike me? This time, I'll bring him more gifts to make him hate me, and then assign me." "Yes, that's the plan." Shin Chen let out a huge sigh, thinking about Wu Ziyuan's explosive personality. As long as he handled it well, he could definitely get Wu Ziyuan to assign him to logistics. "Shin Chen, here." Shin Chen quickly turned around. It was Staff Officer Xia from the regiment. "Sir." Shin Chen hurried over to salute. Staff Officer Xia looked around to see no one and smiled as he put an arm around him. "Come on, I'll take you to meet someone." "Ha?" Shin Chen's eyes widened. "Who wants to meet me? The regiment commander?" But before he could think too much, Staff Officer Xia was already leading him outside. "Staff Officer Shin, I can handle this small matter by myself. You don't need to drive me." The major sitting in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle spread his hands. "We're all staff officers, the same rank. You saying that makes me feel flattered." Shin Shinran smiled at him and said, "I just got back. I need to quickly get in sync with everyone, or else it would be easy to make a fool of myself. Just consider it as you helping me out." The major chuckled, "Your awareness is quite high. By the way, let me share something with you. Our Tianlang has 3 major figures you must pay attention to." Shin Shinran was slightly taken aback and quickly perked up her ears. She had been gathering intelligence outside, so she knew very little about the internal situation of Tianlang. The major held up 3 fingers. "The first to pay attention to is the demon wolf, the second is the white wolf, and the third, well, naturally, it's our chief of staff, the sand fox." "Who are the demon wolf and the white wolf?" Shin Shinran asked curiously. "You'll find out later, they're both freaks, super big freaks." The major stared at her. "But you must understand our chief of staff. Our Tianlang is a wolf den, and he's the only fox here. Just think about it, a fox that can thrive in a wolf den, how powerful must that be?" Shin Shinran nodded, and suddenly, Hu Fei's nonchalant yet slightly neurotic appearance flashed in her mind. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't connect him with anything impressive. "We're here," the major said. "You wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Shin Shinran stopped the car and looked over in the distance. She saw 2 figures walking towards them. Her pupils slowly widened, and her expression became somewhat flustered. Even though the man was in military uniform and his skin was much darker, she recognized him at a glance. It was the guy she thought she would never see again in her lifetime. Shin Chen. It really is him? Shin Shinran's pupils were dilated to the extreme. The scene from that night resurfaced in her mind. Shin Shinran never expected that this playboy would actually join the army. "Chief, I just came out like this without reporting to anyone. Will they come looking for me later?" Shin Shen hesitated as he looked at Staff Officer Xia. This guy always had a mischievous smile on his face, making it feel like he was about to sell himself off. Shin Shen hurriedly said, "How about I go back and report before coming?" Just as he was about to move, Staff Officer Xia tightly hugged him. "No need, no need. The regiment commander approved it. Who would dare not approve you? It's fine, just follow me boldly, I'll handle anything that comes up. Don't be nervous, relax, relax." Shin Shen's heart sank. Who exactly was he going to meet? This guy wouldn't really sell me out, would he? "Chief, look, the person you need to see is right there, go." Staff Officer Xia smiled and patted him, suddenly pushing him forward with force. Shin Shen looked at the shadow ahead, then turned back to look at Staff Officer Xia, but this guy was retreating while waving at him. Go, don't keep them waiting, it's impolite." Shin Shen shot him an annoyed glare, mysterious and cryptic. "Can't you just, hello?" Suddenly, a voice came from in front of him. Shin Shen turned around sharply, only to see the shadow from before now standing in front of him with a beaming smile. He had 2 stars on his shoulder, and he was actually a major? "Hello, Chief." Shin Shen quickly saluted, but he felt more shock than anything else. Although he hadn't actively activated his super senses, his hearing was already much stronger than before. This guy had clearly been 10 meters away just a second ago, and now he had silently appeared in front of him without him even noticing. Was this guy a ghost? Floating over? The major returned the salute, smiling as he extended his hand. Comrade Qin Shen, hello. My surname is Shi. Qin Shen was momentarily stunned. No matter when I meet you, it's worth it? What's wrong with you? The major stared at him. Qin Shen came to his senses and quickly shook his hand. Hello, Major Shi. The major smiled slightly. No need to call me chief or anything. We don't have a subordinate relationship. Just call me by my name, Shi Lu. Yes, Major Shi Lu. Qin Shen nodded vigorously. Shi Lu laughed heartily, then fixed his gaze on him. Have you heard of Tianlang? Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat, and he almost blurted out, Tianlang? Tianlang Special Forces? Shi Lu laughed even more happily. Even a rookie like you knows about us. It seems Tianlang is quite famous, huh? Qin Shen forced a smile. If it weren't for that girl Shen Shinran being in Tianlang, who would know who you guys are? Shi Lu said with a smile. With so many troops in the northwest, Tianlang is always the top dog. You're quite perceptive. Not bad. You have good taste. Qin Shen pouted. This guy really knew how to boast. Do you want to join Tianlang? Ah. Qin Shen suddenly froze. Shi Lu took a piece of paper out of his bag and handed it to Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked down. It was a transfer order, stamped with the military district's seal. He looked at the major in confusion, not understanding what it meant. Shi Lu said directly, Tianlang always selects the most elite from among the veterans for new recruits. This time, finding you is a rare exception. It's been a long time since I've seen such an impressive recruit. First among all the new soldiers in the entire army, and you've broken several records. TSK. You have great potential. Staying in the local troops would be a waste. He looked Qin Shen up and down. You're so young, so full of energy, your adaptability must be strong. Come to our Tianlang. This will be the place for you to show your skills. Qin Shen was dumbfounded. All he wanted was to lie low, comfortably complete his tasks, and flirt with girls. If it weren't for those brothers, he wouldn't even want to go to the reconnaissance battalion. Now you want me to suffer in the special forces? No way, no way. I'd rather not. Sir, You don't need to rush your answer. Shi Lu interrupted him. This isn't an order, it's an invitation. Take a night to think it over. He smiled and said, of course, you can refuse, but if I were you, I definitely wouldn't, because we are the boss. In the entire Northwest, our Tianlang can walk sideways, no one would refuse to be the boss. The reconnaissance battalion in front of us is just a child. He patted Qin Shen hard on the back and turned to leave. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. With a bang, the car door closed. Qin Shen was blinded by the headlights of the off-road vehicle. Inside the car, Shen Shinran stared at him intently, her expression extremely complicated. She never dreamed she would run into Qin Shen here. Moreover, this guy had only been in the army for a month and was already specially recruited by Tianlang. Shen Shinran suddenly remembered what Qin Shen had said that day before leaving. You wait, you can't escape. I will definitely find you. She swallowed hard. How did he find this place? Could it be that he really came for me? Watching the taillights gradually fade away, Qin Shen spat in annoyance. What a joke. You want me to go there and suffer? Are you stupid or am I stupid? Pfft, I'm not going. He just wanted to spend a couple of years in the army, then leave with a set of superpowers and take home a beauty. After retiring, he still wanted to continue being a rich young master. How could they even think of pushing him into a fire pit? No way. What kind of special forces? Whoever wants to go can go. He wasn't interested at all. Qin Shen looked at the piece of paper in his hand, ready to tear it up and throw it in the trash. Ding! New mission released. Please accept the invitation to join the Tianlang Special Forces. Complete the mission to randomly gain superpowers and super ability points. Qin Shen's head buzzed, and he felt completely disoriented. What the hell? This damn system, why does it always lead him into a pit? All he wanted was to live a comfortable life, and it wasn't giving him any chance at all. Qin Shen was speechless. No. System, even if you want to help me flirt with girls, you don't need to help me like this. I have my own ways. He had already agreed to go to the reconnaissance battalion with the others, and suddenly pulling this stunt was just forcing him to go back on his word. How was he supposed to face the squad leader and those good brothers? But he couldn't ignore the mission, otherwise, not only would the damn system disappear, but the superpowers he gained would also be gone. Moreover, he really needed a chance to see Shen Shinran. After thinking for a long time, Qin Shen couldn't come up with any solution and stood there dumbfounded. There's really no way, I can only go back on my word. After all, the special forces are also a good place, they should understand. Qin Shen sighed inwardly. Hey, what are you standing there for? Qin Shen suddenly turned his head, and Xie Kanmu appeared behind him like a ghost, startling him. Damn, he was so absorbed that he didn't even notice this guy approaching. Oh, it's you, Xie Kanmu. What's up? Qin Shen, what are those 2 pieces of paper you have in your hand? Xie Kanmu looked at him curiously. 2 pieces? Qin Shen was stunned. Wasn't it just one? He looked down, and his eyes nearly popped out. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I slipped, I was just joking, how did I really tear the order? It's over, it's over, it's over. Qin Shen jumped up as if his butt was on fire. Staff Officer Xia was also startled. What are you doing, jumping around like that? Does everyone in your squad like to scare people? Qin Shen didn't have time to care about him and rushed back in a panic. He had to quickly find some glue to stick it back together. Watching Qin Shen dash away without a word, Staff Officer Xia was so angry his teeth itched. I thought this kid was the only normal one in the squad. Now it seems like he's just as crazy, the whole squad is just messed up. A melodious song floated through the camp. The new recruits from each squad began to grab their basins and toiletries, heading towards the shower room. As soon as Qin Shen walked into the squad, Cheng Haonan immediately stood up. Luo Gu, where have you been? We've been looking everywhere for you. Yeah, we searched the whole building and couldn't find you. We were worried sick. Seeing a group of people crowding around, Qin Shen asked in surprise, what's going on? What happened? Everyone looked at each other and started rubbing their hands, grinning mischievously. Qin Shen frowned slightly. You all look so lecherous, what do you want? Zhang Xian grinned and said, aren't we going to the reconnaissance camp together tomorrow? Luo Gu, are you still going to keep your word? Seeing everyone staring at him intently, Qin Shen was taken aback. What did I say? Look, look. Cheng Haonan pointed at him. I knew you wouldn't keep your word. You said you'd look out for us after we joined the unit, everyone heard it. Yeah, we all heard it. Luo Gu, you can't go back on your word. Li Dashang kept nodding. How Duo clutched his clothes, looking at him pitifully. Luo Gu, after joining the unit, it's all up to you. What will I do if you don't take care of me? Zheng Xian pulled Hao Duo aside and looked at Qin Shen seriously. Look at him, this poor kid, he looks like he's not developing properly. With someone like him, if I were a veteran, I could bully him 8 times a day, and it wouldn't even be the same each time. They say new recruits join the unit, and veterans celebrate the new year. Luo Gu, you're our backbone, the king of new recruits this year, you can't go back on your word. Luo Gu, you have to look out for us. Whether I can keep this handsome face depends on you. Luo Gu, Luo Gu. The scene was chaotic, everyone eagerly pleading for protection. Qin Shen took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably guilty. He forced a smile and waved his hand. Don't worry, there will be instant noodles, cola, and sweet drinks, and there will be cigarettes too. As long as we can stick together, I will definitely look out for you. This title of Luo Gu isn't just for show, I promise. Oh, Luo Gu is so nice. Luo Gu, I love you, I want to have your babies. Everyone excitedly surrounded Qin Shen, jumping up and down. But looking at their genuinely sincere smiles, Qin Shen felt even more guilty. Although he hadn't spent much time with them, after going through so much, they had already considered him their closest brother. The greatest magic of the army is that it can bring together people from all walks of life, turning them into a single force. But now, Qin Shen felt a bit uncertain inside. He can only take it one step at a time. By the way, Zheng Xian leaned in with a grin, poking him. Luo Gu, about that thing from before, is it still valid? Qin Shen was taken aback. What thing again? Zheng Xian smiled and said, when you first came, didn't you pay us to help you wash your clothes and shoes? After joining the unit, we'll take care of your chores. Still the same price, right? Yes, we have exclusive control, no one else can take it. Brother Luo, besides washing shoes and socks, I'm also good at massaging legs and shoulders, and I can handle the big sword too. How about you get a card from me, a monthly package for only 998. Put. Qin Shen almost spat blood, these guys were too shameless. They were even trying to take advantage of him? He treated them like brothers, and they treated him like an ATM? He rolled his eyes. Oh, you didn't agree when you first came, but now you remember? Where's your backbone, your dignity? Is that right, brother Xiaoma? Cheng Haonan rubbed his nose and grinned foolishly. Back then we weren't familiar, right? If we weren't familiar, even a million wouldn't work. Now that we are, we can be your ox and horse for just a few snacks. Right. The others nodded in agreement, looking like scheming merchants. Qin Shen was speechless. You guys. Good. Brother Luo agreed. Before Qin Shen could react, Zheng Xian jumped out and shouted, Brother Luo is so generous. Come on, let's bow to Brother Luo. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Brother Luo. Everyone bowed to him 3 times, laughing so hard they could barely contain themselves. This was too enjoyable. Not only did they have someone to back them up, but they also had free snacks and money to earn. This was not being a soldier, it was clearly living like a god. What are you all doing? A low roar came, and Chang Lei walked in right after. The new recruits stuck their tongues out at Qin Shen with grins. Chang Hanan lowered his voice and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Luo, you're so loyal. No matter what, we're sticking with you from now on. Following you means 3 meals a day. After saying that, he happily ran outside with a basin. Chang Lei looked suspicious. Why were these little brats acting so sneaky every day? He turned to Qin Shen, his face immediately breaking into a smile. Qin Shen, we just finished a meeting. I discussed with the company commander, and we reached a consensus. After joining the company, you'll come to our class. You won't be going anywhere else. He slapped Qin Shen on the shoulder. I said, as long as you want to be a good soldier, I'll stick with you to the end. We keep our promises. Looking at Chang Lei's sincere smile, Qin Shen felt a mix of emotions, because he had not only agreed to those new recruits but also to the squad leader. Squad leader? What? Chang Lei looked at him with a smile. Don't you trust the squad leader? Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will make it happen for you. Looking at Chang Lei's smile, Qin Shen had words on the tip of his tongue, but they felt stuck, unable to come out. If it were the first day he joined the army, he could have boldly and freely done what he wanted without caring about others' opinions or feelings. He had thought about explaining, telling everyone he was just temporarily leaving and would come back later. But who would believe that? Qin Shen swallowed his words back down, forcing out a bitter smile. Squad leader, thank you. Chang Lei laughed heartily. Why are you suddenly so polite? It feels a bit distant. Besides, I should be thanking you, you're a bright spot in my military career. He patted Qin Shen hard. Go wash up quickly, make haste. Yes. Today is lucky, an old wolf is treating us to chicken. Ding ding ding. Chang Lei sang happily as he walked out. Qin Shen watched his back, feeling increasingly uneasy. Originally, his purpose for joining the army was simple, to complete the mission and gain superpowers, and maybe chase a girl. As for the army and comrades, it had nothing to do with him. But he never expected that one day he would care so much about others' feelings. He couldn't even explain why, he just felt a tightness in his chest, like a child who had done something wrong. Qin Shen slowly clenched his fist, his gaze hollow and confused, like a statue standing in place for a long time. Ha! Early the next morning, Chen Liang yawned as he came out of the bathroom. Class monitor. A face suddenly leaned in, startling Chen Liang. What are you doing? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? Qin Shen grinned at him. Class monitor, I need a favor from you. In the small shop, Chen Liang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his face full of disbelief. You said you want to buy out the whole place? I must have misheard. He looked around. Although the shop didn't have much stock left, it was enough for a whole platoon of soldiers. This guy actually wants to buy out the place? What a rich and reckless person. That's right. Qin Shen stuffed something into his pocket. Class monitor, thanks for taking care of me this month. I thought I'd come back to take care of you a bit. Just a small token of appreciation, don't refuse it. I hope we can meet again in the future. Chen Liang looked at Qin Shen's sincere expression, feeling warm inside. Although this guy got in through the back door, in his 5 years of service, it was the first time he encountered someone so considerate. He was disciplined in his work, serious in training, and especially polite to the veterans. The key was that his military skills were ridiculously strong. He was the top recruit in the entire army. He must be a rare talent. Such a soldier is simply lovable. Who wouldn't like him? All right. Chen Liang patted Qin Shen hard on the back. We'll definitely meet again. Where did Qin Shen go? Chang Lei kept looking outside, then turned back to everyone. We're about to gather for the platoon. Has anyone seen where he went? I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Zheng Xian said, he's been gone for half an hour and didn't tell us where he was going. Chang Lei was anxious, stamping his feet. This guy hasn't even packed his things, he won't have time later. Class monitor, will help him pack. Chang Hanan waved his hand, and Zhang Xian, Hao Duo, and a few others immediately went over to help him organize. In no time, they had packed up all of Qin Shen's belongings. Chang Lei watched, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. He still remembered when Qin Shen first arrived. The whole class looked down on him and opposed him in everything. No matter what methods he used, he couldn't mediate, as if these people had grudges from their past lives. But in less than a month, everyone was getting along like one person. He's just a piece of rat droppings. This guy will never fit into the class. He's not even a soldier. Wu Ziyuan's words flashed in his mind, and Chang Lei couldn't help but smile even brighter. Just thinking about how last night in the office, when Wu Ziyuan mentioned Qin Shen, his face was full of pride made him laugh. Qin Shen, oh Qin Shen, when you get to the second platoon, you'll find out how different the squad leader's attitude towards you is compared to before. Now, you're his treasure, a big treasure. Class monitor. Hearing Qin Shen's voice, everyone quickly turned their heads. They saw him smiling as he pushed in a small cart piled high with various snacks. Qin Shen, you robbed the shop? Chang Lei's eyes widened in shock. Qin Shen chuckled, how could that be? We're about to go to the platoon, and I was worried the shop stuff would expire and not sell, so I bought it all. This can be considered supporting the troops, right? Chang Lei's jaw nearly hit the ground. He bought everything out of fear of expiration? Is he really that extravagant? Luo Gu. Chang Haonan and the others rushed over excitedly, is there any for us? Qin Shen pointed, aren't these all for you? Take whatever you want, don't say I didn't look out for you, don't say I didn't have your backs. Thank you, Luo Gu, you're the best. Everyone immediately started grabbing. The old pickled cabbage is mine, I want the spicy chicken feet too. Shilong is mine, I want to be an astronaut, no one can take it from me. Everyone, don't fight, there's enough for everyone, let's split it. In an instant, cookies and instant noodles were flying everywhere, and everyone was having a great time grabbing them. Chang Lei's eye twitched, what a bunch of foodies. Hide all this food well, after the training, we must finish it quickly, got it? Got it, class leader. Cheng Hanan said with a smile, holding a spicy strip, with just this, I can finish it all in one night, even a mouse would leave in tears. Chang Lei was exasperated, what kind of people have I brought along? Class leader. Qin Shen suddenly stuffed a few packs of cigarettes into his hands. Chang Lei looked and was surprised to find they were all Huazi. He was taken aback, what are you doing? Before he could return them, Qin Shen hurriedly pushed them back. Class leader, this is a small token of my appreciation for your hard work during this time. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved such good results. A verbal thank you is enough, these things are too valuable, I can't accept them. Class leader, just take them. Qin Shen smiled and said, we have plenty at home. Class leader, Qin Shen's family is wealthy, just accept it. A few people nearby chimed in with laughter. Chang Lei looked at the cigarettes in his hand, then at Qin Shen, I'll just temporarily keep these for you. Also, what you said earlier isn't right, my efforts for you are because you are my soldier and because you want to improve. Don't feel embarrassed or indebted to me, we are comrades. Hearing this, Qin Shen's smile froze for a moment, and his nose felt a bit sour. He turned his head and quickly stuffed a few more packs into Chang Lei's hands. Class leader, please take these to the company commander and the instructor, I can't take them back. As a rear guard, I've caused them quite a bit of trouble this month. Don't say that, you're doing well. Chang Lei smiled, I can pass these cigarettes on for you, but whether they accept them, I don't know. Luo Gu, do we have any? Give us some too. Chang Haonan and his group started to cheer. Qin Shen smiled and took out the last few packs from his bag, handing them all to them. Yes, everyone gets some, we can't leave anyone out. Wow, these are all good cigarettes, we're rich now. No one is allowed to take more, open them up and share. Watching everyone so excited, Qin Shen's smile slowly faded, and his mood grew heavier. I hope you won't blame me, once the mission is complete, I'll come back to find you. Really, I will definitely come back, for sure. Lin Hui will also try to update more, to repay everyone's kindness. Tomorrow the little author will give it their all. I hope everyone can click on the free updates and gifts, the little author is begging. Late at night, in the quiet, Shirlu was eating instant noodles while teasing the parrot. Stay away from it. Hu Fei quickly pushed him away, don't smoke it out. Shirlu rolled his eyes, braised beef noodles, how fragrant. If it can smell this, it would be worth dying for. Pa, I spent a lot of money on this, I hope it lives a long life. Hu Fei glared at him, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and pick someone up. Got it. But, Shirla stared at Hu Fei, chief of staff, will he come? Hu Fei smiled, during the new recruit assessment, he could have run the 5 kilometers with his comrades since they were in the lead, but he finished first all by himself. Hu Fei said lightly, this kid really wants to improve. Our Tianlang is much better than the reconnaissance unit, he definitely wants to come. Shirla nodded, then suddenly asked, so, can he stay? Hu Fei glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Beep. All troops assemble. The new recruits, excited, rushed out of the barracks, heading towards the playground. They were about to leave the recruit company for an unfamiliar new unit, and every recruit felt both anticipation and excitement. In everyone's eyes, the end of the recruit company meant the end of suffering, life in the new unit would surely be much better, and they wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Luo Gu, let's go. Cheng Haonan shouted excitedly, we're 10 old friends, heading to the reconnaissance unit together. Off to the reconnaissance unit. Zheng Xian said, his face full of excitement, Luo Gu, you better lead us to become the best in the reconnaissance unit. Qin Shen was surrounded by everyone, his face filled with awkward smiles. He wanted to tell them that he was going to a better place, but looking at their excited faces, the words just wouldn't come out. After the entire company assembled, Wu Ziyuan gave the order, and everyone marched in unison towards the regiment's playground. From a distance, Qin Shen saw that over 20 vehicles were already parked at the edge of the playground. There were trucks, buses, and minibuses. "We're definitely taking the luxury bus," Chung Haonan said excitedly, "going to the best unit in the entire division. We must get the best treatment, right?" Li Dasheng said proudly, "Everyone will definitely be envious of us later. I really want my dad to see this." "Who's talking in the ranks?" Wu Ziyuan barked coldly, and everyone quickly shut their mouths. Each company walked to the playground from different directions and then lined up in order. "Attention!" Bang! All the new recruits straightened their chests. Gao Kun smiled as he walked to the front of the line and said loudly, "At ease." Clatter! Looking at the neatly arranged troops, Gao Kun nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, you look like soldiers now." He took a deep breath. "Comrades, the training in the recruit company is over, but your military career is just beginning. In the past 3 months, you have transformed from social youth into soldiers who protect the home and country. In the new unit, your company commander, platoon leader, and squad leader will make you into real warriors. The army is a great melting pot. No matter what you were like before joining, here, you will all be forged into good steel." Gao Kun said with a smile, "You have performed well in these 3 months, I have nothing to criticize. I only hope that you will not forget your original intentions and continue to work hard in the new unit. Never forget, we are the strong support of the country and the people. Although every day is monotonous, as long as we stand here in this uniform, no one dares to bully our country, and no one dares to underestimate our people." Gao Kun said loudly, "I wish each of you can achieve glory in the new unit. Bring honor to your unit and shine for your families." Swish! Gao Kun saluted everyone vigorously. "Salute!" the duty officer shouted, and all the soldiers immediately saluted Gao Kun in unison. "All right." Gao Kun lowered his hand, "Let's start assigning troops. Now we will begin assigning troops." Staff Officer Xie stepped onto the stage. "When your name is called, go to your respective vehicle." "Wan Qianfei. Here. 273rd Regiment, Vehicle 4. Yes." The new recruit excitedly picked up his bag and turned to find Vehicle 4. He actually got on the luxury bus? Chung Haonan exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that our ride?" "Just relax," Zheng Qian whispered, "there are definitely more than one, ours will be there." Tong Jinxing. Here. 274th Regiment, Vehicle 5. Yes. Wang Fei. Here. 275th Regiment. One by one, the new recruits were called, happily boarding their vehicles. Qin Shen looked around, and the number of soldiers on the playground was dwindling. Where is that bastard? Why hasn't he come yet? He wouldn't really not show up, would he? Su Yuchao. Here. Su Yuchao excitedly puffed out his chest. Chief Xie glanced at him. Reconnaissance Battalion, Vehicle Number 11. Yes. Su Yuchao grinned as he picked up his bag, signaling to the others with a wink, and immediately ran towards the back. A big truck? Chung Haonan's face was full of disappointment. Li Dasheng frowned. Shouldn't we be the best? How come we didn't even get a small bus? Zheng Qian took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. It's possible we're too good and need to consider others' feelings. Otherwise, how sad would they be? So we have to keep a low profile. Everyone nodded silently. That must be it. Zheng Qian. Here. Reconnaissance Battalion, Vehicle Number 11. Yes. Zheng Qian happily picked up his bag. Brothers, I'm heading out first. Save a good spot for Brother Luo, Chung Haonan reminded. Of course. Zheng Qian winked at Qin Shen and turned to run off. Qin Shen smiled awkwardly, but at least they got on the vehicle first, otherwise, he didn't know how they would say goodbye later. He sighed, "Brothers, I'm sorry, but people strive for higher places. I hope we can meet again in the future." Chang Haonan. Yes. Chang Haonan picked up his bag. "Brother Luo, I'm going ahead, waiting for you." Qin Shen nodded with a smile, watching him run towards the big truck. Kai Bingkuan, 273rd Regiment, Vehicle Number 9. Yes. The last new recruit picked up his bag and ran off excitedly. The entire playground was left with only Qin Shen. The duty officer closed the booklet and announced loudly, "Troop division complete, we can depart." Wait. Chang Lei suddenly ran over from the side. "Sir, there's still one soldier." Wu Ziyuan also rushed over quickly. "Old Xia, how did you miss him?" Chief Xia smiled awkwardly. "Old Wu, he has other arrangements." "What do you mean?" Wu Ziyuan was furious. "When we divided the troops, his name was at the top. With so many in the company, I'm only taking these few. Who wants to compete with me?" "Old Wu. Stop talking nonsense. Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily, "He's my soldier, no one can take him away. What are you still standing there for?" Wu Ziyuan looked at Chang Lei, "Grab the bag, take the person away." "Yes." Chang Lei excitedly moved to step forward. "Old Wu." Chief Xie shouted anxiously. "Stop." Gao Kun suddenly shouted, striding over. Chang Lei's foot froze in place. "Wu Ziyuan." Gao Kun said coldly, "Xin Chen already has arrangements, you have so many, just go." Wu Ziyuan held his neck high. "Commander, what do you mean? I clearly stated that I must take him. He is my soldier." Chang Lei nodded vigorously, looking at Gao Kun with pleading eyes. Gao Kun took a deep breath. "I said, he already has arrangements, this is not your decision." "No way." Wu Ziyuan glared at Gao Kun, showing no signs of backing down. "Commander, let me emphasize again. This soldier, I must have." "Wu Ziyuan." Gao Kun raised his voice. "Are you trying to mess with me again? This is the army, not your home. You can't just take whoever you want, obey orders." Wu Ziyuan's neck was bulging with veins. "Fine, then I can do without the other soldiers, just him. Do you think this is a market for buying vegetables?" Gao Kun was furious. "Get out of here immediately, or I'll discipline you." Wu Ziyuan held his head high. "Commander, where else is better than our reconnaissance battalion? He's a good soldier, if I don't take him back, he'll be wasted." Just as Gao Kun was about to speak, he suddenly saw a vehicle approaching in the distance. "The people coming are here." Gao Kun sighed. "You can see for yourself if they are better than the reconnaissance battalion." Wu Ziyuan immediately turned his head, and a jeep roared over, stopping not far from him. Shirla smiled as he got out of the car and walked up to Gao Kun, saluting, "Commander Gao, I'm here to pick someone up." "Comrade." Wu Ziyuan stared at him blankly. "Which unit are you from?" Shirla chuckled. "You're Captain Wu, right? Sorry about that, I'm from the 0451 unit, sent here to pick someone up." 0451? Wu Ziyuan was completely stunned. As a member of the reconnaissance battalion, he knew all too well what this designation represented. Compared to them, the reconnaissance battalion was indeed lacking. "Captain Wu, we're not just taking anyone. We've already consulted Comrade Qin Chen, and he is willing to come with me," Shirla said calmly. Wu Ziyuan looked at Qin Chen in a daze. "You." He suddenly forced a smile. "Your choice is. How many people would break their heads to go there? It's definitely better than our reconnaissance battalion. They will value you more than I do. You will definitely do better." Wu Ziyuan wanted to pat Qin Chen on the shoulder, but his hand retracted halfway. "Qin Chen, you're a good soldier. I wish you smooth sailing, take care." Wu Ziyuan nodded at Qin Chen and said nothing more, turning to walk towards truck No. 11. Squad leader. Qin Chen looked at Chang Lei with a guilty conscience. Chang Lei's eyes were red, but he still managed to smile. "Qin Chen, the company commander is right. Just go and do your best. That's the place all of us reconnaissance soldiers want to go. Don't think too much, your choice is right. If it were me, I would choose the same as you." Chang Lei gave him a slight smile, then turned and rushed towards truck No. 11. Qin Chen watched their figures and suddenly saluted vigorously. "Company commander, squad leader, I will definitely do my best." Truck No. 11 slowly drove away. Chang Hanan and the others all leaned against the back of the truck, shouting loudly for Brother Luo. Soon, their vehicle left the camp and disappeared down the distant road. "Let's go." Shirla helped Qin Chen pick up his bag. "We still have a long way to go, let's grab something to eat first." Qin Chen reluctantly watched truck No. 11 disappear down the road. Company commander, squad leader, Chang Hanan. "I will definitely make a name for myself in the special forces." The off-road vehicle roared away from the training regiment. Qin Chen looked back. All the new recruits left happily, with no one turning back. But at this moment, Qin Chen felt a bit nostalgic for this place. Even though he had always wanted to leave before, he didn't know what was happening at this moment. "Don't take it to heart," Shirla said with a smile while driving. "The division's reconnaissance battalion is a good place, but not the best. We are the best. Every year, how many reconnaissance soldiers try desperately to join us, but only a few can make it. You, a new recruit, have this opportunity, even veterans would envy you." Qin Chen rolled down the window, feeling the cold wind, watching the desolate yellow earth slopes retreating rapidly on both sides of the road. Shirla laughed. "Don't think too much, this is the right choice. Your comrades will be proud of you in the future." "Sir, can I ask a question?" Qin Chen suddenly spoke up. "Go ahead." Qin Chen looked at him. "Once I join the special forces, can I be sent back to my old unit?" Shirla looked at him in surprise. "Of course, that's quite normal. In our Tianlang, no one is fixed in place. If one day you can't adapt or no longer meet the requirements of a special soldier, you will naturally be sent back." "What are you thinking? We Tianlang never keep idle people who just eat and do nothing. A smile gradually appeared on Qin Shen's face. If that's the case, then I can rest assured, hee. Shirley's eye twitched. What does your hee mean? Do you want to be sent back? At this moment, the worry on Qin Shen's face faded, replaced by a spring-like smile. 1 month, just 1 month, and then he could find an opportunity to leave at will. Wait until I turn back and explain it to them properly. If that doesn't work, I'll just apologize sincerely. As long as my attitude is sincere, everyone will definitely understand. This way, I can complete the task and get the reward, and also get close to that girl Shinran. It's simply perfect. Qin Shen felt delighted in his heart. Shinran, you're a soldier, and I'm a soldier too. This time we finally have a topic to talk about. When the time comes, it will definitely progress rapidly. He had already begun to imagine that when Shinran saw such an excellent version of himself, she would surely regret how she treated him back then. Who knows, she might even take the initiative to throw herself at him. The more Qin Shen thought about it, the happier he became, and he couldn't help but smile. Shirley was so startled that he jolted, causing the steering wheel to shake. What the hell is he laughing about? This kid must have something wrong with his head. Sir. Qin Shen looked at him with a smile. Didn't you just say you would take me out to eat? This is my first time in the Northwest. Do you have any good restaurants to recommend? After we eat, we can take a shower, and then finish off with some karaoke. It's simply perfect. Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses. The army doesn't need to spend any money. Shirley almost spat blood. This kid looked more and more like a good-for-nothing. He didn't seem like a good soldier at all. Report. Come in. Shinran pushed the door and walked into the office, instantly stunned. Hu Fei actually had a mina bird in the office. At that moment, he was bent over, feeding it while teaching it to curse. Shinran felt her worldview shatter. What on earth was this guy up to again? What is it? Hu Fei asked without turning his head. He then smiled at the black mina, raising his chin. Call it stupid, come on. Shinran's eyelid twitched, and she took a deep breath. As per your request, I have conducted a final screening of the soldiers who meet the requirements. There are a total of 32 people, and the list is here. Put it on the table. Hu Fei pointed to the table and smiled at the mina. Stupid, say something, stupid. Shinran placed the documents on the table. You can go now. Yes. Shinran looked at him speechlessly, but just as she opened the door, she stopped. What's wrong? Hu Fei asked as if he had eyes in the back of his head, not turning around. Shinran took a deep breath, closed the door, and turned around. Chief of Staff, are you really going to recruit that new soldier? According to past recruitment practices, we always select outstanding veterans with more than a year of service from the grassroots units. The main targets for recruitment are the reconnaissance battalions or reconnaissance companies. There has never been a precedent for recruiting new soldiers, even if his assessment results are outstanding. All right, I got it. Hu Fei interrupted her. I have my own arrangements. You can go now. But, Shinran hesitated. Hu Fei suddenly turned his head, a half-smile on his face. What, do you know this new soldier? Shinran's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a serious expression. Chief of Staff, I'm just following regulations. All right. Hu Fei smiled. Regulations are dead, but people are alive. Have you ever seen such an impressive new soldier? His assessment results are better than some of the veterans here. That kid has great potential. Our Tianlang is always different. As long as he has the ability, he can come in. Okay, you can go now. Yes. Shinran helplessly saluted and turned to leave. Once outside, she suddenly took a few deep breaths. She had almost let something slip just now. Hu Fei's eyes seemed to have some kind of magic. She had only said one extra word, and he had guessed that she knew Qin Shen. This guy is too scary. However, what Shinran had just said was also the truth. She did have some prejudice against Qin Shen. After that day, she had secretly investigated Qin Shen's information. The investigation results left her very disappointed. Apart from being wealthy, one could say he was utterly useless. Shinran was somewhat surprised that someone like him could enter the military. Forget it, perhaps this guy has changed, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to become the top recruit in the entire army in just a month. Yet even so, Shinran still felt a bit nervous and uneasy. She didn't know how to face Qin Shen after he was specially recruited. Should she pretend not to know him, avoid him if possible, or act as if nothing had happened? The more Shinran thought about it, the more confused she became, even doubting whether this guy had really joined the military just to come after her. No way, it shouldn't be, no one is that bored. She shook her head vigorously and quickened her pace to run forward. Just as she exited the building, a lieutenant came running towards her. Officer Shen, I was just looking for you. Is there something? Shinran asked curiously. The lieutenant smiled. There's someone outside looking for you, an old man who looks very wealthy. Shin Shinran was taken aback and shook her head directly. I don't know him, I have things to do, I'm leaving. But the deputy battalion commander called and said to have you meet him. What? Shin Shinran was about to leave when she suddenly stopped. The deputy battalion commander wants me to go out and meet him? Yes. The lieutenant spread his hands. I heard he's a patriotic entrepreneur who often sends us condolences, and he has a good relationship with us, so. Shin Shinran frowned slightly. What would a businessman want with her? And how could he have connections to the Tianlang? Who exactly was this person? You should hurry, he's waiting outside. The lieutenant said enviously. He came in some luxury car. Whatever it's called, anyway, it's very expensive. Looks quite impressive. Shin Shinran felt a bit helpless and could only walk outside with her doubts. When she reached the barracks entrance, she saw a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside from a distance. A well-dressed middle-aged man stood respectfully by the car with a smile. Shin Shinran walked over with confusion. Comrade, are you looking for me? Wang Rifa looked her up and down, smiling as he nodded. Young master has good taste, indeed, very beautiful, quite outstanding. No wonder, no wonder. Ha! Shin Shinran was taken aback. Miss Shin, hello, I am Wang Rifa. Please get in the car. Wang Rifa said with a smile. Shin Shinran looked at him warily. Comrade Wang, I'm very busy. If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Rifa opened the car door and smiled. Miss Shin, it's not me looking for you, but our master. Some things are inconvenient to discuss here. You should get in the car. We found the command post and asked Deputy Commander Luo to specially grant you half a day's leave, you see. Shin Shinran's eyes widened in shock. What kind of person was this, to have connections to the command post? He could even get the deputy commander to issue orders. No wonder the deputy battalion commander wanted her to come out and meet him. Shin Shinran stared at him closely. Can you at least tell me what this is about? Wang Rifa smiled politely. Once we arrive, you will naturally know. Shin Shinran looked at him, then at the car, and reluctantly got in. Drive. Wang Rifa gently closed the door and immediately ran to the passenger seat. An hour and a half later, at the entrance of the Junyue Hotel, the doorman respectfully opened the passenger door. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Rifa nodded slightly and quickly ran over to open the door for Shin Shinran. Shin Shinran got out of the car and looked at the luxurious hotel in front of her, eyeing Wang Rifa with suspicion. Wang Rifa still wore a smile. Miss Shin, this way please. Shin Shinran nodded and followed him inside. If it weren't for the superior's orders, she would want to leave right now. But since she was here, she might as well see what they were up to. She stepped into the elevator and went straight to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, over 30 elegantly dressed and attractive waitstaff stood in 2 rows, collectively bowing and greeting her. Miss Shin, welcome esteemed guests to Junyue Hotel. Shin Shinran was momentarily taken aback, clearly feeling a bit out of place. Although she had seen quite a bit during her missions, she had never encountered such a grand display before. This made her even more curious about the identity of the old master that Wang Rifa had mentioned. Mr. Wang, Chairman Qin is waiting over there. The manager jogged over, nodding and bowing to Wang Rifa, then smiling as he extended his hand to Shin Shinran. Hello, Miss Shin, I am the hotel manager, you can call me Xiao Chen. If you need anything, just let us know, and we will be at your service. Miss Shin, this way please. Wang Rifa gestured invitingly. Since she was already there, Shin Shinran decided to go along with it and walked forward confidently. Above her was a massive, rotating arc-shaped restaurant, and standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the entire city. The interior decor, compared to the opulence below, was more minimalist, yet it exuded an extreme sense of luxury. At that moment, the entire restaurant was empty except for a large table placed in front of a huge window. A middle-aged man with silver-dyed hair stood by the table, smiling. You must be Shin Shinran, Miss Shin? Shin Shinran politely nodded. Shin Jiaqing looked her up and down, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed quite striking. No wonder Xiao Luo likes you. No wonder, no wonder. Shin Shinran's eyes twitched in irritation. What is wrong with these people? Why do they always like to mumble to themselves? Wang Rifa stepped forward to introduce. Miss Shin, let me introduce you to this gentleman. He is our old master, Shin Jiaqing. He is a very famous patriotic entrepreneur and is good friends with many leaders in your war zone. Hello, Chairman Qin. Shin Shinran nodded. Shin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Xiao Shin, calling me that is too formal, just call me Uncle Qin. Let me introduce myself, I am Qin Chen's father. Ha! Shin Shinran was stunned, momentarily unable to react. Who? Qin Chen, the Qin from Qin Shi Huang, and the Luo from Luo Bin Wang. You don't. You can't possibly not know who Qin Chen is? Qin Jiaqing was instantly bewildered. He was furious inside. That brat, after all this time, she doesn't even know you. and you still rush to the army to chase after her? What a waste of time, it's impossible to succeed. Qin Jiacheng looked at Shen Xinran with a smile. Do you remember now? Shen Xinran's body trembled, looking at him in disbelief. It was hard for her to connect Qin Chen with the middle-aged man in front of her. Although Qin Jiacheng wore a smile, he exuded an indescribable aura that commanded respect. How could a patriotic entrepreneur who donates so much to the army every year have such a carefree son who only knows how to spend money? Was it a genetic mutation or a failure in education? Old master, shall we serve the dishes? Wang Rifa came over to ask. Go ahead. Qin Jiacheng waved his hand elegantly. Let the head chef bring out the highest standards, the best quality. Yes, old master. Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. After inquiring if Shen Xinran had any dietary restrictions, he turned to leave. Miss Shen. Qin Jiacheng adjusted his cashmere sweater, leaning against the soft chair back. The executive chef here used to handle state banquets, a true master of Huayan cuisine. Although he has switched to Western cuisine now, the flavors are unique. I hope you can evaluate it later, and feel free to speak up if you have any concerns. Shen Xinran felt a bit awkward. Chairman Qin, please don't be so formal, just call me Xiao Shen or Comrade Shen. Qin Jiacheng laughed heartily. Alright, I'll call you Xiao Shen. Don't call me Chairman Qin, just call me Uncle Qin, it sounds friendlier, ha. I think I'll still call you Chairman Qin. Shen Xinran revealed a polite yet awkward smile. Chairman Qin, I have something to attend to later, so if you have something to say, just go ahead. Qin Jiacheng waved his hand with a smile. No rush, let's eat first, we can talk after. You can set your matters aside for now, I've already spoken with your leader. Chairman Qin. Shen Xinran interrupted him. I really have urgent matters to handle, so let's get straight to the point. Looking at the undeniable assertiveness in her brows, Qin Jiacheng nodded in satisfaction. No wonder Xiao Luo is willing to endure hardships and go to the army. I understand now, I understand. Xiao Luo? Qin Chen? Shen Xinran slightly furrowed her brows. She could roughly guess what Qin Jiacheng was about to say. Chairman Qin. Qin Jiacheng waved his hand to interrupt. Xiao Shen, since you speak so directly, I'll be straightforward too. He crossed his fingers in front of him and smiled. The main reason I invited you today is to discuss your marriage with Qin Chen. Put. Shen Xinran almost spat out her drink. She was utterly shocked and looked at Qin Jiacheng in disbelief. Qin Jiacheng seemed to have anticipated her reaction, smiling as he said, marrying into a super wealthy family like ours is a dream for countless girls. Being suddenly hit by a pie falling from the sky, it's only natural to be shocked. Shen Xinran's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Do you even know what you're saying? What marriage? What wedding? I'm not even familiar with your son, not at all. Chairman Qin, I think you misunderstood. I understand. Qin Jiacheng said to himself, our Qin family is not a feudal relic, we would never do anything like forced marriages from the old society. He said seriously, once you enter our Qin family, you become one of us. Suddenly, he extended a hand. What do you mean? Shen Xinran's eyes widened. 500 million. Qin Jiacheng said generously, 500 million in cash as a betrothal gift, plus I'll buy you 500 million worth of gold and jewelry, and give you a seaside villa. You can choose any car you like, yachts and helicopters are fine too. Bang! Shen Xinran slammed her hand on the table, startling Qin Jiacheng. Shen Xinran suppressed her anger. Chairman Qin. I know. Qin Jiacheng waved his hand. 500 million is too little, right? Then let's add another hand, 1 billion. If you have children in the future, I'll reward you with an additional 1 billion and a private estate. Plus, 5% of the shares in the Shanghai Group, worth 5 billion, how about that? Chairman Qin. Shen Xinran's eyes were blazing with anger as she stood up abruptly. I respect you as a patriotic entrepreneur and admire your significant contributions to the military, but you should also learn to respect others. Not everything can be bought with money. Respect, huh? Qin Jiacheng was silent for 2 seconds, then seriously asked, then, should I add a bit more? Shen Xinran was almost about to explode, clenching her fists as she looked at him. It has nothing to do with money. I have no feelings for your son, I don't even know him. Qin Jiacheng was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly laughed. You have a personality. No wonder Xiao Luo is willing to go to the army and endure hardships for you. Shen Xinran was completely stunned. So that's how it is. This crazy person actually came to the army for her. Chairman Qin, since you know, why didn't you stop him from joining the army? Why should I stop him? Qin Jiacheng said with a smile, for such an outstanding girl like you, it's worth it for him to endure some hardships. At least it shows he is sincere about you. Come, Xiao Shen, let's sit down and talk some more. If you think 1 billion is too little, we can add a bit more. You can propose the conditions, and I can accept them all. Shin Shinran could no longer endure it and angrily turned to leave. Hey, Xiaoshen, we haven't finished talking yet, wait a moment. Shin Shinran reached the elevator, suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared at Qin Jiaqing. Don't call me Xiaoshen. Chairman Qin, we are not familiar, so either call me by my name or call me Comrade Shin. Also, starting today, don't come looking for me anymore, and please tell your son not to harass me. I can't afford it. After saying that, she strode away. Qin Jiaqing stared blankly as she entered the elevator, and it took a long time for him to sit back down. Wang Rifa hurried over from the kitchen, looking at the now empty chair, and asked in confusion, Sir, Miss Shin. Left. Qin Jiaqing exhaled. Her temper is really big. What are women in the military thinking? With so much money, she isn't even a bit tempted? Or is it that she's playing hard to get with me? Wang Rifa forced a smile. Sir, not everyone in this world loves money, especially those in military and police uniforms. Wasn't the lady back then also? Qin Jiaqing suddenly glared at Wang Rifa, scaring him into silence. Not everyone is like my wife. Qin Jiaqing looked out the window, a gentle face appearing in his mind, and finally sighed, forget it, this path won't work. Let's find another way for Xiao Luo. Wang Rifa nodded vigorously, right, arrange a lighter position for the young master, and let him handle the rest. Whether he can catch up depends on his own abilities. Qin Jiaqing sighed, stood up, he can't come back now, it can only be this way. I just hope he doesn't suffer too much in the next few days. Creak. The off-road vehicle stopped at the entrance of a certain camp. Shirla pointed at Qin Chen, get down and wait. Ha? Qin Chen looked outside, confused, aren't you taking me in? Shirla shot him a glare, this isn't a place where just anyone can enter. I have to report first, get the approval, and then I can take you in. So troublesome? Qin Chen rolled his eyes and opened the door to get out. Forget it, he wasn't planning to stay in this lousy place for long anyway. The door closed, and with a roar, the off-road vehicle drove into the camp. The black smoke spewing from the back of the vehicle made Qin Chen cough. He waved his hand vigorously, what a lousy car, and it's a special forces vehicle too, the equipment is too poor. Comrade, step back beyond the yellow line to wait. A guard suddenly shouted. Qin Chen looked down and realized he was standing right on the yellow line. He smiled and raised his head, squad leader, I'm here to step back beyond the yellow line. The guard raised his voice, his tone becoming much more serious. Qin Chen's mouth twitched, and he could only retreat helplessly. What kind of place is this? Can't even step on a line? Does this young master look like he was specially recruited for his genius? Not a bit of insight. Don't let me run into you again, or I'll make you salute me every day. Suddenly, Qin Chen perked up his ears. He turned to look, the road was empty. But just a few seconds later, an off-road vehicle drifted beautifully onto the main road and sped towards the camp. Qin Chen was so scared that he quickly stepped back, afraid of being hit. Looks like my super senses are still good. I can detect a car coming from this far away. The off-road vehicle whizzed past him, but as it neared the camp entrance, it suddenly slammed on the brakes, smoke billowing from the tires. Did it hit someone? Qin Chen turned in surprise. Just then, the off-road vehicle suddenly reversed, roaring towards him. Damn! Qin Chen grabbed his bag and immediately jumped to the side of the road. With a screech, the off-road vehicle came to an abrupt stop right where he had just stood, smoke billowing from the tires. Do you even know how to drive? Qin Chen shouted angrily at the vehicle, if you can't drive, go back to driving school. You could kill old grandpas and grandmas on the road like this. You! Suddenly, the car window rolled down, and Qin Chen was left dumbfounded. That stunning face, one he would never forget even in his dreams, was none other than Shin Shinran. Shin Shinran stared at him fiercely, her gaze sharp as a knife, incredibly piercing. Shin Shinran. Qin Chen's face instantly blossomed into a smile like flowers. Surprised? Happy? Didn't expect to really find you, huh? Your man is quite capable, huh? Seeing his smug expression, the corners of Shin Shinran's eyes twitched, as if she had eaten 1,000 dead flies. It was that disgusting. Just having been insulted by Qin Jiaqing with money, she returned only to see this bastard. Over the past few days, she had almost forced herself to forget what happened that night. But now, seeing Qin Chen in front of her, the events of that night flooded back like a burst dam, instantly drowning her. You bastard! How did you know my name? Shin Shinran pushed the door open and angrily jumped out of the car. Watching the furious Shin Shinran approach, Qin Chen met her with a proud expression. For me, finding out your name was too easy. Qin Chen looked at her with pride. I told you, I would definitely find you. So, how does it feel to see me? Surprised, unexpected, happy? Shin Shinran fixed her gaze on Qin Chen, her eyes filled with rage. She had thought that since Qin Chen had ranked first among all the new recruits, he would have changed a bit, at least be different from before. But what she experienced today completely dispelled that thought. Qin Chen. Shin Shinran took a deep breath. Let me tell you, stay away from me. Starting today, no. From this moment on, the farther away you are from me, the better. After saying that, she turned sharply and strode towards the off-road vehicle without looking back. Wait. Qin Chen hurriedly chased after her. Why don't you keep your word? We agreed that as long as I found you, then. Shut up. Shin Shinran turned back angrily, her eyes locked onto him. I said that just to avoid your entanglement, that's all. She spoke each word clearly. You saved me, and I genuinely appreciate it. You're a good person. I can repay you, whatever compensation you want is fine, but that incident is in the past, and I don't want to be involved with you again, nor will I like you, understand? She lowered her voice. That night, let's just consider it a misunderstanding. I've already forgotten, and I hope you can forget too. Forget? A bitter smile crossed Shin Shinran's face. In truth, she had never forgotten and couldn't forget. After all, it was her first time, and Qin Chen was the first man in her life who saved her. How could she forget? Seeing Qin Chen again, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Shocked that he really came to the army, and pleasantly surprised by the significant changes in him. She had even thought about all the possibilities of meeting Qin Chen, but Qin Jiaqing's words had deeply hurt her, making her feel that Qin Chen was still the same as before. No way! Qin Chen clenched his fists. After being tormented by you for over an hour, nearly dying, you want me to act like nothing happened? Qin Chen took a deep breath, his gaze stubborn. I used to be a social youth, and you looked down on me, fine. No problem. But now, I am just like you, a soldier, and a very excellent soldier at that. He held his head high with a hint of pride, looking at Shin Shinran. In the new recruit assessment, I ranked first in the entire army and broke a 20-year record. Even the military leaders praised me, saying I am a good soldier. This special recruitment by the Tianlang is enough to prove that I am no longer the person I used to be. Now I am a king of soldiers. Shin Shinran smiled and shook her head slightly. What are you laughing at? Qin Chen said anxiously. If you don't believe me, you can check. I believe you. Shin Shinran looked deeply at Qin Chen. You are indeed very impressive now, but you are not a true soldier. What do you mean? Qin Chen stared at her. Shin Shinran said calmly, everyone who comes to be a soldier has their own purpose. Some come for a good job after discharge, some want to stay in the team, and some are sent here by their families out of fear for their safety. She fixed her gaze on Qin Chen. No matter their purpose, they all become qualified soldiers in the end, because they no longer think about why they came, but only about the responsibilities on their shoulders and the significance of this uniform to them. But you are different. Shin Shinran shook her head. Even if you are strong now, you are still thinking about your original purpose for coming here. You just want to catch up with me and then discharge. Does that make you a soldier? Remembering the scene where Qin Jiaqing offered her a price today, Shin Shinran looked at Qin Chen with disappointment in her eyes. This uniform held a meaning that few could understand for her. It was a legacy. Do you think being rich is impressive? Shin Shinran shook her head. You have no idea why I wear this uniform, and you don't know that money is worthless in front of it. Qin Chen stared at her blankly, momentarily speechless. Because Shin Shinran was right. At least half of his purpose was for her, and it hadn't changed until now. As for the responsibilities of a soldier and the meaning of the uniform, he had never thought about them. Shin Shinran smiled weakly. You don't understand me at all. We are not the same kind of people. Even if you wear this uniform, you are still that spoiled young master. Shin Shinran took 2 steps back, creating distance between her and Qin Chen. So please forget that day. Walk your own path. We are not suitable. Goodbye. She took a deep look at Qin Chen and turned to walk towards the driver's seat. And don't let your dad come looking for me again. Tell him I am not worthy of you and can't afford to climb up. Bang! The car door slammed shut, and Shin Shinran stepped on the gas, speeding the off-road vehicle towards the camp. The guard at the entrance saluted and then looked curiously at Qin Chen, who was staring blankly outside the yellow line. This kid knows Staff Officer Shen? It seems they are quite familiar. But it looked like they were arguing just now. The guards whispered among themselves, while Qin Chen stood frozen in place, stunned. Shin Shinran's words echoed in his ears for a long time. He couldn't understand why Shin Shinran was so agitated. What is the responsibility of a soldier, and what is the meaning of the uniform? Qin Chen clenched his fists, completely unable to comprehend. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Shin Shinran just mentioned Qin Jiaqing, which meant his dad had found her? Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Dad, you are more likely to mess things up than to make them happen. No wonder she was inexplicably angry with me. Why did you go looking for her? I was about to get it done. Isn't that just wasting time? Sigh. Qin Shen sighed, believing that his dad must have caused some trouble, which led Shen Xinran to have a prejudice against him. However, he was about to join the Tianlang Special Forces, and she would surely see his excellence. Conquering her shouldn't be a big deal. Hey, come here. Just as Qin Shen was pondering, Shirley's voice suddenly rang out. Qin Shen looked up sharply to see Shirley waving at him from the gate. He quickly grabbed his bag and ran over. Sign here, Shirley pointed to a document. After Qin Shen signed, Shirley greeted the guards and led Qin Shen into the camp. Passing through the long corridor and several office buildings, a vast training ground immediately came into Qin Shen's view. Teams of soldiers were shouting and training fiercely, and Qin Shen was instantly captivated. On top of a building, 3 soldiers suddenly leaped down, and Qin Shen gasped in shock. But just as they were about to hit the ground, the ropes behind them suddenly tightened, and the 3 of them came to a steady stop, their heads just a few centimeters from the ground. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, at another training ground, several soldiers were actually thrown into the air by their comrades. Qin Shen's mouth dropped open again, but those soldiers landed safely and then charged at their companions with daggers. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, and Qin Shen jumped in fright. Turning his head, he saw soldiers swiftly gliding down ropes amidst bursts of flames, while explosions continued to sound below them. Shirley looked at Qin Shen, who appeared to have never seen such things before, and smiled proudly. You won't see this kind of training in regular troops, only here can you witness it. The people here don't know fatigue, they don't know pain, everyone here is an elite among elites. He patted Qin Shen on the back. You're really lucky, you'll soon become one of us. Others will be envious of you. The corners of Qin Shen's eyes twitched. What's there to be envious of? It's exhausting like a dog. The recruit company is way better than this. He took a deep breath. Now that the task was complete, he needed to make a quick escape. This hellish place was too dangerous, it was no place for a person, and he didn't want to stay here. As for Shen Xinran, he could find another opportunity to slowly win her over later. Soon, Shirley took Qin Shen to a small building. They went directly to the door of an office on the 2nd floor, and Shirley knocked hard. Report. Come in. Shirley pushed the door open and turned to Qin Shen, gesturing with his mouth. Qin Shen straightened his chest and walked in, saluting Hu Fei, who was teasing a bird behind him. Hello, Chief. Qin Shen reporting for duty. Idiot, idiot. Ha! Qin Shen's face immediately fell. Why was he being insulted right after arriving? I'm not talking about you, Hu Fei said with a smile as he turned around. I'm teaching this silly bird to talk. Qin Shen glanced at the black mina and smiled weakly. These special forces people really are peculiar. Close the door. Hu Fei walked towards the desk. Yes. Shirley turned and closed the door, then stood at attention. Shirley sat down with a smile, sizing up Qin Shen from head to toe. You ranked first in the new recruit assessment of a battalion, and you broke the long-standing record for new recruits, Hu Fei said with a smile. That's impressive. Qin Shen puffed out his chest. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. You've worked hard, Hu Fei said with a smile. Shirley. Yes. Hu Fei waved his hand. First, have him fill out a form, then take him out for a good meal while we wait for the results. Yes. Shirley immediately took a form from his bag and handed it to Qin Shen. Fill it out, and be serious. Qin Shen took it but was stunned when he saw the words on it. Psychological health test? Qin Shen suddenly looked up. You think I'm psychologically unhealthy? Shirley quickly waved his hand. Not at all, you don't look like someone with psychological issues, huh? The corners of Qin Shen's mouth twitched. Then why make me fill this thing out? Hu Fei said lightly. It's just a form, everyone who joins the Sky Wolf has to fill it out. Right, Shirley nodded. I filled it out too. Qin Shen skeptically took the pen. Alright then. Shirley cheerfully patted him. Just go with your first thought, no need to overthink it. Once you finish, we'll go to the cafeteria. The food here meets the standards for pilots, which you can't get where you are. Qin Shen leaned over the desk, carefully looking at the questions. Can you accept loneliness? During the earthquake, would you eat the dog you've raised for 10 years? Qin Shen was at a loss for words, wondering what kind of nonsensical question this was. Was this a test of psychological issues? He felt that the person who came up with the question had psychological problems themselves. He didn't want to think too much about it, and with a flurry of operations, he completed it in no time. Done. Qin Shen handed the form to Shirley. Good, let's go eat first. Hu Fei said with a beaming smile. I'll have the experts evaluate it. Let's go, time for dinner. Shirley wrapped an arm around Qin Shen and turned to head outside. Just as the door closed, it swung open again, and a female officer walked up to Hu Fei with a cold expression. See? Hu Fei handed her the form. Be serious, don't mess it up. The female officer said coldly, Chief of Staff, please trust science. Hu Fei smiled bitterly. He really did have a bit of a liking for Qin Shen. How's our food? Not deceiving you, right? Shirley picked at his teeth. Qin Shen nodded and curiously asked, "What's the next arrangement for me?" Shirley smiled, "Don't rush, let's first check your evaluation results." Qin Shen hesitated and asked, "What if the evaluation results aren't good? Then it's not a big deal, you can fill it out again later." Shirley laughed heartily. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He had come this far, and he couldn't let anything go wrong now. At least he wanted to complete the task first. So much had happened in the past few days that it had changed his mindset somewhat. Especially after Wu Ziyuan said he was a good soldier and after meeting Shen Shinran. Qin Shen suddenly wanted to know what it meant to be a good soldier. "I won't just lie flat for now, let's start from here." Qin Shen's gaze sharpened. "At least I should serve for 2 years to understand what being a soldier really is, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste?" "Report! Come in." Shirley pushed the door open and pulled Qin Shen inside. Hu Fei looked at Qin Shen with a smile. "Little Qin, how's the food here?" "Very good." Qin Shen nodded. "That's great to hear." Hu Fei laughed. "I'll have Shirley take you to eat a bit more for the next couple of days, so you can really try out the variety in our cafeteria." "Huh?" Qin Shen looked at him in surprise. "Chief, what do you mean?" Shirley was also taken aback, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Hu Fei looked at Qin Shen and after a long pause, said, "Little Qin, here's the thing. Your test results didn't pass. So, this year is off the table. But next year, you must come. I believe you can definitely make it next year." Qin Shen's head buzzed, and he trembled all over. "Chief, you can't joke like this." Qin Shen stared at him fiercely. "Haven't I already joined the Tianlang Special Forces and become one of them? The transfer order is right here." He immediately pulled out the document and slammed it on Hu Fei's desk. Look, I've already come. Why are you sending me back? Are you messing with me?" Hu Fei cleared his throat. "Qin Shen, it's like this. This invitation. It's just an invitation, not an official transfer order to Tianlang. You still need to pass the psychological evaluation and then undergo a 3-month selection." Bang! Qin Shen slammed both hands on the table. "If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have come. Aren't you just messing with people on purpose?" "Qin Shen." Shirley quickly pulled him back. Calm down. How can I not be agitated?" Qin Shen shouted with red eyes. "I already promised my comrades that I would go to the reconnaissance battalion, and it was because of your invitation that I chose to come here. Now you want me to go back? How am I supposed to go back? How can I face them?" Shirley looked helplessly at Hu Fei, who also wore a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Qin Shen." Hu Fei looked at him seriously. "Our rules are like this, everyone who comes is treated the same." Qin Shen stared at him fiercely. "Just a broken form decides my life and death? That must be a question from a madman. You actually believe that and not me, a living person?" Hu Fei smiled bitterly. "Qin Shen, that's not an ordinary form. The questions inside can test whether you have become a qualified soldier." Qin Shen was stunned, staring blankly at Hu Fei. "How could it be this again?" Hu Fei said lightly, "We only select veterans. Generally, everyone can pass. I admit, this time I was too anxious. Because your performance was so outstanding, even better than some of the veterans we selected. So, despite everyone's objections, I insisted on inviting you. I originally thought, since your military skills are so good, your mindset would surely keep up." Hu Fei sighed. "I'm sorry, Qin Shen, I misjudged. But don't worry," Hu Fei said with a smile, "I believe you will definitely pass the test next year, and you will have no problem with the subsequent selections. Qin Shen, we will meet at the peak then." The corner of Qin Shen's eye twitched violently. "Meet at the peak? I'll peak your lungs." With a thought, his one-punch man ability erupted instantly. Hu Fei only felt a gust of wind suddenly rush at him and instinctively retreated. But Qin Shen was too close, and with no defense, he threw a punch. No matter how fast Hu Fei retreated, he was still grazed by the punch. Bang! The fist hit his chest, and Hu Fei stumbled back 2 steps before stopping. Damn! Shirley was so scared that he quickly stood in front of Hu Fei. "Qin Shen, are you crazy? You guys are the ones who are crazy." Qin Shen shouted with red eyes. "I was just fine being a soldier, and now because of you, I can't stay in the special forces, and I have no face to go back to the old unit. Hitting him is too light." "Qin Shen," Shirley shouted angrily, "what you're doing will get you locked up, or even." "It's fine." Hu Fei pushed him aside and smiled bitterly at Qin Shen. "It's my fault. I'm very sorry. If you're still angry, just hit me a couple more times." Qin Shen stared at him fiercely, but now hitting him to death would be useless. His mind was suddenly filled with the images of Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, Cheng Hanan, and the others. At the moment of parting from the new recruits, they were filled with reluctance but still blessed him. And what about him? If he were to go back now, how would he face them? "If you have any concerns, I can help you resolve them." Hu Fei noticed his dilemma. I will explain the situation to your old unit. The responsibility is all mine, and I will never let you be in a difficult position. Shinshin glared at him angrily. No need, just stop making things worse. Goodbye. No, never again. After saying that, he turned around angrily and walked away. Hey! Hu Fei shouted behind him. I sincerely invite you to come back next year. You will definitely be able to. Get lost. I will never come back again. Shinshin walked away without looking back. Watching Shinshin rush out in a disheveled state, Shirlo leaned closer to Hu Fei. Chief of Staff, you really did something unkind this time. You have no idea how that scene was when I picked him up. Hu Fei smiled bitterly. I calculated several times. With his excellent results, he should have passed the mindset test. Otherwise, how could he endure so much hardship to strive for first place? He sighed helplessly. I, Shahu, have miscalculated this time. It's the first time I didn't get it right. How about you hit me instead, so I feel better? No. Shirla quickly waved his hand. You can settle the score with me later. I can't take it. After saying that, he turned and ran out to chase Qin Shen. Make sure to arrange things well for him, Hu Fei shouted. Once Shirli's figure disappeared, Hu Fei turned and walked in front of Bagu. You idiot, you really are an idiot. Shin Shinran stood by the window, watching the somewhat unsteady Qin Shen get into the car. Her brows furrowed slightly. Goodbye, Qin Shen. No, we probably won't meet again. I hope that when you retire, you'll understand the meaning of being a soldier. I hope these 2 years will become the most beautiful memories of your life. In the conference room of the headquarters, Qin Shen sat quietly. His mood had completely calmed down. Hu Fei's mistake this time made him feel like he wanted to kill Hu Fei. The initial purpose of joining the army had been completely cast aside. Whether it was the system mission or pursuing Shin Shinran, none of it mattered anymore. In his life, he had never been played like this by anyone. Now, even if he went back, not to mention whether the reconnaissance battalion still needed him, how could he face Wu Ziyuan? How could he face Chang Lei and Changhanen? After all, he had given up the reconnaissance battalion and chosen Tianlang. Although Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei both wished him well in going to Tianlang, Shinshin still remembered their disappointed expressions very clearly that day. Thinking of this, Shinshin really wanted to take Hu Fei down with him. Shinshin clenched his fists. Hu Fei, you big idiot, you've ruined me. I have nowhere to go now. Shinshin let out a long breath, and suddenly, thoughts of Shin Shinran popped into his mind. He remembered how excited Shin Shinran had been at that time. It seemed he had truly hurt her, which led to her misunderstanding him. What on earth is going on with her? Shinshin took a deep breath. Forget it. Shinshin looked up at the ceiling and quickly made a decision in his heart. He wanted to return to the reconnaissance battalion, to get back up where he had fallen. He needed to apologize to the company commander, to Chang Lei and Chang Hanan. Even if they beat him up, he had to stay this time. Shin Shinran's words, along with that damned form from Tianlang, ignited Qin Shen's competitive spirit. Before joining the army, who dared to deny him, a super-rich second generation? No matter what he did, everyone praised him for doing the best. But now, everyone said he wasn't a real soldier, and he wanted to show everyone that he could be a real soldier. Especially that damned Tianlang and Hu Fei. Shinshin clenched his fists. Hu Fei, just you wait. I will make you understand that form is nothing but nonsense. Today, you missed out on the best soldier. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Shirlo walked in. Shinshin shot a cold glance at him, his eyes filled with anger. Shirlo forced a smile. Don't look at me like that. It's not me who wants to drive you away, nor is it our chief of staff. It's that form. It's science. Science my ass. Shinshin stood up abruptly. A broken form can decide life and death? I will make you realize how ridiculous your mistake is. You missed a once-in-a-century good soldier. Put. Ha ha ha. Shirlo laughed so hard he nearly cried. Shinshin glared at him irritably. What's so funny? Do you think I'm bragging? Shirlo covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Little Qin, you're the best braggart I've ever seen among new recruits, not even blushing, and so righteous about it. Ha ha ha. The corners of Qin Shen's eyes twitched violently, and seeing his ugly expression, Shirlo quickly stifled his laughter. Having ambition is good. You don't seem too upset now. That's great, now I can rest easy. But, you still need to be grounded in the future. Shirla patted Qin Shen. Our Tianlang is the best in the entire military region. Every soldier here is a king among soldiers. Even if you become the best in your army, it doesn't necessarily mean you can join us. He smiled slightly. We require comprehensive qualities. A person can be used to lead a company. You still have a long way to go, so don't talk big in the future, at least not before you succeed, or you'll be laughed at. Qin Shen stared blankly at him. Shirley's face was full of smiles, and he didn't mean to mock him, but rather seemed to genuinely guide him. Thank you. Qin Shen nodded at him. Shirley smiled slightly. It's nothing. I brought you here, and I'm sending you off. To be honest, if it were an old soldier, I wouldn't worry about him. But you're a new recruit, and I'm afraid this blow might ruin you. I don't know if you're a once-in-a-century talent, but you are definitely a talent. Seeing you regain your fighting spirit puts me at ease. Qin Shen sincerely shook his hand. Chief, I really appreciate your words. I promise, when we meet next time, I will definitely be different. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter together. I'm leaving now, the next arrangements are up to your division. Safe travels, Chief. Although Qin Shen didn't join the Tianlang, Shi Lu was full of confidence in him, because what couldn't defeat him would eventually make him stronger. Even though he was from Tianlang, to be honest, he was a bit looking forward to the day when Qin Shen would impress everyone in Tianlang. After all, he was still young and enjoyed the excitement. In the division commander's office, Shi Shengli paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, frowning. Jiang Wei sat on the sofa, smiling as he watched him. Old Qi, you've been pacing for a while, why not settle on a plan? Qi Shengli suddenly stopped, looking troubled. How can I settle on a plan? This kid chose to go to Tianlang and rejected the division's reconnaissance battalion. He's already incurred everyone's wrath. This matter has spread throughout the division. Which regiment or company would dare to take him now? How do you expect me to arrange this? Jiang Wei shook his head with a bitter smile. It's common for special forces to recruit people. In previous years, a few had joined the special forces, but they were all veterans. It had never happened that a new recruit was specially recruited just as he was about to join a company. Although the special forces were indeed better than the reconnaissance battalion, going to the special forces was also a legitimate choice. But the military also values relationships. If you go, no one will stop you, but if you want to come back, that's a different story. The reconnaissance battalion has its own pride. It's not just a matter of coming and going as you please. If they don't want him, which other company would dare to take him? Even if Qin Shen is great, it would be in vain. They could forcibly arrange it, but they also had to consider everyone's feelings and sentiments. If it really doesn't work. Jiang Wei thought for a moment and said, just arrange for him to be a clerk in the division. He can serve tea and sweep the floor, and 2 years will pass just like that. Didn't his father also give you a heads up, wanting to arrange a more relaxed position for him? Shi Shengli sat down bitterly. I want to arrange that too, but this kid is the top new recruit in the entire army. Such a good soldier, letting him serve tea and sweep the floor, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? I can't accept that. Jiang Wei spread his hands. Then what do you suggest? Just randomly assign him to any company and let the company commander deal with it. That won't do. Qi Shengli suddenly stood up, anxiously pacing in place. Aren't you just letting them? Ding-a-ling-a-ling, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Jiang Wei gestured to him, and Qi Shengli picked up the phone irritably. Hello? Who is it? The next second, he straightened his chest. I'm sorry, Chief of Staff, I didn't know it was you. I just ate something spicy, and I'm a bit hot-tempered. Yes. Qi Shengli kept nodding. Ha! He suddenly frowned, his mouth agape, and Jiang Wei hurriedly leaned in. But, yes, okay, I understand. Yes, executing orders. After hanging up, Jiang Wei anxiously asked, what happened? What's going on? Qi Shengli sighed. When the special forces sent that kid back, they reported to the army, and the army has made arrangements for him. Jiang Wei's eyes widened. The army personally arranged it? Was it his father who pulled strings again? Qi Shengli forced a smile. Qin Jiaqing knows our division commander. He not only donated to our division but gave even more to the army. He's quite the god of wealth, and a particularly thick-thighed one at that. Jiang Wei nodded enviously. Having a good father is really nice. Let's go find that kid. Qi Shengli strode out. Creak, the door opened again. Qin Shen, lost in thought, saw the division commander and Jiang Wei walk in and hurriedly stood up. Hello, Commander. He saluted vigorously. Qi Shengli walked up to him and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, Commander, I embarrassed the division. Qin Shen said solemnly, please punish me. There's nothing to punish you for. Qi Shengli patted him. Being sent back from the special forces isn't something to be ashamed of. Every year we have veterans selected by them, most of whom are sent back, and everyone continues to serve just fine. Commander, Qin Shen said with red eyes, please let me return to my old unit. I will apologize to our company commander, and I will definitely be a good soldier. Where I fell, I will rise again. Qi Shengli forced a smile. You can't go to the reconnaissance battalion anymore. Qin Shen's eyes widened. Is it because our company commander doesn't want me? Jiang Wei laughed. It's not that he doesn't want you, it's just that you chose to go to the special forces, so there's no position for you in the reconnaissance battalion. Those guys are very proud. If you were sent back as a backup, they definitely won't accept you. I was wrong. Even if the company commander gets angry and punishes me, it's deserved. Qin Shan said earnestly. But I want to go back, my squad leader and my comrades are there. I will make them accept me, Commander, please let me go back. Qi Shengli and Zhang Wei were taken aback, exchanging glances. They had underestimated Qin Shan. If it were any other soldier, who would dare to go back? Who would have the face to return? But this kid Qin Shan had some backbone, actually having the courage to face his mistakes. Qi Shengli waved his hand. Alright, don't think about going back, arrangements have already been made for you. Qin Shan's face fell in disappointment. Then which regiment and which company am I going to? Commander, do I still have a chance to go to the reconnaissance battalion? Qi Shengli smiled slightly. You're not going to any regiment or company, and as for the reconnaissance battalion, don't even think about it. The army has issued orders for you to go to the garrison command. Qin Shan looked bewildered. The garrison command? What kind of place is that? In the evening, in a dormitory. Qin Shan sat on a stool, holding a white steel helmet with the large characters inspection written on it. He stared blankly at the helmet, his eyes twitching. Qin Shan, Qi Shengli said with a smile, standing across from him, just do well here. Although you're not in a basic company anymore, the inspection position is also very important. The military's appearance and discipline all rely on you to supervise, your role is significant. Commander! Qin Shan suddenly stood up, looking at him with grievance, but Qi Shengli waved his hand, smiling, don't think about going back, isn't it good here? You won't have to see Wu Ziyuan's sour face. Don't worry, even if he knows you're here, he won't dare to come find you trouble. The inspection team, that's someone the army fears. Do well here, you can still be a good soldier. Work hard, I'm leaving. Commander, Commander. Qi Shengli smiled at him and left without looking back. Qin Shan stood at the door, staring blankly as he walked away, gripping the helmet tighter. Damn it! He had planned to work hard and then slap Hu Fei's face, but now he was assigned to the inspection team. The inspection team's job mainly involves checking and supervising the troops, not combat units, so there's basically no training. If I don't train, it's hard to improve my strength. How can I fight my way back to the Wolf of Heaven? Qin Shan looked at the white steel helmet in his hand, then at Qi Shengli, who had already gotten into the car and left. His eyes blazed with fire. Alright, you want me to be the inspector, huh? This is what you asked me to do, and I won't let you off easy. The main contents of discipline: first, abide by political discipline. Second, abide by organizational discipline, democratic centralism, obey the organization, and resolutely uphold. Third, abide by combat discipline, obey orders, follow commands, and be brave in battle. Orders must be executed, prohibitions must be observed. Seventh, abide by integrity discipline, do your work cleanly, and be a person of integrity. 10th. Alright. The inspection team leader, Yuan Hong, interrupted Qin Shan while wiping his cold sweat. Team leader. Qin Shan stared seriously at Yuan Hong. I can recite it backwards, do you want to hear it? Bang. The manual in Yuan Hong's hand fell directly to the ground, along with his jaw. He swallowed hard, a bitter smile on his face. Damn, is this kid's memory that good? After just 2 hours, he can recite the manual fluently? Team leader. Qin Shan fixed his gaze on Yuan Hong. Can I go on duty now? He was already a bit impatient. Yuan Hong looked Qin Shan up and down. He originally wanted him to familiarize himself for a few more days, but now the kid knew the regulations better than he did, and his military posture was even more imposing. There was no reason not to let him go on duty. Besides, he was directly introduced by the commander of the Sea Army. Yuan Hong cleared his throat and said seriously, Shao Qin, very good, well done. I think tomorrow, you can join my team, and I'll personally guide you. Thank you, team leader. Qin Shan saluted excitedly. Yuan Hong nodded with a smile. However, before you go on duty, I still need to explain our responsibilities to you. Yuan Hong said proudly, there are 3 types of inspections. One is internal, mainly checking grassroots officers and soldiers. One is external, mainly checking military vehicles and personnel going out. And we are the 3rd type, and the most powerful. Yuan Hong raised his head high. Everyone calls us the 3 armies inspection, officially known as the joint inspection of the 3 armies. Qin Shan's eyes widened. That name sounds really impressive. Our authority is even more impressive. Yuan Hong instantly became excited, patting his own shoulder. Don't look at me as just a 3rd-level non-commissioned officer. Even generals have to be cautious when they see me. Is it really that impressive? Qin Shan was thrilled. Qi Shengli was just a colonel. Since Yuan Hong could make generals cautious, then he could make Qi Shengli afraid too. Thinking of this, Qin Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Do you think the team leader is bragging? Yuan Hong glared at him. Let me tell you, The most powerful thing about our three armies inspection is that no matter who we meet, our rank immediately rises one level above theirs. We can't manage those above the rank of division commander. Below the deputy division commander, we have the authority to manage. Shin Chen excitedly asked, so we can manage division commanders? Yuan Hong looked disdainful. Of course we can manage them. As long as they violate discipline, you can make them stand by the roadside and recite the regulations. Really? Shin Chen was already fired up. There won't be any consequences, right? Yuan Hong confidently snorted. This is the authority granted to us by our superiors. If they dare to cause trouble, they're asking for it. He patted Shin Chen's chest hard. Whoever dares to cause you trouble, the team leader will back you up. Dealing with a division commander is a piece of cake. We are the most formidable in the entire army. A mischievous smile appeared on Shin Chen's face. Just Yuan Hong's words were enough. From now on, he could act boldly and confidently. They insisted he be an inspector and not return to his old unit, right? Fine, Shin Chen clenched his fists. Then I'll be the most upright and outstanding inspector. I must make Qi Shengli and the others happy. By the way, squad leader, Shin Chen asked tentatively, can we go to the Sea Army? Yuan Hong looked at him and suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. I know what you're thinking. You want to show off after coming out of the Sea Army, right? And maybe take the chance to vent some frustrations on a couple of people you didn't get along with before. Shin Chen quickly waved his hands. Squad leader, I absolutely have no such thoughts. That kind of thought is exactly right. Yuan Hong slapped him on the shoulder. Ha! Shin Chen's eyes widened. Yuan Hong said cheerfully, as inspectors, we must be impartial. Even if we encounter acquaintances, if they violate the rules, we cannot show any leniency. He looked at Shin Chen with appreciation. Many newcomers can't bring themselves to do it, so our usual approach is to start with acquaintances. If you can handle acquaintances, then no matter who you face in the future, you can withstand any pressure. Shin Chen felt embarrassed. If we're talking about being dogs, it has to be you guys. Being your acquaintance is really unfortunate. But you don't have to be afraid. Yuan Hong said slyly, if in the future you can't stay in the team, you'll leave the service a bit earlier than the other soldiers. Even if they want to find trouble with you, they won't be able to at that time. So just go ahead and do your job, maintain the discipline of the troops. Ha! The corners of Shin Chen's eyes twitched. He had already concluded that these guys were particularly troublesome. Tomorrow I'll take you to the Sea Army so you can show off properly. Yuan Hong patted Shin Chen. Thank you, squad leader. Shin Chen excitedly saluted. Thinking about being able to swagger around in the Sea Army, his heart was already full of anticipation. The next morning, Shin Chen tidied up his uniform in front of the military mirror. Looking at his tall and handsome reflection, Shin Chen's mouth curled into a charming smile at a 45-degree angle. You won't let me go back, but you want me to be an inspector, huh? Fine, just don't let me run into any of you. Shin Chen, let's go. Coming. Shin Chen adjusted his hat and strode outside. Several open-top off-road vehicles were neatly parked outside, and soldiers from each squad quickly rushed to their respective vehicles. Drive. With a command from Yuan Hong, the off-road vehicles immediately roared out. Upon reaching the entrance of the Security Command Department, the vehicles immediately scattered in different directions towards various barracks. Stop! Yuan Hong suddenly shouted, and the driver slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle could come to a complete stop, Yuan Hong jumped out in a flash. Comrades, stop! Shin Chen turned to look and saw three lieutenants walking while eating. As soon as they saw the inspectors approaching, the three immediately stood at attention, frightened. Wow, they really are that impressive. Shin Chen's eyes lit up. Back in the recruit company, even a second lieutenant could make the recruits tremble. But now, the lieutenants were the ones trembling in front of the inspectors. Now you know our power, right? An old soldier laughed and patted him. Come on, you can watch us do our job from the side. Okay. Shin Chen nodded with a smile and immediately got out of the vehicle. I'm sorry, we won't do it again next time. One lieutenant pleaded with Yuan Hong. Comrade, give us a chance. Yuan Hong looked at their identification with a serious expression, not lifting his head. If you were soldiers, I would definitely give you a chance. But you are staff officers. Look at how you just acted. 3 people walking in a line and 2 in a row. And you don't even know? The discipline is so loose, and you're eating while walking. Yuan Hong looked at them coldly. This is already the entrance to the office. How can you expect me to give you a chance? Another lieutenant quickly pulled out a cigarette, but Yuan Hong waved his hand dismissively. Comrade, we really know we were wrong, and we definitely won't do it again next time. Please, at least don't report us, otherwise. Yes, comrade, please give us another chance. Yuan Hong sighed. Alright, no need to report it. but you all have to memorize the regulations for half an hour here. Okay, no problem. The three lieutenants immediately straightened their chests, standing at attention like new recruits. Qin Shen was stunned. Wow, these military inspectors are really impressive. The squad leader wasn't lying. A smile bloomed on his face, and he felt a surge of confidence. When he went to the old unit later, he had to show off his skills. Qin Shen turned to see a car stopped on the road. Shirley poked his head out of the window, looking at him in surprise. It really is you? Qin Shen was taken aback, not expecting to run into Shirley here. He quickly walked over and saluted. Sir. No need to be formal, Shirley said with a smile as he got out of the car, sizing him up. Didn't I send you back to your old unit? How come you're here as an inspector? Qin Shen sighed helplessly. It's a long story. Seeing the disappointment on his face, Shirley patted his shoulder. You really are unlucky. Not only can't you go back to your old unit, but now you're an inspector. To be honest, I usually can't stand seeing you guys in white hats. Just seeing you makes me angry. Qin Shen's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Shirley still didn't realize anything was wrong and continued to chuckle. You look quite decent in that hat, all prim and proper, like a big turtle. But I have to warn you, everyone hates and fears your line of work. Be careful in the future, especially when walking at night, otherwise, you might get knocked out or even thrown into a toilet. Huh? The smile on Qin Shen's face had completely vanished, and his eyes twitched uncontrollably. This guy really knows how to hit the nail on the head. Alright, I'm leaving, Shirley said with a grin. You keep up the good work, as long as you're here, it's fine. If I break any rules in the future, you have to let me off. Shirley turned to get back in the car, but found the door wouldn't close. He looked back to see Qin Shen gripping the car door tightly. What's wrong? Shirley asked, puzzled. Get out of the car, Qin Shen growled. Show me your ID. What? Shirley's eyes widened, then a smile appeared on his face. Hey, don't joke around, I have things to do. Get out of the car, Qin Shen shouted. Show me your ID and stand over here. This is your first warning, get out immediately. Shirley was dumbfounded, and Yuan Hong and the others nearby turned to look. Who did Qin Shen stop? Yuan Hong squinted to see. It looks like a special forces guy, one soldier said. What the hell? Yuan Hong was so startled he almost jumped up, nearly losing his hat. This kid has gone too far. I was just bragging with him, and he actually believed it. Shut off the engine, get out, stand straight, and show me your ID. Qin Shen raised his voice. Hey, I'm Shirley, we're old friends, Shirley forced a smile. Don't joke around, I really have things to do. Qin Shen immediately took out his camera and started taking pictures of him. Hey, what are you doing? Shirley hurriedly covered his face. Little Qin, what's going on? Yuan Hong rushed over, standing between the two. He smiled and nodded at Shirley. Sir, it's fine now, let's go. Shirley, still shaken, nodded and was about to get back in the car when Qin Shen's hand pressed against the door. You're not going anywhere. Shirley looked to Yuan Hong for help. Yuan Hong glared at Qin Shen and lowered his voice. Don't get carried away. He's from the special forces, he has privileges in the combat zone. You, squad leader, Qin Shen said seriously, you said yesterday that anyone below the rank of general can be checked, no matter which unit. Besides, he's just a major. You see his clothes are open, his shirt buttons undone, he's not wearing a hat, and his car is parked right in the middle of the road. Right, his license plate is all muddy, which raises suspicion of deliberately obscuring the number. As an inspector, I must correct him. Yuan Hong was dumbfounded. He had indeed said that yesterday, but it was just boasting at the time. One must be mindful of personal relationships and adapt flexibly. Checking the lower-ranking soldiers is one thing, but confronting a senior officer for real? Squad leader, I've already taken a photo and recorded it in my notebook. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong was completely stunned. The work of an inspector cannot be altered or torn up. The photos are on film and cannot be deleted either. If he lets the person go now, he would face punishment when he returns. Yuan Hong helplessly shrugged at Shirley, indicating that he was powerless and should just accept the penalty. Damn it, is this really being recorded? I have a mission, I really have urgent matters. Shirley was in a panic. Please cooperate with my work immediately, otherwise, I have the right to detain you. At that moment, Qin Shen resembled a cold-faced killer devoid of emotions. Shirley was speechless and could only turn off the engine and hand over his documents to Qin Shen. Qin Shen snorted coldly, stand straight. Don't you know how to stand at attention? Shirley twitched at the corner of his mouth. You little brat, fine, I even considered you a friend. Getting close to the inspectors is useless. Saying this, Qin Shen recorded it in his notebook. Shirley's eyes nearly popped out. he actually recorded this? Yuan Hong rolled his eyes helplessly. This is a disaster, and now he's offended the special forces. With a screech, the off-road vehicle stopped in the Sea Army's camp. All the inspectors got out of the car, and the surrounding officers and soldiers quickly stood at attention. Some had already quietly turned away, quickly adjusting their uniforms. Squad leader, we're heading this way. Squad leader, we're going that way. Squad leader. Yuan Hong nodded, and the entire team immediately dispersed, heading in all directions. Squad leader, are we going to the A division? Xin Chen asked eagerly. Yuan Hong looked at him, his cheeks twitching. I have to remind you, if you encounter any officers above the rank of major violating regulations, you must notify me first. Also, how to punish them, you need to discuss it with me. It can't be like just now, making someone stand at the door for 2 hours. They are special forces. What if they really have an urgent mission? Xin Chen chuckled. Squad leader, I'm following the regulations completely. You said yesterday that inspectors must not show favoritism, and must be as impartial as Bao Gong. Yuan Hong nearly fainted. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to boast with this kid? He's such a hard-headed fool. Yuan Hong took a deep breath helplessly. All right, following the regulations is correct. But take it easy. Yes. Xin Chen puffed out his chest. Yuan Hong was feeling a bit guilty now, but since they were already here, there was no way out. He could only lead him towards the A division. The two walked from one camp to another, and almost everywhere they went, Xin Chen could find problems. His super senses were fully activated. Even without looking, he could perceive everything within a 50-meter radius. Who had poor military appearance, who wasn't marching in formation, or who violated discipline. As long as they entered Xin Chen's perception field, even through walls, he could sense it in advance. In just one morning, they checked 19 groups of people. On the playground, on the paths, by the flower beds, everywhere there were officers being punished to stand. Yuan Hong was panting as he followed Xin Chen. After so many years as an inspector, today was the most exhausting day. The morning wasn't even over, and he had already covered the distance he usually did in a day. But what shocked Yuan Hong even more was that many times, even he, the experienced master, couldn't see it, yet Xin Chen could always grab it accurately. His nose was sharper than a dog's. The most critical issue was that when Xin Chen encountered soldiers, it was mostly about criticism and education, and when he met officers, he was directly punished to stand and memorize the regulations. It was simply a reckless way to court death. Hey, isn't this the top recruit of the entire army, Xin Chen? A voice suddenly came, and both Xin Chen and Yuan Hong stopped and turned their heads in unison. They saw a smiling captain walking over with his hands behind his back. Xin Chen was taken aback and immediately recognized him as Zhao Tian, the company commander of the 6th Company from the Recruit Training Regiment. The two immediately saluted, and Zhao Tian returned the military salute. He looked Xin Chen up and down and said with a teasing expression, "Back then, during the recruit assessment, you really stole the show. I heard the military leaders appreciated you a lot. What's going on? Didn't you go to the special forces? Why are you here, and even became a patrol officer?" Zhao Tian looked at him with a grin. "Xin Chen, did the special forces not want you and kicked you out? Serves you right." Xin Chen's face immediately darkened, and Yuan Hong looked at him with concern. Zhao Tian laughed and said, "You thought the reconnaissance battalion was beneath you, and you didn't like your company commander and squad leader, so you wanted to climb higher, right? Who would have thought they wouldn't look at you? You brat, you deserve it. He. No matter how capable you are, you can only be a patrol officer." He snorted coldly, glared at Xin Chen, and turned to leave. Yuan Hong poked Xin Chen worriedly. "Hey, are you okay? Don't take it to heart." Xin Chen's eyelids twitched violently, and he suddenly turned around. "Stop." Zhao Tian turned back in surprise. "What's up? Want to find fault with me? I just checked, and you definitely can't find any mistakes." Yuan Hong nodded at Xin Chen. "He has no mistakes, don't be impulsive." Xin Chen strode over, staring seriously at Zhao Tian. "Comrade, which regulation allows you to walk like that with your hands behind your back in the barracks?" Zhao Tian's face turned pale, and he hurriedly placed his hands at his sides, close to his pants seam. But Xin Chen had already pulled out his notebook. "Stand straight, identification." Zhao Tian's eyes twitched. He wanted to curse him to vent his frustration, but he didn't expect to actually be caught making a mistake. "Xin Chen, is this really necessary? After all, back then. Identification." Xin Chen extended his hand. Yuan Hong sighed. "Just take out your identification, he has already noted it down. If you don't cooperate, you know the consequences." Zhao Tian had no choice but to take out his identification and hand it over. Xin Chen quickly recorded it and coldly looked at him. As a company commander, you don't even understand the basics? Stand here for half an hour and memorize the regulations properly." Yuan Hong shook his head helplessly as he looked at Zhao Tian, whose face had turned white with anger. This kid had dealt with several lieutenant colonels that morning, why provoke him for no reason? In the afternoon, in the division commander's office, the phone suddenly rang. Shi Shengli put down the documents in his hand and picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Shi Shengli. Commander, that Qin Chen has returned." "Ah." Shi Shengli was taken aback for a moment, then his face broke into a smile. "Isn't that kid working as a patrol officer at the garrison command? Is he back home to visit?" "Visit? What visit?" The voice on the other end, Gao Kun, was anxious. "This kid has already caught over 30 groups of people in our division since this morning. From deputy battalion commanders to ordinary soldiers, he hasn't let anyone off." "What?" Shi Shengli jumped up, his eyelids twitching wildly. "What does this kid want to do? This is his old unit, his home. How did he end up catching people here? And so many?" Gao Kun sighed. "Commander, this kid clearly has a lot of grievances. You sent him to be a patrol officer and didn't let him return to his old unit, so now he's here to cause trouble. Am I the one not letting him return to the old unit?" Shi Shengli was so furious he felt like he might explode. It was clearly an arrangement from the military. What did it have to do with him? "In any case, Commander, you'd better be careful," Gao Kun said awkwardly. "This kid is strict and unyielding, like a living llama. As long as someone violates the rules, he'll catch anyone. If he catches you and makes you stand by the roadside for an hour, that would be too. He dares." Shi Shengli slammed his palm on the table. "How dare he challenge me? I am the commander, and he is just a soldier from our unit." Gao Kun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "My dear commander, don't forget, he is from the military inspection office. In principle, even a division commander can be investigated, and he reports directly to the military district. You should be careful. This kid is going crazy, catching people everywhere." After hanging up the phone, Shi Shengli's eyelid twitched violently. He never dreamed that Qin Chen would pull such a stunt. What is the military thinking? Just send him to the logistics base to raise pigs. Who told him to be an inspector? Shi Shengli sat down heavily, letting out a helpless sigh. Forget it, let's just avoid this kid." In the evening, a rich aroma of food wafted through the camp. Each unit sounded the whistle for dinner. Yuan Hong, panting and sweating, looked at Qin Chen. "All right, Qin Chen, today is about enough, let's head back, it's time to change shifts." Squad leader, Qin Chen smiled at him. "It's already mealtime, let's eat first before we go." Yuan Hong's eyes widened. "You want to eat in their cafeteria? You're not afraid of getting beaten up. Do you know how many people you caught today?" Qin Chen grinned at him. "Squad leader, we are the most awesome in the entire army. Just based on the hats we wear and these armbands, wherever we go, we'll be respected. Especially with you around. Who dares to roll their eyes at us? We'll deal with them immediately. Besides, you are an old inspector, who wouldn't give you some face?" Hearing Qin Chen say this, Yuan Hong felt a bit elated. Although he had boasted a lot with Qin Chen last night, most of it was true. The power of an inspector is indeed significant. The military's reputation for being fearsome is not unfounded. Plus, with the glory he felt today in the A division, Yuan Hong felt a little proud. "All right then, I'm indeed hungry. Let's finish eating here before heading back." "Great, squad leader, let's go." The two of them walked towards the nearest cafeteria with smiles on their faces. Qin Chen's eyes darted to a spot not far away, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. "I haven't seen anyone from the division headquarters all day. They wouldn't be hiding, would they? But soon, when we change shifts, they should come out. This dish, and this one too, and a bit of this." Yuan Hong pointed at the dishes, and the cook serving the food glanced at him sideways, the ladle shaking as if it had Parkinson's. Clearly, he scooped a spoonful, but only 2 pieces ended up in Yuan Hong's bowl. Yuan Hong glanced around, looking at everyone from the company commander to the ordinary soldiers, all of whom were casting sidelong glances at him. He regretted listening to Qin Chen and coming here to eat. The entire cafeteria looked at him as if he were a sworn enemy. Yuan Hong dared not linger and found a corner to sit down. "Where's Qin Chen?" He curiously looked around. That kid had clearly finished getting his food first. Where did he go? Meanwhile, in the small grove next to the division headquarters building, Qin Chen crouched behind a tree, staring intently at the division headquarters building. This can be considered fishing for law enforcement, right? But he immediately shook his head. He was clearly just doing his duty. If they had no issues, they wouldn't mind him lurking here. Suddenly, Qin Chen instinctively turned his head towards the direction of the reconnaissance battalion next to the division headquarters. He really wanted to go over, but dressed like this, how would he face Chang Lei and Chang Hanan? Shin Shen sighed helplessly, but his gaze towards the staff office immediately turned fierce. I just want to go back, yet you insist on making me a patrol officer. Fine, I'll go all out with you. Suddenly, his super senses picked up a signal, and he quickly turned his head. He saw Qi Shengli and two officers walking out of the staff building with smiles on their faces. That kid must have gone back, right? Qi Shengli smiled as he looked outside the staff office. He's gone, a colonel next to him nodded. They changed shifts at 5 o'clock, tonight is another group. Qi Shengli let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Qin Chen wasn't around, no one else would come to trouble him. Commander, why are you afraid of that kid? He's just a rookie. Qi Shengli glared at him fiercely. Who said I'm afraid of him? I'm a dignified commander, how could I be afraid of a rookie? I'm just busy during the day. The two officers nodded vigorously, all stifling their laughter. Who doesn't know what you're thinking? Now the whole division knows about Qin Chen, this reckless young man. Relying on being a military patrol, he fears no one and is even less afraid of retaliation afterward. After all, he's leaving the service early. The key is that he investigates with reason and evidence. Moreover, his insights are sharp, making it impossible to refute. Everyone fears being caught by him. This kid shows mercy to soldiers all day long but never spares officers, always handing out heavy punishments. Who wouldn't be afraid? Let's go, time to eat, Qi Shengli said, hands behind his back. There's a pile of things to do tonight. Yes. The three walked side by side towards the cafeteria. Stop. Qi Shengli was taken aback. Did he just tell me to stop? The three turned around in unison, but the next second, they were all startled. A patrol officer in a white hat was striding towards them. Qin Chen. Qi Shingli's scalp tingled. Didn't he go back? Didn't you say he changed shifts? I don't know either, the colonel next to him stammered. At that moment, Qin Chen had already reached them and saluted. Before they could react, he had pulled out a camera and snapped 2 pictures of them. What are you doing? Qi Shengli quickly shielded his face. Don't take pictures as soon as we meet. Qin Chen put away the camera and then took out a notebook. I'm sorry, gentlemen, you have violated relevant regulations. There should be no less than 2 people in formation, and 3 in line. Also, none of you are wearing hats, and not only are your uniforms unbuttoned, but you've also left 2 buttons undone. Please stand aside and present your identification. Qi Shengli's eyes twitched. This kid is serious. Qin Chen. The colonel glared at him sternly. This is the commander. You are just a rookie from our division. How dare you? Snap. The flash suddenly lit up, leaving the guy dumbfounded with wide eyes. Qin Chen put away the camera and wrote in his notebook. Not only did you deliberately try to get close, but you also attempted to threaten a patrol officer executing his duties. I didn't. I was just reasoning. Stand aside. Qin Chen pointed to the side. Present your identification. The 2 officers were so angry their eyes seemed to spit fire. Qi Shengli awkwardly said, Qin Chen, little Qin, don't do this. After all, I am a dignified commander. If you make me stand here and others see me, it would be so bad for my image. Qin Chen looked up and smiled at him. Commander Qi, not only do you have to stand here, but I also need to report to higher-ups. With your status, leading the way in violating so many regulations will definitely be reported to the military district. You're going to report it? Qi Shengli's eyes widened. Qin Chen. My dad is friends with yours. We have a good relationship. Even if my dad comes, I still have to make him stand here, Qin Chen said seriously. Comrade Commander, please cooperate with my work, or else. Seeing his pen tip about to drop again, Qi Shengli was so scared that he shouted, all right. I'll stand. He angrily pulled out his identification and handed it over, while the other 2 officers helplessly passed their IDs to Qin Chen. After Qin Chen finished registering, he returned them. I'll trouble the 3 of you to stand here for half an hour. I'll be watching you recite the regulations. He took 2 steps back. Let's begin. You still have the energy? Qi Shengli glared at him angrily. Qin Chen took out his camera again. Recite, is that enough? Qi Shengli glared at the 2 men beside him. Recite, give me some hints. Oh. The 2 officers immediately started reciting. Qi Shengli followed along but kept his eyes fixed on Qin Chen. What a kid, settling personal scores, huh? Quite ruthless. He shouldn't have become a patrol officer, he should have gone to raise pigs. Around 8 in the evening, Qin Chen walked into the dormitory holding a steel helmet. As soon as Yuan Hong saw him, he jumped up as if his butt was on fire. Qin Chen, you have some nerve. He shouted as if he had eaten gunpowder. You left me all alone in the cafeteria while you went to catch the division commander, making him stand at attention for half an hour in front of everyone, reciting regulations for half an hour. Are you trying to drag me down with you? Xin Shen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Squad leader, the leaders just praised us. Praise my ass. I was just bragging, and you really made the commander. Yuan Hong suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say? Who praised you? Xin Shen smiled and said, I submitted today's notebook and photos. The leaders were very affirming of our work and said you led well, being strict and fair, enforcing the law without mercy. The leaders also said that you executed the military district's strict supervision requirements very well, ensuring the improvement of our entire army's combat effectiveness, and they said they would give you a commendation. Yuan Han's face instantly blossomed with a smile. Really? Did the leaders really praise me like that? Xin Shen nodded. The leaders also said they hope you will continue to work hard, not just our class, but also to motivate other classes, ensuring strict supervision across all units, treating everyone equally from top to bottom. They told us not to worry about anything, the higher-ups will take care of it. We are the defenders of discipline. With discipline, our troops can maintain combat effectiveness. Yuan Hong was grinning from ear to ear, patting Qin Shen hard. The leaders are overpraising. This commendation is half mine and half yours. Little Qin, you did very well, keep it up. Just like I said before, below the division commander, anyone who violates discipline must be thoroughly investigated. We are executing the superior's orders. Qin Shen smiled slightly at him. Then, squad leader, today we. Yuan Hong instantly perked up. Keep going. We have another group tomorrow. You have sharp eyes, so go ahead and investigate boldly. The squad leader has your back. Yes. Qin Shen excitedly saluted. Commander Qi, we will meet again tomorrow. I hope you can abide by the rules. The next morning, Yuan Hong was like he had been injected with adrenaline, leading the whole class directly to various battalions. Many people had wanted to rest a bit, but seeing them go out, they could only rush to get on the vehicles. Over the next few days, Qin Shen and Yuan Hong launched attacks everywhere, running through all the companies of the A division. They caught people smoking in violation, using mobile phones improperly, going to the convenience store during training, and even caught some going out to buy things improperly. They covered almost every corner of the division, leaving their footprints even in the nooks and crannies. They appeared and disappeared mysteriously, sometimes coming out of the woods, sometimes emerging from behind a wall. Relying on his super senses, Qin Shen caught everyone off guard, causing the entire A division to be in a state of alarm. The soldiers from each company, as soon as they left their dormitories, nervously looked around, fearing they might see a flash of white. But the most unfortunate were still the division headquarters. Yuan Hong had fully supported Qin Shen and didn't change shifts at night. He specifically followed Qin Shen, appearing and disappearing near the headquarters, targeting big fish. As the lights-out signal sounded, Gao Kun lay in bed, just turning on the TV for a bit when suddenly there was a knock at the door. As soon as he opened it, Qin Shen began snapping photos of him. Gao Kun was instantly dumbfounded. Qin Shen, what are you doing? Comrade Commander, Qin Shen saluted him. It's already lights out, yet you haven't followed the regulations to rest and are still watching TV, which is a serious violation. He quickly jotted it down in his notebook. Gao Kun's eyes widened. I was preparing to work. Qin Shen replied, working should be done in the office, this is the dormitory. Don't try to argue, the photos have already been taken. Right. Yuan Hong nodded. Qin Shen, I'm the commander of your training regiment. Gao Kun was getting anxious. Qin Shen nodded. Yes, you were the commander before, and you taught me to be a good soldier. Now I'm on duty, so I must fulfill my responsibilities, which is also in accordance with your teachings, striving to be a good soldier. Exactly. Yuan Hong nodded vigorously. Gao Kun was so angry his eyes seemed to spit fire. Get lost. Wait a moment. Qin Shen propped the door open. Please turn off the TV and lights, then go downstairs to recite the regulations for half an hour. What? Gao Kun was about to explode. In the middle of the night, Qi Shengli pushed aside his blanket, sleepily opened the door, and headed to the bathroom. Just as he was halfway through, he suddenly felt a warm breath on the back of his neck. He turned his head, and a figure in a white cap emerged from the darkness, staring coldly at him. Damn! Qi Shengli was so scared he jumped up, his pants damp. What are you doing? Qi Shengli shrank into the corner, trembling as he pointed at Qin Shen. Qin Shen was busy jotting something down in his notebook, then looked up at him. Comrade Commander, I'm on duty. If you have no issues, I'll be leaving. With that, he turned to leave. Qi Shengli clutched his pounding heart, squatting down. You're insane. On duty in the bathroom? You scared me to death. Scared me to death. Downstairs, Yuan Hong stretched and glanced upstairs. Isn't it about time? There's nothing to check at this hour. Qin Shen looked back, a faint smile on his lips. They had already checked enough these days. Qi Shengli and the others were on the verge of developing psychological shadows. He smiled slightly. Serves you right for making me do inspections. Let's see how long you can hold out. If you have the ability, send me to the grassroots level. Let's go, squad leader, back to sleep. We'll continue tomorrow. Let's go. Yuan Hong nodded with a smile. The night wind was slightly cool as the off-road vehicle slowly drove along the road. Yuan Hong wore a broad smile, in a great mood. Although they hadn't checked as much today as yesterday, it represented that their work was yielding results. Shaoqin, the A division has been organized neatly by us. Yesterday morning, the leaders specifically came to praise me and asked me to prepare a report for everyone. Yuan Hong laughed heartily. I feel like this is the rhythm of earning merit. Qin Shen smiled faintly. That's all due to the squad leader. You are strict and fair, and the A division has been rejuvenated from top to bottom, with combat effectiveness improved. It's only right to award you a second-class merit. Ha ha ha. Yuan Hong laughed so hard his eyebrows danced. Second-class merit is too much. Third-class merit will do. Qin Shen smiled and looked out the window. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw a military vehicle parked beside a roadside stall. A familiar figure was sitting with his legs crossed, drinking beer. Stop the car! Qin Shen shouted suddenly. With a screech, the car came to a sudden halt. What's wrong? Yuan Hong asked curiously. But Qin Shen had already jumped out excitedly. Bang! The beer bottle was slammed down on the table, and Shirley said angrily, Chief of Staff, you have no idea how embarrassed I was at that moment. He burped, his face full of frustration. Right in front of the command department. So many people were coming and going, watching me, and there were civilians too, so many people pulling out their phones to take pictures of me. As a dignified major, I stood there for 2 hours reciting regulations. I've lost all my face. Hu Fei chuckled, sipping his cold beer. You were even reported to the entire army, don't forget that. Oh right. The captain even gave you a reprimand. The more Shirley thought about it, the angrier he became, taking 2 big gulps of beer. That bastard is so ungrateful. I was the one who brought him here, and I was the one who sent him off. I even comforted him. When I saw him become an inspector, I congratulated him. But he turned around and pretended not to know me. He's such a piece of work. If I see him here, I'll... Suddenly, he widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. What will you do? Shin Shinran asked cheerfully. Are you planning to hit him? Run! Shirley dropped the beer bottle and suddenly turned to run. He even knocked over a chair, leaping straight into the nearby flower bed and disappearing from sight. The two stared in shock, completely dumbfounded. What got into this guy? Shin Shinran shook her head in confusion. Could it be he's in a hurry to go to the bathroom? Hu Fei chuckled. He just drank a bit too much, this kid. He turned his head and suddenly saw a figure rushing over, the white hat on their head standing out starkly in the darkness. Hu Fei's eyes widened, and he almost reflexively jumped up. Run! Run! Ha! Shin Shinran didn't understand. Click, 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 the flash suddenly started going off. Hu Fei, stop! I've already taken your picture. If you run, it's resisting inspection. Hu Fei's foot, which was about to step out, froze in midair, his face turning green with anger. What bad luck! Just as he mentioned that bastard, he showed up immediately. He awkwardly turned his head, forcing a smile. Oh, isn't this young Master Qin? Didn't you go back to your old unit? How come you're an inspector now? Don't say it, don't say it. This outfit really suits you. Quite handsome. Shin Shinran watched Qin Shen approach, her expression somewhat complicated. She thought she wouldn't see him again, but unexpectedly, they met so soon, and in such a way. Qin Shen glanced at Shin Shinran, then directly ignored her, facing Hu Fei and pulling out a notebook. Stand straight, show your ID, name. Hu Fei's eyes twitched. Come on, Shaoqin, didn't you just call my name? We're all acquaintances, there's no need to. Deliberately getting close to the inspectors, trying to build connections, Qin Shen shot him a glance and then wrote it down in the notebook. Alright, don't write it. Hu Fei said angrily. Where's your boss? Right here, right here. Yuan Hong quickly ran over. Hu Fei smiled at him. Comrade, I'm the chief of staff of the Tianlang Special Forces, Hu Fei. Oh. Yuan Hong's mouth formed an O shape, nodding repeatedly. Seeing a chance, Hu Fei quickly said, we just completed a mission, didn't eat lunch, didn't eat dinner, and stopped by for a late-night snack, didn't expect to run into you guys. Look at this, isn't it like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple? Comrade, how about a little leniency? Yuan Hong looked at Qin Shen, then at him, raised his head, and sneered, what's so great about Tianlang? Is the chief of staff that important? I'll tell you, even the commander has made us stand in punishment, let alone you, the chief of staff. Hu Fei's eyes were about to pop out. Qin Shen was already unyielding, but why was your squad leader messing around with him? Stand straight. Yuan Hong glared at him. ID, name. Hu Fei was so angry that the corners of his eyes twitched. Comrade, I am from Tianlang, we are. Yuan Hong interrupted directly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will notify the military district headquarters and have your battalion commander come personally to collect you. Exactly. Qin Shen said coldly, wearing military uniform outside, looking disheveled, legs crossed, drinking beer while driving, and parking haphazardly. If I were your battalion commander, I might not even have the face to come collect you. Hu Fei was about to explode. They often did this kind of thing in their daily lives. The patrol saw it and turned a blind eye, pretending not to see. Who told them they were Tianlang? Who made Tianlang so impressive? But why did they have to run into these two? Especially Qin Shen, that kid was simply a disaster. I'll say it one last time, please cooperate. Qin Shen snapped several photos of him, otherwise. Alright. Hu Fei grumpily took out his ID, glaring fiercely at Qin Shen. You little brat are taking personal revenge, aren't you? Qin Shen took the ID, smiled faintly. Hu Fei, are you a good soldier? He. You don't even follow the most basic military discipline, yet you teach others how to be a soldier. Looking at the mockery on Qin Shen's face, Hu Fei was furious. This was definitely personal revenge, absolutely. One more thing. Qin Shen returned the ID to him. I forgot to tell you that day because I was in a hurry. He leaned closer to Hu Fei, lowering his voice. I will make you regret saying what you said that day. One day, I will return to Tianlang, and it will be at your personal invitation. You wish. Hu Fei's eyes widened. Qin Shen took 2 steps back. Stand straight, recite the regulations for an hour. And you. He looked at Shen Xinran. Ha? Shen Xinran was confused. Ha what? Stand with him, don't think just because you look good you won't be punished. The corners of Shen Xinran's eyes twitched. She thought Qin Shen would let her off due to past connections, but unexpectedly. She smiled bitterly and walked over to Hu Fei, puffing out her chest, and began to recite the regulations. Little Qin, that was so satisfying. Yuan Hong laughed heartily while driving. These Tianlang people, each one with their eyes on top of their heads, usually look down on others. Especially when they see us patrol, they don't take us seriously at all. I've wanted to deal with them for a long time. Today, you actually dealt with their chief of staff. So satisfying, so satisfying. Qin Shen smiled at him. Squad leader, aren't you afraid of retaliation? Afraid of what? Yuan Hong instantly perked up. With leaders backing us, what do I have to fear? Besides, I'm about to be discharged this year. What's there to be afraid of? He looked at Qin Shen with a grin. You're quite bold, you've got guts. Being with you, all the grievances from these years have finally been vented. Ha ha ha. Qin Shen smiled slightly, looking at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, the images of Hu Fei and Shen Xinran floating in his mind. He didn't want personal revenge, he just wanted to send a signal. Qin Shen was no longer the person he used to be. As long as he wanted to be a good soldier, he would be one. Just wait, I will prove myself and slap you all in the face. Chief of Staff, get in the car. Shen Xinran opened the car door. Not getting in. Hu Fei was so angry his eyes were blazing. I want to walk for a bit, get some fresh air, or I'll suffocate. Shen Xinran smiled and closed the car door, walking over to his side. Hu Fei said irritably, you drive back yourself, no need to follow me. Shen Xinran smiled and said, after eating so much, I also want to take a walk and digest a bit. Hu Fei snorted coldly, just about to speak. Suddenly, a large head covered in leaves poked out from the bushes beside them, startling both of them. What the hell is that? Hu Fei growled, since the founding of the country, it's forbidden to become a spirit. Show yourself immediately, as per the law. Shirla grinned widely. Chief of Staff, Xiaoshen, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. After saying that, he shook off the leaves from his body and jumped out from the flower bed. Hu Fei glared at him angrily. You ungrateful thing. When you see the plague god, don't you know to grab me and run? You just ran off by yourself? The words I wanted to give that kid should all be given to you. Selfish, self-serving, despicable, little man. Exactly. Shen Xinran also complained, at least you could have called out a few times. You ran off faster than a monkey, and suddenly disappeared. Shirla said aggrievedly, I had to run. After that day when he messed with me, the captain already warned me. In that kind of situation, if that kid caught me and reported me, the captain would definitely kill me. I had to save my life. Hu Fei snorted coldly, that kid is just taking personal revenge, deliberately looking for trouble. Right. Shirla nodded vigorously. Chief of Staff, you said his nonsense, and wanted to undermine his belief in being a soldier. Of course, he would want to mess with you. Hu Fei stared at him. Are you saying I was wrong? Shirla quickly shook his head, grinning. In the past, I thought you were wrong, but now, I think you are right. That kid deserves to be dealt with, deserves to be kicked out. Hu Fei shot him a glare. That kid is just showing off to me, trying to make me change my opinion of him. He wants to re-enter the series and expects me to personally invite him? Bah, let him dream his big-headed dream. As long as I'm here, there's absolutely no place for him in Sirius, I'm telling you. Right. Shirla followed beside him. That kid has become a patrol officer, he'll never have this opportunity in his life. Even if he does, I'll help you kick him out. We must take revenge for this grudge. Looking at the backs of the two, Shin Shinran revealed a bitter smile. Last time she thought Qin Shen would never find her, but he did. Shin Shinran had a premonition that this time, he might be able to do it again. Although they hadn't interacted much, she knew Qin Shen was such a strange and complex person. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Shin Shinran shook her head and quickly caught up. The next morning, the assembly whistle sounded. Everyone quickly put on their uniforms, donned their iconic white hats, and rushed outside. Assemble! A colonel shouted loudly in front of the barracks, and everyone froze for a moment. They thought it was just the attendance whistle, but it turned out to be an assembly. Soon, everyone quickly gathered. The colonel scanned the crowd and smiled slightly. Yuan Hong, Qin Shen. Present. The two shouted in unison. Step forward. Yes. The two ran to the front of the line and saluted the colonel. The colonel returned the salute and then looked at everyone. Today, we have gathered to announce some good news. He said loudly, comrades Yuan Hong and Qin Shen have been diligent in their duties and strict in their supervision during this time. The Sea Army's A division has undergone a complete transformation under their supervision. Yesterday, the higher-ups inspected the Sea Army, and the military appearance and state of a division were much better than the other two divisions and other units. The higher-ups fully affirmed our achievements. It is precisely because of the efforts of comrades Qin Shen and Yuan Hong during this time that a division has made a firm decision to rectify from top to bottom, which led to the commendation from the military district leader yesterday. Therefore, today we commend comrades Qin Shen and Yuan Hong, and each will receive a third-class merit medal. Everyone should learn from them. Applaud. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, everyone clapped vigorously. Yuan Hong's smile was so wide it seemed he couldn't close his mouth. It's just a bit too strict, and yet he still earned a third-class merit. Ah, the leadership is truly wonderful. He glanced at Qin Shen, his face beaming like a sunflower. Qin Shen was simply his benefactor. Qin Shen's eyes twitched, looking bewildered. Having offended so many people, how could he still earn a third-class merit? The colonel solemnly handed a wooden box containing the military merit badge to Qin Shen. Then, with a smile, he said, Comrade Qin Shen, at such a young age, you can be so impartial and unafraid of power. You are a model for our inspection team, and I hope you will continue to work hard. Yes. Qin Shen saluted vigorously. Chief, I promise that as long as I discover any violations, no matter who it is, I will handle it seriously. He lowered his head, looking at the military merit badge in his hand, feeling speechless. This was too easy. He just wanted to stir up some trouble to get the inspection team to send him back. He never expected to earn merit for this. The colonel laughed heartily. Just go ahead and do it. The garrison command supports you. He patted Qin Shen and said with a smile, also, stop focusing solely on the A division. If you keep at it, they'll be bald. You need to broaden your perspective to the entire Sea Army or other military districts. With your ability, you can definitely refresh the military appearance and discipline of other armies. Yes. Qin Shen nodded vigorously. Thinking about it, he had been focusing all his energy on the A division lately, and the entire division was already on edge. Even if they couldn't see the white hats, their military appearance and discipline were excellent, and it was hard to find faults. Since that's the case, he should shift his focus to the military as a whole. With that thought, a sly smile appeared on Qin Shen's lips. Meanwhile, the colonel turned to the others. Everyone must learn from Qin Shen. Don't just focus on the grassroots soldiers, look up to the ranks above the school level. It's just a change in position, there's not much difference otherwise. You don't need to be afraid. If anything happens, the garrison command is your backing, and I'll stand up for you. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Continue your duty. The colonel turned and left. As soon as he was gone, everyone immediately surrounded Yuan Hong and Qin Shen. Squad leader Yuan, you are really impressive. Yeah, you have a keen eye. You brought Qin Shen in right away. He's about to transfer, and he still earned a third-class merit. It's really enviable. You've got 3 third-class merits now, right? You can get a good unit when you go back. Yuan Hong smiled broadly, waving his hand. Calm down, it's just a third-class merit. You can all earn it too. The team leader just said that as long as you learn from me and Qin Shen, you also have a chance. Everyone collectively rolled their eyes. He clearly said to learn from Qin Shen. When did he include himself? Squad leader Yuan, let me team up with Qin Chen today? No, let me team up with him. I want to learn Qin Chen's impartial spirit. I also want to learn. I'm usually the most timid, and I don't even dare to stop a lieutenant. I need to get close to Qin Chen to improve my skills. Let me do it. Let me. A group of people crowded around Qin Chen, making faces at him. Qin Chen's eyes twitched. He knew exactly what these people were thinking. Opportunities for inspection merit were simply too rare. Everyone, step aside. Yuan Hong pulled Qin Chen behind him, glaring fiercely at everyone. Whatever schemes you have, don't even think about targeting Qin Chen. Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. Let me tell you, Qin Chen is mine. Qin Chen almost knelt down. Squad leader, your words make it hard for me to respond. Bang 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 bang. Gao Kun stared in shock as Qi Xingli picked up the documents and slammed them onto the table, like a gorilla smashing walnuts with its head tilted. Commander, what are you doing? Qi Xingli angrily threw the documents on the floor. Damn it, I've been criticized by the military again. I'm even listed as a negative example and a target for assistance. The ones helping me are the commanders of the B and C divisions. He wore a mournful expression. I've been competing with them for 20 years, always coming out on top. And now, they can actually come to educate me. I feel like killing someone. Gao Kun stood across from him, mouth agape in shock. Commander, you can't have been reported again. What happened this time? What else could it be? Going out without permission. Qi Xingli covered his face in despair. I managed to sneak out at midnight. I got away in the early morning, and I slipped out again during the lunch break. But damn it, I never thought I wouldn't get away on Sunday. Sunday. A day off. He excitedly slammed the table at Gao Kun. Not even during our rest time can we be at peace. That kid Qin Chen appeared like a ghost, and he even found out I left half an hour early during my duty. Now I'm listed as a typical case by the military district. He slumped helplessly in his chair. Just half an hour. I even asked the chief of staff to cover for me, and he still found out. Gao Kun felt embarrassed. You really are quite unlucky. Such things happen often in the military. A simple greeting suffices, and no one takes it too seriously. But in the end, it is indeed a violation of discipline, and the evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for explanation. I really can't take it anymore. Qi Xingli looked at him with frustration. Gao Kun, among the several regimental commanders, you're the one with the most cunning ideas. Hurry up and think of a way for me. Gao Kun's mouth twitched. I call that resourceful. He said with a bitter face, Commander, if you can't come up with a solution, I have no ideas either. Qi Shengli waved his hand. Forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll go to the military. If that doesn't work, I'll find his father and have him discipline his son properly. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qi Shengli picked it up irritably. Hello, this is Qi Shengli. Old Qi, why are you so angry? Came the voice of Military Chief of Staff Chen Long from the other end. It's the Chief of Staff. Qi Xingli's tone immediately softened a bit, and he said aggrieved, how can I not be angry? I just got criticized by the military and listed as a negative example, a target for assistance. Old Qi, I'm calling to ask about this matter. What exactly did you do to that Qin Chen? Why is he acting like a mad dog, specifically targeting your division? Qi Xingli said with a bitter face, this has nothing to do with me, it's all arranged by your military. Us? Chen Long was surprised. What did we do to offend that kid? Of course it's you. Qi Xingli said angrily, that kid was sent back from the special forces, and all he wants is to return to his original unit. But you all did well, suddenly transferring him to the patrol unit. The patrol unit? That's a place forever disconnected from the grassroots troops. He must be unhappy, and all his frustration is directed at us. Chief of Staff, he said aggrieved, you all need to think of a way. Our division really can't take it anymore. Gao Kun nodded frantically beside him. Qi Xingli continued, even I am starting to struggle. The people below are now fully armed even when they go to the bathroom. At least give us a breather. Hey, we can't solve it either, the Chief of Staff said with a bitter smile. You think it's an order from the military, but it's actually an order from the military district. The military is just executing it. What? Qi Shengli was dumbfounded. His father has connections with the military district? Chen Long said helplessly, Qin Jiaqing's Shanghai Group is a deeply cooperative unit with our military district. For so many years, our military district has received countless supplies and only recently were a few thousand air conditioners donated for free. He and Deputy Commander Luo are old friends, even the commander has some connections with him. Qi Xingli said with a mournful face, so there's no way out? He plopped down in a chair. It's over. Is this kid going to keep an eye on me until I retire? Please promote me to military commander, then he won't be able to watch me. Old Qi, solve the problem, don't say such things. Chen Long said coldly, I called you to find a way to solve the problem. What can I think of? Shi Shengli replied irritably, I've already begged you. This isn't my idea, it's the military's idea, Chen Long said in a deep voice. What? Shi Shengli stood up. Chen Long said coldly, Qin Chen is after all a new recruit from your division. There must be someone in your division who understands him. Any psychological knots must be untied by your own people. As long as there's a way, the military will fully support you. You have 3 days, it must be resolved. He shouted, this kid has already come to the military to cause trouble. Just yesterday he detained Director Wang from the publicity department along with his car. Shi Shengli's eyes twitched. It turns out Qin Chen has shifted his focus to you guys. No wonder you're in a hurry. Old Shi, I think I heard you laughing? No. Shi Shengli forced himself to suppress a laugh. I'm thinking of a way. You better think fast. 3 days, just 3 days. If you can't resolve it, the military commander will personally come to find you. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. After hanging up, Gao Kun leaned over with a grin. Division commander, has that kid let our division go? Shi Shengli nodded with a smile. Our division has been criticized so many times, and we've rectified twice, so Qin Chen probably can't find any faults. That's why he went to the military. Great, we're finally free. Gao Kun was so excited he wanted to cry, but this kid really has some guts. For grassroots soldiers, it's usually just a few words of education. The bigger the official he encounters, the more energetic he becomes. Isn't that because he has a good father? Shi Shengli said irritably, his father knows the commander and the deputy commander, and they enforce the law fairly. He really hasn't done anything wrong. Who can do anything to him? Otherwise, the military wouldn't have called me to solve the trouble. Alright, let's think of a way together. He looked at Gao Kun. The military has issued an order. We must immediately solve the problem with Qin Chen. How to solve it? Gao Kun's eyes widened. Kill him and silence him? Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning split the sky, and the dull sound of thunder echoed across the land. Chen Long walked to the window, and under his gaze, large raindrops fell straight to the ground. It's only 3 in the afternoon, and the sky is already this dark. Chen Long shook his head. This rain won't be small. Sir, an officer next to him handed him a hot water bag. You should warm your shoulders. Chen Long shook his head. It's useless. Once the weather changes, my shoulder inflammation can only get better with hot water. This won't help. Then you should hurry and take a hot shower, the officer quickly said. Chen Long looked at his watch, hesitating, but, today is my combat readiness duty. If I go now, isn't that inappropriate? The officer chuckled. Are you worried about the inspectors coming? With this heavy rain, no one will come to check. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on this side. I can handle any situation in a short time. Chen Long looked outside. The torrential rain connected heaven and earth. Visibility was less than 20 meters. He chuckled. That's true. Coming out to check in this weather would be brainless. All right. I'll go take a shower. You keep an eye on things for me. Yes. Chen Long walked out with a smile, holding an umbrella as he hurried towards the dormitory. Happy gongs and drums, singing out the joy of the year. As he took off his clothes, Chen Long sang cheerfully, happily stepping into the bathroom. When the hot water started, it poured over his shoulders, and his facial expression relaxed significantly. Today's water is really hot. If I shower for 10 minutes, my shoulders should stop hurting. Chen Long leaned against the wall, just about to find a comfortable position. Suddenly, there was a series of loud knocks. A flash of white light appeared at the window, startling Chen Long. Damn, is the lightning that strong? He immediately turned around, his pupils dilating in fear. The bathroom had only one small window, which was now filled with a head. Rainwater dripped wildly from his white hat, and the face, soaked with rain, was grinning at him. The eerie and terrifying appearance was even scarier than a water ghost. Holy crap! Chen Long jumped in fright. He slipped and fell hard on the floor. Comrade Chief, are you alright? Yuan Hong helped Chen Long up, sitting in the corridor with a face full of complaints. You too, why so agitated? We were just doing our normal duty, why be so scared? Chen Long glared at him angrily. When you're taking a shower, and suddenly a head appears outside the window, smiling at you, wouldn't you be scared? Oh, that's called normal duty? Who climbs up the pipes to do their duty? That's the 5th floor, the 5th floor. Yuan Hong glanced at Qin Chen, then awkwardly smiled at Chen Long. Well, we had no choice. We couldn't break down the door and damage your property, so we could only take pictures from the window. You have no idea how dangerous it was just now. You still know it was dangerous? Chen Long's lungs felt like they were about to explode, his lips trembling as he spoke. Are you crazy? What if you fell and died? Chen Long glared at him angrily. It's just a shower, is it worth making such a fuss? Leader, Qin Chen said seriously, I can't interfere with your showering habits, but I checked the duty roster, and today is your combat readiness duty. Chen Long's face immediately turned ugly. Leaving during combat readiness duty without permission was a big deal, and even he couldn't cover it up. Leaving your post during combat readiness duty and sneaking back to take a shower. Qinshan smiled slightly, shaking his camera. I have evidence, high definition, irrefutable proof. Qianlong felt like he was about to collapse. Who the hell said it was raining, that this guy wouldn't come? The logic that applied to normal people was completely useless against this guy. Leader, please stand still, show your identification, and cooperate with our work, Qinshan said calmly. Yuan Hong looked equally excited, seeing Qianlong as if he had seen a military medal. Leader, please get up, you are the highest-ranking person we've caught now. Qianlong felt like his head was going to explode. Leaving his post during combat readiness duty and going to take a shower. If this got reported, he would definitely face disciplinary action. And those photos he took, could they possibly get out? Qianlong suddenly stood up, startling Yuan Hong. Qinshan looked at him. Leader, are you resisting law enforcement? Click, click. The camera lifted and took 2 more shots. Qianlong's anger was instantly sealed by the white light, his mouth twitching awkwardly, and then he forced a smile. Qinshan, oh, little Qin, don't you remember me? I praised you during the new recruit assessment, saying you had a bright future. We're old acquaintances. Qinshan nodded with a smile. Qianlong nodded back. We really are acquaintances, let me off this time. Caught in the act and trying to get close to the law enforcement officers, given your position, that's an even greater offense. Qinshan began to write rapidly in his notebook. Don't. Qianlong immediately covered his notebook with his hand, a pained expression on his face. Xiao Qin, leave a line for others, so we can meet again in the future. What do you mean? I'm still the chief of staff in the army, do you really want to make things awkward between us? Qinshan looked at Yuan Hong. Squad leader, he seems to be threatening me, right? Yuan Hong nodded seriously. I can assure you, it's not just a feeling, he is indeed threatening you. Then that's an even greater crime. Qinshan's eyes widened. Qianlong was almost spitting blood, his face a mask of despair. Xiao Qin, what do you want? I know you have grievances, but it wasn't us who transferred you to the inspection unit, it was the military district's decision. Qinshan smiled and pulled his hand aside. Sir, I understand your difficulties, and I know you can't transfer me back. So, I can only do my best in my current position. Xiao Qin, I'll find a way, can't I? Qianlong shouted in desperation. Qinshan. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Enough! Qinshan's body jolted, he was all too familiar with that voice. He turned sharply to see Wu Ziyuan standing at the stairway, his expression stern, drenched from the rain. Water dripped from his cheeks, forming a small stream at his feet. At that moment, Chang Lei walked out from the stairway, standing behind Wu Ziyuan, his face beaming with a smile. Following him were Chang Haonan, Zheng Qian, Hao Duoduo. One familiar face after another emerged. They all stood behind Wu Ziyuan, and though they didn't speak, each of them craned their necks, smiling broadly at Qinshan. Chang Haonan and the others even winked at him vigorously. Qianlong immediately fell silent, watching Wu Ziyuan and the others, slowly retracting his hand. Yuan Hong curiously leaned in. Xiao Qin, who are they? Bang! The notebook slipped from Qinshan's hand and fell heavily to the ground. He stared at the group that had suddenly appeared, trembling inexplicably. He had done so much just to get himself transferred back. After returning, no matter how he apologized, he wanted to stay. He had made a mistake once, this time, he absolutely had to remain by his brother's side. But now, seeing Wu Ziyuan appear before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Step by step, Wu Ziyuan walked towards Qinshan. He shot a cold glance at him, then saluted Qianlong. Hello, sir. Xiao Wu, you came. It's good that you're here. Qianlong's face lit up with joy. He is the soldier you brought out, you. Sir, please leave this to me. All right. Qianlong nodded vigorously. Hey, you can't leave yet, you still can't. Yuan Hong was about to intervene when suddenly his voice cut off. He felt a pair of piercing eyes sweep over him, making the hair on his body stand on end. Turning to look, he saw Wu Ziyuan staring coldly at him, his gaze as sharp as 2 bone-slicing knives. Yuan Hong smiled awkwardly and took 2 steps back, forcing a polite yet embarrassed smile. Wu Ziyuan turned to Qinshan. Qinshan, have you had enough of your antics? Qinshan slowly straightened his body. Squad leader, you came. Wu Ziyuan glared at him coldly. I didn't want to come, but your antics have disturbed everyone, so. He fixed his gaze on Qinshan. So, Qinshan, are you a good soldier now? Qinshan puffed out his chest. Squad leader, whether I am a good soldier or not shouldn't be for me to answer, it should be judged by others. I was wrong before, and I want to apologize to you, to the squad leader, and to them. He looked at Chang Haonan and the others. I was wrong, I shouldn't have chosen to leave. I was truly wrong. He stared intently at Wu Ziyuan and said word by word, Company Commander, I want to go back, to be with my squad leader and my comrades. Chang Lei and the others all clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on Qin Chen. In fact, even without today's words, they had long since forgiven Qin Chen. Xiong Bing. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly and suddenly turned his head. Come with me, I'll take you home. At that moment, tears streamed down Qin Chen's face. He wiped his eyes fiercely and replied, yes. Hey, wait a minute. Yuan Hong suddenly shouted, Qin Chen, where are you going? Captain, where are you taking him? If he leaves, what am I supposed to do? How do I explain this? Wu Ziyuan turned sharply, his sharp gaze shooting out again. Yuan Hong felt as if he had been pierced by two blades and quickly waved his hands with an awkward smile. I understand, I'll explain it myself, I'll organize my words. Everyone, take care, I won't see you off. Qin Chen, remember to keep in touch, you're always welcome to come find me. Let's go. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Qin Chen smiled slightly and then saluted Yuan Hong, squad leader, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will never forget the time spent with you. Take care and keep in touch. After saying that, he ran out. Yuan Hong watched his back, feeling wronged. Clearly, it was you taking care of me, not the other way around. Now that you're gone, who am I going to earn merits with? Without Qin Chen, he didn't have the courage to go find trouble with the division commander, let alone someone like Chief of Staff Chen Long. Yuan Hong sighed deeply. He had originally thought about mixing in a few more merits with Qin Chen, perhaps he could stay in the team. The military salary had increased now, and the patrols were so impressive, much better than going back to the local area. With a bang, Gao Kun excitedly burst through the door. Qi Xingli was so startled that he quickly covered his legs. What are you doing? I'm taking a dump. Gao Kun leaned against the doorframe, excitedly saying, Division Commander, good news, good news. That kid Qin Chen has been captured by Wu Ziyuan. What? Qi Xingli's eyes widened. Wu Ziyuan beat him? What beating? Gao Kun waved his hand. He was taken away by Wu Ziyuan, taken from the patrol and brought to their second company. Qi Xingli's eyes widened in excitement. Is that true? Of course it's true. Gao Kun said with a grin, just now, Chief of Staff Chen called specifically. It was so close, just a little bit, and he would have been caught by Qin Chen, but luckily Wu Ziyuan arrived in time. Chief of Staff Chen said he would treat us to drinks. Ha ha ha. Qi Xingli let out a huge sigh of relief. Suddenly, there was a series of popping sounds from the toilet. Gao Kun quickly covered his nose and stepped back in disgust. What great news! I've been constipated for a week, and now it's all cleared up. So comfortable. Qi Xingli beamed with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he frowned again, but Wu Ziyuan took Qin Chen away. What about the patrol team? Gao Kun smiled and waved his hand. Division Commander, you can rest assured. Chief of Staff Chen said the military will handle this matter. Just say it was the military forcibly taking someone. After all, Qin Chen is just a recruit, not an important figure. The patrol team won't stop him. Besides, it's Chief of Staff Chen personally handling it. They have to give some face. That's good, that's good. Qi Shengli sighed in relief again. But, Gao Kun said with a puzzled expression, what if Qin Dong asks about it? He has already made arrangements with the deputy commander. Our division is relying on his generous sponsorship for the barracks repairs this year. What if? Qi Xingli laughed heartily. If Qin Chen refuses to leave, then it will be difficult. But this is his own decision to go, so even if Director Qin asks, we can answer easily. Besides, if we don't tell him, how would he know? Right. Gao Kun nodded vigorously. The scariest thing isn't that the inspection team won't let him go, but that Qin Chen won't leave. Now that he's leaving on his own, it has nothing to do with us. Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter together. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed again. The toilet sounded like a battlefield, with booming noises. Gao Kun was so frightened that he quickly stepped back several paces, his face filled with terror. Commander, how much have you been holding in? 7 days without a release. What do you think? Qi Shengli laughed heartily. Look, my stomach has shrunk. The rain poured down violently on the car. The wipers strained with all their might, frantically sweeping across the windshield. But no matter how fast they moved, the glass was instantly covered again with rainwater. Wu Ziyuan looked out the window, where the sky and earth seemed to merge into one under the rain. Even the trees by the roadside appeared somewhat blurred. A smile suddenly crept onto his lips, but it quickly vanished. Xiong Bing. Ever since Qin Chen left, he had been troubled. He heard that this kid had been sent back from the special forces, and he wanted to be happy, but he just couldn't bring himself to feel that way. Qin Chen had become an inspector, enforcing discipline everywhere in the division, yet he had never come to the reconnaissance battalion. Wu Ziyuan felt a bit disappointed instead. During that time, he didn't even know what he was thinking. Did he not want to see Qin Shen again, or did he want to see him? Until Gao Kun found him and urged him to think of a way. Without any hesitation, Wu Ziyuan immediately gathered Qin Shen and his old comrades to bring him home. Wu Ziyuan exhaled. It was only when he saw Qin Shen that he realized what he wanted. He turned his head. The driver was focused on driving, his eyes wide open. The car was extremely quiet, only the sound of rain could be heard outside. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy, and Wu Ziyuan awkwardly turned his head, trying to find a topic to discuss. But the next second, his eyes widened in surprise. He saw Cheng Haonan, Zhang Xian, and others desperately winking at Qin Shen, as if sending a telegram. Wu Ziyuan frowned. What are you guys doing with those gestures? Cheng Haonan awkwardly said, Squad leader, we thought you seemed a bit unhappy, so we didn't dare to speak. Yeah, squad leader, Zhang Xian said cautiously, so we communicated with our eyes, didn't want to disturb you. Wu Ziyuan shot them an annoyed glance, then looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen quickly sat up straight, puffing out his chest. Don't think that just because I brought you back, I've forgiven you, Wu Ziyuan said angrily. I just don't want you to embarrass yourself out there. After all, you were one I brought up. When people talk about you, they always mention me, making me embarrassed too. Don't overthink it. Yes, Qin Shen replied with a smile. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly and immediately turned away. Chang Lei, sitting in the back seat, smiled helplessly. How long will the squad leader's mouth remain so tough? Before they came out, he clearly saw Wu Ziyuan excitedly running down from upstairs, thrilled like a child weighing over 100 pounds. He clearly liked Qin Shen as a soldier, yet he pretended to be tired. Wasn't that exhausting? After a while, the minibus turned onto a small internal road. Qin Shen's heart suddenly raced. He had walked this path countless times, yet he had never been to the reconnaissance battalion. He was about to get closer to a place he had never seen but felt very familiar with, and for some reason, he started to feel a bit nervous. Luo Go, it's okay, Cheng Haonan whispered in his ear. We've already bragged about your awesomeness to the veterans. Qin Shen opened his mouth in surprise. Cheng Haonan said with a smile, even though you haven't gone, you're already a legend. The veterans all admire you. Yeah, Zheng Xian nodded. We've been singing your praises, a once-in-a-century genius, turning from a waste into the top recruit in less than a month. Many veterans look up to you. Luo Go, How Duo said with a grin, you finally made it. With you here, no one will dare to bully me anymore. You are now our company, and the legend of the reconnaissance battalion. The few of them smiled and tightly held Qin Shen's hand. Qin Shen felt a jolt in his heart. Why did it seem like this wasn't a good thing? We're here. The car slowly came to a stop, and Wu Ziyuan opened the door and stepped out first. Get out, Chang Lei said, patting Qin Shen on the shoulder with a smile. Qin Shen took a deep breath and followed them out of the car. But as soon as he stepped out, he was immediately stunned. It wasn't because the pouring rain soaked him, but because at that moment, the entrance of the reconnaissance battalion was surrounded, packed tightly with people. Over 100 people, inside and out, were drenched, but they stood like pillars at the entrance of the camp. Qin Shen, we've arrived, this is the reconnaissance battalion, Wu Ziyuan said with a smile, hands behind his back. These are our soldiers. Qin Shen swallowed hard and awkwardly smiled. Captain, there's really no need for this. Wu Ziyuan looked at him with a smile. What's wrong? Qin Shen chuckled. I know I'm already a legend in the company, but I've made mistakes in the past. There's no need for everyone to stand in the rain at the entrance to welcome me. They could just wait inside. Wu Ziyuan almost choked on his breath, glaring at him fiercely. Which eye of yours saw that they were welcoming you? Ha! Qin Shen turned his head. The veterans all had fierce expressions, their eyes glaring at him as if they wanted to tear him apart. Qin Shen's throat tightened. I knew it wasn't a good thing. Sure enough, it was bad news. Old Go, what are you looking at? The reconnaissance battalion commander, Go Jian, waved with a smile. Old son, come here for a smoke. Come here for a smoke. The battalion instructor, Sun Nianqing, walked curiously to the window. What are they so excited about? When he reached the window, he was stunned. What are the people from the second company doing? Why are they all gathered at the entrance in this heavy rain? I need to go down and take a look. Don't! Go Jian pulled him back. There's a good show to watch. Why are you causing trouble? Sun Nianqing looked at him suspiciously. Old Go, do you know something? Go Jian chuckled. You know Qin Shen, right? Sun Nianqing paused for a moment. Of course, he's the one who's been causing a stir in our division recently. I heard he even caught the division commander. Then do you know he's one of Wu Ziyuan's soldiers? I know, this kid changed his mind and went to the special forces when he was assigned to the second company. Wu Ziyuan was upset about it for several days, right? Go Jian chuckled. Today, Wu Ziyuan brought him back. Ha! Sun Yancheng hurriedly leaned against the glass, straining his eyes to see. Although he could see a few figures, they were too far away to make out clearly. Wasn't that kid in the military police battalion? How did Wu Ziyuan? Alright, it's all arranged from above. Go Jian skillfully pulled a pack of cigarettes from Sun Yancheng's pocket, lit one, and stuffed the rest into his own pocket. But, even if he's brought back, that kid shouldn't think he can easily enter our reconnaissance battalion. He smiled. The guys in the second company are all just like Wu Ziyuan, with bad tempers. They treat the second company like the Jade Emperor's throne room, and now that someone refuses to join them, they want to come back. Tisk tsk, that's not an easy thing to do. Old go. Sun Yancheng glared at him irritably. Isn't this obvious? That bunch in the second company are all fools. Why are you still watching the show and not stopping them? No way, I have to go. Alright. Go Jian pulled him back. Don't ruin the mood, okay? If something really happens, that kid Wu Ziyuan will stop it. Do you really think he's an idiot? Sun Yancheng paused for a moment and thought carefully. Although Wu Ziyuan had a fiery temper, he protected his soldiers fiercely. Since he was determined to bring Qin Shen back, it meant he acknowledged him, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Go Jian grinned and blew out a few smoke rings. This kid hasn't even shown up, and his reputation has spread throughout our entire camp. They all say this kid is a legend, looking down on our reconnaissance company. It's not just the second company, the whole camp is holding its breath. Now that this kid wants to come back, if he doesn't show some real skills, forget about our second company, I won't even let him in. Does he think our reconnaissance company is a vegetable market, where he can come and go as he pleases? No way. Sun Yancheng looked at him speechlessly. You say the soldiers in the second company are fools, but I think you're the biggest fool. The rain grew heavier, pouring down on Qin Shen. Chang Lei glanced at him and hesitantly said, Captain, the rain is too heavy. Why don't we say a few words to everyone and head back? Why don't you go say a few words? Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare, then turned to Qin Shen. You wanna come back, right? I'm waiting for you inside. You fought hard to get in back then. Since you refused later, you have to fight hard to get back in. At the very least, everyone has to feel you deserve it. With that, he walked inside with his hands behind his back. The crowd parted to let him through, and Wu Ziyuan stood under the rain canopy behind the door. Squad leader. Chen Haonan looked at Chang Lei for help. Why don't you say something to everyone? Don't make it hard for Qin Shen. Yeah, squad leader, Zheng Xian said. There are still many days ahead. It won't be long before everyone knows whether he has the qualifications. Haoduo Duo nodded repeatedly. If someone like me can get in here, if Luoge can't get in, then we'll all be sent away. Chang Lei nodded. Alright, I. Squad leader. A shout suddenly came from the crowd. A second lieutenant stepped out, shouting loudly, We know he's your soldier, but your soldier isn't that great. We also know you protect your own, but you'd better not interfere, because this concerns the honor of our Ironblood second company. Right. Another second lieutenant stepped forward, coldly looking at Qin Shen. If this kid doesn't come back, fine. But now that he has, a soldier who once looked down on our reconnaissance company wants to walk through this door, he has to earn everyone's respect. He must pass this test. Right. Everyone shouted in unison. Our second company isn't a place where he can come and go as he pleases. The reconnaissance company is no worse than anyone else. He's not a backup candidate. If he wants to come in, he needs to show some real skills. Squad leader, bring your people over. Don't just stand there. It makes it seem like we're not one unit. Chang Lei looked at Qin Shen with a helpless smile. Qin Shen. Squad leader, I understand. Qin Shen took a deep breath. From the day I returned from the special forces, I knew I was wrong. If you're wrong, you have to bear the consequences. You get up where you fall. He smiled slightly. Just seeing you and the captain here to welcome me today makes me very happy. He looked at the crowd. Squad leader, you all go ahead. The captain is right. If I want to get through this door and earn everyone's recognition, I have to rely on myself. Luo Gu. Chen Haonan and the others all crowded around. Stop the chatter and follow the squad leader inside, Qin Shen said, looking at them. Chang Lei sighed helplessly. Just be careful. Let's go. He waved his hand, and Chen Haonan and the others reluctantly followed him toward that direction. But every few steps, they turned back, each looking at Qin Shen with a mix of resignation. Once they entered, Qin Shen strode toward the crowd and stopped 5 meters away from them. Veterans, I am Qin Shen. Qin Shen stared at them seriously. I know my choices were wrong in the past, and I understand why you didn't let me in. Everyone fixed their gaze on him, some already clenching their fists, the coldness in their eyes growing stronger. Wu Ziyuan stood at a distance, watching him intently. Kid, don't let me down, show us everything you've got. Thunder rumbled. The sky seemed to brighten a bit. Qin Shen's sharp gaze swept over everyone as he shouted, "Although I have never been to the reconnaissance camp, I know from the company commander and squad leader that the Iron Blood 2nd Company is the pride of the reconnaissance camp, the glory in every soldier's heart. My choices have hurt you, and here I apologize to everyone." Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, many people's expressions softened slightly. But the next second, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Qin Shen jumped up, spinning 360 degrees in the air before landing hard, splashing a lot of rainwater. In the next moment, he pointed his hand toward the sky, exuding an indescribable aura. "Avoid lightning! Avoid lightning! Avoid lightning! Avoid lightning!" Qin Shen shouted with all his might, his eyes looking at everyone with a captivating gaze. His finger, initially pointing to the sky, slowly pointed at each person, his eyes filled with provocation. "What are you doing?" A squad leader exclaimed in shock, eyes wide. "What are you doing?" Another squad leader blurted out in a foreign language. Qin Shen suddenly extended his left hand, looking at the sky with a proud demeanor. "Wait a moment, just a moment." After saying that, he clapped his right leg and struck his right hand against it. Everyone was startled and took a step back, their eyes wide. "Clap, clap, clap. Dad, don't talk nonsense. If you have something to say it clearly. If you have something to say it clearly. De yin duo yin does." Qin Shen suddenly turned his head, winking at the crowd in an incredibly charming way. Everyone was so scared they swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back again. Even Wu Ziyuan in the distance took a step back. "Die, die." Qin Shen sang with increasing enthusiasm, making one squad leader shout angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Qin Shen chuckled, "Sir, can't you see I'm singing and dancing? I studied for 2.5 years. The squad leader was about to shout, but at that moment, Qin Shen alternated between his left and right legs, clapping his hands on his thighs, spinning in place, and suddenly froze. The squad leader was so startled that he swallowed his words. Qin Shen glanced at everyone, suddenly spreading his legs apart, and pointed his right hand toward the sky again. "Avoid lightning, avoid lightning." Go Jian and Sun Nianqing stood by the window, dumbfounded. Ah! The cigarette burned his finger, causing Go Jian to jump up. "What the hell is this kid doing?" Sun Nianqing shook his head. "I can't understand, I really can't understand. Today's young people are indeed hard to comprehend, but everyone seems quite engrossed." Everyone. Go Jian's eyes twitched. They can't really be letting him in like this, right? On the other side, Wu Ziyuan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is this kid apologizing in a foreign language? Why does it look a bit familiar? What the hell are you doing? A dark-faced squad leader shouted. "Aren't you apologizing? What are you doing here?" Qin Shen slowly withdrew his hand and suddenly patted his chest a few times, as if he had Parkinson's, startling everyone again. Qin Shen smiled at everyone. "Fellow veterans, just now I performed a dance by the world-famous superstar, Michael Jackson, called Avoiding Lightning While Clenching. Consider it my apology. I hope you all liked it. Can I go in now?" Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes all flared with anger. The three squad leaders were furious. "Go in your mother. Do you think we're idiots?" Qin Shen glanced around. Everyone seemed even angrier than before. "What the hell? I just performed a talent and it's still not enough. Looks like they're quite picky." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. "Right, I still needed the most classic move. Fellow veterans, that was my mistake." Qin Shen quickly waved his hand. "I still have one signature move left, and I'll do it right now. Everyone, watch closely." After saying that, he suddenly straightened his chest and stood at attention. Everyone in the second company stared in shock as his body slowly leaned forward in the rain. But just as he leaned to 60 degrees, he suddenly toppled forward. Everyone immediately showed a look of disdain. "Sorry," Qin Shen awkwardly waved his hand, "this move is a bit difficult. I might not be able to do it alone. Can someone come help me?" "Shut up," the black-faced squad leader, who spoke first, could no longer hold back, pointing at Qin Shen and shouting, "Qin Shen, do you think this is child's play? You think you can perform a ridiculously bad show and just walk through that door? Dream on." Qin Shen's eyes twitched. He thought his dance was quite energetic, just that last 45-degree stance wasn't executed well. Taking a deep breath, he decided to switch to a tried-and-true move. He looked sincerely at the black-faced squad leader. "Sir, I have an idea. What do you think?" "Speak." The black-faced squad leader crossed his arms, and the others looked at Qin Shen with interest. Qin Shen immediately smiled. "From today onwards, within a month, I'll cover all the instant noodles, sausages, biscuits, Red Bull, cola, and cigarettes for everyone in the company. If there's anything I haven't thought of, feel free to bring it up. As long as it can be bought at the convenience store, I'll cover it all. No limit on quantity per person each day." Qin Shen smiled and winked at the black-faced squad leader. "And for you, sir, I have an extra gesture." Crackle. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, illuminating the faces of everyone in the second company with a pale light. Here it comes again. Wu Ziyuan weakly raised his head and sighed. Chang Lei also awkwardly turned his head away. Xin Chen, the black-faced squad leader roared in fury. Are you bribing us? Xin Chen's smile instantly froze on his face, and he quickly waved his hand. Sir, don't misunderstand, I'm sincere. Shut up. The black-faced squad leader was so angry he nearly jumped up. You little brat, what do you take us for? Are we here to be extorted by you? Let me tell you, the reason we won't let you in is that you've underestimated the second company, which we regard as an honor. The black-faced squad leader said word by word, the second company you look down on, the second company you treat as a backup, is the pride in each of our hearts, and it is our home. Now, if you want to enter our home, you must show us all your abilities and make us feel you are qualified to be one of us. Thunder rumbled. Another deep thunder echoed through the heavens, shaking Xin Chen's heart violently. His gaze swept over all the veterans in the second company. Although the rain was heavy, it could not extinguish the blazing fire in their eyes. Xin Chen's eyes twitched fiercely. Damn Hu Fei, you've ruined me. He truly didn't know what sins he had committed in his past life to encounter such a big fool as Hu Fei. Xin Chen felt exhausted. No matter how he explained now, it was useless. The black-faced squad leader was right. Xin Chen could join the special forces, but getting back into the reconnaissance battalion wouldn't be that easy. Sir! Xin Chen stepped in front of the black-faced squad leader, puffing out his chest. Tell me, how can I prove that I'm qualified to get in? The black-faced squad leader's expression softened a bit as he turned to look behind him. The other 2 second lieutenants and several non-commissioned officers all gathered around. After a moment, the black-faced squad leader turned back to Xin Chen. We've discussed it and have 3 options for you. First, start from here, charge into our camp, then run a lap around our camp and come back here. That counts as passing. Of course. He sneered. We won't let you in. We'll use all means to kick you out. Second, we'll line up in 2 rows, and you walk through us. We'll beat you up, but if you can endure the beating and keep running until the end, that counts as passing. All the veterans showed wicked smiles, looking at Xin Chen with mockery. What's the third option? Xin Chen hurriedly asked. He wasn't stupid, he didn't want to choose the first or second, neither was good. Third, you can get lost right now. Go back where you came from. The black-faced squad leader looked at him coldly. It was even worse than the first 2. Xin Chen rolled his eyes. His gaze crossed the crowd. Company commander, don't call me that, Wu Ziyuan said coldly, even though I brought you back. Whether you can enter our company isn't solely up to me. The second company is a collective, they usually listen to me. But this matter has to be decided by everyone. Xin Chen was speechless. Just say it directly, give me a warning. He knew that with Wu Ziyuan's bad temper, he would never easily forgive him. You were scheming back in the recruit company, and you're still the same now. Xin Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Ding, new mission released. Please successfully integrate into the reconnaissance unit. Upon completion, random superpowers or super ability points will be awarded. Ha! Xin Chen was dumbfounded. Wait, I haven't completed my previous mission yet. Didn't you say, report to the host? The previous mission was a mainline mission, released early. Xin Chen's eyes lit up. He thought he wouldn't get superpowers for a long time. As long as he could continue completing missions and gaining superpowers, it would be easy to return to the wolf pack and slap Hu Fei's face hard. Hey, what are you grinning about? The black-faced squad leader shouted irritably. Xin Chen suddenly came to his senses and quickly said, report, sir, I finally know how to gain everyone's recognition, so I'm genuinely happy. The black-faced squad leader's eye twitched as he looked at his companions and then at Xin Chen. So, you're not choosing the third option? Only a fool would choose that, Xin Chen said with righteous indignation. Since the company commander came to pick me up, no matter how many difficulties there are, I won't leave. Wu Ziyuan silently nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Chang Lei looked at him speechlessly. Stubborn, just stubborn. Clearly likes him, but has to put on this act. The black-faced squad leader nodded. Then you choose the second. Only a donkey would choose the second. Xin Chen waved his hands frantically. You guys are crazy. So you're choosing the first? The black-faced squad leader glared at him. Xin Chen nodded vigorously. As long as I can run a lap and come back here, how simple is that? Thank you, veterans, for your care, I choose the first. Hey! The black-faced squad leader's eyes widened. I didn't make it clear just now, or did you not hear it clearly? You want me to charge in from here, and we'll chase after you. I heard it clearly. Xin Chen said with a smile, this is very simple, nothing difficult, I can do it. Damn! All the veterans gasped in shock. Are they really looking down on all of us? Treating so many veteran scouts as mere decorations, it's a blatant provocation. Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. This kid is asking for death, daring to provoke us. Squad leader, Chang Lei said anxiously in a low voice, shouldn't you rearrange things? A whole company is too many, quite a few are experts in ambush, and Qin Chen definitely can't handle it. How about we go with 1/3? Wu Ziyuan shot him a sharp look, and Chang Lei could only obediently shut his mouth. Our second company has never had a soldier who fled in the face of battle, Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly. Since he wants to come back, he must earn everyone's recognition. Otherwise, he won't be able to stand here in the future, no one will welcome him, and he certainly won't be able to integrate. He must get through this hurdle. Who told him to choose this path? Chang Lei helplessly looked at Qin Chen. Can't you have a better attitude? You. The dark-faced squad leader pointed at Qin Chen, momentarily too angry to speak. Sir, when do we start? Qin Chen asked with a smile. It's quite uncomfortable in the rain. The dark-faced squad leader's mouth twisted in anger as he took 3 steps back. You brat are so arrogant. Fine, come on, let's see how you can simply rush past us. Before he could finish, the dark-faced squad leader felt a shadow flash before him. While everyone was stunned, Qin Chen had already circled around to their side and leaped up onto the wall. I told you it wasn't hard, Qin Chen chuckled, then jumped down inside. Damn, he actually climbed the wall. The dark-faced squad leader suddenly reacted, shouting in panic, what are you all standing there for? Stop him, catch him, don't let him escape. The soldiers of the second company all turned and rushed towards the camp. Wu Ziyuan and the others were knocked off balance, all squeezed into a corner by the crowd. Slow down. Ah, who poked me in the waist? Wu Ziyuan cried out in pain. Cheng Haonan and the others, however, were full of excitement, following along to watch the fun. Brother Luo, run! Cheng Haonan shouted excitedly, just like how they bullied me back then. Bully them to death, throw them far away. Suddenly, several veterans turned their heads sharply. Zheng Qian, frightened, quickly covered Cheng Haonan's mouth, awkwardly smiling. Class leaders, hurry up and chase him, he's already run far. The veterans glared fiercely at Cheng Haonan before turning to sprint away. Haonan, are you an idiot? Zheng Qian glared at Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan scratched his head. Wasn't I just cheering for Brother Luo? I accidentally let my thoughts slip. Zheng Qian shot him a look, then turned to the crowd moving away. We still don't know what level Brother Luo is at, do we? But to avoid trouble, let's just silently cheer for him, otherwise, we might get beaten up. Everyone nodded, involuntarily smiling. They had seen Qin Chen's skills. Unless they cornered him and prevented his escape, it was uncertain whether over 100 people from the second company could catch him. Even if they were the best scouts, it might not be possible. Old son, give me another cigarette, Go Jian said without looking back as he rummaged through Sun Nianqing's pocket. Sun Nianqing irritably swatted his hand away. I said, Old Go, can't you buy your own cigarettes? You keep mooching off me, aren't you ashamed? Go Jian grinned as he pulled out a cigarette. Isn't my girlfriend strict with me? Light it up, hurry and watch the show. Sun Nianqing looked out the window. No kidding, this guy named Qin Chen runs pretty fast. The second company can't even catch up to him. Go Jian exhaled a puff of smoke. If this kid didn't have some skills, could he be our military's top rookie? Could he make Wu Ziyuan so desperate to bring him back? Go Jian stroked his chin, smiling as he watched the sprinting Qin Chen. This kid is a good seed. Sun Nianqing nodded vigorously. I don't understand why the special forces don't want him, such a good soldier. Go Jian scoffed. Those guys, who knows what they're thinking all day? It's better they don't want him, we've picked up a treasure. But can he pass the tests of the second company? Sun Nianqing asked, puzzled. I don't know. Go Jian shrugged. Another cigarette. How can we miss the exciting moments? Light it up. Whoosh. The strong wind hit his face, and the heavy rain stung his cheeks, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Qin Chen simply squinted, activating his super senses, instantly turning into a miniature radar. He clearly sensed everything within a few meters around him. Taking a deep breath, he exerted all his strength and sprinted forward. His physical fitness had reached the level of a top scout, and the current wind and rain only added to his speed. In just a moment, he had pulled away from the second company. Just one lap. Qin Chen gasped heavily. As long as he ran back to the main gate, he would win and earn a reward. No one could stop him from staying here. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and charged forward like a cannonball through the rain. What's going on? What are they doing? The commotion in the camp startled the first and third companies. Hey, second company, are you being led in training by this new recruit? Ha, you guys in the second company are too weak, even a new recruit can outrun you now. Don't brag about being the top of the reconnaissance battalion, I'm embarrassed for you. Hurry up and chase, hurry up. The new recruit is going to shake you off. The soldiers of the second company were already anxious about not being able to catch up with Qin Chen, and no one expected him to run so fast, as if he had a motor. Now, being mocked by the first and third companies, everyone was furious, their faces turning red. The most important thing in the army is honor. Usually, the three companies of the reconnaissance battalion compete openly and secretly, but the second company usually dominates the other two. If they were to be outpaced by Qin Chen today, the first and third companies would laugh at them for years. Charge! The black-faced squad leader shouted angrily, "You can't even catch a new recruit. Are you still soldiers of the second company?" Squad leader, an old soldier, gasped, "We're already giving it our all. Why don't you chase after him?" The black-faced squad leader's face turned red. "If I could catch up to him, would I still be here with you?" Watching Qin Chen run further and further away, about to reach the end of the turn, the black-faced squad leader shouted angrily, "Surround him from that side, block his path." "Ha!" Another squad leader widened his eyes. "Old Xia, isn't this too shameless?" Xia Dong replied irritably, "If we let him get away, we'll be even more embarrassed. The first and third companies are watching. But if we catch him, we have the right to explain." Xia Dong growled, "At worst, we'll just accept him." The soldiers running around immediately nodded in agreement. Originally, they just wanted to test Qin Chen's abilities, who knew Cheng Haonan and the others had hyped him up like a god. Now, seeing his physical fitness, speed, and reflexes, he was definitely cut out to be a scout, fully qualified to stay in the second company. Charge! Xia Dong waved his hand, and more than a dozen people followed him to surround Qin Chen. At that moment, Qin Chen turned a corner and was just about to accelerate when he suddenly sensed a dozen people rushing at him from the side. Damn! Qin Chen instinctively waved his hand. Slap! The leading Xia Dong was hit hard, instantly freezing in place. The others also stopped, staring blankly at Xia Dong, who was covering his face. "Sir!" Qin Chen's face was full of embarrassment. I was just a reflex. You said you would do everything to stop me. So, I actually just wanted to push you away. I really didn't mean to. Do you dare slap me?" Xia Dong had already reacted, his anger surging like a flood. "My dad has never slapped me, and you actually slapped me?" Qin Chen hurriedly waved his hands. "Chief, I didn't mean it. It was an accident." "Get him!" Xia Dong shouted through tears, "Slap him hard." "Yes!" Everyone shouted in unison and rushed towards Qin Chen. "I really didn't mean to." Qin Chen anxiously turned to run, but he had just delayed for a moment, and many people were already chasing after him, with people in front and behind, all roaring as they charged at him. "Don't break him!" Xia Dong shouted loudly, "Just throw him out." The crowd surged wildly, and Qin Chen kept retreating. Don't come over, or I'll fight back." "Fight back?" The soldiers around laughed. "Then go ahead. If you don't fight, we wouldn't even dare to move." Seeing the crowd closing in, Qin Chen took a deep breath. "I really didn't want to fight, you guys are forcing me." His one-punch man ability was ready, and his right fist instantly filled with power. Qin Chen suddenly turned his head, aimed at a soldier blocking his way, and punched him in the stomach. Bang! Oh! The veteran who was hit twisted his face rapidly, his mouth forming an O shape. His whole body turned into a shrimp, soaring into the air and flying backward. Bang bang bang! The 6 veterans behind him were knocked down to the ground, and the crowd immediately opened a gap. Damn! Everyone stared in shock with wide eyes. Xia Dong swallowed hard. The power of that punch was just too damn strong. Taking advantage of the crowd's daze, Qin Chen immediately ran towards the gap. "Stop him!" Xia Dong also reacted at this moment, rushing forward in a panic. "Don't run! Stand still!" All the veterans reacted, clenching their fists and charging at Qin Chen with fierce expressions. Damn! Qin Chen's eyes nearly popped out. If this really turned into a fight, there was no way he could escape. "It's you guys who are forcing me." Qin Chen clenched his fists and suddenly stopped. Since he couldn't run away, then he would fight. As long as he could take down a few more people and then burst out of the crowd, Qin Chen was confident that no one could catch up to him. Elevator War God. With a thought, Qin Chen's whole body instantly erupted with powerful strength. But before he could feel happy, he almost spat blood on the spot. A small circle appeared beneath his feet, visible only to him and immovable. This was equivalent to an amplification field, like a buff in a game. Once he stepped out of this circle, the amplification would disappear, and he would be no different from an ordinary person. Only within this circle was he the strongest. But damn, this circle made it hard to even squat down to take a shit, and it could only fit one more person at most. How the hell was he supposed to fight? As long as the people outside didn't step into the circle, they could just punch and kick him, and he would be done for. Was this the elevator war god or the pitiful war god? Was this just making him stay in place to get beaten? Is it really that pitiful? Qin Shen was dumbfounded. He would have rather taken a few punches earlier and found a chance to rush out. Now it was too late to run. Catch him. The crowd surged forward. Qin Shen's pupils constricted sharply, and his super senses activated. In an instant, he sensed hands reaching for him from several directions. Qin Shen had no time to dodge and could only squat down immediately. Two veterans grabbed at empty air and stepped forward to grab the squatting Qin Shen. But the next second, Qin Shen's body seemed to be guided by some force, and his fists shot out like lightning. The two felt a sudden, intense pain in their abdomens, their mouths forming an O shape as they flew backward, crashing into several people behind them. Damn, is it that fierce? Qin Shen's face was filled with excitement. Just moments ago, his mind was blank, and his body was acting on its own. Before he could revel in his joy, his super senses suddenly detected several hands reaching out toward him from the left. This time, there were 3 people, and Qin Shen had nowhere to dodge, instinctively jumping back a large step. Ding, reminder, the host has jumped out of the field range. The elevator war god enhancement effect has disappeared. Qin Shen was taken aback. No wonder he had been so fierce just now. It turned out to be the effect of his ability. But this field was way too small. This was not the elevator war god, it was clearly a birdcage. At that moment, several veterans charged at him again, and a flash of inspiration struck Qin Shen. Then I can just jump back in, right? As the veterans rushed closer, they suddenly saw Qin Shen jump back in. He was face to face with a veteran, almost nose to nose. What are you doing? The veteran's eyes widened. Qin Shen grinned, and in an instant, the elevator war god was activated. Bang! 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 Lightning-fast punches struck vital points, clean and efficient. The veterans hadn't even reacted before they were sent flying, crashing into a heap. Awesome! Qin Shen was ecstatic. Although the range of the elevator war god was small, as long as his body remained within the field, he would receive the enhancement. Simply put, as long as he was in the field, Qin Shen was invincible. This was way more exhilarating than being One Punch Man. Catch him, catch him! Xia Dong shouted anxiously from outside the crowd. Slap! Qin Shen's shoulder was suddenly grabbed from behind by several veterans. You bastard, dare to make a move? Get the hell out! But before they could exert their strength, Qin Shen gritted his teeth and took a step forward, dragging them into the field. Then, he made a small backward jump, creating distance while stepping on the edge of the field. Sorry, everyone. While the 3 veterans were still dazed, Qin Shen had already thrown a punch. Bang! 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 The speed of his punches was so fast it was hard to see, and the mouths of the 3 veterans instantly formed O shapes. Their feet left the ground, and their bodies flew backward, crashing into a large group of people. Upstairs in the command building, Go Jian and Sun Nianqing were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the floor. In their view, Qin Shen jumped left and right in place. But with each jump, several people were sent flying. In just a short while, the soldiers surrounding him had been knocked down, with veterans sprawled all over the ground. What kind of fighting style is this kid using? Go Jian looked bewildered. It looks like he's dancing the cha-cha, but also like he's waltzing? Old son, have you ever seen such a powerful fighting style? Sun Nianqing shot him an annoyed look. You're the military supervisor, if you haven't seen it, how would I have? Go Jian continued to watch, his face revealing sheer joy. No wonder Wu Ziyuan is so desperate to bring him back, this guy is a talent. He should stay in our reconnaissance battalion. Ha, those guys from the Tianlang are really blind. How could they not want such a good soldier? Have they been kicked in the head by a donkey? Sun Nianqing looked at Qin Shen in the distance, nodding deeply. The soldiers from the 2nd company are all fierce. This kid can hold his own against them for so long and take down so many. We can't find a second one like him in the whole battalion. He must be prioritized for training. He must be prioritized for training. Go Jian excitedly clenched his fists. If Wu Ziyuan doesn't train him well, I'll help him train. Sun Nianqing almost choked on his saliva. He didn't even care about his face to bring Qin Shen back. I guarantee if you try to snatch him, he'll fight you to the death. He dares to go against me. Go Jian shouted, then looked over with a grin. Just then, bang, bang, bang. Qin Shen's fists struck the veterans. But these few veterans did not fly out like the previous ones, they merely felt a slight pain in their chests. The 3 looked at the places they were hit, then tilted their heads in surprise to look at Qin Shen. Qin Shen glanced at his fist, then at their awkward expressions. Damn, the time is up. The elevator warrior ability has disappeared. Look, there's a flying saucer. Taking them by surprise, Qin Shen threw a few punches at their faces and ran away. Bastard, how dare you mess with us? The veterans covered their noses, tears almost coming out from the pain. Don't run. Xia Dong squeezed through the crowd, using all his strength to chase after Qin Shen. You scoundrel. Don't run, if you have the guts, keep fighting. Just as he was about to grab the corner of Qin Shen's clothes, Qin Shen suddenly turned around, his gaze becoming incredibly sharp. Ha! Xiaodong suddenly felt danger approaching, but it was too late. The cooldown for One Punch Man was over. Qin Shen charged up a punch and hit Xiaodong directly in the stomach. Xiaodong's features twisted, his face quickly swelling. He began to rise into the air, the sound of rushing wind in his ears. He shot backward like a cannonball, knocking down the dozen or so people rushing in from behind like bowling pins. This is simply terrifying. Qin Shen smiled slightly and turned to run. Damn! On the upper floor of the barracks, Go Jian and Sun Yanqing were shocked, their jaws almost dislocated. Go Jian stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This kid actually sent someone flying 3 or 4 meters with one punch? Not just 3 or 4 meters, Sun Yanqing shook his head. If there weren't people behind him, he would have probably flown even farther. The company commander had a big smile on his face. A talent, must be cultivated. Squad leader, are you okay? The veterans who caught up immediately went to help Xiaodong. Xiaodong pushed away the person helping him and shouted angrily, "Don't worry about me, chase him." Ugh! Before he could finish his sentence, his stomach began to churn violently, and he collapsed to the ground, vomiting profusely. The surrounding veterans quickly stepped back, their faces full of disgust. In the distance, Chung Haonan saw this familiar scene and was so excited he almost jumped up. The squad leader finally experienced what I felt back then. He probably won't be able to eat all day. The other new recruits had mischievous smiles. They had personally experienced how fierce Qin Shen was. Although these were all veteran scouts, Qin Shen's strange strength did not discriminate. "Company commander," Chang Lei said with a smile, "I told you not to let everyone do this, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, we've lost face in front of the whole battalion." Wu Ziyuan's mouth fell open, stunned by Qin Shen's ferocity. He had thought Qin Shen was just decent at various military skills. As long as he showcased a bit in front of the veterans, he should gain their recognition, at most suffer a small loss. But he never expected Qin Shen to be this strong, and to take down so many people at once. "You knew he could fight all along, didn't you?" He glared at Chang Lei. Chang Lei chuckled, "I only knew a little bit. I reminded you, but you didn't listen back then." Wu Ziyuan was so furious he felt like exploding. If he had known Qin Shen was this brave, he would never have agreed to let the whole company block Qin Shen's door. Now it was over. The second company had lost face in front of the entire battalion. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Wu Ziyuan turned around sharply to see Qin Shen bursting through the rain, looking as excited as a child who had just blown up cow dung, running towards the gate. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched. Damn it, this kid is really enjoying himself. Now he regretted it deeply. He had only wanted to give Qin Shen a warning, to let him know that the reconnaissance battalion was full of hidden talents, so he could be more grounded in the future. But unexpectedly, Qin Shen had given the whole company a warning as soon as he arrived. With a whoosh, Qin Shen dashed past him. Chung Haonan and the others shouted excitedly, "Come on, Brother Luo. Brother Luo is the best. Brother Luo, you are the cotton candy in my heart." "Shut up!" Wu Ziyuan yelled angrily, "What Brother Luo? In the army, there are only comrades, not brothers." The group quickly fell silent, but still stuck out their tongues at each other, laughing and winking. Bang! Qin Shen rushed out the door, stomped his right foot, and stood tall with his chest out. He saluted Wu Ziyuan with force. "Report, Company Commander, I have completed the Veterans Challenge. Am I now officially a member of the 2nd Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion?" Wu Ziyuan gaped, staring blankly at Qin Shen, momentarily at a loss for words. "Don't run, don't run!" A group of veterans chased after him, panting heavily and glaring at Qin Shen. "What are you shouting about?" Wu Ziyuan growled irritably. Everyone was instantly frightened into silence. "Company Commander. What Company Commander?" Wu Ziyuan glared at them. "He completed your challenge, ran a lap, and took down so many of you. Now he's asking if he qualifies to be one of you." With that, he turned around angrily and walked away. All the veterans exchanged glances, then looked at the smiling Qin Shen outside the door. Xiaodong held his stomach and waved irritably. "What are you still doing standing there? Come in, ancestor." Oh. Chung Haonan and the others excitedly rushed over and lifted Qin Shen high. They shouted Brother Luo, happily carrying him through the door. Chang Lei, beaming, picked up Qin Shen's bag and followed along. As he passed by the veterans, he shook his head helplessly. "Why do you have to challenge the soldiers I brought out? You really like to make things difficult for yourselves." He then quickly caught up, carrying the bag. Everyone was speechless at this moment. Wasn't this digging a pit for themselves? Not only did they fail to establish authority over the new recruits, but they also ended up suffering a huge loss and losing face. Many fell like muddy monkeys, and a few were still bleeding from their noses. Damn it, we've lost all our face. Don't go, don't go. Xiaodong, supported by someone, walked over and looked at Qinshen being carried away, shouting angrily, I was careless just now and didn't dodge. If you have the guts, come again, one-on-one. Ugh. Before he could finish, he bent over and started gagging again, nearly throwing up his last meal. The second platoon leader shook his head helplessly. All right, let's carry the platoon leader away, he's embarrassing himself here. A few veterans quickly lifted him up. I'm fine. Ugh. Xiaodong was being carried away while still retching. Looking at his state, everyone felt relieved. Luckily, it was Xiaodong who chased after him, otherwise, they would have been in big trouble. The second platoon leader couldn't help but exclaim, this kid Qinshen is too fierce. No wonder he caught the eye of the special forces as a new recruit. He really has some skills. Heavy rain poured down. The corridor was filled with chattering voices. Go Jian and Sun Niansheng walked down the stairs and immediately saw the corridor packed with soldiers, pointing and whispering towards the second company. What are you doing? Go Jian shouted, startling all the soldiers into standing at attention. It's raining today, no training, so you have nothing to do, right? Isn't each company organizing some study? Go back. Sun Niansheng waved his hands to send all the soldiers back, but many still turned back every 3 steps. Once Go Jian saw they were all gone, he immediately turned around. What were they just looking at? Sun Niansheng looked speechless. When it comes to gossip, you're no better than anyone else. Company commander, the first company commander and the third company commander approached. What's going on with the second company today? Go Jian asked curiously. What happened this time? Look, the third company commander pointed. They just finished teaching the new recruits. Oh no. Is it because the new recruits were taught a lesson? Now the service team's soldiers are constantly delivering things to them. What's going on here? Go Jian looked over in surprise, and sure enough, 2 soldiers from the service team were pushing a small cart out of the second company. On the other side, 2 more soldiers from the service team were pushing a cart full of cardboard boxes towards the second company. This is already the 7th trip, the first company commander said. Are they trying to empty out the service team? Go Jian and Sun Niansheng were instantly bewildered. The people from the second company usually had fiery tempers. What was going on today? They had already established authority over the new recruits, and now they were preparing to throw a welcome party for them? When did these people change their ways? Company commander, the first company commander said quietly, what's the background of this new recruit? I heard he was brought in by Old Wu, but why did he come back after going to the special forces? The third company commander also asked curiously, I think he's quite impressive, his physical abilities are outstanding, and he fights fiercely, taking down dozens by himself. Such a tough guy, and the special forces don't want him? Have their standards become so high now? Go Jian put away his smile and glared at the 2. It's not that the special forces have high standards, it's that our reconnaissance battalion standards have risen. Ha! The 2 widened their eyes. Go Jian snorted coldly, from now on, we will use this new recruit. No. We will use Qinshen's standards to demand excellence from our entire battalion. He is the training benchmark for our entire battalion. If you can't reach his level, don't even think about it. Whether it's raining or hailing, you will still have extra training. Do you understand? Yes. The 2 company commanders nodded helplessly. Why bother asking? They would have been better off not knowing. Go Jian waved his hand. Go back, keep an eye on your soldiers. The 2 nodded and turned to head back to their respective companies. Let's go take a look. As soon as the 2 left, Go Jian excitedly headed towards the second company. Let's see what they're up to. Sun Niansheng shook his head helplessly. Even the old lady at the village entrance isn't as gossipy as you. The 2, holding umbrellas, quickly arrived at the bottom of the second company building. As they got closer, they were instantly dumbfounded. The mixed aromas of various instant noodles and snacks rushed into their nostrils. In the study room, Qinshen was surrounded by several new recruits, while the other veterans were scattered around. They were happily devouring food while continuously giving Qinshen thumbs up. Qinshen, you're too polite. 1 bucket of noodles is enough, you added 3 more, how embarrassing. Qinshen, I can tell you're an easygoing person. Instant noodles, braised eggs, hail you snacks, we're good buddies, haha. Little Qin, you're too generous, bringing so many drinks. You shouldn't have spent so much. It's just a couple of punches, there's no need to give me 5 bottles of water. I'm too embarrassed. Qinshen chuckled and said, comrades, I apologize for any offense earlier. What happened before was my fault, but I promise, since the company commander and squad leader brought me back, I will be a good soldier and bring glory to our second company. Good, well said, he's one of our second company's soldiers. The veterans shouted loudly. Qin Shen scanned the room, his face full of smiles. Indeed, making friends in the army is much easier with instant noodles and sausages than with cash or anything else. He instantly won over the entire company. This kid really knows how to handle relationships? Go Jian swallowed hard. Sun Yanqing nodded deeply. He established authority over the entire company right after arriving, and now he's treating them to food, and so much of it? This is giving a stick to get a date. This kid really knows how to play his cards right. Watching Qin Shen fit in so well, both of them let out a long sigh of relief. They had originally worried that Qin Shen would embarrass the second company and might face collective trouble. They didn't expect this kid to handle the veterans so easily. He was quite capable. Yes, understood, company commander. Suddenly, two soldiers from the service team walked out of the next room, nodding their heads. Upon seeing the company commander and the instructor, they quickly saluted. Hello, company commander. Hello, instructor. Go Jin nodded. What are you two going to do? One soldier chuckled. All the instant noodles, biscuits, and drinks from our service team are gone. Squad leader Wu said we should go out and buy some more, and bring back a lot. The two immediately widened their eyes. Was this an order from Wu Ziyuan? No, this was completely different from the Wu Ziyuan they knew. Company commander, then we. Go on, go on. Go Jian waved his hand, and the two ran off immediately. Go Jian and Sun Yanqing exchanged a glance and suspiciously walked into the room. As soon as they entered, they were stunned. On Wu Ziyuan's desk were 3 buckets of instant noodles, several sausage skins beside them, and 2 bags of spicy chicken feet. The corners of their eyes twitched. Was this really the Wu Ziyuan they knew? Noticing someone, Wu Ziyuan quickly looked up, sucking the noodles into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. See company commander. Instructor. Finish eating before you talk, mumbling like you have a dead rat in your mouth. Go Jian approached to take a look. Wow, you finished 3 buckets of instant noodles and are gnawing on chicken feet. You've got quite the appetite. He glared at Wu Ziyuan, eating so much alone, aren't you afraid of bursting? Wu Ziyuan chuckled, I was going to pick up Qin Shen, right? I didn't need breakfast or lunch, so. Alright. Go Jian, with his hands behind his back, looked at him. You've changed, huh? Went to the new recruits and came back reborn? The Wu Ziyuan I know is a stern company commander, always with a straight face. What's going on now? Letting the new recruits treat everyone, and even asking the service team to go out for more supplies? Yeah. Sun Yanqing asked, if you're treating, why let the service team go out for more? Isn't that too much? Company commander, instructor. Wu Ziyuan smiled awkwardly. People need to change sometimes, you can't always be so rigid. I think Qin Shen is doing the right thing, quickly uniting everyone and integrating into the group. It's a way to do it. Sun Yanqing frowned. Wu Ziyuan, you're not forcing him to treat, are you? How could that be? Wu Ziyuan quickly shook his head. He volunteered. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. He chuckled. Company commander, don't worry, this is definitely within his capability. He has money. The corners of their eyes twitched. It seemed Qin Shen was indeed extraordinary. Not only was he strong in military skills, but he also had a good grasp of social dynamics. Sun Yanqing frowned. Wu Ziyuan, I warn you, this kind of thing must be voluntary. If I find out. Wu Ziyuan immediately smiled. If it's not voluntary, feel free to punish me. Alright. Go Jian waved his hand. We came here because we were worried that your company couldn't accommodate this new recruit, but it seems. He smiled slightly. We both saw the performance of that soldier just now. He's a good soldier. But I have to remind you, nurture him well. If you don't do a good job, then I will. Wu Ziyuan hurriedly waved his hand. Company commander, you don't need to worry about that. I know my soldiers, you should focus on other things. Go Jian's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had nothing to say. Sun Yanqing held back a laugh. I told you, taking his soldiers is like taking his life. However, Wu Ziyuan has indeed changed. At least he has become a bit more personable. I'm just reminding you. Go Jian coughed and turned to look. What are you still standing there for? Get some instant noodles for me and the instructor too. We're guests here, is this how you treat guests? Wu Ziyuan chuckled. Alright, I'll prepare it for you right away. Do you want braised eggs and ham sausages? Full set. You little rascal, you want to eat it all by yourself? Bring us 3 portions too. Go Jian clapped his legs. I only need 1 portion, Sun Yanqing quickly added. The heavy rain continued to pour down. The world grew darker. Only when lightning split the sky would there be a brief flash of pale light between heaven and earth. In the company commander's office, Wu Ziyuan sat in a chair, coldly staring at Qin Shen, who stood opposite him. You have some skills, huh? I thought it would take you a long time to get everyone to accept you, but I didn't expect them to like you right away. Report, it's all thanks to the company commander and the squad leader's good teaching, Qin Chen said loudly. Alright, Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. If I had taught you well, you wouldn't have chosen to go to the special forces and abandon us. Qin Chen's face turned awkward. Company commander, that's all in the past. I know I was wrong. I've come back to you now, realizing my mistakes. Xiong Bing. Wu Ziyuan glared at him angrily. I brought you back because of Chang Lei and your comrades, to spare me from seeing them look at you like Mang Jiangnu waiting for her husband. What a hassle. Qin Chen grinned mischievously. After spending so much time together, he knew the company commander was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. After all, Wu Ziyuan was someone who cared about his reputation. If he didn't acknowledge Qin Chen, he definitely wouldn't have brought him back. Qin Chen puffed out his chest. Company commander, does that mean I can go back to my squad leader now? Who said you could go back? Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly. Ha! Qin Chen was stunned. I'll tell you, Wu Ziyuan pointed at him, even though I brought you back, in my eyes, you're still a rookie. Qin Chen's eyes widened. Then where do I go? You won't make me a clerk or a communications soldier, right? I absolutely refuse to do that. Clerk and communications soldier? You wish. Wu Ziyuan stood up directly. Cooking team? Qin Chen stared in disbelief, almost thinking he had misheard. He had come back from the inspection team to pick himself up from where he fell. But now, being assigned to be a cook, he didn't want to lie down anymore. He wanted to be a good soldier. Company commander, Qin Chen straightened his chest, excitedly saying, I'm a soldier you trained. I ranked first in the assessment among the 3 divisions of the entire army and broke many records. You know this. You brought me back, and I passed the entire company's test. Even if you don't assign me to our squad leader, at least let me stay in the combat team? I have skills that can bring glory to our company. I promise I will work hard in the future. Wu Ziyuan looked at him indifferently. Are you done? Qin Chen's eyes twitched. Company commander, I know nothing about cooking. I only know how to train. Please keep me in the combat team. A talent like me going to the cooking team is simply a waste. Wu Ziyuan laughed, looking at him cheerfully. You think you're a talent? Qin Chen nodded vigorously. Wasn't that obvious? When we first met, I told you I was a once-in-a-century talent. First among new recruits in the entire army, even the special forces made an exception to recruit me. Doesn't that prove it? What new recruit can be as formidable as me? Wu Ziyuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, still so confident. Very good. Yes, you're right. Your military abilities are unmatched by all the new recruits this year, and even many veterans can't catch up to you. In this regard, you are indeed a talent, which is the main reason I brought you back. However, he said lightly, after you were sent back, I noticed you were particularly anxious. Qin Chen stared at him wide-eyed. Wu Ziyuan continued, you're a good soldier, but you're too eager right now. You are too anxious to show us all and to make up for your past mistakes. Wu Ziyuan patted him on the shoulder, but actually, those things aren't important at all. What matters is that we hope to have a comrade by our side whom we can trust to watch our backs, not someone who's always in a hurry to achieve something. Wu Ziyuan said seriously, go to the cooking team and take your time to hone your skills. There, you'll find peace. After a while, when you're completely at ease and no longer anxious, Wu Ziyuan smiled, I'll come to pick you up. He grinned, after eating your instant noodles, I have to take responsibility for you. Looking at Wu Ziyuan's sincere smile, Qin Chen suddenly felt warm inside. Back in the recruit company, he had never thought that this company commander, who always found faults with him, would one day care so much about him. Company commander, Qin Chen said earnestly, this time, what I said counts. I will definitely become a good soldier. The 3 companies of the reconnaissance battalion were actually in the same courtyard, each in a small building. Wu Ziyuan's office was also upstairs. Qin Chen walked out of the office and let out a long sigh. In the army, the combat team and the cooking team were 2 different concepts. Although they were part of the same unit, the cooking team belonged to logistics. No matter the assessments or selections, they had nothing to do with the cooking team. Qin Chen looked at the cooking team in the distance and took a deep breath. He didn't want to go at all, but he felt that Wu Ziyuan was right. Recently, during his time in the inspection team, he had indeed felt a bit anxious. He was afraid he might never return, and even if he did, he was scared of facing everyone, and once back, he worried that people wouldn't genuinely accept him. Go to the cooking team and find peace, Qin Chen exhaled, I will definitely come back. He strode downstairs, preparing to pack his things. But just as he reached the bottom, Qin Chen suddenly froze. The corridor was filled with people, almost all the officers and soldiers from the second company had come. A smiling captain walked over, Qin Chen, I'm the instructor of the second company, Li Kong. Hello, instructor, Qin Chen quickly saluted. Li Kong returned the salute, smiling as he patted him. Go to the cooking team and work hard. I believe you'll be back soon, the whole company is waiting for you. Qin Chen. Xiaodong glared at him. You hit me once, and I'm still feeling it. I didn't eat a single bite of the instant noodles and ham sausage, so you owe me. You must come back and treat me. Don't think you can back out. The second squad leader laughed. Don't listen to him. Since you've entered our door today, you're one of us in the second company. We ate your stuff, so we're comrades now. No matter what you've done before, you have the courage to come back, and we accept you. The second company will always have a spot for you. Everyone looked deeply at Qin Chen. Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and others stood tall, their eyes filled with reluctance. Hao Duo was already in tears. If there weren't others around, he would have rushed up to hug Qin Chen. They had finally met, thinking they could be together, but before they could share a few whispered words, Qin Chen was assigned to the cooking team. This group of brothers from the recruit company felt a deep sense of loss. Qin Chen's gaze swept over everyone, his heart churning like a storm. We rise and fall together, share honor and disgrace. I will definitely be back soon. After saying that, he saluted vigorously. Whoosh! All the veterans returned the salute in unison. We'll wait for you to come back. At that moment, Qin Chen's eyes were incredibly moist. He suddenly felt grateful to Hu Fei for sending him back. Otherwise, he might never have experienced what it felt like to trust his comrades with his back. Let's go. Chang Lei came over, picked up his bag, and smiled. I'll take you. Yes, squad leader. Qin Chen rubbed his eyes, picked up another bag, and followed him toward the cooking team. Although they were in the same unit, after he went to the cooking class, he could no longer train, eat, or rest with everyone. Qin Chen walked slowly, feeling a bit lost inside. Luo Gu is gone. Haodwood was tears streamed down like the heavy rain outside. What are you crying for? Cheng Haonan glared at him irritably. It's not like we're visiting Luo Ji's grave, he's still alive. But he just saw us, and now he has to part ways with us again. Hao Duo wiped his eyes. Cheng Haonan's mouth twitched, and he remained silent, feeling sad. Zheng Qian patted Hao Duo. Don't be sad, Duo. The cooking class isn't far from us. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. And you have to believe in Luo Gu. He looked at Qin Chen's back. Luo Gu said he would find us, and he really means it. Otherwise, he wouldn't come back. We'll wait for him to return, it won't be long. Hao Duo paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, tears everywhere. Right. Luo Gu keeps his word, he really does. The cafeteria wasn't far, it took just 5 minutes to get there. I will walk you in. Chang Lei handed the bag to Qin Chen and smiled slightly at him. Qin Chen, you mustn't blame yourself. I'm really happy for you to go to the special forces. Being sent back isn't a big deal, you're just not mature enough yet. In the squad leader's eyes, you'll always be a good soldier. To have a soldier like you is my pride. I'll wait for you to come back in the combat class. Qin Chen nodded firmly. Squad leader, don't worry, it won't be long before I definitely come back. Chang Lei smiled broadly, glanced into the cooking class, and then lowered his voice. The cooking class is full of hidden talents. The company commander sent you here for a reason. When you get there, be humble, and humble again. Don't cause trouble like in the recruit company. Remember, you must absolutely get along well with your comrades. Seeing his serious expression, Qin Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had long heard that the cooking class was full of experts, and it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Qin Chen even began to imagine scenes of various masters flying around in the cooking class. Squad leader, don't worry, I'm not the old me anymore. I will definitely get along well with everyone and integrate with them. Chang Lei smiled awkwardly. Alright, then you can go in, I'm leaving. After saying that, the two saluted each other. Chang Lei held up his umbrella and turned to run into the rain. Qin Chen silently watched his back for a long time, then sighed deeply. Where you fall, you get up from there. If you want to get up, you have to start over. He turned his head to look in the direction of the kitchen, instantly filled with confidence again. Let's start from here. What's so great about a small cooking class? I'll take it down easily. He picked up his bag and strode inside. Report. New recruit Qin Chen, here to report. Come in, a lazy voice replied. Qin Chen took a deep breath, pushed open the kitchen door, and walked in. But as soon as one foot stepped inside, Qin Chen felt as if he had been electrocuted, and he froze in place. In the kitchen, 9 muscular men, each averaging a height of nearly 2 meters and built like double-door refrigerators, were all staring at him in unison. Moreover, each of them was only wearing a tank top, their muscles more impressive than Stallone and Schwarzenegger, fully exposed to the air. The entire kitchen was filled with an explosive atmosphere of hormones, and the mood became somewhat strange. Qin Chen swallowed hard. Is this the cooking class? Or is this a gay paradise? You are Qin Chen? An old soldier licked his lips, grinning at him. Come here, let the old soldier check your body. What the hell? The foot that Qin Shen had stepped in with immediately shrank back in fright. Old Qin, thank you for this air conditioning assistance. Deputy Commander Luo Jianghai said cheerfully into the phone, you really helped us solve a big problem. You have no idea, when summer comes and the temperature soars, our soldiers can't sleep at night because of the heat. Even with fans, they keep sweating. It would be great to have air conditioning. The soldiers will all thank you. Qin Jiaqing laughed, Old Luo, why are you being so polite with me? Thanks to you, my little Luo is well taken care of. This little thing I'm doing is nothing. Within a month, I will donate another 5,000 air conditioners to you, and install them for those remote units, so the soldiers won't suffer so much in the summer. Luo Jianghai said excitedly, Old Qin, thank you so much. I must treat you to a drink. Representing our military district, you must have a big feast. I know you have money, but don't look down on our wine. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily, of course, I will definitely come, and I'll make sure to drink you all pour, ha 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 ha. The two burst into laughter. By the way, Qin Jiaqing suddenly asked, Old Luo, how is my little Luo doing lately? Luo Jianghai chuckled, Old Qin, your son is really impressive. I transferred him to the inspection team, and since he joined the inspection brigade, he hasn't had a moment of rest. He's strict and impartial, fair and just, and he has raised the standards of the inspection brigade. Recently, he even earned a merit. Really? Qin Jiaqing laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. This kid can earn merit? Old Qin, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him for you, Luo Jianghai said. When he comes back, he will definitely be different. Qin Jiaqing smiled, then I must thank Deputy Commander Luo. By the way, I'll donate some extra things to their inspection brigade and improve their barracks. No, let's just rebuild it. What do you think? Luo Jianghai's face lit up with joy. Sure, I definitely agree to such a good deed. The two chatted a bit more before hanging up. Luo Jianghai shook his head, this old Qin, spoiling his son so much, even sending him to be a soldier. He really wants the best for his child while also wanting him to endure some hardship. Truly a parent's heart is pitiful. He smiled slightly, Inspection Brigade, you will enjoy good fortune with Qin Shen. When the barracks are rebuilt, you must thank him properly. But he still didn't know that at that moment, Qin Shen had already been taken to the division's reconnaissance battalion by Wu Ziyuan. On the other side, Qin Jiaqing lay comfortably in a rocking chair with a smile. Wang Rifa brought him a cup of coffee. Sir, you seem so happy. Is there news about the young master? Smart, Qin Jiaqing said cheerfully. It's because I used my connections to help you. Little Luo almost got you into trouble. As soon as I stepped in, he immediately went to a comfortable position. Now he's checking people everywhere and even earned a merit. He's really promising. Ha 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 ha. Wang Rifa quickly agreed. That's for sure. My face is also given by you, sir. When you step in, it's definitely different. He hesitated. The young master earned a merit, so even if he retires and comes back, there won't be any regrets. The only thing is that Miss Shun. Qin Jiaqing frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. No need to worry. He's now in inspection and can check everywhere in the army. This kid will definitely find a chance to connect with her. With his ability, it's absolutely no problem. Even if there is, I'll help him out then. He smiled as he sipped his coffee. Now I can rest assured. As long as he can comfortably get through 1 year and 9 months, he can retire and come back. What are you doing standing outside? Come in. A voice came, and Qin Shen instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Who is speaking? He glanced around the room. 9 strong men were leering at him, but none of them moved their mouths. Hey, are you deaf or stupid? Can't you understand human language? We let you in. Can't you see how little we're wearing? It's cold. Hurry up and close the door. Qin Shen's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. This time he finally saw who was speaking. Behind the counter, a head was peeking out, and it was indeed him. Just now, Qin Shen almost thought this was some pig's head. He took a deep breath, stepped inside, and reluctantly closed the door, but left a crack. If something happens later, he could still escape. These guys look too abnormal. I've already heard about your situation from squad leader Wu. The man behind the counter stared at Qin Shen, his square face full of righteousness, his eyes bright and piercing. You're quite impressive. The man smiled as he looked Qin Shen up and down. In our division, everyone, whether new recruits or veterans, is eager to get into the reconnaissance battalion. You're the first one in many years to skip the reconnaissance battalion and go straight to the special forces. That's amazing. This kid looks really promising. A few veterans looked at Qin Shen with even more enthusiasm. Qin Shen felt a tightness in his chest, swallowing hard. He couldn't really have fallen into a den of gay men, right? Was Wu Ziyuan sending him here to toughen up his character or something else? Alright, don't be nervous, just settle in since you're here. The man smiled. Now that you're here, do your best. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Jiumei. I'm the cook team leader. Put. Xin Shen almost spat out blood. Why you? Team leader, what did you just say your name was? The man snorted, I have 8 sisters, and after a hard time giving birth to me, they were worried I would be hard to raise, so they gave me this name. Is there a problem? Xin Shen swallowed hard. The cook team was clearly a place full of oddballs. He thought those 9 guys were already strange enough, but it turned out the team leader was the pinnacle of peculiarity. Zhao Jiumei. A big man named Jiumei, just thinking about it gave Qin Shen goosebumps. Let me introduce you, that bald guy, Shi Gang, the deputy team leader. A bald man smiled and waved at Qin Shen, his armpit hair sticking out. Qin Shen awkwardly smiled back, considering it a greeting. Ma Shui, Fan Yongjin, are chefs, both first-class chefs, certified. Hi, the two made faces at Qin Shen, winking. Qin Shen felt his chest tighten again. These two really didn't look like good people. Xiong Fei, sergeant, the one who buys groceries. Hello? Qin Shen jumped at his voice. This guy looked the most delicate among everyone, but his voice was the roughest, like a heavy pot smashing on the ground. Zhang Chada, Zhou Yong, Zhao Chang. These guys are all veterans. They can chop vegetables, make pastries, and sometimes cook. They all smiled at Qin Shen, and he nodded in response. Let me tell you something. Zhao Jiumei stared at Qin Shen. Our cook team is different from any other cook team. Because in the camp, we are the only cook team, and we are responsible for the entire camp's meals. Ha! Qin Shen's mouth dropped open. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Usually, each company has a fixed cook team, but they were actually responsible for 3 companies at once? Qin Shen's scalp tingled. He finally understood what the team leader had said earlier. This place was really not simple. It was equivalent to them doing 3 times the work of others. Zhao Jiumei looked at him. Even though you're new, don't think it will be easy. Our tasks are very demanding. We must ensure that every soldier in the camp eats well and is well fed. The combat effectiveness of the entire camp relies on us. So from now on, no matter what tasks we assign you, you must complete them with all your effort. Also, stop thinking about all that messy stuff from the combat class. You belong to us now, so just think about us. Qin Shen was so scared he wanted to cover his rear and chest. What kind of tiger wolf words were these? It's raining outside today, so just help everyone here. Whoever needs you, go help them. Yes. Any other questions? Zhao Jiumei looked at him. Qin Shen stared at him intently and suddenly awkwardly smiled. Class leader, I'm curious, our class is so formidable. How did you become the class leader? Zhao Jiumei was taken aback, and everyone turned to look at him in unison. What do you mean? Suddenly, a mountain rose behind the desk. Qin Shen's smile instantly froze on his face, his eyes nearly popping out. He thought others were already tall and strong enough, but he didn't expect the class leader to stand up and be a head taller than them. The oversized tank top clung to him shamefully, as if it would rip apart at any moment. It looked so awkward. Kid, you don't think the class leader is short, do you? Vice class leader Qi Gang looked at him. The other veterans burst into laughter. Did you misjudge? It's the table that's too low. The class leader is sitting to avoid back strain. Looking at Zhao Jiumei, who was like a towering giant, Qin Shen swallowed hard. This guy's head was almost touching the ceiling, at least over 2 meters tall. How could he not sit down to work? With such a strong body, always bending over, what kind of skeleton can handle that? Qin Shen gulped and bitterly said, I'm sorry, I was hasty. You kid, get your mindset right. Zhao Jiumei glared at him. Once you're in the cooking class, don't think about anything else. We won't use the old veterans' methods to pressure you, but as you can see, you're the youngest and the shortest here. Outside, you can be as big as you want, but in here, everything is about you being the smallest. Qin Shen nodded vigorously, his eyes already on these guys' pants. They were bulging, they really seemed a bit bigger than his. Fortunately, Chen Haonan and the others didn't come, otherwise, he would feel even more inferior. Get to work. Zhao Jiumei sat back down, glaring at him. Captain Wu told me you really want to go back to the combat class. If you come, we welcome you. If you leave, we will be happy for you. But, as long as you're here, you must do your job well. Yes. Qin Shen straightened his chest, his heart racing. No wonder everyone just now wanted to send him off in the corridor, making it feel like a life and death separation. No wonder the captain would say those words, and the class leader would say this place is full of hidden talents, urging him to get along well with everyone. This really isn't a place for ordinary people. Wanting to leave here is truly not easy. Xiao Qin, come work with me. Ma Shui waved at him with a smile. Qin, come work with me. Xiao Luoluo, come here, good boy. Several veterans were throwing flirtatious glances and beckoning him with lewd smiles, their chest muscles occasionally flexing. Qin Shen's body was covered in goosebumps, and his toes were tense. Should he go over or not? Wu Ziyuan, what are you up to? With a bang, the office door was pushed open, and Go Jian stormed in angrily. "Hello, Captain." Chang Lei and Xia Dong quickly stood up straight. Wu Ziyuan saluted. "What's wrong, Captain?" Go Jian took a deep breath and waved his hand. "You two, go out first." "Yes." The two saluted and hurried out. "What's wrong with the captain? Could it be hemorrhoids acting up?" Chang Lei asked curiously. Xia Dong turned back to look and smiled faintly. "It's probably about that soldier." "Qin Chen?" Chang Lei was surprised. "Who else could it be?" Xia Dong smiled slightly. "Our captain loves good soldiers the most. As long as they have the ability, he can be friendly with them. That kid made us look bad right from the start. He must be a treasure in the eyes of the company commander. If the platoon leader puts him in the cooking team now, the company commander will definitely be unhappy." Chang Lei's face was full of smiles. "So, Qin Chen can dream on." Xia Dong said irritably. "Have you forgotten who our platoon leader is?" Chang Lei's smile instantly froze. True, with the platoon leader's temper, he dares to slam the table even in front of the division commander. He bitterly smiled to himself. "Qin Chen, you have to hold on well in the cooking team. Are you going against me?" Go Jian glared at Wu Ziyuan. "I just told you to cultivate him well, and you sent him to the cooking team right after. Are you out of your mind, burning up to 50 degrees? Such a good soldier, and you send him to the cooking team to cook? Does the cooking team need him? The combat team needs him." Wu Ziyuan's face was sprayed with saliva. If it were Gao Kun, he would have definitely slammed the table, but Go Jian's status in his mind was different. He smiled and wiped his face. "Company commander, you've been a bit irritable lately. Drink some chrysanthemum tea, the taste is too strong." "It's all because of you," Go Jian shouted, pointing at him. "Hurry up and bring him back. If you don't go, I'll go myself." "Company commander." Wu Ziyuan smiled and held him back. "Don't move, let me talk to you for a moment." Go Jian angrily sat down. "Spit it out." Wu Ziyuan sat across from him with a grin. "Company commander, you know me, I love good soldiers the most. Qin Chen's military abilities are quite good in all aspects, but his mindset is a bit too lively." He slowly retracted his smile. "You also know our company. Back then, whether it was fighting the Japanese or going to battle against the Koreans, our company lost its structure several times. But every time, the predecessors who survived in our company brought the others back. What we need are comrades we can trust our lives with. But he still lacks that little bit." Go Jian glared at him fiercely. "Then you teach him." "I am teaching him," Wu Ziyuan said. "You also know Zhao Jiumei from the cooking team. In our entire division, there's no one more reliable than him. If Qin Chen can settle down in the cooking team, he will definitely become the soldier I want, and I will personally go bring him back." Seeing Go Jian's tightly furrowed brows, Wu Ziyuan said seriously, "Company commander, he is a good piece of steel, but it needs to be tempered with fierce fire to be forged into an extraordinary sword. I know what you're thinking. I believe that since he dared to come back with me, he will definitely change. In the future, he might even become the backbone of our company, but the premise is that he needs a little time." Go Jian stared at him intently, and after a long while, he exhaled. "All right, let's do it your way, give him some time. That Zhao Jiumei is also capable. It's good for him to stay under him. But," he fixed his gaze on Wu Ziyuan, "don't take too long. I don't want such a good soldier to waste too much time in the cooking team. I will talk to Zhao Jiumei." Wu Ziyuan nodded. "I'm off." Go Jian suddenly stood up and stormed out. Wu Ziyuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. The division was spreading that he was an iron-faced company commander. But compared to Go Jian, he was still a bit lacking. "Qin Chen." Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. "You should be getting along well with those people in the cooking team now, right?" Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Qin Chen's eyes were wide open, staring hard at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep, he really couldn't sleep. These guys snored louder than each other, especially the squad leader Zhao Jiumei, whose snoring even had curves. It was like a magical sound, echoing around him in 3 dimensions. Qin Chen covered his head with the quilt. "Who can give me a punch to help me fall asleep? Help me." He didn't know how long it had been before he finally fell into a drowsy sleep. In his dream, Zhao Jiumei and a few others were laughing and surrounding him in a circle, each with a mischievous glint in their eyes. But Qin Chen found he couldn't move at all. He wanted to run but couldn't, just watching them approach him with wide eyes. He was so scared that he suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. But the next second, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" and immediately shrank back into the corner of the wall. He saw Zhao Jiumei and the others gathered by the bed, glaring at him. Qin Chen quickly covered his chest. What are you doing? What are you doing?" Yelling like a ghost, "Hurry up and get out of bed, we have work to do." After saying that, they turned and walked outside. Qin Chen watched their backs, letting out a huge sigh of relief, feeling his back drenched in sweat. He had to wear more clothes to sleep tomorrow night. It was too terrifying. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 4:30 in the morning. Damn, getting up this early? Shin-chan, hurry up. Zhao Jiumei's voice rang out from outside. It's going to be busy soon. Got it. Shin-chan helplessly got dressed and quickly followed them out. By the time they reached the kitchen, Zhao Jiumei and the others were already busy. Shi Gang and Zhou Yong were chopping onions and carrots with loud clanging sounds. Ma Shuai and Fan Yongjin each held 2 knives, chopping a lump of meat so fast that their hands were almost invisible. Jiang Chaoda was pouring 3 bags of flour into a large basin. Then, as if practicing Tai Chi, he moved his hands in sync with the large basin of dough. After finishing, the 2 of them each grabbed a large pot and dashed towards the stove. Shin-chan swallowed hard. Looking at them now, these guys really did seem like martial arts masters. How could normal people work like this? Shin-chan, light the fire. Zhao Jiumei shouted while busy. Okay. Shin-chan rushed to the stove. Is it this one? Yes, light all 4 burners. Can you do it? I can. Lighting a fire is easy. Shin-chan picked up a match from the side, looked around, and found a pile of old newspapers, so he grabbed them. After lighting one, he stuffed it in, but the paper burned out without igniting the fire. Class leader, I can't get it to light. You have to turn on the gas, you idiot. Shin-chan's face turned red with embarrassment. He had never done this at home. Where's the gas? Everyone almost fell over, and Zhao Jiumei pointed over there. It's that one next to it. Just turn the handle, listen for the gas sound, then light it, and open the fan. Yes, the one you're pointing at. Oh. Following the instructions, Shin-chan turned it on and indeed heard a hissing sound of gas. He then lit the newspaper again and put it in, turning on 2 valves in the process. Boom! 2 loud bangs accompanied by bursts of flames sent both large pots flying, scaring Shin-chan to retreat quickly. Clang, clang. The 2 pots crashed heavily onto the stove, shaking the entire surface violently. Are you trying to kill someone? Everyone shouted in panic. Shin-chan looked innocent. Class leader, I've never done this before. Then stop showing off. Zhao Jiumei said sternly, whether in the cooking team or elsewhere, safety is a big deal. If you know how to do it, fine, if not, ask for help. Don't show off, got it? Yes. Shin-chan nodded vigorously. Go help Jiang Chaoda with the dough. Yes. Shin-chan ran over, and Jiang Chaoda smiled and said, help me pour in some water. Okay. Shin-chan picked up a bucket and poured water into the flour as instructed. Don't worry about it, Jiang Chaoda smiled and said, everyone is the same when they first come, just get familiar with it slowly. Listen to the class leader and ask questions. We're all easy to talk to. Looking at the smile on his face, Shin-chan felt a bit better inside. Since joining the army, he has been able to handle everything with ease, except for this. Fortunately, everyone has been very tolerant of him and hasn't blamed him too much. Suddenly, Shin-chan felt that the outward appearances and inner selves of these people seemed to be different. His preconceived notions about the cooking team gradually began to change. After breakfast, Shin-chan set his tray down, stood up, and stretched lazily. The soreness in his waist made him grimace in discomfort. The work in the cooking team was anything but easy. Just organizing the plates for the entire camp could be exhausting, even more so than training in the combat team. Shin-chan shook his head helplessly. Adapting really isn't something that can be done in a short time. By the way, hasn't the task released by the system been completed yet? Didn't I successfully enter the reconnaissance battalion, and hasn't the second company accepted me? He scratched his head, but the system didn't respond at all. Perhaps I need to go back and fully become a member of the second company for the task to be considered complete. He took a deep breath. I need to work harder. If I want to complete the task and go after that damn Tianlang, I must first get out of here. Shin-chan, what are you doing? Come to the back. Zhao Jiumei's voice rang out again, like a death knell. Shin-chan immediately ran to the back. Behind the kitchen was an open space, with a water tower standing there, and beneath it were 4 large stoves. At that moment, the veterans were all gathered around the water tower exercising. Xiong Fei was doing a handstand with 2 fingers and was also doing shoulder supports up and down. Shi Gang lay on the grass, holding up Jiang Chaoda like a stick, his body straight as he rhythmically did bench presses. And in Jiang Chaoda's hands, he was surprisingly holding 2 dumbbells, swinging them up and down. The most impressive was Zhao Jiumei, who was squatting while carrying Ma Shuai and Fan Yongjin, using the water tower for support. Shin-chan was shocked and dumbfounded. These people are really not normal. This training is too extreme. What are you standing there for? Come over here. Zhao Jiumei turned his head and shouted. Shin-chan hurriedly walked up to him. Zhao Jiumei, drenched in sweat, looked at him. In our cooking team, we can't neglect training just because we cook. Don't think that once you're in the cooking team, you can skip training. After breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we all have to do physical training. Now that you're here, you'll join us. Yes. Shin-chan puffed out his chest. Don't misunderstand, Zhao Jiumei said while squatting. The reason we train is so we can better serve the entire camp. Without a good body, we can't do our job. Understood. Shin-chan nodded, then curiously asked, Squad leader, your military quality must be top-notch, right? Everyone burst into laughter, leaving Shin-chan confused. What did I say wrong? What top-notch soldiers? Zhao Jiumei laughed. As I just told you, we train just to fulfill our duties. The combat team trains to enhance combat effectiveness and protect the country, while we ensure the combat team has the strength to train. Wherever you are, just do your job well, don't think about things you shouldn't, and focus on doing your own work. That's what makes a good soldier. Shin-chan was taken aback. Is that all it takes to be a good soldier? So simple? Looking at your thin arms and legs, you won't be able to keep up with our training for now. So, let's start with the basics, beginning with chopping wood. Ha? Chopping wood is also training? Shin-chan's eyes widened. Of course. Chi-gang pointed to the 4 stoves. We cook lunch and dinner here, and we need to burn wood. Where does the wood come from? We have to chop it ourselves. Zhao Jiumei nodded. From now on, the job of chopping wood will be yours. Over there, go grab an axe and chop, but be careful. Do you want me to teach you? Chi-gang said with a smile. No need, I'll try it myself. Shin-chan turned and walked away. Looking at a pile of firewood, he took a deep breath. When he arrived at the cooking class, he was completely a novice, knowing nothing. Back home, everything was done by Wang Rifa and the servants. He just had to stretch out his hands for clothes and open his mouth for food. He had never thought that one day he would chop firewood himself. The army was truly a great melting pot. No matter who you were outside, here it was all the same. Shin-chan picked up a piece of wood and placed it on the ground, then grabbed an axe from the side. The moment he held the axe, a sudden jolt surged through him. At that moment, it felt as if the axe and he had become one. Blade God ability. Shin-chan's eyes lit up. When he had acquired this ability, he had always thought it was useless. He thought axes and kitchen knives were things he would never use, but unexpectedly, it came in handy now. Looking at the wood in front of him, a surge of power suddenly welled up within Shin-chan. He hadn't tried it yet, so he wanted to see how this ability worked. Shin-chan raised the axe high, and in an instant, his right hand moved up while his left hand gripped the lower end of the axe, creating a beautiful arc in the air. With a whoosh, the axe came crashing down. Bang! The thick piece of wood was instantly chopped into 2. The veteran soldiers who were training all turned their heads, their eyes wide with shock. Damn! You kid, not bad, you got it right away? You're better than I was. It took me 2.5 days to learn this. Before they could react, Shin-chan swung the axe again, this time faster and with more force. Bang! The wood was once again split in half. But the axe only stayed on the ground for 0.1 seconds before he twisted his waist and swung it again. Bang! Another piece of wood was also split in 2. Everyone's eyes were nearly popping out. This graceful posture, this skilled technique, this kid must have been a professional woodchopper before joining the army, right? He was chopping better than they were now. Bang 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 bang. Da-day-day-day. By the water tower, Zhao Jiumei and the 9 veterans nodded rhythmically to the sound of chopping wood. In just a short while, Shin-chan had become incredibly proficient. After finishing one section of firewood, he swung the axe like he was playing golf. All the chopped wood rolled neatly to the side, some even flying up and landing perfectly together. The axe spun in the air, directly picking up a piece of wood and accurately smashing it onto the ground. The next second, the axe had already come down. The axe in Shin-chan's hand was like it had a spring. As soon as it touched the ground, it bounced right back up. Before the split would even hit the ground, a round log had already been chopped into 8 pieces. Immediately after, Shin-chan swung the axe again, turning 8 pieces into 16, and 16 into 32. Bang! The thin firewood was sent flying to the side, stacked neatly. Is this kid about to finish a whole pile of firewood? Chi-gang's mouth dropped open. The pile of firewood that had once looked like a small mountain was now reduced to a third. Everyone swallowed hard. This was the amount they would chop in 3 days. This kid looks like he's really enjoying it. Look at the smile on his face. Xiongfei said in disbelief, look at the firewood he's chopping. The sizes are almost identical, as if measured with a ruler. Squad leader. Ma Shuai said with a bitter face, don't let him chop anymore. If he keeps going, who will have the face to chop firewood in the future? Everyone looked at the squad leader, and Zhao Jiumei swallowed hard. Not to mention they wouldn't even dare to chop firewood in the future. Compared to Shin-chan, the firewood they chopped looked like it had been chewed by a dog. What he was chopping wasn't firewood, it was art. Shin-chan. Hey! Shin-chan turned back to look. What's up, squad leader? Come here, no need to chop anymore. It's fine, I can chop more. Qin Shen chuckled. To be honest, this job is quite interesting. I think I've found my rhythm. He was enjoying himself so much that he couldn't stop. As he spoke, he tossed the wood into the air, twirling the axe around. Bang! 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 The knife god ability activated, and a whole piece of wood was split into 6 pieces mid-air. Stop chopping! 10 people almost shouted in unison. Qin Shen was startled. What's wrong? That's enough. Zhao Jiumei swallowed hard and said, chopping so much firewood won't be burned anytime soon. That's plenty, just leave some for tomorrow, don't finish it all. It's fine, I'll do something else tomorrow, I have plenty to learn. I'll finish it quickly. Qin Shen swung his arm, the axe drawing beautiful arcs around him. Class leader, you can keep going. How can I keep going? Zhao Jiumei replied irritably, they're working hard, can I really stop them? Everyone sighed helplessly, and for a moment, no one felt like training anymore, turning their heads away. If they kept watching, they would feel utterly embarrassed. 20 minutes later, Qin Shen let out a comfortable sigh. This feels great. He had truly found his groove. The knife god ability was indeed powerful. With just a sea-level ability, he could wield such a heavy axe like a small knife. He had just learned that if he maxed out the knife god ability, the axe would feel like it was part of him, like an extension of his body. Qin Shen smiled broadly. It seemed that none of the abilities given by the system were useless. Class leader, he walked up to everyone, if there's anything wrong with my chopping, you must tell me, I will definitely improve. Everyone felt as if they had been slapped hard. How could this be considered bad? How were they supposed to live? Zhao Jiumei awkwardly smiled. Well, it's quite good. You've already reached our class's average standard, just keep it up. Great. Qin Shen nodded. I'll practice a bit more. I feel like I can chop even finer, like the thickness of chopsticks, which would burn better. All the veterans looked at Zhao Jiumei in fright. Class leader, we strongly suggest that you don't let Qin Shen chop wood anymore. Ha! Qin Shen looked at them in surprise. Weren't they saying he should train himself? Why were they stopping him now? Qin Shen, Shi Gang said with a smile, patting him on the back, chopping wood is just for physical training. I see your physical fitness is quite good, not at all inferior to ours, there's no need to waste time on this. Really? Qin Shen looked at their muscles and then at himself. It seemed he was still lacking quite a bit. Really, very really. Shi Gang patted Qin Shen's shoulder hard, almost knocking him down. Class leader, I think starting today, let Qin Shen peel fruits. Right. Ma Shuai nodded vigorously, peeling fruits is also a skill. In the entire camp, including the company and battalion, there are over 500 people, each needing a portion of fruit for every meal. This is a heavy task and an important test. Comrade Qin Shen, can you handle it? Everyone stared at Qin Shen, and the corner of his eye twitched. Was peeling fruit really such a big deal? Class leader? He looked to the class leader for confirmation. Zhao Jiumei stared at him seriously. Can you do it? I guarantee I will complete the task. Qin Shen nodded. The knife god ability includes a fruit knife. This was just perfect for the job. Zhao Jiumei smiled. Good, then it's up to you. The big stone in everyone's hearts finally fell. This kid was finally not chopping wood anymore. This would save them some face. Dishes are coming. Dishes are coming. Ma Shuai shouted as he ran into the cafeteria. All company members, come and serve the dishes. Coming. What delicious food did we make today? A group of soldiers excitedly rushed into the kitchen. For the hard training scouts, the happiest moments of the day are eating and sleeping. This is also their rare time to rest. Wow, it smells so good. Squad leader Zhao, your braised pork ribs are even better than what my mom makes. Today's fish is also great. It smells so good. I'm drooling. Hearing everyone's compliments, Zhao Jiumei couldn't stop smiling, and the others were all beaming as well. Eating and sleeping is the joy of the combat team. Hearing everyone praise and affirm the food is the only happiness for these cooks. As long as everyone is satisfied and happy with their meal, no matter how bitter or tiring it is, it's worth it. Watching the dishes being served one by one, Zhao Jiumei shouted, all squads, go to the small room to get the fruit. One by one, the soldiers put down their dishes and ran towards the small room next to the kitchen. Just as Zhao Jiumei was about to turn around, a sudden gasp came from the crowd. He froze for a moment. What happened? What's going on? It seems to be over at Qin Shen's side, said Shi Gang. Can this kid cause trouble just cutting some fruit? Oh no, he didn't cut his hand, did he? Hurry, let's go take a look. A few of them hurried over, and just as they reached the doorway, they saw a soldier carrying a beautifully arranged fruit platter coming out. Zhao Jiumei and the others were all stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The watermelon was cut into a small mountain. The apple slices were arranged like a lotus platform. The bananas were shaped like lotus roots, surrounded by oranges, dates, and pears. creating a beautiful lotus pond. Even the edge of the plate had an orange representing the sun, looking stunning. Squad leader Zhao, you guys are amazing, this knife skill is simply divine. This is simply a work of art. Oh no, I won't even want to eat it later. Watching the fruit platters being taken away, the cooks were left speechless. Quick, let's go in and take a look. Zhao Jiumei and the others entered the small room, only to see Qin Chen cleaning up a pile of fruit peels. Qin Chen. Shi Gang stared at him in disbelief. Those fruit platters, did you make them? Qin Chen shrugged. Yeah, so what? I've reached everyone's average level, right? Everyone swallowed hard, all eyes turning to Zhao Jiumei. Zhao Jiumei, feeling awkward, was almost ready to dig a hole to hide in. Why yeah, you reached it. Qin Chen smiled broadly. That's good. But the first time was still a bit lacking. If I do it a couple more times, it'll definitely look much better. Everyone was taken aback. He wants to do it 2 more times? They suddenly turned around, pushing Zhao Jiumei out. Squad leader, what's going on with you? Zhao Jiumei was surrounded by a group of veterans. Shi Gang said seriously, we just wanted him to peel some fruit and cut some, everyone just gets 1 portion. How can you let him create works of art? Yeah, squad leader, Ma Shuai said with a bitter smile, he's doing so well. It makes us look incompetent, like failures, like we're dragging behind. Xiong Fei covered his face. We were just saying we'd teach him, but if he keeps this up, how can we face him? That fruit platter of his is worlds apart from what I made. I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Captain Wu sent him here to train him, but it seems like we're the ones being trained? Calm down, calm down. Zhao Jiumei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Let him do it 1 more time. Tomorrow, I'll have him cut vegetables and chop meat. He has energy, so let him use it all up. How about that? Everyone's eyes lit up. Good, 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 this is great, let's do it. The amount of vegetables and meat chopped every day in the entire camp is piled high. By the end of the day, he'll definitely be exhausted, and then Qin Chen won't have the energy to create any more works of art. Everyone turned around and immediately showed mischievous smiles. Sorry, little Luoluo, but don't blame us for stifling your artistic talent, you're just too outstanding, we're almost overwhelmed by you. Hey, what's going on in the cooking class? Go Jian stood up excitedly, looking at a piece of tofu carved into a sleeping Buddha, chuckling as he flicked it with his finger. Duong the tofu bounced back and forth, swaying unsteadily. Quite impressive. Go Jian looked around and found that every table had a plate of tofu carved into a sleeping Buddha. We must commend the cooking class. It's simply too creative, adding a touch of excitement to our monotonous lives. He said with a smile, come on, everyone, give a round of applause for the cooking class comrades. Clap clap clap. The cafeteria erupted in warm applause. In the kitchen, Zhao Jiumei and the others nearly knelt down collectively. Class leader, were you doing this on purpose? Nonsense. Zhao Jiumei said bitterly. Shi Gang looked at him with a bitter expression. This kid carved flowers on tofu with a kitchen knife and made so many sleeping Buddhas. He's clearly a knife master, and you actually let him chop vegetables? Exactly. Jiang Chaoda said irritably, all the bones he chopped are the same size, as if he measured them with a ruler. Class leader, are you trying to make us look bad on purpose to undermine our confidence? Fan Yongjin said with a wry smile, you haven't seen him cut potato shreds. That kid actually cut with both hands at the same time and could even turn his head to chat with me. I saw it, those potato shreds were thinner than toothpicks. Can we even work here anymore? Class leader, stop shouting. Zhao Jiumei covered her face in pain. I didn't know he was this good. This kid must have been the head chef among 800,000 cooks. Class leader. Just then, Qin Chen walked in from outside. Seeing them gathered together with bitter faces, he curiously asked, what's wrong with you all? Shi Gang quickly forced a smile. Nothing, we were just praising you. Right, we were praising you to the max. The others quickly nodded. Qin Chen chuckled, no need. I'm here to gain experience. But now, I'm really enjoying it. I've started to like it here. Ha! Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Class leader. Qin Chen said with a grin, I think my vegetable cutting is already good. Let me learn to stir fry today? No! 9 voices shouted in unison. This was their final bottom line. If Qin Chen learned to stir fry too, what could they do? They all looked at Zhao Jiumei and almost simultaneously lowered their voices. Class leader. Think of a way. With Qin Chen here, we're almost becoming useless. There's hardly any room for us anymore. Zhao Jiumei's eyes twitched, and she helplessly closed her eyes. She was already starting to regret agreeing to Wu Ziyuan's request back then. Was this kid someone who needed training? He was clearly here to train the cooking class. Quick, use the nunchaku, he. Quick, use the nunchaku, the benevolent are invincible. Wu Ziyuan sang while rhythmically patting himself with a happy soap. Suddenly, A large hand like a fan slapped him on the shoulder. Wu Ziyuan turned around in surprise, only to see a mountain appear before him. Zhao Jiumei was bowing her head, smiling shyly at him. "What are you doing?" Wu Ziyuan was so scared that he hurriedly stepped back, but his foot slipped and he fell backward. Ah! Just as he shouted, he found himself soaring into the air. Looking down, he realized he had been caught by Zhao Jiumei just in time. "Be careful, the ground is slippery," Zhao Jiumei smiled at him. Wu Ziyuan shouted in fright, "What do you want? Put me down, let go of me." As he wiped his head, he glared at Zhao Jiumei. "Jiumei, are you out of your mind? Even though everyone says your cooking team is like whatever, I've never discriminated against you. But you can't treat me like this. What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Jiumei glared at him angrily. "Weren't you about to fall just now? I was trying to help you, otherwise, your head would have hit the wall. So what if it hit the wall?" Wu Ziyuan growled, feeling wronged like a little wife. "I fell because of you." Zhao Jiumei felt a bit embarrassed. "Don't talk, just get dressed first." Zhao Jiumei looked exasperated. "Big brother, this is the bathroom. Then get dressed." Wu Ziyuan was furious. "Hurry up, quick." Zhao Jiumei had no choice but to turn around to get dressed. "Can we talk now?" "Go ahead, what do you want?" Wu Ziyuan replied irritably. Zhao Jiumei sighed helplessly. "The soldier you gave me, please, get rid of him quickly." Wu Ziyuan's brows furrowed instantly. "Qin Chen? What trouble is he causing now? Is he not working, or is he being negative about his job?" Zhao Jiumei looked even more distressed. "He works very diligently and actively seeks out work." "What?" Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. "Zhao Jiumei, are you out of your mind? He's working, and you still want me to get rid of him? It's precisely because he's too diligent that our whole team is running out of work. He alone can do the work of several of us." "What?" Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. "Zhao Jiumei, don't talk nonsense with me at this hour. Everyone in the unit knows your team's capabilities. One team can handle the rations for a battalion. A rookie like Qin Chen, who knows nothing, went to your place and stole all your work. Who would believe that?" "I don't want to believe it either," Zhao Jiumei said bitterly, "but the fact is, this soldier is really good. There's no need to test him anymore, just get him out of here. Leave some work for us to do, or else our muscles will be useless. Look at me, my biceps and pectorals have shrunk a size." Wu Ziyuan gaped in surprise, but looking at Zhao Jiumei's expression, it didn't seem like she was joking. Moreover, it was late at night. Unless he was bored out of his mind, he wouldn't come up with such a lie to fool himself. A smile slowly appeared on Wu Ziyuan's face. It seemed that Qin Chen had really changed. Old Wu, old Wu. Wu Ziyuan suddenly reacted. What's wrong? When are you going to take him away?" Zhao Jiumei said anxiously. "We can't keep up with this kid's energy in the cooking team. You should take him to the combat team to wear him out. Also, you said he's anxious and unsettled. I think you're just talking nonsense. Can anxiety make someone work so meticulously? Can being unsettled turn tofu into a sleeping Buddha with a kitchen knife? This kid is stealing our work and letting us rest. Isn't that called disunity?" Wu Ziyuan chuckled. Got it. You go back first. After I finish my tasks in a couple of days, I'll bring him back." "You better." Zhao Jiumei pointed at him. "You better keep your word." Of course. "You hurry up. You must hurry." Zhao Jiumei wished Wu Ziyuan would take Qin Chen away right now. Whether he was stealing work or not didn't matter. The key was that Qin Chen was doing a much better job than they were, which was really embarrassing. But how could she say that out loud? So many veterans were being overshadowed by a rookie. Didn't they care about their pride? Zhao Jiumei turned back 3 times as she walked away, and even at the window, she didn't forget to remind Wu Ziyuan again. After he had completely walked away, Wu Ziyuan suddenly burst into laughter. "Good kid, you managed to stay in the cooking team and even made these big perverts afraid of you. You've got some skills, it seems you've really changed." Zhao Jiumei walked dejectedly towards the cooking team's dormitory. In just a few days, Qin Chen had taken on the tasks of cutting fruits, chopping vegetables, dicing meat, and even kneading dough. Zhao Jiumei sighed deeply. If this goes on, what are we going to do? He knew Qin Chen had the ability, and in the end, he would definitely return to the combat team. But if he left, everyone in the camp would be used to his fruit platters and the various decorative dishes he made every day. If he suddenly disappeared, wouldn't the cooking team be scolded to death? Hurry up. While everyone hasn't fully gotten used to it yet, we must quickly send him back to the combat team. The cooking team is too small to accommodate this big Buddha. Squad leader, you're back. Suddenly, several old soldiers rushed out from the team, grinning and surrounding him in a circle. Zhao Jiumei quickly waved his hand. I've already talked to Wu Ziyuan and clearly expressed my stance. Don't worry, in 2 days, at most 3 days, he'll get Qin Chen out of here. Squad leader, you're confused. Shi Gang quickly said. How can you get rid of Qin Chen? Yeah, Qin Chen is such a good comrade. I've already considered him a brother. How can you send him away now? Comrade Jiumei, I have to seriously criticize you. You can't be jealous of talent. You can't push someone away just because the new comrade is doing better than you. Zhao Jiumei was stunned, quickly taking a few steps back and glaring at them fiercely. Speak clearly. Damn it! Didn't you all tell me to get rid of him? Now you're turning against me? And Ma Shuai, who the hell told you to call me Jiumei? Is Jiumei someone you can call? No respect. Everyone looked at each other and started to chuckle mischievously. Shi Gang stepped forward and said, Squad leader, times have changed. Hasn't the situation changed? Xiong Fei said to the puzzled Zhao Jiumei, just now, the instructor came to our team. The instructor came? What for? Zhao Jiumei immediately became nervous. They wouldn't be criticized, would they? Of course it's a good thing. Everyone started to grin. The cadres from the division came to our cafeteria for a meal today and praised our dishes, especially the fruit platter and the beautifully carved tofu guanin. They said we not only take good care of the soldiers' stomachs but also add a touch of color to their monotonous lives. So, the division is going to give us a commendation, and the battalion will also give us a commendation. The instructor also said that the division is preparing to invite military leaders to visit. As long as we perform well, we might even earn merit. Zhao Jiumei suddenly realized, his eyes wide open. No wonder these kids suddenly changed their minds and didn't want Qin Chen to leave. If this kid left, how would they earn merit and show off? The cooking team was just a place for cooking in the army. Earning merit here was even harder than in the inspection team. Such a great opportunity was rare, and everyone definitely couldn't give it up. Zhao Jiumei glanced at them. So, what do you all think now? Everyone looked at each other and said in unison, absolutely cannot let Qin Chen leave. He is one of us in the cooking team, our big treasure. Zhao Jiumei's mouth also curled into a smile. With your words, I understand. The next morning. Qin Chen, help me cut some vegetables. Can you slice these cucumbers like potato chips and keep them connected? Sure, no problem. Qin Chen immediately ran over and started chopping away. Qin Chen, come help out. We have noodles for lunch. Can you use your fruit knife to carve some designs? Little rabbit or little mouse? Carving a cockroach or a dung beetle is no problem at all. Do as you please. Qin Chen, help me flip a spoon. I need to prepare some dishes. Sure thing. Qin Chen rushed to the stove, picking up the large spatula for cooking. When he first arrived, he thought this iron spatula was for digging soil, but he never expected that the spatula used in the kitchen was actually the same as the one for digging. After all, cooking for an entire camp requires big pots and big spatulas. Qin Chen gripped the end of the spatula, and his knife god ability activated instantly, making the half-man-high iron spatula feel like an extension of his body. Clang, clang, clang. He was seen wielding a spatula in each hand, tossing the vegetables in the pot. Each piece of vegetable was evenly coated with oil and seasoning, looking crisp and tender. Outside the kitchen, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were almost dropping their jaws to the ground. This kid must have gotten in through the back door, right? Wu Ziyuan said in shock, could it be? His family runs a restaurant? Chang Lei looked at him in surprise. Can running a restaurant really get you into the army? Are they contracting the headquarters cafeteria? Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, his shock slowly fading, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Look at this kid, how is he doing now? Chang Lei swallowed hard. Anyway, I didn't expect him to blend in so well with the kitchen staff. So many new recruits sent to the kitchen either cried and went back or were thrown back. For Qin Chen to get along so harmoniously with them, he really has some skills. Not just some skills. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly, he has truly settled down. Don't be fooled by Zhao Jiumei's rough appearance, she is meticulous. If Qin Chen had any other thoughts, he definitely wouldn't be able to stay, and the kitchen wouldn't accommodate him. But look at him now. Chang Lei looked at him excitedly. Squad leader, can we bring him back? Wu Ziyuan shook his head. Zhao Jiumei wants me to take him away immediately, but I still want to test him a bit more to see if he's really genuine. Can he still be pretending? Chang Lei's eyes widened. Didn't you say Zhao Jiumei is meticulous? How could he pretend? But, Wu Ziyuan said lightly, Qin Chen is clever and cunning. He looked at Chang Lei. Before the division of troops, he had promised us in advance, and we all thought he would come with us, but he changed his mind at the last minute and went to the special forces. Promises may not matter in society, but they are very important in the army, especially for the second company. So, I need to observe him more. Chang Lei smiled wryly. He wanted to tell Wu Ziyuan that since Qin Chen was willing to be scolded and looked down upon by everyone, and still had the guts to come back, it showed he had changed. Was this assessment still that important? But the squad leader was the squad leader, who could change his stubbornness. He could only listen to him. Wu Ziyuan stared intently at Qin Shen's back. There's less than a month until the exercise, and I'll come to pick you up then. During this time, I hope you don't disappoint me. But he didn't know that even if he took Qin Shen away today, not to mention Zhao Jiumei not agreeing, the entire kitchen staff wouldn't agree either. Swish! A basin of water was poured on the ground, washing away the blood and pig hair towards the door. Qin Shen picked up 2 brooms and quickly swept the water, pushing all the blood towards the drain. He looked down at his dirty clothes and smiled slightly. Sometimes he felt it was quite surreal. Those who knew him before would never believe that one day this young master of the Qin family would be in the army's kitchen, killing pigs and cleaning up with everyone. In the past, for someone of his status, this was the work of crude people. But now, Qin Shen was particularly happy and found it especially interesting. Although it was tiring and dirty, chatting and laughing with these comrades was far more enjoyable than his daily extravagant spending outside. Whether it was buying yachts, private jets, or being pursued by others, those were merely fleeting moments of joy. But now, Qin Shen was genuinely savoring every minute and every second of happiness. During his time in the cooking class, he gradually began to understand what Wu Ziyuan, Hu Fei, and Shen Xinran had said. He developed a deeper understanding of comrades and soldiers. In fact, during this time, he hadn't even thought about how to complete the system tasks, and even the matter of slapping Hu Fei's face had temporarily slipped his mind. Clean up, it's getting late, everyone hurry up and get some sleep, Zhao Jiumei shouted. Tomorrow morning, we still have to make buns. Okay. Everyone laughed as they stuffed the sorted pork into the freezer. Zhao Jiumei patted Qin Shen on the shoulder. Xiao Qin, you're amazing. Last week you were still afraid to kill pigs, and today you're doing it one cut at a time, quick and precise, you've mastered the essence of it. Qin Shen chuckled, it's all thanks to the squad leader's good teaching. Don't be modest, you learned quickly yourself. Zhao Jiumei laughed as she patted him. Come on, let's go take a shower, you smell worse than I do. The two laughed heartily and were just about to head to the bathhouse when beep 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 beep. Suddenly, a piercing whistle sounded. Qin Shen's eyes widened. Emergency assembly? What happened? Light rain was falling, and Qin Shen, dressed neatly, stood in front of the cafeteria with the veterans, looking eagerly in the direction of the combat team. They're moving, Shi Gang pointed not far away. Looks like everyone is about to depart. Hey, that seems to be the division commander's car, Manhwa said. Right, it is the division commander's, Fan Yongjin said with a puzzled expression. With such a big commotion, even the division commander is here. What exactly is going on? Qin Shen curiously asked. Wasn't it said that there was an exercise in the troops? Like 2 units playing real-life CS. Could it be an exercise? A group of people looked at him with mocking faces. If it were an exercise, could we still be standing here? Besides, exercises are always announced in advance, and preparations are needed. I haven't heard anything about an exercise recently. Also, exercises aren't real-life CS. That's simulated combat, where both sides imagine the other as the enemy and fight to the death. Qin Shen scratched his head. I see. So what are we doing now? Shi Gang shrugged. Who knows, we'll find out when the squad leader comes back. Qin Shen looked towards the second company not far away, and an impulse to set off with them suddenly arose in his heart. But that impulse flickered and vanished. Although he hadn't been in the cooking class for long, every person here, every day, had subtly changed Qin Shen. He was no longer as anxious as before, he felt much more at ease. Because whenever he felt anxious, Zhao Jiumei's words would always surface in his mind. Every soldier has their own responsibilities, love what you do your job well, and you are a good soldier. Qin Shen silently clenched his fist. There will always be opportunities to go back. For now, focus on being the best version of himself. Oh no, my button popped open. Suddenly, Shi Gang's lamenting voice came. Qin Shen turned his head to see that Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei had all their buttons on their chests burst open, unable to be fastened at all. Why don't you sew it up? Ma Shuai said helplessly. We'll think of a way later. Looks like that's the only option. Shi Gang nodded. Qin Shen curiously leaned in. Everyone, I'm actually very curious. What's up? Everyone looked at him. Qin Shen chuckled dryly. Where did you get these military uniforms? Although Qin Shen had been in the cooking class for a while, he had never seen everyone in military uniforms. The cooking class usually didn't participate in training or formations, and since they had to handle the meals for an entire battalion, no one paid them any mind, so they dressed casually every day. This was the first time Qin Shen saw them dress so formally in military attire. However, these guys were just too big. The stylish camouflage uniform that looked good on Qin Shen turned into a tight-fitting outfit on them. Qin Shen couldn't even imagine what it would look like if they squatted down. Their pants would probably burst open immediately. This is custom-made, Shi Gang said proudly. The battalion commander arranged it specially. Custom-made? Xin Chen's mouth dropped open. Is there really such treatment? Ma Shuai said smugly, of course. We're awesome. Apart from the division commander, we're the only ones with this treatment in the whole division. But, Xiong Fei touched his chest. I didn't expect that in just half a year, we've grown quite a bit. The last time we wore it, it fit pretty well. Put. Xin Chen couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, covering his mouth. What are you laughing at? Everyone glared at him. What's so funny? And nothing. I just suddenly thought of something funny. Xin Chen quickly shook his head but still couldn't help but laugh. Hurry up, stop wasting time, we're all brothers now. Yeah, just say whatever comes to mind, don't be mysterious. Then I'll say it, okay? Xin Chen held back his laughter. You guys better not hit me. Stop talking nonsense, just say it. Qi Gang glared at him. Xin Chen pointed at them. You guys look just like the foolish son of a landlord, wearing clothes meant for an 8-year-old at 18. And you also look a bit like the second-rate soldiers next to Captain Jia. Ha ha ha. Old Ma, you look like a skinned bullfrog. This outfit on you is just too embarrassing. Even male dancers don't dress as flamboyantly as you guys. All the veterans' faces turned dark, silently raising their fists, which were as big as cooking pots. Their groins were already painfully tight, and everything that shouldn't be bulging was sticking out. How dare Qin Chen laugh at them? Everyone's faces were cold as they slowly approached Qin Chen. Hey, you guys made me say it. Qin Chen quickly backed away. Seeing the expressions on the veterans' faces, as if they were serious, Qin Chen's laughter abruptly stopped. Hey, it was just a joke, hey. All right. Just then, as Qin Chen was being lifted up by everyone, Zhao Jiumei rushed over. Everyone immediately put Qin Chen down and gathered around Zhao Jiumei. Squad leader, what's going on? Disaster relief, Zhao Jiumei said coldly. Everyone was stunned, and Qin Chen squeezed out from the crowd. Disaster relief? What disaster? Flood, Zhao Jiumei said coldly. Wei City was hit by a sudden downpour, and the rainfall was too heavy in a short time, causing flooding. Many places are already suffering, and since our military is the closest, the higher-ups ordered us to rush to the disaster area immediately to protect the safety of people's lives and property. Including Qin Chen, everyone became extremely serious. The word flood already represented how severe the situation was. Zhao Jiumei continued loudly, our battalion has already set out, and we will depart immediately as well. The battalion commander has assigned us the task to ensure every soldier is well fed, and if necessary, to cook for the people in the disaster area. At critical moments, we must also provide disaster relief. Comrades, the task is arduous. Do we have the confidence to complete it? Yes. Everyone shouted, in the first battle, use me, and I will surely win. Hearing these 8 words, Qin Chen's mind roared, and his body felt as if it was inexplicably ignited. Even Qin Chen himself didn't realize that when he shouted those 8 words, the blood of a soldier had slowly begun to merge into his very bones. Good, let's set off immediately. Zhao Jiumei waved her hand, and everyone immediately rushed towards the military truck on the playground. One by one, military trucks filled with soldiers sped past on the road. In the drizzling rain, the neon lights at the back of the trucks formed a scarlet stream. On an off-road vehicle, Xi Shengli's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with Go Jian's voice. Report, sir, the entire reconnaissance battalion has set out and is following the main force, just behind you. Good. Xi Shengli replied coldly, the situation is extremely urgent this time. When you arrive, your reconnaissance battalion will take the lead. It must be done beautifully and with momentum. Yes, we will not retreat as long as the flood does not recede. Go Jian roared from the other end. Just as Qi Shengli hung up the walkie-talkie, Gao Kun asked in surprise, Commander, the entire reconnaissance battalion has been mobilized, including that Qin Chen, right? Qi Shengli nodded with a serious face, since it's a full mobilization, it definitely includes him. Their cooking team is also made up of soldiers, they must step up at critical moments. Gao Kun anxiously said, Commander, have you forgotten who Qin Chen's father is? Qin Jiaqing donates money and supplies to our troops every year, and recently he is preparing to renovate our barracks. He only has this one son, if we... Enough! Qi Shengli glared at him, I don't care whose son he is, as long as he wears this military uniform, he is a soldier. When danger strikes, as long as he is a soldier, he must charge forward. Even if he is Qin Jiaqing's son, or my son, or the commander's son, they must all charge to the front lines. Gao Kun sighed helplessly but still hesitated, saying, but what if something happens? Mr. Qin might. Xi Shengli said solemnly, Qin Jiaqing is a patriotic entrepreneur, he understands better than ordinary people what the military is for. Since he has sent his son to the army, he should be mentally prepared. When danger comes, and the country and people need us, we are just soldiers, with no special identities, not even me. Yes. Gao Kun nodded heavily. Shi Xingli silently clenched his fists, although he had promised Qin Jiacheng. A soldier's duty did not allow him to protect Qin Chen at such a time. Everyone is a soldier, others have parents too, no one is special. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Shi Shengli sighed silently. Creak. The off-road vehicle suddenly slammed to a stop, nearly colliding with the truck in front. Shi Shengli and Gao Kun's heads hit the front seat hard, causing both to grimace in pain. What's going on? Shi Shengli shouted angrily, why did we stop? The driver, holding his head and enduring the pain, said, Report, Commander, the vehicle in front suddenly stopped, so I had to brake quickly. What's the situation? Shi Shengli frowned. We're rushing to the disaster area. Who told them to stop? Gao Kun immediately leaned out to look, then quickly pulled back. Commander, everything in front has stopped. What? Shi Shengli hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. Walking to the roadside to look ahead, he saw that the entire road was filled with vehicles. What on earth is going on? What happened up ahead? Shi Shengli shouted. I'll ask right away, don't worry, Gao Kun comforted while searching for the walkie-talkie. Hello. Meanwhile, Qin Chen popped his head out of the car and looked ahead. His eagle eyes activated, and the surrounding darkness instantly brightened like daylight. His eyes magnified the objects ahead layer by layer. This ability is really impressive. It could be used as night vision. Qin Chen looked a little further ahead and suddenly fixed his gaze. Why is the commander standing by the roadside? Qin Chen saw Shi Shengli pacing around like he was on fire, and his face was filled with confusion. Little Qin, what's wrong? Zhao Jiumei asked curiously. I don't know either. Qin Chen retracted his head. It seems to be blocked ahead. Many people have gotten out of their cars, and the commander is standing by the roadside. Qi Gang curiously asked, Squad leader, is something wrong? Zhao Jiumei shook her head. We just came out not long ago, and we are still some distance from the disaster area. What could happen here? Squad leader, I'll go find out, Qin Chen said. Anyway, all the cars have stopped. Zhao Jiumei nodded. Okay, go see what's going on, but don't get too close. Alright. Qin Chen smiled slightly and jumped out of the car. Commander, I found out. Shi Shengli looked anxiously at Gao Kun. What exactly is going on? Gao Kun said helplessly, landslide, a mudslide ahead. The original main road is now just a small path, barely wide enough for one vehicle. The B and C divisions have also arrived at the intersection, and it's a mess over there. Everyone is trying to get through. Shi Shengli's mouth dropped open. He didn't expect that all the cars stopping was due to this. Immediately send the guard company over. Shi Shengli took a deep breath and said, Control the intersection, we need to get through first. Ha? Gao Kun looked confused. Ha what? Shi Shengli snorted, in our C army, we always charge to the front. They can assist us, but they want to take the credit? They can dream. The three divisions of the C army have always been competitive, even shouting slogans louder than each other when they meet. Now that such a major incident has occurred, Shi Shengli naturally wouldn't back down. Gao Kun smiled bitterly. Commander, if we were to go ahead, that would be one thing. But the three divisions arrived almost simultaneously. If we want to go through, they want to go through too. If we send the guard company over, it will definitely lead to a fight. Disaster relief is the most important thing, Gao Kun said seriously. This is not the time to compete. Shi Shengli clenched his fists tightly. He knew Gao Kun was right. The situation in the disaster area was urgent, and for soldiers, nothing was more important than saving the lives and property of the people. It really isn't the time to compete. Shi Shengli sighed, but if no one clears the traffic, no one will get through. The people in the disaster area are still waiting. He could imagine that the area where the landslide occurred was surely in chaos. Everyone wanted to be the first to get through, but the more anxious they were, the more chaotic it would become. Go, have Go Jian bring the reconnaissance battalion and come with me. Commander, Gao Kun said anxiously, it would be best to notify the other two commanders and have them come to the scene together, otherwise, it will really. There's no time for that, we can't worry about so much now, disaster relief is urgent, Shi Shengli shouted, call Go Jian over. Commander. Just then, a dark figure suddenly rushed towards Shi Shengli. Shi Shengli was startled and focused his eyes to find it was Qin Chen. Qin Chen? Shi Shengli glared at him angrily. Who told you to run around? Hurry back. Qin Chen smiled broadly. He had originally just wanted to get closer to hear what was going on. He didn't expect to find an opportunity to make a contribution. Commander, I just heard everything. I have a way to solve this quickly. Qin Chen stared at him intently. You have a way, you. Shi Shengli suddenly looked at him with doubt. What way do you have? Qin Chen grinned. Just give me a phone call, and I can sort it out. You can sort it out with a phone call? Qi Xingli's mouth dropped open in shock. Are you calling the Jade Emperor or the Buddha? Two off-road vehicles stopped one after the other by the roadside. Division commanders Yan Jun and Deng Wanwan got out of their cars. Looking at the trucks all crowded on the road, unable to move, both frowned. Why has everything stopped? Why hasn't the road been cleared? Report. An officer ran over and saluted the two men. The road ahead is too narrow, only one vehicle can pass. Now that all three divisions have arrived at the same time, everyone is trying to get through, so. Yan Jun frowned. It must be Division A, they don't even consider the timing, still trying to rush through. Deng Wanwan cursed angrily, that bastard Qi, he definitely wants to be the first to reach the disaster area. It's always him who rushes for the first battle, we can't let him have it this time. He looked at the staff officer, has Qi Xingli arrived? The staff officer immediately shook his head, not yet. Deng Wanwan immediately smiled, old Yan, since old Qi hasn't arrived yet, let's not be polite. You come with me to clear the road. Yan Jun smiled so broadly that his eyebrows curved. Alright, let's be fair and just. You pass one regiment, I pass one regiment, and let old Qi and them go last. Good. Deng Wanwan nodded with a grin. This time, we will take the first battle. The two immediately walked towards the intersection, followed closely by a group of soldiers. The road ahead was piled with stones, leaving only a narrow path along the cliff for a single vehicle to barely pass. Coincidentally, this was a three-way intersection, which is why all the vehicles from the three divisions were stuck here. Make way, make way. A staff officer shouted as he walked. Division Commander Yen and Division Commander Deng are here. This road is now under the command of the two commanders. Everyone make way. Make way. What are you doing over there? Everyone step aside. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and everyone turned in unison. But in the next second, Yan Jun and Deng Wanwan were both stunned. They saw a dozen inspectors wearing white hats rushing over in the rain. The inspection team? The two division commanders exchanged glances. Why are they here? Yuan Hong rushed up to them, panting, and immediately saluted the two commanders. Comrades, please make way. Ha! Deng Wanwan and Yan Jun gaped. Yuan Hong said seriously, our inspection team heard there was a landslide here, and all the vehicles from the three divisions are stuck and unable to reach the disaster area. So now we need to clear the road and guide you to the disaster area quickly. Yan Jun and Deng Wanwan could only smile wryly. There was nothing they could do, the inspection team had that authority. Not to mention a small road, even on the battlefield, as long as it wasn't on the front lines under heavy fire, they had the authority to manage all military vehicles and ensure the road was clear. Yan Jun coughed and quickly waved his hand. Everyone step aside and cooperate with their work. Yes. The personnel from the two divisions immediately stepped back. Deng Wanguang smiled at Yuan Hong. Comrade, we are the commanders of Division B and Division C. Since we are here, could you let our people pass first? Yuan Hong smiled. I'll arrange it. After saying that, he turned around and began directing his men. Yan Jun and Deng Wanguang exchanged smiles. Today, Qi Shengli wouldn't be able to snatch the first battle. It was finally their turn. Come. That vehicle, move a little to the left. That one, a little back. Yes. Clear the intersection. Let Division A's vehicles pass first. What? The two division commanders' eyes nearly popped out. They never expected that as soon as the inspection team arrived, they would let Division A pass first. That meant they had come for nothing. This first battle still belonged to Qi Shengli. One military truck after another roared out of the checkpoint, speeding towards the disaster area. Squad leader, thank you. As a vehicle passed by, Qinshin poked his head out from behind the tarpaulin and waved vigorously at Yuan Hong. Safe travels, take care. Yuan Hong also waved back vigorously. Alright. The two division commanders looked at how familiar Qin Chen and Yuan Hong were with each other, and they were instantly furious. I said, how did this inspection team come at such a perfect time? It turns out they were invited by Division A. That son of a bitch Qi Shengli actually played this trick on us? Vile, despicable, shameless, I won't let this go with him. Old Yen, old Deng, it's really you. Just then, an off-road vehicle passed by the two, and Qi Shengli poked his head out with a smile, greeting them. Are you directing traffic for me here? Thank you so much. Qi Shengli said proudly, that I won't be polite. I'll take the troops to the disaster relief first. You two hurry up, don't delay things, come on. We're off, bye. Watching Qi Shengli wave triumphantly, the two division commanders were so furious they nearly exploded. Qi Shengli, damn you! The two commanders shouted in unison. Qi Shengli leaned back in his chair, grinning, feels good, really good. Lao Gao, did you see their expressions? Ha, they still want to compete with me for the first battle, do they have what it takes? Gao-kun smiled and said, "This Qin Shen really has some skills. He hasn't been in the inspection team for long, yet he managed to call people over with just one phone call. Impressive." Qi Xingli was all smiles. If this kid didn't have skills, how could he have brought the inspection team to block me back then? Suddenly, Qi Xingli's voice cut off, as he couldn't continue with that thought. It reminded him of the time Qin Shen had trapped him in the bathroom, appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the night and scaring him to death. It was a nightmare. Gao-kun noticed what he was thinking and awkwardly laughed. "Commander, Xiao Qin has indeed made a contribution. Look." "Alright, I forgive him." Qi Shengli raised his head. "I won't hold past matters against him." Gao-kun smiled wryly. "I was talking about his contribution." Qi Shengli glared at him. "I'm not holding it against him. Does he still want to take credit? He should be grateful I didn't make things difficult for him." Gao-kun shrugged helplessly. "Qin Shen, I did try to advocate for you, but you've caused too much trouble. There's nothing I can do." Ho. Qin Shen sneezed hard. "Who's thinking of me?" Qin Shen rubbed his nose. "It can't be that the commander is considering giving me some credit, right?" Thinking of this, Qin Shen's face broke into a smile. Although he had started to enjoy the easy life in the cooking class, his heart was still with the combat team. If he could earn some merit, he could return to the combat team. "Everyone, make sure to rest up," Zhao Zhomei suddenly said. "When we get to the place, we might have to risk our lives. This is the last chance to rest." "Got it, squad leader. Sleep now, right away." Qi Gang and Ma Shuai adjusted their positions, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. Qin Shen glanced around the vehicle and shook his head helplessly. Other vehicles could accommodate a whole platoon, but theirs could only fit about 10 people. There was no way around it. These tough guys were all big. One was worth 3. Lying down took up even more space. Plus, they had brought a lot of logistical supplies, pots, bowls, and other gear, so even if others wanted to squeeze in, they couldn't. "Qin Shen, here." Zhao Zhomei smiled as she leaned in front of him. "You really can do it, huh? You managed to get the inspection team over and made them so obedient. Those white hats are all like ancestors." Qin Shen chuckled. "What can I say? I'm just good at dealing with people." With one phone call, the inspection team dropped everything and rushed over to help me. They couldn't be stopped. Zhao Zhomei's mouth twitched. After a few compliments, he was already on cloud 9. Zhao Zhomei said seriously, "You should also take the time to rest. I heard this disaster is quite severe. When we get there, we might not even have time to drink water or catch our breath." "Understood." Qin Shen leaned back, unconsciously starting to imagine what the disaster scene would be like. His only impression was from those Western disaster movies. After all, he had never seen a flood in person. The more specific he tried to get, the less he could think of. Shouldn't it be too dangerous? Qin Shen let out a long sigh of relief, leaning against the car and gradually falling asleep. Beep beep beep, the harsh whistle sounded outside the car. Zhao Zhomei and the others sprang up as if they were equipped with springs. Get out, everyone out." Qi Gang and Xiong Fei grabbed their things and jumped out of the car. Qin Shen followed behind them, feeling somewhat dazed. Since arriving at the army, he had never experienced anything like this, and he was completely unprepared. As soon as he jumped out of the car, a torrential downpour hit him head-on, instantly drenching him. Before Qin Shen could gather his thoughts, Zhao Zhomei and the others immediately pushed forward. Beep beep beep, gather, assemble. A hoarse voice echoed along the path. Then a rumble of thunder shook the sky, and everyone's ears buzzed. Qin Shen was still in a daze when 3 bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, as if trying to split it apart. Qin Shen blankly followed everyone as they ran forward, his mind a complete void, while the booming sounds continued to resonate in his ears. He turned his head to look and suddenly froze. On the other side of the road, what should have been a town had now turned into a vast expanse of water. Murky water submerged the entire town, with many houses only showing their rooftops. Various debris floated in the rushing water. Some large trees nearby were filled with people, and the rooftops were crowded with others, all in a dire situation. Many people stood on the rooftops, and upon seeing the soldiers arrive, they all excitedly shouted and waved vigorously. "Comrades, we're over here. Liberation Army uncles, help us. Soldier brother, come save us, can you see us?" The entire town was in an uproar, with everyone shouting loudly towards the troops, even drowning out the sound of the rushing water. Qin Shen swallowed hard. Is this the flood? At that moment, he suddenly realized how small humans are in the face of nature. If the water were to rush even faster, a wave could come crashing down, and countless people below might disappear forever. Qin Shen had arrived full of ambition, ready to make a difference. But now, looking at the terrifying scene, he felt somewhat dazed, even forgetting what he was supposed to do next. It wasn't just him, many soldiers who jumped out of the car were also blank-minded. They were merely 18 or 19-year-old young men, while their peers were still in school, yet they were headed to the most dangerous places to protect the country and its people. No matter how many military skills they had learned, seeing such a terrifying natural disaster made them feel a bit scared. But everyone hesitated only for a moment. At the sound of commands, the entire unit quickly assembled. Now, there was no room for fear. "Stop dawdling, hurry up!" Shi Gang pushed Qin Chen. Only then did Qin Chen react, quickly following everyone towards the main force. Moments later, the entire division stood in several rows on the main road, organized by regiment. Shi Xingli held a loudspeaker, standing on a dirt slope, shouting at everyone, "A division, do you all see this? The flood has submerged the homes of the people and now threatens their lives. I believe many of you saw that when we arrived, the trapped citizens were desperately waving at us. Why? Because we are the soldiers of the people, the strongest support for the country and its people. When they see us, they see hope, they see the possibility of survival. Whether in times of war or when danger strikes, we, the soldiers of the people, will always be at the forefront, using our flesh and blood to shield the country and its people from all dangers. This is why the citizens are waving at us." Everyone's blood was instantly boiling, and even Qin Chen clenched his fists tightly. Shi Xingli changed his usual demeanor, as if he had become a different person, fiercely waving his hand. "We have trained our troops for 1,000 days, and now it's time to use them. We come from the people, and in times of crisis, we must act. Comrades, the people in the disaster area are watching us, and the people of the whole country are watching us too. Today, I am fighting alongside you on this land. If we cannot save the people and complete our mission, I, Shi Xingli, will not take a single step back, even if I drown in this flood. Absolutely not retreating, absolutely not retreating." Everyone shouted in unison. "Let the first battle be fought by me, and I will surely win." Shi Xingli swung his fist with all his might. "Let the first battle be fought by me, and I will surely win." Everyone roared with killing intent, their voices shattering the curtain of rain. Qin Chen also shouted along, as if he were about to ignite in flames. This was the first time since joining the army that he felt the weight of a soldier's responsibility so profoundly, filling him with pride. Seeing everyone's morale high, Shi Xingli knew the mobilization could come to an end. The disaster was as urgent as a fire. The people in the water could not wait any longer. All regiments immediately organized to go into the water and rescue people. Shi Xingli shouted, "We must conquer every attack and win every battle. Our division must save every person here today. Go. Granny, sit here for a while." A soldier placed an elderly woman on the hillside. Although she was already exhausted, she still managed to smile and said, "Our cooking team will prepare food for you, you rest for a bit." He nodded at Qin Chen and then immediately rushed down. "My home, my house." The old woman sat on the ground, looking at the distant flood, tears streaming down her face as she patted the ground. Seeing her heartbroken expression, Qin Chen felt a deep pain in his heart. He turned to look. The hillside was already filled with thousands of disaster victims. Soldiers from a division were continuously bringing rescued victims over. Everyone on the hillside had their eyes fixed on the homes swallowed by the flood. Their faces showed loss and despair. Some silently shed tears, while others cried out in anguish. Some embraced each other, while others silently stared at the pouring rain, as if they had lost their souls. Home, for the people of Longwa, was their root. Qin Chen scanned the area, feeling as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. He had originally wanted to come and make a contribution in disaster relief, but seeing countless people displaced and some even losing loved ones, at this moment, Qin Chen could only think how wonderful it would be if all this had never happened. No matter how great the merit, it could not replace safety. "Hey, what are you dazed for?" Zhao Jiumei nudged him. Qin Chen suddenly came to his senses. "Nothing, nothing." Zhao Jiumei looked at him, then at the surrounding disaster victims, and said solemnly, "Although the homeland is gone, at least lives are preserved. As long as there are people, there is a home. Houses can be rebuilt in the future, understand?" "Yes." Qin Chen nodded vigorously. "Hurry up, distribute the meat buns to everyone, don't let them go hungry." "Yes." Qin Chen rushed into the tent and poured all the freshly steamed meat buns into a bucket. He then took the bucket and distributed them to the affected people one by one. "Young man, thank you so much. Without you, our whole family would have perished. Young man, thank you for saving my life, thank you so much. Little comrade, you look younger than my son by a few years. If my boy could be as accomplished as you, that would be great. Soldiers are truly impressive." As Qin Chen distributed buns, he received countless praises in return. Some excitedly hugged him, some held his hand tightly and wouldn't let go, and some cried tears of gratitude. Every expression of thanks was heartfelt. Qin Chen's heart underwent an inexplicable change. He had never experienced such complex feelings before. glory, pride, and all of it came from the military uniform he wore. It was the word soldier that brought him this. After all, it was his comrades who saved people. He had only cooked in a safe place, doing nothing. The gratitude of the common people was all because he wore this uniform. Shinshen walked back with an empty basket, seriously looking at his military uniform from top to bottom for the first time since joining the army. Kid, what's wrong? Ha? Shinshen looked up to find Zhao Jiumei looking at him with concern. Shinshen forced a smile. Squad leader, I just went to distribute buns, and they kept thanking me and praising me. But they really should be thanking not me, but, don't think too much. Zhao Jiumei patted him hard. In the eyes of the common people, we all wear military uniforms. They are thanking all soldiers, not an individual. You just represented everyone in accepting their gratitude. Xiongfei laughed heartily. Shinshen, don't overthink it. When we get back, you can tell everyone about the people's gratitude, so they can be happy too. Alright, stop dawdling. A fresh batch of steamed buns is ready. Hurry and deliver them while they're hot. Zhao Jiumei said anxiously while quickly packing. The soldiers are already exhausted. Hurry, give them some energy. Shinshen, I'll go with you. I'll bring some water. Xiongfei said. No need, just leave it to me. Shinshen took a deep breath. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Let me do something. Xiongfei looked at the squad leader, and Zhao Jiumei nodded silently. He could see that Shinshen had changed a bit. He didn't want to accept so much gratitude without doing anything. Let him go. Okay, I'll continue cooking. Xiongfei laughed as he hung a bucket filled with water on Shinshen's back. Zhao Jiumei handed a bucket of buns to Shinshen. Hurry up. Yes. Shinshen picked up the bucket and ran quickly toward the shore. At this moment, the shore was actually the previous road. The water had already spread to the edge of the road, and it looked like it would soon submerge the entire road. Shinshen rushed to the roadside and shouted at the soldiers running towards him, Comrades, have some buns to replenish your energy. No time. Eat later. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Move aside, move aside. One by one, soldiers carrying sandbags rushed past Shinshen without even glancing at him. Each of them looked like a mud monkey, but their eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. Clearly, many had been afraid when they arrived. But now, they were like good steel tempered in fierce fire, transformed into an indestructible blade. Shinshen shouted for a long time until his voice was hoarse, but no one paid him any attention. All the soldiers threw the sandbags into the water and immediately turned back to run. Many were already swaying and stumbling, yet they continued to sprint back the way they came, ready to carry more sandbags, completely ignoring the buns and water offered to them. At least take a bite. You won't be able to hold on. Shinshen shouted anxiously. That soldier. A muddy captain rushed over and waved at him. Go over there, the ones switching out are resting there. Give the food to them, we'll eat after we switch out. Sir. Seeing him about to leave, Shinshen shouted urgently. We're racing against time, there's no time to eat, hurry. The captain ran off with the sandbag without looking back. Shinshen watched as figures rushed past him, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, he had forgotten the purpose of joining the army. To hell with the system, to hell with Shen Shinran. His blood was boiling with fervor. At this moment, he only wanted to be with all his comrades, even if it meant dying of exhaustion here, it was better than doing nothing. Shinshen tightly gripped the steamed bun, quickly making a decision in his heart, first deliver the supplies, then apply to the squad leader. He was going to help with disaster relief. Since he had put on this uniform, he absolutely could not act like a coward. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinshen picked up the bucket and rushed towards the place the captain had pointed out. Below the low slope, at least 2 companies of soldiers were lying on the ground resting. These soldiers were so exhausted they could hardly move, letting the heavy rain drench them. Comrades, have something to eat. Shinshen stuffed the buns into their hands one after another. Eat a bit, replenish your strength, just a little. An old soldier took a bun and flashed a smile revealing white teeth. Thank you. Hurry and eat. Shinshen smiled at him. We still have to go up later, eat more. There's plenty more if you need. The old soldier nodded and brought the bun to his mouth. Shinshen continued to distribute, but after taking a few steps and turning back, he was shocked to discover that none of the soldiers who had just taken the buns had taken a bite. They were all tightly gripping them, soundly asleep. And that old soldier, although the bun was in his mouth, was already snoring heavily. The corners of Shinshen's eyes twitched violently, his head buzzing like thunder. The soldiers on the shore and those collapsed in front of him quickly overlapped in his mind. Ultimately, they converged into one word, soldier. This was what Shen Shinran called a good soldier. This was what the company commander had been asking about, a good soldier. The basket fell heavily to the ground, and Shinshen looked up, letting the rain hit his face. His face was filled with a bitter smile. At this moment, he suddenly resonated with Shin Shinran's words. Compared to these real soldiers, he was truly far behind. Commander! No, don't! Suddenly, a shout rang out. Shin Chen was startled and quickly turned to look. In the distance, Gao Kun and others were desperately pulling Qi Shengli. Shin Chen was stunned for a moment and immediately ran over. Let go of me! Qi Shengli shouted, the flood is too strong, the sandbags have been washed away. The flood peak is coming, we must block the water flow now, I have to go up. Commander! Gao Kun shouted, you are the commander. What's a commander worth? Qi Shengli roared, I said I would fight here with my soldiers. If the flood washes past, I will be the first sinner, get out of the way. Commander! Gao Kun pushed him aside, if anyone is going up, it's me first. Bang 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 bang. At that moment, the sound of splashes echoed. Everyone turned back in shock, only to see one soldier after another linking arms and jumping into the water. Just as the rushing water was about to sweep them away, the next moment, another group of soldiers jumped in, linking arms behind the first group, holding them firmly in place, preventing them from being washed away. Second company, jump! Wu Ziyuan took off his shirt and smiled slightly at the stunned Qi Shengli. Without hesitation, he jumped in with instructor Li Kong. Bang bang bang! Following that, more than a dozen soldiers jumped in without hesitation. All stood in 2 rows, linking arms to hold back the rushing water. Iron-blooded second company. Wu Ziyuan shouted hoarsely. Never retreat! Never retreat! All the soldiers of the second company roared together, each using all their strength to hold back the flood with their chests. Wu Ziyuan turned back and shouted at the stunned Qi Shengli on the shore, Commander, we are here. This is our second company's position. As long as there are people, the position stands. The first battle uses me. Using me guarantees victory. Seeing his soldiers fighting fiercely against the flood with their lives, Qi Shengli's eyes turned red, and his whole body trembled. Just then, a massive wave crashed in. The formation of the second company was instantly thrown into chaos, and several soldiers were even swept away. If it weren't for the row of people behind holding firm, they would surely be doomed. Hold on! Qi Shengli shouted anxiously. He turned sharply, quick, order the second regiment to keep going. Hurry up and fill this in to block the flood. Yes. Gao Kun nodded vigorously and ran off. Boom! At that moment, a loud crashing sound echoed. Qi Shengli turned his head sharply and saw a wave 4 to 5 meters high crashing towards them. It hit everyone in the second company hard, and the human wall was nearly shattered. Qi Shengli quickly took off his clothes. Everyone who can move, jump down with me, help the second. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed past him. Qi Shengli's eyes widened as he saw Qin Chen leap into the water in a single bound, landing right at the front of the crowd with a splash. Qin Chen? Qi Shengli was in shock. Luo Gu! Cheng Haonan exclaimed with delight. Luo Gu, I knew you wouldn't leave us behind. Zheng Qian laughed excitedly. Luo Gu, Luo Gu. Hao Duoduo's eyes were filled with tears. Squad leader, class leader. Qin Chen called out loudly as he joined everyone, I'm back. In that moment, Wu Ziyuan felt as if he were seeing the brilliant Qin Chen from the new recruit assessment again, his eyes shining with light. It's good that you're back. How does it feel? Chang Lei asked with a hearty laugh. Qin Chen looked at him and smiled slightly. It's really good to be with my comrades. Good. Wu Ziyuan's eyes were red, his face full of smiles. Second company, hold firm. Hold firm. Everyone shouted hoarsely, their hands tightly interlocked, desperately reforming the human wall. On the shore, Qi Shengli felt his eyes welling up, but he had no time to be moved. More dark figures rushed past him. No, they were like small mountains. Bang bang bang! Zhao Jiumei and the others jumped into the water one after another. They linked arms, standing like a mountain in front of the second company. Class leader. Qin Chen's eyes widened. How did you get here? Zhao Jiumei and the others turned back together, grinning at him. You're here, so how could we not come? Our cooking team has never been apart. Whatever we do it together. Qin Chen, Shi Gang said with a smile, don't think we only know how to cook, we are soldiers too. In times of danger, we must step up. Exactly. Ma Shuai winked at him, if we didn't come and something happened to you, what would we do? So, we had to come. Cooking team. Zhao Jiumei shouted, hold firm. Hold firm. Qin Chen's body ignited with determination. He let go of the people beside him and squeezed to the front row to stand with Zhao Jiumei and the others. Qin Chen and Zhao Jiumei exchanged smiles, then stood tall. Facing the flood, they roared, come at us. On the shore, Qi Shengli could no longer hold back his tears, which fell like rain. Damn it! Qi Shengli wiped his eyes fiercely. You bastards, don't you dare trick the tears of the elderly. You scoundrels. Sir, look. There's been a torrential downpour in Weichang, and the flood has come. Wang Rifa approached with a tablet in hand. Xin Jiaqing set down his red wine, looked at the images on the tablet, and sighed heavily. The people here are probably going to suffer. I hope everything is safe and that there are no casualties. Wang Rifa nodded. The comrades in the army have already gone to rescue and disaster relief. It should be fine. Being a soldier is also very dangerous. At times like this, they have to risk their lives to save others. With such a huge flood, sigh. Xin Jiaqing frowned. Dear audience, this is Urban Golden Eye, reporting live from the front lines of flood relief efforts. At this very moment, our beloved soldiers, our most admirable people, have resolutely jumped into the water to block the flood, protecting the lives and property of the people downstream. The camera focuses on them, on our most admirable people. United in purpose, they use their sturdy chests to build a steel great wall for us. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is compassionate. As long as we see our soldiers, we will surely overcome the flood and safely navigate through this disaster. Xin Jiaqing watched the scenes on the television, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. He picked up his glass and took a sip. Suddenly, he spat the drink out. Xin Jiaqing jumped up as if his backside were on fire, pointing at the TV in shock. Sir, what's wrong? Wang Rifa asked hurriedly. Little Luo, that's little Luo in the water. Xin Jiaqing shouted anxiously, and suddenly everything went dark as he collapsed. Bang! 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 Debris in the water kept hitting Qin Shen and the others, causing them to grimace in pain. Hold on, hold on. Zhao Jiumei shouted, our cooking team has never failed a mission, let the combat team see our strength. Yes! Everyone shouted, but the debris crashing into them made their faces grow increasingly grim. Qin Shen tightly gripped the arms of Qi Gang and Ma Shuai. Now, no superpower could help them, and they could only brace themselves. With a loud crash, a piece of wood struck Qin Shen heavily. The pain brought tears to his eyes, but somehow, images of villagers holding his hand and thanking him suddenly filled his mind. Damn it! I can't let them keep thanking me for nothing. Qin Shen turned his head. Behind him were all the people he cared about. Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, Cheng Haonen, Jing Qian, Hao Duoduo. Each of them exchanged glances with him, squeezing out smiles of trust. Qin Shen gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously at them, then suddenly shouted, I'll take the first battle. In the next second, everyone almost shouted in unison, victory is ours. Hold on! Everyone screamed hoarsely together. On the shore, Xi Shengli, drenched to the bone, watched the soldiers in the water, tears mingling with the rain streaming down his face. He took a deep breath, turned, and snatched a sandbag from a soldier's shoulder. Give it to me, Commander, the soldier said, looking troubled. Don't just stand there. Xi Shengli shouted, keep carrying sandbags, hurry. Yes. The soldiers shouted back and turned to run. Gao Kun and the others watched Xi Shengli throw the sandbag into the water and immediately rushed over, snatching sandbags from the soldiers and throwing them into the water with all their might. Old Xi. At that moment, Deng Wanguang rushed over with at least a battalion. But seeing Qin Shen and the others standing in the water, waves crashing over them, he was stunned. Yet when the waves passed, they stood firm like Mount Tai. Deng Wanguang was dumbfounded, and his soldiers were equally shocked by the scene. Why did it take you so long to get here, dawdling around? Xi Shengli glared at him, stop just standing there watching, get moving. Oh. Deng Wanguang suddenly turned around, hoarsely shouting, everyone, listen up. Fight alongside the brothers from Company A. We won't retreat until the flood recedes. Yes. By evening, the heavy rain continued to pour, and the water level kept rising. But the gap leading downstream had been blocked, and the shore was filled with exhausted soldiers. Qin Shen sat by the fire, staring blankly at the steaming bamboo steamer. Even now, he could hardly believe that he had risked his life to jump into the flood today. The current had been swift, with many debris in the water. One misstep could have swept him away. If he had been carried off. Qin Shen let out a long breath and added 2 pieces of wood to the fire. Although it was dangerous, he was certain that if given another chance, he would still jump without hesitation. Not for any other reason, but because he wore this military uniform, and because of the brothers who absolutely believed in him. Qin Shen looked into the distance. The second company had already collapsed by the roadside to rest. Cheng Haonan and his group were exhausted, and although they were not close, Qin Shen could still hear their snoring. A smile crept onto Qin Shen's lips. He would remember today for the rest of his life. Suddenly, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Zhao Jiumei smiling as she handed him a plate of steaming dumplings. Squad leader, Qin Shen stood up. Stop the nonsense, eat quickly, it's pork and cabbage filling. Qin Shen held the plate in his hands, but his eyes were fixed on her. Squad leader, thank you. Thank me for what? Zhao Jiumei looked surprised. Xin Shen forced a smile. When he was in the water, countless debris had rushed past, but most of what was headed for him had been blocked by Zhao Jiumei and the others. Now, their arms and bellies were covered in bruises and bloodstains. Yet afterward, they acted as if nothing had happened, saying nothing at all. Looking at Zhao Jiumei's beaming smile, Xin Shen unconsciously smiled back. Thank you for making me dumplings. Zhao Jiumei laughed heartily. Once you're in our cooking team, we're family, so don't be polite with me, or I'll turn on you. Xin Shen nodded vigorously, feeling warm inside. Initially, he thought he was lucky to have made friends with Cheng Haonan and his gang, but he never expected to meet such good brothers in the cooking team. Although they seemed unreliable and a bit flamboyant at times, true feelings emerged in times of crisis. If it weren't for them, he, with his delicate skin, would surely have been hurt. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a piercing whistle rang out. The resting soldiers instinctively jumped up. What's going on? Xin Shen looked in shock towards the source of the whistle. Don't ask, just go. Zhao Jiumei waved her hand, and the others jumped up, all rushing towards the riverbank. But before they could reach the bank, a loud boom echoed. Xin Shen's eyes widened as he saw the flood wash away the gap they had blocked during the day. Water splashed high into the air, reaching over 10 meters. Boom! Another loud crash, and a section of the stone dam beside the gap suddenly collapsed. The fierce flood surged downstream through the massive gap. Xin Shen's mind was shaken, standing there in a daze. Is this the power of nature? During the day, the two divisions had risked their lives to block the gap. But nature, with just one blow, had swept away all their hard work. This was the terror of the flood. At this moment, it wasn't just him, all the soldiers who witnessed this scene were stunned. Not far away, the people on the high ground stood up upon hearing the noise. Watching the surging flood, everyone was dumbfounded. Stop staring. Shi Shengli ran towards the crowd, shouting as he ran, don't you see the gap? Hurry, hurry, move it. Yes. First company, follow me. Third company, follow me. The crowd immediately surged towards the sandbags. We should go too. Zhao Jiumei waved, and Xin Shen and the others quickly followed her in a mad dash. Everyone knew that downstream was not just Weicheng, but also Anguan County. At this moment, the county town was in the midst of evacuating people. If the flood were to sweep through unchecked, who knows how many lives would be lost. So, every second counted. The troops from Brigade B had also rushed over. Seeing the ferocious flood, Yan Jun shouted anxiously, quick, grab the sandbags, hurry up. Everyone, move it, come on. Yes, yes, yes. The soldiers from Brigade B all rushed towards the sandbags. The entire levee was filled with moving figures. Not far away, on a high ground, more and more civilians gathered, all staring intently at the flood below and the running soldiers. Everyone's heart was in their throat, because the soldiers were fighting to save their homes. Bang, bang, bang. One sandbag after another was thrown into the flood, but the water continued to surge violently downstream. It's useless. Gao Kun wiped the rain from his face and shouted, the flood is too swift, the sandbags are being washed away. Commander, we need a solution. Shi Xingli's eyes were bloodshot. He could see that without something to hold the sandbags together, they would have no effect at all. But there was no time to find such things now. The raging flood wouldn't give them a moment's pause. Drive, drive. Shi Xingli shouted, bring all the vehicles over, block the gap, and then put down the sandbags. Yes. Gao Kun ran while shouting, car team, hurry up, bring the cars over, block the gap, quick. Gao Kun's voice gradually faded into the sound of the rain. Shi Xingli looked at the fierce flood, his eyes red with urgency. There's no time. He suddenly turned and shouted, comrades, I need to organize a death squad now. Who's brave enough to jump down with me? Before the cars arrive, let's hold back the flood. I will. In an instant, everyone on the shore raised their hands. The shout was deafening. Good. Shi Xingli roared, get ropes, at least 20 people tie together, each person holding a sandbag to jump down and buy time for the car team. Quick. In an instant, everyone began searching for ropes. Shi Gang ran over with a piece of rope, and Zhao Jiumei immediately tied it around her waist. Everyone, tie it tight, make a double knot, or you'll be washed away. Understood, squad leader. Xin Shen, stay by my side. Zhao Jiumei fixed her gaze on Xin Shen. Xin Shen met her unwavering gaze and nodded vigorously. This was not the time for hesitation, the situation was urgent, and there was no room for second thoughts. Cooking team. Zhao Jiumei shouted, jump with me, turn right. Several people turned right simultaneously, each holding a sandbag. Jump! Zhao Jiumei shouted and was the first to run. Reaching the edge, she leaped into the air, and the others followed suit. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, figures plunged into the water. The fierce flood violently tugged at their bodies, trying to sweep them downstream. Hold firm, stand your ground, no one take a step back. Xin Shen and the others roared, their legs straining as they stood their ground like a stabilizing anchor. Shi Shengli watched them struggle against the flood, his eyes filled with blood. Quick, jump, faster. They can't hold on much longer. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people jumped down, blocking behind Qin Chen and the others. Luo Gu. Qin Chen was taken aback and turned back with difficulty. He saw Cheng Haonan and others jumping into the murky water, smiling at him. Luo Gu, we're here too. Zheng Qian and the others all smiled at him. But the flood immediately crashed down on them, choking them and making them cough. Qin Chen. Chang Lei smiled at him. We're fighting side by side again. Qin Chen glanced at them, his eyes full of smiles. Yes, we're fighting side by side again. Little Qin. Zhao Jiumei bared her teeth and stared at the flood. Do you have too many friends? Qin Chen laughed heartily, not just friends, but comrades, and even brothers. Bang bang bang. A series of figures jumped into the rushing flood. But the force of the water was too great. Many people were flipped over as soon as they entered. If they hadn't formed a chain, many would have been swept away by the flood after jumping in. Link up, hold hands. Wu Ziyuan shouted. Those at the back support the front, jump down closely behind, and brace against the people in front. Bang bang bang. More people jumped down. The gap that had opened was stubbornly blocked by the people from Team A with 2 human walls. The soldiers from Team B, seizing the moment as the flood lessened slightly, immediately began tossing sandbags into the water. But even with hundreds of sandbags, it seemed to have no effect on the gap. Team B, you all go down too. Don't let only Team A's brothers bear the brunt, everyone go down and help. Yan Jun shouted. Yes, everyone follow me, go. Bang bang bang. Once again, figures jumped down without hesitation. Behind the 2 human walls, a new wall formed, firmly bracing against the people in front. Shi Shengli was anxiously pacing on the shore. Even with 3 human walls, they still couldn't withstand the ferocious flood. Wave after wave crashed in, directly surging over the soldiers' bodies and rushing downstream. But he knew that this was not the most dangerous moment yet, as a new wave of flood was about to arrive. Just one wave, and all these soldiers would be doomed. Gao Kun, where the hell are you? Where did you run off to? Shi Shengli shouted anxiously. Hurry and bring the vehicle over. Yan Jun beside him grabbed him. Old Shi, stop yelling and calm down. How can you expect me to calm down? Shi Shengli glared at him fiercely. Our mission is to block the gap. If we can't seal it, not only will our soldiers sacrifice, but the county downstream, even the entire Weicheng, will be doomed. Do you know how many people will die? At that point, even if we kill all 3 of us commanders, it won't be enough to atone. Yan Jun's eyes were bloodshot. If it comes to that, let's not throw sandbags anymore. Let's tear down the nearby houses and throw stones in. What good will that do? Shi Shengli roared. They'll still be swept away by the flood unless we can throw an entire house in. Then let's tie the stones together. Yan Jun shouted. We have to think of something. Shi Shengli clenched his fists and turned to look. All the soldiers were desperately resisting, using their flesh and blood to block the flood as much as possible. The tallest Zhao Jiumei and the others had their heads down, unable to speak. He looked at Qin Chen, Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and others. Each person was straining against the flood, veins bulging on their necks. Shi Shengli's heart ached. These were not just his soldiers, they were also someone else's sons, husbands, and closest loved ones. But at this moment, to protect the lives and property of the people downstream, they were all risking their lives. Damn it! Where did Gao Kun go? Shi Shengli's eyes were red as he turned back and shouted, how come the vehicle convoy still hasn't? Suddenly, a blinding car headlight broke through the darkness, the dazzling light illuminating his eyes. Shi Shengli and Yan Jun turned around abruptly, but the next second, they were stunned. Not far away on a high ground, a civilian SUV was bumpily driving towards them. What is that car doing? Shi Shengli was taken aback. Stop, stop. Several soldiers rushed up to block it. Comrades, a middle-aged man leaned out of the car. I just heard you shouting to bring the vehicle over to block the gap. Your vehicles are over there loading sand and can't make it in time. I can push my car down first to block for a bit. A few soldiers looked at him in shock, then glanced at Shi Shengli and the others. The middle-aged man also turned to Shi Shengli and the others. Leaders, don't hesitate anymore. My family, my wife and children, all live downstream. I'm doing this to protect my home. Let me come over. And the comrades in the water can't hold on much longer. The middle-aged man shouted excitedly, we can't just let you risk your lives to protect our homeland. I want to protect it too. Shi Shengli was momentarily stunned, his heart aching fiercely, but he hadn't had the chance to speak yet. Thud thud thud. More headlights lit up in the back. One private car after another came down the slope, forming a long line. The drivers leaned out of their windows. Although they didn't speak, their eyes were as resolute as the middle-aged man's. Their reasoning was very simple and straightforward. Because this is their home, the soldiers protect them with their lives, and they must do something too. Those in front, hurry up, but PLA comrades can't hold on much longer. Damn it, who's blocking the road? Can't you see those young men are struggling? How can you be so heartless? Get out of the way, hurry up. If you don't want to help, don't block the road, let me through. Drivers stuck in the back began to shout. Shi Xingli looked back. It wasn't just cars, countless civilians were rushing this way. Many had already taken off their shirts, clearly coming to help. Yan Jun's eyes turned red as he looked at Shi Xingli. Old Shi, what do we do? Shi Xingli rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath. What's there to say? The military and the people are one family. Our troops must rely on the common people no matter what. Let them get out of the cars, we'll take care of the vehicles, the most dangerous tasks still have to be done by us. Shi Xingli turned and shouted to his subordinates, register the cars, and after it's over, we'll compensate the civilians. Yes. Go, 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 hurry. With Shi Xingli's roar, the soldiers immediately rushed forward. Although the car owners were reluctant to get out, they eventually let their cars go at the soldiers' pleas. Then the soldiers drove the cars, guided, slowly charging towards the gap. Everyone below, be careful. People on the shore shouted in unison, the cars are coming down. Xin Shen looked up and saw an off-road vehicle roaring towards the gap at full throttle. The soldier driving jumped out at the moment they charged out. Boom! The off-road vehicle plunged into the water, creating waves 4 to 5 meters high, slowly sinking before them. Xin Shen immediately felt the impact of the water rushing towards them seemed to lessen a bit. Here comes another one, watch out. Boom! Another vehicle plunged into the water. In the fierce flood, it stubbornly sank slowly. Damn! Xin Shen stared in shock. Where did these private cars come from? Of course, they were provided by the common people. Zhao Jiumei trembled her lips, forcing a smile. See? We soldiers will never fight alone. At critical moments, the common people will always lend a hand. Shi Gang also smiled and said, they say we are the people's support, but in fact, the people are our support. Boom 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 boom. One after another, vehicles plunged into the water, splashing waves all over their faces. Xin Shen watched as one private car after another sank into the water, his heart surging with emotion. His mind was filled with Qi Gang's words, we are the people's support, and the people are also our support. It is precisely for this reason that the modern Dragon Country army can be called the pinnacle of light infantry, able to defeat one strong enemy after another without fail. No other country, no other army, can compare to the Dragon Country army. Because the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom never fight alone, in times of crisis, they stand behind countless common people. Who can defeat such a country and army? As long as everyone is united, the Dragon Kingdom can even conquer the heavens. Bang bang bang. At that moment, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Xin Shen looked up, instantly stunned. He saw several electric motorcycles suddenly descending from the sky, precisely crashing into the gaps where the cars had sunk, filling some of the voids directly. What the hell, Shamate? Cheng Haonan shouted in shock. Xin Shen turned in surprise, and the next second, his jaw nearly dropped into the water. On the shore, a group of young people suddenly appeared, wearing tight pants and flip-flops, with hair in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. What the hell is this? Xin Shen was utterly shocked. He swallowed hard, mixed with mud and sand. Wasn't this non-mainstream? In his impression, these people should be holed up in internet cafes dancing to rhythm games, always looking for trouble online, talking about breaking each other's wings and ruining each other's paradise. How could they suddenly appear in such a place? It felt so out of place. But just then, another electric motorcycle flew out. One after another, the motorcycles revved up and sped toward the water. Whenever a motorcycle was about to take off, these Shamate would immediately jump off. Although they looked incredibly awkward getting off, the moment they launched the motorcycles was stunningly cool. Xin Shen's eyes instantly welled up with tears as he watched those young people get up from the ground, their faces filled with excitement despite reluctantly watching their motorcycles sink to the bottom. Xin Shen took a deep breath. He knew that the submerged motorcycles might be their most valuable, even their only possessions. But in the face of this natural disaster, they resolutely sent out their most precious belongings. Look! Zheng Qian shouted. Xin Shen quickly turned to look again, his eyes nearly popping out. On the other side, more Shamate were mingling with a group of elderly men and women, eagerly handing sandbags to the soldiers of the rescue team. Although they were as thin as bamboo poles, stumbling while carrying sandbags, they still exerted all their strength, rushing to pass the sandbags to one soldier after another. Did you see that? Zhao Jiumei smiled slightly. Which so-called expert said this generation of young people is useless, only good at lying flat and enjoying? Exactly. When has this generation of young people ever been useless? At critical moments, they can still step up. Our predecessors shed blood and sacrificed their lives, hoping that the younger generation could live comfortable lives. So what if they usually lie flat? That's right, the younger generation has never backed down. Also, I suggest those stupid experts shut up. Many people burst into laughter, and a smile slowly appeared on Qin Shen's face. Shinran and Hu Fei said he couldn't do it, but they would never know that once he put on this military uniform, he would truly step up in times of trouble. These future young people were the same. Despite usually joking around and playing games, when danger came, they would also charge forward without hesitation. A strong youth means a strong nation. A strong youth means hope for the future. At that moment, a flame ignited in Qin Shen's heart as he shouted loudly, "Everyone hold on, don't let the villagers laugh at us." "Okay!" Everyone shouted in unison. It was as if they had been infused with new strength, firmly blocking the fierce flood. At that moment, all the soldiers felt as if they had become different people. They suddenly felt incredibly tall because they stood on the shoulders of countless common people. No matter how great the flood, it could never surpass the unity of the people, the strength of their resolve. The sky gradually brightened, and the heavy rain had lessened significantly. Qin Shen lay on the shore, struggling to lift his head. After a desperate night, the huge breach had finally been blocked. They had also reinforced the breach and its surroundings. Watching the flood held back outside the breach, Qin Shen let out a long sigh of relief. It couldn't come again, he was already soaked through, and if it happened once more, he truly felt he would be done for. If he was going to go, he wanted to go fighting, to go after slapping Hu Fei in the face, and after riding with Shinran, he absolutely couldn't go out this early. Qin Shen let the rain hit his face, panting heavily, "Damn system, can't you give me some decent superpower? If I run into something like this again, at least don't let me be this miserable." Although he had many superpowers, they were nothing in the face of nature. The only useful one was genetic enhancement. If he hadn't been upgraded from C to B rank, he probably wouldn't have made it to the end. "Hey, are you dead?" Suddenly, a rough voice came. Shi Gang stood beside him like a mountain, looking down at him. Qin Shen sighed, "Not dead, but I feel like all my bones are about to fall apart." Shi Gang chuckled, "So can you still cook?" "What?" Qin Shen's eyes widened, "Are you kidding? We risked our lives to save people, almost lost half our lives, and now we still have to cook? Can't we just get some junk food like cola and fried chicken?" Shi Gang spread his hands. The squad leader said, "We are not just soldiers, but also cooks. After helping out, we still have to do our jobs. Everyone is already exhausted, the soldiers are waiting for food, and many disaster victims are hungry too. Besides, at this time, you can't even find junk food, there's plenty of garbage in the water, though." Shi Gang yanked him up. "Get up quickly, there's a lot to do." Qin Shen wanted to cry without tears. Who said cooks had it easy? At least the cooks in their reconnaissance battalion were the busiest, always everywhere. "Let's go. You carry me back first, I can't move." "No problem. It's a piece of cake." Shi Gang grinned, picked up Qin Shen like a chick, and carried him toward the kitchen. Qin Shen looked into the distance. Fortunately, Cheng Haonan and the others had already collapsed and fallen asleep. If they saw him in such a sorry state, how could he still be the big brother? After 3 days of hard work, the flood finally receded. The submerged towns gradually returned to their original appearance. After a day and night of cleaning by the troops, the mud in the towns was mostly cleared away. If it weren't for the mottled water stains on the walls and the still damp ground, it would seem as if nothing had ever happened. That afternoon, all the units quickly assembled and boarded trucks to prepare to leave the disaster area. Qin Shen sat in the truck, smiling at Zhao Jiumei, squad leader. "We soaked in the water for so long and risked our lives to block the breach. Doesn't that count as a great contribution?" Zhao Jiumei nodded with a smile. "It counts, definitely counts." Qin Shen hurriedly asked, "So will we get some third-class merit, or second-class merit or something?" Everyone burst into laughter. "You really want to earn merit, huh?" Qin Shen scratched his head, embarrassed. Who wouldn't want to earn merit? Zhao Jiumei laughed heartily. "Don't worry, when we get back, there will definitely be merit evaluations. I think at least 2 third-class merits will come from our squad, and I'll make sure you get one." "Really?" Qin Shen's excitement turned into a smile, but the next second, his smile froze on his face. All the veterans had dark expressions, their sharp gazes fixed on him. Qin Shen's eyes twitched, and he awkwardly laughed. "Actually, it doesn't matter if I don't get one, everyone can share the merit, right? You all can have it, you all can have it, no need to consider me." "Don't! You deserve it the most, you have to take one." Shi Gang slapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him down. "If you don't want it, we would feel embarrassed to take it, right?" Another slap came, and it sent him sprawling. Qin Shen forced a bitter smile. "I really don't want it, let the old soldiers have it." My little contribution is nothing compared to everyone else's, it's simply not worth mentioning. Everyone's faces immediately broke into smiles. I knew Comrade Qin Shen respects the elderly and cares for the young. Respecting the old comrades is a good thing. Ha! Little Luo, the first time I saw you, I thought you were capable, and I wasn't wrong. A few old soldiers immediately surrounded him, pressing him in the middle, their chests nearly flattening his face. Qin Shen wanted to cry but had no tears. What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter all these oddballs? Suddenly, a deafening sound of firecrackers erupted outside. The crackling noise startled everyone in the car. What's going on? Qin Shen immediately lifted the canopy. He saw that both sides of the road were already filled with common people. At that moment, they were beating gongs and drums, and many were holding banners. Thank you, People's Liberation Army soldiers, for guarding our home. The military and the people are one family. The military and the people share a bond. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is kind. You are the people's soldiers. You are the heroes of the people. Thank you, soldier brothers, for your selfless dedication and brave contributions. You have worked hard. It's the common people here to send us off. Zhao Jiumei smiled as she hugged Qin Shen. Just then, a few citizens suddenly rushed up from the roadside and threw a box of things into the car. Qin Shen and the others instinctively dodged, and with a bang, a box of instant noodles landed inside the car. Before Qin Shen could react, 2 chickens flew in, followed by a goose. Cured meat, ham, sausages, and even a big pig's head came flying in, and Ma Shuai was nearly knocked down by a kidney. The car was suddenly piled high with all sorts of things, like a grocery store, forming a small mountain. Qin Shen's eyes widened. This is the common people thanking us, Shi Gang said with a smile. Xiong Fei nodded with a laugh. Ha, these common people are really too enthusiastic. What are you laughing at? Zhao Jiumei coldly said. Did you forget the discipline? We can't take a single thread from the masses. Hurry up and return everything. Yes. Everyone immediately reacted, quickly returning the items to the citizens outside. Thank you, villagers, we can't accept these things. Thank you so much, comrades, but we have discipline, we can't take the people's things. But the citizens refused to accept anything, continuously sending more back. Comrades, this is just a little token of our appreciation, it's not a gift, please accept it. Comrades, just take it, you've worked hard. Drink some water before you go. Bang! A bottle of water flew in from outside, hitting Qin Shen right on the forehead, making him see stars. Before he could react, another can of Red Bull hit him on the head, causing him to grimace in pain, covering his head and stepping back. But as soon as he let go, bang! Another pig's head smashed into his face. Qin Shen was forced into an intimate encounter with this pig's head. What the hell? Are you aiming for me specifically? Qin Shen, stop dawdling, return the things. Zhao Jiumei shouted. Yes. Qin Shen grumpily picked up the pig's head and threw it back at the citizens outside. Although his head was throbbing with pain, for some reason, Qin Shen felt a warm sensation in his heart. Before he joined the army, he lived a life of excess, surrounded by sycophants who rushed to please him. But those who are not sincere are only here for the money. Yet now, he hasn't spent a single penny, and this group of common people genuinely wants to offer their best. Qin Shen tossed items while looking at his military uniform. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Shen Xinran cared so much about this uniform. Because this uniform represents not only faith but also hope, safety, glory, and pride. As they pushed and sent things, the enthusiasm of the people remained undiminished. It wasn't until they passed 2 intersections that the crowd finally thinned out a bit. Shi Gang, drenched in sweat, leaned against the truck and chuckled, "Goodness, this is exhausting, even more tiring than our disaster relief efforts." Xiong Fei nodded vigorously. The common people are too enthusiastic. That big brother who sent the pig's head came back 18 times, and I returned it 18 times. 18 times? How can he run so fast? That thing is so heavy. Zhao Jiumei smiled and said, "This is our country, the common people can act like this when they see soldiers. If it were abroad, they'd have shot you full of bullets for throwing things into a vehicle." Don't even talk about throwing things, Xiong Fei shook his head, just look at the Royal Guard of Daying. If you block their way even a little, they'll knock you over, even trampling children. This kind of thing only happens there, can it happen here? Jiang Chaoda nodded, it's still better here, the military and the people are always one family. Everyone silently nodded, the scenes from yesterday still echoing in their minds. The fact that the common people could step forward without hesitation in the most dangerous moments speaks volumes. Such a bond between the military and the people can only be seen in Long Country. Qin Shen leaned against the truck, his face filled with a relaxed smile. Being able to enjoy such treatment made him suddenly feel that the hardships of the past few days weren't so important anymore. Look over there, what is that? Chi Gang pointed in surprise at the distance, and everyone quickly turned around. In the next second, all their jaws dropped to the ground. On the roadside leading out of the city stood a large group of trendsetters with colorful hair and bizarre outfits. They were divided into several teams, clearly not one group. At this moment, they were using a large speaker meant for square dancing, playing different upbeat songs, dancing with all their might. Soldier brothers, thank you for your hard work. We, the Zhang AI family, will perform a thunderstorm for you. Music, start. Thunderstorm, this heavenly skill, the sky collapses, the purple gold hammer, the purple lightning, the mysterious true fire, the nine heavens mysterious sword, shocking the world. In an instant, dozens of young people rushed towards the convoy, waving their hands energetically. Their speed was like a helicopter about to take off. While one side was passionately waving their hands, the other side was also shouting, "Soldier brothers, wish you all health forever, may good people live in peace, and hope each of you can find a beautiful girlfriend like our Zhang AI family. Come on, all members of the Zhang AI family, bring a song Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens for the Soldier Brothers." Kongsang Amada, music. Accompanied by an exhilarating dance tune, many men and women in tight clothing began squatting on the ground, kicking up dirt in various styles. While kicking the dirt, they also pulled out cement powder from their pockets and sprinkled it into the air, their movements exceptionally graceful. Soldier brothers, look at us, quick, look over here. Another wave of people was also shouting, "Thank you for your hard work, thank you for your dedication, thank you for protecting our beautiful home. For this, we bring you a song subject 3. All the socialites of the MC family, shake it up. A smile in the rivers and lakes, the red dust forgotten, all that is past is not worth mentioning, the heavens smile and do not age, but the passion will." As the music played, in an instant, hundreds of people began to move rhythmically together. The body swayed left and right, smoother than eating Dove chocolate. Inside the car, Zhao Jiumei and the others watched the chaotic scene outside, all of them momentarily stunned. Zhao Jiumei rubbed her head and chuckled, "These young people really have a lot of energy." Chi Gang nodded vigorously, "Even though I don't understand it, I feel deeply shocked." Qin Shen looked outside, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Although the dance moves of these young people seemed enchanting, almost like a spell, their styles were quite non-mainstream, with hair dyed in various colors. But just as Zhao Jiumei and Chi Gang said, this generation of young people has never been a wasted generation. They certainly do not just lie flat and enjoy life. When danger strikes, they will still step up, full of fighting spirit and vitality. Qin Shen leaned back in the car and slowly closed his eyes. It was time to go back. This experience had subtly changed his heart. Some things that were previously unclear should now be clarified. Hey! Just as Qin Shen was lost in a daydream, he suddenly felt someone knock on his head. He sat up abruptly. "What's wrong? Where's the flood?" I'll jump. "What are you jumping for?" Zhao Jiumei laughed as she looked at him. "We're back. Everything is over." Qin Shen looked around. The veterans were all smiling, getting dressed while watching him. "Qin Shen, you really got too into it. Xiao Luo, stop thinking about it. We've been back for a day, it's time to get up and cook." Qin Shen glanced at the sky outside, still dark. The clock beside him showed 5 in the morning. He let out a huge sigh of relief. After the disaster relief, they had slept for a whole day, and now waking up felt like stepping into another world. "Come on, hurry up," Zhao Jiumei urged. "Today the whole camp resumes training, and we still need to make breakfast." "Yes." Qin Shen nodded and immediately jumped out of bed. Life seemed to return to normal. Kneading dough, washing rice, lighting the fire, cooking. Everyone was busy, and Qin Shen quickly adapted again. It was as if nothing had happened in the past few days. He was just an ordinary soldier. The sky soon brightened, and with the piercing whistle, the combat team ran towards the playground, starting a brand new day. After breakfast, Zhao Jiumei called everyone to clean up the kitchen. "Are you all busy?" Go Jian walked in with his hands behind his back, looking around, with Sun Yanqing smiling behind him. "Stand at attention," Zhao Jiumei shouted, and everyone immediately put down their tasks and stood straight. Go Jian's feet suddenly stopped in midair, then he took a few steps back. Looking at these muscular figures, he stepped back a few more steps. "Forget it, just come out with me. Watching you all in the house is too oppressive and awkward." After saying that, he turned and walked out, and Sun Yanqing waved at them with a smile. "Come on." "Yes." Zhao Jiumei immediately led everyone outside. Behind the kitchen, the cooking team stood in a neat row. At 187 meters tall, Qin Shen could only stand at the end of the line in the cooking team. Compared to those muscular men, he looked quite small. Go Jian looked at him sympathetically, then coughed. "Today, I came with the instructor not for anything else, but to properly commend you all." Everyone's faces immediately lit up with joy. They had been waiting for the camp leader to award them military merit medals. Go Jian smiled and said, "This time, your cooking team has really brought great honor to our reconnaissance battalion." Go Jian looked at them happily. "Usually, you all look like you have well-developed limbs but no brains. But at critical moments, you really don't hold back at all. The division commander called the instructor and me over to personally commend you for your fearless spirit in the face of danger and your selfless willingness to sacrifice." "Damn it, you're making me feel a bit embarrassed." Everyone immediately chuckled. "All right, stop laughing," Go Jin said in a deep voice. "You all did indeed perform well this time. If it weren't for you jumping in during such a sudden flood, many people in the second company would have likely been swept away. I don't know if your actions saved many people downstream, but I saw with my own eyes that you saved many lives in the second company. For that alone, in my eyes, you are all outstanding." Zhao Jiumei chuckled. "Captain, please stop praising us, this is what we should do." "Who the hell is praising you?" Go Jin shot him a glare. "I'm just speaking the truth, right, instructor?" Sun Yanqing said with a smile, "The captain is absolutely right. In such a dangerous situation, disaster relief wasn't originally your responsibility, but you appeared at the most critical moment, fully demonstrating the value of a soldier. Therefore, the division headquarters has specially approved that the cooking team of the reconnaissance battalion will receive a collective second-class merit, and each person will receive a third-class merit." Everyone was instantly stunned. They all thought there would only be a maximum of 2 third-class merits. They never expected to receive a collective second-class merit and for everyone to get a third-class merit. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. "What are you all standing there for?" Go Jian shouted. "Don't you want it? Is there no sign of appreciation? Do you want me to take it back?" "We want it!" Qin Chen shouted, quickly applauding. The others also reacted and hurriedly clapped. "Thank you, Captain, thank you, Instructor." Sun Yanqing waved his hand. "No need to thank me, I should be thanking you. The comrades you saved should thank you, and the people downstream who were saved should thank you even more. This is what you deserve." All right, no more praise, you're going to make them float to the sky, and then they won't even cook properly. Let's hand out the medals, they only have this little bit of rest time, don't waste it." Sun Yanqing smiled wryly. Although Go Jian had a big mouth, he always thought of his soldiers. He opened his briefcase and took out the medals and certificates, handing them out one by one. "Qin Chen," Sun Yanqing said with a smile, "you're really impressive, you haven't been in the army for long, and you've already received 3 third-class merits. No one among the new recruits can catch up to you. Keep up the good work." "Yes." Qin Chen smiled and saluted. Go Jian glanced at him, his fist slowly clenching. "Wu Ziyuan, you bastard. With such a good soldier, you had to put him in the cooking team? I seriously suspect you have cataracts or are starting to suffer from dementia. Let's go, let's go." Go Jian shot another glance at Qin Chen, angrily turning to leave. He needed to find Wu Ziyuan quickly, such a good soldier shouldn't be wasting time here. Watching Go Jian leave, Sun Yanqing smiled wryly and said to them, "The captain has this temper, everyone knows that." We understand. Zhao Jiumei nodded with a grin. "All right, I won't say much more. The cooking team has always been the benchmark of the battalion. I hope you can continue to work hard and do even better. Rest now." "Yes." Sun Yanqing nodded with a smile and turned to chase after the captain. Watching the two leave, everyone exchanged glances and suddenly rushed towards Qin Chen. What are you doing? What are you doing?" Qin Chen was so scared he was almost in tears. The cooking team's way of celebrating was unique. Everyone pressed against each other, squeezing Qin Chen in the middle, then spinning around while rubbing against him. "Qin Chen, amazing. If you hadn't led the way, we wouldn't have achieved this merit. Luo, well done. Come on, quickly accept our loving hug. Woo." Qin Chen couldn't even shout. His mouth was blocked by someone's chest muscles, and a strong smell of sweat hit his nostrils, making his eyes water. After tidying up the kitchen, Qin Chen stretched lazily and comfortably sat down on the grass. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, flood relief. Ding! The system has finished calculating, and the rewards are being distributed. Qin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. What the hell? There's actually a hidden task? He was instantly filled with excitement. He hadn't even completed the last 2 tasks, and unexpectedly, he could receive a reward out of nowhere. Originally, he thought he wouldn't gain any superpowers in a short time. Qin Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes full of anticipation. After this disaster relief, he yearned even more to become stronger. It was also the first time he realized how small a person is in the face of nature. Even though he had already gained some superpowers in the raging flood, he didn't even have the ability to protect himself. Whether or not he would be in the army in the future, having more superpowers for self-protection would naturally be a good thing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained the Beast Mastery ability, currently at level C. The next moment, a powerful force surged into his mind. Qin trembled violently for a moment, and the impact quickly dissipated. When he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed some changes in himself. What does Beast Mastery mean? Summoning monsters? Report to the host. The Beast Mastery ability allows the host to communicate with animals through brainwaves and to control and tame them. Current level is C. Brainwave diffusion range is 100 meters. All animals within 100 meters can be controlled by the host's brainwaves, with a success rate of 60%. Qin sat on the ground in confusion, his mouth agape. What the hell is this good for? Didn't they say they were going to create a king of soldiers? Didn't they say they would turn me into a super soldier? What use is Beast Mastery? Are they preparing for me to become a super farmer in the cooking class, raising chickens, geese, and pigs? Or am I supposed to wait until I retire and go back to start a circus? But soon he let out a breath. Several abilities he had thought were useless before had proven useful at critical moments. Perhaps this Beast Mastery ability, which seemed useless now, would turn out to be incredibly valuable when the time came. Qin focused his thoughts, and a panel appeared before him. Name, Qin age, 20 stamina, 35, ordinary person 12, super ability points, 1505 mastered abilities, gene enhancement B, One Punch Man C, super imitation C, Eagle Eye C, elevator god of war C. Qin glanced over, he had quite a few superpowers. His gaze fell on the super ability points. There were already so many, he could enhance his superpowers. Qin rubbed his hands in excitement. Ever since he joined the cooking class, and especially after this disaster relief, he had deeply realized the importance of physical fitness. In the flood, Zhao Jiumei and the others had persevered until the end. But he, like the other scouts, could only hold on for a while before becoming exhausted. Improving physical fitness was urgent. System, Enhanced Gene Enhancement. Does the host wish to consume 1000 super ability points to upgrade gene enhancement from B to A? Qin felt a pang in his heart. The first upgrade was 100 points, and the second was 1000. If it were before, he would definitely have been frugal. But after being a soldier for so long, he understood the importance of physical fitness. He still had to go to Tianlang to slap Hu Fei in the face and chase Shinran all over the place. Without strong physical fitness, that would be impossible. Upgrade immediately. Ding, deducting 1000 super ability points, remaining super ability points 505. Gene Physique BA, upgrading, please wait. The next moment, Qin felt a surge of energy flowing through him, power washing over his entire body like a tide. Qin trembled all over, every bone and muscle in his body aching intensely. After a moment, the pain completely dissipated, and Qin was drenched in sweat, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air. He looked at his body, his eyes instantly widening. The muscles all over seemed to have swelled a bit, even his clothes were stretched. Ding, genetic enhancement has been upgraded to level A. You are now equivalent to the level of a top special forces soldier, with your overall qualities multiplied. Qin was overjoyed, clenching his fists, feeling as if he had endless strength coursing through him, his power skyrocketing in an instant. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. Qin took a deep breath, and with a powerful push of his right foot, he shot out like lightning. Damn, so fast? He felt the wind howling past his ears, the scenery ahead rapidly enlarging. His speed was more than double what it had been before. Awesome! Qin charged forward 200 meters in one breath, then suddenly slammed to a stop. As his body turned, he pushed off with his left foot and shot out again. After several back and forths, Qin was only slightly out of breath, not even panting. If it had been before, he would have been gasping like a dog by now. This stamina is impressive. Qin's face was filled with excitement. Now, his stamina could definitely crush everyone in the reconnaissance battalion. Even if the Tianlang Special Forces came to compete with him in physical ability, they would have to bow down before him. Just wait, Hu Fei, I guarantee you'll be shocked next time we meet. Qin looked at the panel, which still had over 500 super energy points, and decided it was time to enhance some other abilities. Now, aside from his stamina reaching level A, all his other abilities were still at level C, and he hadn't upgraded them even once. 500 points could upgrade all 5 super abilities to level B, but Qin decided to be frugal. He pondered for a moment. For now, I'll upgrade One Punch Man and Eagle Eye. When I return to the combat class, these two are the most practical and the ones I use the most. The elevator war god, while domineering and fierce, only lasted a minute and couldn't run, making it too passive. One Punch Man at least allowed him to throw a punch and then slip away. As long as the cooldown was shortened, it was equivalent to 2 finishing moves in a short time. After all, the power of that punch was not something everyone could withstand. As for Eagle Eye, it would instantly turn him into a sharpshooter. To establish himself in the military and earn respect, good marksmanship was essential. Moments later, the system consumed 200 super energy points to upgrade these 2 abilities. Qin Shen turned to look into the distance, his eyes instantly focusing like a telescope. The distant objects kept enlarging, more than double the previous distance. Qin Shen rubbed his hands together with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling up. If I were to shoot at a target, it would be like I was cheating, hitting every shot. Suddenly, he felt a shiver run through him, his super senses detecting movement. Qin Shen abruptly turned his head, and 2 figures suddenly dashed out from the kitchen. Qi Gang and Xiong Fei rushed towards them in a panic. What's going on? Qin Shen looked at them in surprise. Without saying a word, the 2 of them grabbed him, one on each side, and ran towards the water tower. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Qin Shen shouted anxiously, but the 2 of them ignored him and directly brought him to the side of the water tower. Shoo, don't talk. They pressed him down behind the stove and then crouched down as well. What's going on? Seeing them act like thieves, Qin Shen was completely confused. Shoo! They both simultaneously put their fingers to their lips. Qin Shen's eyes twitched, feeling uneasy, not knowing what they were up to. Just then, his super senses suddenly detected a lot of people approaching. Qin Shen quickly looked ahead, but his head was immediately pushed down by the 2. Don't move. Where are they? Where are they? The next second, Wu Ziyuan's voice came through. Qin Shen's eyes widened. The company commander? Wu Ziyuan, fuming, walked from the kitchen to the open space in front of the water tower, accompanied by Chang Lei. He looked around and shouted in exasperation, Zhao Jiumei, hand over my soldiers. Hearing this, Qin Shen was instantly overjoyed. The company commander had come to pick him up. Company. He was just about to stand up when a pair of hands, smelling strongly of onions, suddenly covered his mouth. Qi Gang behind him pressed down on him tightly, lowering his voice to say, Qin Shen, don't move, just hold on a bit. Qin Shen looked utterly speechless. Hey, what are you guys doing? Outside, Zhao Jiumei was grinning, looking down as if at a child. At Wu Ziyuan of Wu, what are you saying? What do you mean your soldier? They are all my soldiers here. Qin Shen. Wu Ziyuan glared at him in exasperation. He is my soldier. I brought him to the kitchen to toughen him up. How did he become your soldier? Sorry, he used to be your soldier, but now he is my soldier. Zhao Jiumei smiled and spread her hands. Once he's in my kitchen, he's one of us. Bullshit. Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. He wanted to reach out to grab her, but looking at Zhao Jiumei, who was a whole rank above him, he retracted his hand obediently. Zhao Jiumei, you can't do this. How can you openly steal someone? Did you forget? You begged me to take him back, and now that he's here, you should hand him over. Zhao Jiumei shook her head. A week ago, you wanted to take him away, and I had no complaints, but now he's fought alongside us, life and death together, he's our comrade now. If you want to take him away, fine, but unless there's an official order, it's not happening. Wu Ziyuan was about to explode. That night, it was Zhao Jiumei who had desperately pleaded with him to return Qin Shen. Now she was turning her back and refusing to return him. Wu Ziyuan was so angry he was jumping up and down. He's a new recruit I brought out, and I even got him back from the patrol. I risked my reputation to bring him back to the reconnaissance battalion. No one is taking him away, hand him over. Qin Shen, come out. I'll take you back. Chang Lei shouted as well. Qin Shen, where are you? I'm the squad leader, we've come to pick you up. Company commander. Suddenly, Qin Shen broke free and jumped up. I'm here. The next second, Qi Gang and the others tackled him down again. Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei's eyes lit up. Qin Shen. But just as they were about to approach, several towering figures blocked their way with a loud crash, darkening the light around them. The old soldiers from the kitchen glared at them fiercely, causing the 2 to freeze in mid-step. Today, without an official order, anyone who dares to take my soldier will have to deal with me. Zhao Jiumei shouted, Kitchen squad, 10-men copper formation. Ha! Several old soldiers roared. Ma Shuai and Fan Yangjin pounded their fists on the ground like gorillas. Zhang Chada and the others bared their teeth and puffed out their chests, their clothes straining as if they might burst. Zhao Jiumei struck a fierce pose, her pants nearly bursting from her muscles. This display scared Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei back a dozen steps. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let's talk this out. We're all comrades. Qin Shen used all his strength to stand up. But seeing this scene, he was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected Zhao Jiumei would turn against Wu Ziyuan just to keep him. In an instant, his mouth opened as if something had stuffed it. The words he wanted to shout were all swallowed back, a warm current inexplicably surging in his heart. Before, he only had friends like Chung Hanan, but now he had this group willing to do anything for him. Qin Shen felt a warmth in his eyes. This feeling of being needed was truly wonderful. Go Jian and Sun Nianqing stood between two groups of people, glancing left and right, their faces extremely grim. "Captain, you should judge this fairly," Wu Ziyuan said excitedly. "I brought back my own soldiers, which is only right. Squad leader Zhao obstructed me at every turn. What kind of reasoning is that?" "Captain," Zhao Jiumei shouted, her neck veins bulging with agitation, "Qin Shen is also my soldier. You saw it too. He helped us with disaster relief, jumped into the water with us, and fought alongside us. We have lived and died together, and we even received a collective second-class merit award. Now they say they want to take him away just like that. What kind of reasoning is this? He is my soldier, and it is only right for me to take him." Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. "He is my soldier, and it is also only right for me to keep him." Zhao Jiumei's voice was even louder than his. The two were spitting words at each other, and Go Jian was caught in the crossfire, his face getting wet. "Enough!" Go Jian shouted, wiping his face and glaring at Wu Ziyuan. "I told you not to send him to the cooking class, but you wouldn't listen to me. Now look what you've done." He glanced at the mountain of a woman, Zhao Jiumei, and his mouth twitched. The cooking class of the reconnaissance battalion was unlike any other cooking class. Zhao Jiumei was a level 4 non-commissioned officer, a sergeant major, and was about to be promoted to level 5. She could even speak a few words in front of the division commander, so it was hard for him to show favoritism. "Let Qin Shen speak for himself. Let him decide where he wants to go," Wu Ziyuan shouted. Zhao Jiumei waved her hand. "Qin Shen, you speak." Qin Shen walked into the crowd with an innocent expression. He looked at Wu Ziyuan, then at Zhao Jiumei, and finally awkwardly at Go Jian. "Speak up, where do you want to go?" Go Jian glared at him. "Qin Shen, don't be afraid. Is he threatening you? If he is, just blink at me," Wu Ziyuan growled lowly. "Qin Shen, don't be afraid of his intimidation," Zhao Jiumei said with righteous fervor. "Others may fear Wu Ziyuan, but I don't. The squad leader has your back." Qin Shen looked distressed, feeling even more torn. On his right were his old company commander and old squad leader. Ever since being sent back from Tianlang, he had wanted to return. But Zhao Jiumei was right. They had worked together in disaster relief, jumped into the water together, and faced life and death together. They were already his brothers, and now asking Qin Shen to abandon them. He had already left his comrades once, he couldn't do it again. Qin Shen's current situation felt like that age-old dilemma. If both his mother and wife fell into the water, who would he save first? "Captain, I." "What do you mean I? Just say it. Where do you want to go?" "I'll make the decision for you," Go Jian said impatiently. Qin Shen said bitterly, "I want to go to the second company, but I also want to stay in the cooking class." "Captain, can we merge them together?" Go Jian's jaw dropped, glaring at him fiercely. "Are you out of your mind? Do you want to merge the second company into the cooking class, or the cooking class into the second company? If the cooking class is gone, what will we eat in the future? Dirt? What the hell are you rambling about?" Sun Nianqing pulled the frantic Go Jian aside and looked at Qin Shen with a friendly expression. "Qin Shen, don't rush, and don't feel too much pressure. Just say what you think, and we'll solve it together." Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, Zhao Jiumei, and the others all stared intently at Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked at them and said awkwardly, "Instructor, I want to speak the truth. I dream of returning to the second company, to be with my comrades from the new recruits. That's it. The problem is solved." Wu Ziyuan clapped his hands with a smile. "Shut up," Sun Nianqing said with a smile, looking at Qin Shen. "You continue." Qin Shen looked at the dejected Zhao Jiumei and clenched his fists. "But the squad leader is right. We worked together in disaster relief, and we risked our lives jumping into the water. In critical moments, they used their bodies to shield me from the dangers in the water. Up until now, there are still many bruises on the squad leader and the others." He stared intently at the instructor. "These are my comrades who have shared hardships with me, friends for life and death. Instructor, I really find it hard to choose. I made a wrong choice when the new recruits were assigned to the company, and now, I don't want to abandon my comrades again." He looked at Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei, then at Zhao Jiumei and the others, and finally turned to Sun Nianqing for help. "Instructor, how should I choose? No matter which side I go to, it will hurt the other. The second company is my home, and this place is also my home. I don't want to hurt any comrades' feelings." The air instantly fell silent, and everyone was quiet. Go Jian shook his head inside silently. Wu Ziyuan looked completely stunned. Zhao Jiumei and the others seemed to regain hope, their faces filled with smiles as they looked at Qin Shen. Sun Nianqing nodded and patted Qin Shen's shoulder. "I understand your feelings. Having such thoughts shows that you have grown, you are already a good soldier." He smiled and said, "How about this? I'll make the decision for you. You can temporarily stay in the cooking class. Okay. Zhao Jiumei and the others jumped up excitedly. Instructor. Wu Ziyuan stepped forward. Sun Yanqing waved him off and continued to speak to Qin Shen. You are a good soldier, the company commander, and everyone can see that, but you belong to the combat class. Qin Shen silently clenched his fists and said nothing. I'll give you some time to get along well with Zhao and the others. Sun Yanqing looked at him. Whenever you want to go back, I'll have Wu Ziyuan come to pick you up. Yes, thank you, instructor. Qin Shen saluted vigorously, feeling a huge weight lift off his chest. When Wu Ziyuan arrived, he really wanted to leave with them immediately. But when Zhao Jiumei and the others blocked his way, he realized that he had completely integrated into the cooking class. Although he wanted to return to the combat class, he absolutely couldn't just leave, especially not now. Sun Yanqing asked, Company commander, no objections, right? Go Jian nodded and walked away with his hands behind his back. What are you standing there for? Go! He said without looking back. Wu Ziyuan stared intently at Qin Shen, but this time his eyes held no anger or disappointment. Instead, they were filled with reluctance. Finally, he sighed and turned to run out as well. Chang Lei smiled slightly at Qin Shen, who looked a bit embarrassed at him. But the next second, Chang Lei gave him 2 thumbs up, his smile even wider. He then ran off to catch up with Wu Ziyuan. Little Luo, yay! Zhao Jiumei and the others suddenly rushed over. Before Qin Shen could react, he was squeezed into the middle. Don't do this, boo-hoo. The next second, he was completely overwhelmed by several muscular bodies. Company commander, instructor. Wu Ziyuan chased after them. How long do you plan to keep Qin Shen in the cooking class? There has to be a deadline. A soldier as good as him is too wasted in the cooking class. It pains me. How can you still say that? Go Jian suddenly stopped, pointing at him in frustration. I told you long ago not to send him to the cooking class, but you insisted on being clever. Now look, you're starting to panic because you can't get him back. Where were you earlier? Wu Ziyuan was so anxious he couldn't speak. Sun Yanqing patted him. Ziyuan, you have a tough personality, but being too rigid can lead to breakage. In the future, whether it's about matters or people, you need to leave some room. Qin Shen's ability to keep finding ways to come back after being rejected by the special forces already shows he has grown. If you don't provide him with a warm home, then others will. Don't make it hard for him. Give him some time. I can see that he will definitely come back. It's just that the time isn't right yet. Being clever for nothing. You brought this on yourself. Go Jian glared at him and turned to leave. Sun Yanqing sighed and looked at Wu Ziyuan. Wait a moment, the drill is about to start. Focus on that for now. Perform well, and let that kid see the style of our combat team. He will definitely want to come back then. Understood. Wu Ziyuan nodded helplessly. Sun Yanqing smiled and patted him on the back, then walked away with him. Wu Ziyuan stood there in a daze. Chang Lei, tell me honestly, did I do something wrong? Chang Lei chuckled awkwardly. Captain, how could you be wrong? You just didn't do it right. Ha! Wu Ziyuan suddenly turned to look at him. Chang Lei laughed and suddenly sped off, running forward at a sprinting pace. You rascal! Wu Ziyuan cursed in annoyance, then turned back to glance in the direction of the cooking team. His eyes were filled with both disappointment and surprise. This kid is growing too fast. If he stays in our company, not only will he become stronger himself, but with his personality, he can also motivate a lot of others to get stronger. By then, the strength of the second company will definitely increase significantly. Thinking of this, he slapped himself hard. Why did I send him to the cooking team? That day when Zhao Jiumei came to ask me to get him out, why didn't I agree? Wu Ziyuan, you big fool. Bang 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 bang. Logs were split into evenly sized firewood and then neatly stacked to the side. Qin Shen took off his shirt, revealing a solid build, and kept swinging the axe. The large pile of wood that had just been delivered was now reduced to just a small half. Qin Shen, take a break, Zhao Jiumei called out, holding a cup of water. Xiao Luoluo, come eat something, you've been working for a long time, Shi Gang also shouted. Qin Shen smiled, squad leader, I'm not tired. You all take a break, I want to do more work. After saying that, he turned back and continued chopping away. Several veterans immediately gathered around Zhao Jiumei. Squad leader, has Qin Shen been stimulated by something? Ever since Captain Wu came yesterday, he hasn't stopped working. Yeah, it's terrifying. I'm afraid he might overwork himself to death. Squad leader, persuade him. Or you could give an order for us to subdue him and force him to take a break. Zhao Jiumei smiled wryly and waved her hand. Let him work. Everyone looked at her with bitter smiles. Squad leader, do you want him to work himself to death? Zhao Jiumei looked at Qin Shen, drenched in sweat, and said helplessly, he doesn't belong to us, he belongs to the combat team. Squad leader, what's wrong with you? Xiong Fei hurriedly said, we finally managed to keep him here. Next, we can brainwash him and have him work with us. I really like Xiao Luoluo. He works hard and never slacks off. Yeah, I want to learn how to make fruit platters from him. His knife skills are amazing, and that tofu carving. Zhao Jiumei sighed. Alright, enough. A forced melon isn't sweet. I can see that yesterday Qin Shen really wanted to leave with Wu Ziyuan. His eyes said it all. She said solemnly, the reason he is willing to stay is that he doesn't want to hurt our rough men's feelings. After all, we have fought together and shared life and death. Sigh, just let him work. Zhao Jiumei shook her head. He just wants to help us out a bit more. During this time, everyone should get along with him well. When it's time for him to go, we will send him off. Zhao Jiumei handed the cup of water to Qi Gang and turned to leave. Everyone was stunned, looking at Qin Shen's back, filled with reluctance. After so many years, the cooking team had finally met a new recruit who matched their personalities and was likable. But why couldn't he just stay? The cooking team is pretty good too. The next evening, a captain rushed into the cooking team, who is Qin Shen. Everyone turned to look in unison. Report, I am Qin Shen. Qin Shen was wearing an apron and turned around with a spatula in hand. The captain looked him up and down. Change your clothes and come with me. Comrade, Zhao Jiumei hurriedly stepped forward. Where are we going? No time for nonsense, hurry up, the commander is waiting. Everyone was stunned, all eyes on Qin Shen. Qin Shen was also a bit confused, not knowing what the commander wanted with him. Hurry up, go, go. Zhao Jiumei reacted quickly and pushed Qin Shen along. Squad leader, I'm going then. Go, go, come back early. Yes. Watching Qin Shen run off, everyone immediately gathered together. Qi Gang asked, what does the commander want with a new recruit? Everyone turned to Zhao Jiumei. Yeah, squad leader, do you have any inside information? Zhao Jiumei shrugged. How would I know what the commander is thinking? I'm just a cook. Everyone looked puzzled. Could it be that Qin Shen did well in disaster relief and is being called over for a reward? That shouldn't be. Shouldn't the whole squad be called over? We did well too. Strange, it's really strange that the commander would summon a new recruit alone? Xiong Fei slapped his forehead. But Company Commander Wu has connections. Could it be that the battalion commander disagreed and he went to the commander to demand him? It's possible. Ma Shuai quickly said, squad leader, why don't you go find the commander too? The commander will definitely give you some face. Enough, everyone shut up. Zhao Jiumei said irritably, don't think too badly of Company Commander Wu, he's not that kind of person. Now hurry up and cook. Yes. Everyone immediately dispersed. Zhao Jiumei looked into the distance, feeling a bit anxious. This kid, he wouldn't just leave and not come back, would he? Sir, I'm ready. Qin Shen changed his clothes and ran up to the captain. The captain glared at him. So you really have worn a white hat before, your military appearance and discipline are quite good, huh? Qin Shen was taken aback. Sir, do you know me? The captain's mouth twitched in anger. Of course I know you. I would recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Don't you recognize me? I was the one you punished to stand by the roadside for an hour, reciting regulations for an hour. Qin Shen's face turned red with embarrassment. Sorry, sir, there were too many people being punished, I didn't recognize you right away. All right. The captain snorted coldly. Let's go. Qin Shen followed behind him, wearing a bitter smile. He had offended too many people in the headquarters. He should avoid going there in the future, or he might end up in a sack one day. After a while, the captain drove them to the building of the headquarters. As soon as they got out of the car, Shi Xingli approached with a smile. Little Qin, come with me. Qin Shen quickly saluted. Commander, where are we going? You'll know when you come with me. Without further ado, he pulled Qin Shen into a nearby vehicle. The SUV roared out of the headquarters and quickly hit the main road. Qin Shen looked at the scenery outside, feeling anxious. Where are we going? Could it be that the commander is holding a grudge and planning to retaliate against me? I just got back. Please don't send me away. 2 hours later, the car entered the city and finally stopped at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. Qin Shen got out of the car, looking at the sign of the Ruiduan Hotel, puzzled. Commander, what are we doing here? Come on, you'll know when we go up. Qin Shen was completely bewildered but could only follow him into the hotel. They took the elevator to the top floor. The manager had been waiting at the door. You must be Commander Qi? Yes. This way, please, to the Emperor's suite. After saying that, the manager led them to a luxurious door. 2 waiters immediately pushed the door open, revealing a magnificent private room that dazzled Qin Shen's eyes. But what shocked him even more was the person sitting on the sofa. Dad! Qin Shen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How did he get here? Shi Xingli walked over with a smile and grabbed Qin Jiaqing's hand, saying, Chairman Qin, long time no see, I've missed you. Qin Jiaqing shot him a cold glare, then turned to Qin Shen. The serious expression on his face instantly softened. Xiao Luo. Dad. Xin Chan awkwardly walked over. Xin Jiaqing quickly stepped forward, grasping his hand and examining his face closely. You've tanned a lot and bulked up quite a bit. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Xin Chen forced a smile. Dad, that's just how it is in the army. It's to be expected. Shi Shengli laughed heartily. Chairman Qin, don't worry, I've instructed everyone to take good care of Qin Chen. Right now, he's in the cooking team. Suddenly, Xin Jiaqing turned sharply, and Shi Shengli's words were swallowed back. Facing him, Xin Jiaqing said coldly, Colonel Qi, could you please take off your military uniform? Ha? Shi Shengli looked confused. It's a bit hot in here, take it off, or you'll get it dirty when we eat later, Xin Jiaqing said. Oh, right. Shi Shengli quickly took off his hat and removed his uniform, placing it aside. Chairman Qin, you really are. Bang! Xin Jiaqing landed a punch on Shi Shengli's face, sending him stumbling back several steps. Xin Chen jumped in shock. Dad, what are you doing? Xin Jiaqing seemed not to hear him, charging forward with a flurry of punches. Bastard! You promised to send him to an easy post. Instead, you let him jump into the flood. He almost died. He's my only son. You nearly got him killed. As long as you're in that uniform, I can't hit you, but once you take it off, you're just an ordinary person. Seeing Qi Shengli cornered, Xin Chen rushed up to hug Xin Jiaqing. Dad, I wanted to go help with the disaster relief. I jumped into the water voluntarily. It has nothing to do with anyone else. What? Xin Jiaqing looked at him in disbelief. You volunteered? Yes. Xin Chen pulled him aside, staring intently at him. The colonel didn't force me, nor did he give me orders. I wanted to go. Why? Xin Jiaqing asked, his face pained. Aren't you supposed to be in the army? Dad. Xin Chen raised his voice, looking at him seriously. I know what you want to say, but I'm not the same person I used to be. Now, I am a soldier. Xin Jiaqing looked at him with a face full of grievance, his mouth trembling, but he couldn't say a word. Xin Chen took a deep breath, placing his hands on his shoulders, looking at him earnestly. Dad, after I got to the army, I made many friends. They treat me sincerely, no matter what mistakes I make. They forgive me. When I'm sad, they care for me. When I'm happy, they celebrate with me. They eat from the same pot as me, roll in the same trench with me. They've taught me a lot, and I've learned a lot. Now, they're not just my friends, they're my comrades, and they're my brothers. Xin Chen said seriously, my brothers are charging into the disaster area, how can I hide behind? They're even willing to risk their lives for me, how can I abandon my brothers? Xin Jiaqing was stunned, staring at him blankly. Xin Chen said earnestly, I've never had friends like this before, everyone around me was just after money. In their eyes, I was just a walking soft currency, but no one ever truly cared for me. But you still have me, Xin Jiaqing said, somewhat agitated. Dad. Xin Chen looked at him seriously. I know you care for me, but you have your own things to attend to, you can't always be by my side. I have my own path to walk in the future. To be honest, I can't live without these brothers, and they can't live without me. Right now, even if I were to spend a lot of money outside, it wouldn't compare to the joy of sitting together with those brothers, eating instant noodles and chatting. Please respect my decision, okay? Just let me serve well in the army, I will pay attention to safety. Even when I wear this military uniform, I must fulfill my mission. I no longer want to be a foolish person who only knows how to spend money. Xin Jiaqing watched as Qin Shen's chest heaved with emotion, stepping back a few paces and silently sitting down. Shi Shengli straightened up, wiped his nosebleed, and said with a bitter smile, Director Qin, I know you only have this one son, and I know you love him very much. But now that he is in the army and wearing this uniform, he is a soldier. In our army, there are so many soldiers. Who doesn't have someone who loves and cares for them? Who doesn't have a family? But as soldiers, we have responsibilities, and when danger comes, we must charge to the front. At that time, not just Qin Shen, even I must rush forward without hesitation, because behind us are countless ordinary people. He sighed, however, I do have a responsibility in this matter. Since I promised you, I should follow through. So, when I go back, Commander! Qin Shen suddenly turned around, staring at him intently, please don't transfer me from the reconnaissance battalion. I really like it there. Qi Shengli stared at him in shock, then looked at Xin Jiaqing. Xin Jiaqing covered his face with his hands and took a long time to stand up. Commander Qi, I'm sorry. He suddenly bowed deeply. No need for that. Qi Shengli hurriedly went to help him up. Xin Jiaqing fixed his gaze on him. Xin Shen is right, he has his own path to walk. I have been too controlling, sometimes, love can also be a sin. Dad. Xin Shen's eyes inexplicably turned red. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I ask you not to transfer him, just follow his wishes and let him serve as a soldier for 2 years. Xin Shen's nose tinged with bitterness, tears rolling in his eyes. No one understood his father's love for him better than he did. Growing up without a mother, Qin Jiacheng had been both father and mother to him. He was cherished so much that his father feared he would be blown away, and he was protected so tenderly that his father worried he would melt away. No matter the time, Qin Jiacheng always considered Qin Shen, afraid he would suffer even a little. For his own sake, his father could fight hard and give up everything. Family was above all for him. He was just an ordinary father. Now, making such a decision, Qin Shen knew how difficult it was for him. Dad! Qin Jiacheng waved his hand, smiling bitterly. I don't want you to be a soldier, I have my own reasons, but since you want to do this, then go ahead. He stared deeply at Qin Shen. Dad supports you, always supports you. Qin Shen turned his head, tears streaming down his cheeks, but his heart was filled with warmth. Qi Shengli laughed heartily. All right, Director Qin, it's fine. Let's have a meal. It's not easy to see Qin Shen, so let's enjoy a good meal and have a good chat. Qin Jiacheng nodded, walking over to hug Qin Shen. Sit down. In the past, Dad was too busy, only knowing to give you pocket money, rarely spending time with you at home. Now I'm even busier. Can you accompany me for a good meal? Sure. Qin Shen nodded vigorously. The meal was slow and warm. Qin Jiacheng kept serving Qin Shen dishes, and Qin Shen kept serving him back. Their plates quickly piled up with food. Whether it was Qin Shen or Qin Jiacheng, both wore smiles throughout. They hadn't shared a meal together like this in a long time. After finishing their meal and drinks, Qin Jiacheng stood up. Xiao Luo, you go wait downstairs first. I need to talk to Colonel Qi for a few more minutes. Qin Shen hesitated as he looked at him. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Okay. Qin Shen nodded to both of them and turned to leave. Xiao Luo. Qin Shen suddenly stopped. Qin Jiacheng stared at him intently. Don't overexert yourself, and don't take unnecessary risks. When you finish your service, Dad will come to pick you up. Seeing his father's reluctant expression, Qin Shen abruptly turned around and saluted him vigorously. Okay. After Qin Shen left, Qi Shengli awkwardly smiled. Chairman Qin, don't worry, this time I guarantee. Suddenly, Qin Jiacheng turned sharply, causing Qi Shengli to take 2 steps back in fright. Hey, Chairman Qin, it's all in the past now, I've already started to guarantee you. 300 million. Qi Shengli was stunned. Huh? Qin Jiacheng poured a glass of wine and handed it to him, and Qi Shengli nervously accepted it. Qin Jiacheng poured himself a glass as well, clinking it with Qi Shengli's. Cheers. He then tilted his head back and drank it down. Qi Shengli's lips trembled a couple of times before he followed suit. Qin Jiacheng set down his glass and stared at him intently. 300 million might be a bit low, let's make it 500 million. Put. Qi Shengli spat out his drink, his eyes wide. Why you? Qin Jiacheng looked at him and apologetically said, I was wrong to act out earlier, and I apologize. This 500 million is for your unit's development, use it however you like. Consider it my compensation. If it's not enough, I can. That's enough. Qi Shengli smiled brightly. You are truly generous, our unit's funding is indeed low, and many places urgently need money. You are simply a living bodhisattva, a timely rain. Chairman Qin, how about you hit me again? Ha. Qin Jiacheng's mouth twitched. Qi Shengli jumped up excitedly. 500 million. With so much money, if you don't hit me again, it'll feel too hot to handle. Saying this, he puffed out his chest and raised his head. Come on, hit me hard. Harder, come on, Chairman Qin. Qin Jiacheng instantly felt goosebumps all over. This guy definitely had some masochistic tendencies. He picked up his coat and turned to leave. That money, I'll have someone transfer it directly to your unit's account. I'm off. Hey, Chairman Qin, I'm serious, hit me again, until you're satisfied. Come on, don't be shy, don't go. Qi Shengli hurriedly chased after him. If you're a brother, come on and hit me, Chairman Qin. Sir, it's cold tonight, put this on. Wang Rifa draped a coat over Qin Jiacheng. Qin Jiacheng looked out the window and sighed. Old Wang, that kid has become addicted to the army, he's going down his mother's old path. Wang Rifa comforted him. Sir, he won't. The young master will be safe. He's just an ordinary soldier, there won't be any danger. Qin Jiacheng nodded and suddenly said, No. What's wrong, sir? Wang Rifa asked. Didn't you just promise the young master to respect his wishes? You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Do I look like someone who goes back on my word? Qin Jiacheng smiled slightly. Since he wants to be a soldier, I will definitely respect him. It's just 2 years. However, during this time, I need to support him well. Wang Rifa's eyes widened. Sir, what are you planning to do? The evening breeze brushed against Qin Shen's face. The vibrant neon lights reflected in his eyes. Even now, his mind was filled with the image of Qin Jiacheng. At the moment he turned to leave, Qin Shen suddenly felt that his father had aged quite a bit. A wave of sadness washed over him, although his father was thriving outside, admired by everyone as a wealthy man. But only Qin Shen knew how much suffering he had endured in secret. In the past, Qin Shen only knew how to spend money and had never done anything for his family or his father, like a burden, almost like a giant baby. Qin Shen silently clenched his fists. He might not be good at business, but he could achieve something in the army that would make his father proud. Qin Shen, Shi Xingli patted him. Qin Shen quickly turned his head. Yes. Shi Xingli smiled and said, your dad really cares about you. Work hard in the future, bring him some glory, so that when he talks about you to others, he can give a thumbs up. Qin Shen nodded vigorously. I will. The car drove all the way to the reconnaissance camp. Qin Shen got out of the car and saluted Shi Xingli. Commander, I'm leaving. Get back and rest early. You'll be busy tomorrow. Shi Xingli waved with a smile, and the car sped off towards the headquarters. Qin Shen turned around, looking at the dark reconnaissance camp, and took a deep breath. He used to come here just to complete tasks and chase girls, but now he wanted to achieve something here. Even if he couldn't make his father proud, at least he shouldn't bring him shame. It would be tough for 2 years, but he was determined. Qin Shen strode towards the barracks, and just as he reached the kitchen building, his pores suddenly tightened, and his heightened senses detected something was off. Who? Pretty alert, aren't you? Looks like a reconnaissance soldier. Zhao Jiumei smiled as she stepped out of the darkness. Squad leader? Qin Shen was surprised. Aren't you resting? We haven't rested either. Before Zhao Jiumei could speak, others emerged from the shadows, cheerfully surrounding Qin Shen. Zhao Jiumei said with a smile, everyone was worried about you, so we waited. Alright, now that you're back, it's all good, everyone go back to sleep. Let's go, little Luo, hurry to sleep, we'll be busy tomorrow. Let's go, let's go. A group of people hugged him as they went upstairs. Surrounded by them, Qin Shen felt an immense warmth in his heart. In the past, his father was always busy, and aside from Wang Rifa, no one waited for him to come home. But at this moment, he felt fortunate and more convinced that his decision was right. Beep beep beep, in the dead of night, the piercing whistle suddenly echoed through the camp. In every barrack, all the soldiers quickly jumped out of bed and packed their bags. The corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Before long, the downstairs was filled with rows of soldiers standing in formation. Count off. Go Jian lowered his voice. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the soldiers counted off in the lowest voices. Qin Shen looked blankly towards the combat squad and curiously asked, Squad leader, why the emergency assembly in the middle of the night? Don't ask too much, just count off. Zhao Jiumei said sternly. 1, 2, 3, 10. At ease, stand at attention. Then Zhao Jiumei turned and ran towards the camp leader. Qin Shen leaned slightly to peek in that direction. Do you know what's going on? I told you not to ask too much. The squad leader will know when she comes back. Shi Gang glared at him. Qin Shen stuck out his tongue and stood straight again, but he felt a bit nervous and excited inside. Last time, they had an emergency assembly for disaster relief. It couldn't be. No, what am I thinking? At that moment, several vehicles drove up, making a dull screeching sound. The cooks all looked over, and they saw the combat squad starting to board the vehicles in an orderly manner. Zhao Jiumei also ran back at that moment. Squad leader, what's going on? Is there a mission? 2 veterans quickly asked. Zhao Jiumei said coldly, now, everyone immediately go gather your gear, bring all the outdoor cooking equipment, hurry. Yes. Everyone immediately rushed towards the dining hall. Solid fuel, rice, flour, oil, vegetables, meat. Everything was packed up, and then everyone quickly pushed the carts out. Qin Shen carried a large pot on his back, clutched 2 bags of rice, and held 2 buckets of oil, bringing up the rear. As soon as they exited the cafeteria, they saw vehicles parked at the entrance. Load the vehicles, hurry up. Zhao Jiumei waved her hand, and even the drivers rushed down to help them load the supplies onto the trucks. Once all the supplies were loaded, everyone immediately boarded the vehicles. As soon as Qin Shen got on, he was stunned. The vehicle was already filled with a large amount of supplies. The rice was piled high, and boxes of canned goods were stacked all the way to the top. He asked in surprise, Squad leader, what are we going to do? Sit down, we're leaving, Zhao Jiumei ordered, and the vehicle immediately started moving. Qin Shen, filled with confusion, quickly sat down. The night was incredibly quiet in the early morning. One vehicle after another drove out of the camp, heading towards the main road. Qin Shen lifted the tarpaulin to look outside, his mouth agape in astonishment. Not only the reconnaissance battalion, but also from other regiments, a large number of convoys were converging on the main road, stretching as far as the eye could see. Squad leader, can you tell me now? Qin Shen turned his head. What exactly is the mission? All the veterans also looked towards Zhao Jiumei. A drill, Zhao Jiumei said with a smile. Qin Shen's eyes widened. He had heard that their field units conducted combat drills every year. The main purpose was to simulate real combat, improve the combat effectiveness of various units, and ensure that when war came, the troops wouldn't be clueless about fighting. After all, every year, veterans retired, and new recruits came in. The new recruits didn't understand the brutality of the battlefield. If they didn't simulate, once real war broke out, with the sound of artillery, blood would be shed. Many new recruits might forget what they had learned, and the combat effectiveness of the troops would be greatly reduced. Therefore, drills were essential. Squad leader, who are we fighting against? Xiong Fei asked curiously. We're going up against the A Army, Zhao Jiumei replied with a smile. We are the red side, deploying our division and the B division. The A Army is the blue side, deploying an entire army. I don't know the specific combat mission, but we just need to defeat them. Everyone immediately laughed. So it's the A Army, their combat effectiveness can't compare to ours. Exactly, our two divisions can take them down easily. We don't even need two divisions, we're a mechanized unit, and they're only semi-mechanized. It won't be a problem to defeat them. Qin Shen became excited. So do we have a chance to participate in the battle? Everyone looked at him in unison, and Zhao Jiumei suddenly laughed. Of course, with such a large drill, we have plenty of opportunities to show our skills. That's great, that's great. Qin Shen nodded excitedly. This was his first time participating in a drill. If he could earn some merit for the cooking team in the battle, the squad leader and the others would definitely be pleased, and it would be a good way to give everyone an explanation. When the day of departure came, he could bid farewell to everyone without any regrets. Qin Shen rubbed his hands together excitedly. This time, I can finally make a big impact. Let's take down 40 of them, no, 80, and I'll definitely achieve great merit. Ha ha ha. Qin Shen, hurry up and chop the firewood, we don't have enough to cook. Qin Shen, hurry up, come help knead the dough in a bit. Qin Shen, Qin Shen. Qin Shen was so busy that he was almost overwhelmed. In the field camp, Zhao Jiumei and the others were also working frantically. Qin Shen stood there dazed, holding an axe, glancing around. It had been 4 days, and he had only heard continuous news of victories from the division, but he hadn't even seen a shadow of the enemy. Cheng Haonan and the others even came over to gloat, boasting about how they had taken down a few Blue Army soldiers, which made him so angry that he beat them up on the spot. Didn't they say they could fight and show their skills? Why were they still here cooking? What are you standing there for? Zhao Jiumei slapped him. Hurry up. Qin Shen looked at him and asked, Squad leader, when can we go to battle? What battle? We're here to cook. Our job is to serve the stomachs of all the soldiers well, Zhao Jiumei replied. But you said when we came that we could show our skills, right? How come? Qin Shen was dumbfounded. Zhao Jiumei glared at him. When I said show our skills, I meant that this time we are not only responsible for the rations of the reconnaissance battalion, but also for the division headquarters. The workload has doubled. Isn't that showing our skills? Hurry up, let's get to it. Qin Shen's jaw nearly dropped. Is this what you call showing skills? How can we achieve merit just by cooking? Are we supposed to compete to be the best cooks? At the Blue Army command post, chaos reigned. Soldiers were running everywhere, each with a serious expression. Various instruments beeped incessantly, and the sound of phones ringing was deafening, as if it were the end of the world. Bang! Li Jiankui slammed his hand on the map, his anger causing veins to bulge on his forehead. What is the 29th Division doing? Li Jiankui shouted at a group of subordinates. They were only supposed to hold 379 heights for 12 hours, and they couldn't even manage half that time. Now look, our encirclement tactics are completely ruined, and the 31st Division is about to be counter-encircled by the Red Army. What kind of nonsense is this? Li Jiankui yelled, spitting as he spoke. A soldier is only as good as his unit. Execute all the officers at their division headquarters, useless bunch. The group of subordinates fell silent, not daring to breathe. Chief of Staff Zhao Ping quickly said, Commander, you can't blame the 29th Division for this. They exhausted an entire regiment to hold 379 heights, and even the regiment commander was killed in action. That's no excuse, Li Jiankui roared. If they die in battle, send reinforcements. No matter the cost, we must hold our ground. He slammed his hand on the table. Now that 379 heights has fallen, it's not just the 31st Division that's doomed. If the Red Army launches a fierce attack, we won't even have a place to retreat to. We'll be surrounded in no time. Zhao Ping opened his mouth but swallowed his words. Since the exercise began, they had been pressed by the Red Army. They had finally formulated a defensive counterattack strategy, but the loss of a single height had ruined everything, and their entire army was at risk of annihilation. At such a time, no argument would help. Someone say something. Li Jiankui glared at everyone. In this moment of life and death, speak up. Who has a good plan? Everyone lowered their heads. Their 3 divisions were about to be reduced to 2 by the Red Army, and most importantly, their weaponry was far inferior to that of the Red Army. How could they fight? Li Jiankui waited for a long time without anyone speaking, and in his anger, he slammed his hand on the table again. You all. Commander Li, why are you so angry? A voice suddenly came from the doorway, and everyone immediately turned to look. A dozen tall and strong soldiers walked in, led by a smiling colonel. Seeing them, Li Jiankui's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Brother Hu, I've been waiting for you like waiting for the stars and the moon. Li Jiankui grasped Hu Fei's hand, as happy as if he had seen a family member. Since the exercise started, I've been waiting for you. What happened? You promised to come help, and it took you 7 days to arrive? Hu Fei chuckled and patted his hand. We're here now. That's good, Li Jiankui said, grinning from ear to ear. You have no idea how anxious I was. Hu Fei laughed. Commander, don't be anxious. He held Li Jiankui's hand and walked toward the map, and everyone immediately cleared a path. How can I not be anxious? Li Jiankui frowned. We have reached a dead end. The red side is relentlessly pursuing us, and we are in imminent danger of being completely annihilated, yet I have no extra troops to mobilize. Hu Fei smiled and said, we arrived late on purpose. Ha! Li Jiankui's mouth dropped open. Hu Fei continued, in fact, since the exercise began, we have been keeping an eye on you, waiting for you to be pushed to the brink. Now, the time has come, so we are here. Li Jiankui's eyes twitched. You deliberately watched us suffer so badly? Hu Fei laughed heartily. Chief, I told you not to rush. He said lightly, although the red side has only deployed 2 divisions, they are seasoned veterans. If we had shown up from the start, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. No matter how strong we are, we would just be cannon fodder in front of their overwhelming firepower. Hu Fei looked seriously at Li Jiankui. But now, you feel like you're at a dead end, and the red side must be feeling quite pleased, thinking they have you cornered. At this moment, they are at their proudest, absolutely unaware that you still have a trump card to deliver a fatal blow. In this way, our appearance becomes meaningful, doesn't it? A smile returned to Li Jiankui's face. Great. So how do you plan to proceed? We will fully cooperate with you to defeat the red side, Hu Fei said with a smile, and let these seasoned veterans taste the bitterness of defeat. He patted Li Jiankui's hand firmly. Good things are worth the wait, and good wine is worth the distance. Don't worry. Li Jiankui's face blossomed with a smile. Rest assured, with you personally in command, I am absolutely at ease. Chief, you are mistaken, Hu Fei pointed behind him. This time he will be in command, not me. Li Jiankui looked in surprise as a colonel saluted him. Hello, Chief. I am Se Gongming, commander of the Special Operations Brigade directly under the military district. Special Operations Brigade? Li Jiankui's eyes widened. This is newly formed by the military district, and our mission is different. We belong to a rapid response force, Hu Fei said with a smile. Don't worry, they are very strong too. You're not in command? Li Jiankui looked worried. Please rest assured, Chief, Xie Gongming said confidently. Although our Special Operations Brigade has only been established for a short time, we have been trained by the Tianlang Special Operations Team throughout. We are more adept at small unit maneuver warfare and will definitely coordinate well. Hu Fei smiled and said, Chief, let's not talk too much, let them get started. I will also observe here. All right, Li Jiankui nodded vigorously. Then let's hurry up and begin. With a wave of his hand, Xie Gongming's team immediately started to hand over responsibilities with the staff at the command center. Li Jiankui stepped aside, still looking somewhat worried. Commander, don't worry, Zhao Ping leaned over and whispered. I've heard of them. All the commanders in the Special Operations Brigade are from Tianlang. Whatever Tianlang can do, they can do too, and with more personnel and better equipment, they will definitely succeed. Only then did Li Jiankui nod in relief. Good, then I can rest assured. Zhao Ping hesitated and said, however, this time we are reorganizing to fight the red side, and they are only deploying 2 divisions. If they find out we asked the special operations troops for help, won't they say we are shameless? What's there to be afraid of? Li Jiankui said dismissively, they are a mechanized force, and we are semi-mechanized. They are inherently stronger than us. Even if we ask for outside help, they can't say anything. He chuckled. The red side is in for it now. Haven't they always been so arrogant? Let's see how they cope next. Bang bang bang. Pieces of wood were being chopped into uniform small blocks under the axe. Qin Shen kicked one aside, put down the axe, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Looking at the mountain of wood piled up next to him, Qin Shen was speechless. Since the exercise began, the food had doubled compared to usual. With the addition of the headquarters dining together, Qin Shen was almost chopping firewood all day long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to cook. After all, it wasn't gas. To prepare meals for so many people, a large amount of firewood was necessary. Qin Chen. Zhao Jiumei handed him a cup of water. Take a short break, then keep chopping. Otherwise, there won't be enough firewood for tomorrow morning. Qin Chen bitterly accepted the cup. Squad leader, I've been chopping firewood for 7 days now. The combat team is happily fighting, but I'm here chopping wood. Why don't you talk to the company commander and let us go fight too? Anyway, the Blue Army is about to collapse. We can go out and give them a good beating, and it won't delay cooking when we come back. Zhao Jiumei smiled at him. You can forget that thought. We are the cooking team. Making meals is our main job, and fighting is for the combat team. Besides, we are also very important. Zhao Jiumei said proudly. Without our ample support, how could the frontline troops fight so vigorously? They would have turned into soft-shell shrimp long ago. All right. Qin Chen sighed heavily and picked up the axe to continue chopping. The beautiful dreams before the exercise were completely shattered. As for meritorious service, forget it. Qin Chen sighed again and swung the axe with force. Since he couldn't earn merit, he might as well work harder. Zhao Jiumei looked at his back, sighed slightly, and turned to walk back. Squad leader, is he applying to go fight again? Shi Gang walked over. Zhao Jiumei nodded. He really wants to follow his comrades from the second company to fight the Blue Army. This kid, why does he like fighting so much? Shi Gang looked puzzled. The combat team is exhausted every day. It's much better here with us. Exactly. Ma Shuai said, our work is also very great. Without us, what can the combat team do? How glorious is that? Zhao Jiumei smiled. Everyone wants different things. We like stability, but that doesn't mean everyone can adapt to our mindset. Everyone stared at him blankly. Squad leader, you wouldn't. Zhao Jiumei waved his hand. Forget it, after the exercise ends, let's send him back. He shook his head helplessly. The instructor is right. Compared to the cooking team, he is more suited for the combat team. This kid has talent and ability. We shouldn't hold him back. Get to work. Everyone looked at Qin Chen swinging the axe, their eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a sudden rumble of cannon fire echoed from afar. Qin Chen looked up. The sky in the distance was lit up red. It seems they will finish tomorrow. Qin Chen said with envy on his face. Shanghanen, Zheng Xian, they must be having a great time. Maybe even Hao Duo can earn merit. He glanced at the axe in his hand and the firewood at his feet, letting out a long sigh. They had agreed to join the reconnaissance battalion together and make a name for themselves. Qin Chen had promised to take care of them. But now, they were fighting joyfully ahead while he could only stay here to start a fire and chop wood. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to that damned dogshit Tianlang. Qin Chen really wanted to slap himself. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely choose the reconnaissance battalion and would never follow Shirlu. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. Ha! Qin Chen turned around sharply. The front was a pitch-black darkness, and he couldn't see anything. But his super senses detected that about 50 meters away, several fully armed soldiers were crawling slowly towards him. Blue Army? Qin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and a smile crept onto his lips. Damn, I was just worried about not having an opportunity, and you guys came right to my door? In the grass, a captain from the Special Operations Brigade struck a hand knife on the neck of a Red Army guard. The guard's eyes widened, and he instantly lost consciousness, collapsing completely. The captain glanced to the sides. The other 2 Red Army sentries had also been knocked out by his men. He leaned forward slightly, then quickly shrank back. This should be the cooking team of the A Division. If we rush in, their headquarters will definitely be unprepared. The captain's lips curled into a slight smile as he signaled for action to both sides. A group of people immediately pulled out their handguns, attached silencers, and swiftly crawled forward. Meanwhile, Qin Chen dropped his axe and turned to dash towards the stove. His super senses were locked onto this group, and he had already sensed they were getting closer. At that moment, Qin Chen was both excited and nervous. Old Ma, lend me your spatula. Without waiting for a response, he snatched the spatula that Ma Shuai was using to stir fry. It was the most suitable weapon he could find at the moment. What are you doing? Ma Shuai was dumbfounded. How can I cook without a spatula? Qin Chen made a shushing gesture, then looked around, picked up a basket, and turned to run. Enemies are coming. Scatter quickly, be careful. Qin Chen shouted as he ran, disappearing into the grass in the blink of an eye. The situation was urgent. He had no time to explain and had to act quickly. A few veterans exchanged glances, their heads filled with question marks. Squad leader, is Qin Chen under some kind of stimulus, gone mad? He said there are enemies. Do you think he's so eager to join the combat team that he's lost his mind and is hallucinating? Damn, isn't that a mental illness? Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Jiumei glared at them but was also worried. Everyone, put down what you're doing and go check on him, we can't let him get into trouble. The few of them nodded quickly, hurriedly putting down their tasks and heading towards Qin Chen. Just then, a nearby grass nest suddenly moved. Before they could react, several dark iron lumps were hurled towards the stove. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted. Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei hadn't figured out what was happening when white smoke started to rise from their bodies. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Zhao Jiumei was the first to react, quickly shouting, "Get down!" But before he could hit the ground, the Blue Army Special Forces had already leaped out from the grass. Bang! 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 After a series of dull gunshots, 3 more veterans were shot to pieces, their bodies emitting white smoke. There really are enemies. Zhao Jiumei's eyes widened in shock. He had originally thought Qin Chen was crazy and hallucinating, but it turned out to be real. Take them out! The captain waved his hand sharply, and all the special forces immediately spread out, encircling the few remaining, including Zhao Jiumei. Suddenly, there was a dull thud. Several blue soldiers turned their heads, startled. They saw one of their comrades fall straight to the ground, with a few leaves of vegetables stuck to his face. What happened? One special forces soldier was about to check the situation, but at that moment, a whooshing sound came from above. He instinctively looked up, and a green cabbage hit him square in the face. With a thud, he felt the world spin, as if he had been hit hard on the head with a hammer. He lost control and collapsed, instantly falling into a dream. Damn, a cabbage. Several special forces soldiers twitched at the corners of their mouths but quickly reacted. At that moment, Qin Chen was picking up another cabbage, preparing to throw it. Enemies at 3 o'clock. 2 special forces soldiers shouted while raising their guns. Whoosh! 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 Qin Chen swung both hands simultaneously, sending several cabbages flying. The 2 soldiers immediately aimed at the cabbages and opened fire, but their eyes widened in an instant. The cabbages weren't smashed and kept enlarging in their sight. Damn it, we forgot they were blanks. The 2 looked helplessly as the cabbage loomed larger before them, realizing it was too late to run. Thud! 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 2 large cabbages smashed into their faces, followed by 2 more cabbages that shattered against their chests. The 2 let out a muffled grunt and immediately fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Eagle Eye's ability is still quite strong, hitting every shot within 100 meters. Qin Chen hid in the grass, grinning mischievously. With the Knife God's flying needle ability, this was truly exhilarating. He excitedly picked up a shovel and, before the other blue soldiers could turn around, he kicked off with his right leg. The fierce explosive power propelled him forward like a cannonball. Thud, thud, thud. With each footfall, Qin Chen surged ahead. In just a few leaps, he reached the side and rear of several blue soldiers. Whoosh! He swung his arm in a wide arc, like a golf swing, the iron shovel tracing a graceful curve through the air. One blue soldier suddenly felt a rush of wind by his ear, and the smell of braised pork with vermicelli wafted through the air. Just as he was about to turn his head, bang! A heavy iron shovel slammed down on his steel helmet. Qin Chen's hand trembled slightly, leaving a few strands of vermicelli on his helmet, and the shovel immediately bounced back like a spring. Bang, 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 bang. The iron shovel struck the helmets of 4 blue soldiers in quick succession. The 5 of them immediately saw darkness before collapsing straight down. Damn! Zhao Jiumei's eyes nearly popped out. Is this kid using a frying pan to hit moles? Just then, his super senses suddenly detected danger. Qin Chen had long since adapted to this feeling. Without a second thought, he lunged forward. After landing, he rolled once and then charged wildly toward the stove. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted behind him, but it was always a beat too late. A group of blue soldiers watched in disbelief as Qin Chen jumped behind the stove. Boss, that kid is using a frying pan to hit our people, one special forces soldier shouted angrily. Bastard! The captain was furious, jumping up and down. In the blink of an eye, 8 of his men had been taken down by cabbage and a shovel. They were supposed to attack the command post, but they had already lost a third of their force in the kitchen. Take out these cooks, especially that one with the shovel, shoot him a few more times. Yes! All the special forces immediately raised their guns and quickly advanced. Squad leader, they're coming, Shi Gang said anxiously. Zhao Jiumei looked up slightly, her eyes reddening as she saw the enemy quickly surrounding them. In the exercise, the kitchen staff were considered logistics personnel and were not issued any firearms. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't be so fearless. Damn it, they're bullying us because we have no weapons, Zhao Jiumei shouted angrily. Cooks, grab your weapons, let's fight back. All right. Several people shouted in unison. The Blue Army captain wanted to laugh. After just being ambushed by you guys, you really think you're something? Today, let's show you just how powerful special forces are. This is also a rare sight in your cooking career. As the blue soldiers drew closer, Zhao Jiumei and the others tightened their grips on their makeshift weapons. Let's get them! With Zhao Jiumei's loud shout, the veterans immediately prepared to spring up. The special forces had their fingers already on the triggers, waiting for the moment to jump up and turn them into a beehive. But just then, a loud bang suddenly rang out. The blue soldiers instinctively looked up, but they were all left dumbfounded, mouths agape. They saw an iron pot flying toward them. Dodge! The captain shouted, and all the special forces immediately jumped back. Damn it, that's really hot. In an instant, the blue soldiers screamed in agony, as if their faces had been disfigured. They had dodged the iron pot but not the food inside it. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes splattered all over their faces like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Bastards, the captain shouted angrily, covering his face, you actually used damn scrambled eggs to hit us. Catch him for me, I wanted to beat him up badly. But it was already too late. At this moment, Qin Shen had jumped out from behind the stove. Bang! 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 He kicked 3 times in succession, sending 3 iron pots flying towards the blue army. The food in the pots poured out like a flood. A dozen blue soldiers, like ants falling into a hot pot, jumped around in a disco dance from the scalding. Bastard! The captain wiped the cabbage off his face, gritting his teeth in pain, and shouted angrily, you dare to come again. This time he saw clearly that the soup splashed on his face was actually oil-braised eggplant and shredded potatoes. No wonder it was so hot. I want to personally hit him on the head with the pot lid. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. A towering iron tower had appeared in front of him without him noticing. Zhao Jiumei looked down and grinned at him, causing the captain to shiver in fear, hurriedly trying to raise his gun, but it was already too late. Zhao Jiumei suddenly reached out and grabbed his right leg, lifting him up by his back. What are you doing? What are you? The next second, the captain felt himself soaring through the air, his body crashing down left and right. In just a few moments, he was knocked out cold. Meanwhile, the remaining old soldiers in the kitchen had already charged towards the other blue soldiers. When they suddenly saw a group of small mountains flying towards them, all the blue special forces soldiers were so scared that they tightened up. By the time they reacted, Ma Shuai and the others had already rushed up to them. Motherfucker! The blue soldiers were so frightened that they hurriedly opened fire. But hands like giant fans suddenly slapped down, directly knocking their guns away. The next second, Ma Shuai and the others grinned and charged forward. The screams immediately rang out. Some blue soldiers were slapped away. Some were tightly held and choked unconscious. The unluckiest one was caught under Qi Gang's armpit, directly knocked out. The remaining blue soldiers were almost scared to the point of wetting themselves. What the hell were these monsters? Were they attacking the kitchen team or a philosophy dressing room or a gay happy house? Human cannonball charge. Several old soldiers threw away the blue soldiers in their hands and shouted, charging towards the few remaining blue soldiers from 4 different directions. Don't come over. The remaining blue soldiers were so scared that they hurriedly retreated, but they were too close. A few blue soldiers didn't even take a step back before being caught in the middle. A few blue soldiers let out miserable cries as they were slammed by the big chests, their eyes nearly rolling back. The strong smell of sweat almost suffocated them on the spot. Damn it, even our kitchen team is being ambushed, shameless. Bastard, who told you to take out my comrade? There are still so many tasks ahead, with just a few of you, can you handle it? Watch me crush you. Damn it, attacking us and flipping our pots. We worked our asses off to make this, compensate us for our pork stew and tomato scrambled eggs. Wait a minute. One blue soldier was almost crying from being squeezed. It wasn't us who flipped the pot, it was your own people. Zhao Jiumei and the others were stunned for a moment, then shouted with spittle flying, that still counts against you. Whoever the hell attacked you, it's your fault, squeeze them. As the old soldiers exerted their strength together, the few blue soldiers let out pig-like screams, and soon rolled their eyes completely. A dozen blue special forces soldiers were thrown onto the grass. The only one still conscious was terrified, wishing he could faint too. Because at that moment, 5 muscular men had surrounded him, their eyes wide as saucers, staring at him intently. Say it, say it, say it. A shovel hit his steel helmet again and again, making a clanging sound. The guy winced in pain, his head buzzing. Stop hitting, stop hitting. Let me speak. You should ask first. Right. Qin Shen quickly stopped and asked, hurry up and tell me, what is your mission? The soldier glared at him fiercely and coldly replied, to deal with your cooking team. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Shen pointed his iron shovel at him, looking quite rude. Just tell me, what is your mission? Speak! Zhao Jiumei shouted, spitting in his face. The Blue Army Special Forces glanced at everyone, still gritting his teeth. The mission we received says there's a bunch of muscle freaks trying to destroy the world, and I find you all unpleasant, so we're here to eliminate you on behalf of the moon. Eliminate your mother? Do you think you're Sailor Moon? Shi Gang angrily slapped him. The Blue Army Special Forces let out a muffled grunt, his vision went dark, and his head drooped down. Qin Shen stared with his mouth agape. Deputy, why did you knock him out? I still wanted to ask him some things. What's there to ask? Shi Gang shrugged. Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei have already been taken out by these bastards. Why be polite to them? Exactly, there's nothing to say to them, just beat them up. Zhang Chaoda chimed in. Looking at these burly rough men, Qin Shen felt utterly speechless. Even a fool could tell that these Blue Army soldiers must have a mission here, otherwise, why would they come to mess with their cooking team? If he could find out, it might just be a great achievement. Now, they've knocked him out, and what's there to ask? Seeing the old soldiers fuming, Qin Shen sighed helplessly. After all, the cooking team only cooks and hasn't undergone any systematic military training, so they wouldn't think as much as the combat team soldiers. Alright, don't overthink it, Zhao Jiumei patted him. These people are skilled, they look formidable, probably special forces, and we won't get much out of them. Just report to the company commander later, and we'll have made a contribution. Special forces? Qin Shen suddenly got excited. Shi Gang chuckled. Qin Shen, this credit is yours, so don't think too much about it. Didn't you want to fight? This should get you hooked. Squad leader. Qin Shen suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, the division headquarters is right behind us, and the Blue Army Special Forces appear here. What do you think? They want to do? Zhao Jiumei and the others were all stunned. Qin Shen picked up a gun from the ground and shouted excitedly, hurry, don't just stand there, the Blue Army wants to ambush our division headquarters, they must have more enemies. After saying that, he turned and ran wildly towards the division headquarters. Wait a minute? Shi Gang shouted, the Blue Army is almost wiped out by us, where are there still Blue Army soldiers? These scattered troops must have just stumbled over here. Squad leader, do you think he's gone mad? The others chimed in. Zhao Jiumei frowned and quickly picked up a gun from the ground, also pulling out a few grenades from the blue soldier. Qin Shen is right, special forces often use multiple routes for ambushes, it definitely isn't just one. Quick, the division headquarters is in danger, we need to notify them immediately. Meanwhile, on the right side of the Red Side's division headquarters, heads slowly peeked out from the woods. A major looked at his watch, then gently raised his binoculars to look towards the right side of the command post, but after a full minute, he hadn't seen a single figure. He lowered the binoculars, frowning, what's going on with Team 2? Why haven't they arrived yet? This shouldn't be the case. A soldier beside him looked puzzled, their direction should be the easiest to come from. There are only a few hidden sentries, plus a cooking team, they should have been the first to arrive. Another subordinate said, should we wait a bit longer? They should be arriving soon. Time's up. We can't wait any longer, the major said sternly, we must act immediately. The subordinate asked, what about the second team? The major snorted coldly, I hope they can arrive on time, otherwise, they can expect to go back and face punishment. Everyone, get ready for battle. Two subordinates immediately signaled with tactical hand signs. Each Special Forces soldier checked their weapons and equipment one last time. Captain, look. The major immediately looked up and saw a soldier running around the command post on the right side of the A division, heading in their direction. What is this guy doing? The major said, puzzled. Is he being punished to run? Or is he having a fit? Several Special Forces soldiers looked equally confused. Captain, that. Wait a moment, the major lowered his voice and said coldly, wait until this guy passes before we act. Don't alert the enemy. Everyone nodded silently, their hearts sinking. As the distance closed, all eyes were fixed on the approaching Qin Shen. Suddenly, Qin Shen's hair stood on end, and he stopped abruptly. He was panting heavily, his super senses clearly detecting that a dozen armed men were crouched in the grass not far ahead, watching him closely. Qin Shen took a few deep breaths, feeling a surge of delight. He was right, there really were blue forces. However, he was troubled by the fact that any movement on his part would surely get him shot to pieces. He was there to achieve merit, not to be a target. Qin Shen's eyes darted, and he suddenly had an idea. Squad leader, I need to take a leak, he shouted, turning towards the hiding place of the blue forces. All the blue special forces soldiers tensed up. If they were discovered, the ambush plan would be ruined. They pointed their guns upward, fingers already on the triggers, each one on high alert, waiting for the major's command to fire. Qin Shen strode up to them, stopping just over a meter away. Under the gaze of all the blue soldiers, with a rip, Qin Shen unzipped his pants. Holy crap! Everyone was startled. Then, they watched in disbelief as Qin Shen grabbed his big item and aimed it at them. "Captain," one soldier mouthed, "he's going to pee on us, should we act?" "Hold on." The major gestured and shook his head vigorously, he has companions behind him. Just then, a stream of yellow liquid came pouring down. The Blue Special Forces soldiers felt the warm liquid dripping from their heads, their eyes blazing with anger. But to complete the mission, no one dared to move. A small inconvenience could ruin the big plan. Their target was the A Division command post, not this fool in front of them. "Qin Shen, where did you run off to?" At that moment, Zhao Jiumei rushed over with her team. Qin Shen glanced back, his right hand already behind him, pulling the pins from 2 grenades. "What's up, squad leader?" "I'm right here, I'll be done soon." After saying that, he shook a little, yanked up his pants, and threw the 2 grenades forward. Almost simultaneously, Qin Shen pushed off with his right foot and flew backward. Holy crap! A group of Blue Special Forces soldiers jumped up in shock from the sudden grenades. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sent 7 or 8 Special Forces soldiers into a cloud of white smoke. Damn it, peeing made us let our guard down. This bastard found us early and is playing us. The major roared in fury, "Move, move, take them out." Bang! Just as he issued the command, a bullet hit his helmet with precision. Thick white smoke immediately rose behind him. The major stared in disbelief at Qin Shen, who was now lying on the ground, his face full of incredulity. "I actually got killed by a rookie?" Bang bang bang. Qin Shen's gun was now continuously spewing flames. He was 10 meters away from the Blue Army, and with eagle-eyed precision, he locked onto each Blue Army Special Forces soldier. To him, they were just a bunch of moving live targets, like a lock being opened. Bang! 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 The gunfire rained down like a storm, and one by one, the Blue Army soldiers in the forest were enveloped in white smoke. By the time Zhao Jiumei and the others rushed over, Qin Shen had already brushed off the dirt and stood up. "Danger, get down!" Zhao Jiumei shouted anxiously. Qin Shen, shouldering his rifle, smiled slightly at him. "Squad leader, don't be nervous, they're all dead." "Ha!" Zhao Jiumei and the others widened their eyes and looked into the forest. They saw Blue Army Special Forces, each surrounded by white smoke, staring resentfully at Qin Shen. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped. "What the hell, they're all dead?" "Qin Shen, you're amazing." Shi Gang excitedly gave a thumbs up. "You took out over 20 Special Forces all by yourself, you're the pride of our cooking team." "What the hell? Cooking team?" The Blue Army major's jaw dropped to the ground. They, a group of Special Forces, were actually taken out by a cook? In an instant, all the blue soldiers felt their faces flush with embarrassment. If there had been a hole in the ground, they would have wanted to collectively dive in. This was an utter humiliation for them. How could they face anyone after this? Just a small thing, just a small thing. Qin Shen laughed and waved his hand. "It's not that I'm too strong, it's mainly that they're too weak. They just stood there watching me shoot them, and I even sprinkled some urine on their heads." Zhao Jiumei and the others looked over, and sure enough, several blue soldiers had wet patches on their heads. They were pretty dumb, didn't even know to dodge the urine. The Blue Army soldiers were about to explode with anger. Who the hell would have thought this kid had already discovered them and deliberately sprinkled urine on their heads to confuse them? Such a bold and audacious guy, they had never seen anyone like him before. Boom boom boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that moment, a sudden burst of gunfire and explosions came from the left side of the command post. Qin Shen turned around sharply and immediately saw over 20 Blue Army Special Forces charging towards the command post. "What the hell, there are more." Qin Shen was taken aback. How many waves of them had come? He looked at Zhao Jiumei and excitedly asked, "Squad leader, are we going?" "Let's go!" Zhao Jiumei shouted loudly, immediately leading the team to charge forward with Qin Shen. 10 minutes later, the A Division command post was filled with smoke. One by one, the red soldiers, covered in dirt and grime, left the division headquarters, preparing to head to the collection point. Bang! Shi Shengli slammed his palm on the table, shouting in exasperation, "What the hell are the sentries doing? Is the guard company full of useless people? They've come right under our noses, and the guard company didn't know anything? I think the company commander and the instructor should be removed." Gao Kun quickly said, "Division commander, calm down, calm down. I want to calm down too." Shi Shengli glared at him. "Just over 20 people took out half of our division headquarters, and I almost got killed myself." Gao Kun was about to speak when a staff officer rushed over in a panic. "Report. The directorate just informed us that our general command post and the B division command post have all been taken out by the Blue Army." "What?" Shi Shengli's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "They actually took out both of our command posts at the same time?" Gao Kun immediately gasped. "The Blue Army wants to decapitate us simultaneously, leaving our main force leaderless and in chaos. then they can launch a counterattack. Bang! Qi Xingli slammed his fist on the table again, his eyes blazing with fury. 3 divisions can't handle our 2 divisions, and now they're asking for outside help? Do the Blue Army have no shame left? This is too damn shameless. The other members in the command center were also filled with righteous indignation. Since the start of the exercise, the Red Army had only used 2 divisions to keep pressing against the Blue Army's 3 divisions. Victory was in sight, and then the Blue Army suddenly made this move. Now, who would win or lose was uncertain. Gao Kun looked at Qi Shengli, whose face was full of anger, and said with a wry smile, "Commander, don't be angry. We need to think positively. The main command center and the B Division headquarters are gone, but at least our division headquarters is still intact. Now you are the highest commander of our Red Army, you have to bear the burden." Qi Shengli nodded vigorously and suddenly asked, "By the way, the other 2 teams of special forces, were they taken out by the cooking team?" "Yes." Gao Kun nodded with a smile, but to be precise, it should be Qin Chen who took them out. "What?" Qi Shengli's eyes widened. You. Who are you talking about?" "Qin Chen," Gao Kun said. He discovered the Blue Army's special forces and worked with the cooking team to take out their 2 squads. If it weren't for them, the Blue Army's 3 squads attacking together would have likely wiped out our command center. But the cooking team also suffered quite a few losses. Now, including Qin Chen, only 3 are left. Qi Shengli took a deep breath, nodding with lingering fear. Just that one squad of Blue Army Special Forces had taken out half of their command center and eliminated many reinforcements. If 3 squads had launched an attack simultaneously, it wouldn't have just been a simple wipeout of his command center, they could have retreated unscathed. Make a note of it, when the exercise ends, give the cooking team a commendation, especially that kid Qin Chen. Qi Shengli's face was filled with excitement. He never expected Qin Chen to achieve merit so quickly. Once the exercise was over, he had to report the good news to Qin Jiaqing at the first opportunity. The promised 500 million was only halfway there, he needed to remind him. "Understood," Gao Kun nodded. "Report." At that moment, another staff officer rushed over. "What now?" Qi Shengli asked. The Blue Army just conducted a heavy bombardment on the B Division, and the main forces of the B Division suffered heavy losses, with more than half of their heavy weapons almost completely destroyed. "What?" Qi Shengli jumped up directly. In such a short time, the Blue Army not only destroyed their 2 command centers but also severely crippled a division. The reversal of the situation was happening too quickly for Qi Shengli to react. It must be the Blue Army's special forces that, after attacking the B Division command center, marked the firepower for the subordinate units, Gao Kun said coldly. Otherwise, the Blue Army wouldn't have been able to bomb so accurately. "It's those damn special forces again." Qi Shengli slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Gather immediately, inform the remaining forces of the B Division to follow my orders. I want to wipe out these special forces." Gao Kun looked astonished. "Commander, don't say anything." Qi Shengli's lips curled into a slight smile. "While the Blue Army thinks we've lost all 3 command centers, we will strike quickly and counterattack before they are prepared." He sneered coldly. "If they want to ambush us, then we will return the favor in kind." "Understood, yes." Gao Kun nodded excitedly. Rumbling. Armored vehicles and tanks roared out. Following them were off-road vehicles and trucks. In no time, the camp of the division headquarters was empty. Qin Chen watched the dust kicked up by the departing convoy, dumbfounded. "Squad leader, did they forget about us? We haven't gotten on the vehicles yet." "Get on what vehicle?" Zhao Jiumei said irritably. "We're the cooking team. If we leave, who will cook?" "The commander has summoned all forces to eliminate the Blue Army's special forces." Speaking of which, he slapped the head of the nearby Blue Army prisoner, causing the guy to grimace in pain. But seeing Zhao Jiumei, who was twice his size, he immediately put on a sheepish grin. Zhao Jiumei chuckled and said, "This time we need to strike quickly, they'll be back soon. Let's cook first, and by the time the food is ready, they might just return." Shi Gang shrugged. "Squad leader, there are only the 3 of us left in the cooking team, and the pots have been overturned. How are we supposed to cook? Use a lid?" "That's true," Zhao Jiumei scratched her head. "If it really doesn't work, we can wait for them to come back and eat individual rations. We can at least help heat them up." "Squad leader," Qin Chen looked at him. "Are we just going to sit here and wait? Wouldn't that make us look like gatekeepers? We just took out 2 teams of Blue Army Special Forces and saved the entire command center. We're so brave, and they didn't even take us along for the fight. Who knows, I might have been able to kill a few more." A group of Blue Army corpses all laughed. "Kid, stop daydreaming. No matter how good you are, you're still just a cook." "Exactly, just focus on cooking. Fighting is not for you. Just hold the spatula and knife. Guns are not for you cooks. Just stay put." Watching these guys laugh recklessly, Chen was furious. A bunch of defeated foes, and they still had the nerve to talk back? Luo gu, Luo gu. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Chen turned around to see Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, and Hao Duo running over excitedly. What are you doing here? Chen's eyes widened. Didn't you go with the main force? Cheng Haonan grinned. The company commander knew you were short-handed, so he specifically sent us to help in the kitchen. The whole division went to deal with the Blue Army. How did they let you come help in the kitchen? Chen looked skeptical. Cheng Haonan and Zhang Qian exchanged awkward smiles, and Hao Duo immediately spoke up. Because the Blue Army just launched a surprise attack, we came to reinforce, but Li Dashing and the others got killed. We were just lucky not to be eliminated. The company commander said we were too weak and worried we'd embarrass ourselves out there, so he simply sent the three of us here. Shut up! Cheng Haonan and Zhang Qian nearly jumped up. Why is your mouth so loose, like a pair of cotton pants? Why do you spill everything? The two coughed awkwardly, and Cheng Haonan grinned. Luo gu, don't listen to him. We've already taken out quite a few Blue Army soldiers. We're even now. It doesn't matter if we're not on the battlefield. Zhang Qian nodded vigorously. Exactly. We mainly came to keep you company because we were worried you'd be lonely. Fighting and killing enemies is too boring. It's better to come help you cook. Chen twitched at the corner of his eye. You two are showing off in front of me, and I don't even get a chance to go to the front lines. Oh ho! Shi Gang laughed. You guys can't even cook now. Our cooking team's pots have been overturned by them. Ha! Cheng Haonan and the others widened their eyes. Then what can we do? Right now, we can't do anything. We can only wait patiently for the main force to return. Zhao Jiumei spread her hands. Alright, everyone go rest. If you're really bored, you can take a stroll nearby. The scenery isn't bad. Yes, hurry up and play dead. The cooking team can't even make food. What else can you do? Ha! The Blue Army corpses started mocking again. When you wake up from your nap, maybe your main force will have been wiped out. By then, you won't even need to cook. Just head back home. Go sleep. In your dreams, you can have anything. Who knows, you might even be flying a plane with your eyes closed. Hey! Shi Gang rolled up his sleeves angrily. You bunch of idiots were taken down by our cooking team, and you still have the face to shout here? Zhao Jiumei scoffed. Look at you all, still covered in my soldiers' urine, and you call yourselves special forces? You're not even as good as us cooks. A group of blue soldiers reacted as if salt had been poured into their wounds, shouting, that was our mistake. If it happens again, any one of us could take you all out in a second. Zhao Jiumei's eyes blazed with fire. If it happens again, you'll still be on the ground. Don't think our cooking team only knows how to cook. We can handle guns and cannons just as well, and you blue soldiers will be crying. Keep bragging, just keep bragging. After all, boasting doesn't cost anything. The blue soldiers laughed heartily. Hearing their laughter, Chen clenched his fists tightly. There was indeed a hierarchy in the army. Special forces looked down on reconnaissance soldiers looked down on regular troops. As for the cooks, they were at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Because cooks belonged to logistics, they weren't even considered combat troops, and their assessments mostly revolved around cooking skills. Because of this, these special forces, despite having been defeated by them, still held an inexplicable confidence. What's wrong with cooks? Chen silently tightened his fists. Our reconnaissance battalion's cooks are better than you. Chen took a deep breath and looked around the empty camp. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao Jiumei, squad leader. Let's go take on the blue soldiers. What? Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang were both stunned. Just as Chen was about to continue, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! New mission released. Please eliminate 150 enemy soldiers during the exercise. Upon completion, you will randomly receive superpowers and super energy points. Current kills, 27/150. Chen eyes instantly lit up. System, you really know me too well. Whatever I think of just comes true. Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. Lying down was not an option. It was never going to happen. Instead of lying around doing nothing, it was better to charge at the blue soldiers with swords drawn. Chen, what are you joking about? Zhao Jiumei stared at him in confusion. Right. The deceased blue major also glared at him. Fighting is the business of combat troops. What are you, a cook, doing here making a fuss? Shut up. You have no say here, you're dead, so stop talking. Chen pointed at him. The blue major was furious but had no way to refute him. According to the exercise rules, the dead indeed couldn't speak. Squad leader. Chen looked at Zhao Jiumei. If we had a pot, we could follow orders and cook. But now that we don't have a pot, instead of sleeping here, we might as well go take them on. Zhao Jiumei gaped. Despite his muscular build, he was just a cook after all. He knew nothing about killing enemies or fighting. Qin Shen continued, the commander and the others are concentrating all their efforts to encircle the blue special forces, so the blue soldiers' attention must be focused on our main force. At this time, if we sneak over, they definitely won't be prepared, and we can take out quite a few. That makes some sense. The blue soldiers nodded in realization. Shut up. The major glared at them angrily, this kid is talking about taking us out. Oh right. Everyone immediately reacted and nodded in agreement. Squad leader, did you see? They all nodded, which means there's definitely a chance. Qin Shan looked at them. We didn't, we aren't, don't say that. All the blue soldiers shouted in unison. Zhao Jiumei looked at Qin Shan, then at Shi Gang, his brow furrowed. Shi Gang quickly said, Squad leader, don't look at me, I'm listening to you. Zhao Jiumei turned his gaze back to Qin Shan. Squad leader. Qin Shan stared at him with eager anticipation. It took a full minute before Zhao Jiumei nodded deeply. Alright, we'll accompany you. Qin Shan was overjoyed. Thank you, squad leader. Luo Ge, take us along too. Cheng Haonan and the others excitedly crowded around. Even if the company commander looks down on us, you can't look down on us. Yeah, Luo Ge, you promised to look out for us, and you haven't fulfilled that promise yet. You can't leave us behind this time. Whatever you say, we'll listen and do it all. Even if it means going to eat shit, we. Qin Shan smiled at them. You can't run away. There are only 3 of us left in the cooking team, and I need manpower, so you have to keep up. That's great. Cheng Haonan jumped up. Luo Ge, we finally formed a team. The 4 of us, together to take down the Blue Army. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Wait a minute. Shi Gang suddenly frowned and said, before we set off, shouldn't we think about what we'll use to fight the Blue Army? Our cooking team hasn't been issued any guns. Are we using spatulas or kitchen knives? As soon as he said this, Zhao Jiumei was also stunned. The cooking team had no weapons. Cheng Haonan and the others were sent to help in the kitchen and didn't bring any weapons either. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward. Without weapons, how could they fight? Would they bite them? Ha ha ha. The Blue Army soldiers were laughing so hard they were almost in tears. You can charge with spatulas and kitchen knives. That's how ancient people fought. Right. Let our soldiers use you as live targets to improve their shooting skills. Even if we gave you weapons, it would be useless. A few cooks wanting to fight? Come on, just stir-frying and flipping pans is all you're good for. It's pure daydreaming. Yeah, hurry up and go to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. Each of you can earn a first-class merit. Whatever you want, you can have it. Ha ha ha. Cheng Haonan clenched his fists, wishing he could punch each of them. Xiao Luo, maybe we should just forget it? Shi Gang hesitated inside. Although it's infuriating, what they said is true. We really don't have any weapons. Qin Shen was fuming inside. How could they just let it go? He not only had to complete the mission but also needed to earn merit for the cooking team. That way, when he returned to the combat team, he would have no regrets. Just then, Qin Shen's eyes turned, and he suddenly turned and ran out. What is he doing? Shi Gang looked surprised, and Zhao Jiumei shook her head in confusion. Moments later, Qin Shen rushed back with a cooking spatula in hand. With a swoosh, he pointed it at the major's nose. What are you doing? The major was so startled he almost jumped up. Take off your clothes. What? Right now, give me your clothes. And your gear too. The major's eyes widened. He could understand the gear, but what was with the clothes? Qin Shen was too lazy to waste time with him and looked at Zhao Jiumei. Squad leader, could you help us out and take off their clothes and gear? Just leave them in their underwear. Alright. Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang grinned and licked their lips as they walked over. We love helping others take off their clothes. What the hell? What are you doing? Don't mess around. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you better not come over here. If you do, I'm really going to scream. Watching the 2 muscular figures approach with lewd smiles, the Blue Army soldiers turned pale with fear. Could these guys really be planning to do something to them? The major was so scared he almost wet himself. He jumped up and tried to run. But as soon as he stood up, a spatula hit him in the face, sending him crashing back down. The major crouched on the ground, holding his face, tears streaming down from the pain. Damn it, couldn't they use a cleaner spatula? What the hell was this dish they were cooking? It actually smelled good. No one move. Qin Shen said coldly, you are all dead now. Follow the exercise rules. If anyone dares to play dead, I won't hold back. Right. Cheng Haonan and the other 2 walked over, fists clenched and grinning wickedly. Don't. Yeah, die. Moments later, the blue team huddled together like frightened lambs, each with a wronged expression, hands tightly clutching their chests. Looks pretty fitting. Qin Shen smiled as he put on a hat. I'm part of the blue team now. Cheng Haonan spread his arms and spun around. Still a special forces soldier, Zheng Xian laughed, much better than our reconnaissance soldiers. Bullshit. Chang Haonan scoffed, is he better than our brother Luo? Brother Luo can extinguish a dozen with a single piss, and with a shovel, he can knock out 10 or so. What kind of special forces are they? They're nothing compared to brother Luo. Qin Chun chuckled, the flattery was quite satisfying. Rip! Rip! The sound of tearing fabric suddenly echoed. Qin Chen turned to look, instantly speechless. Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang had put on the blue team's special combat uniforms, but the backs were all blown open. They had tried several sets, all of which had ripped apart. Looking at the torn fabric on the ground, the blue special forces soldiers were almost in tears. Damn it, you owe us for the clothes. Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang awkwardly smiled at Qin Chen. The clothes seem a bit small. Can't you grow a bit? Qin Chen angrily pointed at the group of blue special forces soldiers. The clothes are so small, who can wear them? The blue team felt even more wronged. Damn it, you took our clothes and are still picky about them, how shameless. After the two finally squeezed into a set of clothes, Qin Chen took a deep breath. Alright, gear up with all weapons and equipment, we should set off. Before the main force returns, let's give them a good beating. Okay. Everyone shouted in unison and quickly rushed out of the camp behind Qin Chen. What happened? Hu Fei glared at Xie Gongming. What kind of ridiculous plan did you come up with? We agreed to take out their 3 command posts simultaneously and then launch a precise strike on their troops. What's going on with the A Division? Are you deliberately letting them off the hook? Li Jinkui shouted, my heavy firepower troops are all ready, the shells are loaded. But Qi Shengli organized all the red team troops and launched a counterattack against us. Xia Brigade Commander, what exactly are you commanding? Xie Gongming looked wronged. The attack plans for the 3 teams were the same. The other 2 command posts had been successfully taken out. Who would have thought there would be a problem on the A Division side? I'm not too clear on the specifics. Don't you have a backup plan? Hu Fei said irritably, is there no support for the attack team from the rear? Why didn't the reinforcements catch up? Xie Gongming said with a bitter face, I was careless. I thought taking out their command post would be a piece of cake, and they weren't prepared, so, enough! Li Jinkui shouted angrily, stop teaching on site and think about what to do next. He pointed at Xie Gongming, when your people retreated, they brought all the red team to the 31st Division. Now the red team is launching a fierce attack, and the 31st Division can't escape. The other troops are too far away, even if they rush over, it will be too late. They'll just be sending themselves to death or collecting corpses. What do we do now? If they launch a fierce attack, my 31st Division will be finished. Chief, don't worry, there must be a way. Chief of Staff Zhao Ping quickly said. Not worried? How can I not be worried? Li Jinkui was so angry he was jumping up and down, pointing at Xie Gongming, you all should have taken out those 3 command posts. Leave a command post. Now Qi Shengli can independently command the forces of 2 divisions, making it easier for him to attack us, and we will die faster. How can I not be anxious? Xie Gongming buried his head low, unable to say a word. Originally, if their plan had succeeded, the red side would have been leaderless. With the heavy firepower of the 2 divisions completely destroyed, all that was left was to wait to be harvested. However, the failure of the plan instead created an opportunity for the red side to concentrate their forces and launch a fierce attack on the blue army. As the commander of this operation, he had boasted quite a bit beforehand, and now he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Hu Fei took a deep breath and calmly said, Chief, from the perspective of our special forces, there is never an absolute adversity. Any adversity can be an opportunity for a counterattack, turning defeat into victory. Shahu. Li Jinkui immediately looked at him, do you have an idea? Hu Fei smiled slightly, of course, and we can defeat the red side in one fell swoop, making them lose completely. Li Jinkui and the others followed Hu Fei to the map. Hu Fei held the command stick and pointed at area 399. Now, Hu Fei said solemnly, the main forces of the red side are encircling the 399 high ground from 2 directions, cutting off the retreat of the 31st Division. They have stationed 2 battalions here, preparing to besiege and attack reinforcements. He moved the command stick and pointed at several other points on the map, and our other forces are currently in this area. He looked at Li Jinkui, even if we can rush over now, these 2 battalions will block us, making it impossible for us to move, and we will watch the 31st Division be annihilated by the red side. Then, the red side will turn their guns and completely crush our reinforcements. Li Jinkui nodded vigorously, right, that's the situation. What solution do you have? Hu Fei smiled, the red side has surrounded the 31st Division, but they haven't launched a strong attack yet. I believe they are waiting for our reinforcements to arrive. But what if our reinforcements don't go over, but instead cut off their rear? Everyone's eyes followed his command stick, finally pointing at the route the red side was coming from. Xie Gongming's eyes lit up. Are we going to counter-encircle them? That's not going to work, not going to work. Li Jiankui shouted anxiously, do you think we haven't thought of that? It won't work at all. We have only destroyed the heavy firepower of the red side's B division, not all of it. Plus, the A division is still intact. If they attack the 399 high ground together, the 31st division won't be able to hold on. By the time we go around to their rear, the 31st division will be finished, and then, he shouted with spittle flying, they will turn their guns and directly eliminate us, who are exhausted from running around. This plan is useless. Hu Fei smiled slightly. You're right, but Chief, you overlooked one point. What? He looked at Hu Fei curiously. Hu Fei smiled and patted Xie Gongming. His people are currently all with the 31st division. Li Jiankui widened his eyes in surprise. What do you mean? Hu Fei looked at Xie Gongming. How many people do you have left? Report, more than 300, Xie Gongming quickly said. More than 100 have already joined the 31st division, and the rest are on their way to support them, expected to arrive within an hour. Hu Fei smiled at Li Jiankui. Chief, with more than 300 Special Operations Brigade soldiers, as long as they spread out and carry out continuous harassment attacks on the red side won't be able to launch a general attack, nor will they be able to eliminate the 31st division before we complete the encirclement. Li Jiankui's eyes gradually brightened. He had been too anxious just now and had actually forgotten about the Special Operations Brigade as reinforcements. With them together with the 31st Division, there was indeed hope. Even if the red side's attack is fierce, facing the constant harassment from the Special Operations Brigade, it is still difficult to eliminate the 31st Division in a short time. No time to waste, make a decision quickly, Hu Fei reminded. Li Jiankui took a deep breath, slammed his hands on the table. Alright, there's no other way to go now. The current situation is a life and death struggle for both the red side and us, Chief of Staff. Yes. Zhao Ping stood up straight. Order the 29th and 32nd Divisions not to reinforce the 399 area anymore, but to advance immediately to the 422 area and encircle their rear. Once in position, launch the attack as quickly as possible. Understood. The Chief of Staff saluted and immediately ran off to relay the orders. Li Jiankui chuckled as he patted Hu Fei on the shoulder. Brother Hu, I must treat you to drinks, for 3 days straight. Hu Fei laughed heartily. Let's not rush for drinks, the battle isn't over yet. He looked at Xie Gongming. You'd better go command immediately. Even if all of you sacrifice yourselves, you must hold back the red side's attack speed. Yes. Xie Gongming turned and ran out. Hu Fei stood with his hands behind his back, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. See Army's A division, your trump card is about to be slapped in the face. Suddenly, an image of Qin Shen wearing a white hat surged in his mind, and his eyes twitched. Bastard, I heard you went back. You better not run into me, or I'll make sure to beat you up. Stop, stop. Shi Gang shouted breathlessly. Don't run anymore, I can't take it, I'm about to die. Qin Shen turned around and saw Qi Gang drenched in sweat, his face pale. Zhao Jiumei was not much better, her lips turning white. The two staggered, as if they were walking in zero gravity. Each step left a footprint behind. I say, squad leader, deputy squad leader. Qin Shen's eyes twitched. You two are such big guys, are you just for show? How far have we even run? Exactly, how do a duo said with a puzzled expression. You look like you should be tough. I'm not even tired, how come you're this exhausted? Qi Gang glared at him fiercely. What kind of physique do I have? You take one breath, we need 3 to supply our whole body. That's. Zhao Jiumei squatted on the ground, panting heavily. You little shorties can't understand the pain of my big physique. Hey, who are you calling short? Cheng Haonan puffed out his chest. I'm at least 1 meter 80. Zhao Jiumei, drenched in sweat, looked at him. I'm squatting and I'm almost taller than you. What's wrong with calling you a little shorty? Alright. Qin Shen exhaled. Can you still run? The two shook their heads like rattles. At least half an hour of rest. Qin Shen rolled his eyes helplessly. You two old comrades, we've been out for a long time, and you've rested 4 times already. We still haven't encountered the Blue Army. If you rest any longer, the main force will have already taken the Blue Army back to celebrate the new year. Exactly, Cheng Haonan said disdainfully. The main force finished the battle and went back to sleep. We probably haven't even reached the Blue Army camp yet. It's not going to work. Zhao Jiumei said irritably. It's our luck if we can reach the Blue Army. If we can't, that's fate. It's all about participation. Besides, can you show some respect for the old comrades? Right, care for the old comrades. Qi Gang nodded vigorously. Qin Shen was speechless, thinking he could bring them out to achieve merit together. But now it seemed that not only could they not achieve merit, but the mission also couldn't be completed. If this dragged on until the exercise ended, wouldn't the mission be a failure? Waiting for the next exercise would take ages. Squad leader, deputy squad leader, how about this? You follow behind, and we'll go ahead. Once we find the Blue Army, we'll notify you. Are you talking nonsense? Zhao Jiumei suddenly stood up. Here, I am the highest commander. If I don't leave, no one else can think of leaving. Squad leader, don't say anything. Zhao Jiumei pointed at him. I know you've been itching to join the combat team, wanting to fight. Don't worry, after the exercise is over, I'll personally send you back. But right now, you must stay by my side. What if you run off and get lost without me watching you? In the wild, what if you run into a bear? Qin Shen's eyelid twitched. He knew Zhao Jiumei was concerned about him, so he couldn't argue. But the mission still had to be completed. Luo Gu! Zheng Qian suddenly shouted, look over there. Qin Shen and the others turned around sharply, their eyes widening. In the distance, dust was rising, and a large number of troops were rushing towards their direction. Are they our people? Qi Gang curiously stood on tiptoe. Qin Shen immediately climbed up a nearby tree to look into the distance. His eagle eye instinctively activated, bringing the scene several kilometers away into clearer view. It's the Blue Army. He quickly jumped down from the tree. What? The Blue Army? Everyone was stunned. How did the Blue Army get here? Qin Shun chuckled. Who cares how they got here? They've come right to our doorstep, saving us the trouble of running around. Zheng Qian laughed too. Squad leader Zhao, deputy squad leader Qi, the Blue Army is really considerate of you, knowing you can't run anymore. They've come to give us a beating. The two exchanged glances, and Qi Gang chuckled foolishly. The Blue Army. Is this polite? Stop dawdling, run. Qin Shen shouted, they're about to charge over, don't let them spot you. After saying that, he turned and ran, with Chang Haonan and the others hurriedly following behind him. Zhao Jiumei paused for a moment, looking at the approaching Blue Army convoy, and quickly ran after Qin Shen. We haven't even rested for a bit, and now we have to run again. Qi Gang said with a bitter face. Stop whining, we have to run even if it kills us this time. Zhao Jiumei shouted, even if we get taken out, we can't go down like this. Qi Gang's face was long. They were supposed to go find the Blue Army to fight, but now they were being chased by them. Who understands this feeling, family? Now he could only sprint forward desperately. Stop, stop, everyone stop. A lieutenant colonel shouted into the radio. Moments later, the moving convoy slowly came to a halt. Dust and smoke rose, reaching the sky. Is this it? The deputy regiment commander asked. A subordinate nodded vigorously. Report, deputy regiment commander, this is definitely the area designated by the command post. Good. The deputy regiment commander opened the car door and jumped out, shouting to everyone around, all personnel, immediately unload all weapons, prepare ammunition, and be ready to act on command. Yes. The Blue Army soldiers in each vehicle immediately jumped out and began to execute the orders. The deputy regiment commander took a walkie-talkie from a subordinate and said loudly, report to the command post, report to the command post, I am Long Dongxiang, deputy regiment commander of the 211th Regiment of the 32nd Division. I have led 2 heavy armored battalions of my division to the designated area. Please give instructions, please give instructions. In the command post, Li Jiankui excitedly picked up the radio and said, Long Dongxiang, listen carefully, immediately set up a firepower position, all firepower should be aimed at the southern side of Hill 399, 500 meters away, specific coordinates will be given to you later. Yes. Li Jiankui continued, once the units of the 32nd Division are in position, you will attack together, now wait for orders. Yes. Li Jiankui turned his head and growled, when will the heavy firepower units of the 29th Division be in position? Report, it will take at most an hour, their route is quite difficult. Tell the 29th Division to speed up and get here quickly. If we miss the opportunity or if the red side discovers us first, everyone will be punished, and no one can think of escaping. Yes. Chief of Staff Zhao Ping immediately went to relay the orders. Hu Fei laughed and said, Chief, you don't need to worry. I've already contacted Xie Gongming. The red side is completely entangled by them, and now all of them are at Hill 399. Don't say an hour, we can hold them off for 3 hours. The red side will definitely not discover that something is wrong in the rear. We can just wait for the 29th Division to arrive and fight boldly. Li Jiankui laughed heartily, Brother Hu, thank goodness you are here to help. Otherwise, I would really have no way out and wouldn't have this chance to counterattack. Hu Fei smiled slightly, Chief, we agreed that after the exercise ends, you have to treat me to a big drink. Of course, it's a must. Li Jiankui laughed as he looked at the map. In an hour, our shells will be raining down on the red side's rear. They won't be proud for long. Hurry, hurry, move faster. Get the ammo truck over here, clear the road, don't block the way. Qin Shan looked from a distance at the chaotic Blue Army position, where people were running everywhere. Vehicles were tangled together, and in some places, they were blocking each other. A smile appeared on Qin Shen's face. Truly, heaven is helping me. If it were like our regiment's tightly guarded camp, he really wouldn't have a way. But with the scene being so chaotic, it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Little Qin. Zhao Jiumei panted as she crawled over from behind. What do you want to do? Qin Shen smiled slightly at her. What do you think? Of course, we're going to deal with the Blue Army. Zhao Jiumei looked into the distance, her eyes nearly popping out. Why you? Are you joking? How many of them are there, and how few of us? Going over there is just sending ourselves to death. Lu Or. Qi Gang lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Be good, listen to the squad leader. Let's just pick off a few isolated blue soldiers. Let's forget about the big troops. We need to know our own strength. We can only eat as much as we can handle. Qin Shen looked at Cheng Haonan and the others, and they immediately expressed their support. Luo Ge, don't look at us. We follow you completely. We'll do whatever you say. Qin Shen smiled slightly. That was enough for him. He then turned to Zhao Jiumei and said, Squad leader, where do you see their positions? What's wrong? Zhao Jiumei asked in surprise. They've set up camp on the main road. So what? Qin Shen said, our main force is going to attack the Blue Army from this route. Now that they've occupied this and are setting up firepower here, they must be planning to encircle our main force from behind. Zhao Jiumei's eyes widened. It seems that's the case. Qin Shen stared at her intently. So squad leader, no matter how many of them there are, we must go and fight. We absolutely cannot just watch them encircle our main force. You said before that we are cooks, but once we pick up guns and carry cannons, we can still make the Blue Army scream. Moreover, during the disaster relief, you also said that as long as you are a soldier, you must step up at critical moments. Zhao Jiumei's mouth twitched. She remembered quite clearly. I did say that, but with just a few of us, we can't stir up much trouble, can we? Qin Shen chuckled. Squad leader, do you trust me? Zhao Jiumei stared at him closely. A few minutes later, Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang slowly poked their heads out from the bushes. They watched as Qin Shen and the others swaggered toward the Blue Army camp. Squad leader, I feel like this is so unreliable, Qi Gang said with a worried face. The Blue Army isn't stupid. Won't they check their identities? If they slip up, they'll be turned into a beehive on the spot. Zhao Jiumei clenched her fists. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't believe it, but this kid Qin Shen, he should be clever enough to handle it. Qi Gang said with a mournful face, he can peel fruit, carve tofu, and chop firewood excellently, but that doesn't mean he can handle military matters. Alright, stop whining. Zhao Jiumei took a deep breath. The person has already gone out. There's no use in saying anything now. We can only trust him. Moreover, Qin Shen is right. We are the Red Army soldiers. Now that the main force is in danger, even if we are in the cooking team, we must play our part. Get ready and wait for his signal to act. Fine. Qi Gang shook his head helplessly. If we die, we die. Let's just take a few Blue Army soldiers down with us. Meanwhile, Qin Shen and the others quickly approached the Blue Army camp. Qin Shen looked back and whispered, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous, okay? Cheng Haonan kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, looking as if he rewarded himself 200 times a day. Me too, I'm not nervous. Hao Duoduo's legs trembled like noodles, shaking the most violently. Zheng Xian's face was pale. The closer they got to the Blue Army camp, the more his face resembled that of a corpse. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed down like running water. Although they had entered the reconnaissance camp, such an act of infiltrating the enemy's camp to cause destruction required an extremely high level of psychological quality. Even seasoned soldiers found it hard to fully cope, let alone a bunch of rookies who knew nothing. For them, this was like touching a tiger's but too thrilling and terrifying. Qin Shen said coldly, don't be afraid, we are wearing Blue Army uniforms. Just stay calm, and when it's time, I'll do the talking. Understood, brother Luo. Cheng Haonan nodded vigorously. Right now, we are just mutes. Duo, Lao Zhang, remember. The two nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice. Before long, the four entered the Blue Army camp. Because they were wearing Blue Army uniforms, no one in the camp stopped them. Everyone was busy running around, setting up artillery, carrying ammunition boxes, marking coordinates. Everyone was so busy that no one paid them any mind. Qin Shen smiled slightly. It was exactly as he had thought. These guys had just arrived and were busy preparing to attack our main force, completely uninterested in checking them. Of course, no one would expect that at such a time, Red Army personnel could sneak in to cause trouble. Good day, sir. Suddenly, a Blue Army soldier saluted Qin Shen, startling Cheng Haonan and the others so much that they almost raised their hands to kneel. Qin Shen was also taken aback. It dawned on him that not only was he wearing Blue Army clothes, but he also had a captain's insignia on his shoulder. In the next moment, his superb mimicry ability kicked in, and he instantly captured Wu Ziyuan's arrogant demeanor and tone perfectly. He slightly raised his chin and nodded gently. "We just finished a surprise attack on the Red Army and happened to run into you. How's the preparation going?" "Report, sir," the Blue Army soldier said loudly. "We are the artillery of the 7th Company of the 3rd Battalion. Our company is ready, and we are currently moving ammunition." Qin Shen nodded lightly. "When are we attacking?" "Report, I don't know, we're waiting for orders." Qin Shen waved his hand. "All right, go back to work." "Yes." The soldier shouldered an ammunition box and quickly ran out. Qin Shen chuckled to himself. His acting was too damn good. When he retired and went back, he would immediately switch careers to become a star. His acting was hundreds of times better than any battle or whatever. He would definitely bring home an Oscar. But just as he turned back, he was instantly stunned. He saw Cheng Haonan and the others drenched in cold sweat, shaking like a sieve. "Stay calm." Qin Shen glared at them irritably. "What's there to be nervous about? We're part of the Blue Army now, so why panic? You guys are scouts, and your quality isn't even better than my cooking team." Cheng Haonan trembled as he gave a thumbs up. Luo. "Brother Luo, it's all up to you, you're amazing. I'm about to wet my pants." Zhang Qian nodded vigorously. "Brother Luo, what? What are we going to do now?" "Yeah," Cheng Haonan looked around, swallowing hard. "There are so many of them, how are we going to fight? If we launch a surprise attack, we should be able to take out more than 20, Hao Duo said quietly. "But we'll be taken out soon after." Qin Shen looked around. Although no one suspected them for now, once the fighting started, even the dumbest Blue Army would realize they were faking it, and they would definitely beat them to a pulp. At that point, not only would they get beaten up, but they also wouldn't be able to complete their mission, which would be bad. Qin Shen pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Isn't this problem solved? Come, follow me. Report to the Deputy Regiment Commander. All companies have just reported that all artillery, self-propelled artillery, and rocket artillery have calibrated their coordinates, and ammunition is ready, waiting for orders to fire." "Good." Long Dongxian glanced at his watch. "There's still some time. Once the fighting starts, we might be busy nonstop. Let's eat first." "Is the cooking team ready?" "It's already being cooked," his subordinate replied. "Tell them everyone must eat within 10 minutes, hurry." "Yes." The subordinate turned and ran out. Meanwhile, at the rear side of the Blue Army's position, a temporary shed was set up with 4 pots, and people were bustling around inside. Add more fire, cook it on high heat. Xiao Mao, bring over the shredded potatoes, the fire is so strong, hurry and stir fry, remember to sprinkle minced garlic before serving. Shuaihu, keep an eye on the meat, don't let it stick to the bottom, flip it a couple of times. Yes. Watching more than 30 cooks busy as bees, Qin Shen stood outside the shed, his face full of disdain. So many people, and they're still this flustered? If it were our cooking team, 10 people would have it all done. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with Cheng Haonan and the others. Immediately, the 3 nodded and walked towards the shed together. "What are you cooking?" Qin Shen put his hands behind his back, leaned over to sniff the pot. "It smells so good." "Report, sir," the cooking team leader shouted while stir-frying. "There aren't many dishes, but they're all made according to battlefield standards. Please wait outside for a moment, we'll be done soon." Qin Shen smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. I'm just here to take a look. I won't disturb you, you all keep busy." As he spoke, he lifted a pot lid, pretending to peek inside. Seeing Qin Shen quickly pull out a bottle with his right hand, Cheng Haonan immediately shouted, "Wow, it smells so good." The 3 shouted together, startling all the cooks, who turned to look. Taking advantage of everyone turning their heads, Qin Shen quickly poured half a bottle of powder into the pot. "What are you shouting about?" the cooking team leader said irritably. "We're working here, don't scare us." Cheng Haonan looked at Qin Shen as he opened another pot lid and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, team leader, the food you're making smells too good, it reminds me of my mom's cooking." Watching Cheng Haonan scream like he was losing his voice, everyone twitched at the corners of their eyes. "Is this guy crazy? Could you please go outside? Don't hinder us, we have limited time." All right, Qin Shen put down the pot lid, smiling. "Let's go outside, we won't disturb the cooking team." "Yes," Cheng Haonan and the others chuckled and followed him out. The cook squad leader watched their retreating figures, frowning slightly. Where did these guys come from, acting all weird? "I don't know, haven't seen them before?" De Mao scratched his head. "From the looks of them, they seem like the new special forces we just hired." Shuaihu said seriously. "Special forces?" The squad leader scoffed. "They look more like special neurotics." "Hurry up, move faster." Yes. The clanging sounds resumed. Qin Shen led the three back to the camp, hiding behind a truck. Luo Ge, what kind of drug did you just give them? Zhang Qian asked curiously. It wouldn't be a laxative, would it? Of course not. Qin Shen chuckled. It's a kind of mind-altering drug. What the hell? The three exclaimed in unison. What is that? Qin Shen shook his head with a smile. Before I joined the army, I often went out to have fun. I didn't always have backup, so when I encountered someone I couldn't handle, I used this. Qin Shen grinned mischievously. Once this stuff is ingested, it has unexpected effects. Looking at Qin Shen's sly grin, the three swallowed hard. Luckily, they had been given a laxative back then. If it had been this stuff, they would have already socially died in the recruit company. Just then, a sharp whistle sounded behind them. Meal time, meal time. Immediately, the entire Blue Army camp erupted, with everyone lining up and rushing towards the cook squad. Hurry up, make sure to eat. Third company, move it. Fourth company, run faster, or the food will be gone. Qin Shen and the others peeked out from behind the truck and saw the cooks bringing out bowls of food. The Blue Army soldiers had already started to line up for their meals. The four exchanged glances, all wearing mischievous smiles. How Duo asked worriedly, could this cause someone to die? How could that be? Qin Shen shot him a glance. Although this stuff is potent and explosive, the effects wore off in 2 or 3 hours. Don't worry, I'm a professional at this. The three rolled their eyes together. You really are quite the professional at this. Qin Shen said coldly, follow my orders and act quickly. He looked at the three. You've been in the combat squad for so long, let me see your strength later. Cheng Haonan immediately puffed out his chest. Luo Ge, don't worry, even though you weren't here, we've never embarrassed you. Zhang Qian said confidently, just wait and see. Right. How Duo nodded vigorously. Qin Shen waved his hand, and the three followed him as they retreated. Move a bit faster. Once the front finishes eating, get back to your positions immediately. In front of the cook squad's tent, Long Dongqiang shouted loudly, those at the back, hurry up, time is of the essence. Deputy regiment leader, this is for you. The cook squad leader handed him a bowl of rice. Long Dongqiang took it, sniffed it, it smells good. Lao Hong, your cooking has improved, just smelling it makes me feel energized, this little aroma is quite intoxicating. The cook squad leader chuckled, thank you for the compliment, deputy regiment leader. It's not a compliment, it's not a compliment. Long Dongqiang sniffed again, It really is invigorating, looks delicious. At that moment, outside the camp, Shi Gang propped himself up halfway, looking towards the Blue Army. They seem to be eating? Yeah, I see it. Zhao Jiumei nodded. Shi Gang looked around. Where did Qin Shen and the others go? How come we can't see a shadow of them? They wouldn't have snuck in to eat, would they? Damn, they can't be that heartless, we're still starving. Zhao Jiumei's stomach growled at that moment. Since morning, they hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. Ordinary people might just be experiencing low blood sugar, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. But with their large physiques, their consumption is already high, and by now they must be so hungry that they feel weak all over. Squad leader, why don't we sneak in and grab a bite? Qi Gang stared at Zhao Jiumei. After all, we're wearing Blue Army uniforms, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Jiumei shot him an annoyed look. Even though we're wearing Blue Army uniforms, with our physiques, if we go in without being questioned, that would really be a miracle. Qi Gang glanced at the military uniform that looked like it could burst at any moment and awkwardly chuckled. Why are these Blue Army special forces so small? Can they even be called special forces? Alright. Zhao Jiumei said coldly, let's move forward a bit. If we need to act, we can quickly get involved. If Qin Shen and the others are in danger, we can cover for them. Okay, I'll follow your lead. The two immediately crawled out from their hiding spot and made their way towards the Blue Army camp. Moments later, the first batch of Blue Army soldiers finished their meal and rushed back to their respective camps. Everyone, take your positions. A company commander shouted as he walked. All personnel, immediately return to your posts. We're about to launch an attack, everyone prepare for action. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Suddenly, the commander felt a surge of heat rapidly spreading from within, as if a fireball had exploded. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. The soldiers around him immediately stood up. Commander, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm not. Ah. The commander was so startled he almost cried out, staring in disbelief at his subordinate. You, who are you? The subordinate looked speechless. I'm Liang Weihua. The commander widened his eyes. You are Liang Weihua? How did you suddenly become so ugly? The subordinate's eye twitched, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, the commander's face underwent a dramatic change right before his eyes. Holy crap, Commander, why has your face gotten so big? The subordinate stepped back in terror, but his legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground. The commander gaped in surprise, but before he could speak, terrified screams suddenly erupted around them. The drug's effects were starting to take hold. Bang! A food bowl fell to the ground. Long Dongxiang felt dizzy all over, and a wave of hot sweat suddenly poured out, as if he had just jumped into a bathhouse. But when he lifted his head, he was almost scared to death. The surrounding environment had suddenly twisted, as if he were looking at the world through fire. Everything was floating and hazy. The most terrifying thing was his soldiers. At that moment, each one looked as if they were standing in front of a funhouse mirror. Every person's body and face had distorted. Some had grown taller, some looked like lumps, and others resembled balls. Holy crap, what is going on? Long Dongxiang shook his head vigorously. But looking ahead, it was even worse than before. Hong Daba! Long Dongxiang shouted angrily, what did you feed us? The cook, feeling dizzy and swaying, replied, red. Braised pork, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Upon hearing his voice, Long Dongxiang grabbed him and shouted with spittle flying, then why did we end up like this? We just finished eating your food, and now we're all like this. If it wasn't your doing, then whose could it be? The cook looked at Long Dongxiang's mouth, which had grown 3 times larger, and quickly stepped back, feeling wrong to the point of tears. Long Dongxiang, you can't frame me. We followed the proper procedures, how would I know you would end up like this? Commander Long. Suddenly, an officer stumbled over, his face flushed as he shouted, not good, all the people from the 1st Battalion are. Suddenly, he froze, watching a group of soldiers with flushed faces swaying there, then looking at Long Dongxiang's face, his jaw nearly hitting the ground in shock. You guys are like this too? Long Dongxiang shouted at him angrily, is the 1st Battalion like this too? Yes. The officer nodded vigorously, everyone is inexplicably like this, now everyone feels hot all over, it's really uncomfortable. Everyone's eyes twitched, the symptoms were exactly the same, wasn't this describing them? Not only that, but it also felt like fire was burning inside their bodies, making them instinctively want to strip off their clothes and feel a sense of relief. Long Dongxiang glared fiercely at the cook sergeant. What the hell did you do? The cook sergeant was almost crying from fear. I was just cooking. I really didn't do anything. Deputy Commander. At this moment, another officer ran over, from the 2nd Battalion. Long Dongxiang directly pushed aside the cook sergeant and shouted, is the 2nd Battalion like us too? The officer looked around and immediately froze, then nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Deputy Commander, what's going on? How the hell would I know what's going on? Long Dongxiang shouted in exasperation, forget it, everyone immediately returned to combat positions, we're about to attack. Yes. Everyone immediately started running. Thud. Just a few steps out, several people suddenly fell down in front. Then they knocked down those beside them, and in an instant, a large group collapsed. What the hell, can't you walk? Long Dongxiang charged forward in anger, but after just 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, baring his teeth and hunching over like a hunchbacked old man. His whole body felt like it was on fire, every inch of skin felt like it was being roasted. Move! Like a crab, walk sideways. Long Dongxiang endured the pain and waved his hand vigorously, quick, jump up. Everyone immediately got up, following his command, moving sideways like crabs towards the camp. But even crawling on all fours, everyone still felt incredibly miserable, their heads spinning as if they were drunk. Coupled with the heat on their bodies, sweat poured down like rain. After just a few steps, a group of people had soaked their clothes with sweat. Not far away, Cheng Haonan and the others covered their mouths, laughing so hard they were shaking. Luo Ge, I used to think you were quite wicked, but now I realize I was hasty, you're simply wicked to the core. Cheng Haonan said, quickly covering his mouth, nearly laughing out loud. This is called wisdom, understand? Qin Shen snorted coldly, there are so many of them, and we are just a few, if we want to help the main force, we have to use some means. Right. Zheng Chen nodded in agreement. The company commander said, on the battlefield, when dealing with the enemy, as long as you can kill them, there's nothing despicable or low about it, it's all good tactics. Hey! Qin Shen nodded, the company commander's words really hit home for me. How Duo stifled a laugh and asked, Luo Ge, when are we going to take action? In a bit. Qin Shen said with a smile, as long as they can still move, if we go out now, it would just be sending ourselves to death. We'll wait until they can't take it anymore, then we'll act. Everyone responded with an oh, and Zhang Qian suddenly curiously asked, can I ask something, Luo Ge, why do you carry this thing with you? Qin Shen chuckled, opening his bag, not only do I have this, but I also have other good stuff. He took out 2 small bottles, one labeled I love a stick of firewood, and the other golden gun little overlord, which caught everyone's attention. Qin Shen smiled and said, these 2 bottles are magical weapons for wandering the world, You can't even buy them with money outside. These are all my treasures. Cheng Haonan swallowed hard and said with a grin, Luo Ge, I have a friend who's not doing so well in that area. If it comes to it in the future, can I borrow a little from you? What a coincidence, I have a friend too. Zheng Qian quickly added. Sure, it's all small stuff, Qin Chun chuckled. How Duo glanced into the bag and found many bottles and jars inside. Everything from laxatives to itching powder was there. Wow, Luo Ge, this is a treasure chest. How come you even have a camera? Qin Shen reminisced, this was my good partner during my time in the patrol. It accompanied me through countless days and nights, helping me catch so many people. I was able to earn a third-class merit in the patrol, all thanks to it. Luo Ge, you're really nostalgic, How Duo said admiringly. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's move. Qin Shen waved his hand, and the three quickly followed him toward the Blue Army. At that moment, Long Dongxian was sweating profusely, propping up an ammunition box, gasping for breath. It was only a 200-meter distance from the kitchen unit, but it felt like he had moved 2 kilometers. What the hell is going on? Long Dongxiang clenched his fists in anger. Did they put something wrong in the food while cooking? These bastards, aren't they affecting the combat effectiveness of the troops? Deputy Battalion Commander, a soldier, hunched over like a giant crab, waddled over and handed him the walkie-talkie. It's the command center. Long Dongxiang quickly picked it up. Hello, I'm Long Dongxiang, please give me instructions, sir. On the other end, Li Jinkui's voice came through, order your unit to open fire immediately. After 3 rounds of saturation bombing, advance 50 meters, then continue advancing 2 kilometers, and wait for further orders. Yes, we will start 3 rounds of bombing immediately. Long Dongxiang repeated. Start. Yes. Long Dongxiang immediately put down the walkie-talkie and shouted to everyone around, all units, open fire immediately. All units prepare. The Blue Army soldiers at various positions, enduring discomfort and heat, quickly took their places. But the effects of the drugs had fully kicked in, many had bulging veins and flushed faces. Some even saw stars and began to hallucinate. With just a slight movement, someone lost their balance and fell. Long Dongxiang looked over in shock and shouted urgently, what's going on? Why did you fall? Get up! Report, Deputy Battalion Commander. An officer shouted from a distance, it's too hot, everyone can barely stand. Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander, another officer called out, everyone is burning up and sweating profusely. Long Dongxiang gritted his teeth, his body felt unbearably hot, as if a volcano was erupting inside him, sweat pouring out uncontrollably. He clenched his fists, the orders had been given, and the heavy firepower of the 29th Division must have already opened fire. They had to fire immediately, without delay. He gritted his teeth and shouted, everyone, take off your clothes, all of you. Ha! Everyone stared at him in confusion. Can't you understand human language? Long Dongxiang bellowed, aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Isn't it unbearably hot? Take off your clothes and let the cool breeze in. Fight in our underwear? Everyone's eyes widened. What are you afraid of? We're in the wilderness, all men here, and there are no women around. Can't we fight in our underwear? Hurry up! Long Dongxiang shouted. Everyone, take it off, quickly, all of you take it off. The order was quickly relayed down. Not far away, Qin Shen had a sly smile on his face. Duo, go call the squad leader and the deputy squad leader. Got it. How Duo turned and ran out. Qin Shen nodded to the remaining 2, and Zhang Qian and Cheng Haonan smiled as they bent down, using the truck for cover, and dashed toward the direction of the Blue Army's 1st and 2nd battalions. The Blue Army's positions were set up in 2 semicircular arcs. If attacked from one direction, it wouldn't take out many people. But if we attack from 2 directions, the effect will be different. Qin Shen. After a while, How Duo ran over with Zhao Jiumei. The 2 burly men crawled over almost using both hands and feet. Standing up even a little would easily expose them. What's going on? The 2 asked nervously. Qin Shen smiled slightly, it's a piece of cake, I've already arranged everything, and we'll start soon. Really? The 2 looked ahead with excitement, only to see a row of white butts. This scene nearly made them sit down in shock. What the hell? Zhao Jiumei's eyes widened, her jaw dropping. Are these guys from the Blue Army all perverts? Are they going to fire big cannons or small ones? Qin Shen looked at them with a smile. Squad leader, to be honest, seeing so many butts, aren't you thrilled? Qin Shen, what exactly did you do to them? Zhao Jiumei's eyes widened. Qin Shen chuckled, squad leader, calm down, I just gave them a little bit of a tonic, that's why they look like this. What kind of tonic could make them like this? You didn't poison them, did you? Zhao Jiumei looked horrified. If that were the case, not only would Qin Shen be in trouble, but but she would be too. Qin Shen said irritably, "Squad leader, what are you thinking? This is a drill, how could I really do that?" Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang's eyes twitched. "Isn't this the real deal? You've turned them into this." Qin Shen's expression suddenly became serious. "There's no time to talk, they're about to open fire, and once they do, the consequences will be unimaginable. Our main force could be finished. Squad leader, deputy squad leader, can you listen to me this time?" The two exchanged glances, and Qi Gang shrugged. "Squad leader, it's up to you." Zhao Jiumei took a deep breath. This time they came out because of Qin Shen's idea. It was also Qin Shen who found this place and turned the Blue Army into this state. If it were her, it would have been impossible to achieve. If they didn't trust Qin Shen now, who else could they trust? Moreover, the main force really couldn't wait any longer. As a soldier of the red side, even if it meant being shattered to pieces, they had to do something for the main force. "What do you think we should do?" Zhao Jiumei stared at him. Qin Shen smiled slightly and waved at them. "We'll do it like this." "Ha ha ha." Long Dongqiang exhaled in enjoyment. "Not bad, the air in the mountains is really nice. It feels much more comfortable. Woohoo, refreshing." After taking off his clothes, he was in close contact with nature. A gentle breeze blew, and the heat all over his body dissipated significantly. Even the golden stars in double images that appeared before him vanished completely, and he felt as if he had endless energy. "So it feels so good to be without clothes, I'm full of vigor." Long Dongqiang laughed until his eyes squinted. Although he didn't know what the cooking team had fed them, it didn't seem to be a problem now. At least he felt strong and energetic, even wanting to carry shells and run 20 laps around the camp. "Deputy regiment leader, everyone is undressed." Long Dongqiang looked over. Everyone was already naked. Each one seemed a bit shy, clearly feeling a bit awkward. "What are you shy about, you big men?" Long Dongqiang said irritably. "You've seen each other while bathing before. Come on, all the company leaders, gather everyone's clothes and arrange them neatly. Everyone, prepare to fire." "Yes." Each company leader, along with the instructors and deputy company leaders, immediately collected everyone's clothes. The other soldiers quickly took their positions, ready to fire. Long Dongqiang threw the clothes to a company leader, then picked up a nearby loudspeaker and strode forward. "Half a minute to prepare, follow my orders." The soldiers who were already prepared squatted, bent over, or stood next to the artillery. Everyone's expression was particularly focused, especially eager to fire a shot. Long Dongqiang scanned the surroundings. Each company was full of fighting spirit, already in battle preparation. He picked up the horn and shouted, "Start!" Click! Suddenly, the flash went off. Long Dongqiang was startled, and the horn fell from his hand. Many soldiers turned their heads as well. Click click click. Long Dongqiang suddenly saw a captain holding a camera, frantically taking pictures of him, the flash making it hard for him to open his eyes. He quickly reacted, covering himself while turning his back and shouting, "Who the hell told you to take pictures? What are you doing? Put the camera down." But as he turned, his hands were busy covering both above and below, unable to shield himself properly. Click click, the flash flickered a few more times. "Stop, stop, no more pictures." Long Dongqiang shouted anxiously. At this moment, not only he, but the other soldiers of the Blue Army were also shocked. Where did this damn pervert come from? So unethical. Many quickly hid behind the artillery, some simply squatted down to reduce their exposure. Qin Shen put down the camera and smiled slightly at Long Dongqiang. "Comrade Commander, I am Qin Guanxi, just an ordinary passerby and photography enthusiast. You guys are firing naked, such an explosive scene must be recorded. If this gets out, you will definitely become the stars of our military district." Long Dongqiang's eyes nearly popped out. He ordered everyone to take off their clothes just to lighten the load and make it easier to fire. Who would have thought that such a shameless thing would suddenly pop up, jumping out with a camera to snap away at them? If this got out, how could they still show their faces? "Where are you from?" Long Dongqiang shouted angrily at Qin Shen. "Give me the camera, no random shooting." Qin Shen grinned, focusing the camera. "I am purposefully taking pictures, not randomly shooting." Click click click. Long Dongqiang felt as if he had been hit by a bullet, constantly dodging and retreating. "Someone, catch him and grab the camera." Yes. A dozen soldiers immediately brandished their guns and charged at Qin Shen fiercely. Seeing them rush over, Qin Shen quickly retreated tactically. It was fine when he stood still, but as soon as he ran, the blood flow increased, making it even harder for these soldiers. The dozen soldiers bared their teeth and chased after Qin Shen like penguins. But in this state, how could they outrun Qin Shen? Qin Shen smiled slightly and simply let loose a kite. When they got closer, he would run. When the distance widened, he would immediately pick up the camera and snap away, equally capturing every little detail of each soldier. "Yes, good, very good. Give me a bit of dynamic feeling. The expressions need to be more natural. Hey, not bad, very good state, yes. This action has a high artistic quality. The soldiers of the Blue Army were completely stunned by Qin Chen's fierce words. Although he only had a camera, the destructive power was not great, but it was extremely insulting. If such photos got out, they would lose face for a lifetime. Everyone, like avoiding a plague, dared not chase after him, quickly looking for something to hide behind. Long Dongxiang watched this unfold, furious enough to jump. You bastard, if you have the guts, put the camera down. Qin Chen grinned, if you have the guts, come and grab it. Long Dongxiang suddenly realized and shouted urgently, what the hell are you all doing? Hurry up and get your clothes, put your clothes on. Right. Everyone quickly reacted. Yes, if they put on clothes, they wouldn't be afraid anymore, right? Damn it, in their panic, they even forgot this. Damn, the clothes are on fire. Suddenly, a loud shout came. Long Dongxiang and the others collectively turned their heads, their eyes wide in shock. They saw two monstrous figures pouring gasoline on their pile of clothes while setting it on fire. Seeing everyone looking over, Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang exchanged silly grins with them. What the hell? Long Dongxiang's eyes nearly popped out. It was only then that he realized that the guy had intentionally taken a photo to attract their attention, with the aim of letting someone take the opportunity to burn their clothes. If they had no clothes to wear, wouldn't they have to go back naked? Quick, grab the clothes! Long Dongxiang shouted, and everyone rushed forward like mad. Put out the fire, put it out. Damn it, I didn't tell you to fan it. What the hell, the fire is getting bigger, what do we do? Blow, quick, blow with your mouth. Damn it, who said that the more you blow, the stronger the fire gets? Pee on it, use pee to put it out. You try peeing, how the hell can you pee? Long Dongxiang hurried over, quick, get my clothes out first, hurry. The scene was in chaos, and only 7 or 8 pieces of clothing were salvaged from a pile. Many people were jostling together, and for a moment, there were constant sounds of confusion, with some even blushing. A savvy squad leader saw the vice commander in a terrible state and quickly shouted, everyone step back, get a pair of shorts out first for the vice commander to wear, his are small. Ha! Long Dongxiang's eyes widened. Vice commander, wear mine, we're the same size. Vice commander, wear mine, it's clean, I've only worn it for 5 days. The crowd shouted and jostled, instantly turning into a mass. The entire Blue Army camp was in complete disarray, like a vegetable market. There were even several people fighting over a single pair of shorts. Qin Chen saw that the time was right, smiling as he put the camera into his crossbody bag. He then raised the gun from his back and took out 2 grenades from his waist, running towards the Blue Army. Da-day. His finger pulled the trigger, sweeping the gun towards the Blue Army. At the same time, Qin Chen pulled the fuses of the 2 grenades with his left hand, throwing them into the crowd as he ran. Boom! 2 loud explosions echoed throughout the Blue Army camp. The Blue Army soldiers, who were busy grabbing clothes, were instantly stunned. We are being attacked? Long Dongxiang stared in shock. Turning his head, he saw that the friendly just now was crazily firing at them. Boom. While he was in a daze, several grenades exploded from both sides, creating clouds of white smoke in the crowd. Da-day. Chang Haonan and Zhao Jiumei flanked from both sides, firing fiercely at every Blue Army soldier they saw. They're enemies! Long Dongxiang shouted angrily, quick, grab your weapons. The Blue Army finally realized that these bastards wearing their clothes were sent by the red side. In an instant, the crowd scattered, running bare-bottomed towards their weapons. But it was already too late. Before they could grab their weapons, Qin Chen and the others' bullets were already making smoke rise from their hats. Bang! Just as Long Dongxiang was about to put on the shorts, his helmet vibrated with a buzz. He stared blankly at the white smoke rising above him, angrily throwing the shorts to the ground. Damn it! Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, by a small creek, the exercise directorate was set up there. At this moment, the directorate was silent, with a pin drop audible. The chief director, Luo Zhanghai, and a group of high-ranking officials stared dumbfounded at a screen. Watching the Blue Army running around the camp bare-bottomed, everyone was wide-eyed in shock. Chief Director Luo Zhanghai swallowed hard, his face full of anger. What the hell are these Blue Army guys here for? To fight or to sunbathe? In broad daylight, do they have no shame left? Quick, look! In the director's office, an officer pointed at the screen in shock. The Blue Army isn't just messing around, they're being hunted. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as the screen indeed showed several well-equipped Blue Army soldiers wildly shooting at the naked Blue Army soldiers. They were also throwing grenades, causing white smoke to billow from their helmets. What's going on? Luo Zhanghai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Blue Army is fighting the Blue Army? It seems to be our military district's newly formed Special Operations Brigade, sent as reinforcements to the Blue Army. An officer pointed at the screen and said, "Their uniforms are different from the others. What the hell is going on?" Luo Jianhai's face was filled with anger. Are we really fighting our own people? What is the Blue Army up to? Day. Click. Qin Shan emptied all the ammunition from his Type 81 rifle. The sound of an empty chamber echoed. As he reloaded, he looked ahead. The 2 battalions of the Blue Army had almost been wiped out by them. There was no way around it. It was too easy to shoot these unarmed, naked guys, like killing chickens. Luo Ge, we're done over here. Luo Ge, I'm done here too. Xiao Qin, let's search this way, there shouldn't be many left. Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang ran to the left. After a short while, gunfire erupted, then quickly ceased. Qin Shan glanced around. The eliminated Blue Army soldiers were all crouched on the ground, but their eyes were fixed on them. A sudden chill ran through Qin Shan's heart, an ominous premonition rising within him. This place isn't safe. Let's go. He shouted urgently. Quick, retreat. Ha? Are we leaving now? Zhao Jiumei was still caught up in the excitement when Qin Shan had already dashed towards an off-road vehicle. Hurry up, hurry. Chang Hanan and the others watched Qin Shan sprint out and immediately followed. Zhao Jiumei hesitated for a moment, then suddenly noticed that all the Blue Army soldiers had stood up and were charging at them, despite their dizziness. Even if they had been drugged, if they all rushed at once, they would be doomed. Damn it! Zhao Jiumei was startled and quickly turned to run. Kill them! Long Dongxiang shouted in anger, strip them of their clothes and hang them up to beat. Kill them! All the Blue Army soldiers charged at Qin Shan like madmen, filled with murderous intent. Boom! The off-road vehicle roared to life as Qin Shan slammed on the gas and sped away. Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang screamed as they chased after him. Wait for us. We haven't gotten in the car yet. Qin Shan suddenly slammed on the brakes, the vehicle screeched to a halt, tires smoking. The two had no time to react and crashed into the car. Boom! Qin Shan pressed the gas again, the off-road vehicle erupted with a beast-like roar. Just as the Blue Army closed in, he sped away with the others. You bastard, come back! You despicable, shameless scum, come and face us one-on-one. Don't run, you bastard! Don't run! The Blue Army soldiers shouted in anger, never feeling so humiliated in their lives. Naked, they were shot at. A company commander roared, get in the vehicle, let's chase. Chase what the hell? Long Dongxiang angrily ran over. Deputy Regiment Commander, are we just going to let them get away? The company commander shouted in frustration. These bastards have done this to us, and we're just going to let them go? We can't let them go. The surrounding soldiers shouted in unison. Long Dongxiang glared at them angrily. Are we going to chase them naked? Don't you think you've lost enough face? Do you want everyone to know? Everyone was stunned, their clothes had been burned, and their bodies felt strange. If they went out and were seen, their lives would be ruined. Get the hell back! Long Dongxiang shouted with a choked voice, take off your socks, block what you can, if you can't, put them on your head, stop embarrassing me. And this matter must not be spread outside. Whoever leaks it, I'll kill him. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Shells rained down, rockets falling densely like a beehive. Each explosion created a large area of fire, visible from a distance. Shi Xingli turned back in shock. How can there be Blue Army behind us? Where are the shells coming from? Report! A staff officer quickly said, all the shells are coming from directly behind us. Judging by the explosive power, there are at least 2 heavy armored battalions. What? Shi Xingli's eyes nearly popped out. He never expected that while he was fiercely attacking the Blue Army's 31st Division, the Blue Army was not coming to their rescue but instead sending troops to cut off their retreat. When did the Blue Army become so bold and so skilled at fighting? Damn special forces! Shi Xingli clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. If it weren't for their constant harassment in coordination with the Blue Army's main forces, the 399 Heights and the Station 31st Division would have been annihilated long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on to this point, being encircled by the Blue Army. Commander! Gao Kun suddenly shouted, our flank hasn't been bombed, they haven't completely cut off our retreat. Shi Xingli's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked over. Sure enough, the other side had not been bombed at all. This was like using a net to catch fish, with half the net open and half leaking. Shi Xingli was a bit dazed. Was the Blue Army commander an idiot? Clearly, they were about to be surrounded, yet the Blue Army left them a way out? Commander! Gao Kun excitedly said, we shouldn't delay, let's retreat quickly. Yes, Commander, let's retreat quickly while our losses aren't too severe, and prepare again. Everyone shouted, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether it was a mistake by the Blue Army or their troops not arriving in time, in any case, this was their only chance to preserve their strength. No! Shi Xingli decisively growled. He suddenly turned his head to look at the 399 heights. It's almost over here, they're about to collapse. If we retreat now, all our previous attacks will be in vain. Commander, Gao Kun looked at him in disbelief. Are you still going to attack? Shi Xingli sneered, since the Blue Army's encirclement isn't tight, then move all troops to this side. This time, we will launch a fierce attack from the right side. It must be taken down within half an hour. Commander, are you sure? Gao Kun stared at him intently. Of course I'm sure. Shi Xingli nodded vigorously. Our division has always been the main force. We must conquer, we must win. There is no fortress we cannot take, no hill we cannot conquer. Just half an hour, charge. Everyone could see that Shi Xingli was going all in. This was a race against time with the Blue Army. At that moment, everyone was filled with passion, shouting, yes. Seeing everyone disperse, Shi Xingli looked back at the flank, his brow slightly furrowed. What is going on with the Blue Army? Clearly a good tactic. Why only use half of it? What? In the Blue Army command center, Li Jiankui stared wide-eyed in disbelief, slamming his hands on the table. What did you say? What? Say it again. His subordinate trembled as he said, report, sir. The Directorate has officially announced that Deputy Commander Long's troops have been completely wiped out and have exited the exercise. Li Jiankui was stunned, and Hu Fei beside him was also dumbfounded, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. How is this possible? How can this be? Li Jiankui slammed his fist on the table in frustration. I just contacted them. How long has it been? And they've been completely wiped out. 2 heavy armored battalions, although few in number, still had over 600 men. Even 600 pigs would take a long time to catch. How could they be annihilated so quickly? How exactly did they die? Hu Fei asked anxiously. Did the red side use heavy firepower to bomb them all to death? One of his subordinates shook his head with a pained expression. The Directorate said they were caught with their pants down and were killed. What? The 2 of them were so shocked they sat down abruptly. Old Li, are you okay? The chief of staff and others hurried over to help Li Jiankui up. Li Jiankui glared fiercely at the officer just now. You better explain to me why they were all naked. How did that happen? I don't know, the officer said with a grimace. That's what the Directorate said. Chief, Hu Fei quickly said, this has nothing to do with me. It shows my tactics were correct. It's your own men who have a problem. Li Jiankui shot him a fierce glare, then turned to his subordinate. So how did they disappear? The officer replied, the Directorate said that a few of our own men, from the Special Operations Brigade, took advantage of our men not wearing clothes and killed them all. What? Everyone turned to glare at Hu Fei with murderous intent. Hu Fei was also startled. The Special Operations Brigade is at Hill 399. How could they appear there? Is there a mistake? Then where did they come from? Li Jiankui was jumping up and down in anxiety. Hu Fei's eyes flickered, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. It was the red side in disguise. He said excitedly, the Special Operations Brigade didn't return after attacking the A Division headquarters. The red side scouts must have put on their uniforms and sneaked up on us. It must be that way. He said excitedly, good job, Shi Xingli, this tactical move is really slick. They launched a frontal assault on our 31st Division to draw our attention while secretly sending scouts to infiltrate our rear. Hu Fei looked at Li Jiankui and quickly said, we thought the red side was determined to take Hill 399, so there would be no defenses in the rear, which is why we cut off their escape route. The red side also anticipated we would do this. They predicted that we would go all out to attack their main force and wouldn't guard against their small units, so. Everyone gasped in shock, and Li Jiankui's face was filled with astonishment. They organized a drill every year, but it had been a long time since they had fought such an exciting and thrilling battle. Deceit and strategy, this was what true warfare should look like. However, they never expected that the red side's reconnaissance units were locked in a fierce battle with the Special Operations Brigade, suffering heavy casualties. Hu Fei could not have guessed that the cause of all this was his arch-rival, Xin Shen. Report! Suddenly, an officer rushed in, shouting nervously, we just received a report that Hill 399 has fallen, the red side has broken through our troops, and the 31st Division is in a frantic retreat. What? Li Jiankui shouted again. Just when they had lost 2 heavy firepower battalions, they received another piece of bad news. How could it have fallen? How could they have broken through? Li Jiankui was furious, jumping up like thunder. Didn't the 29th Division already start bombing? How could they continue their attack? Report, the officer said. The 29th Division did indeed bomb and inflicted significant losses on the red side, but they adjusted their tactics in time. Instead of retreating, they concentrated their forces on the right side and launched a fierce attack on the hill. The 31st Division was already on the verge of collapse. It was breached by the red side in about 20 minutes. Everyone fell silent, and Li Jiankui's eyelids twitched. The original plan was perfect. As long as it was executed, not only could they hold the 399 heights, but they could also deal a heavy blow to the red forces, even encircling and annihilating them. But because Long Dongxiang and the others were completely wiped out, the situation had turned out like this. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. Ah! Li Jinkui slammed his fist heavily on the table. The chief of staff quickly said, "Commander, the red forces have breached the heights. They will either pursue the remnants of the 31st Division or hold their ground at the 399 position." Hu Fei interjected, "I think they will hold their position. They have achieved their strategic goal and defeated the 31st Division. The red forces must have paid a considerable price as well. Shi Shengli must understand the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy. They will likely let their troops rest and also need to receive supplies." Li Jinkui nodded vigorously. "You're right. Immediately order the 29th, 31st, and 32nd Divisions to retract their lines. Before the red forces launch a new round of attacks, we need to establish a new defense line." "Yes." The various staff members quickly ran out. Li Jinkui slammed his fist on the table again. What was supposed to be a counterattack was now turning into a defensive battle. The Blue Army had suffered significant losses, but they had lost even more, and they were down 2 heavy firepower battalions. How could they fight next? "Commander," Hu Fei walked up to him. "Don't be too hard on yourself. It seems we still have more troops than the red forces. We still have hope." Li Jinkui nodded. Hu Fei continued, "The priority now is to reorganize our defenses while searching for the reconnaissance units that have infiltrated from the red side." Li Jinkui suddenly looked up, staring intently at Hu Fei. "Yes, you're right." He gritted his teeth and said, "From now on, we cannot make any more mistakes. We absolutely cannot let them cause any more damage." Hu Fei calmly said, "Also, notify all units to strengthen their guards. Increase both visible and hidden sentries. The reconnaissance troops have limited strength. As long as we enhance our vigilance, we will definitely be able to spot them." "Right." Li Jinkui nodded vigorously. "Notify all units to enhance their vigilance, and search for all suspicious individuals. Once found, eliminate them on the spot." "Yes." Hu Fei picked up the walkie-talkie and began, Old Xia, please respond, please respond." Received, I'm here." Xia Gongming's voice came from the other end. "How many people do you have left over there?" "Not many, just a few dozen left. We suffered heavy losses fighting the red forces, and now we are retreating with the 31st Division. Hurry back." Hu Fei said coldly, "Red infiltrators have come in, and they have caused quite a bit of damage. Take your men and eliminate them first." "Okay." Xia Gongming said excitedly, "I've been feeling stifled here, I'll go take it out on them." He put down the walkie-talkie and smiled at Li Jinkui. "Don't worry, Commander. With Brigade Commander Xia back, those red reconnaissance troops won't escape." Li Jinkui nodded firmly, feeling a bit more at ease. "Unity is strength, this strength is iron." The off-road vehicle bounced quickly along the dirt road, with Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang lying in the back, laughing and singing. Cheng Haonan and the others sat in the vehicle, keeping the beat and singing, each face filled with joy. Qin Shen drove over the bumpy dirt road, turning around a ridge, and a vast open area appeared ahead. Everyone's vision suddenly opened up, as if entering a green ocean. "Awesome!" Qi Gang laughed, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire land. "Squad leader, I didn't expect that we cooks would also have the chance to go to the battlefield, and at the same time take down so many enemies. I never knew I could be this awesome, it feels so damn good," Zhao Jiumei said with a beaming smile. His agreement to let Qin Shen come out this time was actually driven by his own little thoughts. He could tell that Qin Shen wanted to return to the combat class and knew he couldn't keep him. So, he wanted to accompany Qin Shen for this last stretch of time. But he never expected that this battle would be so exhilarating. It was incredibly satisfying to see the Blue Army running around in a panic. Having taken down so many enemies, he was sure he would earn great merit when they returned. Just thinking about it made Zhao Jiumei smile so wide his mouth couldn't close. Especially that feeling of blood boiling and adrenaline rushing during the fight, something that could never be exchanged for years of cooking. He instinctively glanced at Qin Shen, who was driving, his eyes full of joy. This kid wasn't here to train us in the cooking class, he trained all of us, he's our lucky star. At that moment, Qin Shen was checking the system panel. Kill enemy troops 140/150, the corner of Qin Shen's eye twitched. Why couldn't there be 10 more? Just 10 more, and the mission would be complete. In the previous battle, Qin Shen had been too busy taking pictures and hadn't done as much as Cheng Haonan and the others. Those guys fired a whole magazine, hitting headshots with every shot, and one grenade took out a large group. By the time it was his turn, there wasn't much left. Qin Shen sighed helplessly. There had to be someone to draw the Blue Army's attention. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have had a chance to engage before being wiped out, turning into a joke. Just 10, just 10. If we run into a nest of blue troops, the mission will be done. Shin Chen's smile returned. It had been a long time since he had gained superpowers. He wondered what ability he would get after completing this mission. Just thinking about it made him a bit impatient. Brother Luo, where are we going now? Zheng Qian asked curiously. Who cares where we go? Chang Haonan said smugly. As long as we drive this way, we'll definitely run into the Blue Army. When we do, we'll take them down. Follow Brother Luo, and we'll kill as many blue troops as we see. Right. How Duo nodded vigorously. Follow Brother Luo to kill the Blue Army. Shinshin smiled slightly, just about to speak when suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end, and a wave of danger surged through his super senses. Shinshin was startled, since gaining super senses, he had never felt such danger before. Without thinking, he suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The car veered off the small road and charged straight into the grass. Cheng Haonan and the others in the car were thrown against the glass. If Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang hadn't held on tightly, they would have almost been thrown out. Shin Chen, what are you doing? How are you driving? Shi Gang shouted. With a loud bang, a fireball exploded behind them, thick white smoke shooting up into the sky. What the hell? Where did that bomb come from? Everyone looked back in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. They had narrowly escaped disaster. Did we hit them? Xie Gongming asked coldly, hands behind his back. Report, we missed. They must have changed direction early, a major pointed at the screen and said. At that moment, a red dot continued to move on the screen. Xie Gongming frowned. What are you all doing? You can't even hit a fixed target? No wonder you got beaten so badly by the red side. The major's face turned red. Sir, just blame me. It's not the troops, it's my fault. Stop talking nonsense. Xie Gongming snorted coldly. Make sure the next shot hits, don't miss again. Yes. The major shouted. Continue firing, it must hit. Yes. Not far away, the artillery position roared as two heavy-caliber cannons fired simultaneously. At the same time, Shin Chen's super senses warned him of danger again, more intense than the last time. Damn it! He kicked hard, almost stepping into the fuel tank. The off-road vehicle spewed thick black smoke and shot out quickly. Boom! Two shells exploded behind, sending dense smoke billowing into the sky. What the hell is going on? Zhao Jiumei shouted anxiously as she watched the explosions. Why are they bombing us? Shi Gang was also flustered. How the hell would I know? Stop asking, just run. Shin Chen, faster. Hold on tight. Shin Chen slammed the steering wheel and sped down another small road. Didn't hit anything again? Xie Gongming's eyes widened. You guys really can't do anything, can you? The major's face was almost dripping with blood as he yelled outside. What the hell are you shooting? Twice now, 3 shells fired, and you can't take out a single vehicle? Can't you even do a precision strike? Report, Company Commander. A lieutenant shouted urgently, the coordinates we bombed are correct, it shouldn't have gone wrong. But you still didn't blow it up. The major shouted angrily, 4 guns, fire simultaneously. Yes. Report the coordinates. The technician immediately reported the coordinates. The major personally waved the flag, fire. Boom 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 boom. 4 heavy artillery pieces opened fire simultaneously. As the cannon fire erupted, the major hurried back, staring intently at the screen. But half a minute passed, and the red dot was still moving. What's going on? The major's eyes were about to pop out. Xie Gongming was amused by him. You ask me what's going on? It didn't blow up. What else could it be? I can see now, you guys in the Blue Army really can't do it. Even with 4 guns firing together, you can't blow up a lousy vehicle? There's a reason you can't win. It's a waste of our special forces coming to help you. You can't help someone who's already a lost cause. The major jumped up in anger, and Xie Gongming thought he was going to fight him, quickly getting into a stance. Instead, the major turned around and shouted angrily, rocket artillery. Fire a round of simultaneous shots. I don't want to see that vehicle moving anymore. Xie Gongming twitched his mouth. Damn, it's just blowing up an off-road vehicle. Do you really need to use rocket artillery? Chief, don't worry, this time they definitely won't escape. The major said confidently. Xie Gongming awkwardly nodded. If you're using rocket artillery and they still escape, you'll be worse than useless. Xie Gongming turned to pick up the intercom. Mountain Cat, please respond, please respond. Report, I'm Mountain Cat, please give instructions. Are you close to the target location? Report, Brigade Commander, at most 10 minutes, we will definitely reach the vicinity of the target. Good. Xie Gongming glanced back at the anxious major and lowered his voice. I don't trust these Blue Army guys at all. Just leave it to you, even if the vehicle is blown up, make sure to check the surroundings and confirm if there are any survivors. Not a single Red Side scout can be spared. Yes. Just as Xie Gongming put down the intercom, a voice suddenly came from behind. Chief, what's wrong? The rocket artillery is almost ready, just wait and see them get wiped out. Our Blue Army will definitely succeed, the major said with determination. Xie Gongming awkwardly forced a smile. Alright, I'll see how you blow them up. Company commander, we're ready. Let's talk, launch. A few seconds later, whoosh 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 whoosh. The launch sounds echoed across the position, and one by one, the rockets soared into the sky like red swords, racing towards the distance. It's gone, the technicians suddenly shouted excitedly. The major rushed over, watching the red dot disappear on the screen, looking at Xie Gongming with immense excitement. Chief, what did I say? Our Blue Army will definitely succeed. A few little red side scouts, taking them out is as easy as cutting vegetables. Xie Gongming was so embarrassed that he could almost dig his toes into the ground. You really have no shame at all. Using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, a big knife to chop a fly, and you still have the face to be happy? Xie Gongming looked into the distance, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The car was blown up, but whether all the people were eliminated was still uncertain. This car was driving so strangely, it could even predict and dodge the shells in advance. The people in the car seemed to have some skills, but this guy was flaunting around in the Blue Army's vehicle, looking a bit mentally unstable. Xie Gongming shook his head. The Red Army scouts are really hard to figure out. They seem to have some ability, yet they also look like complete fools. On a small hillside, Xin Chen and the others were lying flat on the ground. Watching the off-road vehicle being bombarded by rockets, billowing white smoke, everyone was shocked, their mouths agape. Oh my god. Cheng Haonan swallowed hard. What kind of grudge is this? Brother Luo, are those Blue Army guys seeking revenge? They've come all this way and still won't let it go. They must have a way, Zheng Qian said coldly. We've played them around in circles, and one by one, they've been killed by us. This grudge will be pursued to the ends of the earth. How do Duo wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken. It's all thanks to Brother Luo. If you hadn't let us to run, we would have been blown up by now. You're amazing. Little Qin, Zhao Jiumei still hadn't recovered from the shock. How did they find us? The car has a tracker, Xin Shen said coldly. What? Everyone looked at him in unison. Xin Shen slammed his fist on the ground in anger. We've driven so far, yet they can still find us and bomb us accurately from a distance, which means the car definitely has a tracker. Now he regretted it deeply. If he had known there was a tracker, after leaving the Blue Army camp, he should have abandoned the car and walked. But there were no ifs now. Since Xin Shen joined the army, he had either been a rookie, a patrol, or a cook. He had never received any systematic military training, didn't understand tactics, nor the parameters of various weapons and equipment. He certainly didn't know there was a tracker in the car. Everything was done recklessly. Of course, Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang weren't much better than him. Although Cheng Haonan and the others were also scouts, they were still rookies, and with their brains. Better not think about it. We were careless. Xin Shen took a deep breath and said coldly, if I'm not mistaken, the Blue Army should be coming this way. We must leave quickly. What? They're coming? Where? Cheng Haonan looked around nervously. Xin Shen slapped him on the head. If the shells can follow our car, their people can follow the car too, but they're definitely still on the way. Cheng Haonan breathed a sigh of relief. So they haven't arrived yet. You scared me to death. Little Qin, where do you think we should run to now? Zhao Jiumei asked hurriedly. Xin Shen shook his head. I don't know, but the shells just came from that direction. The artillery is heavy infantry. They should be behind the Blue Army. So we'll head in that direction. It should be feasible. Shi Gang nodded. I think what little Luo said makes sense. Squad leader, what do you think? Zhao Jiumei also nodded. Since we've come out, we should fight to the end. We can't just be cowardly and let the Blue Army take us down. Xin Shen, we'll follow your lead. Xin Shen turned his head, and Cheng Haonan and the others immediately nodded in unison. Brother Luo, no need to ask us again. Whatever you say, we'll do. Xin Shen smiled slightly, then looked towards the direction from which the shells had come. Let's go, we're going to find the Blue Army. Creak, the three off-road vehicles quickly came to a stop, their tires smoking. Special forces jumped off the vehicle one by one and quickly rushed towards the destroyed cars. Not a single person. A lieutenant shook his head at Mountain Cat. Mountain Cat looked around, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The brigade commander is right. We can't trust the Blue Army at all. We still have to rely on ourselves. Since the Red Army reconnaissance unit can get here, they must be formidable. There's no way they could be taken down so easily. Everyone spread out and looked for their traces. Yes. Everyone quickly dispersed. Mountain Cat glanced around and suddenly fixed his gaze on a small dirt slope not far away. The surroundings were all flat plains, with only the dirt slope slightly elevated, like a pimple on a face. He ran over quickly, stopping abruptly at the bottom of the slope and crouching down. Looking at a patch of bent grass, a smile immediately appeared on Mountain Cat's face. Following the trail up the slope, he saw another patch of flattened grass. They've been here, haven't they? He slowly turned around and followed the footprints downwards, finally locking his gaze to the north. No wonder they are Red Army scouts, they even know where to go. Mountain Cat waved his hand. Let's go. They aren't here, they headed north. All the special forces immediately rushed towards the vehicles. Mountain Cat also jumped into the car, shouting at his subordinates, Earth Cat, you go left, Hunting Dog, you go right, everyone maintain a distance of 2 kilometers, drive slowly, don't go too fast. He said coldly, the Sea Army is an elite unit, their scouts are very cunning, don't miss any clues. Since we've taken over, we must eliminate them all without leaving a single one behind. Let's go. He waved his hand, and 3 vehicles immediately sped out. Mountain Cat held onto the handrail while using the radio. Brigade Commander, do you copy? Just arriving at the Blue Army command post, Xie Gongming quickly picked up the radio. How's it going? Did you catch them? Mountain Cat replied with a smile. Report, we have found their traces and are currently in pursuit. Good. Find them and leave none behind. Xie Gongming then walked into the command post. What's going on? Hu Fei immediately asked upon seeing him. It's all set. My men are in pursuit, they are doomed. Xie Gongming said confidently. Li Zhenkui let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Tomorrow morning, the 32nd and 29th Divisions should all be back. Next, he looked at Hu Fei. Hu Fei smiled slightly. Next, we just wait for the Red Army to come at us. Their momentum is so strong, having won such a battle, they must be completely high on it, absolutely unaware that we still have a hidden hand. Li Zhenkui laughed heartily. Hope it succeeds, hope it succeeds. In the director's office, the Sea Army commander held the phone, chuckling. Qi Shengli, you're quite impressive, aren't you? I really didn't see it coming. You actually have a red heart and 2 hands prepared, making the Blue Army dance in circles. Ha! On Hill 399, in the Red Army command post, Qi Shengli looked bewildered. Commander, I don't quite understand. You little rascal, keep pretending. Meng Changjun laughed heartily. But you really did fool me. Qi Shengli looked distressed. Commander, what on earth is going on? You're making me confused. Meng Changjun snorted coldly. You concentrated your forces to attack the Blue Army, drawing all their main forces, then sent out reconnaissance units to take out their 2 heavy artillery camps, and made all of them drop their pants. Isn't that what you did? Qi Shengli was even more confused. Did that really happen? I want to ask, Meng Changjun said with a smile. How did the people you sent make the Blue Army's 2 battalions drop their pants? I'm very curious, please tell me in detail. Commander, I want to tell you I don't know, do you believe me? Qi Shengli's face was full of bitterness. Of course I don't believe you, are you trying to play me for a fool? Fine, I won't hold it against you. Meng Changjun smiled and said, I know, you're afraid our conversation will leak information, right? I understand, but you remember this, once the exercise is over, the people you send out must all report back without exception. They all need to achieve merit. I want to shake hands with them personally, it's so damn satisfying. That's settled then. They're calling for dinner over there, even the dead need to eat. Goodbye. The other end hung up directly, leaving Qi Shengli with a head full of question marks. What the hell was that about? Gao Kun beside him widened his eyes. Commander, I understand now. It must be that when we were attacking the high ground, the Blue Army had also deployed heavy firepower on our right rear, but our reconnaissance troops took them out, so. The officers standing around all nodded in agreement. Exactly. Qi Shengli's eyes lit up. I was wondering why the Blue Army set up an encirclement but left half of it open. It's not that they are stupid, it's that our people broke the encirclement, which is why we won. It has to be that way. Gao Kun said with a smile, otherwise, the commander wouldn't be so happy to call. He must be feeling suffocated in the directing department. This news is definitely true, which is why he's so happy. Everyone nodded again, but Qi Shengli suddenly froze while smiling. But I didn't send out reconnaissance troops, did I? He looked at Gao Kun. Did Gu Jian and the others go out? Was it Wu Ziyuan and his team? No. Gao Kun shook his head. During the attack on the high ground, the reconnaissance battalion was entangled with the enemy's special forces the whole time. The reconnaissance battalion suffered heavy casualties, and Wu Ziyuan almost got taken out. How could they have time to go out? Qi Shengli then looked at the 2 brigade commanders of the B division. Was it you guys? Not us. The 2 shook their heads in unison. When our division's reconnaissance battalion was fighting with the Special Operations Brigade, they were almost wiped out. It absolutely couldn't have been them. Qi Shengli was completely bewildered. If it's not you, and it's not us, then where did those reconnaissance soldiers come from? Who helped us fight the Blue Army? Run, run, I can't run anymore. With a thud, Shi Gang's legs gave way, and he knelt heavily on the ground. Qin Shen turned around, and Zhao Jiumei also collapsed heavily onto the ground. It felt like a small mountain had crashed down, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. You two squad leaders. Cheng Haonan was full of pride, not expecting to have the chance to look down on them. You guys are too weak, right? We haven't run that far, and I'm not even out of breath. Exactly. How Duo timidly nodded. My heart isn't even racing. Shut up. Zhao Jiumei lay on the ground, comfortably moving her legs. I told you before, we are different. With our big frames, we are not good at long-distance running. You can't even do short-distance running. Zheng Qian looked at them. Can you all shut up? Zhao Jiumei glared back, panting heavily. Qin Shen said bitterly, Squad leader, deputy squad leader, we can't rest. If we're not careful, the Blue Army might catch up at any moment. We need to hurry. He looked around. They were still in an open area, and only after a while would they see the shadow of a mountain ahead. To there. Qin Shen pointed into the distance. Let's rest once we reach the mountain, okay? It's not far, we can get there on our legs. Cheng Haonan said with a grin. Zhao Jiumei and the others looked over there, instantly making long faces. We can't make it over there. At least we need to rest for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Zheng Qian widened his eyes. You two squad leaders, you are veterans of the reconnaissance battalion. Which old scout would dare to say they need a 20-minute break? We're not scouts, we're cooks, Shi Gang replied irritably. The others looked speechless, but what he said was true. Cooks mainly focus on cooking and rarely engage in military training. It's like a chef in a big tech company's cafeteria. Even if they spend their whole life there, they won't be able to program or write code. Qin Shen let out a helpless sigh and looked around. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and his eagle eyes quickly expanded their field of vision. He clearly saw a vehicle speeding towards them from a distance. Not good, the blue team is coming. What? Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang turned around in shock. Cheng Haonan and the others also looked into the distance, but they didn't have eagle eyes and couldn't see the approaching off-road vehicle. Qin Shen anxiously said, There's no time, we need to go now. Although he hadn't received professional military training, he knew that in such an open area, if they were caught by the blue team, they would definitely be finished. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a nearby grove. This was the only place they could hide for now. Even if they couldn't stay hidden for long, a brief concealment would be fine. Hurry, run that way. Qin Shen immediately dashed forward. Cheng Haonan and the others didn't understand, but they unconditionally trusted Qin Shen, so they followed without hesitation. Squad leader? Shi Gang looked at Zhao Jiumei. Zhao Jiumei struggled to watch Qin Shen's back. Just run, what else is there to say? The two of them, dragging their large bodies, struggled to keep up with Qin Shen. Whoosh! The wind howled in their ears. Qin Shen, Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo kept their heads down and bent over as they sprinted forward. This helped minimize wind resistance and made running a bit easier. But Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang found it incredibly difficult. Their bodies were too big and too heavy. Even if they wanted to bend down and run like Qin Shen, as soon as their heads dipped, they risked falling forward. So they could only run upright, sprinting forward continuously. Found them. Moments later, a blue team special forces soldier in the speeding vehicle was full of excitement. Even from a distance, he saw two small black dots running towards the grove. He hurriedly picked up his binoculars, just in time to see Qin Shen and Cheng Haonan entering the woods first. The trees blocked their figures, but Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang were a step too late and remained outside the grove. Damn! The blue team special forces soldier's eyes widened. What big ones? What kind of scouts does the Sea Army train that are so huge? Stop talking and report to Lynx quickly, the soldier beside him coldly reminded. Right, I'm contacting Lynx now. You guys move in slowly, don't make too much noise. Keep an eye on them, don't let them escape, and wait for the main force to regroup. Okay. The driver turned the steering wheel towards the grove, but the speed noticeably slowed down. Another soldier climbed next to the machine gun, and with a click, the bullet was chambered, the gun aimed at the woods. Hey, Lynx, this is Ground Cat, please respond. Lynx picked up the radio. This is Lynx, Ground Cat, what's the situation over there? We have spotted the red team's scouts, right in the northeast woods. Good. Lynx quickly said, we're coming over, keep a close watch on them. Yes. Lynx pressed the radio again. Hound, the target has appeared, right in the woods ahead of you, encircle them immediately. Yes. Lynx put down the radio, a mocking smile on his face. You little mice, let's see where you can run. Run, I can't run anymore. With a thud, Shi Gang fell heavily to his knees. He supported himself with his hands in the mud, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down like a faucet that had been turned on full blast. Zhao Jiumei was not much better off, clutching a tree and desperately panting. Sweat streamed down his tightly fitted military uniform, soaking his shoes. Qin Shen glanced back at them, his brow furrowed, then looked into the distance with keen eyes. It was clear that the Blue Army had already spotted them, otherwise, the dark muzzles of the guns wouldn't be aimed directly at them. Qin Shen clenched his fists. These guys were definitely waiting for reinforcements, or else they wouldn't be moving so slowly. There must be more Blue Army soldiers around. They were preparing to encircle them and capture them alive. Brother Luo, crouch down. Qin Shen waved his hand vigorously. Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment before quickly crouching down. Chang Haonan and Hao Duo also hurriedly crouched. Qin Shen rushed to Zhao Jiumei's side. Squad leader, the Blue Army is catching up. Zhao Jiumei turned to look. Even without Qin Shen's superpowers, he could see a small black dot approaching in the distance. Qin Shen, I really can't run anymore. Not at all, Zhao Jiumei said with a bitter smile. Me too, I can't run anymore. Shi Gang said with a pained expression. Running is really not our strong suit. A vehicle would be much better for us. Where are we going to find a vehicle now? Come on, hold on a little longer, or they'll really catch up, Qin Shen said helplessly. Qin Shen. Zhao Jiumei growled, and Qin Shen suddenly stopped. Zhao Jiumei forced a smile, looking at him and saying, listen to me, listen to me. He was panting heavily, his large hand resting on Qin Shen's shoulder. Qin Shen was stunned, staring at him blankly, suddenly feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Zhao Jiumei smiled bitterly. After Qi Gang and I joined the army, we only spent half a year in the combat squad, and then we were cooks. We've never really participated in an exercise, nor have we ever killed so many enemies. Don't be fooled by our big muscles and size, we can only do the work of cooks. He smiled and said, originally, I agreed to come out with you because I knew you wanted to return to the combat squad. You are a born soldier, the cooking squad can't keep you, but we can't bear to let you go. So we wanted to accompany you through this last stretch, to happily send you back after the exercise is over. Qin Shen's heart tightened as he looked at Zhao Jiumei's sincere face, his eyes suddenly feeling warm. But, Zhao Jiumei suddenly smiled brightly, thank you so much for letting us experience what it truly means to be a soldier. This trip has not been in vain, it's already enough. Next, it's time for you to fight on your own. Squad leader. Qin Shen grasped his hand tightly. Squad leader Zhao. Cheng Haonan and the others shouted as well. Zhao Jiumei waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Then he smiled at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, you are a good soldier. This exercise is a great opportunity for you, perform well. Just now, you were able to lead us to eliminate 2 battalions of the Blue Army. Even without us, I believe you can do it beautifully. For you, our targets are too obvious, too easy to expose, and our physical abilities are lacking. It's not an exaggeration to say we are a burden. Squad leader. Qin Shen was about to speak when Zhao Jiumei interrupted him. You don't need to say anything. As your squad leader and deputy, if we can't help, we won't drag you down. Charge forward with all your might. The farther you go, the better. Shi Gang and I will always be watching you, cheering you on. Yes. Shi Gang looked up and flashed a brilliant smile at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, charge ahead. You can do it. Zhao Jiumei patted Qin Shen's shoulder with force. Qin Shen, I'm sorry, but we really can't run anymore. We can't go with you. However, we can still cover for you. He chuckled, give those Blue Army a good beating. Let them know that our division's reconnaissance battalion's cooking team is also quite formidable. Give us some face, bring some glory to the cooking team. Shi Gang shouted. In an instant, tears streamed down Qin Shen's cheeks. Looking at the sincere smiles on Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang's faces, Qin Shen felt for the first time in his life what it was like to experience the pain of parting life and death. Although it was just an exercise, the emotion felt incredibly real. It was as if the moment he turned to leave, they would truly sacrifice themselves and he would never see them again. Qin Shen once again felt what it meant to entrust his back and life to his comrades, a feeling that was indescribable. Stop being so sentimental. Zhao Jiumei suddenly pushed Qin Shen away, her face filled with anger. If we're going to die, let it just be us two. Dying together here is too pathetic. Hurry up and go. Xiao Luoluo, listen to the squad leader. Qi Gang smiled slightly. Maybe this is the last time you'll hear it. Hurry up and go. Luoga, hurry up. Zheng Qian rushed over to pull him. Luoga, let's go, or it will be too late. Cheng Haonan and Hao Duo looked at the vehicle that was about to enter the woods in the distance, both anxious. Wait. Qin Shen shook them off, wiped his eyes, and stared hard at Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang. It's too late. Even if you want to leave, you can't. What do you mean? Zhao Jiumei was stunned. Look. Everyone turned to where Qin Shen was pointing, and to their surprise, there was another vehicle in the distance, and it was closer to them. Damn, they actually called for reinforcements. Chung Haonan exclaimed in horror, his eyes wide. This is bad. Zhang Qian's face was full of bitterness. How can our 2 legs outrun 4 wheels? This isn't the mountains. How Duo squatted down in despair. This is it, our fighting career is over. Who says it's over? Qin Shen glared at them, his voice cold. Since we can't run, then let's not run. Ha! Everyone looked at him in surprise. Qin Shen looked at the muddy ground and said coldly, Haonan, Zhang Qian, hurry up and dig a hole in the ground, find a spot with soft soil near a tree, quickly. Oh, okay. The 2 nodded hurriedly. Duo. Here. Qin Shen patted him. You need to find a few things like straws that can allow air to pass through. We'll rely on this to survive later. Ha! How Duo looked puzzled. Stop asking, hurry up. Qin Shen urged. Although How Duo was full of questions, he obeyed Qin Shen's words and quickly ran out. Xiao Luo, what are you doing? Shi Gang stood up curiously. Qin Shen smiled slightly at them, took a deep breath, and said, even if you 2 want to sacrifice yourselves, it's hard to protect us. This forest isn't big. Once the reinforcements arrive, we're all done for. Even if we miraculously get out of this forest, there are open fields everywhere, and our 2 legs can't outrun 4 wheels. Even if we were as fast as a hare, they would catch up and take us down. So since we can't escape, we might as well not run. You want to hide here? Zhao Jiumei asked in surprise. Qin Shen nodded. Yes, the ground here is very soft, all mud. We'll hide under the mud later. As long as we hide well, maybe we can get through this. He stared intently at the 2, squad leader, deputy squad leader, the rest is up to you. The 2 exchanged a glance and then smiled together. Don't worry, we will do our best to attract their attention and hold them off as long as possible to buy you time. Zhao Jiumei said with a smile, you better hide well. If you can get away, make sure to do your best and take out a few more blue soldiers for us. We're waiting for your good news. Shi Gang said with a grin. Yes. Qin Shen nodded and then turned to help Cheng Haonan and Zhang Qian. Dig a pit, cover it with some dirt, count to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cheng Haonan was digging into the mud behind him like a dog paddling. Be gentle, Qin Shen said. If it gets too messy, they'll notice right away. Oh. Cheng Haonan and Zhang Qian nodded repeatedly. Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang exchanged a glance and then said, later we will. Shi Gang nodded with a smile. Alright, let's do it this way. Luo Gu, is this okay? At that moment, How Duo ran over. Qin Shen looked over and was instantly stunned. How Duo was holding 4 straws, which were actually rolled up from tree bark. The middle was hollow, and he had tied it together with some grass from the top, quite sturdy. Qin Shen gave him a thumbs up. Duo, it's you again. If you want to find Haonan, it would take until next year to find him. How Duo chuckled. Luo Go asked me to find it. Even if I can't find it, I have to think of a way. Alright, enough chit-chat, hurry up and help, Cheng Haonan said anxiously. I can't manage with both feet at once. Move faster, they're getting closer. I'll buy you time, Zhao Jiumei shouted to Cheng Haonan and the others behind her. She then dashed out and opened fire on the 2 vehicles. Shi Gang also hid behind a tree and fired in that direction. In an instant, both vehicles came to a halt, and the people inside jumped out quickly. 2 heavy machine guns opened fire wildly at the 2. Day. The dense gunfire made the leaves rustle. Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang quickly hid behind the tree. Hurry up, we'll hold them off for you. Listening to the intense gunfire, the 4 behind the bushes were extremely tense, scrambling in the mud with their hands and feet. Almost there. At that moment, Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang threw grenades into the distance with all their might. With 2 loud explosions, the blue soldiers in the vehicles ducked down in fright. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 immediately dashed in another direction while continuing to throw grenades. They didn't care whether they hit the blue soldiers, they just wanted to create a realistic scene. This way, the blue soldiers would feel cornered and ready to fight to the death, focusing all their attention on them. Of course, they ran in the opposite direction to buy more time for Qin Shen and the others. At the same time, it would divert the attention of the blue soldiers chasing them, increasing the chances of Qin Shen and the others hiding successfully. It's good. Qin Shen looked at the pit they had just dug and said to How Duo, you go first. Yes, Luo Go. How Duo lay flat on the ground. Qin Shen inserted the straw into his mouth and then smeared a large amount of mud over him. When it came to his face, he only applied a thin layer. After all, this was a sudden idea, and if too much mud was applied, it could lead to trouble. After finishing with How Duo, Qin Shen looked at Cheng Haonan. Your turn. Cheng Haonan immediately lay down. Bang. The gunfire outside grew more urgent, and the mountain cat's vehicle also arrived. 3 heavy machine guns swept madly towards the distant woods, forming a dense net of fire. Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang could no longer return fire and could only hide behind the tree. Charge, charge, charge. The lynx bent down, waving his hand as he led the group forward at a rapid pace. Moments later, they arrived near the edge of the woods. Flashbang. The lynx made a tactical gesture, and 2 soldiers immediately pulled out flashbangs, lit the fuses, and threw them. Boom! After 2 muffled explosions, everyone rushed towards the target's hiding spot. But just then, a fierce whistling sound suddenly filled the air. A few Special Forces soldiers instinctively looked up, only to see 2 small mountains descending from the sky, blocking the sun. Before the 2 Special Forces soldiers could react, they were struck by Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang, knocked out cold. What the hell? Where did that gorilla come from? The lynx was startled. Was this really a Red Side scout? He would believe it was Tarzan. Kill them! Zhao Jiumei growled, bending down with Qi Gang. Their arm lengths were 1.5 times that of normal people, and the 2 Special Forces soldiers had no time to dodge, instantly caught by their ankles. Oh my god, help me! The 2 felt as if they were flying, directly tossed into the air by Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang. Bang! The cries abruptly stopped as they crashed heavily into the mud, losing consciousness on the spot. Damn it! The lynx roared. When Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang charged again, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! As the 2 leaped up, they were hit in midair, smoke rising from their bodies. But the next second, due to inertia, they flew towards the 2 unfortunate souls. The 2 Special Forces soldiers felt the world go dark, and then they were knocked to the ground by a crow sitting on a plane move, instantly falling into a dream. Get out of the way, quick, get out of the way. The lynx hurriedly led the others up, pushing Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang aside. Seeing the 2 large characters imprinted in the mud, the lynx was completely dumbfounded. These 2 Special Forces soldiers were directly stamped into the mud, already unconscious, unable to be pulled out. The lynx's eyes twitched violently, glaring angrily at Zhao Jiumei. Are you still following the exercise rules? You've already killed them, why are you still attacking, and so brutally? No, we didn't. Zhao Jiumei said innocently, we originally wanted to catch them and then take them out. But you killed us in mid-air, so we could only free fall and crash into them. We were following the rules, no problem at all, Qi Gang nodded. The lynx helplessly covered his face, but with their explanation, it did seem like there was no fault. All the Special Forces soldiers clenched their fists in anger, wanting to beat these 2 up. But these 2 were too muscular, they could easily take down all 6 of them in no time. If a real fight broke out, who would win was still uncertain. I'm very curious, how did the Sea Army train such large scouts? With your builds, you would be exposed from a distance. The lynx stared at them curiously, and the other Special Forces soldiers looked equally intrigued. Who said we were scouts? Zhao Jiumei spread her hands, we're cooks. What? The lynx's eyes widened in shock. Comrade, it's all over, you've been taken out, there's nothing to keep secret, stop talking nonsense. We really are cooks, Qi Gang said innocently. I'm Qi Gang, the deputy of the cooking team, and this is Zhao Jiumei, the team leader. You can check it out. The lynx's face twisted. You mean, his name is Zhao Jiumei? Such a feminine name, how can a man have that name? Bang! Suddenly, a punch landed on the lynx's helmet. The lynx immediately felt his head buzzing, as if struck by a hammer, and then everything went black. Captain, are you okay? The blue team members were startled, angrily pointing at Zhao Jiumei. What are you doing? How can you still hit people after being taken out? Zhao Jiumei retracted her fist and snorted coldly. I hate it the most when people make fun of my name. It was given to me by my parents. Can't I be called that? If anyone dares to joke about my name again, don't blame me for being rude. You. The Special Forces soldiers of the Blue Army all had fiery eyes and instinctively moved forward, ready to fight. Rip! But at that moment, Zhao Jiumei's clothes suddenly tore apart, revealing explosive muscles exposed to the air. The faces of all the Special Forces soldiers changed drastically, and the feet that had just stepped forward obediently retreated. Enough! Qi Gang snorted coldly, isn't it over? Hurry up and take us back. We've been running for so long, we're about to starve to death. Right, take us away quickly. Do you know how much energy a body this big consumes in a day? I'm so hungry I could fight. Zhao Jiumei shouted loudly, looking fierce and intimidating. A group of Special Forces soldiers twitched at the corners of their eyes. This was the first time they had been threatened by a dead person. But looking at the already frothing at the mouth wildcat, they could only nod reluctantly. Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang followed behind them, striding out. The 2 subconsciously glanced at the hiding place of Qin Shan and the others, a smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Wah ya ya! Zhao Jiumei suddenly began to sing in a theatrical tone, "Look ahead, it's dark and gloomy, it must be the thief's lair. Let me go forward and kill him cleanly." Shi Gang also sang loudly to the sky, "March forward. March forward. The revolutionary momentum is unstoppable. March forward. March forward. Towards the direction of victory." At this moment, Xin Shen, hidden in the mud, echoed Zhao Jiumei's words in his mind, "Accompanying you to finish this last journey, there's no regret." He clenched his fists tightly, "Squad leader, I will definitely not embarrass you, nor will I embarrass the cooking team." Ah, Pu. Cheng Haonan suddenly sat up from the mud, continuously spitting out the muck from his mouth. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo were not much better, lying on the ground and retching. Xin Shen stood up, covered in mud, looking into the distance. Zhao Jiumei and the Blue Army had long since disappeared, but his fists tightened more and more. The songs and chants sung by Zhao Jiumei and Shi Gang before they left still lingered in his ears. Xin Shen understood what they meant. "Don't worry about them, keep moving forward, always forward. Brother Luo." Hao Duo walked over like a clown, tears welling up. "Squad leader Zhao and Vice Squad leader Qi died to save us. I really want to cry. Idiot." Cheng Haonan glared at him angrily. "That was a fake death. They were just eliminated, they're still alive." Hao Duo said aggrievedly, "But we've come all this way together, fought the Blue Army together, and now they say they're gone just like that. I still really want to cry." Slap. Cheng Haonan gave him a hard slap across the face. The mud on Hao Duo's face flew off. "Feeling better now?" Hao Duo covered his face, looking at Cheng Haonan in disbelief. "Why did you hit me?" Cheng Haonan wiped the mud off his face and said with a smile, "To wake you up a bit, so you don't feel so bad." Slap. Suddenly, Hao Duo retaliated with a slap. This time, not only was Cheng Haonan stunned, but Zheng Qian was also dumbfounded, and even Xin Shen turned his head in surprise. "Why did you hit me?" Cheng Haonan's face was full of disbelief. Hao Duo huffed, "I wanted to wake you up too. I have brother Luo backing me up. You have no right to teach me a lesson. Damn, you've turned against me." Cheng Haonan was furious and was about to charge at him, but Hao Duo quickly hid behind Xin Shen in fright. All right. Xin Shen growled, and the two quickly stopped their bickering. Xin Shen glared at them. "The two squad leaders sacrificed themselves to leave us behind so we can continue to do something, not so you can chase and play around here." Zheng Qian stared at him. "Luo Ge, now there are only the four of us left. Do we still want to continue?" He said somewhat awkwardly. "Although squad leader Zhao and deputy squad leader Qi lack endurance, their strength is still quite formidable. With them around, we might be able to carry on, but without them." Cheng Haonan nodded. "Yeah, Luo Ge, it's just the four of us left." No. Strictly speaking, it's only you and me." "What do you mean?" Zheng Qian fixed his gaze on him. Cheng Haonan chuckled. "Old Zhang, you can only count as half. Hao Duo's strength is only half of yours, so he counts as half of a half. The two of you combined don't even have the combat power of one person. You're just a burden to me and Luo Ge. Go to hell." The two of them angrily surrounded Cheng Haonan. "Enough!" Xin Shen shouted. "If you don't want to continue, I won't force you." He clenched his fists tightly. "But I will carry on. The two squad leaders sacrificed themselves to give me a chance at life, and I will cherish it. You can go find the main force to regroup. We will part ways here." "What are you talking about?" Cheng Haonan stared at him. "When did I say I wasn't going? I only remember saying that whatever you say goes. Whatever you want to do, we will do." "Into the fire and water, Luo Ge." Me too. Hao Duo chimed in. Zheng Qian smiled wryly. "I never said I wouldn't go, I just made a suggestion. I'm the same, if they go with you, I go too." Xin Shen glanced at them. "You better think it through. Next, we might not have a target, and we might not find the Blue Army even after the play is over, and we might have to run a lot. Luo Ge, no need to say more." Cheng Haonan said with a smile. "No matter how bitter or tiring it is, as long as you go, we will follow." "Right." The other two nodded in agreement. Xin Shen looked at their determined faces and smiled faintly. He suddenly remembered when he first entered the recruit company, he really disliked these guys and even wished to never have anything to do with them. Back then, he would never have thought that one day, these guys would stick by him through thick and thin. Even in the face of adversity and danger, they would not let him fight alone. At this moment, Xin Shen felt an immense sense of comfort. Once, he could summon the wind and rain with money, living like a spendthrift young master. But now, he didn't need to spend a single cent. Zhao Jiumei, Shi Gang, Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo were willing to entrust their lives to him. This was a friendship that money could never buy, and it was the most precious gift. Xin Shen took a deep breath. "All right, then let's go all out and try to take down more of the Blue Army before the exercise ends, to avenge squad leader Zhao and deputy squad leader Qi." "All right, Luo Ge, where do we go?" Xin Shen glanced to the north. he had previously judged that this was the Blue Army's rear. "Keep moving forward, let's go." He waved his hand, and the four of them immediately charged out of the woods. Bending down, they quickly advanced towards the distant small hill. "What?" In the Blue Army command post, Li Jinkui stared at Xie Gongming in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? The ones who took out our two heavy firepower battalions were two cooks from the red side?" "Old Xie." Hu Fei shot him a glare. "This is not the time for jokes." Xie Gong smiled awkwardly and looked at Li Jinkui. "Sir, I actually think those two guys are joking too. My men reported to me that they look like two big bullfrogs. One of them could take on 3 of our soldiers, strong as an ox, like monsters. They even claim to be cooks. We wouldn't believe it even if they killed us." Li Jinkui nodded vigorously. "That's for sure, they are definitely joking." He wouldn't want to admit that his 2 heavy firepower battalions were taken out by red side cooks. More than 600 people were wiped out by 2 cooks. If this gets out, where would he put his old face? These 2 cooking scouts, their mouths are pretty tough, huh? They've already been eliminated, yet they still won't tell the truth? Hu Fei squinted. "They really are tough," Xie Gongming said. "My soldiers reported that the tallest and strongest guy claims to be Zhao Jiumei." "Put." Hu Fei almost spat blood. Li Jinkui stared in shock, his eyes wide. "Jiumei? Do they have female soldiers?" "Yes." "No, it's a man." Bang! Li Jinkui slammed his palm on the table. "This isn't just ordinary nonsense, this is ridiculous, it's too insulting to our intelligence. How can a burly man have such a name?" Hu Fei coughed and chuckled. "Chief, no matter what, the threat from the red side scouts has been completely eliminated. Next, we have no worries and can confidently launch a counterattack against the red side." Li Jinkui nodded but still looked at Xie Gongming with lingering fear. "Are you sure there are none left?" He was genuinely a bit scared. Last time, such a good counteroffensive plan was ruined because of these 2 scouts. He didn't want to see such a thing happen again. "Absolutely sure." Xie Gongming nodded vigorously. "My men have checked all the surrounding areas and found no red scouts. Your troops also conducted a search and found nothing. With a double check, there shouldn't be any fish that got away. Besides, I sent my men forward. If the red side sends out scouts again, we'll intercept them in advance. Those scouts under our men are like ungraduated kids, they simply can't infiltrate again." Hu Fei laughed. All right, old Xie is also from our Tianlang, so you can trust what he says." Li Jinkui finally let out a long breath. "Good, as long as there are no red scouts, I'm relieved." A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Then we'll execute the plan. When the red side's main force arrives, we'll defend and counterattack, striking them with a beautiful counteroffensive. Everyone, if there's nothing else, hurry up and sleep. Before dawn, we need to act. Rest well so we have the energy to fight the Blue Army." Wu Ziyuan shouted while patrolling. Looking at the few remaining soldiers in the second company, his eyes twitched. Since he took over the second company, he had never fought such a humiliating battle. Not only were they toyed with by those special forces, but during the fight, it felt more like children fighting adults. They lost more than half the company, only to take down 20 of the enemy. Wu Ziyuan was furious. This feeling was particularly uncomfortable. He walked over to the fire, sat down heavily, and grabbed a water bottle to drink. Instructor Li Kong smiled as he handed him a piece of dry food. "Old Wu, eat something, you haven't eaten all day." "I can't eat. I'm too angry." Wu Ziyuan pushed it away. Li Kong smiled helplessly. "Being angry is useless. The ones we faced are the newly formed Special Operations Brigade of the Military District. They are the elite created by the Tianlang Special Operations Team. It's normal that we can't beat them." "Normal my ass." Wu Ziyuan glared at him. "I don't even regard Tianlang highly, let alone the soldiers they trained." Li Kong patted him. "We could talk big in the past, but now that we've actually fought, we can see the gap between us. So in the future, let's talk less big, otherwise." "What do you mean by talking big?" Wu Ziyuan glared at him. "Old Li, why are you boosting others' morale while diminishing your own? I admit, they are very strong, much stronger than us, but we must have spirit. We can pay attention to them during the battle, but we must look down on them mentally, otherwise, our morale will be lost and we won't be able to lift it again." Li Kong was taken aback for a moment and nodded silently. He actually agreed with Wu Ziyuan's words. Morale is something that cannot be clearly defined, yet it is extremely important. With morale, everyone has a drive. Even if they temporarily lose, they will muster their strength to catch up. Company commander, instructor. Xiaodong and Chang Lei walked over with smiles. "Why are you two still not asleep?" Li Kong looked at them. "We have work to do tomorrow." The two sat down, and Xiaodong smiled. "We'll sleep soon. We just wanted to ask, we heard that this time we can win because our scouts destroyed 2 heavy artillery battalions of the Blue Army, so?" Xiaodong looked at Wu Ziyuan with a grin. Which godly figure is so amazing that they accomplished what our second company couldn't? Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare. I also want to know who did it. Xiaodong and Chang Lei were stunned, their mouths agape in surprise. Company commander, you don't know either? Of course not. Wu Ziyuan glared at them irritably. Li Kong chuckled, don't say we don't know. The battalion commander doesn't know, even our division commander doesn't know. What? The two were completely dumbfounded. Such a big matter, and they didn't even know who did it. Could it really be that a god helped them fight? Alright, don't ask too much. We'll know everything after the exercise is over. Hurry back and rest. Li Kong waved his hand. Tomorrow we will have a decisive battle with the Blue Army. This might very well be the last battle. We absolutely cannot drop the ball. Wu Ziyuan said seriously. Yes. Wu Ziyuan watched them leave and turned to Li Kong, asking, Old Li, who do you think did this? Our second company doesn't have that capability, and the other companies are even less capable. Do the scouts of Brigade B have that ability? Li Kong smiled wryly. Don't ask me. If I knew, I would be a god myself. Let's just focus on fighting well tomorrow, and we'll know everything after it's over. Wu Ziyuan nodded silently. I really want to know which godly figure did this. It was really impressive. When we get back, I must ask them for advice. The next afternoon, Xin Chan and the others ran breathlessly into a forest. Zhang Qian and Hao Duo suddenly fell to the ground, gasping for air. Chen Haonan also plopped down, wishing he could twist his head off to breathe along with it. Xin Chen looked into the distance, a faint smile appearing on his lips. They had finally made it to the mountains, where there were many hidden places, making it less dangerous than before. Everyone take a break. Xin Chen swallowed hard. 15 minutes, then we'll continue. Brother Luo, Chen Haonan looked at him bitterly. Do you have anything to eat? I'm about to starve to death. Xin Chen quickly rummaged through his bag and found 3 pieces of compressed biscuits. He took one out, broke it into 4 pieces, and distributed it to the 3. Chen Haonan devoured it like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, swallowing it in one bite. Smacking his lips, he looked at Xin Chen. I didn't taste anything. Can I have some more? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Qian glared at him. Even if we had more, we need to save it. We don't know how much further we have to run, and there are no supplies. Brother Luo, how about opening another one? Chen Haonan said pitifully, I ate too fast just now and didn't even taste it. If you give me some more, I'll eat slowly and savor it. Get lost. Xin Shen shot him a glance. There are only 2 pieces left. We need to save them. There's no more. Cheng Haonan helplessly licked the crumbs off his lips and then licked the crumbs off his hands. Finally, he looked around and stopped at Hao Duo, who was nibbling on a compressed biscuit, revealing a flattering smile. Duo, are you not able to eat? Share a little with me? Hao Duo stared at him blankly for a moment, then stuffed the whole piece into his mouth. Chen Haonan's eyes widened. Duo, you've learned to be bad now. Hao Duo tilted his head proudly, moving the biscuit around in his mouth like it was candy. Chen Haonan was so annoyed. If you want to eat, just eat, but don't be so smug about it. And smacking your lips. Zheng Qian, while munching on a biscuit, asked, Brother Luo, where are we going next? Xin Chen looked into the distance, the rumbling sound continuously coming from afar. The cannon fire had been going on for a long time since morning. Xin Chen pointed to the north. Our cannons are all aimed this way, which means the Blue Army's main force is over there. If we follow the direction of the shells, we should be able to find the Blue Army's troops. Cheng Haonan excitedly said, so, just like before, do we drug them? Xin Chen rolled his eyes. Do you think it will be that easy? They must be on guard now. Getting in won't be that simple. Then how do we fight? Cheng Haonan asked, puzzled. We can't just charge in and spray bullets at them, can we? Xin Chen was also a bit confused. After all, he hadn't learned any military theory. It had been a step-by-step approach from the beginning. We'll figure it out when we get there. There will always be a way. Okay. The 3 nodded in agreement. Xin Chen opened the kill panel, noting that he was 10 away from 150. I can complete it soon. Xin Chen nodded silently. After more than 10 minutes, the 4 resumed their journey, charging forward along the mountain path. It wasn't long before they were about to exit the mountainous area. Suddenly, Xin Chen's super senses picked up a dangerous signal. He immediately stopped, covered Cheng Haonan's mouth, and pressed him down. Zhang Qian and Hao Duo also sensed something was off and quickly crouched down. What's wrong, Brother Luo? Zheng Qian whispered. Xin Chen shook his head at them, then made a silencing gesture to Cheng Haonan. After seeing him nod, he finally released his hand. Then, like a gecko, Xin Chen crawled forward, with the others closely following him. After crawling for a while, the 4 stopped simultaneously. Not far ahead, near the foot of the mountain, a large number of Blue Army troops were hiding in the woods. They could see 5 tanks, several armored infantry vehicles, and a dozen off-road vehicles equipped with large-caliber machine guns, all covered in camouflage. There were also several heavy artillery pieces distributed throughout the woods, similarly camouflaged. Blue Army soldiers were scattered around, all intently watching the front. Following their line of sight, Xinshen saw an open area ahead, still some distance away. Beyond that, he couldn't see anything. Xinshen furrowed his brows for a moment, then waved his hand, and the group quickly retreated. After backing up over 100 meters, the 4 jumped up and ran back, stopping only after running more than a kilometer. "Damn, Brother Luo, you really are sharp," Chung Haonan said while catching his breath. "If it weren't for you, we would have run right into them. If we had bumped into them, we would have been like a hornet's nest. But what are these Blue Army troops doing here, standing still? We almost didn't notice them," Zheng Qian asked curiously. "They're lying in ambush," Xinshen said coldly. "Ha?" The 3 looked at him in shock. Xinshen said coldly, "If I'm guessing correctly, they want to wait for our main force to pass by, then launch a surprise attack on our main force." The faces of the group were filled with shock. If that's the case, Chang Haonan's mouth dropped open. "Will our main force be finished?" Xinshen shook his head. "I don't know if it will end, but if we get ambushed by them, our main force will definitely suffer heavy losses. If we're not careful, the entire reconnaissance battalion could be wiped out." The 3 of them looked grim, all clenching their fists. "So, I've decided to take them on," Xinshen said. "No way?" The 3 were startled. That was several hundred fully armed blue troops. These guys were not like those bare-bottomed artillerymen, who would let us slaughter them at will. Zheng Qian said with a bitter face, "Luo Gui, you should think it over. Just the 4 of us, how can we fight?" Report. At the Blue Army command post, the chief of staff looked excitedly at Li Jinkui. "Our first line of defense has successfully retreated. Now the red side's main force is launching a general attack from 3 sides, chasing after them." Li Jinkui asked nervously, "Did they find any flaws?" No, Zhao Ping shook his head. "Everyone fought very hard. After the red side launched 2 rounds of charges, we only retreated under the cover of fire in the 3rd round. Although we lost quite a few people," he sighed, "the act was very convincing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have launched a large-scale attack and pursued us relentlessly." Li Jinkui anxiously asked, "What about Hua Peng's side?" "They are already lying in ambush on the red side's main route," Zhao Ping said with a smile. "Once half of the red side passes, they will immediately launch an attack, breaking through their ranks and cutting them in half." "Good." Li Jinkui slapped the table, his face full of excitement. "As long as the plan succeeds, we can at least take out half of the red side. Then we can turn the tide." Hu Fei said with a smile, "Chief, I've already sent Xie Gongming with the remaining troops to circle around their rear. Once Hua Peng's side launches an attack, Xie Gongming and the others will attack simultaneously, blowing up their logistics and disrupting their heavy firepower." Good. Li Jinkui slapped the table 3 times in a row, his face blooming with a smile. "If their logistics and heavy firepower are severely damaged, the red side will be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, no longer a threat." Zhao Ping laughed. "This time the red side won't have any other means left. We are guaranteed to win." "Ha ha ha ha." Li Jinkui nodded with a grin. "If our estimates are correct, the exercise will end tomorrow. By then, the directing department and the entire military district will be greatly surprised. We wiped out the Sea Army, the ace is nothing to be afraid of, ha ha ha." Hu Fei laughed along, but inwardly he scoffed. "If I hadn't brought people in time, you would probably have been wiped out by now. Don't you have any idea of your own level? Notify the entire army," Li Jinkui said loudly. "After retreating to the 2nd line of defense, be ready to follow orders and prepare to counterattack." "Yes." Zhao Ping saluted vigorously. In the woods, Chung Haonan and the other 2 were leaning against a tree, staring blankly at Qin Shen as he paced back and forth in front of them. "Luo Gu, stop walking, my eyes are getting dizzy from watching you," Chung Haonan said with a bitter face. "If you ask me, there's really no way, our abilities are limited with just the 4 of us." "Yeah, Luo Gu," Zheng Qian nodded. "I think Haonan is right. With only 4 of us, we can't fight against so many. Even if you come up with a brilliant idea, we are still just 4 people. They are on full alert, not eating or drinking, we have no chance to strike at all." Duo, say something," Chung Haonan nudged Hao Duo. "Talk Luo Gu into going somewhere else." Zheng Qian also nodded at Hao Duo, signaling him to persuade quickly. Hao Duo hesitated for a moment and said with a wry smile, "I believe in Luo Gu, he must have a way." Duo. Chung Haonan said irritably, "Believing in Luo Gu is right, but it also depends on the timing. Brother Luo has now gotten himself into a dead end, we can't keep pushing him to continue down this rabbit hole. We need to pull him out." "Alright, Shinshin suddenly stopped and said coldly, "We have no place left to go. Can't you see? If our main force moves through here, as soon as they attack, with the Blue Army's main force coordinating, our main force will be completely finished. At that point, even if we fight elsewhere, what good will it do? If the main force is gone, the exercise is over, and we have to go home." Chang Haonan and Zhang Qian were instantly stunned, realizing the truth in his words. Shinshin took a deep breath. The squad leader and the deputy sacrificed themselves to let us survive, hoping we could do more, play a bigger role. If we just leave like cowards, letting them ambush our main force, can we feel at peace even if we go back? He inhaled deeply and said, "I remember the company commander once said that exercises are just like real combat. If we encounter such a situation in war and just walk away, while our main force is not only defeated but many people we know die as well. Are you willing to just watch the company commander and the others die without doing anything?" "No." The three shook their heads vigorously. Shinshin clenched his fists tightly. If it were more than a month ago, he would have definitely run away with Cheng Haonan and the others. What did it matter to him about the main force? Whether others would die had nothing to do with him. He was just a small soldier, with limited ability, unable to turn the tide. Besides, it was just an exercise, it was all fake, so why take it so seriously? But he was different now. A flood had changed him a lot. Shinshin knew that if others knew he was in danger, they would undoubtedly rush to save him without hesitation. "Brother Luo, you decide what to do?" Zhang Qian asked. Shinshin looked back, took a deep breath. "As you said, if we recklessly charge in and fight them, we'll all be wiped out in less than 2 minutes. So, since we're going to be wiped out anyway, we might as well take them down with us." "What?" Chang Haonan's eyes widened. "But there are only a few of us, even if we go down together, we won't make much of a splash." "Yeah," Zheng Qian nodded. "Taking out 20 or 30 people would be the best we could do." Shinshin smiled coldly. "Going down together won't take out many of them, but as long as we let our main force know that the Blue Army is ambushing here, that's enough. When the artillery comes raining down, no matter what plans the Blue Army has, they'll be finished." He looked at the others. "So, what do you say? Are we doing this?" How Duo nodded without hesitation. "Brother Luo, whatever you say goes, I'm with you." Chang Haonan and Zhang Qian exchanged glances and immediately stood up. "We're with you too." "Good." Shinshin smiled slightly. "Don't we have signal flares? When the main force arrives, we'll charge into the Blue Army's position and set off the flares while we fight them. Even if we die, for signal flares will be enough for the main force to notice them, at least it will raise their alertness." "Brilliant." Zhang Qian slapped his thigh and said with a grin, "This idea is great, let's do it." Cheng Haonan laughed heartily. I never thought I, Cheng Haonan, would one day charge at the enemy's position like a hero, going down together with them. We'll be special heroes. If we die, we can be buried in the martyrs' forest, right? I want a marble tombstone, and the most spacious grave. No one can fight me for it." "What the hell are you dreaming about? Stop talking nonsense and get ready." Shinshin glared at him. Everyone immediately began preparing weapons and ammunition. After all, it was the last fight, keeping them would be useless, so they might as well use everything up. Shinshin took out a signal flare, glanced at it silently, and let out a deep sigh. He had originally thought he could pull off something big and return home in glory. But now, he could only go back lying down. He forced a bitter smile. He used to think those patriotic movies were a bit exaggerated, a bit fake. How could people on the battlefield so easily sacrifice themselves to perish with the enemy? Unexpectedly, when it came to himself, he would also charge forward without hesitation. Although the exercise was fake, this heart that faced death without fear was genuinely burning. The army is indeed a great melting pot. It really changes people's mindset a lot. Shinshin sighed as he looked up at the sky, suddenly stunned. He saw a few small birds perched on the treetops. Shinshin was dazed for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Could he gather all these birds together and have them fly up when the main force approached? A large flock of birds taking flight would surely raise suspicions, as long as they weren't blind. After all, birds wouldn't just take off for no reason unless they were startled. Thinking of this, Shinshin was overjoyed. He hadn't used his beast-taming ability until now, and he had thought it useless at the time, but now it was coming in handy. "Wait, I have a plan." "What plan?" Cheng Haonan immediately turned to ask. Shinshin smiled and said, "I can have the birds notify our main force for us." "What?" Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, looking utterly bewildered. Luo Gu. Zheng Qian hesitated as he looked at him. "Are you overthinking this? Has your brain gone haywire? This isn't a plan, it's just nonsense." Shinshin, Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Duo formed a circle, staring blankly at the 8 small birds on the ground. Zheng Qian chuckled awkwardly. "Luo Gu, to be honest, I really admire you for actually being able to summon the birds. But just these 8. 8 birds are hardly enough. Chang Haonan reached out, licking his lips greedily. Luo Go, why don't we make a secret roasted bird, and after eating, we can. Ouch. The next moment, his hand was pecked by 2 birds. Startled, he quickly pulled back. If they don't listen, this definitely won't work. Duo, what do you think? How Duo said firmly, I believe in Luo Go. If he says it will work, it will definitely work. Xin Shen's eyelids twitched. He had originally thought he could summon a large flock of birds, but unexpectedly, there were only these 8 within 100 meters, all he had summoned. Moreover, his beast-taming ability was only at sea level, allowing for simple communication. He couldn't fully control them like hypnosis, which was indeed not very useful. He had been too careless. Xin Shen had overestimated his basic beast-taming ability. Even if these 8 birds completely obeyed his commands and flew back and forth in the forest, they wouldn't attract the attention of the Red Army's main force. Luo Go, why don't we stick to the old plan? Zheng Qian suggested. Yeah, the old plan is more reliable. Chang Haonan puffed out his chest. I'm ready to perish with them and become a martyr. Wait a minute, let me think. Xin Shen waved his hand and turned to walk aside. Perishing together was just a last resort. If he could survive, that would be the best. Living always held hope, and he could still do other things. Who knows, he might even earn some merit. As Xin Shen walked, he suddenly stopped. His super senses detected something unusual 50 meters to the left. He quickly turned his head, and a black and white transparent image appeared in his mind. A few seconds later, a smile crept onto Xin Shen's lips. No birds? You guys are still good. This is really timely. It's truly heaven's help. Captain. A soldier rushed up to Huo Pang and saluted vigorously. Our main force has already retreated. Huo Pang quickly ran to the edge of the forest, leaned against a large tree, and raised his binoculars. In the distance, a large number of blue troops were approaching them like a rolling flood. He stood on tiptoe, trying to look behind. But there were too many blue troops, occupying 3 roads, making it impossible to see how many were behind. Everyone, stay still, he whispered. Wait for my command to act. Yes. Time passed second by second, and the main force of the blue troops quickly retreated from their sight, moving rapidly northward. Huo Pang stood like a statue by the tree, gripping the binoculars tightly, staring intently into the distance. Finally, a smile crept onto his lips. Everyone, get ready, the enemy is coming. In an instant, the blue soldiers scattered in the forest became extremely tense. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, even cold sweat forming in their palms. Tanks and armored vehicles quickly closed their doors. Everyone nervously clenched their fists, waiting for the commander to give the order to fire. They knew very well that whether the blue troops could turn the tide in this exercise depended entirely on them. Thus, the heavy burden rested on their shoulders. At this moment, the red side was in high spirits, while the blue troops were at a disadvantage. Whether they could successfully launch a surprise attack and turn the tide of battle was uncertain in everyone's hearts. Command post, command post. Huo Pang crouched behind the cover, holding the binoculars tightly, staring into the distance. This is Huo Pang, this is Huo Pang, please respond, please respond. In the blue command post, everyone who had been waiting rushed to the radio upon hearing the voice. Li Jinkui nervously picked it up. Huo Pang, this is Li Jinkui, this is Li Jinkui, speak. Report, sir, Huo Pang said excitedly. Our main force has completely retreated, and I have now spotted the pursuing red troops. They are expected to reach the outskirts of our ambush in about 15 minutes. Good. Li Jinkui shouted excitedly, and those around him were all smiles. You hold steady, you must hold steady. Let their vanguard pass first, absolutely do not expose us. When they have passed halfway, concentrate fire and break through them. Yes. Huo Pang nodded vigorously. Li Jinkui put down the radio, laughing excitedly. The red side never expected that we pretended to retreat, but in fact, we were leading them into the encirclement. Shi Xingli has always been so proud, thinking it's easy to defeat us, right? I really want to see what he looks like when he gets cut in half. Hu Fei laughed and said, Sir, no need to rush. After the exercise ends, you can go to the director's reception station to have a good look at him. Right, we'll take a good look at him then, and also take a look at that old fellow Meng Changjun, Li Jinkui said with a hearty laugh. They've always bullied us in Sea Army, and this time we can finally hold our heads high. Everyone burst into laughter, and Hu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was indeed tough. If he hadn't come to help, it would have been one thing, but since he was here, the blue troops must not lose. He had to give it his all, otherwise, the name of the Sand Fox would be finished. Hu Fei glanced at his watch, a victorious smile appearing on his lips. Before today ends, the red side should also be finished. Thud, thud, thud. How Duo stumbled back, nervously saying, Luogo, Luogo, our main force has arrived, just outside the ambush. They haven't noticed the blue troops' ambush at all, and it seems they are still charging forward. Xin Chen nodded vigorously, then glared at Cheng Haonan and Zhang Qian, you two, hurry up. Why is it taking so long to tie a signal flare? Zhang Qian and Cheng Haonan nervously looked at the 4 wild boars in front of them, and the 4 wild boars were also staring at them with their heads held high. The sharp tusks made both of them turn pale, trembling all over. Cheng Haonan swallowed hard. Brother Luo, how about we just forget it? We don't want to go down together. We can rush out and tell the main force to stop them. Xin Chen rolled his eyes. By the time we run over and explain, the Blue Army's artillery will have already fallen. How Duo nodded. Yeah, our main force is still far away. It would definitely be too late to notify them unless we take a rocket. I see. Brother Luo, how about you come personally? Zheng Qian said bitterly, I'm really scared. Right. Cheng Haonan nodded. Seeing them is like seeing my elementary school homeroom teacher. That look is just too terrifying. And you know, Brother Luo, just now when a bird pecked me, it hurt. If it charges at me, I'm done for. Xin Shen's eyelids twitched. You guys are scared, but I'm scared too. If I could completely control this thing, I wouldn't be standing so far away. Alright, you two hurry up, stop dawdling, and make it quick. I'm here, so don't panic. Xin Shen said, feeling guilty. Brother Luo. The two looked at Xin Shen with a pained expression, unable to take action. I'll do it. How Duo suddenly rushed forward, snatching the rope and signal flare from the two. He dashed over to a wild boar and tied it up. Damn! The two stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. This kid usually cries at the drop of a hat and gets scared at the slightest thing. How come he's so bold at a time like this? So damn brave. Xin Shen was also shocked. Is this really the How Duo he knows? How did he get so brave? But they didn't notice that How Duo was trembling all over, even his fingers were shaking. The wild boar seemed to sense something, its fierce eyes glaring at How Duo, making him let out several farts in fear. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and tied the signal flare around the wild boar's waist. After finishing, How Duo seemed to have drained all his strength, retreating 3 steps before plopping down on the ground, gasping for breath. Xin Shen then noticed that the kid was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Duo, are you okay? Cheng Haonan asked anxiously. How Duo shook his head, looking at Xin Shen. Brother, I said I would do whatever you asked. I'm not like those two, who only know how to talk. Damn! The two jumped up together, not expecting this kid to stab them in the back. Xin Shen looked at How Duo, both amused and exasperated, while feeling a warmth in his heart. After joining the army, he had encountered too many strong individuals, each capable of holding up their own sky. Only How Duo was different. There was a time when Xin Shen found him a bit annoying, thinking he was too timid and always wanted to rely on others. But now, Xin Shen had completely changed his impression of him. To be willing to risk everything for a single word, this kid is definitely someone to keep around. Alright. Xin Shen took a deep breath. It's time for us to get to work. He nodded at How Duo, then approached the 4 wild boars. Activating his beast taming ability to the fullest, he began to communicate with the 4 wild boars through brainwaves at close range. Xin Shen closed his eyes, repeatedly telling the wild boars what he wanted to do. With the experience of just summoning the bird, he was now very clear. With his current basic beast taming ability, he could issue at most 2 commands, but even so, he needed to communicate repeatedly. Cheng Haonan glanced into the distance and quietly reminded, Brother Luo, they might be about to act. Xin Shen suddenly opened his eyes. Got it. He squatted down among the wild boars and pulled the fuses from each signal flare. Then, with a slight smile, he swung his right hand forward forcefully. Go. 4 wild boars let out a simultaneous howl, and the next second, they all dashed towards the direction where the Blue Army was hiding. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Xin Shen waved his hand vigorously, leading Cheng Haonan and the other 3 to run uphill. He felt a bit anxious. If the beast taming ability didn't work, at least they could still do something to make up for it. In the forest, Huo Pang raised his binoculars, intently watching the Red Army troops passing quickly in the distance, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Order, everyone prepare for battle. Yes. The 2 soldiers beside him immediately dispersed. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and Huo Pang quickly turned around in fright. Who's screaming? But as soon as he turned his head, he was stunned. He saw a wild boar emitting red smoke, charging out from who knows where, its head colliding wildly with a blue soldier, causing the hidden soldiers around to scatter in panic. What the hell is this pig, and why is it smoking? Huo Pang stared in shock. There's more over there. Captain, there's one over there too. Huo Pang turned his head in astonishment, and sure enough, there were smoking wild boars crashing into the ranks on both sides. The ambushed blue soldiers were so frightened that they jumped out from their cover, and chaos ensued. Hua Peng's jaw nearly hit the ground. At a critical moment, where did these wild boars come from? And they're smoking too. Are they some kind of boar spirit? Hey, brother Luo, this is really something, Zheng Qian exclaimed, punching the ground in excitement. Cheng Hanan struggled to hold back his laughter. These blue soldiers thought they could sneak attack the main force, but with our brother Luo here, no matter how many of you there are, you're doomed. Brother Luo, I told you could do it. How Duo said, full of admiration. Qin Shen watched the 4 wild boars rampaging through the blue army, which had turned from quiet to complete chaos, and his anxious heart finally relaxed. He felt grateful that these 4 pigs had followed his orders. He had been doubting whether they understood him at all. If they hadn't understood, it would have been a complete disaster. This smoke can be seen from 5 kilometers away, Qin Shen said with a slight smile. Our main force will definitely notice it. So are we going to achieve great merit again? Cheng Hanan asked excitedly. Of course, Zheng Qian replied with a beaming smile. When we go back this time, we'll definitely be treated like heroes. Cheng Hanan covered his mouth, his face beaming. So we'll become living battle heroes? That's amazing. I'm so moved by our fearless spirit. Compared to their excitement, Hua Peng at the blue army position felt like he had hit rock bottom. He looked back at the distant red army and shouted anxiously, "Damn it, you guys hurry up and catch these pigs. We can't catch them. How can we catch them? A bunch of useless fools, can't even catch a pig? Captain, these are wild boars." One of his subordinates said with a long face, "Look at their tusks, even a tiger would retreat." Hua Peng was about to explode. These 4 wild boars were surrounded by red smoke, shooting up towards the sky. If they couldn't catch them soon, the Red Army would definitely discover it, and then the ambush plan would be completely ruined. Quick, cover them with cloth, control them first, don't let them run away. Yes. The surrounding blue soldiers rushed forward together, starting to chase the wild boars in the forest. At this moment, 3 kilometers away, in the marching Red Army, Chang Lei suddenly stopped. Squad leader, what's wrong? Wu Ziyuan turned his head. Look over there. Wu Ziyuan looked in the direction he was pointing and was instantly stunned. He saw a layer of red smoke rising above the forest in the distance. Is that the smoke from a distress signal? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. It must be. Xia Dong ran over and nodded vigorously. Is someone in danger? Wu Ziyuan quickly raised his binoculars, but after a moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's the Blue Army. The Blue Army? Xia Dong and Chang Lei were both shocked. The Blue Army is in danger? It should be that the Blue Army has been exposed. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. This place is a necessary route for our pursuit. The Blue Army must be trying to ambush us here. But if they want to ambush us, why are they firing signal flares? Isn't that crazy? Xia Dong was full of doubt. How the hell would I know? Wu Ziyuan growled. Anyway, it seems we've spotted the Blue Army. Whether they're crazy or not, let's just fire around first. Quickly, contact the 3rd Regiment and have them cover the area with fire. Yes. Xia Dong hurriedly ran out. Wu Ziyuan looked at the red smoke in the distance, a smile on his face, but he was puzzled. This exercise was really strange. If the Blue Army was going to ambush, why fire signal flares? Did they want to win or lose? Were they deliberately letting us off the hook? Boom! 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 The deafening sound of explosions startled Qi Shengli. He looked into the distance and saw thick white smoke rising from a forest. What's going on? Let me ask. The chief of staff quickly picked up the intercom. Moments later, he said happily, "Commander, Wu Ziyuan discovered Blue Army ambush troops in the forest and has ordered the 3rd Regiment to cover them with fire. Those Blue Army guys are done for." Qi Xingli's eyes widened in shock as he quickly stood up from the vehicle. He looked at the forest in the distance, then around, and sat back down, still feeling a bit shaken. That kid Wu Ziyuan has some skills. If he hadn't spotted those Blue Army troops in time, when they suddenly launched an attack, our main force would have been finished. Qi Shengli wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking relieved. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Gao Kun smiled and said, Wu Ziyuan deserves the credit. Absolutely, he saved the main force. Qi Shengli clenched his fists. It seems the Blue Army's retreat was a feigned defeat, meant to lure us in. Damn it, we almost fell for it. Didn't they want to lose? Notify the entire army to advance at full speed and chase them down hard. This time, let's make sure they are completely defeated. Yes. Gao Kun nodded vigorously. Boom, boom, boom. The forest was blown to bits. Qin Shan and the others watched from a distance as the Blue Army soldiers were blown up one after another, white smoke rising everywhere. Tanks and armored vehicles lay immobilized, not even having a chance to move before being destroyed. The group could no longer hold back and burst into excited laughter. "Brother Luo, let's go too, let's take them down." "Yeah, Brother Luo, let's go." Shin Chen waved his hand. "Alright, they're already finished. The main force's artillery won't stop until they've wiped them all out. If we go now, we won't gain anything, and we might even get hit by our own fire." Brother Luo is right, artillery can't tell the difference between the blue army and our own. How Duo nodded. "So what should we do now?" Chang Hanan asked, staring at Shin Chen. Shin Chen had a big smile on his face. This time, not only had they disrupted the blue army's plans and helped the main force eliminate this enemy, but he also discovered the amazing potential of his beast-taming ability. At that moment, Shin Chen felt like he had discovered a new world, itching with excitement. "Didn't we just see the blue army retreating north? Our main force will definitely chase after them, so let's go too. Who knows, we might still be able to stir up some trouble." Hearing this, the three of them's eyes lit up together. "Brother Luo, we'll follow your lead. While the show isn't over yet, let's make a big move." Shin Chen grinned and waved his hand, leading the others quickly towards the blue army's retreat line. Li Jiankui sat down heavily in his chair, completely stunned. How did the red side discover them? How did they wipe them all out? Do they have X-ray vision? His subordinates all lowered their heads in bitterness, and Hu Fei was utterly dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how the red side had found out about the well-concealed Huopeng side. What a great plan it was! If it succeeded, he could help the blue army turn the tide. But now, Hu Fei closed his eyes, feeling like he was about to explode. "Oh my god, this blue army is just hopeless, it's too hard to help them." "Chief, let's not worry about how they were eliminated for now," the chief of staff said anxiously. "The main force of the red side is splitting into 3 routes and charging at us fiercely. We will soon engage in combat." "Chief, what should we do now?" another officer asked urgently. Li Jiankui's eyelids twitched violently. What to do? What to do? How would I know what to do? His mind was a complete mess. "Report!" a staff officer suddenly shouted. "We just received news from the command center that Brigade Commander Xie and the remaining members of the Special Operations Brigade have all been eliminated." "What?" Li Jiankui jumped up abruptly. "How could they be eliminated too?" The staff officer said bitterly. Brigade Commander Xie heard the cannon fire and thought it was Brigade Commander Hua launching an attack, so he immediately launched an attack as well. But the red side was not in disarray at all. Instead, they concentrated their firepower and wiped them out. How could this happen? How could this happen? Li Jiankui slammed his fists on the table. Hu Fei let out a heavy sigh. It was truly a case of misfortune piling on misfortune. With Huopeng wiped out, Xia Gongming was also gone. He had originally thought that if the Special Operations Brigade could leave some people behind, they might still play a role, but now... Report! An officer suddenly stood up. "The vanguard of the red side has already launched an attack on our position, and our people haven't fully entered the position yet." The chief of staff asked anxiously, "Chief, what should we do now? There's no way out." Hu Fei suddenly interjected, "Now we can only fight to the death." He fixed his gaze on Li Jiankui. "The situation has reached an irretrievable point. The only thing you can do is muster your courage and fight them to the death, to the very end. Even if we lose, we must lose with dignity." Li Jiankui clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his neck, and then he suddenly turned his head. "Did you hear that? Order it down, all units hold their positions and fight the red side. Also, mobilize all available troops as reserves." "Chief, what about our command center? All those who can fight, mobilize them too." Li Jiankui gritted his teeth and said, "We may have lost, but we are also soldiers of the Dragon Country. The concept of surrender has never existed in the minds of us Dragon Country soldiers. Even if we fight to the last man, to the last drop of blood, we must hold our positions. Once they run out of ammunition, we will go. As long as there are people, the position will hold." "Yes!" everyone shouted in unison. Beside them, Hu Fei also clenched his fists. Although he was here to help, and this battle did not belong to him, it had already gone beyond his control. He made up his mind that at this critical moment, he would share the fate of the Blue Army. Suddenly, Shin Chen's face flashed in his mind, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "I hope I don't get seen by that kid when I die, otherwise, I would definitely be laughed at. But I heard he was transferred to the cooking team, so he probably won't see me." Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh of relief. Boom! 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 Tat! 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 Before long, the red side and the blue army officially engaged in combat, and both sides fought fiercely. On the blue army's position, smoke billowed, and flames shot up. But the entire blue army had made up their minds, and everyone was determined to fight until the last moment, showing exceptional tenacity. For a time, both sides exchanged blows, and the red side found it impossible to break through their defenses. Not far away on the mountain, Qin Shen and the others leaned against a tree, panting heavily. "Finally, we made it," Cheng Haonan gasped. "Luo Ge, should we go down from here? If we hit them from the side, we should be able to take out quite a few." "Yeah, Luo Ge," Jing Xian nodded, "their attention is all on the main force. We should be able to take advantage of that." Qin Shen took a moment to catch his breath and shot them an annoyed glare. "We're just 4 guys. What can we do by rushing in? At most, we could take out 20 or 30 while they're distracted. What kind of achievement is that?" The 3 looked at him in surprise. "Then why did we come here? Aren't we supposed to fight them?" Qin Shen glanced back at the Blue Army's position, a smile creeping onto his face. "Can't you see? The Blue Army is making its last stand. Their main force has been moved to the front lines, and the back is as empty as a widow." He grinned at the other 3, further back. "That's all logistics troops. We 4 can easily handle a bunch of soft targets. If we can take out a logistics unit, that would be a real achievement." Right. The 3 laughed together. "It's still Luo Ge who thinks things through. Let's get to it." If they could achieve consecutive victories, Qin Shen would feel he had honored Zhao Jiumei and Qi Gang's sacrifices. More importantly, he could give the cooking team a perfect explanation before heading to the combat team. Once he got to the combat team, he could finally show his true abilities. Qin Shen clenched his fists tightly. "Hu Fei, I will make you understand what it means to ignore me today and regret it tomorrow. Bringing me back from the Tianlang was your biggest mistake." "All right." Qin Shen rubbed his hands together. "But just relying on us isn't enough. We need to find some help to pull off something big." Suddenly, dense leaves parted to reveal 2 gaps. Cheng Haonan and Zhang Xian's faces slowly emerged. Not far ahead of them, a temporary base was situated at the end of a small path. At that moment, people were bustling in and out of the base, busy as ever. "Goodness," Cheng Haonan swallowed hard. "Old Zhang, it's all on you." Zhang Xian shot him an annoyed glare. "You reckless fool, what are you doing? Didn't you remember anything from the reconnaissance lessons the squad leader taught? Luo Ge told us to clear the way and scout the enemy, and you almost got us both caught here." Cheng Haonan grinned at him. "I saw the Blue Army rushing to the front lines, so I thought no one would notice us, so I just..." He chuckled. "And I know that when Luo Ge isn't around, you're the backbone, Zhang. I feel safe with you here." Zhang Xian rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This looks like the Blue Army's command center." "No way?" Cheng Haonan's eyes widened. "There aren't even that many people here. Could this be the Blue Army's command center? It looks more like a logistics base to me." "Are you stupid?" Zhang Xian said, exasperated. "On our way here, didn't we see a large number of blue troops rushing to the front lines? The Blue Army's command center must have seen no hope and prepared for a desperate fight, so they sent all the guard troops over, which is why it looks like this. Have you ever seen a logistics base with so many antennas and communication equipment?" Cheng Haonan looked over. Next to each tent stood antennas, and there were 2 communication vehicles nearby. In this era, the entire army was transitioning from semi-mechanized units to fully mechanized units. The various advanced equipment has not yet been popularized. Even their C Army's communication devices are old, let alone the A Army, which is still using communication equipment from over a decade ago. If there are 2 communication vehicles, it must be the Blue Army's command post. "Damn it!" Cheng Haonan exclaimed with joy. "We actually stumbled upon the Blue Army's command post, and it looks easy to take down. Old Zhang, we're going to achieve great merit. Stop talking nonsense, hurry back and report to Brother Luo," Zhang Xian whispered. "Be quiet, or we'll be discovered and lose everything." Got it. Cheng Haonan nodded vigorously and slowly backed away. Once they reached a safe place, the 2 immediately ran back. After sprinting for more than 20 minutes, they finally spotted Qin Shen. But before they could get close, they were all dumbfounded. At that moment, hundreds of birds gathered above Qin Shen and Hao Duo, forming a dark mass. As Qin Shen took a step forward, the birds flew a little further up into the trees, like his little followers. Not only that, but over 30 wild boars suddenly appeared behind Qin Shen. Although most of them didn't have sharp tusks, the sheer number of wild boars gathered together still startled them. "Brother Luo, did you poke a bird's nest or raid a wild boar den? How did you attract so many?" Zhang Qian swallowed hard. Qin Shen felt embarrassed. He had intended to find some helpers to be useful when encountering the Blue Army's logistics troops. After all, those few wild boars had played a significant role in dealing with the Blue Army's ambush. But along the way, he had unknowingly gathered so many birds and wild boars. "It is a bit much," Qin Shen chuckled. "But the more helpers we have, the better our chances, right?" Brother Luo is right. Hao Duo nodded vigorously, looking at him with admiration, practically a #1 fan. Xin Shen looked at the two who were still in a daze and quickly asked, "Why are you back? Did you find out what's going on?" The two suddenly snapped back to reality, and Chang Hanan pushed Zheng Xian aside, walking over with a grin. "Brother Luo, I found out what's going on. It's the Blue Army's command post, and I discovered it." Zheng Xian's eyes widened. "Damn, you really know how to steal the spotlight." "The Blue Army's command post?" Xin Shen's eyes widened in shock. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Zheng Xian was about to speak when Chang Hanan immediately blocked him, beaming. "Absolutely sure. There are all kinds of wires, and 2 communication vehicles. It's definitely the command post." Zheng Xian was about to explode with anger. He had discovered it himself. How could he be so good at stealing credit? "And Brother Luo," Chang Hanan said with a smile, "the Blue Army's command post is currently poorly defended. There aren't many guards at all, not even a proper sentry. If we go, we can definitely take them down." Xin Shen's face immediately lit up with joy. He had originally just wanted to find a logistics base to pull off a job but unexpectedly stumbled upon the Blue Army's command post. If they could take it down, it would be a significant achievement. "Then we need to move quickly," Xin Shen said excitedly. "The front line won't hold for long. If the main force breaks through the Blue Army's defense line, we won't have a chance." "Okay." Chang Haonan nodded vigorously. "Brother Luo, you decide how we should do it." "Brother Luo, I'll follow your lead." How Duo chimed in. Xin Shen turned to Zhang Qian. "Old Zhang, tell me what the situation is on the ground." Zhang Qian nodded with a smile, but the next second, Chang Hanan pushed him aside and cheerfully said, "Brother Luo, let me tell you, I saw everything clearly. I know the layout inside like the back of my hand." "Hanan, that's enough," Zhang Qian said angrily. "Stealing credit like this is just too much." "Old Zhang, Xin Shen directly pushed Chang Hanan aside, smiling. "I think I should ask old Zhang about this." Exactly. Zheng Qian glared at Chang Hanan with annoyance. "With your pig brain, can you explain it clearly?" "I can do it, Brother Luo, I really can." Chang Hanan anxiously raised his head. After a moment, Xin Shen looked at the rough sketch Zheng Qian had drawn on the ground and nodded silently. "Got it." Zheng Qian turned to him. "Brother Luo, shall we get ready?" Xin Shen smiled slightly. "The Blue Army must have moved all their guards away because they want to fight our main force to the death. But they still have a lot of people, and at least one of them has a handgun. If we rush in recklessly, we won't take down many before getting shot to death. It's almost impossible to forcefully take them out, so." Zheng Qian nodded silently, and Chang Hanan chuckled. "I was thinking the same thing, Brother Luo, we're on the same wavelength." "Shut up." Zheng Qian shot him a glare. "Listen to Brother Luo, why are you everywhere?" How Duo glared at him like a little tiger. "Don't interrupt when Brother Luo is speaking." Chang Hanan muttered in a pitiful tone. "I really think the same as Brother Luo, I do." "Brother Luo, please continue," Zheng Qian said. Xin Shen smiled slightly. "To take down their command center, we need to distract their attention, just like we did with that group of Blue Army artillery before." You still want to drug them?" Zheng Qian's eyes widened. "That's not going to work." Chang Hanan said with a bitter face. "They're almost done for. Who has the mind to eat? There's no chance to drug them. We can't just pry their mouths open and force feed them, can we? Who said we were going to drug them?" Xin Shen grinned mischievously. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately tensed up. Chang Haonan suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes in horror. You can't be planning to drug us, right?" "No, Brother Luo, I don't want to skip class anymore. I never want to again." "Powerful laxative." Xin Shen smiled as he opened his palm, revealing a bottle filled with blue powder in front of everyone. "I once used this thing to prank those who opposed me, making over 20 of them spray and take off in the pool. Since then, no one has dared to oppose me again. Although I haven't used it in a long time, you can rest assured, it's definitely effective." Chang Hanan immediately covered his backside in fear, saying bitterly, "Brother Luo, I don't want to eat this stuff, please, don't make me eat it." "Who the hell said it was for you to eat?" Xin Shen glared at him. Chang Hanan looked astonished. "Aren't you trying to make me eat this stuff to spray in the Blue Army camp and attract their attention?" "Damn! I've never seen such a request in my life." Xin Shen and the others almost felt nauseous. Just thinking about Chang Haonan pulling down his pants and running into the Blue Army camp spraying everywhere was too much to bear. "Haonan," Zheng Qian said earnestly, "if we weren't familiar, I wouldn't stop you, and I might even hope you'd spray more. But as your comrade, I have to stop you." "Yeah, Haonan, if you spray poorly, you might spray your intestines out." How Duo nodded seriously. Chang Haonan was startled. "Intestines can spray out? Is it that scary?" All right, you two stop scaring him," Xin Shen said irritably. "The laxative isn't for you to eat, nor for us." Chang Haonan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Brother Luo knows how to care for people. Mwah, heart gesture, kiss. While saying this, he winked at him and pouted. Seeing his flirty demeanor, Qin Shen almost vomited his dinner. All right, everyone step aside, it's time to get to work. Saying this, he took out the last 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of magic oil from his bag. He threw the divine oil directly to Hao Duo. Go, apply it on the wild boar. Ha! Hao Duo jumped up in fright, looking at a large group of wild boars trembling and said, Luo, what are you stammering for? Hurry up! Why yes. Hao Duo walked over with a bitter face, trembling. Squatting down next to a wild boar, he said, Brother Pig, don't mind me, I'm just going to apply a little, it feels really nice. Watching Hao Duo tremble as he reached out to apply it, Zheng Qian and Chang Haonan almost laughed themselves silly. Bang! 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 At that moment, a series of knocking sounds came from behind. The two turned their heads, instantly shocked. They saw Qin Shen smashing the last 2 pieces of compressed biscuits on the ground with a knife. Luo Ge, if you're not going to eat it, don't waste it, Chang Haonan said with a pained expression. What a waste, at least leave me some. Qin Shen couldn't be bothered with him, directly smashing the biscuits into powder, then pouring all the laxative into it. Using the tip of the knife to stir it evenly, he thoroughly mixed the laxative and biscuit crumbs together. Once fully mixed, Qin Shen immediately stepped back, simultaneously sending a signal to all the birds. Soon, dozens of birds flew down first, followed by more birds, desperately pecking at the food on the ground. So the laxative is for them to eat. Chang Haonan stared blankly at Qin Shen. Luo Ge, what exactly do you want to do? You'll know soon enough, Qin Shen chuckled, and before long, the biscuit crumbs were completely eaten, and all the birds flew back to the treetops. Luo Ge, I've applied it all for them. Hao Duo, blushing, hurried over, and the two immediately looked towards the wild boars. Holy crap! Chang Haonan was so scared he almost jumped up. They reacted so quickly? Zheng Qian's eyes were wide open as well. In just a short while, more than 30 wild boars had all perked up. Moreover, they seemed even more irritable than before, with some already starting to dig the ground with their hind legs. Luo Ge, what exactly are you trying to do? Chang Haonan looked at the increasingly agitated wild boars, then at Qin Shen, his legs feeling weak. If they charged collectively, he wouldn't just be injured, he might die. Qin Shen didn't speak but directly closed his eyes. At this moment, he needed to focus on communicating with the flock of birds and the wild boars using his brainwaves. The drug effect quickly took hold, and the wild boars were essentially under a frenzy buff, so he had to act fast. After a moment, Qin Shen suddenly opened his eyes, forcefully waving his right hand forward. Angry birds, attack! In an instant, all the birds took flight, heading towards the Blue Army Command Center. Go go go! Qin Shen waved his hand a few more times towards the command center, and the wild boars seemed to be eagerly waiting for his command. In an instant, all 30 wild boars charged out. Qin Shen growled, follow me, hurry up. The other 3 were completely bewildered. Seeing Qin Shen running forward, they quickly followed. Report, report. An officer rushed into the Blue Army Command Center, covered in smoke. The last line of defense is about to collapse. The 29th Division has already sent reserves. The situation is critical. Li Zhenkui's eyelids twitched, but his face showed no expression. Report! At that moment, another officer rushed in. The red side has launched a full-scale attack. The artillery fire is extremely dense, covering our entire position. Casualties are heavy. The commander of the 32nd Division requests to send reserves. Everyone looked at Li Zhenkui, who let out a long breath. Order all reserves to immediately support the front line. Yes. The officer immediately ran out. Let's get ready too. Li Zhenkui turned around, picking up the armed belt and pistol from the table. Then he walked back, his gaze incredibly sharp. It's time to fight to the death with the red side. We must let the red side and the directorate see that even if our blue army dies to the last man, we will not disgrace the face of Dragon Country's soldiers. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. The staff officers quickly picked up their weapons from the side. Zhao Ping and others also drew their pistols, their eyes cold as they followed Li Zhenkui out with large strides. All personnel assemble, all personnel assemble. Zhao Ping stepped out of the command center and immediately shouted loudly, everyone pick up your weapons and follow the commander to the front line. We will fight to the death with the red side. Yes. The Blue Army Command Center instantly erupted with excitement. At this moment, all that remained were non-combat personnel and officers. There were even female soldiers, medics, communication soldiers, and cooks. But upon hearing the order, everyone's bodies seemed to ignite, quickly rushing to grab weapons. The cooks even picked up iron spoons and spatulas, rushing over as well. Li Zhenkui glanced around, his heart surging with emotion. Brother Hu, did you see that? He smiled and said, our Blue Army has such soldiers, even in defeat, we have honor. Hu Fei nodded vigorously, loading a bullet with a click. Commander, I will fight alongside you to the end. Good. Li Jiankui laughed heartily. After so many years of leading troops, this is my first time fighting alongside special forces. Let's go. Everyone immediately gathered around Li Jiankui, over 100 people marching out of the command center in unison. Each person stood tall, ready to face death with generosity. But just as they were about to step out of the camp gate, Li Jiankui suddenly felt the sky darken and stopped in his tracks. Why has it gotten dark? He looked up and was startled. A flock of birds had flown in from who knows where, blocking the sun, with at least 200 or 300 of them. Moreover, these birds kept circling above their heads, flying in circles without any sign of leaving. What's going on? Li Jiankui looked bewildered. Why are there so many birds? The others also looked up in surprise at the flock. Animals have a sense of intuition, Zhao Ping frowned, they can sense natural dangers in advance. So many birds flying up, could it be an earthquake is coming? What? Everyone was instantly shocked. Hu Fei shook his head with a smile. Chief of Staff Zhao, you're overthinking it. There won't be an earthquake in our area, I think. He looked up, smiling at the birds in the sky. The birds must have sensed our determination to face death, so they came to bid us farewell. Is that so? Li Jinkui's eyes widened. Hu Fei nodded with a smile, looking a bit wistful. Of course, animals are also sensitive to human emotions. I have a mind of that. Smack! A lump of bird droppings suddenly fell, splattering all over his face. Damn! Hu Fei jumped in shock. What the hell? Li Jiankui and the others turned to look, seeing him covered in bird droppings, and they burst into laughter. Brother Hu, you. Smack! A lump of bird droppings accurately landed in his open mouth. Li Jiankui's eyes widened, his nostrils and mouth filled with a sticky, foul smell. Damn! Tui, tui, tui. He jumped up in fright, desperately trying to spit it out. Smack, smack, smack. At the same time, the birds circling in the sky unleashed a barrage. One lump after another of bird droppings rained down on the crowd below. In an instant, the dense shower of droppings hit everyone, causing them to scream in chaos. Especially some of the cleanliness-loving female soldiers, who were nearly brought to tears by the scene. Not far away, at this moment, Xin Shen and the others had already rushed out from the woods. From a distance, they saw the flock of birds bombarding the Blue Army Command Center. Watching the blue soldiers covered in bird droppings, Cheng Haonan and the others couldn't stop laughing. The angry birds are starting their attack. Let loose, little birds. Ah, Luo Ge, you really have a knack for this. No ordinary person could think of such a trick. It's truly wicked. Xin Shen chuckled, turning to see a group of wild boars with red eyes charging towards them. He excitedly stepped forward, waving his right hand like a referee. It's decided, go for it, pig hero. Watching the herd of pigs rush towards the Blue Army camp like a raging flood, Xin Shen grinned and said, no need to rush, let them create some chaos first, then we'll charge in. The other three burst into laughter. Luo Ge, you're as wicked as ever. When it comes to pranks, you're the best, Luo Gu. Cheng Haonan gave a thumbs up, his eyes nearly disappearing from laughter. Clap, clap, clap. The blue soldier's earlier bravado was instantly extinguished by the relentless rain of bird droppings. At that moment, over 100 people were in disarray, scrambling to avoid the falling mess. Hu Fei! Li Jiankui shouted angrily, didn't you say they were intelligent and came to see us off out of sentiment? Is this how they say goodbye? Hu Fei was covered in it, completely disoriented. Chief, please don't say anything. He wiped his eyes, only smearing it further. I've never seen such a bizarre thing in my life. Are these birds insane? Why are they all shitting on us? Zhao Ping yelled furiously, and how can such small birds produce so much? Don't they fear? Smack! A lump of bird droppings hit his lips, startling him into jumping up and spitting it out. Li Jiankui shouted in frustration, shoot, quick, shoot. Scare these birds away with gunfire. He was on the verge of exploding with anger, originally ready to go to the front lines and fight the red team to the death. But now, if they went over, the red team would laugh at them for being covered in bird droppings. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Li Jiankui frowned. Who the hell is screaming? What kind of bird droppings could cause such a scream? He turned around sharply, and was stunned. Dozens of wild boars had suddenly appeared from nowhere, crashing into the barracks and knocking over several soldiers. Li Jiankui's eyes nearly popped out. First birds, now wild boars, when will this end? In the director's office, an officer suddenly shouted in shock, everyone, come quick, something's happened at the Blue Army Command. Everyone turned, and the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. On the screen, a flock of birds was swirling above the Blue Army Command. Another group of wild boars was chasing the blue soldiers, running amok. What's going on? Luo Zhenghai exclaimed, eyes wide. What has the Blue Army done to be attacked by wild boars? I haven't heard of any incidents involving wild boars attacking people around here, someone nearby said, puzzled. Another officer quickly asked, Chief, should we send someone to help? Help with what? Luo Jianghai replied irritably, we're still in an exercise is just like real combat, how can we help? The officer looked distressed, then, are we just going to watch them get chased by wild boars? Luo Jianghai sighed, they'll have to solve it themselves, in wartime, they'll encounter all sorts of emergencies and must handle them on their own, plus they have guns. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although live ammunition wasn't issued for the exercise, the sound of gunfire would surely scare the wild boars away. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted in the Blue Army Command. The Blue soldiers were pulling the triggers furiously at the wild boars. Li Jiankui and Zhao Ping were nearly smoking their handguns, but the wild boars in the camp showed no fear, still charging towards them. What the hell kind of wild boar is this? Not even afraid of guns? Li Jiankui's face was filled with terror. Not far from him, a soldier was knocked over by a wild boar. Then it charged straight into the tent. Is this a wild boar from Gao Lozhuang? How shameless! Roar! At that moment, a howl suddenly erupted to Li Jiankui's left, startling him. He turned to look, and a wild boar with red eyes was charging at him, drooling. Damn it! Li Jiankui instinctively jumped up. With a thud, he landed right on the boar's back. Li Jiankui's eyes widened in shock as the wild boar took off running. Quick! Save the commander! Zhao Ping's eyes were nearly popping out. Seeing this, Hu Fei rushed over. But just then, the wild boar felt something on its back and began to jump wildly. Li Jiankui was thrown off and landed heavily on the ground, his mouth forming an O shape from the pain. But before he could make a sound, another wild boar charged at him. What the hell? He quickly pushed himself up and instinctively jumped again. Thud! He landed firmly back on the wild boar. The boar, feeling the weight on its back, went crazy and started jumping. Li Jiankui screamed in fear, tears almost coming out. Help, help, someone come. Commander, I'm coming to save you. Hu Fei shouted, sprinting over. At that moment, he had a dagger in his hand, but before he could get close, Li Jiankui was thrown off again. Don't be afraid, Commander, I'm here. Seeing Hu Fei rushing over, Li Jiankui's face lit up with hope. But just then, another howl came from behind, and the sound of hooves splashing closer. What the hell? Li Jiankui didn't even have the courage to look back. He pushed himself up and jumped again. Thud! He landed once more on the wild boar. Tears were almost streaming down Li Jiankui's face. I've never been this accurate even at the shooting range. Why is it so precise this time? Commander, don't run! Hu Fei shouted from behind. I don't want to run either, it's the pig that's running. As he finished speaking, Li Jiankui suddenly noticed that two wild boars were charging at him from both sides. Terrified, he grabbed the brown hair on the boar's back and pulled hard. Break, break, stop running. Don't come after me, go find Hu Laodi. Hu Fei was stunned. Damn, I'm here to save you, and you want them to find me? Roar! The wild boar, feeling the pain from its hair being pulled, let out a howl and charged forward like a cannonball. Li Jiankui's eyes widened in fear as a tree loomed closer. Stop, stop, for God's sake, stop. Thud! The wild boar crashed heavily into the tree and fainted. Li Jiankui also slammed into the tree and slid down heavily. Commander! Hu Fei was startled and rushed over. But before he could take 2 steps, a voice suddenly came from behind. He instinctively kicked backward, landing a heavy kick on a wild boar's nose. The boar let out a miserable cry and immediately retreated. Just as Hu Fei was about to land, a force suddenly hit him from behind. He was knocked over by an old wild boar, tumbling forward and landing in a heap. The next second, he felt the boar pressing down on him, and a bayonet was already poking into him. Hu Fei could barely breathe under the weight, desperately clawing forward. Help, help, someone get this pig off me. Crack, crack. Suddenly, several white flashes appeared in front of him. Hu Fei stared in shock as he looked ahead, seeing Qin Shen's head popping out from behind the camera, grinning as he rapidly pressed the shutter. Hu Fei was completely stunned. How did this guy get here? Wasn't he cooking in the red team's kitchen? The next moment, the wild boar charged fiercely, and the pain immediately brought him back to his senses. Hu Fei didn't care about anything else and shouted urgently at Qin Shen. Qin Shen, what the hell are you taking pictures for at a time like this? Come help me, get the wild boar away, hurry up. Click, click, click. But all he got in response was the continuous sound of the camera shutter. Qin Shen grinned as he put away his camera. Sorry, Shifu, but this scene is just too rare. I couldn't help but want to capture it as a keepsake. Keepsake my ass, come save me, hurry. Hu Fei was shouting hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. Bang! The next moment, white smoke started to rise from Hu Fei's head. Looking at Qin Shen, whose gun was still smoking, Hu Fei was instantly dumbfounded. I told you to help me, and you shot me instead. Yes, you're free now, rest in peace. Qin Shen raised his gun and shouted, brothers, charge. Cheng Hanan, Zhang Xian, and Hao Duoduo rushed in from outside the camp, opening fire fiercely at the blue soldiers being chased by the wild boar. As Qin Shen ran over, he shouted, that pig, let go of Chief Hu. If you have the guts, come at me. Hu Fei looked at him in shock. He didn't expect this guy to be so loyal at a critical moment. But the next second, Qin Shen ran straight past him, continuing to fire at the blue soldiers. Hu Fei's jaw hit the ground hard. Stop just shouting and do something. I'm already dead. Can't you help get it away? Help! Someone come quickly. Get this pig away, get it away. I can't take it anymore. Watching the blue soldier's miserable state on the screen, everyone in the director's office couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. I've seen countless drills, Luo Jianghai swallowed hard, but this is the first time I've seen a command post taken down by a bunch of pigs. Sir, an officer pointed at Qin Shen, who was busy slaughtering. The ones who really took down the blue command post should be those few, right? Luo Jianghai's pupils instantly contracted as he stared intently at Qin Shen and the others. These soldiers are really impressive, truly impressive. The Sea Army has actually trained such excellent scouts. They are indeed a top-notch unit. An officer next to him chuckled. Of course, during the recent flood rescue, they already showcased their elite qualities. In this drill, the Sea Army's 2 divisions are fighting against the A Army's 3 divisions, plus a Special Operations Brigade, and they can still perform so brilliantly. Their elite status is well-deserved. Everyone nodded silently. Those who could become elite units had all come through the bloody storms of war. It was earned through the sacrifice of countless predecessors and the shedding of endless blood. Every elite unit was forged with iron resolve. Report, the red team has broken through the blue army's last line of defense and is now surrounding the blue army from the right. An officer suddenly said. Luo Jianghai and the others turned their heads in unison to look at the nearby screens. Sure enough, a red armored unit was charging through the open gap in the blue army, while several other armored units were flanking from the other side. The blue army is finished, Luo Jianghai sighed. The drill can end now. Sir, someone next to him said. But the blue army is still fighting hard. How can it be over? Resistance is useless now. Luo Jianghai shook his head. Being surrounded and infiltrated by mechanized units, soon they'll be pinched from the back and front, and constantly harassed from the flanks. It won't be long before the blue army completely collapses, ending in a one-sided massacre. What's the point of continuing this fight? Besides, the command post is gone. The blue army will soon be a scattered mess, unable to organize any effective defense. Everyone nodded silently. Once the red team's mechanized forces infiltrated the blue army's rear, cutting off their supplies and severing their logistics, they would be caught in a pincer movement with the frontline troops. The blue army's defeat would be instantaneous. There was indeed no need to continue this exercise. Notify both sides, Luo Jianghai said loudly. The exercise is over, and both sides will return with their respective troops. Additionally, he turned around, pointing at the frenzied Qin Shen inside the blue army's command post, and smiled slightly. Bring them over too. I really want to see what these 4 lone heroes look like. Yes. Report. An officer excitedly rushed in front of Qi Shengli and saluted him vigorously. The directing department has announced the end of the exercise. We, the red team, have won. Ha! Qi Shengli and Gao Kun both looked up in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief. We won just like that? Gao Kun looked puzzled. We just breached their position. If they command properly and fight to the death, they might still have a chance. Can the blue army accept this result? Qi Shengli glared at the officer. Did the directing department make a mistake, or did you mishear? Report, no, the officer shook his head. The directing department said that the blue army's command post has been taken out by our scouts. The blue army is now like a headless snake, so once we breached their position, we could declare victory. Qi Shengli and Gao Kun were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. They looked at each other, completely bewildered. The blue army's command post was actually taken out? And it was done by their red team scouts? The most critical point was that they had no idea who these scouts were. Old Gao, tell me the truth. Qi Shengli stared at Gao Kun, his expression serious. Did you secretly send someone out? He anxiously said. At this point, is there any need to hide anything? Just tell me the truth. Did you want to give me a surprise? Gao Kun forced a smile. Commander, I wish I had sent someone, but damn it, I really didn't send anyone. Like you, I have no idea who they are. Qi Shengli's head buzzed. If it wasn't someone from their side, could it be that there were actually divine beings helping them in this exercise? Clang, clang. The truck jolted violently twice, and everyone inside was thrown up before landing heavily back down. Everything quickly returned to silence, and the atmosphere in the vehicle became extremely tense. as if it could explode at any moment. Qin Chen and the others huddled obediently in the corner. They observed their surroundings quietly, not daring to make a sound. Because at that moment, sitting opposite them were the Blue Army commander Li Jinkui, Chief of Staff Zhao Ping, and Hu Fei among others. These people were glaring at them with murderous intent, like wolves and tigers. If it weren't for the two officers from the directing department in between, the cabin would have probably erupted into a fight by now. Qin Shen swallowed hard. These idiots from the directing department couldn't have arranged another vehicle to pick us up? They had to put a bunch of people together, not knowing we were mortal enemies? Hey, who among you is the leader? Li Jinkui suddenly shouted. Chen Haonan and the others jumped in fright, all looking at Qin Chen. Qin Chen shot them an annoyed glare, still calling themselves brothers, and at a critical moment, they sold him out. How ungrateful. He took a deep breath and awkwardly smiled at Li Jinkui. Hello, sir, my name is Qin Chen. You are their leader? Li Jinkui looked him up and down. Is it you who led them to ambush our command post? Qin Chen chuckled. Sir, I'm ashamed. I didn't do very well, so please don't praise me. Who the hell is praising you? Zhao Ping shouted angrily. You guys are really something. Chen Haonan and the others were so scared that they trembled all over, looking at Qin Chen with faces full of help. Li Jinkui waved his hand, signaling the chief of staff to be quiet, then curiously stared at Qin Chen. Young man, I've led troops for so many years and commanded many exercises. It's common for reconnaissance soldiers to infiltrate, but I've never seen a tactic like yours before. Tell me, how did you make the birds fly over our heads to poop, and how did you get so many wild boars to attack us collectively? He then pointed at Hu Fei. And how did you make the wild boars focus on one person's backside? Hu Fei, already in pain, turned beet red upon hearing this, glaring angrily at Qin Chen. Come on, tell me. Li Jinkui said with great interest, staring at Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled slightly. Report, Chief, it's really not a big deal. I usually raise pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese in the cooking class, and with them. Wait. Li Jinkui quickly raised his hand to interrupt, saying irritably, Comrade Qin Chen, I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you. Why are you talking nonsense? Qin Chen looked confused. Chief, I'm not talking nonsense. Li Jinkui was taken aback, feeling something was off about that statement. But he maintained a serious expression. The exercise is already over. What can't be said? You're a reconnaissance soldier, yet you insist you're a cook. Isn't that nonsense? I've already lost. Just tell me how I lost. Just be honest, is that so hard? Qin Chen said helplessly. Chief, I'm really not lying to you. I'm not a reconnaissance soldier. I'm really a cook. You're still talking nonsense. Li Jinkui jumped up directly, angrily pointing at him. Your sea army is strong, I admit that. Even if you won, there's no need to insult us like this, right? A cook can take down our command post. Are you trying to say how incompetent we are? Chief, Hu Fei said calmly, he really is a cook. What? Li Jinkui stared at him in disbelief. Really? Hu Fei nodded. I know this kid. He is indeed a cook from the reconnaissance battalion of the Sea Army. Absolutely true. Everyone in the Blue Army in the vehicle gaped. Even the two officers from the directing department looked at Qin Chen and the others in shock. They never expected that the one who led the charge to take down the Blue Army command post was actually a cook. Chief, see, I didn't lie to you. Qin Chen grinned at him. Li Jinkui looked at Qin Chen's sincere smile, his entire face twisted in disbelief, as if he was about to explode. They had truly been taken down by a cook. A cook not only managed to infiltrate the Blue Army's rear and find their command post but also annihilated over 100 people in their command post, and it was done with just a few people, just a few. Thinking of what he had just said, Li Jinkui's face turned so red it seemed like it might bleed. After all this, they had really been taken out by a Sea Army cook. How incompetent must they be? Li Jinkui pointed at Qin Chen, shaking with anger. You, a cook who doesn't cook properly. Why are you so unethical? You're simply outrageous. Trucks drove into the directing department, screeching to a halt in the open space. Two soldiers helped Li Jinkui down from the vehicle, and the chief of staff and others followed one by one. Help me down. Hu Fei looked awkwardly at the soldiers below. What are you standing there for? Li Jinkui coldly snorted. His backside is inconvenient. Lend a hand. Can't you show a little initiative? Oh. Several soldiers immediately stepped forward, and even took a glance at his backside, then all widened their eyes in surprise. Because Hu Fei's pants had a hole in them, and the position was very strange. At that moment, Hu Fei wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He had completely lost face this time. Bang! Qin Chen and the others jumped out of the car. Li Jinkui immediately walked over, scaring Chen Haonan and the others to quickly hide behind Qin Chen. Xiao Qin, Li Jinkui not only wasn't angry, but instead wore a gentle smile on his face. I was rude just now, and now I apologize to you, a sincere apology." Qin Chen was stunned, and Chung Haonan and the others were completely dumbfounded. It was absolutely unprecedented for a military commander to apologize to a low-ranking soldier like Qin Chen. "Sir, there's no need for that," Qin Chen quickly said. Li Jiankui waved his hand with a smile, his gaze fixed on him. "Are you interested in joining our army?" "Ha!" Qin Chen was taken aback. Hu Fei, hearing this, also turned his head in surprise. Looking at Li Jiankui's back, his eyes twitched. This old fox really knows how to seize opportunities. "You're just a cook in the Sea Army," Li Jiankui said with a smile, sizing up Qin Chen. "But with your great abilities, being a cook is really a waste. They don't know how to cherish talent. If you come to me, I guarantee." "Ha ha ha, isn't this old Li?" Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out. Li Jiankui's smile instantly froze, and his brows uncontrollably furrowed. Qin Chen quickly turned around to see the Red Side commander Meng Changjun approaching with Chen Long and others, all smiling. "Good food is worth the wait, good wine is worth the distance." Meng Changjun laughed heartily as he shook Li Jiankui's hand. "Old Li, I've been waiting for you here for a long time, wishing on stars and moons, and finally, you've come. Why did you hold on for so long? It's hard work, thankless, and embarrassing. You might as well have come to sit and play cards with me earlier." Li Jiankui's eyes twitched, and he shook off his hand. He was about to get angry, but suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, forcing a smile. "Old Meng, I'm here now. I just knew you were too lonely here, so I specially came to keep you company." Meng Changjun was immediately taken aback. This guy is acting strange. He didn't retort back to his sarcasm and even accepted it happily. Has he lost his mind? Li Jiankui grabbed Meng Changjun's hand and smiled. "Old Meng, I really learned a lot from this encounter with you. After I go back, I will thoroughly review this exercise, striving to lead the A army to improve, and I will definitely learn more from you. You are my role model." Looking at Li Jiankui, whose face was still smeared with bird droppings, Meng Changjun was even more confused. He said with concern, "Old Li, is your head okay? How could you say such things? Do you need to be sent to the hospital to check if your nerves are stimulated?" "Hey!" Li Jiankui firmly grasped his hand and said seriously, "Old Meng, what I just said was from the heart. I was too complacent before. This exercise failure made me realize a lot, which is why I have changed now." Meng Changjun awkwardly nodded. All right, if you really think so, that's good." Li Jiankui laughed heartily, glancing at Qin Chen, and immediately said to him, "I have a request. My old brother, you must help me." "You say?" Meng Changjun patted his chest. "What's our relationship? Just say it boldly." "Good," Li Jiankui said cheerfully, "I want him." He pointed at Qin Chen, and Meng Changjun turned to look, then smiled curiously. "He is one of my soldiers?" "Yes, just an ordinary cook," Li Jiankui emphasized. Meng Changjun responded with an "oh," and asked, "What about those three? Don't you want them?" Li Jiankui smiled and said, "Those three are not important, I just want him. I happen to be short of someone who can cook." Chang Haonan and the others immediately widened their eyes. What the hell does this mean? Looking down on people? Qin Chen, however, felt extremely anxious, his heart racing. He stared hard at Meng Changjun, fearing that he would agree. He had worked so hard just to return to the second company and be with his brothers. If he were transferred away, wouldn't everything be in vain? Qin Chen clenched his fists, just about to speak. "No way." Meng Changjun smiled at Li Jiankui, speaking with great certainty. Li Jiankui's smile instantly froze. "Old Meng, you just said I was lying to you." Meng Changjun laughed heartily. "Did you think I was just resting at the directorate, doing nothing? I saw everything clearly. It was my soldiers who took down your command post, especially him. You think you can fool him away, just an ordinary cook? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Qin Chen's eyelids twitched. This military commander was really a drama king, so good at acting. But at the same time, he felt a long sigh of relief in his heart. Li Jiankui's face twisted, nearly exploding with anger. So it turns out he had been played for a fool all this time. "Meng Changjun, you son of a bitch." Li Jiankui spat and angrily left with his men. Meng Changjun looked proudly at his retreating figure. "You bastard eliminated me, and you want to fool away my elite troops? Dream on. Don't even think about getting a cook from me, not even a matchstick." Suddenly, he turned to Qin Chen and the others. Chung Haonan and the others immediately stood at attention, chests puffed out. "Are you Qin Chen?" Meng Changjun walked over, directly ignoring the three beside him. Qin Chen quickly saluted. "Report, Commander, I am Qin Chen from the cooking team of the Reconnaissance Battalion under the A Division." "Good, very good." Meng Changjun patted his shoulder hard. "I'm quite familiar with your dad, but this is the first time I've met you. Your dad is a dragon and phoenix in the business world, and you're not bad either. You haven't embarrassed him." Qin Shen loudly declared, "Report, Commander, I will never bring shame to our reconnaissance battalion." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Meng Changjuan's eyes. He had thought Qin Shen would try to get close to him, but he didn't expect him to be so spirited. "Good kid." He patted Qin Shen hard, nodding in approval, then turned and walked towards the directorate. Watching his back, Cheng Haonan and the others quickly surrounded him. Luo Ge, what did the commander mean just now? Did we achieve merit? Why didn't he say anything? Luo Ge, can we be considered to have achieved merit too? Qin Shen smiled slightly at them. Don't worry, this time we not only achieved merit, but we achieved great merit. Really? Cheng Haonan's face was full of excitement. Ha! I didn't expect that there would be a day when I, Cheng Haonan, would achieve merit. How Duo was beaming with joy. I knew that following Luo Ge would definitely lead to success. Luo Ge is awesome, Luo Ge is mighty. The three of them rushed up, hugging Qin Shen and jumping around. What's going on? Shi Xingli was shocked. The cup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. Commander, you're joking a bit too much. The cooking team, Qin Shen, took down the Blue Army command post? This is too. What do you mean, this? Meng Changjun glared at him impatiently. I saw it with my own eyes at the directorate. There's no mistake at all. Do I need to joke with you? Shi Xingli looked embarrassed. Of course, I absolutely believe the commander. It's just that this is too unbelievable. At this moment, his brain was nearly overheating. He simply couldn't imagine how the cooking team of the reconnaissance battalion managed to take down the Blue Army command post. Originally, Shi Xingli was commanding the Red Army to a great victory over the Blue Army and was quite pleased. He thought this battle could be won mainly because of his calmness in the face of danger and his strategic planning. But suddenly realizing that the ones secretly helping them turn the tide and achieve victory were just a few people, he couldn't feel happy at all. Shi Xingli, here. Meng Changjun stared at him seriously. Whether you believe it or not, the fact is this. Qin Shen and the cooking team must receive their due rewards, and they must be of the highest standard. Yes. Shi Xingli straightened his chest. And, Meng Changjun glared at him fiercely. Did you take money from Director Qin? No, absolutely not. Shi Xingli quickly shook his hands. Commander, I reported how much Director Qin donated to you, and the military took it away. Enough. Meng Changjun interrupted him. No need to mention that. It's not important. He fixed his gaze on Shi Xingli. Since you didn't take his money privately, why did you put Qin Shen in the cooking team? I've already asked. During the flood relief, Qin Shen was one of those who jumped into the water. With such a good performance in this exercise, such a good soldier, and you put him in the cooking team, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Shi Xingli looked aggrieved. It's unfair. It wasn't me who put Qin Shen in the cooking team, it was that scoundrel Wu Ziyuan who did it himself. This blame is too unjust. It's like being shot while lying down. Commander, please let me explain. Enough, I won't concern myself with past matters. Meng Changjun waved his hand. After you go back, you know what to do, right? Yes. Shi Xingli shouted with determination. I guarantee it will be handled well. Inside, he felt extremely bitter. Qin Shen, oh Qin Shen, you are my living ancestor. You used to make things difficult for me when you were the inspector, and now you are a cook, and I still have to take the blame for you. What sins did I commit in my past life? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky had completely darkened. Qin Shen sat in a tent of the directing department, his mind filled with question marks. Cheng Haonan and the others had already been sent back to the Red Army's camp, but he was left alone. Qin Shen was quite puzzled. The commander neither sent him away nor let him return. What did it mean? Did the commander want to transfer him to the army and not let him go back to the A division? Actually, being promoted to the army wouldn't be bad. He heard that the direct reconnaissance battalion in the army was even more formidable. After this exercise, Qin Shen had already developed a bit of a taste for killing enemies on the battlefield. However, he still wanted to stay in the A division. After all, his brothers who had shared life and death with him were still there. The reason he had become like this was all because of those brothers who had never left him, cared for him, and looked after him. Even if he had to go to a better place, he had to bring them along. Suddenly, the curtain was lifted, and Meng Changjun walked in with a smile, followed by an elderly general with white hair. Qin Shen quickly stood up and saluted. Hello, Commander. The white-haired general smiled as he walked in front of him, looking him up and down, nodding silently. Very sturdy, very strong, good physique, and looks good too. As he spoke, he began to circle around Qin Shen, his gaze unabashedly scanning him up and down. Qin Shen's pupils instantly dilated. What does this mean? Do you want me to sell my virtue? Meng Changjun introduced with a smile. Qin Shen, this is our exercise's chief director, and also the deputy commander of our Northwest Military Region, Comrade Luo Jianhai. Qin Shen's chest immediately puffed up even higher. Hello, Deputy Commander. Luo Jianghai smiled as he walked in front of him. Comrade Xiao Qin, I know all about your performance in this exercise, it's really remarkable. To be honest, I admire you very much. Commander, you flatter me, Qin Chen replied with humility. Not arrogant, not impatient, not complacent, very good. Luo Jianghai's face was full of praise, then he turned to the side and said, Meng Changjun. Here. Luo Jianghai said, such a good soldier, placed in the cooking team, is really a pity. I think your army can cultivate him well. Yes, Meng Changjun smiled and replied, rest assured, I will personally arrange it. Luo Jianghai, with his hands behind his back, smiled slightly at Qin Chen. Don't leave tonight. Let's have a meal at the director's department, and you can sleep here. Tomorrow, your brigade commander will send you back. Yes, Qin Chen saluted. Luo Jianghai walked out with his hands behind his back, and Meng Changjun hurriedly followed. This kid's thinking is very agile, and his ideas are quite unique, Luo Jianghai said with a smile. What shocks me the most is that he can actually command animals. Truly, the world is full of wonders. This is a remarkable ability, you must grasp it well and not waste such a talent. Please rest assured, Chief. I will arrange it properly. If I don't, you can twist my head off and use it as a ball to kick. Luo Jianghai laughed heartily. Alright, let's go eat. Moments later, an officer from the director's department led Qin Chen towards the cafeteria. Qin Chen. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the darkness. Immediately, Hu Fei walked out with his legs crossed, his gaze icy as he stared at Qin Chen. The soldiers from the director's department glanced at them and tactfully stepped aside. Chief Hu, Qin Chen greeted him with a grin and a salute. Oh, what's wrong with you? Your legs aren't together? Got hemorrhoids? Hu Fei's eyes blazed with anger. Are you doing this on purpose? What? Qin Chen stared at him. Oh. You mean the surprise attack on the Blue Army Command, right? Yes, that was intentional. Stop wasting my time. Hu Fei glared at him. You sent the wild boar to charge at me, didn't you? Qin Chen spread his hands innocently. Comrade Chief, you're talking nonsense. How could I, a living person, make a wild boar charge at you? That's just not scientific. Bullshit. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Hu Fei was furious. Chief, everything must be based on evidence. Qin Chen laughed heartily. Why don't you find a wild boar and let it charge at me too, so I can see for myself? You can't just slander me because you lost the exercise. Hu Fei, exasperated, grabbed his collar. Qin Chen looked at him nonchalantly. What's wrong, Comrade Chief? Did the wild boar vent its frustrations on you, and now you want to vent on me? Hu Fei glared at him fiercely, then released his grip and smoothed out Qin Chen's clothes with both hands. I know you hate me, and this time you've gotten your revenge. Likewise, it has opened my eyes. But don't get too complacent, you might find yourself in my hands one day. Qin Chen smiled at him. To be honest, when you sent me back, I thought more than once about returning one day to let you all know how wrong your decision was to send me away. But now, I don't care anymore, he said cheerfully. I've already defeated you, which is enough to prove how absurd your mistake was. I won't go back to the Tianlang, so you won't have the chance to get back at me. Qin Chen waved at him. Goodbye, Chief Hu. I need to go eat, I'm hungry. Should I bring you a portion too? I know you can't sit down. Get lost. Hu Fei growled. Qin Chen dashed away. Hu Fei watched his retreating figure, his angry face showing a hint of regret. Those idiots designing the psychological report, such a good soldier, just because of your damn psychological test, he got eliminated. But soon, he revealed a meaningful smile. However, Qin Chen, trying to pry my palm open won't be that easy. No one chosen by Tianlang has ever escaped. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, but the reconnaissance battalion's camp was bustling with activity. Everyone was gathered around a huge fire circle, and Sheng Haonan was standing in the middle, animatedly performing. At that time, all I heard was a scream, and bird droppings rained down like cannonballs, covering the Blue Army in bird poop. Especially the Blue Army commander and that chief of staff from the Serious Special Operations team, their faces were smeared left and right. Ha ha ha. The people around all laughed excitedly. Sheng Haonan, what are you bragging about? If Qin Chen had that ability, he could make hundreds of birds poop on the Blue Army at once. Do you think this is a movie? Yeah, just keep talking nonsense, I don't believe it. Sheng Haonan widened his eyes. This is not nonsense, nor is it bragging. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo were both there, they can testify. Right, we can testify, we all saw it at the time. The two quickly nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Anyway, I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe it either, unless I see it. Alright, everyone stop arguing, let Sheng Haonan continue to brag, keep going. Others also laughed and shouted. Who's bragging? Sheng Haonan looked disdainful. Let me tell you, bird droppings are nothing. At that time, Qin Shen even summoned over 100 wild boars and ordered them to attack the Blue Army. The scene was truly a sea of people and pigs coming and going. The Blue Army commander rode a pig and crashed into a tree, and that serious chief of staff was even stronger than a pig. We all saw it with our own eyes. That scene was so exciting. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted around, followed by a round of boos. Ugh, this is just too ridiculous. I'm not joking, otherwise, how could the four of us take down the command post? It's true, it's all true. Chang Haonan was anxious, but no one believed him, and the crowd erupted into laughter again. Wu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched. He really couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up and strode outside. After distancing himself from the crowd, he shivered and lit a cigarette. But before he could take a puff, footsteps sounded behind him. Company commander. Wu Ziyuan turned around to see 3 platoon leaders and a group of squad leaders all standing behind him in unison. What's wrong? Wu Ziyuan looked at them. Company commander. Xia Dong said with dissatisfaction, you should bring Qin Shen back. Yeah, company commander. Qin Shen was originally one of ours in the second company. You insisted on sending him to the cooking team, and now look, all the credit he could have earned with us has gone to the cooking team. Xia Dong pouted and said, we have always respected you, but you made a mistake this time. You shouldn't have sent our people to the cooking team. Yeah, company commander, bring Qin Shen back. Wu Ziyuan trembled with anger. He was already sulking about sending Qin Shen to the cooking team. Now these guys came to scold him, which was just rubbing salt in the wound. Wu Ziyuan. Go Jian angrily walked over. Everyone quickly saluted him. Hello, battalion commander. Go Jin ignored everyone and walked directly to Wu Ziyuan, grabbing his collar. You bastard, I told you long ago that Qin Shen is a good seedling and can be well trained, but you just wouldn't listen. If he had been in the combat team this time, he might have performed even better. Wu Ziyuan grimaced. Battalion commander, you went with me last time, and it was you who agreed that he would come back after the exercise. Did I say that? I don't remember. Go Jian widened his eyes. Battalion commander, how can you go back on your word? Wu Ziyuan was stunned. Go Jian coldly snorted and pushed him away, pointing at his nose and saying, anyway, you must bring him back to me. If you ruin our good soldiers in the camp, I won't let you off. Yes. Wu Ziyuan straightened his chest and gritted his teeth, saying, wait until tomorrow, when we return to the camp, even if I have to fight Zhao Jiumei and the others to the death, even if I get smashed into a meat pie, I will bring Qin Shen back. Squad leader, we will go with you. Squad leader, even if we have to beg, we will ask the cooking team to let him go. Xia Dong and the others roared in unison, Qin Shen is one of us in the second company, we will bring him home together. Wu Ziyuan looked at everyone, his eyelids twitching fiercely. What was wrong with him back then, insisting on sending him to the cooking team? Now he was filled with regret. Achoo, achoo. Qin Shen sneezed several times and suddenly sat up from the military bed, who was cursing me in the middle of the night. He rubbed his nose, just about to go out to relieve himself when a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully killed 150 enemies, mission accomplished. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully integrated into the Reconnaissance Battalion's second company, mission accomplished. What the hell? Qin Shen was instantly overjoyed but filled with questions. He was thrilled that these 2 missions were completed successfully, and he could gain new superpowers, and it was 2 at once. But he was puzzled. He had thought that he would at least have to return to the second company to complete the previous mission. But how did it suddenly get completed? And he integrated inexplicably. Qin Shen was baffled and simply didn't want to think about it anymore. Tonzi, hurry up and distribute the rewards. He rubbed his hands eagerly. Ding! The rewards for the 2 missions are being merged. Please wait, rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the super camouflage ability, current level C. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Trapmaster ability, current level C. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,400 super energy points. All rewards have been distributed, superpowers are merging. Qin Shen's mind shook violently, and in the next second, a large amount of information surged into his brain like a tidal wave, quickly merging with his consciousness. Immediately after, he felt a strange tremor throughout his body, as new warmth flowed through him. After a moment, this feeling disappeared. Qin Shen opened his eyes, and detailed information about the 2 superpowers quickly came to his mind. The super camouflage ability allows Qin Shen to perform various disguises, including altering his appearance, changing his body shape, and battlefield camouflage, etc. Although the current level C can only perform basic disguises, with Qin Shen's understanding of these superpowers, even level C should be able to achieve a level of deception that is indistinguishable from reality. The Trap Master, as the name suggests, allows Qin Shen to use various tools to create traps in different environments, and he can currently master 10 methods of trap making proficiently. The higher the level, the more methods he can master, the faster he can create them, and the higher the probability of capturing enemies. These two superpowers are simply tailor-made for me. Qin Shen was full of excitement. Once he returned to the combat team, the camouflage ability would definitely be useful. He often saw the soldiers in the reconnaissance battalion training in outdoor camouflage and infiltration training. He had always been itching to learn with them, but now he didn't need to. Compared to the camouflage techniques of ordinary reconnaissance soldiers, he was now considered a master among masters. As for the Trap Master, it was also an essential skill for reconnaissance soldiers. Used in conjunction with camouflage, it would definitely achieve unexpected results. It was simply a must-have skill for home travel and tricking people. If he could have these two abilities during the exercises, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Qin Shen's mind moved, and a panel immediately appeared before him. Name, Qin Shen, age, 20, physical strength, 45, ordinary person 12, super ability points, 1705, mastered abilities, gene enhancement A, One Punch Man B, Eagle Eye B, super imitation C, elevator god C, super perception C, super disguise C, trap master C. Qin Shen looked at the long line of super abilities, unable to contain his smile. This exercise was a huge win. Not only did he get to take down Hu Fei, reclaiming his pride, but he also gained two incredibly useful new abilities. Once he returned to the second squad, he would definitely show off his skills. Suddenly, Qin Shen's gaze fell on the super ability points, a total of 1705. He glanced at the other super abilities, and his eyes immediately lit up. His physical strength had already been upgraded to A, which was more than sufficient for now. Upgrading to S would require a terrifying 10,000 points, and he certainly didn't have that many. The B-level One Punch Man was powerful enough for the time being. It would be better to enhance the other abilities first. In this exercise, Eagle Eye, Sword God, Super Perception, and even Super Imitation had all played significant roles. However, the B-level Eagle Eye still had its shortcomings. The viewing distance was a bit short. If it could be strengthened further, he could hit targets more accurately from a greater distance without taking risks. As for the Sword God ability, he needed to unlock more cold weapons to maximize its potential. Super Perception was even more crucial, allowing him to foresee danger. It was like the Spidey sense from the Spider-Man movies, a true lifesaver. If it weren't for this ability, after dealing with those two heavily armed blue army camps, he would have been blown to bits by artillery. And then there was the Beast Master ability. Qin Shen smirked. This ability had indeed been a great help during the exercise and had given him a taste of its benefits. It had to be strengthened. He didn't want to face communication issues again next time. Using it this time had nearly drained his brain cells. System. Report, Master, I am here. Upgrade all abilities except for Gene Enhancement and One Punch Man by 1 level. Ding. Does the host want to upgrade Eagle Eye B, Super Imitation C, Elevator God C, Sword God C, Super Perception C, Beast Master C, Super Disguise C, Trap Master C, a total of 8 super abilities? Yes, upgrade immediately. Ding, deducting 1,700 super ability points, abilities are being upgraded, please wait. In the next moment, Qin Shen's body began to tremble violently. Waves of heat surged into his body and mind, making him feel as if he was about to be torn apart. Damn! If I had known, I would have done them one by one. I can't believe it won't explode, right? A full minute passed before Qin Shen's body finally calmed down. He lay on the bed, gasping for air, the sheets completely soaked. That minute felt like an entire year, with tingling sensations from his scalp to his toes. It was the first time he had upgraded so many abilities at once, and he hadn't expected it to be so intense. It seemed he needed to take it easy next time to avoid self-detonation. But in the next moment, a look of surprise appeared on Qin Shen's face. He instinctively activated Super Perception, and the original 50-meter range suddenly expanded to 200 meters. Moreover, both his hearing and sensory perception had significantly improved. Many subtle details that were previously hard to detect were now clear to him. The wind gently blew, ants hurriedly carried food, and several dragonflies glided freely against the wind. 100 meters away, a guard was urinating in the bushes, and he could even hear the sound of the liquid falling onto the grass. As long as Qin Shen wanted to listen, he could hear it clearly. Qin Shen smiled broadly, excitedly sitting up. Awesome! Now this is truly amazing. If he were on the battlefield, as long as the enemy got close to him, no matter how they disguised themselves or sneaked around, he would be able to detect them in advance. It was like having the eye of God. Next time he encountered an exercise, he was sure to achieve great merit. With a thought, a wealth of knowledge surged into Qin Chen's mind. In particular, countless insights about camouflage refreshed him, as if he had discovered a new continent. The super camouflage could not only allow him to disguise himself as an elderly person but also transform him into a graceful young woman. He could even make himself an inconspicuous piece of wood in the wild. The various bizarre traps and their setups also made Qin Chen itch to try them out. He felt an urge to find a place to experiment right away. Forget it. Qin Chen shook his head. I'll have plenty of opportunities to try when I return to the reconnaissance camp. He strode out of the tent, where several campfires in the distance crackled and popped. However, it was completely quiet around him, many tents even echoed with soft snores. With a thought, Qin Chen activated his beast control ability, sending out brainwaves rapidly in all directions. Moments later, dozens of dragonflies flew towards him. Qin Chen smiled slightly, and with another thought, the dragonflies began to swirl around him. After 3 circles, they returned to their original positions, like a stop-motion animation. Qin Chen was overjoyed. Indeed, after enhancing his abilities, everything felt different, and controlling the communication was much easier. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, wishing for another exercise. If there was another one, he felt he could make the Blue Army's command even worse. At least he wouldn't need to use divine oil to help the wild boars go berserk anymore. He should just need to think a little, and they would directly obey his commands. The next morning, the Directorate's camp began to dismantle slowly. The Directorate was set up temporarily, and everyone there was drawn from various departments and units. With the exercise over, they all had to return to their respective homes. Qin Chen stepped out of the tent, looking around in confusion, not a familiar face in sight. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, making him feel quite out of place. What's going on? Is no one going to send me back? Qin Chen stood there dazed. Should I leave or not? What's the situation now? Qin Chen. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Here. Qin Chen looked over. In the distance, a vehicle was parked, and Meng Changjun was smiling and waving at him. Hello, Commander. Qin Chen ran over and saluted. Meng Changjun smiled and opened the car door. Get in, come with me. Ha? Qin Chen's mouth dropped open, really not letting me go back? He watched as he got into the commander's car, which sped away quickly. Long Dongxiang was furious, jumping up and down like thunder. Sir, that kid ran away. We can't just let him go like this. He is. Shut up. Li Shinkue glared at him angrily. What do you want to do? You can't win in the exercise, and now you want to fight him privately? That's not what I meant. Long Dongxiang quickly waved his hands, his face full of distress. Sir, that kid is too unscrupulous. He took a lot of photos of us. If he spreads them, it would be embarrassing for us, but more importantly, it would disgrace our army. You actually know about losing face? Li Shinkue kicked him in the rear. Long Dongxiang, I never realized it before. You usually seem so lackluster, but when it comes to being tough, you really can be. Long Dongxiang's face turned red instantly. He had never been so assertive in his life. How great it would have been if his wife could have seen him in that situation. Li Shinkue, frustrated, pointed at him. I always regarded you as a promising candidate for our army. Just look at what you've done. Are you telling me that you and your few hundred men got wiped out while bare-assed, and someone even took photos? You little brat, you've embarrassed our military completely. Long Dongxiang was on the verge of tears, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Li Shinkue took a deep breath and then turned to Hu Fei. My brother, I'm counting on you for this. Ha? Hu Fei's eyes widened. What does this have to do with me? The exercise is over, I have to go back. Li Shinkue grabbed him and grinned mischievously. That kid Qin Chen not only took pictures of my men but also of us, especially the ones of you being ridden by a wild boar. He took quite a few. Hu Fei's face instantly contorted. Could you not bring that up? Li Shinkue chuckled. If my useless subordinates' photos get out, so be it. But you are different. You are the chief of staff of our military district's Tianlang Special Operations Team, and you're famously known as the Sand Fox. If photos of you being ridden by a pig get out, then the dignity of... Alright. Hu Fei glared at him irritably. I'll go, okay? Li Shinkue laughed and patted his hand. Make sure to get all the photos and negatives back. I still have your torn pants saved. You wouldn't want. What the hell? Hu Fei was about to explode with anger. You, Li Shinkue. I'm here to help you fight, and you're threatening me? I'm counting on you for this. I'll treat you to a big drink another day, Li Shinkue said, gripping his hand tightly. Hu Fei's eyelid twitched violently. He really wanted to slap him twice. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to help this ungrateful bastard. Looking in the direction Qin Chen had left, a glint flashed in Hu Fei's eyes. Kid, don't think you can run. We will meet again soon, and then we'll settle the new and old scores together. In the logistics team of the reconnaissance battalion, Everyone surrounded Zhao Jiumei in a circle. Squad leader, Ma Shuai said with a bitter face, why hasn't Qin Shen come back yet? Is he not coming back? Yeah, squad leader, why don't you ask the battalion commander, or maybe, ask the division commander what they did to Qin Shen? I miss Xiao Luoluo. He did such a great job for us, I wanted to make him something delicious. Squad leader, squad leader. Alright. Zhao Jiumei glared at them irritably. Qin Shen can't just evaporate into thin air. When it's time to come back, he will definitely return. It's not that, squad leader, Shi Gang said. Xiao Luoluo has achieved such great merit this time. I heard the division commander is particularly fond of him and even personally ordered him to stay in the directorate for meals. What if they take him into the army? Zhang Chaoda nodded. Yeah, the reconnaissance battalion in the army has always been competing with our division's reconnaissance battalion. They might just snatch him away. Stop overthinking it, Zhao Jiumei glared at them. Even if he goes, he will come back to say hello. He's not the kind of person who just leaves without a word. If he were to leave, he would have gone back with the 2nd Company commander last time and wouldn't have stayed in our squad. Everyone nodded silently. In their hearts, Qin Shen had always been loyal and righteous. Suddenly, outside, there was a flurry of footsteps. Zhao Jiumei, get your ass out here. A loud shout came. Immediately, Wu Ziyuan led a group of people around the corner from the kitchen, and upon seeing the cooks, they charged forward aggressively. The cooks were not to be trifled with either. They stood up in unison like a wall of meat, blocking Wu Ziyuan and his group. Zhao Jiumei. Wu Ziyuan angrily pointed at Zhao Jiumei. Hand over Qin Shen, now. Zhao Jiumei spread her hands. Qin Shen was kept by the division commander in the directorate and hasn't come back yet. I want to find him too. Why don't you help me look for him? Stop your nonsense. The debriefing is over, the director's office has left, and Qin Shen should have returned by now. You must have hidden him. Wu Ziyuan said angrily. Zhao Jiumei, we agreed that once the exercise is over, Qin Shen would come back with me. He is my soldier, and it's time for him to return. Hiding him is useless. Zhao Jiumei immediately got angry. Wu Ziyuan, let me tell you one more time, Qin Shen is not here, I haven't hidden him. Moreover, I respect Qin Shen's wishes. As long as he wants to go back, I will never stop him. Then why don't you hand him over? Wu Ziyuan shouted anxiously. He's not with me, how can I hand him over? Zhao Jiumei jumped up in anger, the ground seemed to tremble. Wu Ziyuan nodded furiously. Fine, fine, are you still hiding him from me? Then I'll find him myself. 2nd Company, search this place thoroughly, dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, we are taking Qin Shen home today. Yes. The members of 2nd Company immediately dispersed. You dare. Zhao Jiumei stepped forward. Cooks, listen up. Anyone who dares to rummage around in our territory will be thrown out by the King of Heaven. The two sides were filled with tension, instantly mixing together and pushing each other. What are you all doing? At that moment, Sun Yanqing rushed over, and everyone immediately stopped. Instructor, please judge. Wu Ziyuan said with a wronged expression. We agreed that once the exercise was over, Qin Shen would come back with us, but Zhao Jiumei has hidden him. Instructor, you need to judge this. The person isn't even here, and he insists on framing me and searching my place. Shouldn't I beat him? Zhao Jiumei said angrily. Oh, hiding my soldier, and you still want to hit me? Come on, hit me. Enough. Sun Yanqing growled, saying impatiently, the commander has arrived and brought Qin Shen back. Ha! Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide with surprise. You all! Sun Yanqing glared at them. Alright, the company commander has ordered a full assembly. Let's go, let's go. Wu Ziyuan waved excitedly, and everyone followed him, rushing towards the playground. Squad leader. Shi Gang and the others also looked at Zhao Jiumei. Zhao Jiumei straightened her clothes and said solemnly, let's go, we are going to pick up Xiao Luoluo. Let's go. A group of people followed closely behind her. At ease, stand at attention. Bang. The entire reconnaissance battalion stood in formation, each chest puffed out high. Go Jian turned around, ran to Meng Changjun with standard movements, and saluted vigorously. Report, Comrade Commander, the reconnaissance battalion of the A Division has assembled, with 457 expected and 457 present. Please give instructions. At ease. Yes. Go Jian ran back. At ease. Everyone immediately relaxed. Go Jian pulled Qin Shen from behind him and walked him to the front of the line. Comrades. Bang. Everyone stood at attention collectively. At ease. Meng Changjun said with a smile, everyone, don't be nervous. I'm here to bring back our army's great hero. Qin Shen, return to your unit. Yes. Qin Shen saluted him and smiled as he ran towards the line. Wu Ziyuan watched him run over, his smile almost overflowing. But soon, his smile froze, because Qin Shan ran straight past him and went directly to the cooking class. Wu Ziyuan's face turned green, nearly crying out, "Qin Shan, Luo, it's time to come back. The company commander was wrong. Second company needs you, we need you." Meng Changjun watched Qin Shan stand tall in the line, smiling and nodding at him. Then he looked at everyone again. "This time I came for another important matter. Believe everyone already knows what I'm going to say." Meng Changjun smiled as he glanced at the crowd, and indeed many faces were already breaking into smiles. Especially Go Jian, Sun Nianqing, and the cooking team, their smiles were almost overflowing. Meng Changjun chuckled, "This time, the exercise, the directing department actually wants us, the Sea Army, to lose." Everyone was instantly stunned, and Meng Changjun continued, "Because we are the ace, and the ace has its pride. The military district unanimously believes that we have been too smooth sailing these years. No matter the exercise, we can win, and we often look down on other units. However, even the best steel can break one day, so the military district decided to take it straight rather than seek it through curves." The crowd looked bewildered, blinking at Meng Changjun. Meng Changjun laughed heartily. "Let me put it simply, the military district is afraid that we will become too proud, too arrogant, and gradually neglect training, so this time they want us to lose and be embarrassed. Let us strive forward from failure and maintain the title of ace." Only then did everyone realize, and Meng Changjun continued, "So, when the Blue Army was beaten to a pulp by us, the higher-ups sent them reinforcements. The newly formed Special Operations Brigade of the military district, each one is a special soldier, each one is a skilled hand. I, the commander of the B Brigade, was all beheaded by them, and your commander Qi Shengli was almost beheaded too." Everyone burst into laughter. Meng Changjun waved his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down again. "Originally, both of our command posts were taken out, and the heavy firepower units of the B Brigade suffered heavy losses, putting us, the Sea Army, at a disadvantage. But at a critical moment, your commander reacted quickly and handled it well, launching a counterattack against the Blue Army, catching them off guard and breaking all their plans. Additionally, your reconnaissance battalion produced a hero. Without him, even if your commander had great abilities, he wouldn't have won this battle. Who is this hero?" "Qin Shan!" everyone shouted in unison. Qin Shan couldn't stop smiling. For the first time in his life, he felt so proud. This was more exhilarating than buying rounds for strangers in a bar and hearing them call him dad and thanks. "Yes, it's Qin Shan," Meng Changjun said with a smile. "Even now, I can hardly imagine that a cook, along with 3 new comrades and 2 old cooks, could take out 2 heavy firepower battalions of the Blue Army and make them run around in their underwear." Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed again. Everyone cast admiring glances at Qin Shan. At that moment, Qin Shan felt as if he were riding on clouds, utterly elated. Meng Changjun continued, "What's even more surprising is that the Blue Army commander who ordered the beheading of me and the B Brigade commander was also taken down by Comrade Qin Shan. Moreover, our comrade Qin Shan came up with a clever idea. I don't know what means he used, but he summoned a flock of birds, which pooped all over their commander's face, and he almost got gored by a wild boar. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh, it's so satisfying." The laughter from the reconnaissance battalion grew even louder, with many nearly laughing themselves into stitches. Wu Ziyuan laughed until tears streamed down his face, both excited and regretful. Good soldier, good soldier. I'm such an idiot, why did I send him to the cooking team? I'm really a big fool." Meng Changjun waved his hand again, and it took a while for everyone to quiet down. Meng Changjun said loudly, "Now, not only our army, but the A army is also spreading the story of Qin Shan and the legend of your reconnaissance battalion. You don't know how amazing it is outside right now. They're saying that the cook of the A Brigade's reconnaissance battalion is incredible, so their reconnaissance soldiers must all be gods." Hearing this, aren't you all happy? Happy. Then you all say, should Comrade Qin Shan be rewarded? Yes. Everyone shouted again. Meng Changjun smiled and nodded. As far as I know, Comrade Qin Shan has already received 3 third-class merits. This time he performed outstandingly, helping the main force turn the tide, and he even led a team to capture the Blue Army command post, personally killing the Blue Army commander. In this exercise's victory, he played an indispensable role, so we should recognize his primary contribution. What do you all say about giving him a second-class merit? Yes. Everyone nodded vigorously, and Qin Shan's eyes lit up. Receiving a second-class merit during wartime is not surprising, but in peacetime, it usually requires severe sacrifices. He never expected to receive one from an exercise. Meng Changjun said, 3 third-class merits, plus 1 second-class merit. What do you all think about promoting him? Yes. The entire reconnaissance battalion shouted in unison. Go Jian, Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and Zhao Jiumei's voices were indistinguishable, their throats nearly smoking. At this moment, Qin Shen's eyes were about to pop out. The good news just kept coming. Not only was he getting a second-class merit, but he was also being promoted. He knew very well that promotions in the army were not easy. Not only did one need to be militarily qualified, but they also had to have a high level of education. Being promoted meant becoming an officer, no longer a soldier, and he would be able to manage others. A flower bloomed on Qin Shen's face. He just wanted to return to the combat squad, but unexpectedly, he became an officer all at once. All right, since everyone thinks so, Meng Changjun said with a smile, then I will represent the army and fulfill everyone's wishes. Qin Shen, here! Qin Shen shouted loudly, puffing out his chest. Meng Changjun, your promotion has been approved by the army, and it will be reported to the military district later. As for going to military school, it's already too late. You will go to study with the new recruits when the next semester starts. Yes. Go Jian, here! Go Jian immediately stood tall. I'm handing him over to you, such a good comrade, you must make good use of him. Meng Changjun stared at him. I want to see Comrade Qin Shen grow, and I want to see him flourish in your reconnaissance battalion. Yes. Go Jian said with a smile, Commander, you can rest assured, I guarantee to complete the task. Meng Changjun smiled slightly, nodded at Qin Shen, and then said, additionally, the cooking team that participated in the operation with Qin Shen will receive a collective third-class merit. Thank you, Commander. Zhao Jiumei and others saluted excitedly. Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei, along with a group of veterans, were so happy that tears were almost streaming down their faces. They hadn't done anything, just laid around for a few days, and unexpectedly received a collective third-class merit. It was truly a windfall. And the few comrades who followed Qin Shen will each receive a third-class merit. Thank you, Commander. Cheng Haonan and others shouted until their voices were hoarse, each one smiling so widely they could hardly close their mouths. I never expected that we could also receive a third-class merit. I said long ago, following Brother Luo would definitely be fine. Brother Luo is covering us, we old pals charge ahead all the way. Meng Changjun said a few more encouraging words before leading his people away. Before leaving, he walked up to Qin Shen alone. Little Qin, I've led troops for so many years, and a good soldier like you is rare. Work hard, I believe you can achieve great things in the army and carve out your own space. In the future, no one will say you are the son of Qin Jiaqing, they will only say, oh, you were Qin Shen's father, ha ha ha. Qin Shen nodded vigorously, please rest assured, Commander. On the other side, Wu Ziyuan hurriedly walked up to Go Jian, Captain, don't say anything. Go Jian glared at him. This time, not only did Qin Shen achieve merit, but Zhao Jiumei also went with him. You can't take him away now. Company Commander. Wu Ziyuan covered his face and said, my 3 soldiers went with him too. Alright, old Wu. Go Jian glared at him irritably. The child cries and knows to be fed, the wife causes a ruckus about divorce and knows pain. Where were you all this time? You didn't listen to me back then, and now you want someone? Didn't I realize my mistake? Wu Ziyuan said with a bitter face. You're just a big fool. Go Jian sighed, just wait at home, I can see that Qin Shen will come back. Besides, he has already been promoted to an officer, can he still cook in the kitchen? Then, Wu Ziyuan stared at him. Go Jian turned back to look, smiling faintly. Qin Shen is a soldier with feelings and loyalty, and Zhao Jiumei and the others are flesh and blood, let them gather again. Wu Ziyuan looked towards the kitchen, but the recently celebrated Zhao Jiumei and the others had no smiles on their faces, and each of their eyes was filled with deep disappointment. His heart sank, and he silently nodded, alright, then I'll wait for Qin Shen to come back. Qin Shen strode into the kitchen, but as soon as he entered, he froze. He saw Zhao Jiumei standing in a row with everyone, holding their luggage. Squad leader? Qin Shen's heart sank. Zhao Jiumei smiled slightly. We knew that when you came back, you would have to leave, so we packed all your luggage in advance. Shaluoluo, we washed your sheets, blankets, and pillowcases, you'll sleep soundly tonight. Shi Gang said with a grin. Xiaoqin, I also washed your clothes and shoes and put them all away for you. Others chimed in. We don't have much to give you, so we can only do these things. We all hate to see you go, but the squad leader said you don't belong here. The combat team is more suitable for you, so. Xiong Fei sighed. So after you leave, remember to come back often. We brothers will always be here waiting for you. Looking at their sincere expressions, Qin Shen felt warm inside, and tears welled up in his eyes. Pa! Qin Shen said irritably, you big muscleheads. Do you have to be so mushy? I'm not even gone yet, and you're making me cry. Zhao Jiumei chuckled, alright, everyone stop the nonsense. Even if Qin Shen goes to the combat team, it's only a few minutes away, he'll still have to come here to eat every day, and we'll see him every day. Right. Chi Gang said with a smile. Shaluoluo, don't worry, even though you're not here, you'll always be one of us. As long as you come, I promise to keep you well fed and plump. I'll add extra dishes for you every day. Ma Shuai leaned in with a grin. You can come eat whenever you want, just let me know, and I can even give you a key to the storeroom. Jiang Chada nodded. If you're hungry at night, come find me anytime, I'll make you a midnight snack, whatever you want. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, Qin Chen finally felt relieved. The reason he worked so hard during this exercise was to give everyone in the kitchen an explanation. At least when he left, his heart could be a little more at ease, and everyone wouldn't be so sad. He nodded vigorously. Alright, you all better keep your word, don't forget me as soon as I leave. We won't, you'll always be our brother, our comrade. Everyone burst into laughter together. They surrounded Qin Chen again, squeezing him in their own special way, making him shout out. The crowd joyfully surrounded him, squeezing him as they jumped up and spun around. Zhao Jiumei took a step back with a smile, but there was a hint of disappointment on her face. After so many years, the kitchen team finally had a likable new recruit. Qin Chen was also the best soldier Zhao Jiumei had ever brought along, but unfortunately, he was leaving now. Zhao Jiumei let out a long sigh, feeling an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Squad leader. Zhao Jiumei looked over, and Qin Chen had already squeezed out of the crowd, smiling as he said, I've been eating the meals you all cooked for so long in the cooking team, and since I'm leaving today, I want to cook a meal for you all. Ha! Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. Bang bang bang. Ding ding ding. Thud thud thud. The sounds of chopping vegetables and cutting meat continuously echoed from the kitchen. After a while, the sound of a spatula frying food could be heard from the stove. Outside the kitchen, Zhao Jiumei and a few others desperately peered through the crack in the door. They saw Qin Chen in the firelight, one hand holding a spatula and the other a large pot, moving with incredible skill. I didn't expect Xiao Qin to have secretly learned how to cook. Xiao Luoluo is so smart, he can learn things just by looking at them once, not to mention he's been watching for so long. Chi Gang sighed, Xiao Luoluo has always wanted to cook, but we never gave him the chance. I didn't expect that when he was about to leave. Hearing this, everyone felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. In their hearts, Qin Chen was not only their comrade but also their little brother, and the darling of the cooking team. Now that Qin Chen was leaving, these rough men felt like children who had lost their beloved toys, even wanting to cry a little. Alright. Zhao Jiumei pushed them toward the cafeteria. Let him be busy alone. This is his first time cooking, and it will also be his last. Everyone nodded silently, knowing that Qin Chen was not just cooking for them but also putting a perfect ending to his time in the cooking team. Here it comes, soft fried pork tenderloin, garlic shoots with eel, kung pao shrimp, crispy fried pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Dish after dish was brought to the table by Qin Chen, and everyone immediately leaned in. Wow! It smells so good. Xiao Luoluo, your cooking is really quite good. Yeah, the taste is great, it's almost catching up to mine. Quick, eat this dish is really well done, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Xiao Luoluo, your skills are impressive, you're almost at my level as a chef. Everyone laughed heartily, their chopsticks moving busily among the various dishes. Qin Chen stood to the side, smiling quietly. Watching them eat so happily, he silently took off his apron and quietly walked to the door. He picked up the package on the chair and looked back one last time. Everyone was still fighting over the dishes he had made, each face beaming with smiles. A smile crossed Qin Chen's lips as he turned to leave. Qin Chen! Just as he stepped out, a shout made his feet freeze in midair. He slowly turned his head, and Zhao Jiumei and the others had already lined up. Although everyone's mouths were shiny with oil, their eyes were filled with fiery light. Old soldier, goodbye. Swish! Zhao Jiumei saluted vigorously. Swish swish! The others also saluted in unison. In their military careers, there had never been a salute as solemn as today's. Qin Chen's eyes instantly moistened, and tears streamed down his cheeks. They called him an old soldier. This was the most sincere recognition and honor for a soldier. Qin Chen set down his bag and saluted them back with all his might. Do well! Zhao Jiumei shouted with a smile, Qin Chen, you will definitely be an outstanding soldier in the future. Xiao Luoluo, we wish you a bright future, with meat in every meal. Qin Chen chuckled, but tears continued to fall down his cheeks. He nodded vigorously, picked up his bag, and strode away. Meanwhile, the cooking team stood in the cafeteria, saluting his departing figure. Qin Chen quickly ran to the combat team's barracks, and just as he arrived, he suddenly froze. In front, the entire second platoon had already lined up, seemingly waiting for him for a long time. Go Jian, Sun Yancheng, Wu Ziyuan, and Li Kong stood at the front of the line. Upon seeing his return, smiles of genuine joy appeared on everyone's faces. Second platoon. Wu Ziyuan shouted, welcome our brother back. Welcome. With a whoosh, the soldiers of the entire 2nd platoon saluted in unison. Chung Haonan and the others stood tall, their faces filled with pride. Their brother Luo had returned. At that moment, Qin Shen felt a surge of excitement burning through him. He walked, and some were reluctant to part, while others came to see him off. He arrived, and some waited for him, while others welcomed him. Even if he had all the money in the world outside, he could never receive such treatment. But here, he had exchanged his sweat and sincerity for so many brothers. Qin Shen, Go Jian said with a smile, welcome back to the combat class. Starting today, your rank is promoted to lieutenant, and you will serve as the deputy platoon leader of the 2nd platoon, specifically responsible for the training of the 2nd platoon. What? The smiles on the faces of the squad leaders instantly froze. They wanted to welcome Qin Shen back, but only as a good soldier, a good comrade, not as a leader. They looked at each other, nearly in tears. What the hell is this? A lieutenant should be given to a squad leader, not a deputy platoon leader, and now he inexplicably became their boss? A new recruit suddenly became their leader. Wouldn't they have to salute him every day from now on? Captain, Qin Shen said in shock. Go Jian waved his hand, smiling. I know what you want to say. You have no experience, you've never been an officer, but who the hell is born an officer? Ask Wu Ziyuan if he didn't come up step by step. Wu Ziyuan quickly nodded. Right, Qin Shen, don't say anything. I know your capabilities very well. You demonstrated exceptional command skills in this exercise. I trust you with the training of the 2nd platoon, just make sure to bring everyone up to your level. Did you hear that? Go Jian said with a grin, this deputy platoon leader position is yours. Don't be modest, this is also the military's intention. Qin Shen never expected that after receiving his 2nd-class merit and becoming an officer, he would return to find himself as a lieutenant deputy platoon leader. It felt like he was on a rocket. This was too surprising, too unexpected. Go Jian smiled and patted Qin Shen on the shoulder. Not bad, you look much more imposing now. Qin Shen glanced at the insignia of the 2nd lieutenant freshly pinned on his shoulder, feeling a bit dazed. Suddenly going from a new recruit to a lieutenant deputy platoon leader felt like a dream. Surely no one had risen faster than him? Wu Ziyuan. Here. Go Jian said loudly, starting tomorrow, Qin Shen will work closely with you, and you also need to cooperate with Qin Shen for training. Yes. You, 2nd platoon, are the sharp edge of our reconnaissance battalion. I hope you can work well with Qin Shen, cooperate sincerely, and sharpen our edge even more, making it invincible. Mission guaranteed. Wu Ziyuan saluted excitedly. Go Jian smiled slightly. Alright, 2nd platoon, take him back and let Qin Shen rest. He's exhausted from this exercise. Yes. Go Jian smiled at Qin Shen, walked away with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune with pride. Sun Yanqing walked up to Qin Shen, also smiling as he patted his shoulder. Little Qin, do well. I've always said you're a capable soldier. As long as you unleash all your abilities, I believe the 2nd platoon will definitely reach a new level under your leadership. Yes, instructor, Qin Shen nodded. After they left, Cheng Haonan, Zhang Xian, and Hao Duo immediately rushed over, happily lifting Qin Shen up. Yay! Deputy platoon leader, deputy platoon leader, deputy platoon leader. Others rushed over, jumping around them, shouting, Deputy company commander, deputy company commander. The entire 2nd company was cheering excitedly. Qin Shen had achieved great merit during the exercise and was praised in person by the commander. In their eyes, this was a collective honor for the entire 2nd company, and he was the great hero of the whole company. Alright, put the deputy company commander down, Xiaodong shouted, and everyone reluctantly set Qin Shen down. All classes, return to your posts, no standing around here. Yes. The squad leaders immediately shouted in response, leading their soldiers back to the dormitory. Once the group of soldiers had left, the 3 platoon leaders all stood in front of Qin Shen, and he quickly saluted them. Deputy Company Commander Qin, Xiaodong said with a bitter face, from now on, you'll have to take good care of us. If we do anything wrong or fall short, you have to point it out. After saying this, he wanted to slap himself. Not long ago, Qin Shen was still a new recruit. Xiaodong had hoped that after he returned, he could guide him. But now, Qin Shen was back, and it was he who was being guided. What kind of situation was this? You're too polite, platoon leader Xia. Qin Shen laughed heartily. His gaze swept over the 3 platoon leaders. Starting tomorrow, let's cooperate well and make the 2nd company even better. Yes. Chang Lei excitedly saluted Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked at the cadet insignia on his shoulder and felt a wave of embarrassment. Chang Lei had also been promoted and was currently serving as the 3rd platoon leader, but he wore a cadet insignia and had to undergo military school training before he could officially receive his rank. But he was fine, having not gone to military school, and directly held the rank of lieutenant. Fortunately, Chang Lei was not the jealous type, otherwise, it would have been a bit awkward. Alright, you all go back. I need to talk to Qin Chen for a moment, Wu Ziyuan said. Yes. The group of officers nodded and immediately walked back. Company commander, Qin Chen said, somewhat awkwardly staring at Wu Ziyuan. I didn't expect that I would. Wu Ziyuan smiled and waved his hand, pulling him in for a hug. Qin Chen, if I did anything wrong in the past, please bear with me. If you can't forgive me, I'll treat you to drinks, and you can punish me with a few cups. Qin Chen looked at him in surprise, and Wu Ziyuan stared back. If eating and drinking won't do, then can I bow to you an apology? Kneeling is out of the question. A man's knees are worth gold, and that's not in vogue anymore. Qin Chen quickly waved his hand. Company commander, I didn't mean that. I actually didn't mind anything. Wu Ziyuan immediately burst into laughter. I knew you were straightforward. You definitely wouldn't care about those past matters. Ha ha ha. A smile slowly appeared on Qin Chen's face as he unconsciously recalled a saying he had heard before. In the army, as long as one was good at military affairs, one could even kick the company commander's butt. Wu Ziyuan patted Qin Chen hard on the back. From today on, you'll sleep in the company headquarters. I'll have the instructor arrange a room for you, and we'll help you with some daily necessities. Starting tomorrow, just focus all your thoughts on training, just like the instructor said, and take our second company to a new level, making this sharp knife even sharper. Alright, Qin Chen nodded with a smile. Originally, he wanted to return to the combat squad just for those brothers, but after the flood and the exercise, Qin Chen's mindset had subtly changed a lot. Now, he valued the collective honor more. When that honor washed over him, it felt really damn good. He even felt somewhat unable to extricate himself from it. Wu Ziyuan said, by the way, you're in luck. Tomorrow is our company's birthday. What? Qin Chen's eyes widened. Our company has a birthday? Wu Ziyuan nodded with a smile. You'll find out tomorrow. Go rest now. Qin Chen looked astonished. The company had a birthday? He was full of questions. Early the next morning, a piercing whistle sounded outside. Qin Chen jumped out of bed in a hurry, frantically putting on his clothes. Oh no, the assembly whistle has gone off. I overslept. The buns aren't steamed, the water isn't boiled yet. He finished dressing and was about to head out when suddenly he froze. Wait, I'm back in the combat unit. He looked at the lieutenant insignia on his shoulder, a bitter smile on his face. Although he had returned to the combat unit, he still hadn't fully grasped the situation. Qin Chen hurriedly donned his gear, put on his hat and webbing, and straightened his clothes before stepping outside. Just as he stepped out, Qin Chen was stunned again. He saw that all the soldiers in the camp had gathered together on the playground. During morning exercises before, each company trained separately. There had never been a situation where an entire battalion was together. Qin Chen, come here. Wu Ji waved at him from a distance. Company commander, what's going on? Qin Chen ran over, curious. Wu Ji smiled at him. You'll find out soon. First company, left turn. Third company, right turn. At that moment, the first and third companies were pulled to the sides, standing 5 meters away from the second company. Sun Nianqing shouted, the ceremony officially begins. Welcome the company flag. Qin Chen turned his head towards the sound. He saw Xia Dong on the left suddenly waving a flag in front of his chest, marching towards the second company alongside the second platoon leader, Chang Lei, and another person. Each step they took felt incredibly heavy, as if they were stepping on Qin Chen's heart. The bright flag fluttered in the wind, the roaring sound like countless people shouting. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them stopped at the front of the line. Then, with a beautiful turn, they faced the flag platform together with everyone. Before Qin Chen could react to what was happening, Wu Ji suddenly pulled a white armband from his pocket and put it on his right arm. In an instant, all the soldiers of the second company also pulled out white armbands from their pockets and put them on their arms. What's going on? Qin Chen looked bewildered, quickly checking his pocket, but found nothing. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot startled Qin Chen. He looked up in shock to see Wu Ji holding a pistol, pulling the trigger towards the sky. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, smoke spreading in the air. Wu Ji's face seemed to be shrouded in mist, appearing extremely solemn and serious. Qin Chen's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? What are we doing? Can someone please tell me? Qin Chen stared blankly as Wu Ji put away his gun, stood at attention in front of the entire company, and then saluted them with great force. Qin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Having known Wu Ji for so long, it was the first time he saw him salute so solemnly and with such authority, exuding a strong aura of solemnity. He turned to look and saw that not far away, Go Jin and Sun Nianqing were also standing beside the second company, their eyes fixed tightly on the bright red company flag. Today! Suddenly, Wu Ji shouted. Qin Shen was startled. In the solemn atmosphere, his body involuntarily stood at attention. Wu Shi scanned everyone. Today is the birthday of our second company, and it should be a reunion celebration. But our second company is a heroic unit that has emerged from the flames of war. The rain of bullets and shells means we can never truly reunite. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Many of our excellent comrades, seniors, and brothers have left us forever in those wars. Today, they cannot be with us to celebrate our second company's birthday, to share in the joy and happiness of victory. At this moment, we miss them more than ever." Everyone's gaze was fervent, tightly fixed on Wu Ji. Even Cheng Haonan and the others seemed to have transformed, proudly standing tall. Qin Shen's gaze deeply scrutinized everyone, and for some reason, it felt as if a volcano was about to erupt within him. Wu Ziyuan's thunderous words, along with the fervent gazes of everyone, ignited a burning passion within him. Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath. "We miss them dearly because our honor is brought to us by them. On this special day, let us, the younger generation, pay tribute to all the heroes of the second company who sacrificed for our country and people. Salute!" Instructor Li Kong shouted. In unison, the entire company saluted sharply. Swish, swish, swish. The first and second companies, including Go Jian and Sun Niansheng, all saluted towards the military flag together. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of gunshots rang out not far away. Qin Shen hurriedly looked over and saw a dozen soldiers standing in the distance, firing into the air. Swish! Wu Ziyuan saluted forcefully towards the military flag, and Qin Shen followed suit with equal fervor. Although he had never met the people Wu Ziyuan spoke of, at that moment, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with those predecessors. This resonance flowing in his blood made Qin Shen's hair stand on end. It was as if they were all passing by him one by one, smiling and greeting him like family. As the gunfire ceased, everyone lowered their right arms. Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, his tone heavy. Today is not only the birthday of our company but also the memorial day of countless comrades. Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat as he stared intently at him. All the soldiers wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixed on him. Wu Ziyuan continued loudly, 60 years ago, in that battle, our company received orders from higher-ups to undertake a blocking mission. Facing an enemy force more than 20 times our number, and under the assault of planes and artillery, our company fought until the last man, shedding every drop of blood without retreating an inch. We stubbornly repelled the enemy's attacks 21 times within 72 hours. In the end, only 3 men survived, returning with a tattered yet blood-soaked company flag. From that day on, it marked the rebirth of our iron-blooded second company, as we carry the beautiful hopes of all our comrades forward. What is their wish? Wu Ziyuan roared. For the mountains and rivers to be forever peaceful. Everyone shouted in unison. Qin Shen's head buzzed, the images of his predecessors fighting bravely and killing enemies flashed rapidly before his eyes. Planes roared, artillery thundered, and smoke filled the air. At that moment, he even felt as if he were standing on the battlefield. That's right, Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously. 60 years ago, our predecessors generously laid down their lives for the sake of our homeland, so that the people could live in peace. 60 years have passed. Wu Ziyuan pounded his chest. We, generation after generation, don this uniform to fulfill the promise to our predecessors. As long as we are here, the mountains and rivers will be forever peaceful. Wu Ziyuan turned to look at Qin Shen and then addressed everyone. On this day, marking 60 years of our company's history, we welcome a new comrade. He is the best soldier I have seen in these years, a true hero, and the 4,326th soldier of our iron-blooded second company. Qin Shen. Present. Qin Shen stood tall, puffing out his chest. Wu Ziyuan looked at him. Congratulations on becoming the 4,326th soldier of the iron-blooded second company of the reconnaissance battalion. Once you enter our second company, you are one of us. The second company never abandons or gives up on any soldier. We rise and fall together, share honor and disgrace, and that is why our iron-blooded second company has come this far. Iron-blooded second company, iron-blooded second company. Everyone shouted excitedly. Watching the crowd boil with enthusiasm, Qin Shen felt himself burning at the peak, as if he too would explode at any moment. Honor, he felt once again the supreme honor. This was a sensation that no pleasure could ever compare to. It was brought by the predecessors of the second company, and it was also brought by the glorious achievements of the second company. At this moment, he was completely immersed in this honor, confidence, pride. The 4,326th soldier. Qin Shen would forever remember this number in his heart. I am the 4,326th soldier of the second company. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit envious of Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duoduo, who had come before him. because they participated in this ceremony earlier than he did and received this honor sooner. At this time, Chung Haonan and the others were also looking at him with smiles, their eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. After the ceremony, the entire company took a group photo. Finally, it ended with the whole company escorting the flag of the second company. Each company returned to training, and Qin Chen was left behind alone. Go Jian and Sun Nianqing walked up to him with smiles, asking cheerfully, "So, how do you feel?" "It's very shocking," Qin Chen said seriously. "I didn't know our company had such a history. Today, I finally understand why the people of the second company were so angry when I first arrived. Now I can empathize." Go Jian laughed heartily, then said seriously, "The second company is a true heroic unit, an old unit with a legacy. Comrade Qin Chen, I hope you can shine and heat up in the second company, carrying on the spirit of our predecessors. Make the second company, and also our reconnaissance battalion, better." Just as Qin Chen was about to nod, he suddenly froze. Letting him lead the second company was fine, but why was the reconnaissance battalion included? That was a big responsibility. What's wrong? Go Jian stared at him. No confidence? Or is it too troublesome, and you won't agree? Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Qin Chen straightened his chest and saluted. Go Jian laughed heartily. All right, you go adapt first, lead the second company well, and make sure I see the results. He patted Qin Chen with a smile and turned to leave with Sun Nianqing. All right. Wu Ziyuan walked up to Qin Chen. After breakfast, training will be up to you. He stared intently at Qin Chen. I've watched you grow from a recruit to now. If you can train yourself so well, you can definitely raise the level of the whole company. Qin Chen, I'm counting on you. He looked deeply at Qin Chen, who smiled slightly. Captain, I also want to ask you for a favor. Wu Ziyuan was taken aback. What favor? Quick, everyone start running. Qin Chen's shout echoed across the playground. At this moment, the soldiers of the second company were divided into 2 rows on the open ground. Each person had a backpack strap tied around their waist, connecting 2 people together. At Qin Chen's shout, each soldier desperately ran forward. Those with more strength pulled the other person in the opposite direction, while those with less strength crawled on the ground, using their hands and feet to move in their direction. Everyone was already sweating profusely, but they continued to grit their teeth and persevere. All right. Qin Chen clapped his hands, and everyone finally stopped. Each person sat on the ground, panting heavily. Qin Chen smiled as he walked past everyone. It's a bit better than before. Many have found their rhythm, but there are still many who haven't. For those who can't pull their opponents later, 100 push-ups. Ha! The whole company let out strange cries. I said, Deputy Company Commander. Xia Dong said with a bitter face, what exactly are we training for? Yeah, Deputy Company Commander. Chang Lei also looked bitter. Is this tug of war? What does this have to do with our training? Qin Chen chuckled. This is resistance training. It not only trains your explosive power but also your endurance. To improve physical fitness, both explosive power and endurance are essential. I'm not letting you use other tools, but rather find opponents to compete against. This way, the effect will be better. Everyone rolled their eyes, feeling that Qin Chen was talking nonsense. But little did they know, every time Qin Chen gained a superpower or enhanced one, a vast amount of knowledge surged into his body. So, he wasn't joking, there was a solid theoretical foundation behind what he said. Although Qin Chen was clueless about strategy and tactical knowledge, he was very clear on how to train and how to improve a person's strength. Every detail and every aspect was crystal clear to him. All right, get up quickly. Qin Chen clapped his hands vigorously. Hurry up, get up, don't be slow doing push-ups. Old Chang, Xia Dong said bitterly, the soldiers you brought are really ruthless. Chang Lei grimaced, he was tough on himself before, now. Let's all understand. On the other side, Chung Haonan said with a pitiful expression, I feel like I'm back in the recruit company competing with Brother Luo, it's so damn exhausting. Zheng Qian chuckled wryly, at least Brother Luo isn't messing with us anymore. This is pretty good. Exactly, trust in Brother Luo for eternal life. How Duo nodded quickly. Flatterer. The others glared at him in unison. That evening, a military vehicle arrived at the division headquarters. Shi Xingli greeted them with a smile, Chief of Staff, your visit brings great honor to our division. Chen Long smiled slightly and shook his hand tightly, Old Shi, no need for pleasantries, I have to trouble you next. Shi Xingli's smile slowly froze, and his eyes twitched violently, is there really no negotiation? Chen Long sighed and put his arm around him as they walked into the headquarters. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed across the sky. Go Jian walked out of the headquarters, looking somewhat dazed. His eyes were vacant as he walked aimlessly forward. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down, soaking him from head to toe in an instant. The rainwater streamed down his cheeks, and Go Jian wore a bitter smile. as if his soul had been drained. Just then, a car stopped in front of him. The back door opened, and Hu Fei jumped out, holding an umbrella. Old company commander? Go Jian looked at Hu Fei with a face full of grievance. Hu Fei smiled wryly and punched him lightly. You better pull yourself together. Otherwise, don't say I brought you out. I can't afford to lose face. Old company commander, but... Go Jian's voice trailed off, tears mixing with the rain as they streamed down. Hu Fei shook his head helplessly. Everything is a trend of the times. If we want better, if we want to prevent our country and people from being threatened, it all hinges on one word, change. If we don't change, we will never be good. As soldiers, obeying orders and cooperating with work is what we should do. Yes. Go Jian nodded vigorously. Hu Fei took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to him. What is this? Go Jian looked at him in surprise. An invitation. Look at it when you get back. Remember, hold your head high. No one from our old 7th company is a coward. Yes. Go Jian saluted firmly. Hu Fei patted him on the back and then got into the car. The off-road vehicle roared as it drove away. Hu Fei looked back at Go Jian, still in the rain, and sighed softly. Suddenly, he noticed that Shin Shinran, who was driving, was also looking around. Hu Fei smiled. Little Shin. Yes. Shin Shinran jumped in surprise and quickly sat up straight. She looked in the rearview mirror and asked, Chief of Staff, is there something? Hu Fei smiled and said, Do you know that Shin Shun? No. How could that be? Shin Shinran blushed and shook her head quickly. Hu Fei smiled and said, Then I'm curious, since you don't know him, why did you insist on coming with me when you heard I was going to the reconnaissance battalion of the A division? Shin Shinran's face turned crimson, and she stammered, Last time in our brigade, I had some misunderstandings with him and said some harsh words. I just want to explain things clearly to him face to face, but I absolutely don't know him. At most, I've seen him once or twice, definitely not familiar, not at all familiar. Oh, so that's how it is. Hu Fei chuckled and turned to look out the window. Young people's matters should be resolved by young people. He wasn't that nosy. Shin Shinran's face turned crimson, wishing she could stand outside in the rain to douse her nervous heart. But soon she calmed down, gazing at the misty world ahead, sighing in her heart, Shin Shen, I misunderstood you last time. I really want to apologize to you in person. Boom! Lightning split the sky. The pitch-black night instantly brightened like day, but soon returned to a state of deep darkness. At the reconnaissance battalion headquarters, it was already midnight. All the companies had long turned off their lights to rest, but the light in Go Jian's office was still on. At this moment, Go Jian, Sun Yanqing, and the 3 company commanders, including Wu Ziyuan, were all sitting in the office. Each person's face was extremely grim. Bang! Wu Ziyuan suddenly slammed his palm on the conference table. I can't understand. He shouted with veins bulging. Why are we being disbanded? Bang! Go Jian also slammed his palm on the table. Even if you can't understand, you have to. The trend of changing from a division to a brigade is the current trend. You have no choice but to accept it. Bang! Wu Ziyuan slammed his palm on the table again and stood up. But our 2nd company is a heroic unit. We can't be disbanded. The 1st and 3rd company commanders looked up at him, their faces filled with discomfort. Go Jian also jumped up, pounding the table, and walked in front of Wu Ziyuan, spitting as he spoke. What's so great about a heroic unit? We are still an old elite unit. Fighting the Japanese, battling the bandits, going to Korea, countless predecessors died in battle to earn us this elite status, but now we have to change from a division to a brigade. Are you the only one who can't understand? The division commander can't understand either, but he still has to obey orders. Do you understand? This is a soldier's duty. Wu Ziyuan's eyes twitched violently, suddenly bursting into tears, covering his face as he squatted down. But we are a heroic unit. Just a few days ago, we held a birthday celebration for the whole company, and now we are being disbanded. How do I explain this to the old company commander? How do I explain it to our predecessors? How do I explain it to the whole company? Wu Ziyuan's cries were heart-wrenching, and everyone in the room lowered their heads, feeling incredibly sad. Sun Yanqing sighed and stood up, pushing Go Jian aside. He then pulled Wu Ziyuan up and said to everyone, I know everyone is feeling very upset, but just like the battalion commander said, this reform is an inevitable trend. Through the last exercise, the comrades from the military district and headquarters have determined that our command system is very bloated. The same problem of bloating exists in all levels of the troops, so to become stronger, we must first streamline and select the best. He said helplessly, not only does our reconnaissance battalion have to disband completely, but even our division has to be broken up and restructured. Half of the people will have to leave, and the remaining people will also have to be distributed to new units based on actual conditions. He let out a long breath. Maybe I will be one of those leaving, maybe some of you will too, but more importantly, our soldiers. However, we are soldiers. Even if we feel sad inside and have so much reluctance, we must make way for those who remain. If we want our troops to become better, we must have a spirit of sacrifice. The courage to sacrifice is the greatest quality of us Dragon Country soldiers. Everyone. Sun Yanqing took a deep breath and suddenly bowed deeply to everyone. I know it's hard, but please. Wu Ziyuan's cries grew louder, and the other company commanders and instructors silently shed tears. The reconnaissance battalion was gone, their companies were gone, and their homes were about to be gone too. Wu Ziyuan walked to the window, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the window to look out into the distance. On the playground, a group of people was training in the rain. Move faster. Once we finish this set, we can go back to sleep. We're training for explosive power and endurance. Charge. Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened as he recognized that the one leading the charge was Qin Shen. Everyone from the second company followed closely behind him, desperately pushing forward against the heavy rain. Other company commanders and instructors also heard the commotion and gathered by the window, staring blankly at the soldiers running laps on the playground, each of their fists involuntarily clenching. Go Jian silently closed the window and then looked at everyone. Qin Shen is a good soldier. In this exercise, he brought great honor to our reconnaissance battalion. The division commander said that if it weren't for him turning the tide, we might have been in a more passive position this time. He smiled bitterly. We owe Qin Shen a huge favor. He was just promoted to lieutenant deputy company commander, and now our battalion is about to be gone. Everyone's faces turned grim, and Wu Ziyuan's eyes turned red as he lowered his head in silence. He had thickened his skin to bring Qin Shen back and had desperately pulled him from the cooking class, but the result? Like this, Sun Yanqing suddenly said, we still have some time. Let's not spread the news about the restructuring. Each company commander and instructor should assess everyone in their company and notify them later. Right, Go Jian nodded. Let's not let Qin Shen know for now. Everyone silently nodded. Qin Shen had just been promoted. If they told him the reconnaissance battalion was gone now, they feared he would break down. Dismissed. Everyone saluted Go Jian and Sun Yanqing and walked out in a daze. Wu Ziyuan. Here. Wu Ziyuan stopped, and the others glanced at him before silently exiting. Sun Yanqing closed the door, and Go Jian walked up to Wu Ziyuan, slapping an envelope against his chest. Wu Ziyuan looked at him in surprise. Company commander, what is this? The company commander smiled bitterly. You take a look for yourself, then make your own choice. Wu Ziyuan opened the envelope in astonishment, and inside was a transfer order. After reading the contents, he instantly exploded with rage. Another damn invitation from the Tianlang? These bastards won't quit? Boom! 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 The helicopter slowly descended onto the lawn. Before it had even stabilized, Qin Jiaqing leaped down from it. Sir! Wang Rifa greeted him with a smile. Qin Jiaqing grabbed him and ran towards his castle-like home. How's the preparation going? Don't worry, sir, Wang Rifa said with a smile. While you were negotiating business with D, I already took care of most of the matters. Now we just need to wait for the delivery, which should be ready in 2 or 3 days. Qin Jiaqing chuckled. I trust you with the matters. But sir, Wang Rifa said with some concern, with such a grand display, can we really help the young master? Of course we can. Qin Jiaqing said cheerfully, the army needs development, and that requires money. As long as we help the army grow, Xiao Luo will definitely thrive in the military. Whatever he wants, the leaders will have to satisfy him. In these 2 years, he will surely be happy and enjoy his work. Wang Rifa gave him a thumbs up. Sir, the young master is so lucky to have a dad like you. If my dad were as good as you, how great would that be? Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily, then suddenly froze. Don't get any funny ideas. My fortune is all for Xiao Luo. Don't think about anything else. Wang Rifa chuckled mischievously. Come on, sir, the chef has specially prepared pancakes with spicy strips and bacon, which is the young master's favorite. Let's go, let's go. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water, Qin Jiaqing said with a laugh as he walked inside. The soldiers of the second platoon stood at the foot of the mountain, each one pale and gasping for breath. Xia Dong grimaced, deputy platoon leader, we just ran 10 kilometers to get here, and now we have to run on the mountain path? This is going to kill us. The second squad leader panted, deputy platoon leader, I know you're eager to improve our entire platoon's performance, but you have to take it step by step. You can't rush everything. People have their limits. Chang Lei whispered, Qin Shen, everyone is exhausted right now. Besides training during the day, we've been following you for extra practice at night. We're really at our limit. How about we skip today and take a day or two to rest before we train again, okay? Of course not. Qin Shen smiled slightly at him. No way. He then looked at everyone. I know you're all very tired. Don't you want to catch up to my level? Don't you want to outperform the first and third platoons? Don't you want to achieve merit and get promoted like I do in the next exercise? Everyone's eyes twitched. They did want that at the time, but now they just wanted to slap themselves. How did they get into this situation so quickly? Then we have to train. Shinshin said loudly, the training methods I'm giving you are very scientific. Everyone rolled their eyes. They had been trained into this state. Their calves felt as soft as noodles. How was this scientific? Compared to their previous training, this was at least twice as exhausting. Shinshin declared, I know you're all very tired right now, but you should also know that whenever a person reaches their limit, as long as you break through that limit, you can enter a whole new level. Right now, you are on the edge of that limit. Just push a little harder, 2 days, at most 2 days, and I guarantee you will break through your limits. Everyone looked at each other. They knew Shinshin was telling the truth. Because from the time they were new recruits until now, it had been about breaking one limit after another to achieve their current strength. But this training was really too exhausting, and this limit was too hard to break through. Alright, enough talking, follow me, get ready. Shinshin shouted. Everyone, helpless, could only sigh and line up. Run! With a command from Shinshin, he dashed forward, and everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. They didn't want to stay so close, but Shinshin had said before, if the team fell more than 5 meters behind him, everyone would have to do push-ups. I really don't find him cute at all right now. Xia Dong huffed, glaring at Chang Lei. Yeah, old Chang, he's gone too crazy. He's going to kill us one by one, the second squad leader Fang Haoan said with a mournful face. Chang Lei's eyes twitched. Alright, stop talking. Save some energy for running, otherwise, you won't be able to catch your breath later. Everyone ran forward helplessly, and just as they turned a corner, a group of children appeared coming down the mountain. It seemed to be a spring outing organized by a local elementary school, with a teacher leading the way holding a small flag. Seeing the innocent and cheerful faces of the children, all the soldiers, despite their exhaustion, immediately straightened their chests. Shinshin turned back to take a look and then grinned mischievously. Hello, little friends. Hello, Uncle PLA. Uncle PLA is so amazing. Uncle PLA, go for it. Fight the bad guys. Hearing the children's innocent words, all the soldiers felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline, instantly filled with energy. Their steps became more synchronized, each one proudly following Shinshin as they ran forward. But after turning another corner, everyone suddenly deflated like a punctured ball, reverting to their original state. Just now, they had been pushing themselves to maintain their composure in front of the little friends. Many even sprinted a bit to show off. But this was going to take their lives. Now they were all panting, like old men, unable to take a step. However, as they turned a corner, they encountered a group of children, seemingly from different classes of the same school. Everyone took a deep breath, quickly straightened their chests, and put on a spirited appearance. Wow, the uncles from the People's Liberation Army are amazing. Uncle, you're so impressive, running so fast. Uncle, keep it up. Uncle, keep it up. Amidst the children's cheers, everyone seemed to have taken a stimulant, once again running forward with their heads held high. One turn after another, every time they were exhausted, they would run into a new group of people. There were elementary school students out for a spring outing, young couples holding hands, and elderly couples out for a stroll. Under the watchful eyes of passers-by and the waves of cheers, all the soldiers straightened their chests time and again, accelerating without showing any signs of fatigue. By the time they were nearing the mountaintop, everyone was so tired that they were seeing stars, on the verge of collapsing. Huff, huff. Deputy Company Commander, I really can't go on. I feel like I'm about to die, Xia Dong weakly shouted. Deputy Company Commander, Chung Haonan shouted hoarsely with all his strength. Let's take a break. We just used too much energy, I'm about to pass out. If we keep running, we really will die. Deputy Company Commander, please, let us rest for a bit. Zheng Qian also pleaded with a mournful face. The others looked at Shinshin with desperate eyes, almost bowing to him. Shinshin smiled slightly at them but said nothing. He then turned his head, his eyes suddenly brightening. The supersensitivity had indeed not let him down. He waved with a smile. Hello, beautiful ladies. Wow, are there beauties? Where? Let me see. Everyone's eyes lit up like light bulbs, their heads spinning like radar. Sure enough, at the bend in the mountain path ahead, there were a dozen or so young and beautiful girls in yoga pants coming down the mountain. Upon seeing a group of soldiers running towards them, they immediately smiled and waved. Hi, soldier brothers, you've worked hard in training. Wow, so handsome, they must all have 8-pack abs, right? Soldier brothers are so impressive, keep it up, keep it up. Thud, thud, thud. All the soldiers, as if they had taken 100 energy pills, instantly filled with strength. Marching in perfect unison, they proudly and swiftly ran past the girls. Each one wore a serious expression, looking like cool, handsome men. With sunglasses on, they resembled Terminators. Qin Shun chuckled. What progress could come from just rigid training? One must find ways and provide some motivation at the right time. Watching the team charge up the mountain at full speed, Qin Shen felt a surge of joy. On the day he was promoted to Lieutenant Deputy Company Commander, the system had given him a new task, to lead an elite unit. Now, his hard training was not only to complete the task but also because the birthday of the second company that day had left a deep impression on him. The 4,326th soldier of the second company. Qin Shen smiled slightly. He had never felt such a sense of belonging in his life as he did at this moment. He was now a member of the second company, and making the second company stronger was also his responsibility. For those predecessors who had sacrificed blood, for the trust that Wu Ziyuan and Go Jian had in him, Qin Shen had to work hard. Come down! Qin Shen shouted. The group that had just reached the top, upon hearing Qin Shen's command, immediately turned around and dashed down the mountain after the group of beauties. Wow, soldier brothers are so impressive, they reached the top so quickly. Look, they're running so fast. The girls began to laugh and shout, and the air seemed to turn into a sweet strawberry flavor. All the soldiers ran past them as if they had been injected with 20 tubes of adrenaline. Then, under Qin Shen's command, they all rushed back. Just like that, amidst the cheers of the beautiful women, they gradually lost themselves. Up and down, they ran with great joy. They didn't even feel the moment they broke their limits. I can't take it anymore. I can't even feel my legs. Can you still feel your upper body? I can't feel anything below my neck right now. On the playground, the members of the second company lay sprawled out, each one so exhausted they felt like crying. Qin Shen walked by them with a smile. Congratulations, everyone. You broke your limits today. Do you know how brave you just were? You completely exceeded my expectations. Everyone stared at him, all worn out. But didn't they reach their limits? Deputy Company Commander, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Xia Dong looked at him pitifully. This training method is too cruel. You can't keep attacking our weaknesses like this. No one can keep this up. Others nodded in agreement. Qin Shen laughed heartily. Just now, you weren't like this in front of the beautiful women. You insisted on showing off and sprinting again and again. That has nothing to do with me. Everyone was instantly furious, thinking if it weren't for you leading us back and forth in front of the beautiful women, who the hell would want to sprint? Chang Lei helplessly closed his eyes. How did I not notice before that this kid plays so flamboyantly? At that moment, in the window of the company commander's office, Wu Ziyuan and Li Kong stood side by side, watching Qin Shen and the soldiers of the second company laughing and joking from a distance. He's really quite good, Li Kong sighed. In just over a week, the overall strength of our entire company has been improved by a level because of him. Now, if the first and third companies were to race us in a 5-kilometer run, they would all be left behind. Wu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched, and the smile that had just appeared on his lips vanished. Li Kong stared at him. Old Wu, what are you really thinking? Wu Ziyuan slowly clenched his fists and suddenly turned around. What else can I think? Naturally, I want what's best for him. Little Luo. Qi Gang cheerfully placed a plate of meat next to Qin Shen. I personally made braised pork. He lowered his voice and said, it's cooked in a small pot, and I even added quail eggs, specially made for you. Class Deputy, Qin Shen smiled awkwardly. You're too kind. I can eat the same as everyone else. You don't need to make a special meal for me. No way. They are them, and you are you. Qi Gang glared at him. They can't be like you, you are one of us. Seeing his serious expression, Qin Shen could only nod helplessly. Little Qin, stir-fried kidney, I know you've been training hard, so I specially made this for you. Ma Shuai said with a grin, this is a man's gas station. Little Luo, try my glutinous rice meatballs, the meat inside is tender and fragrant. I watched it closely while cooking, not daring to leave for a moment. Xiong Fei chimed in. Qin Chen. Zhao Jiumei also came over with a smile, carrying dishes, salted meat with long fish. You've been training too hard these days, so this is to replenish you. Qin Shen smiled wryly. Class leader, the dishes are all ready. No nonsense. Zhao Jiumei pointed at him. Eat, you have to finish everything. You went to the combat class to bring honor to our cooking class, so you must eat well and be full, so you have the strength to bring glory to us. Right. Others nodded vigorously. Qin Shen smiled helplessly. Okay, I will definitely finish it all. The few of them all chuckled, then went back to their tasks. You eat here, I'll go get you a bowl of soup. Today is old hen soup, and I'll get you a big chicken leg too. After saying that, Zhao Jiumei smiled and ran out. Qin Shen watched their figures, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Even though he was no longer in the cooking class, they still regarded him as part of it. He believed that even if one day he took off this military uniform, they would still see him as a brother. Qin Shen turned his head and was instantly stunned. Everyone in the company was enviously staring at his food, drooling all over the place. He awkwardly said, "Everyone eat, come on, let's eat together." "We wouldn't dare," the deputy instructor quickly waved his hand. "If Zhao Jiumei and the others come looking for me later, I can't handle it." The logistics officer chuckled, "If these guys slap me on the shoulder, I'd have to kneel. They made this specially for you, so you guys enjoy it. We really can't afford it." Qin Shen chuckled, "Then I won't be polite." After saying that, he quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "Qin Shen. Hey." Qin Shen looked up with his mouth full of oil. Wu Ziyuan was wiping his mouth while smiling at him. "Come to the company later, I need to tell you something." "What is it, company commander?" Qin Shen looked at him curiously. "You'll know when you come," Wu Ziyuan said with a smile as he got up to leave. Qin Shen was puzzled. Wu Ziyuan usually didn't smile much, but today he was beaming, either a trick or a scheme. Something must be up. He quickly lowered his head and finished all the food in a hurry, wiped his mouth, and immediately ran towards the company. "Report. No need to be polite, come in." Qin Shen pushed the door open and walked in. Wu Ziyuan and Li Kong were waiting for him with smiles. "Come, sit down, have some tea." Li Kong pressed him onto the sofa and handed him a cup of fragrant tea. "This is my own treasured Bilyuokun. I wouldn't even let old Wu have any." "Exactly," Wu Ziyuan shook his head. "This stingy guy has plenty of good tea, but I haven't even seen a tea leaf from him." "Qin Shen, you're the only one who gets to drink it. Others can't even get a taste." Qin Shen inhaled the tea aroma, listening to their awkward chatter, and smiled lightly. "Company commander, instructor, if you have something to say, just say it. We're not outsiders." Wu Ziyuan and Li Kong exchanged glances. They couldn't hide it from this kid. Li Kong awkwardly smiled and quickly went to close the door. "Here's the situation." Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath and placed the transfer order in front of Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked down, his eyes nearly popping out, and jumped up from the stool. "It's that damn Tianlang again? Are they addicted to messing with me?" "Qin Shen?" Li Kong waved at him with a smile. "You." Bang! Qin Shen suddenly sat down, slamming his hand on the table. The teacup jumped, and tea splashed all over the table. Just as it was about to spill onto the transfer order, Li Kong hurriedly picked it up. "It's that bastard Hu Fei's doing again, right?" Qin Shen was furious. Last time he was played by Hu Fei enough, he had finally gotten back on track, and now that bastard was trying to transfer him again. It must be that he embarrassed him during this exercise, so he held a grudge and wanted to get back at him. "Transfer me over and then kick me out, right? How can this bastard be so malicious?" "Qin Shen," Wu Ziyuan said, "don't get angry, calm down." "Company commander, I can't calm down." Qin Shen stared at him. "You know what happened to me in Tianlang, those bastards." "Forget it. I won't say anymore." He fixed his gaze on Wu Ziyuan. "Anyway, the second company is my home now. I'm not going anywhere except our reconnaissance battalion. Especially not to Tianlang. I will never go there in my life. I'm staying here." "Qin Shen." Wu Ziyuan suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on him. Qin Shen stared back at him with equal intensity. Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath and then sat back down. "The reason I'm showing you this transfer order is that both the instructor and I have discussed it and want you to go." "What?" Qin Shen furrowed his brows tightly. He looked at the instructor and then at Wu Ziyuan. "Captain, I chose to join the special forces before because I was naive, but I've already sacrificed a lot. Why do you still want to drive me away?" "Qin Shen," Li Kong said with a bitter smile, "we're not trying to drive you away." "Isn't this exactly trying to drive me away?" Qin Shen said irritably. "I'm already the deputy captain of the second company. Not long ago, you told me to lead our second company better. I'm working hard on that, so why are you going back on your word?" Qin Shen clenched his fists in anger. He had changed a lot to get to where he was today and had sacrificed much. Others might want to go to better places, seek promotions, or make money, but Qin Shen didn't care. He only cared about the brothers in the second company who cared for him and believed in him. Everything else was nonsense. "Captain, I'm not going." Qin Shen glared at Wu Ziyuan angrily. Li Kong looked at Wu Ziyuan helplessly. Wu Ziyuan closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and a slight smile appeared on his face. "Qin Shen, listen to me. You misunderstood. We're not trying to drive you away. We want you to go to Tianlang and bring glory to our second company." "Ha?" Qin Shen stared at him in surprise. Wu Ziyuan smiled and said, "Although I've never acknowledged Tianlang and seem to not take them seriously, to be honest, which scout in the Tianlang Special Forces wouldn't want to go? I want to go too, and our battalion commander wants to go, but they don't want us." Qin Shen's eyes twitched. He really didn't know about this. Wu Ziyuan smiled and said, "There are so many reconnaissance units and various regular troops in the entire army. with so many good soldiers. But Tianlang only takes a few people each year, and everyone is fighting to get those spots. Do you know that our reconnaissance battalion hasn't had anyone enter Tianlang for several years? Wu Ziyuan leaned closer, staring intently at him, and now, you have the strength and ability, you are the most likely to enter Tianlang. Moreover, the invitation from Tianlang this time is different from the last. Based on your outstanding performance in this exercise, you can directly participate in their selection competition. As long as you pass, you can stay. Captain, but I don't want to. Qin Shen felt a bit wronged. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand to interrupt him. I know how you feel about our second company, but our second company and our reconnaissance battalion want to get better, and we need the experience of special forces. If you go to Tianlang and then pass on all their experience to us, we can train according to Tianlong's methods, and in the future, the entire reconnaissance battalion can improve, allowing more people to enter Tianlang. Li Kong nodded and said, Qin Shen, we all know you look down on it, but special forces are the pinnacle of all infantry. Many people work hard just to prove themselves. They sweat so much, hoping that one day they can join the special forces and bring glory to their old units. You are one of us in the reconnaissance battalion. If you enter Tianlang, it not only brings glory to the reconnaissance battalion but also helps those soldiers. Qin Shen. Wu Ziyuan stared at him intently. Qin Shen's eyes twitched. He was about to shake his head when the door was suddenly pushed open. Battalion commander, instructor. The three of them quickly stood up. Go Jian fixed his gaze on Qin Shen. Qin Shen, this is not a request, it's an order. Battalion commander. Qin Shen clenched his fists. But there are no buts. Go Jian said coldly, this is a task assigned to you by the battalion. You must go to Tianlang and bring back more experience so that more of us can benefit and enter Tianlang like you. By then, our reconnaissance battalion can set up a branch in the Tianlang organization and continue to expand. Qin Shen, carry out the orders. Sun Nianqing smiled and said, this is the trust the battalion has in you, the task is quite challenging. Qin Shen turned to look at Wu Ziyuan, who nodded vigorously at him, and Li Kong also patted him on the shoulder. Qin Shen sighed helplessly. Since it was a mission, he would obey unconditionally. Other matters could be discussed later after they arrived. This way, the previous task should also be completed. He saluted firmly, yes. Seeing that Qin Shen finally agreed, Wu Ziyuan felt a great sense of relief and let out a long breath. After sending Qin Shen off, Go Jian, Wu Ziyuan, and the other two sat together, silently drinking tea. Old Wu, Go Jian sighed, I also hate to part with Qin Shen, but you did the right thing. After a while, we won't even know where we are going, so there's no need to drag him down. Wu Ziyuan nodded silently. Yes, he just got promoted to second lieutenant deputy company commander. His future is bright. If he gets assigned to a grassroots unit, it would ruin such a talent. He should go to the special forces, he should go to a better place. He clenched his fists silently. As long as he is still here, our second company is still here, and our reconnaissance battalion is still here. The few of them exchanged glances and all raised their cups. Cheers! Go Jian smiled bitterly. In a week, we will all go our separate ways, for the reconnaissance battalion. For the reconnaissance battalion. Sun Nianqing and Li Kang's expressions were solemn. And for the second company. Wu Ziyuan's tears streamed down suddenly. Cheers! Outside, the fog was thick, and Qin Shen glanced around, seeing nothing. Just then, the door was pushed open. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly at him. The car has arrived, it's time to go. Qin Shen nodded, picked up a bag, and walked over. Why so few things? Wu Ziyuan was a bit surprised. He remembered the day Qin Shen came to the recruit company. He had brought so many bags, it was like moving. They've all been distributed. Qin Shen smiled faintly. This is all I have left. Wu Ziyuan was taken aback, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corner of his mouth. Qin Shen had truly changed. He was like a different person from when they first met. Such a good soldier, and they couldn't continue together. Wu Ziyuan felt a deep sense of regret. Let's go. Wu Ziyuan took the bag from him and strode ahead, while Qin Shen closely followed behind. Not far along, figures began to appear in the thick fog ahead. Qin Shen was instantly stunned. Xia Dong, Chang Lei, Zheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, Hao Duo, Jia Jiumeng, Xi Gang. The entire second company, along with the cooking class, had all come. Go Jian and Sun Nianqing were also at the end of the line, and everyone was smiling at him. Qin Shen's eyes instantly turned red. He had heard that every veteran would definitely cry at the moment of leaving the army. He thought he wouldn't cry this time, but for some reason, his nose felt very sour. Deputy Company Commander, Xia Dong grinned at him. You finally left. If you stayed here any longer, we would have been trained to death by you. Chang Lei chuckled. Deputy Company Commander, this time you'll be disciplined by others. You'll get to taste our hardships. Deputy Company Commander, a squad leader said with a smile, Tianlang is not our reconnaissance battalion. Once you get there, don't act like a deputy company commander, you have to be honest and obedient like us. With your skills, you'll definitely do well in Tianlang. Deputy Company Commander, safe travels, may you have a smooth. Before he could finish, he covered his face and turned away, his laughter immediately turning into sobs. What the hell, why are you crying? The Deputy Company Commander is going to Tianlang for further training, not to the underworld. Two veterans quickly pulled him aside. Everyone burst into laughter, but the laughter was soon drowned out by the fog. Qin Shen silently clenched his fists, the thick fog obscuring everyone's faces, yet he could clearly feel the reluctance on each of them. They spoke the most heartless words, yet concealed the warmest hearts. They wanted Qin Shen to remember their smiles, not their tears. Brother Luo! Cheng Haonan shouted, wait for me in Tianlang, I will definitely come to find you. Brother Luo, I'm here too. Zheng Qian followed with a shout. Brother Luo! How Duo said with a choked voice, you promised to take care of me, you can't go back on your word. When you get to Tianlang, you have to look out for me. One voice after another rang out. Qin Shen raised his head, trying hard not to let the tears fall. He didn't want the people from the second company to see him leave in tears. Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, patted Qin Shen, and then addressed everyone, don't be sad. The vice company commander is going to Tianlang this time to represent our second company, to bring glory to our reconnaissance battalion. It won't be long before he brings us the best training methods from Tianlang. By then, our reconnaissance battalion's second company will be the unit with the second best training methods in the entire military district, right? In the future, many of us will go to Tianlang, and Tianlang will become a branch of our reconnaissance battalion. What do you all think? Good, good, good. Everyone shouted in unison. Qin Shen shouted with all his might, don't worry everyone, what the company commander said is what we will do in the future. I will definitely do it. Vice Company Commander, we believe in you. Vice Company Commander, we will wait for you. Qin Shen saluted them vigorously, and everyone returned the salute with equal fervor. Qin Shen stood for a full half-minute before suddenly dropping his hand and turning towards the military vehicle. As he passed by Go Jian and Sun Yanqing, he stopped and saluted, Commander, Instructor, thank you for taking care of me during this time. No matter where I go, you will always be my commander and instructor. Go Jian laughed heartily, though his eyes were red. You brat, stop getting sentimental with me, hurry up and go, bring glory to me. Qin Shen, do well. Sun Yansheng patted him. Yes. Qin Shen looked at them deeply once more and walked towards the vehicle. Vice Company Commander. Just as Qin Shen was about to get in the car, his body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head, and in the thick fog, black figures stood like javelins. Don't forget us. Xia Dong shouted. Vice Company Commander, don't forget us. Everyone shouted in unison. Qin Shen could no longer control his tears, and they streamed down his face. Gritting his teeth, he nodded vigorously, okay. Then he turned and got into the vehicle. Wu Ziyuan handed the bag to Qin Shen and smiled slightly at him. Take care, Qin Shen, goodbye. Commander. Qin Shen smiled back at him, we will definitely meet again. Wu Ziyuan was momentarily stunned, but the vehicle had already begun to move slowly. Watching the vehicle gradually disappear into the fog, Wu Ziyuan felt an inexplicable deep sadness. Suddenly, he raised his right hand forcefully, solemnly saluting the vehicle that vanished into the mist, a tribute to a good soldier. All right, old Wu. Go Jian came over, putting an arm around his shoulder, also looking at the disappearing vehicle in the distance. You brought him back, now you're sending him to a better place. We can consider it a good account for him. He will definitely do better, at least better than staying here and disbanding with us. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously. It's good that he left. It's good that he left. The place he is going to will allow him to unleash all his potential. He will definitely do better. The two of them silently walked into the thick fog. What awaited them next was the unknown and parting. No one knew what their fate would be or where they should go. In the military vehicle, Qin Shen took out a group photo from his bag. It was from the day of the second company's birthday, and also the day he became a lieutenant vice company commander, a group photo with the entire company. Looking at the radiant smiles of everyone in the photo, Qin Shen's eyes turned incredibly red. He took out another photo, one taken after the drill ended, when everyone threw him up in the air. Everyone was looking up at him, all of them smiling so sincerely. Qin Shen slowly closed his eyes. He had finally found such a group of brothers and felt the warmth of home, but now he had to leave again. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes once more, and his whole being transformed into a sharp blade. Hu Fei, you wanted me to come, right? I'm here. Qin Shen silently clenched his fists, already prepared. The previous mission to the special forces was still unfinished, and now there was a chance to conclude it. Moreover, he wanted Hu Fei and the Tianlang people to know how foolish their decision was to let him go back then and now want to recruit him again. This grudge must be avenged. Most importantly, Qin Shen wanted to see just how strong Tianlang really was. In this drill, he had already crossed paths with the newly formed Special Operations Brigade of the military district, and in his view, special forces were nothing remarkable. If Tianlang was only slightly stronger than them, then this place was not worth his time, let alone learning from it. A smile crept onto Qin Shen's lips. He still had a mission to lead an elite unit out. If Tianlang was not up to par, it would be better to return to the reconnaissance battalion and directly strengthen the second company. He believed that as long as he was willing, he could turn the second company into a true ace unit. Even Tianlang would only be able to look up to them from behind. Qin Shen comfortably leaned back in his seat, but the sharpness in his eyes grew more intense. In the company commander's office, the company commanders and instructors held forms, their brows furrowed into knots. Sun Yanqing glanced at Go Jian, who simply closed his eyes. Sun Yanqing helplessly cleared his throat and said, "As you can see, this is the list that the commander and I have finalized." "It's mainly your doing," Go Jian quickly interjected. Sun Yanqing was furious, realizing they wanted him to take the blame alone. "Instructor, this isn't right." A company commander stood up angrily. "Why does the second company have the most people left, while our first company has the least?" The third company commander also slammed the table and shouted, "Exactly. You need to be fair, you can't favor anyone." Wu Ziyuan suddenly stood up. "Our second company is the best in the reconnaissance battalion. We are simply stronger than you. I say just keep the second company and disband the first and third companies. It would be good enough to leave you some people." "Wu Ziyuan, don't go too far." The first company commander pointed at him with fiery eyes. "Are you saying only your second company has good soldiers? What about our first and third companies?" "Exactly." The third company commander glared at him fiercely, then turned to Sun Yanqing. "Commander, instructor, you can't favor Wu Ziyuan just because his dad is a group army commander." "What did you say?" Wu Ziyuan kicked the coffee table aside, furious as he walked up to him. "Let me tell you, I have never relied on my dad." "Who the hell believes you?" The third company commander rolled his eyes. "Why is it that during the restructuring, your company has the most people left? You say you didn't rely on your old man, who believes that? God knows how many connections you secretly pulled." Wu Ziyuan was livid, grabbing him by the collar. "Bastard. I'll fuck you. Enough." With a bang, Go Jian slammed his cup down on the table, tea splattering everywhere, and stood up. Wu Ziyuan was still gripping the third company commander's collar, but his movements halted. The two glared at each other, like mortal enemies, their eyes filled with rage. "Fight. Go ahead and fight. Beat each other until your heads are bleeding, then all of you get out of the military uniform." Go Jian roared, "Get moving, why aren't you fighting? Come on, come on. Aren't you tough?" At this moment, Wu Ziyuan and the other two had calmed down from their anger, and none of them spoke. Go Jian took a deep breath, leaned on the table with both hands, and said coldly, "This list was drafted by me and the instructor together, based on the overall performance of the entire battalion. It has nothing to do with anyone else, and there is absolutely no underhanded dealings." He glared at the first and third company commanders, angrily saying, "Let me tell you, Wu Ziyuan is also being transferred, and he doesn't even know where he is going. If he had connections, could it be like this?" The first and third company commanders lowered their heads in silence. Go Jian glared at Wu Ziyuan. "Wu Ziyuan, you better get this straight. The reconnaissance battalion isn't just your second company, the first and third companies also have good soldiers. Don't insult their efforts." "Yes," Wu Ziyuan nodded silently. Sun Yanqing, sensing the atmosphere had become extremely tense, quickly stood up and said, all right, everyone stop arguing. I know you all feel bad, but we need to restrain ourselves. Although this list was drafted by us, there are still many people, and who ultimately stays will be decided by the higher-ups. We are all comrades who have eaten from the same pot and crawled out of the same trench. If we turn against each other because of this reorganization, can you live with calling each other comrades?" The company commanders and instructors exchanged glances and all lowered their heads in silence. They knew that those being transferred would either be scattered to other grassroots units in the best-case scenario or directly discharged in the worst-case scenario. Their earlier argument was merely an attempt to keep a few of their own soldiers. As officers, who wouldn't care about their soldiers? They were all good comrades and brothers. "That Qin Shen is really lucky," the first company commander said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "While we are all being scattered, he is going to the special forces. Once there, he will be promoted faster than in our grassroots units. It's too carefree, but he got there on his own merit." Wu Ziyuan suddenly raised his head. "If you have the ability, why don't you go?" Alright, Sun Yancheng quickly waved his hand. Why are we arguing again? Can't we be quiet for a moment? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sun Yancheng said irritably, "Come in." A second lieutenant pushed the door open and, seeing the tense atmosphere in the office, froze in place. "What are you standing there for? Speak!" Sun Yancheng glared at him fiercely. The second lieutenant jumped in surprise. He had never seen the instructor look so fierce, and quickly said, "Report to the battalion commander and instructor. Several vehicles have arrived at the camp, saying they are here for a visit." A visit? Everyone's mouths dropped open in confusion. The reconnaissance battalion is about to disband. Everyone is going their separate ways. What kind of visit is this? Go Jian sat down irritably. Sun Yancheng awkwardly said, "Let's go see what's going on." The others also prepared to check the situation and quickly followed him out. Once everyone had rushed out, Go Jian slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Damn it, can't they wait for me? I'm still the reconnaissance battalion commander, and they don't even consider me?" He then quickly ran out as well. On the playground, 3 large trucks were parked in a row. Soldiers from the reconnaissance battalion surrounded them from all sides. Qin Jiacheng, dressed in a high-end Armani suit, got out of the truck with a smile, clapping his hands and saying, "Where are the leaders? Where are the leaders? Comrade, they have already gone to call you, you are." Xia Dong looked him up and down, curiously asking, "Are you asking me?" Qin Jiacheng laughed heartily. "My name is Qin Jiacheng. My son is serving in your unit, named Qin Chen. I'm his father." "The father of Deputy Company Commander Qin?" The second company members were instantly surprised, their eyes widening as they looked at Qin Jiacheng as if they were seeing a family member. The first and third company members also looked at him in astonishment, not expecting Qin Chen's father to look so wealthy. This suit, these leather shoes, this watch altogether must be worth 2 or 3,000. "Hello, uncle. My name is Xia Dong, and I am a squad leader from the second company, under your son's command." Xia Dong quickly introduced himself. Qin Jiacheng's eyes widened in shock. "You are a squad leader?" "Yes." Xia Dong smiled and nodded. "You are my son's subordinate?" "That's right." Xia Dong beamed. Qin Jiacheng's eyes nearly popped out. "Xiao Luo is just a new recruit. How does he have subordinates?" Xia Dong laughed heartily. "Uncle, you might not know yet, but Qin Chen performed exceptionally well during the previous exercises and achieved great merit, becoming a hero. So the military specially approved his promotion, and he was promoted directly to lieutenant and deputy company commander. Look, this is his former squad leader, and now he reports to him." Chang Lei quickly saluted. "Hello, uncle. Qin Chen is a new recruit I trained, but now I report to him as well." "Hello, uncle." Cheng Haonan squeezed over with a grin. "Luo Go is my big brother and also my deputy company commander. Luo Go is also our big brother. We are his soldiers too." Zhang Qian and Hao Duo also poked their heads out. Everyone was talking over each other, but no one noticed that Qin Jiacheng's smile had frozen, and his expression had turned quite ugly. The island was bought, the starlets were found. How the hell did he become an officer? If he became an officer, how could he be discharged in 2 years? Who was I supposed to pick up in 2 years? He came here happily, wanting to give Qin Chen a surprise and support him a bit so that no one in the army would bully him. But unexpectedly, what Qin Chen brought him was a real shock. Make way, the instructor and the battalion commander are coming." Everyone immediately cleared a path as Sun Yancheng strode over with a group of company commanders and instructors. "Hello, comrade. I am Sun Yancheng, the instructor of the reconnaissance battalion." Go Jian squeezed in from behind. Hello, I am Go Jian, the battalion commander of the division's reconnaissance battalion. "Hello, comrade." Qin Jiacheng awkwardly shook hands with them, forcing a laugh. "I am Qin Jiacheng, Qin Chen's father." "Oh, so you are Qin Chen's father." Go Jian laughed heartily, patting his hand vigorously. Thank you for raising such a good son for the army. Your son is truly outstanding." "Qin uncle, your son is the best soldier I've seen in my years of service. A new comrade who just joined the army has already achieved so much merit and can turn the tide during exercises. It's remarkable that you have trained him so well." Wu Ziyuan squeezed up from behind, smiling and saluting. "My name is Wu Ziyuan, and I am Qin Chen's company commander. I also trained him in the recruit company. I've wanted to visit you for a long time to thank you for sending me such a good soldier." He. Qin Jiacheng kept forcing a laugh, but tears were almost spilling out. He only wanted Qin Chen to serve for 2 years. He never intended for him to become an officer. Thinking back to what was said last time at the hotel, he regretted it deeply. When he gave Qi Shengli 500 million, he should have made it clear that he only wanted him to serve as a regular soldier for 2 years and absolutely not to let Qin Chen be promoted to an officer. Now it was all over. Qin Jiaqing never expected that this kid, who usually seemed to know nothing, could become so capable once he joined the army. How long has it been? He was already promoted to an officer? Although everyone enthusiastically surrounded Qin Jiaqing, Sun Yanqing quickly noticed that Qin Jiaqing seemed to be smiling very awkwardly. He hurriedly pushed Wu Ziyuan and the others aside. "Qin uncle, you came this time too." Wang Rifa quickly interjected, "It's like this, leaders. Our old man, in order to support the construction of the army, specially contacted your superiors to send a batch of supplies to your reconnaissance battalion." "That's great." The soldiers from the three companies all clapped excitedly. Go Jian and Sun Nian, among others, wore awkward expressions. They hadn't yet informed the troops about the reorganization, and only a few of them knew. The reconnaissance battalion was about to be disbanded, and now they were receiving condolences. What was the point? Wang Rifa chuckled and said, "These 3 trucks are filled with fresh pork, beef, chicken, duck, goose, and free-range eggs. Oh, right," he continued with a smile, "our lord also brought a top-notch fashion designer who will measure everyone for custom military uniforms and shoes." Sun Yanqing, looking embarrassed, replied, "Uncle Qin, we truly appreciate your sending supplies. However, our uniforms and shoes are military supplies, distributed uniformly by a specialized military factory, and we cannot use outside items." The others also laughed awkwardly. They would have liked to wear custom clothes again, but there was no opportunity. "I see," Qin Jiaqing said with an awkward smile, "I was thinking." "Never mind, can we accept other supplies? Leaders, please send someone to unload the items." Go Jian shouted, "First company commander, take people to unload the goods." "Yes." The first company commander immediately called for people to come over. Qin Jiaqing grinned at Go Jian and looked at the crowd. "Leaders, where is our little Luo? Where did he go? Could you let me see him?" The others exchanged glances and then all stared at Qin Jiaqing. "What's wrong?" Qin Jiaqing asked, puzzled. Go Jian inquired, "You still don't know, do you?" "What do I know?" Qin Jiaqing looked confused. Sun Yanqing quickly said, "Qin Shan received an invitation from the special forces and has already reported to them. Strictly speaking, he is no longer part of our reconnaissance battalion." "What?" Qin Jiaqing exploded, jumping up and startling them all. "What did you say?" Qin Jiaqing, in a frenzy, grabbed Sun Yanqing by the collar, spitting in his face. "Where did you say he went?" Sun Yanqing was stunned, stammering, "He went to the special forces." Upon hearing this, Qin Jiaqing's eyes turned red instantly. At the division headquarters, Shi Shengli walked into the conference room with a smile. "Director Qin, what wind has blown you here? It's been a while since we last met, I've missed you." Before Qi Shengli could finish, Qin Jiaqing lunged directly at him. He gripped Qi Shengli's neck tightly, pushing him into a corner. Qi Shengli's tongue nearly stuck out from the pressure. Qin Jiaqing's face was twisted with rage. "Qi Shengli, you bastard. I gave you 500 million and so many condolences, and you let my son become an officer, but you won't let him come back? You even sent him to that kind of place? The special forces, how dangerous is that? Do you want my son to die? Give me back my son, give me back my son." 2 officers and Wang Rifa hurriedly stepped in to separate the two. Qin Jiaqing released his grip, and Qi Shengli coughed violently. Cough cough, cough cough cough. He looked at Qin Jiaqing innocently. 5,000, there's still 50 million that hasn't arrived. You little bastard. Qin Jiaqing was so furious that he scratched forward with both hands, but Wang Rifa held him tightly. "Director Qin." Qi Shengli suddenly raised his hand, looking serious. "Promoting an officer is a good thing, and going to the special forces is even better. Doesn't Qin Shan want to be a good soldier? Whether it's a promotion or going to the special forces, it's the army's recognition of him. Only a truly good soldier can receive such an honor." "To hell with honor." Qin Jiaqing pushed Wang Rifa away. But he didn't rush out again. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Qi Shengli, saying, "I can let him enlist, and I can even allow him to become an officer, or tolerate him staying in the army for a few more years, but he absolutely cannot go to the special forces. That's my bottom line. Qi Shengli." Qin Jiaqing stared at him fiercely. "You bring him back to me." Qi Shengli bitterly spread his hands. "Chairman Qin, you think too highly of me. Let's not even mention that this time it was Qin Shan's own agreement to go. Even if he didn't want to go, the special forces could bypass me and take him away. I have no right to oppose it, nor do I have that authority." The corners of Qin Jiaqing's eyes twitched violently, and then he suddenly strode towards him, causing Qi Shengli to take 2 steps back in fright. The 2 officers quickly stepped forward, fearing any further incidents. Qin Jiaqing stopped in front of Qi Shengli, coldly staring at him. "Tell me, who can bring him back?" Qi Shengli gaped in confusion. Qin Jiaqing stormed out of the headquarters, and Wang Rifa hurriedly followed. Sir, are you really going to find Chief Shangwan? Qin Jiacheng abruptly stopped, his eyes fixed on him. Shangwan Yu knows me, and he also owes Xiao Luo's mother. He must help me with this. He promised me that he would never disturb Xiao Luo again, and now he has to help me. With that, he angrily walked towards the car. Wang Rifa watched his back, shaking his head helplessly. The past was known only to him and Qin Jiacheng. Now, he alone understood why the master was so out of control. In the Tianlang Special Forces, Qin Shen looked at the familiar small building in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. He had come here full of excitement and left in disgrace, having endured so much hardship and paid such a price to return to the reconnaissance battalion. He had sworn never to come back to this wretched place. Unexpectedly, fate was unpredictable, and one day he found himself back here again. Xin Laodi. At that moment, Hu Fei came out to greet him with a big smile. The officer who brought Qin Shen was momentarily stunned. It was a rare occasion for the chief of staff to personally welcome someone. He glanced sideways at Qin Shen. It seemed this kid had some skills? Ha ha ha, we meet again. Hu Fei grasped Qin Shen's hand and shook it up and down. I told you we would see each other again. Looking at Hu Fei's beaming face, Qin Shen snorted coldly. Is chief of staff Hu inviting me here to settle scores because you lost the exercise? Are you going to play me again? Absolutely not. You must trust my character, Hu Fei said, patting his hand, leaning in with a smile. I do hate you for the exercise, you were too damn unscrupulous. I even feel like punching you right now. He raised his voice, chuckling, but I do recognize your abilities. You helped the red side turn the tide, and in the end, even I was taken out. What Tianlang lacks is talents like you. We at Tianlang absolutely welcome talents like you. He opened his arms with a smile. Comrade Qin Shen, from today onwards, we are comrades and brothers. Come here for a hug. Qin Shen looked at him with disdain and took a step back. Chief of Staff Hu, given your nature, I definitely won't be allowed to join Tianlang so easily, right? Qin Shen. The officer who brought him frowned. Watch your tone. Hey, hey, hey. Hu Fei waved at him with a smile. How do you talk to our new talent in Tianlang? The officer's mouth twitched, feeling wronged. Was he not even better than a newcomer? Hu Fei leaned in closer to Qin Shen. Qin Shen, Xin Laodi, I told you you're a talent. I could tell at a glance that you're not simple. You guessed right, ha 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 ha. Qin Shen's eyes twitched. Having suffered once, he naturally learned to be cautious. Alright, how do we start? Don't mind it, Hu Fei said with a smile as he wrapped an arm around Qin Shen and walked into the building. Tianlang has its own rules. Although the higher-ups and I recognize your outstanding performance in this exercise, everyone who comes in must go through a selection process. He beamed. The Special Operations Brigade is trained by us at Tianlang. To be able to help the red team counterattack right under their noses is indeed impressive. However, a selection is still necessary. It has to be convincing for everyone. So, then let's start with the psychological test, Qin Shen said, staring at him. Hu Fei laughed heartily and shook his head. No need, no need. We've already looked into your recent performance. During the disaster relief, you and your comrades jumped into the flood without hesitation, and during the exercise, you. Chief Hu, Qin Shen interrupted him. No matter how you investigate, rules are rules. I don't want anyone talking behind my back, so let's not skip anything. Let's start with the psychological test. Hu Fei looked at him awkwardly, his eyes twitching slightly. Then he burst into laughter. Qin, I know you're still upset about last time. That was just an accident. After all, you just enlisted, and many of your thoughts haven't changed like those of seasoned soldiers. We can't blame you for that. Chief Hu, Qin Shen said seriously, looking him in the eye, I want to start with the psychological test, not missing a single item. Hu Fei looked into Qin Shen's eyes and knew he had made up his mind. With a helpless smile, he said, alright, since you're so strict about the rules, I'll accommodate you. Go get the psychological test. Yes, sir. The officer saluted, shot a glare at Qin Shen, and turned to run out. Half an hour later, Qin Shen handed the completed psychological test to Hu Fei. Hu Fei glanced at it and smiled. I'll have someone analyze this right away, but I'm sure you'll pass. From what I know about you, Chief Hu, Qin Shen said meticulously, when selecting special forces, it's best not to rely on personal subjectivity. Let's let the assessment speak for itself. Rules are rules, and you said that yourself, right? Hu Fei awkwardly nodded. He had just said it offhandedly, and who knew this kid had such a good memory? Alright, you wait here while I call someone over for the assessment. Yes, sir. Qin Shen saluted and walked directly outside. Chief, the officer who brought Qin Shen here said angrily, this kid is too arrogant. Our Tianlang could invite him. It's a blessing he earned over 8 lifetimes. And he still puts on airs. You're giving him too much face. Hu Fei waved his hand with a smile. Forget it, the last time was indeed my mistake. Calling him over and then sending him back made him suffer quite a bit. It's only natural for him to feel some resentment. But weren't you also punished by him? That time, you lost face in front of the military district. Hey, don't bring that up again. Hu Fei glared at him. The officer felt awkward. Then I'll go get Director Liu. Go ahead. Watching him leave, Hu Fei shook his head helplessly, but then a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Qin Chen, enjoy your arrogance for now. Once you stay, I'll make sure to deal with you properly. Even if you're a genius, you'll have to behave under my watch, like a quail. In the corridor, Qin Chen sat quietly in a chair. He was completely different from the person he was 6 months ago, as if he had become someone else. He was no longer anxious and had no concerns. On the contrary, he felt absolute confidence, and his mood had calmed significantly. Tianlang, I want to see if you really have the ability to keep me here. Qin Chen. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Qin Chen turned his head to see Shen Xinran looking at him somewhat awkwardly from a distance. Qin Chen silently stood up, his expression unchanged. If it were half a year ago, seeing Shen Xinran suddenly would have excited him greatly. After all, one of the reasons he joined the army was to make Shen Xinran his woman. But now, as he watched Shen Xinran slowly approach, Qin Chen's heart was calm and undisturbed, no longer stirred by any waves. It was like seeing an old acquaintance, someone familiar yet not too close. Officer Shen, Qin Chen greeted her politely. Shen Xinran was momentarily taken aback and quickly returned the greeting. She scrutinized Qin Chen carefully, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's been half a year, you've changed a lot, huh? Qin Chen smiled faintly. Half a year is neither long nor short. I've experienced a lot, so naturally, there will be some changes. I also want to thank Officer Shen. Thank me? Shen Xinran was somewhat surprised. Those words you said to me half a year ago, I didn't understand them at the time, but over the past 6 months, I've come to realize a lot. Your words made me understand the meaning of wearing a military uniform and why I wanted to be a soldier. I also gained a group of comrades who I can rely on through thick and thin. Qin Chen smiled slightly, so I naturally have to thank you. Did you come to find me for something? Shen Xinran's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered, Qin Chen, actually, I wanted to apologize to you. Apologize? Qin Chen was slightly puzzled. Why apologize? Shen Xinran forced a smile. Half a year ago, my attitude was wrong. I was angry and said some harsh words to you. I thought it was you who had your father look for me, but later I realized it was all a misunderstanding, so... Qin Chen interrupted her with a smile. It's fine, it's all in the past. Regardless of whether that time was a misunderstanding, my gratitude to you is sincere. I don't know why you are so persistent and serious about this military uniform, but now I understand why I wanted to be a soldier and what this uniform means to me. He took a deep breath. Officer Shen, let's leave the past behind and not bring it up again. Looking at Qin Chen's carefree smile, Shen Xinran felt even more awkward for some reason. Just as she was about to speak, Hu Fei suddenly poked his head out of the office. Qin, come here, the test results are out. Yes. Qin Chen turned to Shen Xinran. Last time it was sent back for some reasons, but now I'm back. But this time, he said with a confident smile, I absolutely won't be sent back again, unless I myself don't want to stay here. After saying that, he saluted Shen Xinran and turned to walk towards the office. Shen Xinran watched his back, feeling a sudden sense of loss. In fact, a few months ago, she already knew that the misunderstanding with Qin Chen had been cleared up, and she had been wanting to find an opportunity to explain and say sorry. But those 3 words were just too hard to say. Has everything really passed? Shen Xinran's mind recalled that wild night. At that time, Qin Chen was like a little lamb in a storm, and she was that storm. But now, he seemed to be much stronger than her, both in mindset and strength. Shen Xinran shook her head and sighed softly. What's past is past. What should be let go must be let go. Perhaps from the moment I met you, it was all a misunderstanding. She took a deep look at the office before reluctantly leaving. Qin, I told you, you can do it. I said the test was unnecessary, full marks. Hu Fei laughed heartily. Director Liu beside him showed a hint of a smile. Comrade Qin Chen, every soldier who comes to Tianlang undergoes a psychological test, but no one has ever scored full marks. Your answers in the last few tests were shocking when I analyzed them. You have definitely met our requirements. Congratulations on passing the psychological test. Qin Chen smiled faintly, but his heart was filled with emotion. He insisted on this test, not only to prove to them that they had misjudged him before, but that he simply lacked a bit of time to transition. Secondly, he wanted to see how much he had changed in the past 6 months. It seemed that he had indeed changed a lot. Qin, my brother, Hu Fei laughed heartily, patting him on the back, let's get straight to the point. he said with a smile. Last time you came, it was just in time for the selection, but you went back, so the selection has already ended, which means this time it's just you. Our team is making an exception for you. As long as you go through a series of assessments and achieve a passing score, you can stay. How about that? Simple, right? Even easier than their assessments. Chief Hu, Qinshan stared at him intently. I request that you treat me the same way as the original selection process. I don't want any special treatment. It would be best if you used your most brutal selection methods on me. What? Hu Fei looked at him in surprise. Qinshan, do you know how brutal our formal selection is? During the selection period, every soldier wishes the assessments could be a bit easier, and you actually want the strictest? Yes. Qinshan nodded firmly. I represent our Sea Army's A Division's Reconnaissance Battalion. Behind me stands everyone in our Reconnaissance Battalion. I don't want others to gossip behind my back, thinking I took shortcuts to get in, and I certainly don't want to tarnish the reputation of my old unit. Moreover, I also want to see how strong the Tianlang is, and whether I am qualified to stay. Damn! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Hu Fei stared at Qin Chen, instantly amused by his audacity. It had always been Tianlang selecting people, and this was the first time someone wanted to select Tianlang. Every year, we Tianlang conduct a drill in various military districts and then select the best batch from among them to join Tianlang. Hu Fei fixed his gaze on Qin Chen. When this batch arrives, it doesn't mean they are immediately part of Tianlang. They still have to go through another collective selection, unified training, and gradual elimination. Only those who remain at the end can be considered part of Tianlang. Right now, he smiled slightly at Qin Chen. You are at the stage of being selected from the grassroots troops, preparing for the selection. Qin Chen nodded silently. Please continue. Hu Fei took a deep breath and continued. Our selection standards are quite strict, divided into 3 months. Like your new recruit company, the first month is for improving physical fitness. The training in this month may be the sum of your previous 6 months, or even more, of physical training. Day and night, the rest time we give you is just enough for you to recover your strength, so you don't collapse. In short, once this month of training is over, you will quickly enter the next phase, which will allow you to continuously push your limits through pain. Hu Fei, with his hands behind his back, said proudly, everyone who comes in has their heads held high, thinking they are the elite of their old units. Very impressive. But in our eyes, your physical fitness is child's play. A special forces soldier can carry equipment of equal weight, march continuously, and engage in combat. This is a standard that no soldier from the grassroots units can reach. Therefore, the physical training in the first month will eliminate many people. Qin Chen nodded. This level of physical fitness was child's play for him. After his genetic enhancement reached A level, his physical fitness was already at the level of top special forces. Don't be fooled by Hu Fei's bragging. If he were to compete, Qin Chen's physical fitness would easily surpass his. In the entire Tianlang, perhaps only a few could match Qin Chen's physical fitness. Seeing Qin Chen's serious demeanor, Hu Fei thought he was intimidated and smiled, saying, the content of the second month is still focused on improving physical fitness. But there will be various tactical training, combat training, and camouflage infiltration training interspersed in between, and the requirement is to reach the basic level of our special forces, Hu Fei said with a smile. And our basic level is something that regular troops wouldn't even dare to imagine. The first month has already been very painful and exhausting. To complete the training in the second month, one must have a strong will and a certain talent. So when we recruit for the special forces, we not only look at brute strength but also at whether someone has brains. If they lack brains, the subsequent training won't be easy to complete. Qin Chen nodded again. With just the ability of a punch Superman, he was already invincible against the special forces in a one-on-one fight. Now, the B-level elevator War God's domain had expanded twofold. Whoever entered the circle would die. Even in a brawl, Qin Chen wasn't afraid. As for camouflage, a smile crossed Qin Chen's lips. Although he hadn't tried it yet, since the super camouflage ability was given by the system, it surely wouldn't be too bad. In the third month, Hu Fei raised his head. We will take the few things mentioned earlier and practice them together, focusing on shooting training. He smiled confidently. Our shooting is worlds apart from yours and the regular troops. You only need to hit targets at 200 meters, but we have to hit targets beyond 400 meters. 30 rounds of ammunition, and you must hit 28 of them in the 8 ring or above to qualify. He proudly clasped his hands behind his back. 400 meters, under mechanical aiming conditions, you can't even see the target. This is our special forces specialty. Qin Chen almost laughed at him. He had the ability of Eagle Eye. After upgrading, with Eagle Eye, he could hit anything within 1,000 meters. 400 meters? Hu Fei saw that Qin Chen hadn't spoken the whole time and thought he had been completely intimidated by him. This is our strictest selection standard. After 3 months, no more than 15 out of 100 will remain. Most will be eliminated in the brutal selection and sent back to their old units. But, he suddenly raised his voice, this 3 months of training is not the end. Those who remain will have to undergo a final assessment. Only those who pass this assessment will truly be members of the series. He smiled at Qin Chen. How about that? Pretty brutal, right? Qin Chen nodded lightly, saying nothing. Hu Fei smiled and said, but it doesn't matter, right now, you're the only one. I can use a slightly simpler method to select you since we're old acquaintances, and I admire you so much. No need. Qin Chen stared at him. Chief Hu, since I came here openly, I should be selected openly. I said before, it represents the honor of the reconnaissance battalion. I don't need to cheat, nor do I need any favoritism. Hu Fei was taken aback for a moment, instantly furious. This kid is such a blockhead. I've laid it all out for you, are you not scared, or is your head just not working? Do you not realize how brutal this 3 months of training is? Fine. Hu Fei nodded angrily. Since you're so confident, then let's go by this standard. Chief Hu, Qin Chen smiled and interrupted him. You didn't understand my point? Hu Fei looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Qin Chen smiled faintly. I think 3 months is too long. Hey! Hu Fei slapped his thigh. This kid's head finally turned around. You're thinking right, you. I think. Qin Chen interrupted him again. Let's skip the previous training and go straight to the final assessment. Please conduct my evaluation. Hu Fei's mouth dropped open, and he stood there dumbfounded, as if petrified. The director Lu beside him and the officer who brought Qin Chen were equally stunned, staring blankly at Qin Chen, as if looking at an idiot. Qin Chen, however, remained calm and serious. Deep down, he never wanted to join the special forces. It was only because the battalion commander and company commander ordered him to that he had no choice but to come. But now that he was here, Qin Chen had his own thoughts. He was no longer the same person, especially after his overall abilities had improved, making him extraordinarily strong. If the special forces were stronger than his current capabilities, or indeed had something impressive about them, then he would honestly stay here for a while, learn, and then bring back the experience of the wolf pack to the reconnaissance battalion. If they were weaker than him, then there was no need to stay here, it would just be a waste of time. He would defeat them, earn honor, and return to continue being with his brothers. Rather than being a low-level rookie in the wolf pack, he would prefer to go back to the reconnaissance battalion and continue being a happy deputy company commander. He could also expand and strengthen the second company and the reconnaissance battalion, creating new glories. Qin Chen. Hu Fei glared at him fiercely. Did I not make myself clear, or did you not hear me? The training for the first 3 months is to lay the foundation for the final assessment. Because the assessment is based on our Wolfpack standards, if you don't have the foundation from the first 3 months, you won't be able to pass the assessment. Do you understand? I understand. Qin Chen smiled slightly. You understand nothing. Hu Fei was furious, nearly exploding. The reason he wanted to recruit Qin Chen was partly due to a twinge of guilt for having sent him back before. More importantly, he recognized Qin Chen's strength. In just over half a year of service, he had risen from a rookie to a lieutenant deputy company commander, and during exercises, he had personally taken down over 20 soldiers from the Special Operations Brigade. This achievement was unprecedented among those recruited by the Wolfpack. Such a promising talent, he naturally wouldn't let slip away. He had initially thought to go through some simple procedures to let him join the Wolfpack with just a gesture. But this kid not only didn't appreciate it but also stubbornly insisted on going against him. Now he felt like he was in a difficult position. Hu Fei angrily pointed at Qin Chen. I've been too polite to you, thinking you deserved some respect, huh? I'm telling you, from now on, you must absolutely obey my orders. Do whatever I say, and stop wasting my time with nonsense. Qin Chen smiled slightly at him, then suddenly took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Hu Fei looked him up and down. What are you doing? Qin Chen smiled. Sir, this is the invitation letter you gave me, right? Hu Fei glanced at it and felt something was off. Qin Chen grinned. I remember you said when you sent me back that this invitation letter is actually useless, just a piece of paper with a stamp, and doesn't represent anything. You could just say a word and refuse to take me, so naturally, I have the right to refuse you as well. So, rip. He tore the invitation letter right in front of Hu Fei. What are you doing? Hu Fei stared in shock, his eyes wide. If you don't agree to my request and are unwilling to assess me in the strictest way, then I choose to return to my old unit now. Qin Chen stood tall. I've made it very clear that I can choose to go back, just as you said. And when I return, I will tell everyone that I wasn't sent back, but that your wolf pack was too timid to accept my assessment request, which is why I came back disappointed. I have the guts to challenge your difficult assessments, yet you don't dare to let me try. It seems the mighty wolf pack is not so impressive after all. Damn! The officers and director Lu all widened their eyes, wondering if this kid had eaten bear hearts and leopard gall. How dare he treat the wolf pack like a soft persimmon, casually squeezing it, and even trying to force the wolf pack to back down. Both of them swallowed hard, looking at Hu Fei. At that moment, Hu Fei's face turned red, feeling as if his head was about to explode. It has always been their Tianlang who dominated every incoming soldier, and this is the first time he has been dominated by a newcomer. Now, even if he wanted to send him back, it wouldn't work. If this kid goes back and starts talking nonsense, they won't even have a chance to refute. The fact is, they didn't agree to Qin Chen's request, and outsiders will only think that Tianlang is cowardly. You kid are something else, really something. Hu Fei gritted his teeth and pointed at Qin Chen. This kid made him feel for the first time in his life how uncomfortable it is to be at someone else's mercy. Qin Chen smiled slightly. Chief of Staff Hu, I just think my skills are pretty good. After all, I managed to take care of you during the exercise. Enough! Hu Fei growled, glaring at him fiercely. Don't say that. Qin Chen looked at him with a smile. In any case, I feel that the 3 months of preparatory training didn't do much for me. Let's make it easier. I know your difficulties, fearing that I won't pass, and outsiders will say you bullied this newcomer. How about this? There were some who were just selected, right? They should have gone through some training and have a bit of Tianlong's standard, so let them assess me, fair and square? Hu Fei looked at Qin Chen, who seemed to be in control of everything, and clenched his fists in anger. After all, who is the examiner, and who is being examined? Hu Fei never imagined that one day, on his own turf, he would be turned into the subordinate by a newcomer. Bang! Captain of Tianlang, Shang Nan, slammed his palm on the table. Seemingly unsatisfied, he slammed it down again. Arrogant! Overbearing! Shang Nan's words poured out like a flood, splattering Hu Fei's face. What do we need such a soldier for? Send him back, send him back! The deputy captain, Xu Chengtian, awkwardly smiled. Captain, calm down, calm down. Old Hu's choice must be good. That kid has always had a good eye for people. But this time he was wrong. Shang Nan said unhappily, coming in here so arrogant, he doesn't take us seriously at all. He is, after all, a reconnaissance soldier. Doesn't he go out to gather some information? Which soldier king from every unit in the military district isn't trying to break their heads to get into our Tianlang? But he, on the other hand, dares to set conditions for us. Is he some kind of genius? He is a genius. Hu Fei wiped his face and smiled bitterly. Hiss! Shang Nan gasped, staring at Hu Fei. What kind of genius is he? Where do you see him as a genius? Hu Fei smiled bitterly. In the newly formed Special Operations Brigade of the military district, he took down more than 20 by himself. At that time, he was just a cook in the kitchen, so I guess that's a genius? Shang Nan was stunned, nearly sitting down. Xu Chengtian also looked shocked. What the hell? A cook, cooking, took down more than 20 soldiers from the Special Operations Brigade? Are you kidding me? Absolutely true, no deception, 100%. Hu Fei nodded vigorously. Moreover, he brought 3 new soldiers and 2 cooks, and in the exercise, he took out 2 battalions of the Blue Army and even destroyed their command post. Shang Nan and Xu Chengtian exchanged glances, the shock on their faces beyond words. Tianlang has heavy tasks, and usually, they are too busy with training to manage the regular troops' exercises. But recently, they had heard a bit about the exercise between the C Army and the A Army. After all, Hu Fei had also taken people to participate. They never expected that the Blue Army's defeat was so closely related to Qin Chen. Hu Fei stared at the captain. Captain, now do you understand why I was so persistent in keeping him? Shang Nan coughed twice, awkwardly nodding. It seems he really is a genius. Xu Chengtian smiled and said, Captain, what did I say? Old Hu's eye for talent has never been wrong. He really is a sandfox. Shang Nan nodded silently. In his eyes, the soldiers of the Special Operations Brigade were not quite special forces, but they were not the kind of soft persimmons that reconnaissance soldiers could bully at will. Moreover, Qin Chen was just a cook at that time, and he had already taken down more than 20. Furthermore, Hu Fei said again, he has only been in the army for half a year, and he has already risen from a recruit to a lieutenant deputy company commander, now primarily responsible for the training of a company in their reconnaissance battalion. Shang Nan gasped again. Although they looked down on grassroots troops, the reconnaissance units were not fools. The fact that Qin Chen, who had just been promoted, was leading a company's training indicated that he definitely had real skills. Xu Chengtian slapped his thigh. Good guy. Half a year to rise from recruit to lieutenant deputy company commander. That's faster than a rocket. We in Tianlang don't have anyone like that. Shang Nan nodded, staring at Hu Fei. I know you want to keep him, and now I want to as well. but this kid wants to go straight for the final assessment. With his current abilities, he definitely won't pass. What if he gets eliminated? Hu Fei chuckled. I've already thought it through. As long as you agree, it's fine. Shu Chengtian nodded vigorously at Shang Nan. Agree, you can trust Xiaohu to handle things, you should be at ease too. Shang Nan stared at Hu Fei, nodding silently. Alright, let's do it your way. In any case, this soldier must be kept. He chuckled. I feel that this Qin Shen has a lot of untapped potential. We in Tianlang have been looking for fresh blood, and I feel like this guy is an opportunity. Hu Fei smiled and saluted. Captain, please rest assured, this kind of thing is always smooth when it's left to me. On the training ground, 12 new recruits who had just joined Tianlang stood in neat rows, each standing tall and proud. Although they were new recruits, they were all officers. The lowest rank was second lieutenant, and the highest was already major. What's going on? Lieutenant Lu Chuang muttered quietly. The butcher suddenly isn't letting us train. How could this be good news? Who the hell knows? Major Lu Jihui said warily. In the 3 months since joining Tianlang, the butcher has never gone easy on us. If he calls us to assemble, it definitely means trouble. The others nodded, their hearts already secretly on guard. Although they had fought their way through the selection process and ultimately remained, becoming part of Tianlang, their instructor, the butcher, had told them that the next 6 months to a year would involve intensive training. Although there would be no more eliminations, it would definitely be harsher than the previous selection. They had personally felt this over the past 3 months. They slept no more than 4 hours a day, and as soon as they opened their eyes, it was training, even meals were timed, and even going to the bathroom was timed. Now, suddenly being called to assemble in full gear was definitely unusual. Attention! A loud shout suddenly came, and the 12 soldiers quickly stood at attention. A tall, thin captain walked over with a cold face, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. Everyone was so frightened that they focused their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, not daring to make eye contact with him. The butcher glanced at them and suddenly turned around. Report to the chief of staff, comrade, the new recruit team has assembled. 12 are expected, 12 are present. Please give instructions. At ease. Hu Fei nodded. Yes, at ease. The butcher immediately took 3 steps back to stand at attention. Just as the new recruits' hearts were pounding, Hu Fei, smiling, walked up with Qin Shen to them. Hello, comrades. Hello, sir. Everyone shouted in unison. At ease. With that, everyone uniformly relaxed. Qin Shen scanned them with his eyes, which brightened slightly. Although these guys were behaving like grandsons in front of Hu Fei, he could sense an unusual aura emanating from them. It was like a killing intent, even more imposing than the soldiers he had seen from the Special Operations Brigade during exercises. Hu Fei smiled and said, I've gathered everyone here to give you a task. All the new recruits felt a jolt in their hearts, knowing it couldn't be anything good. Hu Fei pointed at Qin Shen. This new comrade here almost joined you for the selection 6 months ago. Everyone immediately turned to look at Qin Shen. However, due to some reasons, he was sent back at that time, Hu Fei said with a smile. But today, because he is simply too outstanding, I've brought him back. He declared loudly. Originally, I planned to conduct a separate selection for him. Whatever you experienced, he would experience too, and if he didn't qualify, then he would leave. Qin Shen rolled his eyes. This is the art of leadership. He sure knows how to talk the talk. However, Hu Fei smiled. This comrade says that the 3 months of selection training you all went through are nothing to him. He requests to go straight to the final assessment. As soon as these words were spoken, a fierce anger ignited in the eyes of the new recruits, filled with hostility. Those 3 months of selection assessments were something they had poured countless sweat and tears into, getting up again and again after falling down, until they finally completed it. During that time, one familiar comrade after another had left, and they had persevered to the end with the strongest will. But now this guy actually says that 3 months of training is nothing? This severely touched everyone's pride, because those 3 months were an unforgettable experience for them. Qin Shen glanced at the 12 people, and the 12 were staring at him intently. Lu Chuang's eyes were blazing. This kid is too damn arrogant. Lu Jihui's eyes also flickered with fighting spirit. So damn cocky. Does he think he can just brag without a script? Where did this reckless kid come from? Qin Shen felt speechless. It was still Xiaohu, who instantly raised these people's fighting spirit to the extreme. But this was also good. Qin Shen exhaled. He just wanted to see the strength of the Tianlang. These guys had already undergone several months of training with Tianlang, so they were considered proper Tianlang special forces. If they couldn't handle him, then he could rightfully return to his old unit, and the company commander wouldn't have anything to say about it. After all, it wasn't that he didn't want to stay, but that Tianlang simply didn't have the ability to keep him. Hu Fei glanced over and smiled at Qin Shen. In the spirit of fairness, justice, and democracy, since he has such a request, I think we should accommodate him. So, I've decided that you will conduct the assessment for him. Are you all willing? Willing! Everyone shouted fiercely in unison. They were just worried about not having a chance to teach this kid a lesson, and now it was delivered right to their doorstep. They had to make this kid understand his own limitations. Very well, Tu Lang, take them down to prepare. Same old place, Hu Fei said with a smile. Yes, the butcher saluted and coldly glanced at Qin Shen. Let's go. Everyone sneered at Qin Shen and followed the butcher with big strides. Hu Fei smiled at Qin Shen. Little Qin, it's not too late to back out now. These guys already have a foundation from Tian Lang. If they all come at you together, I guarantee you won't have a good time, and you might even get beaten up. You have no idea what they endured during those 3 months. Each of them is filled with resentment. No need, Qin Shen smiled and said, thank you, Commander, for your support. Let's get straight to it. Hu Fei nodded with a smile, very confident. I like that. But what if you can't pass? He stared at Qin Shen. I brought you here, and I never intended to send you back. Qin Shen straightened his chest. Thank you, Commander, for your trust. If I can't pass, I will follow your arrangements. Good, if you can't pass, then whatever I say next, you will do. You must absolutely obey, and no further questions are allowed. Yes, Qin Shen nodded. Hu Fei smiled faintly, but the next moment, Qin Shen suddenly spoke up. Chief, if I win, can you promise me one request? Hu Fei was taken aback for a moment, then laughed confidently. If you win, don't say 1, I'll agree to 10. In the capital, at headquarters, Qin Jiaqing sat in the reception room. Watching the steam rise slowly from the tea in front of him, his fists were tightly clenched. The door suddenly opened, and a general with slightly graying hair walked in. Upon seeing Qin Jiaqing, he froze in place. Qin Jiaqing slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on him. Brother Qin, is it really you? Shang Guanyun suddenly beamed, quickly walking over and extending his hand. I never expected that we would meet again in this lifetime. Qin Jiaqing looked at his hand, coldly shifting his gaze away. Shang Guanyun awkwardly smiled, retracting his hand. I know you will never forgive me in this lifetime, I understand. You understand what the hell? Qin Jiaqing glared at him fiercely. Luo Oing was the most important person in my life. You took her away. No matter how many years pass, I will never forgive you. I tell you, I even have the heart to kill you now. Shang Guanyun smiled bitterly and turned to wave at his subordinates. The security advisor hesitated, looking at him but did not move, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off. Close the door, Shang Guanyun said coldly. Yes, the security advisor saluted. But still feeling uneasy, he glanced at Qin Jiaqing before closing the door. Shang Guanyun turned around, looking seriously at Qin Jiaqing. If you have any discomfort in your heart, just the two of us here, you can hit me however you want, I won't hold it against you. Hitting you would dirty my hands. Qin Jiaqing shot him a glare, then angrily sat down. I want you to help me with something. Shang Guanyun frowned slightly. Old Qin, you know I have principles. If it's about helping you with business, go to hell. Qin Jiaqing glared at him angrily. I rely on my brain and my skills for business, and my connections are beyond your imagination. Do I need you? Shang Guanyun awkwardly nodded. You're right, I was overthinking it. Go ahead, what is it? As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I'll agree. I owe Luo Oing a life, and I owe you a favor. Do you think you owe him a favor? Qin Jiaqing stood up, glaring at him fiercely. But after a moment, he regained his composure, took a deep breath, and said, it's about my son. Qin Chen? Yes, it's Qin Chen, the only son of Luo Oing and me, and the person she cares about the most in this world. Qin Jiaqing stared coldly at him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't want to see you, you bastard, for the rest of my life. Shang Guanyun looked at him. What happened to Qin Chen? What do you need my help with? On the Tianlang training ground, Qin Chen got into an off-road vehicle, and as soon as he closed the door, the vehicle started and drove out. He glanced back, an armored vehicle was closely following behind. Choose whatever equipment you want from the back, Hu Fei said with a smile from the front seat. These are all exclusive to our Tianlang. Many of you reconnaissance soldiers have never seen them before. If you don't know how to use it, I can teach you. Qin Chen smiled faintly and turned to rummage in the trunk. After a moment, he held an automatic rifle, along with 3 magazines and a few grenades. Is that all? Hu Fei was surprised. There are plenty of good things back there. No need, Chief, Qin Chen smiled slightly. This is enough. When I was fighting those special forces during the exercises, I didn't even have these things. I was just dealing with a few new recruits. No need to be so troublesome. The driver nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, gripping the steering wheel in anger. This kid is too damn arrogant. Hu Fei awkwardly nodded and smiled. The opportunity is right here. If you lose later, Don't make excuses saying you regret not choosing more things. If I lose, I will accept the bet. Qinshan stared at Hu Fei. But chief, you promised. Hu Fei laughed heartily. Of course, I will also accept the loss. If I don't agree to you, I am a dog. Qinshan nodded with a smile. That's good. The two cars sped along, quickly leaving the main road for a smaller one. They then entered a mountain path. An hour later, the cars stopped in an open area in front of a large mountain. The doors opened, and Hu Fei and Qinshan jumped out, while the new recruits of the Tianlang unit quickly lined up. Are you ready? Hu Fei shouted. Always ready. All the new recruits shouted in unison. Hu Fei smiled at Qinshan. What about you? Qinshan looked calm. I've been ready for a long time. Good. Hu Fei clasped his hands behind his back. Now let me explain the rules. Qinshan. I'm listening. Do you see the big mountain behind us? This is the place for the baseline assessment. Hu Fei said seriously. The selection training for the first 3 months is to ensure that the selected personnel have the basic qualities of special forces. The assessment involves entering the mountainous area and covering 100 kilometers within a day, which means you have to cross this mountain, pass through this jungle, and find the endpoint 100 kilometers away. During this time, we will organize people to pursue the selected personnel. Once caught, the candidates will be immediately eliminated. So, this period will test the candidates' physical strength, endurance, and combat ability, as well as their ability to cooperate with each other. Because when the veterans are pursuing, if you don't rely on your comrades, it's very difficult for an individual to succeed. He smiled at Qinshan. Although the veterans' pursuit is half play and half chase, all the participants will still suffer. If you don't believe it, you can ask them? All the new recruits proudly puffed out their chests, looking down at Qinshan. Understood. Qinshan nodded. Hu Fei continued. You asked for all the new recruits selected this year to assess you at the same time, and I can accommodate that. But you just heard the requirement. Once the assessment begins, those 12 will pursue you alone. At that time, you won't have any comrades to rely on. Everything will depend on yourself, while they can cooperate to block you. He leaned closer to Qinshan and lowered his voice. You still have a chance now. Even if it's just to concede a little, I can reduce their number by half. No need. Qinshan smiled lightly. I believe their current level is about the same as the Special Operations Brigade I encountered during the exercises, and I am much stronger than I was during the drills. Let them all come at me, otherwise, I won't be able to see your Tianlong's level, and I don't want to hear later that I bullied you. Hu Fei's smile instantly froze, and the other new recruits were all about to explode with anger. They were now eager to take on Qinshan and shut his mouth. All right. I admire your fearless attitude, Hu Fei said with a smile. I hope when you get caught by them, your mouth can still be this tough. He puffed out his chest. Now I announce the assessment rules. Everyone stood tall. Qinshan will enter the forest first, heading north, and must reach the endpoint 100 kilometers away within 24 hours. Of course, you can start half an hour early. They will only begin their pursuit half an hour later, Hu Fei explained. Understood. Qinshan nodded. If, Hu Fei said loudly, you don't make it within 24 hours, or if you get caught along the way, it counts as a loss for you. Do you understand? Yes. Qinshan nodded vigorously. Hu Fei waved his hand, and an officer brought a bag of individual rations and a signal stick, handing them to Qinshan. In 24 hours, you have only one pot of water and a bag of individual rations. If you can't hold on any longer, pull the signal stick, and we will come to rescue you at any time, but once you pull it. Hu Fei smiled slightly. It also means you forfeit. Qinshan glanced at it, only taking the individual rations and returning the other items. I don't need this, let them use it. Damn! All the new recruits glared with fiery eyes. Even at this moment, this guy is still showing off? Hu Fei chuckled. All right then. He looked at his watch, paused for a moment, and said, let's go. Qinshan smiled slightly at all the new recruits. Everyone, don't hold back, bring out all your skills, I'll be waiting for you inside. After saying that, he turned and dashed into the forest. Company commander, platoon leader, wait for my good news. If the Tianlang really has something worth learning, I can stay for a while. I will bring everyone here as soon as possible, turning Tianlang into a branch of our reconnaissance battalion, expanding from here. If they are too trash, I will come back. I will make our reconnaissance battalion the best unit, better than the Special Operations Brigade, better than Tianlang. He smiled confidently and charged into the woods. Hu Fei watched his back, sneering coldly, a newborn calf, a newborn calf. He turned to the 12 new recruits, all of whom were radiating intense killing intent. Did you all hear that? Hu Fei laughed. He looks down on you, wants you to bring out all your skills. I declare in advance, if you let him reach the finish line first, I will train you to death. Yes. Everyone roared. Lu Jihue clenched his fists. Rest assured, Chief of Staff, he's just a clueless rookie, he won't even see the finish line. Others shouted, right, we'll definitely take him down on the way, let him know the terror of Tianlang. Hu Fei wore a satisfied smile, Xin Shen, this time you're in for a tough time. But this is what you asked for, you can't blame me. The sky was gray, and the air was damp. The muggy weather made people feel quite uncomfortable. At this moment, in the reconnaissance battalion's camp, 3 companies stood like 3 blocks of tofu, upright on the playground. Everyone proudly puffed out their chests, their eyes fixed on the bright red flag of the reconnaissance battalion. Comrades! Gao Kun looked at them with a face full of shame. Today is the last day of the division's reconnaissance battalion, starting tomorrow. Looking at everyone's resolute faces, Gao Kun found the next word stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. He turned to look back, and the expressions of Gu Jian and others were as grim as could be. They all stood tall like the soldiers below, their eyes fixed tightly on the fluttering battle flag. Gao Kun sighed helplessly, facing everyone and continuing, I know every soldier in the reconnaissance battalion is a good soldier, and those who can stay here have put in countless efforts and sweat. But I also know that our reconnaissance battalion has a glorious history of 50 years, and the second company has an even longer history of over 60 years. But we are soldiers, and soldiers must obey orders. The old ways no longer apply to the present. Now, if our troops want to become stronger, we must change. Every change will come with a period of growing pains. Gao Kun said loudly, today, although the reconnaissance battalion is gone, the heavy armored combined brigade formed by our division will be even better tomorrow. Because that is the sacrifice of us people, the future of the military district has your contributions. No matter where you go, your achievements will never be forgotten by the troops. As his words fell, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was still staring at him intently, but no one spoke. Gao Kun's face was filled with embarrassment as he turned to Gu Jian and waved, you come. What do you want me for? Gu Jian replied irritably. Gao Kun glared at him, your troops. Isn't it up to you to say something in the end? Gu Jian wanted to argue back, but Sun Yanqing nudged him. With a helpless sigh, Gu Jian strode to the front of the line. At that moment, everyone's bodies trembled slightly, their eyes fixed on him. Just a moment ago, Gu Jian had a serious expression, but suddenly his eyes misted over, and his nostrils felt as if they were filled with old vinegar, sour and painful. He remained silent for a long time, and facing the gaze of all the soldiers, all his grandiose words were thrown to the winds. Reconnaissance battalion. Gu Jian shouted, dismissed. After saying that, he ran towards the battalion headquarters without looking back. Old Gu. Sun Yanqing shouted loudly, but Gu Jian had already disappeared from sight. Wu Ziyuan, go check on him, make sure nothing happens. Yes. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously. He took one last look at his second company, forcing back his tears, and chased after Gu Jian. I'm sorry, Captain Gao, Sun Yanqing said with a bitter face as he walked up to Gao Kun. Gao Kun waved his hand, it's fine, I know what the reconnaissance battalion means to you. It's better that he doesn't see what happens next, let me deal with the bad guys. I'll cooperate with you, Sun Yanqing said, puffing out his chest. Gao Kun smiled helplessly, and the two faced the line together. Next, those whose names are called, step forward. In the line, Cheng Haonan and a few others looked bewildered. This scene seemed to take them back to when they were about to be separated from the recruit company, when those whose names were called stepped out to join different companies. But today, it was completely different. After their names were called, they would have to leave the reconnaissance battalion, and there would be no home left for them. Haonan. Hao Duo suddenly trembled and said, We promised to wait for Brother Luo to come back, but if we leave, he won't be able to find us when he returns. What should we do? Li Dashang and the others also looked sadly at Cheng Haonan and Zhang Qian. Cheng Haonan glanced at them and took a deep breath. The next moment, tears suddenly burst forth, startling everyone. How the hell would I know what to do? Don't look at me! Don't look at me! I have no idea what to do. Seeing Cheng Haonan so heartbroken, everyone felt even worse. They had never seen him cry so sadly before. Zhang Qian silently raised his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Brother Luo, I'm sorry. The reconnaissance battalion is gone, the second company is gone, and we have to leave. But no matter where we are, you must come find us. With a bang, the door to the battalion commander's office was pushed open, and Wu Ziyuan rushed in, panting. Seeing Gu Jin trembling and leaning over the desk, Wu Ziyuan felt as if he had been choked. He turned around to close the door, then walked to the corner and skillfully pulled out 2 bottles of liquor from behind the bookshelf. Unscrewing the bottle, Wu Ziyuan placed one in front of Gu Jian. Stop crying, be a man. Gu Jian moved his head, sniffed, and said, Who the hell is crying? I've never known what tears look like in my life. After saying that, he lifted his head, with tear stains still on his cheeks. Wu Ziyuan stared at him coldly. 60 years of company history ends today. If I shed a single tear on the last day of 60 years of company history, it would be a disservice to the predecessors who entrusted the second company to me. He extended the bottle. Old Go, we've worked well together over the years, and thank you for your care. After tomorrow, we will part ways. Come, let's have a drink. Let's finish this bottle. Wu Ziyuan stared at him. My second company, and your reconnaissance battalion will never be scattered. Go Jian's eyes twitched, and he raised the bottle to clink it heavily with Wu Ziyuan's reconnaissance battalion, iron-blooded second company, forever unbroken. The two of them tilted their heads back and started gulping down the drink. They had clearly promised not to cry, yet tears streamed wildly from the corners of their eyes. At this moment, only true iron-blooded soldiers would understand their feelings. They had dedicated their youth to this land, shedding countless drops of sweat. After a moment, they both sat on the sofa, their faces flushed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Where are you going to be assigned? Go Jian asked. Wu Ziyuan shook his head. I don't know. I haven't received any orders either. Go Jian sighed, but I'm getting older, and there won't be any reconnaissance battalions in the future. After the divisions change to brigades, there will only be reconnaissance companies. I'll probably be pushed to the second line or transferred. Wu Ziyuan silently clenched his fists, not saying a word. Go Jian continued, many of our battalion will be in a similar situation. We've been eliminated, the new ones want to get stronger, so they have to get rid of us old bones who are no longer important. But, he looked at Wu Ziyuan, you did a good thing by sending Qin Luo to the special forces first. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Wu Ziyuan's dull eyes. That kid was indeed underutilized in our reconnaissance battalion. Go Jian sighed deeply, going to the Sky Wolf, he can have better development. I believe that one day he will definitely be a big shot in Sky Wolf. He suddenly chuckled, with that kid in Sky Wolf, our reconnaissance battalion will really never disband. As long as he's there, our reconnaissance battalion will be there. Old Wu, you really didn't make a mistake this time, ha ha. Wu Ziyuan revealed a bitter smile. He truly didn't want to part with such a good soldier like Qin Chen, but for his future. Qin Chen, fly. Carry the dreams of the reconnaissance battalion and all of us in iron-blooded second company. Is there any more alcohol? Wu Ziyuan shouted, today, we drink until we drop. Whoosh! Shadows rushed into the mountains. The leading major suddenly raised his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. Although they were all new recruits, in the past 6 months, Lu Jihue had been recognized by everyone as their leader. He was able to command respect in all aspects and held the highest rank. What's going on? Lu Chuang asked curiously. Lu Jihue said coldly, although that kid is annoying, I suspect he has some skills. TCH. The others rolled their eyes in unison. Old Lu, why are you undermining your own authority before you even start? You're just boosting his confidence. Yeah, with someone like him, I can take on aid with one hand. Don't be too careless. Lu Jihue said coldly, have you ever seen Shahu look so favorably on a new recruit? Everyone was stunned. When they arrived, Shahu treated them like complete rookies. But with Qin Chen, it was as if he was treating a little lover. The difference was too great. Lu Jihue said solemnly, if that kid didn't have some skills, Shahu wouldn't act this way. So next, we need to show some real skills. He scanned the crowd. Let's split into 4 groups and pursue from 4 directions, with no more than 100 meters between each group. We absolutely cannot capsize in the gutter. Okay. Everyone nodded. We'll follow your lead. When we encounter that kid, we'll hang him up and beat him hard. He quickly assigned 3 people as squad leaders, and the 4 small teams immediately spread out, advancing rapidly in a semicircle. But just as they left, a patch of grass behind them rustled slightly. Xinshan slowly poked his head out, a mischievous smile on his face. So you wanna hang me up and beat me, huh? You've got some guts. The chief of staff is in high spirits. A military vehicle screeched to a stop beside Hu Fei, and 2 colonels jumped down with smiles. Hu Fei was roasting chicken wings while sizing them up from head to toe. Wow, your noses are sharper than a dog's. You can smell the good food from so far away? The white wolf and the demon wolf sat down with grins, unceremoniously snatching chicken wings from Shirley's hands. I heard you got played by a kid? We're here to watch the fun, the white wolf said with a smile. The demon wolf smacked his lips, a dignified sandfox, always the one playing others, and today you got played by a rookie. We had to come see this. Hu Fei shot them an annoyed glare. Who can play me? Everything is under control. While gnawing on a chicken wing, he continued, in no more than 3 or 4 hours, that kid will be caught. True, the demon wolf said, taking a bite of chicken wing. You sent 12 people to chase him. Unless that kid is me, he'll definitely be caught in 4 hours. Hiss, 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 hot, hot, hot. Sandfox, you're just bullying a kid, the white wolf complained while puffing out his breath. Before Hu Fei could respond, Shirlo, who had his chicken wing snatched, rolled his eyes. Don't underestimate him. That Qin Shen kid is quite clever. He was involved in the previous exercises between the C Army and the A Army. Alright, the demon wolf waved his hand. This trick might work on the captain, but don't try it on us. Exactly, the white wolf chuckled lightly. When it comes to us, we can make that kid submit in no time. How could he still be so arrogant? Chief of Staff, you should hand that kid over to us. Just a little force, and he'll understand why the Heavenly Wolf is the boss of our military district. You roughnecks! Hu Fei glared at them. You need to win people over with virtue, brute force alone is useless. The two burst into laughter. You want to win him over with 12 people? Impressive, really impressive. Hu Fei said without changing his expression. At least this way, he can see the gap and be completely convinced. He smiled as he looked up the mountain. This kid is a good seed. As long as he submits, I can turn him into a sharp blade. By then, even you two won't be able to compare. The demon wolf and the white wolf rolled their eyes together. He'll need to train for another 10 or 8 years. Hu Fei glanced at his watch. It had already been 2 hours. Lu Jihui and the others should be closing in on Qin Shen by now. A smile crept onto his lips. Qin Shen, by now you must be like a rat crossing the street, hiding everywhere from the chase? Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. The forest echoed with dull sounds. The trapmaster was activated, and Qin Shen was quickly setting traps. An hour ago, he had pushed his physical abilities to the limit, managing to sneak past Lu Jihui and the others, and had been sprinting forward ever since. At this point, he had already put quite a distance between himself and that group. Qin Shen wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a few deep breaths. Looking at the prepared materials around him, a trap design rapidly formed in his mind. He suddenly stood up, grabbed 2 vines, and dashed toward a nearby tree. So you want to hang me up and beat me? Let's see who ends up hanging who. Time ticked by. 15 minutes later, Qin Shen restored the forest to its original state. He carefully inspected, confirming that there were no traces of trap setting, and only then did a satisfied smile appear on his lips. With a thought, his super senses spread out like a large net, but within 200 meters, he found no signs of anyone. So slow? Qin Shen shook his head. These guys were too slow. They must be turtles, right? And they still wanted to teach him a lesson? He looked around, his eyes turning, and a smile reappeared on his face. The beast taming ability activated, and his brainwaves instantly spread outwards. Moments later, over 30 birds gathered above his head. Watching the flock of birds circling and dancing above his head, Qin Shen wore a broad smile. His beast taming ability had indeed leveled up significantly. If it had been before, he would have had to communicate with them through brainwaves for a long time, which was time-consuming and exhausting. Now, with just a slight communication, the birds were very obedient. With a thought, Qin Shen activated his super perception to scan the surroundings again. Within 200 meters, there was still no sign of anyone. Damn, this is too slow. If he kept running towards the finish line now, those guys wouldn't be able to catch up at all. But that would be meaningless. He wouldn't be able to gauge the level of the celestial wolf at all. Qin Shen looked up at the sky and suddenly waved his right hand forcefully. Go! Whoosh! A flock of birds immediately darted towards the treetops. Look, there are birds over there. Lu Chuang heard the commotion and immediately turned to look. Sure enough, not far away, a group of birds shot up from the treetops. A smile immediately appeared on his lips. It must be that kid, otherwise, the flock wouldn't have been startled into flight. Let's go! Should we notify the others? No need, they'll catch up. Follow me. The group had just run a short distance when Qin Shen's super perception detected someone rushing towards him. A smile crept onto his lips. He hadn't used his super camouflage ability yet, and now was a perfect time to try it out. Qin Shen quickly turned around and prepared himself. Moments later, the sound of swift footsteps echoed through the forest. 3 figures advanced in a combat formation, quickly arriving at the spot where Qin Shen had set his trap. Where is he? One soldier looked around, but the surroundings were silent, not even a ghost in sight. Lu Chuang glanced up at the trees but found no traces. Spread out, there should be traces on the ground. He can't have gone far. The other two nodded, and Lu Chuang moved forward while the other two formed a line behind him for cover. Step, step, step. Just a few steps in, Qin Shen suddenly lunged out from behind a tree and directly pulled the trigger at the 3. Take cover. The 3 quickly dropped to the ground as bullets whizzed over their heads. Not bad. Qin Shen smiled slightly and turned to run. That bastard thinks he can escape? Lu Chuang sneered coldly. Chase him. The 3 immediately jumped up and ran after him. But just a couple of steps later, Lu Chuang suddenly felt something underfoot. Looking down, he saw a vine rope tightly wrapped around his ankle. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Ah! At the same time, the soldier next to him screamed as he was swiftly hoisted upside down by a vine. Before Lu Chuan could turn to look, a tremendous force yanked him, lifting him off the ground, and he too was left hanging in midair. But it wasn't over yet, the vine continued to constrict. Lu Chuan and the soldier across from him stared in shock as they were pulled closer together. As the vine rapidly tightened, the two were actually hurtling towards each other. Damn! They both screamed in unison. The next second, they collided heavily like pancakes, and stars filled their vision. Hey, are you guys okay? Another soldier rushed over. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from above. He immediately looked up to see a wooden stick hurtling towards his head from high above. Bang! The wood struck heavily against his helmet. The guy's vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious. In the next moment, Qinshen walked out from behind the tree, smiling as he glanced at the soldier who had passed out on the ground, then at the two who were hanging upside down. Wasn't it you guys who said you wanted to hang me up? Now look at you, how did you end up hanging? Qinshen's mischievous voice echoed in Lu Chuang's ears, growing louder. He struggled to turn his head. You bastard. Smack! Qinshen delivered a knife-hand strike to his neck. Before Lu Chuan could utter the three words, King of the Bastards, he completely fainted. If you can't match others, then stop talking. After 3 months of training with the Tian Lang, is this your level? Qinshen shook his head, searched their bodies, and pulled out the signal flares from them. The two signal flares immediately emitted red smoke, shooting up into the sky. Qinshen smiled faintly. 3 down, 9 left. Next, let's see if your companions are a bit smarter than you. Look! Shirla suddenly pointed at the mountain, and the three beside him turned their heads to look. Watching 2 red smokes rise one after another from the mountain, Hu Fei was instantly dumbfounded, his chicken wing falling from his mouth. Did our people get taken out? Bai Lang said, slightly surprised. Mo Lang chuckled, the chief of staff has a good eye, this kid hasn't even gone through our selection, yet he can still trade 1 for 1. Not bad. Suddenly, a third red smoke rose, and the two widened their eyes in astonishment. What the hell, 1 for 2? This kid has some skills. Shirley shot them an annoyed glance. That kid didn't even bring a signal flare. 3 red smokes mean we lost 3. Ha! Bai Lang and Mo Lang looked at each other in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Hu Fei's legs went weak, nearly collapsing. He had originally wanted Qinshen to see the strength of the Tian Lang, but just as it was starting, Qinshen had already given them a hard slap in the face. Tu Lang! Hu Fei turned angrily. What the hell have you been training for these past 3 months? Tu Lang shrank his neck in fear, but had nowhere to hide. You got 3 taken out right at the start of the assessment? That kid is just a scout, and he was in the cooking team before. Hu Fei spat. Tu Lang's eyes twitched, feeling so embarrassed he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Tu Lang, oh Tu Lang, Mo Lang shook his head. What can I say about you? They gave you the nickname Butcher. What have you been butchering? Haven't improved at all? I. Tu Lang stammered, unable to speak. What I? Bai Lang pointed at him angrily. I see you also need training. You were given such an important task to lead the new recruits, and you brought them to this state? The people you led were beaten by a rookie who didn't even participate in the selection. We're all embarrassed for you. Hu Fei glared at him angrily. I think you should change your code name from Tu Lang to Tu Go. What a disgrace. Tu Lang was nearly in tears from the barrage of insults. He had been strictly following the Tianlong's training procedures. Who knew it would turn out like this? Shirlo hurriedly said, Chief of Staff, don't be angry. Qinshen does have some ability, otherwise, you wouldn't have noticed him. But that's about all he can do. He pulled the signal flares to show off to us, but it also exposed his position. The remaining people will definitely catch him soon. Right. The butcher nodded vigorously. The people I trained will definitely be fine, they'll be here soon. Shut up. Hu Fei shot him a fierce glare, then fixed his gaze on the mountain, a faint smile suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Qinshen, good kid, I really didn't misjudge you. But you're still too naive, pulling the signal flares. Aren't you asking for death? Originally, you might have been able to last a bit longer, but now, you have no chance. Hurry. In the forest, figures whizzed past, quickly heading towards the location where the signal smoke had risen. Although only 3 small teams remained, under Lu Jihui's command, they had already formed into a 3x3 formation. Each team was only 30 meters apart, like an arrowhead piercing straight towards the incident point. Moments later, Lu Jihui saw 2 people hanging in the air, tightly embracing each other and spinning around, while one person lay on the ground. Don't go over there. Lu Jihui quickly waved his hand to stop everyone, and they all swiftly halted, alertly scanning their surroundings. Gao Yan's eyes coldly swept the area. He might be hiding nearby. One soldier looked at his comrade, who was hanging there, with a shocked expression. I didn't see it coming. This kid can even set traps, something we haven't learned yet. Which reconnaissance unit is he from, that he's so impressive? What's so impressive about it? Another replied irritably, it must be that Lu Chuang and the others accidentally fell for it. Right, definitely an accident. Now that they were special forces, they naturally had to distinguish themselves from ordinary reconnaissance soldiers. But now, Xin Chen was making them lose face, so they had to find a way to save their pride. After all, they had undergone 3 months of hellish training, followed by 3 months of devilish training with the Tianlang unit. 6 months, who knew how they had spent those 6 months? Could they really be outdone by a newly arrived reconnaissance soldier? Don't be careless. Lu Jihui took a deep breath and then pointed to Team 3, you search to the right. Then he looked at Team 4, you search to the left, snipers to higher ground, fire immediately upon spotting the target. Understood. Team 3 immediately dispersed. The snipers quickly crouched on the trees, their gun barrels locking onto a large area ahead. Lu Jihui waved his hand, leading the remaining men to move closer. The traps are well made. One soldier stared in shock at the vines binding Lu Chuang and the others, swallowing hard. This is a series of traps. That guy used just one vine to create 3 traps, Lu Jihui said coldly. I told you not to be careless. The soldier beside him nodded bitterly and then patted Lu Chuang. Hey, wake up, wake up. But after several pats, Lu Chuang and the others were still bubbling at the mouth, showing no reaction at all. At that moment, footsteps sounded. Lu Jihui looked up, teams 3 and 4 had returned. No one was found on the left. Nothing on the right either, they must have run away. Lu Jihui nodded. That kid definitely ran after he succeeded. He used the signal flare to lure us over, trying to buy himself some time and distance. That bastard, trying to pull this on us? Gao Yan clenched his fists in anger. If I catch him, I'm going to kill him. Chase him. Yeah, let's hurry and chase. We've already lost 3 men. We must catch him quickly, or we'll be slaughtered by the butcher. Lu Jihui nodded, looked around, and then fixed his gaze in the southwest direction. He set up traps here in advance, so he must have exhausted a lot of energy. He probably doesn't have enough stamina left, so he would choose a straight path. He must have run this way, so let's pursue in that direction. We should be able to catch up to him quickly. Okay. Everyone nodded. But we need to change our pursuit formation. Everyone stay close. Lu Jihui said seriously, Gao Yan, you guys take the left front. Xiao, you guys take the right front, and I'll be in the back. We'll form an inverted triangle for the chase. Once we spot him, surround him immediately. Try to capture him alive. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gao Yan clenched his fists in anger. I will make him feel my fists the size of sandbags. Lu Jihui waved his hand, and teams 3 and 4 charged out first. Put them down. Lu Jihui pointed at the hanging soldiers. If they left them like that for too long, Lu Jihui feared something might go wrong. They were his closest comrades. The other 2 soldiers immediately went to untie the vines. Lu Jihui held the 2 men and slowly placed them on the ground, then went to help another person. Suddenly, he felt something was off under his feet, as if he had stepped in something soft and mushy. What the hell? Lu Jihui curiously lifted his foot. Just then, the leaves on the ground suddenly parted, revealing a smiling face. Big brother, are you looking for me? Lu Jihui suddenly saw a face appear out of nowhere, scaring his soul out of his body, and he jumped up with a pale face. Mommy, I'm your dad. Xin Chen chuckled, pushing himself up with force, instantly following closely behind Lu Jihui, almost sticking to him. Lu Jihui watched as Qin Shen's smiling face seemed to fly over, nearly crying and wetting himself in fear. Anyone who suddenly saw such a thing in the mountains would be scared, and would run away. At that moment, Lu Jihui had completely forgotten why he was there. Ah! Both of them screamed together. Lu Jihui screamed in terror, while Qin Shen unleashed his superhuman strength with a satisfying punch. Go to sleep. His fist accurately struck Lu Jihui's chest. Lu Jihui felt as if he had been hit by a high-voltage electric shock. His mouth suddenly formed an O shape, and a tremendous force surged through his body like a tidal wave. The next second, Lu Jihui flew backward like a cannonball, and before he even hit the ground, he had already fainted. The 2 soldiers nearby heard the commotion and immediately turned their heads, only to be left dumbfounded in shock. They saw Lu Jihui flying backward about 10 meters, crashing into a tree with a thud, and after sliding down, he lay still. Their pupils dilated in disbelief. Was that just an illusion? Lu Jihui, was he really knocked away? How much strength did that take? Crack! Suddenly, the sound of a gun bolt being pulled back rang out, and the 2 quickly reacted, rushing to grab their guns. But it was all too late. Qin Shen's laughter had already reached them. Bye-bye. Rat-a-tat-tat. White smoke immediately billowed from their heads as they stared blankly at Qin Shen. Even in death, they remained dazed. Where did this guy come from? Did he really knock Lu Jihui away with a single punch? Qin Shen smiled and raised his chin at them. Tell me, how can you be so careless? We scouts know to check thoroughly. What kind of training did you receive in the wolf den, just playing around every day? A living person like me, and you didn't even notice. How should I scold you? The two suddenly snapped back to reality, their eyes blazing with anger. Damn, you looking for a fight? With that, they charged directly at Qin Shen. Hey, you're already dead. Follow the rules. Follow your grandma. You bastard, you're playing dirty. I'll show you what a special forces soldier can do. Seeing the two rush at him recklessly, Qin Shen quickly stepped back. Don't come over, I don't want to kill you again. Hearing this, their anger flared even more. They had worked so hard and suffered so much to get here. Now, not only were they being toyed with by a newcomer, but they had also been taken down. If they didn't knock him down, how would they face anyone when they got back? Get him! Qin Shen took 2 steps back, then suddenly stopped, activating his elevator battle god ability, and a field appeared beneath his feet. At the same time, the two entered the field's range. This is what you brought upon yourselves, Qin Shen said with a slight smile. Damn you, today you'll see the power of the wolf den. The two almost simultaneously struck out, their fists wildly aimed at Qin Shen's face. Qin Shen chuckled, easily dodging one punch. Then, with a quick movement of his head, he dodged another. His head moved like a pendulum, weaving back and forth between their fists. Can't hit me, still can't hit me. Qin Shen shook his head almost leaving an afterimage. You can't even hit me standing still. Is this the level of the wolf den? Are you all this weak? Shut up. We haven't even used our full strength. The two were furious, their faces flushed. They couldn't even land a hit, their pride ground into the dirt. Then why don't you give it your all and hit me? Come on. Two big idiots, ha, big idiots. Qin Shen swayed provocatively. The two soldiers glared at his punchable face, nearly bursting with rage. I'll kill you. They decided to use both fists and feet. In an instant, punches whistled and kicks sliced through the air. But this time, Qin Shen seemed to have transformed into a large inflatable doll, swaying left and right amidst their storm of attacks, and they couldn't land a single hit. Within the field, not only was Qin Shen invincible in combat, but his dodging skills were also maxed out. After a flurry of punches, the two were exhausted, yet they hadn't even touched a hair on Qin Shen. Despair washed over them. What the hell kind of martial arts is this? Swaying like that, it's smoother than a female streamer shaking her hips. Can't hit me, still can't hit me, you just can't hit me, Qin Shen taunted while dodging, making silly faces at them. Ah, I can't take it anymore, grab him. One soldier shouted in anger. Okay. The other guy was about to rush in to grab him when Qin Shen suddenly crouched down, easily dodging. After all that, it's my turn now. Whoosh! He threw a straight punch at the guy in front of him. With the enhancement of the field effect, his fist moved with astonishing speed, even creating a sonic boom in the air. The guy hadn't even reacted before his stomach was hit by the punch, and with a grunt, he flew backward, his face contorted. The other soldier's eyes widened in terror. What the hell? But before he could react, Qin Shen's fist, as big as a sandbag, was already rapidly enlarging in front of him. A punch hit his chin, sending him soaring into the air, flying over 2 meters high before crashing down. Looking at the two who had been knocked out and were rolling their eyes, Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. I told you not to force me to beat you to death again, why don't you ever listen? He walked over and pulled the signal flares from their bodies. Poof poof. Watching the 2 red flares rise, a smile crept onto Qin Shen's lips. But the next second, his smile vanished as his super senses suddenly detected danger approaching. Qin Shen quickly crouched down, and at the same time, a barrage of bullets whizzed over his head. Bang bang bang. The gunfire came in a dense wave. Qin Shen turned to look, and 2 other teams were charging at him with murderous intent. They're coming pretty fast, Qin Shen smiled slightly, turning and quickly sprinting away using both hands and feet. As he passed by the unconscious Lu Jihui, he casually grabbed his signal flare. Damn you! The pursuing soldiers looked at the fallen Lu Jihui and the others, their eyes blazing with anger. Bastard, if you have the guts, don't run, face me one-on-one. 1, 2, 3, the white wolf held up 3 fingers to Hu Fei. Not bad, 3 more down? Hu Fei was furious, jumping up and down. Wasn't this just rubbing salt in the wound? He turned to glare at the earth wolf. What the hell have you done with the troops you were given? 6 men, and in just a moment, they were taken out by a rookie from a reconnaissance unit? Earth dog, what exactly do you train them on? Playing around every day, just chatting away, huh? The earth wolf was on the verge of tears. Chief of staff, you know me, I really train them strictly according to the process, giving it my all. They've even started calling me the butcher. Shut up. Hu Fei angrily pointed at him, his gaze fixed on the distant mountain, his heart erupting like a volcano. No wonder Qin Shen was so confident before the inspection began. Turns out this kid's strength was growing so fast? But the stronger Qin Shen appeared, the happier Hu Fei felt. After all, this treasure was discovered by him. However, if he just let him win like this, the face of the heavenly wolf would be lost. Hu Fei squinted his eyes and clenched his fists. The remaining 6 little brats, you must give Tianlang a breath of air. Absolutely cannot let Qin Shen win. Whoosh! The remaining 2 teams were now swiftly weaving through the mountains and forests, one in front and the other behind. The sound of the wind howled in their ears, and Qin Shen's figure was getting closer. Day. Someone suddenly raised their gun and fired a burst. But Qin Shen seemed to sense it, crouching down a step ahead, and all the bullets swept past him. Before the next burst of bullets arrived, Qin Shen had already changed direction and was running to the other side. Bastard, you can't escape, you're dead for sure. Hurry up and cover your head, crouch down and surrender, you might die more comfortably. If you dare to keep running, when we catch you, your mother won't even recognize you. Bastard, did you hear that? Day. The 2 teams chased while cursing and firing continuously. But Qin Shen had no intention of stopping at all, and even slightly slowed down. The distance between them was getting closer, and even though Qin Shen didn't look back, his super senses could clearly sense the positions of the 6 people. He was deliberately slowing down to make himself appear more disheveled, as if he could barely run anymore. The purpose of doing this was simple: if he ran too fast and shook them off, the traps he had set would be meaningless. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Shen's mouth. Another trap he had set was near. Just as he was about to rush to the trap, he suddenly jumped forward, leaping over the trap. After landing, he rolled forward and quickly ran ahead. No matter how far you jump, you can't escape. I'll give you one last chance, I'm from Shudao Mountain, otherwise I really will kill you. One guy shouted, holding his gun. Suddenly, he frowned, his expression changing drastically, feeling as if he had stepped on something. Damn, another trap? He screamed in fright. The other 2 nearby were startled and immediately stopped, but it was all too late. They could even hear something whistling through the air. Get out of the way! Gao Yan, who was following behind, shouted anxiously, but it was already too late. Whoosh! 2 wooden sticks flew horizontally from both sides, and the 3 of them widened their eyes in terror. They never imagined that Qin Shen had set such a trap. Bang bang! The 2 pieces of wood clamped down on the 3 of them like a vice. It hurts, my bones are going to break. The 3 screamed in pain, their bodies collapsing along with the 2 pieces of wood. The people behind were so scared their eyes nearly popped out, and they quickly stopped. Gao Yan swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. What the hell kind of trap is this? The other 2 also widened their eyes, trembling all over. Is this really something an ordinary scout can set up? As special forces, they had also received training in traps. But what they could create was nothing compared to Qin Shen's. It was simply child's play. This left them shocked, their faces burning with pain. The gap was like a dimensional strike. Just as they were in shock, a figure quickly flashed out from behind a tree. By the time they reacted and were about to turn their heads, Qin Shen's gun barrel had already swept over the 3 on the ground. Bang bang bang! Seeing the white smoke rising from the heads of the 3 guys, Gao Yan and the others were startled. Conceal! Gao Yan shouted loudly. But before Qin Shen landed, his gun barrel had already locked onto them. Goodbye! He waved with a smile while pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang! 2 Special Forces soldiers reacted a bit slowly. As soon as they crouched down, they were hit by bullets, and white smoke instantly rose from above their heads. Only Gao Yan reacted the fastest, leaping out first. But at that moment, Qin Shen had already rolled over after landing and disappeared behind a tree. What the hell, is he dead already? One soldier said, looking bewildered. The other soldier, furious, slammed his fist into the ground. What kind of godly marksmanship is this? The guy was still in the air, and before he even landed, he took us all out. The soldier who had just removed his helmet, with a mournful expression, said, I suspect the chief of staff is just talking nonsense. Just based on his attitude towards that kid, this guy is definitely not an ordinary scout. Have you ever seen a scout with such good physical fitness, who can set so many traps and has such accurate shooting? He must be a Special Forces soldier from another military district, and a top-notch one at that. Qin Shen leaned against a tree trunk, quickly changing to a new magazine. With a click, the bullet was loaded. He then shouted outside, stop imagining things. Chief, who didn't lie to you, I really am from the reconnaissance battalion. Not long ago, I was just a cook, not some ace Special Forces soldier. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You can't humiliate us like this, we won't fall for it. The two soldiers felt a burning shame on their faces, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? They've never heard of such an impressive scout. Even if it were true, they would never admit it. A proud member of the Wolf Special Forces being taken down by a scout? They couldn't afford to lose face. Shinshin shook his head helplessly. What's wrong with you guys from the Wolf? Why doesn't anyone believe the truth? Why is everyone's pride so inflated? Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps grew fainter. Shinshin was momentarily stunned, then immediately activated his super senses. The next second, he was shocked to see that the one who had slipped away was actually sprinting up the mountain. He peered out from behind the tree and indeed saw Gao Yan recklessly running off into the distance, showing no intention of fighting him. What the hell? He actually ran away. Shinshin was dumbfounded. He had planned to have a good time with him in the end. After all, they had just taken him down with traps. He hadn't even had a chance to test him face to face. But unexpectedly, this guy had no backbone at all and turned tail to run, even faster than a rabbit. Hey, wait a minute, don't run. Shinshin shouted into the distance, let's face off properly this time. Go to hell. Gao Yan shouted back, running even faster. Shinshin's eye twitched, then he looked at the two soldiers he had just taken down. Why is he running? I'm not going to eat him. Why don't you help me persuade him to come back? The two soldiers who had just been taken down turned red-faced but were too stunned to say a word. They certainly knew why Gao Yan was running. Earlier, Hu Fei had said that under no circumstances should Shinshin be allowed to win. Now, with only this one soldier left among the 12 of them, there was no hope for a one-on-one fight. It was better to run quickly to the finish line. As long as they could get there before Shinshin, even if they couldn't take him down, at least they could save a bit of face for everyone. We're dead men, how would we know? If you want to ask, go ask him. The two glared at him, their anger boiling over. Shinshin shrugged helplessly, alright, I'll go ask right now. After saying that, he smiled and walked over to the two soldiers. What are you doing? Don't do anything reckless. Since you're all dead, I naturally have to report your death to your chief of staff. Be good and don't move, or I might have to hit someone. Shinshin chuckled, directly pulling out their signal sticks. The two clenched their fists, their eyes blazing with anger, but they dared not speak out. They still vividly remembered how badly Lu Jihue and the others had been beaten. Being eliminated and slapped in the face is already quite miserable. They certainly didn't want to be hit for no reason, being used as a punching bag by that freak Shinshin. Bang! Shinshin pulled the last signal flare, and red smoke instantly rose into the air. He looked at the two with disdain. Seriously, you guys, it's been half a year since you came to Tianlang. What have you been training for every day? This is the best you can do? I'm so disappointed. Hey! One guy shouted angrily, that's enough. We admit we lost, but you don't have to insult us like that. We've put in a lot of effort and sweat over the past 6 months, not a single moment was wasted. Another guy, full of indignation, said, you only won by using traps. If we had a fair fight without traps, we would have taken you down long ago. Shinshin looked at him as if he were an idiot. Brother, do you hear yourself? 12 against 1, and you call that fair? I'm weak, so I used some traps. What's wrong with that? How can you even say that? The guy's face turned red, stammering and unable to respond. Shinshin chuckled, but now you only have one person left. This time, I won't use traps, I'll fight him fairly. I want to see how strong you guys have become after half a year. If he's too weak, I'll send him back to reunite with you all. Goodbye, everyone. With that, he grabbed his weapon and quickly chased after the direction Gao Yan had fled. Watching Shinshin's retreating figure, the group of dead men was furious. This bastard is infuriating. Enough complaining. We lost because we were outmatched, that's a fact. Yeah, let's think about how to face the butcher next. Everyone's heart sank, and they swallowed hard. 12 against 1, and they were all killed. They definitely wouldn't have an easy time ahead. 4 down, 5 down. The magic wolf held up 5 fingers. Chief of staff, 5 more are dead. Isn't this almost a total loss? Shut up. Hu Fei glared at him angrily. I can see for myself. I don't need you to remind me. The magic wolf and the white wolf exchanged awkward smiles, as if to say they were just worried he wouldn't notice. Hu Fei suddenly turned to the earth wolf, scaring it into huddling down and covering its head. Chief of staff, please don't scold me. I'll train with them and push them to their limits. Hu Fei shot him a fierce glare, and Shirlu walked over. Chief of staff, getting angry now won't help. Although we've lost some face, finding a soldier like Shinshin is worth it. Hu Fei nodded silently, a hint of a relieved smile on his lips. Let's go wait for him at the finish line. With that, he turned and walked toward the vehicle. Thud thud thud. At this moment, Gao Yan was running desperately through the woods like a stray dog. He zigzagged left and right, his body almost parallel to the ground, fearing that a bullet might suddenly come from behind and take him out. He didn't know how long he had been running, but he was already drenched in sweat, even his shoes filled with it. "Big brother, why are you running? Wait for me." Suddenly, Qin Shen's voice came from behind. Gao Yan was instantly terrified, his hair standing on end as if he had seen a ghost. "Damn, this guy just won't quit. Why is he still following me?" He felt as if his butt had been set on fire, and his speed immediately increased. Qin Shen followed leisurely behind, watching the guy's back with a smile on his face. Since there was only one left, and time was ample, he might as well have some fun. "Big brother, weren't you going to kill me? I'm right here, come on over. I'm really easy to take down. Go to hell. I won't fall for your tricks." High Rock shouted while sprinting, "Whoever reaches the finish line first wins, you're definitely going to lose." No matter what, he couldn't let Qin Shen take him down. He was the last one standing among the 12. If he failed, the Tianlang would lose face, and when he returned, he would be in deep trouble. The butcher would definitely finish them off. Qin Shen followed behind with a smile. "Big brother, I promise, this time I won't set any traps. I'm right here, let's have a face-to-face duel. You use all your skills, and I'll use mine, and let's see who drops first." "Go to hell. You think this is a Western cowboy duel? I won't fall for it." With that, High Rock pushed his speed a bit more and threw 2 grenades behind him. Qin Shen had long been prepared and dodged behind a tree the moment he raised his hand. Boom! Taking advantage of the explosion, High Rock grinned and charged forward another 10 meters. He looked back, a smirk on his face. "You can't catch up now, you bastard. Still want to take me down? No way." At that moment, Qin Shen peeked out from behind the tree, watching his back with a helpless sigh. He had originally wanted to test this guy's true strength, but now it seemed he had overestimated it. These special forces weren't that impressive, their overall strength wasn't much stronger than that of the reconnaissance troops. "Captain, company commander, you've overestimated the Tianlong's strength. It's not that I don't want to stay, but their level is simply not enough to teach me. Rather than waste time here and end up as a useless person, it's better to come back. With me around, the reconnaissance battalion's future development will definitely not be worse than that of the Tianlang." He smiled slightly, then burst into speed, quickly chasing after. The sun was setting, and the red evening glow burned half the sky. At the finish line, Hu Fei and the others stood quietly by the car, looking at the mountains ahead. "Here he comes, here he comes." Shirley pointed ahead, and Hu Fei immediately looked over. He saw Qin Shen striding out of the woods, carrying a prey on his shoulder, which was none other than the fleeing High Rock. The jackal covered his face, wishing he could find a block of tofu to smash his head against. His carefully trained 12 soldiers had been easily taken down by a cook from a basic reconnaissance unit. Just thinking about the nickname Butcher everyone had given him made him feel embarrassed. His old face had completely lost its dignity today. At that moment, Qin Shen also spotted Hu Fei and casually pulled off the signal stick from High Rock. From a distance, it looked like Qin Shen was emerging from a red smoke, carrying someone, giving off a strong sense of a Western war film. "Good kid." Hu Fei nodded repeatedly, his smile almost overflowing. The magic wolf and white wolf also stood on tiptoe to look, their brows slightly furrowed, more curious about Qin Shen. In no time, Qin Shen ran back and set High Rock down. Then he saluted Hu Fei. "Chief, I've completed your preliminary assessment. Didn't exceed the time limit, right?" Hu Fei laughed heartily. No, you even came back early. Then I can consider it as completing your task, right?" "Completed, and you did very well." Hu Fei grinned and shook Qin Shen's hand. "Congratulations, Comrade Qin Shen, you have perfectly proven with your strength that you are qualified to become one of us. From now on, you are a member of our Tianlang Special Operations Team." Clap, clap, clap. Shi Lu applauded vigorously from the side. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang in Qin Shen's ear. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, officially joining the Tianlang Special Operations Team. The current task is completed. Do you need to issue the reward now?" Qin Shen felt a surge of joy. The task was finally completed, issue it later. "Yes, host." Hu Fei clapped his hands cheerfully, as if he had found a great treasure. "I knew you could do it, I really didn't misjudge you." The demon wolf and the white wolf twitched at the corners of their eyes, feeling a bit displeased with Qin Shen. Although he did have some skills, he had embarrassed the Tianlang right after arriving, which made them uncomfortable. "But, Qin, my little brother," Hu Fei suddenly said seriously, "even though you've passed the assessment and are now an official member of our Tianlang, I still have to tell you." He put away his smile and said solemnly, "Even though you've passed the assessment, for now, you are still a newcomer. In the days to come, you will have to train with these 12 people. Although you performed quite well, you haven't undergone systematic training. There is still a lot for you to learn, so you need to settle down and study earnestly. Don't be too proud or complacent. Chief of Staff, Xinshen suddenly called out. Hu Fei was taken aback. Xinshen smiled slightly at him. Chief of Staff, we agreed before that if I lost, you could command me however you wanted, and I would have no objections. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to lie down, I won't stand up. But if I win... Hu Fei's eyes twitched, looking at Xinshen's smiling face, feeling that something was off. Xinshen grinned and said, you said back then that you could agree to 10 conditions? Hu Fei awkwardly nodded. Yes, I said that. What are your conditions? Xinshen broke free from his hand, smiling as he took a step back. I request to be sent back to the reconnaissance battalion. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? Hu Fei stared at Xinshen, his eyes wide open. The others also looked at him in disbelief. Xinshen straightened his chest and said seriously, I request to be sent back to the reconnaissance battalion under the Sea Army's A division. Wait. Hu Fei's head buzzed, and he waved his hands. I'm a bit confused, let me sort this out. He stared hard at Xinshen. You were the one who wanted to take the assessment, I arranged it, and then you won. Your request is to go back, not to stay with us, is that what you mean? Yes. Xinshen nodded with a smile. What the hell yes? Hu Fei jumped up in anger. You are already here. You are one of us Tianlang now, you can't go anywhere. The transfer order has already been given to you. What about that invitation? Xinshen spread his hands. I remember you told me when I came back that the invitation had no substantial meaning, just a piece of stamped waste paper, so don't take it too seriously. Moreover, that piece of paper has already been torn, and it was torn right in front of you. Hu Fei was completely dumbfounded, his jaw almost hitting the ground. He had said that himself. But this kid was clearly playing him. He never intended to stay. Xinshen smiled slightly at him. Chief of Staff Hu, actually, I have two main purposes for coming this time. He raised one finger. First, I want to tell you how ridiculous it was to inexplicably recruit me and then inexplicably send me away. Hu Fei's eyes widened. Are you trying to get back at me? I did have that thought before, but it's no longer important, Xinshen said with a smile. The second purpose is to prove to you Tianlang that the soldiers from our reconnaissance battalion are just as capable and can easily defeat you. Comrade Chief of Staff, I accept your invitation. I came, and I had a friendly exchange with you. Now I should go back, so could you arrange for a vehicle? No way. Hu Fei jumped up in anger. You, just wait for me to calm down. At this moment, his mind was indeed a bit chaotic. The dignified sandfox, throughout his life, had either been scheming against others or on the path of doing so. He had always been the one to toy with others, and this was the first time he was being played like a monkey by someone else. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around it, and his brain felt like it had crashed. Xinshen, the magic wolf suddenly walked over, angrily pointing at him. Do you think this is just a game? Our heavenly wolf can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public bus? Xinshen glanced at his military rank and smiled slightly. Sir, please don't be angry. I have great respect for the heavenly wolf, so when you extended the invitation, I came right away. And besides, I left after defeating you all, with no intention of disrespecting the heavenly wolf whatsoever. You! The magic wolf was so furious he nearly exploded. Xinshen, do you think you're something special? The white wolf, with anger in his eyes, said coldly, you think you're invincible just because you defeated a few rookies? Ridiculous, childish. Xinshen smiled faintly. Sir, I've never thought of myself as invincible, but I did indeed take down your rookies who had been training for half a year, and that was 12 of them. Moreover, it was your chief of staff who said they had reached the basic level of the heavenly wolf. Looking at it this way, I really am quite impressive, at least a bit better than all of you. Go to hell! The magic wolf could no longer contain his anger and suddenly threw a punch at him. Today, I must teach you a lesson, you little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. The punch came so suddenly, the meteor-like fist magnified in front of Xinshen's eyes. Xinshen didn't dodge at all, instead, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He wanted to see the true strength of the heavenly wolf, and this guy looked quite strong. With a thought, the elevator battle god activated instantly, and the magic wolf also entered the range of the domain. At that moment, all of Xinshen's attributes in the domain were stacked to the max, making him nearly invincible. To him, the magic wolf's fist seemed to move in slow motion. Whoosh! Xinshen's head suddenly tilted back, and the magic wolf's fist hit nothing but air. The magic wolf's eyes widened. Sir, you missed. Xinshen smiled calmly. Bastard! The magic wolf threw another fierce punch, but this time the angle was very tricky. Xinshen smiled slightly, and his body automatically entered a dodging mode. The magic wolf's lightning-fast fist once again missed, brushing just above his scalp. Still missed, sir. Is your aim off? Damn it! The magic wolf was so furious he felt like he might explode, and then his fists came at Qin Shen like meteors in rapid succession. Qin Shen's head swayed left and right like a pendulum, and after a dozen punches from the magic wolf, not a single hair on him was touched. Qin Shen yawned. Sir, your movements are a bit faster than those 12, but your accuracy is lacking. Why don't you come back to the reconnaissance camp with me? I'll teach you. Damn you! The white wolf was also enraged upon hearing this and was about to charge forward. Stop! A loud shout suddenly rang out. Everyone froze and turned to glare at Shi Lu. What the hell are you shouting for? Shi Lu looked embarrassed. Captain, it's the captain. The captain has ordered that Qin Shen be taken back. Everyone immediately looked at Hu Fei, who twitched his eye and then glared fiercely at Qin Shen. Let's go, he said, turning to get into the vehicle. Consider yourself lucky this time, let's go. The magic wolf and the white wolf glared at Qin Shen coldly, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Qin Shen shrugged helplessly and followed suit, striding towards the vehicle. After all, he was determined to go back, no matter what his captain said. Unless there was an official transfer order to keep him here, otherwise it was out of the question. Having been played once, even if this was the ultimate dream of all infantry, he was not the slightest bit interested. A golden nest or a silver nest was not as good as his grass nest in the reconnaissance camp. Only those who have left home know how fragrant the rice is at home. Chief of Staff, what should I do? The jackal ran over. Hu Fei was already furious, and seeing him made his anger flare even more. Take your men and go survive in the mountains for 7 days. No one is allowed to come back until the 7 days are up. Ha! The jackal looked distressed. Do I have to go too? Yes, you have to. Hu Fei was infuriated. What kind of useless soldiers are you bringing? 9 days, you are not allowed to come back for 9 days. Understood. The jackal saluted bitterly, cursing Qin Shen's ancestors in his heart. Boom! 2 vehicles started up and roared away. The jackal was left with a mouthful of smoke, looking at him with a face full of grievance. After a moment, he suddenly turned around and strode over to Gao Yan, kicking him. Get up! Ha! Gao Yan was startled and jumped up. What happened? What happened? The jackal kicked him again in anger. What happened? How dare you ask what happened? Go find the others right now. For the next few days, I will train you to death. Kid, say that again in front of the captain if you dare. In the captain's office, Hu Fei glared at Qin Shen angrily. Qin Shen stood tall, his eyes shining. Report, Captain, it's not that I don't want to stay, it's that you are too weak to keep me. What the hell did you say? The magic wolf, white wolf, rushed up angrily, but was stopped by Hu Fei. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Qin Shen glanced at them, unafraid. 12 new comrades are one thing, but these 2 leaders don't seem that strong either. I stood still for half a day and they couldn't even touch me. Why not let them train with me? I guarantee I can elevate their strength. You bastard! The magic wolf's face turned red with anger. You little rookie, have you eaten bear hearts and leopard guts? You actually want to ride on our heads, dreaming big. White wolf was also furious. Even if you have some skills, you're just a rookie. A rookie in front of veterans is always a fledgling. Kid, you can't even walk properly and you want to fly? Aren't you afraid of falling to your death? Qin Shen rolled his eyes. With his current strength, he could easily crush most of the Tianlang members. Teaching them would be a piece of cake. These guys really didn't recognize a treasure when they found one. Anyway, Qin Shen wasn't very keen on staying here. Rather than being a rookie and getting scolded every day, he might as well return to the reconnaissance battalion and continue being his deputy company commander. Just right, the task the system gave him was to lead an elite unit. Qin Shen believed that it wouldn't be long before he could turn the 2nd Company, or even the entire reconnaissance battalion, into a force stronger than Tianlang. Being the boss was much more enjoyable than being a subordinate under someone else's command. Qin Shen glanced at them. Originally, I wanted to stay and see, but after seeing your strength, I really don't think you can teach me anything. Moreover, during the recent exercise, your chief of staff who was even. Don't say it! Hu Fei almost jumped up. Very few people in Tianlang knew about that incident. If it got out, he would lose all face. Kid! White Wolf and Magic Wolf glared at Qin Shen fiercely. If you have the guts, fight us. I guarantee I'll beat the shit out of you. Enough! Captain Shang Nan shouted, and the room instantly fell silent. He walked up to Qin Shen, coldly staring into his eyes. Give me a reason? Ha! Qin Shen looked at him in surprise. What you just said doesn't count, and don't give me any bullshit about invitations. Tell me a real reason. Shang Nan stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, why would you rather return to the reconnaissance battalion than stay in this better place, Tianlang? Qin Shen's expression changed slightly, then he said seriously, for my comrades in the reconnaissance battalion, is that reason enough? What? Hu Fei frowned beside him. Xiang Nan waved his hand to stop him, still staring intently at Qin Shen. Continue. Qin Shen took a deep breath. Report, Captain, I have been to Tianlang before, but I was sent away, you know that, right? Were you just being stubborn? Xiang Nan squinted. No, Qin Shen shook his head. I just want to tell you that after leaving here that time, I was lost for a long time. It was my comrades in the reconnaissance battalion who found me and brought me back. It was there that I felt the care and concern from my comrades. We experienced flood rescue together, we participated in drills together, we are already life and death friends. I can't bear to leave my brothers, so no matter how good it is here, I want to go back. Moreover, this place is not better than our reconnaissance battalion. Qin Shen shrugged, making the White Wolf and others clench their fists in anger. Xiang Nan nodded silently. Then why did you come? Because my company commander and battalion commander wanted me to come. They said Tianlang is the best unit in the entire military region, and our reconnaissance battalion hasn't had anyone enter Tianlang for a long time. If I can enter Tianlang, it represents the honor of our reconnaissance battalion. For this honor, I came. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and nodded silently. You came with the expectations of your brothers, for your glory, and then you didn't participate in the selection training, directly passing our preliminary assessment. You think you've already brought face to the reconnaissance battalion, so now you can go back, right? Yes, Qin Shen nodded. You just defeated 12 new recruits. Hu Fei interjected angrily. Do you really think you're invincible, that you've already surpassed Tianlong's level? You're still far from it. Xiang Nan waved his hand, staring intently at Qin Shen. In your heart, your brothers are more important than anything else, right? Qin Shen nodded vigorously. Yes. Others might be eager to get promoted or go to better places. It's human nature to seek higher ground, but Qin Shen is different. If he weren't a soldier, he would have endless wealth and wouldn't care about these things at all. After joining the army, he experienced a lot, and it was under everyone's influence that he made up his mind to be a good soldier. If he had to leave those comrades who shared life and death to pursue a better future alone, he couldn't do it. Xiang Nan nodded silently, then turned to pick up the phone. Moments later, he put down the phone and stared intently at Qin Shen. You can go back. What? Hu Fei exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. Captain, Shut up. Hu Fei could only obediently close his mouth. Xiang Nan looked at Qin Shen. But I'll give you one last chance. Tianlang is the best unit in the entire military region, a holy place that all infantry dream of entering. Here you can learn a lot and grow into an excellent soldier, but if you go back to the reconnaissance unit, you will never reach our level in Tianlang. Qin Shen smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, Captain, but please rest assured, our reconnaissance battalion will definitely get better in the future. Who knows, one day I might lead a unit that surpasses Tianlang. Xiang Nan's eyes twitched, then a smile appeared on his face. Good kid, remember what you said today. If you regret it in the future and cry out for help, you won't be able to come back. I will never regret it. Qin Shen saluted him firmly. Sure Lu. Here. Take him back. Yes. Shirla walked over and sighed helplessly at Qin Shen. Qin Shen smiled slightly at him and strode out. The door closed, and Hu Fei shouted excitedly, Captain, I went through a lot of trouble to bring this person here. All you need to do is ask the military district for an order, and he won't be able to leave. Why? Enough. Xiang Nan coldly stared at him. A forcibly picked fruit isn't sweet, but he quenches thirst. Hu Fei nearly jumped up. Xiang Nan's eyelid twitched twice, and he said in a deep voice, he is indeed very talented, but what Tianlang needs is a loyal soldier. His mind is still in the reconnaissance battalion. Even if we keep him, he won't be able to unleash his full potential. But, no buts, I've made my decision. Hu Fei angrily stomped his foot and stormed out. Xiang Nan walked to the window, watching Qin Shen get into the car, and helplessly closed his eyes. A good soldier, just like that, is leaving. What is the higher-ups doing, meddling in our affairs for no reason? At this moment, in the Northwest Military District Command, Deputy Commander Luo Jianhai smiled wryly at Shangguan Yun, spreading his hands. My dear Shangguan, I've taken care of the matter for you, but our comrade Xiang Nan seems very unhappy. Shangguan Yun smiled slightly at him. I really appreciate your help, but this is also because Qin Shen himself doesn't want to stay. If he truly wished to remain, I would absolutely not interfere. As for Comrade Xiang Nan, please do some work on him. Luo Jianhai shook his head. This Qin Shen is young and naive. Don't you understand? Tianlang is such a great place, so many people are eager to go there. You should persuade him. Why are you helping him? I have my own reasons, Shangguan Yun said with a bitter smile. Luo Jianhai waved his hand, saying, but if he wants to return to his old unit, he probably can't go back. Just a couple of days ago, their division was completely restructured, and the organization has already been disrupted. His original reconnaissance battalion is gone. After he goes back, he won't be able to return to the reconnaissance battalion. He will probably be assigned to another unit. Shang Wanyan's brows furrowed immediately. This was somewhat unexpected for him. The car slowly drove towards the camp entrance. Xin Shen glanced at Shi Lu in the rearview mirror. Brother Shi, are you blaming me too? Shi turned to look at him, shrugged. To be honest, I think it's pretty foolish for you to give up such a great opportunity to join Tianlang. But if it's for a group of comrades in life and death, then I think you're quite admirable. Shi smiled slightly. As soldiers, no matter how good our military skills are, we are still just individuals. When executing a mission, if there are no reliable comrades by your side on the battlefield, then you are nothing. Don't overthink it. Just work hard when you get back. Xin Shen immediately smiled. Hearing someone understand him made him feel much better. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, and Xin Shen nearly bumped into the front. What happened? Xin Shen rubbed his head. He suddenly saw a car blocking their way ahead. Don't get out of the car, leave it to me, Shi Lu ordered as he got out. But as soon as he closed the car door, Xin Shen followed him out. Didn't I tell you not to get out? Xin Shen! The magic wolf, White Wolf, and two officers jumped out of their car, glaring menacingly as they approached. Shi Lu quickly stepped in front, smiling apologetically. Everyone, please don't act rashly, the captain has already given orders. Get out of my way, this is none of your business. The magic wolf grabbed Shi Lu and threw him aside. Immediately, the four surrounded Xin Shen. What's up, everyone? Xin Shen smiled slightly at them. Still want to fight? How about we change places? There are too many people here. If you get hurt, you won't be able to save face. Shut up. White Wolf pointed at him and growled. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Is a young person still considered young if they're not arrogant? Xin Shen smiled, showing no fear. The magic wolf gritted its teeth, its fiery eyes glaring fiercely at him. It's always us, the Sky Wolves, who don't need anyone else. No one has ever dared to refuse us. Kid, you are making a big mistake today. Now, go back and apologize to the captain immediately. We can still forgive you. If you walk out of here, you will be our enemy from now on. Right, do you know what happens when you become our enemy? From now on, whenever we meet in drills, we'll make sure to beat you to death. If we run into you during regular training, we won't hold back either. We won't kill you, but we'll make sure you suffer. The White Wolf looked at him coldly. So, are you scared now? Hurry back and apologize, there's still time. Xin Shen glanced at them, smiling broadly. Then thank you. Thank you for what? Everyone frowned in unison. What was there to thank? Xin Shen smiled and said, I hope that when you encounter me in the future, you will go all out and show no mercy. That way, we can improve our combat effectiveness. If you go easy on me, it won't be interesting at all. Damn! The four of them instantly erupted in anger, ready to roll up their sleeves. Shi Lu quickly ran over to stop them, smiling wryly. It's one thing to talk, but please don't actually fight. The four ignored Shi Lu, their eyes fixed on Xin Shen like hawks. Xin Shen also stared back at them without backing down. The captain of the Sky Wolves had already agreed to let him go back. What were these little brats to stop him? After a moment, the White Wolf pointed at Xin Shen. You, remember what I said today. It won't be long before you realize how ridiculous your mistake is. I guarantee you will regret it deeply. Just wait, you better wait. The others also threw down harsh words before turning to get into their vehicle. Watching their car drive away, Shi Lu finally let out a big sigh of relief. He then looked at Xin Shen with annoyance. Can't you just back down a little? These are the four great warriors of the Sky Wolves. If it really comes to blows, you won't have a good time, and I won't be able to save you. Xin Shen smiled lightly. Brother Shi, right now I represent our reconnaissance battalion. I will never back down against your Sky Wolves. Shi Lu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. Alright, let's go. I'll take you back to your reconnaissance battalion. Just as Xin Shen was about to get in the car, he suddenly stopped. He turned to see Shen Xinran waiting not far away, her eyes filled with urgency as she looked at him. Xin Shen sighed and said to Shi Lu, Brother Shi, please wait for me a moment. Before he could react, Xin Shen was already running over there. Commander Shen? Shi Lu was slightly stunned, then revealed a strange smile. These two definitely had a story. But he had no habit of gossiping, so he turned and got into the car. Did you need me? Xin Shen ran up to Shen Xinran. Shen Xinran nodded. I heard you refused the captain and want to go back to the reconnaissance battalion? Yes. Shen Xinran looked at him anxiously. Why are you so foolish? The Sky Wolves is a place that many people want to come to but can't. You've put in so much effort, and finally passed the assessment. Why do you want to leave? Moreover, there are greater opportunities for development in the Sky Wolves, which no ordinary unit can compare to. You. Shinshen waved his hand to interrupt her. I don't care about the future or anything. I only care about my good brothers. You don't have to be in the Sky Wolves to be a good soldier. I can still be a good soldier with my brothers in the reconnaissance battalion. He smiled lightly. I don't care at all about a place that others are fighting to get into. I think the reconnaissance battalion is just fine. It's not worse than the Sky Wolves at all. That's because you've been in the army for too short a time and don't know how powerful the Sky Wolves are. Shinran said anxiously, even if you tied 3 reconnaissance battalions together, they wouldn't measure up to half of the Sky Wolves. Who said that? Shinshen interrupted her again. As long as I go back, it won't take long before I can make the reconnaissance battalion stronger than your Tianlang. Shinran was amused by Shinshen's arrogance. You're thinking too much. Do you know how much heritage Tianlang has? It's not something your reconnaissance battalion can compare to. We're not even in the same league. Shinshen smiled slightly at her. Then let's make a bet. Shinran was taken aback. What? Shinshen looked at her. If I can really make the reconnaissance battalion stronger than Tianlang, what do you say? Shinran rolled her eyes in annoyance, thinking he was dreaming. If you can really do it, you can do whatever you want. Shinshen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You said it. If I lead a special forces unit that's more powerful than Tianlang, then at that time. He looked Shinran up and down. At that time, no matter what I ask for, you can't refuse. Bastard. Shinran blushed and spat. What's wrong, scared? Shinshen asked with a smile. Shinran's face was as red as a ripe apple. You better do it first. Shinshen chuckled. It's a deal. Whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. No problem. Shinran nodded vigorously. Then she asked back, what if you can't do it? Then you can punish me as you like, Shinshen said, pretending to be about to collapse. Shinran smiled slightly. Then you have to listen to my advice. Okay. Shinshen nodded. Moments later, Shinran watched the car drive away, her face still flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. She never expected she would run out to stop Shinshen, nor did she think she would make such a crazy bet with him. Perhaps she still couldn't forget that night. The next afternoon, Shirley drove slowly into the reconnaissance battalion. What's going on here? Shirley asked curiously. Shinshen was taken aback and froze as he got out of the car. He saw trucks parked in front of the dormitory building, with soldiers moving beds and chairs onto the vehicles. He hurriedly ran towards the second company, but as he checked one dormitory after another, each one was empty, devoid of anything. Shinshen immediately dashed out, shouting as he ran, Xiaodong, Changlei, Chenghanen, Zhengxian, Haoduoduo, where are you guys? Deputy Company Commander? Suddenly, Xiaodong ran over from the side, looking at him in surprise. Deputy Company Commander, why are you back? Didn't you go to Tianlang? Seeing a familiar face, Shinshen's excitement was palpable as he grabbed him. Old Xia, where are our people? Where did they all go? And what's going on now? Why are they moving things out? Xiaodong's expression darkened, and he said bitterly, Deputy Company Commander, you still don't know. On the day you left, our reconnaissance battalion was disbanded. What? Shinshen's eyes widened in shock. Disbanded? Xiaodong nodded. The last exercise was actually an assessment of our army. After the exercise, the higher-ups decided to reorganize our army from a regiment to a brigade. Our battalion only retained one company, the others either went to grassroots units or were discharged. The battalion commander was transferred, and our company commander was also transferred. Shinshen's head buzzed, and he could no longer hear what Xiaodong was saying. He had given up Tianlang to come back and be with his brothers, to make the second company better than Tianlang, but now, suddenly, he turned around and ran quickly towards the division headquarters. Deputy Company Commander, Deputy Company Commander. Xiaodong hurriedly chased after him, but Shinshen ran too fast and quickly disappeared from sight. Hey! Shirley grabbed Xiaodong. What the hell is going on with you guys? Xiaodong looked at him and straightened his chest. Report, sir, we have been disbanded. Ah! Shirley couldn't believe his eyes, then looked towards the place where Shinshen had left, a bitter smile on his face. Shinshen, oh Shinshen, your life is truly hard. Whoosh! Shinshen sprinted away, racing towards the division headquarters at a 100-meter dash speed. 2 patrol officers were on duty, and upon seeing someone running past, one of them immediately went to shout for him to stop. Wait a minute. The other patrol officer quickly pulled him back. What's wrong? That's the legend of our patrol team, don't you know Shinshen? Ah, is that him? He hurriedly looked over, but Shinshen had already disappeared from sight. Of course. The other patrol officer laughed. You can't go looking for trouble with him. Come on, let's pretend we didn't see anything. Oh, right. The two continued their patrol. Before long, Xin Chen burst into the division headquarters, but the next second, he froze. Because just like the reconnaissance battalion, there were trucks parked in front of the headquarters, and many soldiers were moving things out. Xin Chen's heart raced, and he thought, the division headquarters is also gone? In the division office, Shi Xingli stared intently at Xin Chen. Xin Chen, tell me honestly, did the special forces send you back again? Don't be afraid, I'll stand up for you. Commander, I. Bang! Before Xin Chen could finish his sentence, he slammed his palm on the table in anger. These damn bastards, sending people back like it's a habit. Can they send someone back twice? Why should they send back such a good soldier like me? I'll go settle the score with them. Commander. Xin Chen quickly stood up, forcing a smile. I really wasn't sent back, I came back on my own. Shi Xingli stared at him in disbelief. You came back on your own? Xin Chen nodded vigorously. I passed the preliminary assessment of the Sky Wolf and even took down 12 of their special forces during the assessment. I thought the Sky Wolf's strength was just a so-so. Rather than staying there, I might as well come back and make our reconnaissance battalion better. But I didn't expect. Hey, you're confused. Shi Xingli slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Don't you know the reconnaissance battalion is being disbanded? Why come back at this time? Staying with the Sky Wolf would be much better. Even if you look down on them, you could develop better there. In less than 2 years, you could get promoted twice, but what can you do coming back? Xin Chen stared at him. I had no idea the reconnaissance battalion was being disbanded. I left with the orders of the company commander and battalion commander. They told me to establish a foothold in the Sky Wolf, to bring glory to our reconnaissance battalion, so that more people from the battalion could go to the Sky Wolf in the future, to branch out there, but... Seeing Xin Chen's emotional and deeply disappointed expression, Shi Xingli suddenly realized, I understand now, I completely understand. Go Jian and Wu Ziyuan have been keeping the restructuring of the reconnaissance battalion from you, deliberately sending you to the Sky Wolf before the disbandment. The air suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Xin Chen silently clenched his fists. He now understood everything. The reconnaissance battalion was disbanded, the second company was gone, and everyone was going their separate ways. At this time, Wu Ziyuan and Go Jian sent him to the Sky Wolf, hoping for better development for him, rather than being assigned to a grassroots unit like others, not knowing where to go in the future. At this moment, Xin Chen's feelings were incredibly complex. Back when he was in the new recruit company, Wu Ziyuan looked down on him the most. Xin Chen, I'll tell you frankly, I really, extremely dislike you. Xin Chen, I'm sorry, you're a good soldier. The company commander misjudged you. Whoever dares to touch Xin Chen, I'll fight him. He's my soldier from the second company. Xin Chen silently closed his eyes, once again feeling the profound camaraderie from his comrades and brothers. They faced the disbandment of the old unit alone, yet they pushed themselves toward a better place. It was just like on the battlefield, where they used their bodies to shield each other from bullets, allowing themselves to charge further. Commander, Xin Chen suddenly looked at Shi Xingli. Where did our company commander go? And my comrades, can I still find them? Shi Xingli smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wu Ziyuan has been transferred to the Army's Direct Reconnaissance Battalion as Deputy Battalion Commander, and your company commander, Go Jian, has been reassigned to the 58th Regiment as Chief of Staff. I don't know where the others went. Some have retired, some have been scattered to various units, and some are no longer in our army. Xin Chen clenched his fists tighter. When he left, everyone from the second company came to see him off. But now, only Xia Dong remained, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Moreover, Shi Xingli sighed, you don't need to call me commander anymore, I've been demoted to brigade commander. Xin Chen looked at him in surprise. There's no need to be surprised, Shi Xingli smiled bitterly, this exercise exposed too many of our shortcomings. I'm already grateful to still be here commanding the troops. The commanders of the B and C divisions have already stepped back to secondary positions. Their units are being handed over to younger leaders, and even our division commander has to go for further training. Xin Chen's body trembled violently. He never expected that so many people would leave during a reorganization. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit panicked. Had Cheng Haonan, Zhang Qian, and Hao Duo left? Where had Chang Lei and Zhao Jiumei gone? These were the people he cared about the most, yet they were all missing now. Xin Chen's head buzzed. He had originally thought about returning and leading the second company, even the reconnaissance battalion, to become a top-tier unit surpassing the Tianlang, but now, suddenly, Shi Xingli patted his shoulder firmly. Xin Chen was taken aback, staring at him blankly. Shi Xingli smiled slightly at him. Xin Chen, you are a good soldier. If it were someone else, they would never return to such a good place as Tianlang, even if they were chased away. But you voluntarily gave that up. Don't worry, Even if your reconnaissance battalion is disbanded, even if the personnel lists for the various units have been finalized, I will definitely arrange a good position for you. But for now, you'll have to stay at the brigade headquarters and serve as a combat staff officer. After a while, I guarantee I will arrange a good position for you. Qin Shen stared at him intently, unsure whether to be grateful or sad. No matter how good the position arranged, could those brothers come back? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly the door was knocked on. Come in. Gao Kun pushed the door open and walked in. He glanced at Qin Shen, then saluted Qi Shengli. The headquarters has sent someone to take Qin Shen away. Oh, Qi Shengli nodded, then his expression changed drastically. What? Who are they taking? Qin Shen was also confused. Headquarters? Coming to take him? 5 minutes later, Qin Shen was in a car heading to the military district headquarters. Qi Shengli watched the car grow further away, his eyes twitching. Damn it, I forgot his father has connections. Deputy Commander Luo and his dad are old acquaintances, and I was still babbling about arranging a good future for him. With his capabilities, does he need me to arrange anything? Truly worrying over nothing. Gao Kun smiled bitterly. Commander, you had good intentions. Good intentions? Qi Shengli glared at him. That was just embarrassing, in this world. After saying that, he turned and left. Gao Kun looked at him, then at the car carrying Qin Shen, and sighed heavily. A good division just like that is gone. A good soldier, and now everyone has gone their separate ways. He shook his head and turned to walk toward the division headquarters. As dusk approached, the car turned into the military district gate. As they passed the gate, the guard at the entrance raised his hand in salute to the car. Qin Shen looked out through the car window and saw a long avenue leading to a hall, with a statue standing in the middle of the road. A soldier holding a steel gun seemed to be shouting at the sky, with several bloodied comrades closely following behind him. The car suddenly turned and drove onto a small road lined with sycamore trees. After a few more turns, it finally stopped in front of a modest office building. We've arrived, the colonel who came to pick up Qin Shen said, then got out of the car. Qin Shen hurriedly followed. Sir, who exactly wants to see me? The colonel looked him up and down, smiling. You have such connections. Aren't you just pretending not to know? Qin Shen was bewildered. How big of a connection? What connection? His father's connection. The colonel enviously said, your division is really impressive, full of hidden talents. I originally thought Wu Ziyuan was already quite remarkable, but I didn't expect you to be even more impressive, with connections to the headquarters? Ah, Qin Shen's mouth dropped open. He only knew that his father often sent various supplies and comfort items to the Northwest Military Region and occasionally donated military supplies to other military districts. But he really wasn't aware of any connections to the headquarters. Was old Qin really that impressive? Let's go. The colonel waved his hand. The leader from the headquarters is waiting for you. Qin Shen's eyes twitched. A leader from the headquarters? Did his father have such a big face? He suddenly felt a bit anxious but also inexplicably hopeful. A leader from the headquarters must have significant power. If it really was a connection made by his father, could he make some requests? Qin Shen's eyes sparkled, his chest puffed up, and he strode toward the office building. Qin Shen followed the colonel to the door of a conference room. 4 guards blocked their way. The colonel immediately said, this is Qin Shen, the person the leader wants to see. The 4 guards immediately turned to look at Qin Shen. He glanced at them and was taken aback. Though they were called guards, they were all officers, 3 captains and 1 major. Qin Shen swallowed hard. What kind of leader was this, that even the guards were so impressive? He quickly saluted. Report, I am Qin Shen, the deputy commander of the 2nd Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion under the Sea Army's A Division. The colonel quietly reminded him, the A Division has been restructured, your reconnaissance battalion no longer exists. Report. Qin Shen shot a cold glance at him. Report, I am Qin Shen, the deputy commander of the 2nd Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion under the Sea Army's A Division. The colonel's eyes twitched. This kid was arguing with him? Come in. A loud voice suddenly came from inside. One of the guards immediately opened the door, signaling Qin Shen to enter. Qin Shen adjusted his clothes and strode inside. The door closed again, and the 4 guards all turned to look at the colonel. I'll wait for him here, the colonel said with a smile. No need to wait, right? But the expressions of the 4 guards were as cold as ice, their gazes sharp, staring at him without saying a word. All right, I'm leaving, the colonel said, looking guilty, and hurriedly left without looking back. Inside the room, Qin Shen stood in front of a general and saluted vigorously. Hello, sir, I am Qin Shen, the deputy commander of the 2nd Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion under the Sea Army's A Division. Shang Guanyin smiled and nodded. I heard you, your voice was so loud outside that I heard you long ago. However, Shang Guanyin said, it is a fact that your division has been restructured, and the reconnaissance battalion has been disbanded. As a soldier, accuracy is very important. You still refer to yourself as part of the reconnaissance battalion, which is a bit incorrect. Qinshen stared at him intently. Report, sir, I haven't been in the army for long, but the reconnaissance battalion and the 2nd company are my home. Even if they no longer exist, in my heart, I will always be a soldier there. As soon as Shang Guanyun's eyes lit up, he looked Qinshen up and down, as if he were seeing a familiar old friend. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and silently nodded to Qinshen. Please, have a seat. Yes. Qinshen sat down in the chair. Shang Guanyun crossed his legs. My name is Shang Guanyun, and I was a good friend of your mother. What? Qinshen suddenly stood up, staring at Shang Guanyun in shock. The word mother was both familiar and strange to Qinshen. In the family photos, there were only him and Qin Jiacheng, and occasionally the butler Wang Rifa, but there was never a trace of his mother. In his memory, he couldn't find any recollection of her at all. He only knew that his mother's name was Luoying, and nothing else. Moreover, over the years, Qin Jiacheng had never mentioned anything about his mother. Whenever he asked, he was always vaguely brushed off. You are. Qinshen stammered as he looked at Shang Guanyun. Shang Guanyun smiled slightly. Alright, let's sit down and talk. Qinshen slowly sat back down, but his eyes remained fixed on him. Shang Guanyun smiled at him. I saw you when you were very small. You were still being held in someone's arms then. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, you've grown into a young man. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. If your mother could see you now, she would definitely be proud of you. What kind of person is my mom? Qinshen swallowed hard, asking curiously. Shang Guanyun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Qinshen to ask such a question. But he instinctively sat up straight, his expression becoming solemn. Your mother is the most remarkable woman I know, and among all the soldiers I know, she is the most outstanding. Qinshen's eyes widened in surprise. My mom was also a soldier? Shang Guanyun stared at him in shock but quickly understood. That's right, she was also a soldier. He smiled wryly and nodded. Your father has his reasons for not telling you this, because your mother's identity is very special and absolutely confidential. You must not leak a word of our conversation today. Because you are Luo Ying's son, and I believe you are an excellent soldier, that's why I am telling you this. Rest assured, Commander. Qinshen nodded vigorously. I won't say anything to anyone. Shang Guanyun smiled slightly. Actually, this is all I can tell you. The vast majority must remain confidential. Only when your rank is high enough, or when the confidentiality period is over, will you be qualified to access that information? Qinshen was instantly stunned. For the first time in so many years, he learned that his mother was also a soldier and that her identity was so special. He remembered that when he was young, Qin Jiacheng had told him that his mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him. He had long accepted this fact, but he never expected Shang Guanyun to bring him such shocking news today. Qinshen. Shang Guanyun took a deep breath. Before I called you over, I had already reviewed all your information. The old unit has disbanded, and you rejected the Tianlang Special Forces. Now you have nowhere to go. But I can see that you are an ambitious soldier with goals and aspirations. I also know that you boldly claimed in front of their captain that you wanted to lead a team better than Tianlang. I am a soldier with principles, but for your mother's sake, I can make an exception for you this once. He looked at Qinshen seriously. So tell me, where do you want to go, or what do you want to do? As long as it's within my ability, I will do my best to help you. Qinshen stared at him in a daze, his mind buzzing. He had not yet recovered from the shocking news he had just received. After a while, he slowly stood up, staring intently at Shang Guanyun. Chief, I refuse to join the Tianlang because I know that many of my old comrades are still waiting for me. They taught me so much, so I want to bring our 2nd company and the reconnaissance battalion together to form a unit that is no less than the top-tier Tianlang. From now on, we won't need to envy or look up to Tianlang, because we ourselves will be the object of envy and admiration from other units. But, he said bitterly, the reconnaissance battalion is gone, the 2nd company is gone, some of the people I knew have retired, some have gone to other units, everyone has gone their separate ways. Qinshen said dejectedly, now I don't know what to do, or where to go. Shang Guanyun looked at his sad expression and also stood up. Want to smoke? Qinshen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Shang Guanyun took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed him one. After lighting it, the two faced each other, exhaling smoke. Right now, you are like standing in this fog. The mist is too thick, you can't see the path you came from, nor can you see the direction you need to go. Shang Guanyun said, appearing and disappearing in the smoke. But as long as you keep moving forward, you will be able to walk out of the fog and see the direction you need to go again. He pulled Qinshen through the thick smoke. At that time, everything will become clear. Qinshen stared at him blankly, as if he understood something. Shang Guanyun smiled slightly at him. As long as you don't forget your original intention, those with ambition will achieve their goals. I'm right here, tell me, what do you want to do? I'll help you. Looking at Shang Guanyun's encouraging smile, Qin Shen took a deep breath and straightened his chest. Report, Chief, I want to recall all the people from our reconnaissance battalion and re-establish a unit. You want to create a new unit number? Shang Guanyun looked at him in surprise. No. Qin Shen said seriously, the military district is planning to form a rapid response unit, and they have even established a special operations brigade for this. However, I heard that it hasn't been finalized yet, and I want to compete with them. Shang Guanyun pointed at him with a smile. You really have ambition, asking for quite a lot, wanting to compete with the Special Operations Brigade for the Rapid Response Unit number? Qin Shen confidently straightened his chest. Report, Chief, it's not that I want to compete with them, but I think they are not capable. And we are more capable. Good lad. Shang Guanyun punched him on the chest, smiling, just like your mother back in the day, no wonder you are her biological child. Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat as he stared deeply at Shang Guanyun. Shang Guanyun took a deep breath. If you are looking for me to pull strings for you to get a better position, there's no way. But for this matter, I will help. Not only because of our friendship with your mother, but also because I believe in you. Our unit is undergoing reform, and what we need is healthy competition. Those who have the ability will rise. Qin Shen stared at him. Chief, thank you for your help, but if I do this, will it? Don't think too much. Shang Guanyun looked at him. Is the military restructuring cruel? People leave when they need to, everything must be for the greater good. What the military needs now is fierce competition, because real war will be even more brutal. If you can't even handle the psychological tests, how can you withstand the tests of gunfire? Since you've made up your mind to do it, then do it well, don't embarrass your mother. Yes. Qin Shen straightened his chest with determination. I'll have someone send you later, wait for news when you get back. Yes. Qin Shen saluted vigorously. Chief, Qin Shen suddenly lowered his voice and asked, can you tell me a bit more about my mother? Shang Guanyun looked at Qin Shen's expectant eyes and shook his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, but as soldiers, we have confidentiality protocols, and you know this, so I can't tell you anything about her. Qin Shen silently nodded. Then there's only one path left, right? Shang Guanyun shook his head. Not one path, but two. You can also wait. For me, there's only one path. Qin Shen stared at Shang Guanyun. What level do I need to reach to access her information? Shang Guanyun was taken aback, looking at Qin Shen's confident expression, and smiled faintly. Don't ask me, even if you do, I can't tell you. In any case, you should fight for it, and after reaching a certain level, you'll know. Understood. Let's go, the matter I promised you will have news soon. Thank you, sir. Qin Shen saluted him. Just as he reached the door, Shang Guanyun suddenly called out to him, wait a moment. Qin Shen turned around, looking at him in confusion. Shang Guanyun smiled slightly. When there are no others around, you can call me Uncle Shangguan. I used to call your mother Ring Jia. Also, I can tell you that she is a very focused and meticulous person at work. In life, she is also very attentive, gentle, and caring. She is a good soldier and an even better mother. Qin Shen smiled and nodded, then turned and strode out. Shang Guanyun watched the door close, silently sitting back down and lighting a cigarette. After blowing out a few smoke rings, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ing Jia, your son has grown up. His eyes and eyebrows really resemble yours, especially that stubborn spirit. It's just like you back in the day. On the way back, Qin Shen kept looking out the window, but his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Today, he learned about his mother for the first time, yet it felt like he knew nothing at all. The image of his mother remained a blur in his mind, completely unclear. What kind of person was she? What did she do in the army? Why was her identity kept secret? Qin Shen silently clenched his fists. Although he had traveled here, he had long since merged with the consciousness of this body. Now he was the master of this body, feeling all the memories and emotions as his own. He had never known what maternal love was, and he knew nothing about his mother. Qin Shen understood that even if he called his father probably wouldn't be able to explain anything either. Over the years, his father must have been in great pain. He surely had as many questions as he did. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to find a single photo of his mother at home. Qin Shen took a deep breath, silently closed his eyes, and made a quiet vow in his heart. He had to reach the level that Shang Guanyun mentioned, desperately wanting to see what kind of person his mother really was. At 10 o'clock in the evening, at the Ingwo Hotel in the provincial capital, a military vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance. Just as Shang Guanyun got out of the car, a figure rushed towards him. What are you doing? Two guards immediately rushed forward. Get out of my way. Qin Jiaqing shouted. Shang Guanyun, I've been looking for you. Seeing it was him, Shang Guanyun quickly waved for the guards to step back. Brother Qin, How did you know I was here? Xin Jiaqing replied irritably, this is your army's cooperative hotel. I invested in its construction. People of rank stay here. I could guess you were here with my eyes closed. Shang Wanyan smiled wryly, Brother Qin, thank you for your contributions to the army over the years. I represent. Cut the crap. Xin Jiaqing glared at him fiercely, you know why I'm looking for you, so hurry up and say it. Just talking to you makes my blood pressure rise. Do you know how much I want to hit you? Shang Guanyun helplessly nodded. Alright, let's go to my room to talk. Let's talk right here. Xin Jiaqing shouted angrily. Shang Guanyun said seriously, some things are better discussed privately. Seeing the solemn look in his eyes, Xin Jiaqing could only turn around in anger, and Shang Guanyun could only follow him with a bitter smile. Chief. The guard immediately caught up. This is my old friend. You don't need to follow us, Shang Guanyun said as he took a couple of steps. Suddenly, he turned back and said, and even if he hits me, leaving me covered in blood, you are not allowed to make things difficult for him, understand? The guards stared at him in confusion. Did you hear the order? Shang Guanyun raised his voice, and the few quickly saluted. He glared at them before turning to catch up. Who is this old man? Why does the chief respect him so much? He seems to be a big shot, but even if he's someone important in society, there's no need for our chief to treat him like this, right? Enough, stop guessing. Is it our place to speculate about the chief's matters? Let's follow him. A few nodded and silently followed. What? Xin Jiaqing suddenly stood up, pointing at him and shouting, I invited you to help, and you're deliberately trying to set him up, aren't you? Shang Guanyun smiled bitterly, Brother Qin, calm down and listen to me. Shut your mouth. Xin Jiaqing pushed him away, grabbing the ashtray on the table, ready to smash it. But seeing Shang Guanyun standing still, not dodging at all, he froze. Finally, gritting his teeth, he slammed the ashtray down on the ground, shattering it into pieces. You're such a bastard. You know better than anyone how he died. I've already lost my wife. I don't want to lose the last family member in this world. Xin Shin is my hope, the last memory left to me by Luoying. Don't you dare ruin him. Bang! One item after another crashed to the ground, causing the guards outside to flinch. Should we go in? It sounds like a fierce fight in there. Don't you remember the chief's words? Going in would be disobeying orders. But if the chief gets killed, we'll be held accountable for negligence. If the chief isn't dead, rushing in would still lead to trouble. Alright, stop talking. The chief isn't a fool, he'll call for help if it's critical. Let's just listen for now. Bang! A porcelain vase shattered on the ground. Xin Jiaqing glared at him, panting heavily, then sat down weakly, gasping for breath. Shang Guanyun walked in front of him with a bitter smile. Brother Qin, I know you're angry. If you feel it's not enough to vent, I'll say it again, I'm standing here, you can hit me if you want. This is what I owe you. Xin Jiaqing stared at him fiercely, then covered his face with his hands. He looked utterly exhausted, as if he had reached his limit. Shang Guanyun sighed deeply at his appearance. As you requested, I brought him out of the special forces. But don't worry, Qin Shen just wants to gather his scattered comrades and realize his life's dream of leading a good unit. The unit he wants to lead is different from the special forces. It will never undertake dangerous missions like the special forces, and there won't be any life-threatening risks. Xin Jiaqing suddenly raised his head, staring at him intently. Is what you said true? Shang Guanyun smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. I've already talked to Qin Shen. His old unit has disbanded, and his comrades have gone their separate ways. He's doing this because he can't bear to part with those comrades. And this kid has a strong sense of honor and pride. Even the special forces treat him with respect, and he even made a bold statement, saying he wants to form a unit that's even stronger than the special forces. Considering all these factors, I finally agreed to help him. He stared at Xin Jiaqing. I can see that he is determined. If I don't help him, he won't just be sad, his future days will be filled with confusion. He is Ying Jie's son, and I hope he can be happy. I don't want him to fall into sadness and pain. Moreover, young people should do what they want to do. Of course, I have my selfish motives. I want to repay Ying Jie, but this is all I can do. This is the only thing I can offer. The two looked at each other, and Xin Jiaqing slowly stood up. Are you sure there's no danger? I'm sure. Shang Guanyun nodded. The army has regulations. The reason Ying Jie often undertook dangerous missions back then was because of the special nature of the special forces, but other units. Suddenly, Xin Jiaqing flashed past him and headed straight for the door. Shang Guanyun looked at him in surprise. Brother Qin? Xin Jiaqing stopped at the door, not looking back as he said, you better make sure everything you said is true, or I won't let this go. Also, don't come to see me unless necessary, and lastly, don't call me Brother Qin. Who the hell do you think you are to call me that? Xin Jiaqing opened the door and strode out. The four guards at the entrance were so startled that they immediately stepped back. Qin Jiaqing glared at them and walked straight to the elevator. Shang Guanyun watched his retreating figure, then looked at the mess on the ground, helplessly smiling. But there was no complaint or anger in his heart. He owed Qin Jiaqing too much. No matter how he treated him, he would have no grievances. As the elevator doors closed, Qin Jiaqing suddenly gasped for breath. Leaning against the elevator, he weakly stared at the ceiling. Wife, Xiao Luo has ultimately followed your path. I'm so worried about him. But perhaps, this is fate. After all, he is your son. He silently closed his eyes. No matter if Xiao Luo is in danger or not, you must bless our son from the heavens, and make sure he is safe. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a military vehicle drove into the Sea Army's military district. After circling the playground, it stopped under the office building. The door opened, and it was Go Jian, the chief of staff of the 58th Regiment, who jumped out while putting on his hat. Wu Ziyuan immediately came over to greet him. Captain, you're here. Go Jian smiled at him. I've been promoted now. I'm the regiment chief, so don't keep calling me captain. Although Go Jian had a bright smile, Wu Ziyuan could see a hint of unmasked loneliness in his eyes. He knew very well that Go Jian was putting on a brave face. Once, when they were drinking together, Go Jian had said that he not only wanted to make the reconnaissance battalion the best in the Sea Army but also the best in the entire Northwest military region. Although he had been promoted now, the promises made in his youthful recklessness could no longer be fulfilled. No matter when, you will always be my old captain. Wu Ziyuan stared deeply at him. Go Jian's eyes twitched twice, then he forced a smile and punched him lightly. Stop getting sentimental, where is he? Wu Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment and quickly said, last night, he was just sent to our army from the military district. He pulled Go Jian inside. The division commander called me yesterday. Everyone thought he might have used connections to be transferred to the military district, but unexpectedly, he came back last night. It seems he still has to stay in our army. That's great. Go Jian excitedly clenched his fists. Those blind idiots from Tianlang, to send back such a good soldier, I absolutely cannot let him be sent away again this time. I want him to be a company commander under my command, and I will personally train him. Wu Ziyuan suddenly stopped. Captain, we agreed that he would come under my command. You're here to help. Why are you undermining me? Go Jian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and scratched his head. Sorry, I forgot we were separated. Alright, I fully support you. This kid should be a scout. Wu Ziyuan grinned and quickly walked towards the office building. Soon, they arrived at the door of the chief of staff's office. Just as they were about to knock, both of them froze. The office door was wide open, and at least 10 officers were standing inside, the lowest rank being lieutenant colonel, making them the lowest ranked in the room. What's going on? Go Jian glared at Wu Ziyuan. Wu Ziyuan's eye twitched. I don't know. When I called you, I checked and there weren't this many people. Go Jian gritted his teeth. Forget it, let's go in. The two immediately walked in but couldn't get close to the front. A group of officers was surrounding Qianlong, arguing heatedly. A lieutenant colonel spoke up. Chief of staff, our B division has been restructured and suffered heavy losses. A third of our personnel are gone. We urgently need a good officer, and we want to secure Qin Chen. What do you mean you want to secure him? A nearby colonel said irritably. Just because many from your B division were transferred, does that mean those from our C division were not? Our division commander has also been moved to the second line. Our new brigade commander lacks experience. He looked at Qianlong. So chief of staff, our brigade commander specifically instructed me to ensure that Qin Chen comes with us. We really lack such good officers right now. Let him come with me. No way. Gao Kun pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, staring intently at Qianlong. Chief of staff, everyone knows that Qin Chen was brought up by our division, no, by our brigade. Although his reconnaissance battalion has been disbanded, he is still our soldier. If anyone is to take him, it should be us. This young comrade, a senior colonel, smiled as he stepped forward. What you said is incorrect. As far as I know, Qin Chen has already been sent to the Tianlang Special Forces and is no longer your man. Now everyone has a fair chance to compete. You shouldn't bring up old history. Exactly. Now it's fair competition. Old Gao, stop bringing up past matters. Gao Kun, feeling cornered by everyone, looked at the senior colonel with frustration. Chief Zhao, this is our Sea Army's matter. No matter how you look at it, Qin Chen is still one of us in the Sea Army. Why are you, the A Army's chief of staff, here? Right. Others suddenly reacted, all staring at Zhao Ping. Comrade chief, this is an internal matter of our Sea Army. Why are you here making a fuss? Qianlong was already having a headache and didn't expect the A Army's chief of staff to join in. Old Zhao, can you not come and stir up trouble? This is our army's internal matter. What does it have to do with you? Zhao Ping's face flushed, and he immediately laughed. I'm here because our army commander has a very high regard for Comrade Qin Chen. After the last exercise, he already invited him. But considering that our army and your C army are brother units, we didn't want to force him. Now that your army is restructuring, it's all chaotic, and personnel arrangements are a mess. Meanwhile, our army hasn't restructured, everything is as usual, and work is proceeding normally. With Qin Shen coming now, he can be directly integrated into the work. Moreover, our army is not an elite unit, we need to improve, and we need talents like Qin Shen even more. Rest assured, this kid will definitely be valued in our ranks, and his treatment will be much better than yours. I guarantee he won't be mistreated. Old Zhao. Suddenly, another colonel walked over, smiling as he said, "You know your army isn't doing well, right? What? Are you planning to drag Qin Shen over to eat nothing but scraps and suffer every day? I see you're just using him heavily, but the treatment is pitiful. But our army is different. Like the C army, we are an elite force. Having Qin Shen join us would definitely allow him to showcase his talents, with limitless prospects. Moreover, the treatment would be absolutely better, and the development opportunities are boundless." Everyone turned to look at him, and Shenlong glared at him with annoyance. "Old Zhou, what the hell are you doing here?" Zhou Pinliang chuckled. "Old Chen, I was originally going to talk to you privately, but Zhao Ping jumped in without any decorum, so I had to speak up." Shenlong was speechless. They hadn't even figured out how to arrange Qin Shen yet. How dare these outsiders come over and try to poach him? Who gave them the courage? Old Zhou. Zhao Ping was getting anxious. "Our commander said that as long as we can get Qin Shen over here, we can trade 10 officers for him." Alright, stop talking nonsense." Zhou Pinliang waved his hand dismissively. "Do those 10 officers have any real value? If they did, your army's combat effectiveness would have improved long ago." He looked at Shenlong. "Old Chen, I'm being straightforward. Our commander said, if you give us this talent, we'll trade real money for him. Whatever you lack, we'll provide. We can offer the equipment of a whole company in exchange for Qin Shen, or funds equivalent to a company's worth." "What the hell, are you challenging me?" Zhao Ping was furious. "I'm challenging you today, how about that? Our army is desperate for talent, we're set on Qin Shen, and no one can change that." As the two big shots faced off, ready to throw down, Gao Kun shouted anxiously, Chief of Staff, Qin Shen is one of ours, we can't give him to another army." The others from the C army immediately rallied together. "Yes, Chief of Staff, you absolutely can't be soft-hearted. Qin Shen is such a good soldier, we can't let him go to anyone else. He's a talent for our C army." The room was in chaos, and Gu Jian and Wu Ziyuan were nearly pushed out the door. They exchanged glances, filled with bitter smiles and helplessness. They had originally wanted to ask the Chief of Staff for Qin Shen, but now, they had no chance to interject. They never imagined that Qin Shen's reputation had already spread throughout the entire army. After all, who wouldn't want the most formidable recruit in 20 years? Plus, his outstanding performance in the last exercise had made him famous. Even the commanders of the A army were eager to extend an olive branch to Qin Shen after the exercise ended. At that time, there were many other units observing from the directorate, and they all wanted to take advantage of the C army's restructuring to snatch him away quickly. "Alright." Suddenly, a loud shout silenced the room. Everyone turned to look at Shenlong, who widened his eyes in confusion. "It wasn't me, I didn't shout. It was me." Everyone turned their heads. They saw Xie Gongming pushing aside Gu Jian and Wu Ziyuan at the door, smiling as he walked through the crowd. Xie Gongming smiled slightly. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I'm taking this soldier, Qin Shen, with me." Everyone was momentarily stunned, but the next second, they all erupted in anger. "Who the hell do you think you are? Who knows you? You think you can just take him away? Who do you think you are? Get lost, go as far away as you can." Spit flew like rain, instantly bombarding Xie Gongming. His smile froze, and he couldn't help but hesitate. "Damn it, I'm the commander of a special operations brigade. Do I have no face at all?" Behind him, Gu Jian and Wu Ziyuan exchanged a glance. Both could see the anxiety in each other's eyes. It was already chaotic enough, and now a special operations brigade commander directly under the military district had come to demand someone. At this point, trying to take Qin Shen away would be harder than reaching the sky. Before coming, they thought this matter would be easy to handle. After all, Qin Shen was originally one of their old reconnaissance battalion members. But they never dreamed that this kid Qin Shen would be so popular. He had become a sensation. Bang! 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 Shenlong pounded the table with both hands, shouting hoarsely, "Alright, enough. Stop the noise. My head is about to explode from all this racket. Everyone shut up." The people in the office gradually quieted down, all staring intently at Shenlong. Shenlong looked at everyone helplessly. "As soon as you enter my office, you start chattering non-stop. Can I at least say a word? You come to me for business, and it's so damn hard for me to say a single thing? Gao Kun and the group from Army C gave him awkward smiles. Zhao Ping clasped his hands and said, Old Chen, sorry, I got too excited just now. Go ahead, you speak? Zhou Pinliang also smiled and said, Old Chen, anyway, I've already laid out the conditions. If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate, adding a bit more is not a problem. Xia Gongming stared intently at Chen Long, his gaze sharp and full of confidence. He seemed determined to win, as if he had everything under control. For a moment, Chen Long became the focus of everyone's attention. Chen Long glanced at everyone and said helplessly, I don't know where you got your rumors from. Yes, Qin Shen has returned from the military district, but he is only temporarily staying with us. As for where he goes next, the military district hasn't instructed me, and I can't arrange anything. At most, our military is just a hotel for him, temporarily providing him a room and a bed. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Old Chen, are you kidding me? The person has returned, and you haven't made arrangements? Who would believe you? Exactly, Old Chen, he was one of yours when he left the military, and now that he's back, you say you can't arrange anything? Isn't that nonsense? Xie Gongming said coldly, Chief Chen, if you're hiding him, that's not good. We need to consider Qin Shen's future, you can't be too selfish. Chen Long blared at them in exasperation, believe it or not, if I say one word of falsehood, I'll be a dog. Everyone stared at him, then looked at each other. The chief of staff had said it so clearly, it seemed unlikely to be a lie. Zhou Pinliang asked in confusion, then Old Chen, can you give us a clear answer? How will the military district arrange it? How would I know? Chen Long spread his hands, if I knew, I would have told you openly by now. He sighed, but I estimate there will be news soon, that kid won't stay here for long. Can we wait here then? Zhao Ping immediately asked. Zhou Pinliang nodded, yeah, I can wait here for a while, right? Fine, no problem, Chen Long said irritably, but I won't arrange any beds. The two chiefs of staff laughed and said, no problem, we can just sleep in your office, we're not picky about places, your sofa looks just fine. Chen Long glared at them, alright, I've made myself clear, if there's nothing else, get lost, I have things to do. Xia Gongming snorted coldly, looking at everyone with authority, let me make this clear, we in the Special Operations Brigade are set on having Qin Shen, don't overestimate yourselves and try to snatch him from me. Chen Long and the other two chiefs of staff were taken aback, pointing at him together. Get lost. Xia Gongming was splattered with spit, twitched his eye corner, and turned to leave. Pa, what a joke. What's so great about being directly under the military district, acting all high and mighty? This kid really thinks he's something, daring to show off in front of us. I really want to give him a good beating. The three chiefs pointed at his departing figure, cursing under their breath. Go Jian pulled Wu Ziyuan and quickly moved outside. Watching the big shots leave one after another, when Gao Kun came out, they hurriedly pulled him aside. Go Jian, Wu Ziyuan? Why are you two here too? Gao Kun looked at them with annoyance. The two exchanged an awkward smile, and Gao Kun instantly understood that they were also here to compete for Qin Shen. He immediately looked speechless. Did you not see so many leaders coming to grab Qin Shen? What level are you two? And you want to join the fun? Look, even I can't say two words to him, your presence is pointless. Unless, he looked at Wu Ziyuan, unless you get your dad to say something, maybe there's a chance. Wu Ziyuan frowned immediately, does what he says even matter? If it did, I would have gone to beg him by now. Gao Kun's mouth dropped in surprise, he knew Wu Ziyuan well. This kid had never asked his dad for anything since he entered military school and was assigned to a company. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been just a small company commander for so many years until the restructuring. Even this time, when the reconnaissance battalion was disbanded and connections were needed, he still didn't ask anyone for help. Instead, like the other soldiers, he waited for orders from above. Who would have thought that for Qin Shen, he would actually be willing to lower himself to ask his old man? It was like the sun rising from the west. Uncle Gao, say something. Wu Ziyuan looked at him anxiously. I was just saying it casually, Gao Kun said with a wry smile, spreading his hands. You heard it just now, the military district has arrangements. Even if your old man speaks, it might not be useful. Wu Ziyuan punched the air in frustration, regretting, at first, sending him to Tianlang was because we didn't know where we would be assigned, afraid of delaying him. But who would have thought this kid not only didn't stay but came back? Why did he come back? Go Jian sighed, his strength would definitely be better off staying in Tianlang than in our reconnaissance battalion. Hey, regardless of anything else, now that he's back, we can rest easy. We must do everything we can to give him the best arrangement. Wu Ziyuan quickly looked at Gao Kun, Uncle Gao, you have to help this time, make some moves to get him to our reconnaissance battalion. I'm the deputy battalion commander now, I can make him a company commander. Gao-kun smiled bitterly at the two of them. I will definitely help if I can, but look at this situation. He sighed deeply. Shin is indeed a talent, but I really don't know why the military district is looking for him. He shook his head. Let's wait and see. If possible, I will definitely help. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously, gritting his teeth and saying, our reconnaissance battalion is already in shambles. If we can bring one back, let's bring one back. Go Jian and Gao Kun both nodded silently. The old unit had disbanded, and the old brothers had gone their separate ways. Although this was a necessity for the military, they really wanted to gather with their old brothers again. The sky gradually darkened, and Qinshan placed the empty tray at the door. He walked back into the room and sat down, the system panel appearing before him. Name, Qinshan, age, 20, stamina, 45, ordinary person 12, super ability points, 5, mastered abilities, gene enhancement A, eagle eye A, one punch man B, super imitation B, trap master B. Qinshan clenched his fists. With abilities like super disguise and trap master, it was equivalent to mastering the essence of a reconnaissance soldier. With this detailed knowledge reserve, he could help anyone systematically improve their strength. As long as Shangguan Yun can help him, he is absolutely confident that he can lead an elite unit. Qinshan took a deep breath. When he first joined the army, he was simply there to complete his mission and chase girls. Later, it was for the brothers who cared for him and were willing to selflessly dedicate themselves to him. Now, he was striving not only for the old unit he had fought for but also to uncover the secret of his mother's identity. Qinshan clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, his eyes shining with determination. I will definitely succeed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qinshan quickly stood up, and at that moment, the door was pushed open. Shangguan Yun walked in with a smile, followed by Deputy Commander Luo Zhanghai. Qinshan immediately saluted. Hello, Commander. Shangguan Yun nodded at him and pointed to Luo Zhanghai, saying, this is your military district's deputy commander, Comrade Luo Zhanghai. Report, Commander. Qinshan said loudly. After the last exercise, the deputy commander spoke to me, so I know who he is. Luo Zhanghai smiled slightly. Qinshan, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, and in this way. Close the door. Yes. The guard outside quickly closed the door. Qinshan, Shangguan Yun turned his head, his expression suddenly becoming extremely serious. I have discussed your request with several key leaders in your military district. I have some very bad news to tell you. Everyone is strongly opposed. Qinshan's heart sank heavily, and he felt a wave of despair. Shangguan Yun said lightly, the reason is simple. Although your performance has been good, and you have made some contributions, and have quickly been promoted to lieutenant, your qualifications are too shallow, and your abilities are insufficient, so no one believes in you. Luo Zhanghai silently nodded beside him, and Qinshan's face instantly turned extremely dejected. He didn't expect to be knocked back at the first step. Indeed, this matter was not as simple as he thought. Shangguan Yun looked at the disappointed Qinshan and smiled slightly. However, I am betting my 40 years of military career to guarantee you, and they are willing to give you a chance. Qinshan felt a surge of nervousness, staring at him intently. Damn it, can you not breathe so heavily when you speak? You scared me to death. But, Shangguan Yun smiled faintly at him, there is a very harsh condition. Qinshan's eyes twitched again. What the hell? Do you have a natural tendency to breathe heavily? For heaven's sake, can't you just finish your sentence in one go? Shangguan Yun smiled at Luo Zhanghai. Old Luo, you should talk about your military district's matters. Luo Zhanghai quickly waved his hand. Don't be polite with me. You came down with the headquarters authority, and you facilitated this matter, so you should speak. Shangguan Yun laughed heartily and then looked at Qinshan without hesitation. The reason your military district can approve this is that my influence is actually minimal, and there is no special authority. The main reason is that your Northwest is responding to the headquarters call to build the best unit of the new era. Just like I told you that day, to build a better unit, competition is necessary. The stronger the unit, the more it has to fight fiercely, so that a better unit can be forged, which is why the leaders agreed. Luo Zhanghai silently nodded, while Qinshan's gaze was intense, filled with excitement. Shangguan Yun looked at Qinshan. I have discussed your ideas with the leaders, but their meaning is that building a special operations brigade costs a lot of funds, and your reconnaissance battalion has also been disbanded, with quite a number of people already preparing to retire and transition. To take a step back, even if your reconnaissance battalion were still intact, its strength would not match that of the Special Operations Brigade. Report! Qinshan stood tall, full of confidence, and said, as long as I am given a chance and a little more time, I guarantee I can lead a unit that is better than the Special Operations Brigade, even better than the Tianlang. Wow! Luo Zhanghai laughed. Better than the Tianlang? You went to Tianlang once, and now you're bursting with confidence. I heard that you defeated all 12 of their new recruits this year by yourself. You have some ability, but don't talk too big, okay? Qin Shan's lips curled into a slight smile. No wonder the higher-ups agreed. It turned out they also knew about his trip to Tianlang to stir things up. He immediately straightened his chest. Report, I'm not talking big, I have absolute confidence and certainty. Lo Jianghai laughed. Good, ambitious. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear from you. He put away his smile and said solemnly, since I said I'd give you a chance, I will. But first, you need to recall your reconnaissance battalion. He coldly stared at Qin Shan. Those preparing to retire can hold off for now, and those assigned to other units, no matter where they are, as long as they want to come back, you can order them to return. However, Lo Jianghai emphasized, it must be their own willingness, they must want to come back. Qin Shan's eyelids twitched, and the nearby Shangguan Yun added, let me add one more thing, you must clearly communicate your thoughts to everyone, no deception is allowed. Understood, Qin Shan nodded. Shangguan Yun continued, the higher-ups can give you opportunities and will provide corresponding support and funding, but you only have 6 months. 6 months later, Shangguan Yun said with a cold face, we will assess both you and the Special Operations Brigade simultaneously. If you lose to the Special Operations Brigade in the assessment or fail to meet our ideal requirements, at least half of you will be collectively discharged. Qin Shan's heart sank, but his face showed no fear. The remaining half, Lo Jianghai interjected, will follow orders and will be assigned to various border defense units to strengthen the capabilities of the grassroots forces. Shangguan Yun stared at Qin Shan. In other words, your comrades might currently be assigned to some decent units, but if they choose to fight alongside you and then fail, then they will never return to good units again, they can only go to the toughest border defense. Do you understand? Qin Shan's heart jolted, and he nodded vigorously. He knew that only 1/5 of the reconnaissance battalion had retired and transitioned, the rest were mostly assigned to decent units. Although not as good as the reconnaissance battalion, they were definitely much more comfortable than the border defense. The northwest border defense was either filled with sandstorms or at extremely high altitudes, with some even above snow-capped mountains. Going there, in terms of both quality of life and future prospects, would surely not compare to the current units. At that moment, Qin Shan felt inexplicably anxious. He wasn't sure if everyone would be willing to give up everything they had now to choose to fight with him. Even though he was full of confidence and certainty, it didn't mean others would feel the same way about him. What's wrong? Starting to backtrack? Shangguan Yun smiled as he stared at him. Lo Jianghai also chuckled, if you're backing out, just say it now, and we can pretend this never happened. I can still arrange for you to go to a good unit. No! Qin Shan fixed his gaze on the two, speaking firmly, I can definitely do it. He had made up his mind, not just for the glory of the old unit but also to uncover everything about his mother's identity. This path, he would walk unwaveringly. Good. Lo Jianghai nodded with a smile, then I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, we'll come back to see if the number of willing participants reaches a battalion. And they all agree to the punishment for failure. The military district will give you this opportunity. But if you don't reach it, he smiled, you'll have to follow orders, stop dreaming. Yes. Qin Shan saluted vigorously. Luo Jianhai looked at Shangguan Yun and said, the conversation is over, let's go, we shouldn't disturb him any longer. Shangguan Yun nodded slightly, you go out first, I want to talk to him for a moment. Luo Jianhai shrugged and strode out. Once the door was closed, Shangguan Yun walked up to Qin Shan and patted him on the shoulder. Let me tell you one more thing about your mother. Qin Shan immediately looked at him intently, his eyes filled with longing. Shangguan Yun smiled slightly. Back then, there were 4 very formidable individuals competing for a position alongside your mother. At that time, no one thought highly of her because women naturally faced disadvantages compared to men. Even I thought she would definitely fail. But she succeeded, breaking our preconceived notions. He smiled gently at Qin Shan. You look a lot like her, and your personality is even more similar. I believe you can do well. Once you make a decision, don't look back. Life is short, and you mustn't regret what you've done. He cheerfully patted Qin Shan and turned to leave. Qin Shan stood alone in the room, his fists tightly clenched. A familiar figure seemed to flash before his eyes, but he couldn't make out her hazy face. Once I've decided, I won't back down. Qin Shan took a deep breath, turned, and walked to the desk, pulling out paper and a pen. He had initially thought about calling everyone, but after a moment's reflection, he felt that writing a letter was more formal. I hope they can trust me. Qin Shan silently closed his eyes. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the pen began to move. In the corridor, the two walked outside the dormitory building with their hands behind their backs. Do you think anyone will come? Luo Jianhai asked curiously. There will definitely be some, but I can't say how many, Shang Guanyun replied with a wry smile. I don't think many will come, Luo Jianghai said lightly. They've already experienced a disbandment of the troops, leaving their comrades in familiar places. Now that they've finally arrived at a new unit, everyone probably wants to settle down and doesn't want to stir things up again in the short term. If they choose to gamble with Qin Shen, the consequences could be severe if they fail. Moreover, the chances of winning are quite slim. He spread his hands. Even if they believe in Qin Shen, the Special Operations Brigade is trained by the Tianlang, and all the commanders are top-notch graduates from Tianlang, plus they've been training together for half a year. Luo Jianghai smiled. Anyway, if it were me, I wouldn't choose to come. That's you, Shang Guanyun stared at him. How long have you been a leader? Do you still remember those comrades from back then? If you could go back 30 years, maybe you wouldn't have so many concerns. Luo Jianghai was taken aback for a moment, seeing Shang Guanyun walk away with a smile, and suddenly felt a twinge of worry. Yes, it was something from many years ago. He was almost forgetting it. When he came back to his senses, Shang Guanyun had walked outside. Hey, wait for me. Just as they exited the small building, a group of officers suddenly surrounded them. Deputy Commander, sir. A crowd blocked their way, saluting in unison. Shang Guanyun was taken aback, seeing they were approaching Luo Jianghai, and wisely stepped back behind him. Luo Jianghai glanced at them, frowning slightly. What are you doing? Zhao Ping smiled and said, Sir, I'm here to advocate for Qin Shen. You know our army really needs young officers like him. Sir, our army also desperately needs such talented youth. Zhou Pinliang quickly chimed in. I know every unit is undergoing reorganization, and if Qin Shen joins our unit, it will save us quite a few personnel when it's our turn to reorganize, so. Sir. Xie Gongming quickly stood up. We also really need young talents like Qin Shen. I admired him during the last exercise. If our Special Operations Brigade wants to develop, we must have fresh blood. I request that you assign Qin Shen to us. I will definitely train him well. Chief. Chen Long hurriedly squeezed out and shouted, Qin Shen belongs to our army. Since the Tianlang doesn't want him, then return him to us. We just restructured and lost quite a few people. We need him right now. Enough noise. Luo Jianghai shouted, his head buzzing from the commotion. Seeing everyone staring at him eagerly, he took a deep breath and said, You all don't need to think about it. The military district has already decided to have Qin Shen reassemble the reconnaissance battalion and form a rapid response unit. He won't be going anywhere. Everyone was shocked, their mouths agape. Suddenly, Xie Gongming jumped up as if his backside were on fire. Chief, he is in the rapid response unit. What about us? Chief. Xie Gongming said anxiously, the reason our Special Operations Brigade was formed was that the military district specifically designated us as the Rapid Response Unit. We've been training for half a year, how can this suddenly come up? Shut up! Luo Jianghai glared at him irritably, what's wrong? Are you scared of having another competitor? Scared? Xie Gongming immediately laughed in anger, I'm worried about the organization wasting funds. He proudly held his head high, what are they? Just a bunch of lousy reconnaissance soldiers. We are all trained by Tianlang. Brigadier Xia, what's wrong with reconnaissance soldiers? Gu Jian said impatiently from the side, our army didn't start with special forces, special units also came from our reconnaissance soldiers. Exactly. Wu Ziyuan said with a displeased expression, don't forget your roots. Hey! Xie Gongming glared at them, I know you guys, think about how my soldiers beat you during the exercise. Don't talk to me about the past. Enough! Luo Jianghai snorted coldly, the military district has made a decision, it cannot be changed. He pointed at Xie Gongming's chest, go back and prepare well. You said it yourself, you've trained for half a year, spent so much money, and were trained hand in hand by Tianlang. If you lose then, it will be a huge embarrassment. Xie Gongming confidently raised his head, rest assured, Chief, the designation of the Rapid Response Unit belongs to our Special Operations Brigade, it's definitely not something any random group can snatch. Luo Jianghai snorted coldly and strode towards his car. Shang Guanyun smiled faintly at them and followed suit. Watching their car leave, Xie Gongming turned around and angrily shouted upstairs, good kid. I was still thinking of inviting you to our Special Operations Brigade to train you well, but you came to smash my bowl first? Qin Shen, you little rascal, impressive. Don't think that just because you ambushed us during the exercise and took out a few of us, you're something special. Rapid Response Unit. Dream on. Unless you come to our Special Operations Brigade, otherwise, never think about it, never think about it. He suddenly turned his head and left angrily, damn thing, daring to compete with our Special Operations Brigade for a designation, go dream your spring and autumn dreams. Zhao Ping and Zhou Pinliang, the two chief of staff, exchanged glances and shrugged at each other. Alright, it's none of our business now, let's go. The military district has arranged it, we should each go back to our own homes and find our own mothers." The two shook their heads helplessly and left together. Qianlong looked at the office building and then at Gao Kun and the others still standing in place. He immediately said coldly, "What are you still looking at? The military district has given them an important task. It's none of your business now. Take everyone back. Isn't there enough to deal with after the restructuring?" Gao Kun and the others sighed helplessly. Since the military district had already arranged it, they had no choice. It was just a pity for such a good soldier like Qin Shen. If he stayed in their army, he would definitely be able to play a significant role. "Let's go." Go Jin nudged Wu Ziyuan and smiled wryly. "We're completely unnecessary, this kid has some serious skills." Wu Ziyuan, as if in a dream, silently nodded and helplessly followed Go Jian as they turned to leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly asked, "I wasn't dreaming just now, right? They want Qin Shen to form a unit on his own? Why don't you slap me, so I can?" Slap. Go Jian directly gave him 2 slaps, one after the other, making stars dance in front of Wu Ziyuan's eyes, and saliva flew out far away. "Damn, do you need to use that much force?" Wu Ziyuan shouted, his face flushed from the slaps, exasperated. "I'm just trying to wake you up a bit," Go Jin chuckled. Wu Ziyuan rubbed his face, looked back again, and then at Go Jian, a rapid response unit. What is the military district thinking, letting him do this? This is a huge deal, and where is he getting his soldiers from? Alright, this isn't something we can control, Go Jian smiled. As long as this kid is doing well, we should be at ease. Besides, they came from our reconnaissance battalion. The better he does, the more glory for us old-timers in the reconnaissance battalion. Wu Ziyuan silently nodded, then smiled bitterly. He had been overly sentimental again. He had originally wanted to transfer Qin Shen to his unit, but he didn't expect the kid already had a better place to go. That night, Qin Shen wrote all night long. The night in the reconnaissance battalion was already deep, and only his room was still lit. The people from the inspection team passed by downstairs, glanced at the still-lit light, and pretended not to see it as they walked on. Everyone patrolling the area knew that Qin Shen lived in that room. Not to mention the light being on, even if he was singing karaoke at night, they would act as if they hadn't heard. Inside the room, a pile of letters had already stacked up next to Qin Shen. Shadows of people floated through his mind. After spending so long in the cooking class, he was familiar with everyone in the 3 companies of the reconnaissance battalion and could call them all by name. After finishing letters for everyone in the 2nd company, he began writing to the remaining 2 companies. Additionally, he wanted to write letters to the reconnaissance battalions of the B and C divisions. Qin Shen was somewhat worried, fearing that some people might be unwilling to return. If the numbers weren't enough, everything would fall apart, so he needed to secure as many as possible. It wasn't until dawn that Qin Shen finally finished all the letters, which had stacked up in several rows on the table. He stood up, stretched widely, and then walked out the door. "Is anyone there?" "Here." A soldier came over and saluted. "Sir, what are your orders?" Qin Shen smiled slightly. "Can you help me send all these letters out?" The soldier peeked inside and nearly fell over in shock. This many letters?" Qin Shen nodded. "Yes, it's very urgent. The sooner they are sent out, the better. I hope they can reach everyone today." The soldier swallowed hard but nodded. "Rest assured, sir. The higher-ups have instructed that anything related to you is prioritized. I'll go get someone to handle it right away." "Alright, thank you." Qin Shen smiled slightly. He walked back into the room, sat in the chair, and quietly stared at the letters. The content of each letter was very simple, without any deep emotions or pleas. It was just to inform everyone of one thing: the old unit hasn't disbanded. We need you now. Qin Shen took a deep breath. I wonder how many people will be willing to come back. From now on, it's all up to fate. Damn, this many letters? In the logistics department of the Sea Army, the logistics director looked at the table full of letters, his eyes twitching. All to be sent out? The soldier nodded. Lieutenant Qin said he hopes everyone can receive the letter the same day. Damn! The logistics director was startled again. It looked like there were several hundred letters. It would take a week to send them all out. It's simply an impossible task to have everything delivered to everyone today. He said angrily, "Does he think our logistics department serves only him? Go tell him it's definitely not possible today. 3 days would be more reasonable. It must be done today." Just then, Qianlong walked in. "Good day, Chief of Staff." Everyone immediately stood up straighter. Qianlong approached the head of logistics, glanced at the pile of letters on the table, and said coldly, "Qin Shen has already stated that everything must be delivered to everyone today, so you better arrange it properly. Every letter must reach every person." The head of logistics looked bitter. "Chief of Staff, this task is simply unachievable. Among these people, those in our army are fine, but some have already been transferred to other units. I need to arrange everyone, then arrange everyone, and you get involved too, Chen Long said coldly. Ha? The head of logistics nearly knelt down. What do you mean, huh? Get it done immediately. If it's not done well, it's your dereliction of duty. Yes. The head of logistics helplessly saluted and then shouted to everyone, what are you waiting for? Gather everyone, drop everything you're doing, and deliver the letters immediately. Yes. Chen Long stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the pile of letters, taking a deep breath. He had already learned all the news from the army commander. This time, they were restructuring the army, with all 3 divisions being converted into brigades, and many people had left, including 2 division commanders. The entire army was holding its breath. Now that Qin Shen was going to confront the higher-ups, they had to support him wholeheartedly. Qin Shen, you came from our army, and I've watched you grow from a recruit. There's not much I can do to help you. From here on, it's up to your luck. Scenes of Qin Shen flashed through Chen Long's mind, and suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched, and his smile froze. Remembering how Qin Shen had taken crazy photos of him wearing a white hat back then, he turned and left angrily, you little rascal, don't you dare embarrass our army. Bang bang bang. Wishing everyone a prosperous new year, may your wishes come true, and everything go smoothly. At the same time, I hope all the esteemed readers can lend a hand to help with updates and free little gifts. The little author would be immensely grateful. 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 3 4. The playground echoed with deafening shouts. Go Jian stood with his hands behind his back, watching the high morale of the troops, nodding silently. Many people had left during this restructuring, which greatly affected everyone's morale. Recovering so quickly was quite rare. Chief of Staff, Chief of Staff. Go Jian turned around to see one of his soldiers running over with another soldier. What's the matter? Chief of Staff Go, hello, I'm from the logistics department. The soldier saluted, there's a letter here for you. A letter? Go Jian looked surprised. Military correspondence is usually distributed uniformly at the mail center. What important letter could be so urgent that it had to be delivered during his training supervision? Whose is it? You'll know when you see it. The soldier smiled as he handed over the letter. Go Jian took it, and the soldier saluted and turned to leave. Curiously, Go Jian opened the letter, and after just a glance, his pupils began to dilate. The signature at the end was none other than Qin Shen's name. After a moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Go Jian's mouth. This little brat, directly under the military reconnaissance battalion. Wu Ziyuan sat in his office, looking at the letter Qin Shen had sent him, his eye twitching uncontrollably, and his hand holding the letter trembled slightly. After a long time, he silently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He slowly opened the drawer, where a bright red flag was neatly folded. Wu Ziyuan gently touched Lian Qi, his eyes warm. Our second company hasn't disbanded yet. The northwestern wind howled around the border area. The poplar trees bent under the force, bare and resembling elderly men stooping. Beside the poplar forest, a camp stood tall amidst the gobi. At this moment, dozens of soldiers were training against the strong wind. Hurry up, move faster. Chang Lei shouted as he ran with the team. We've trained soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for just one moment. In the first battle, use me, and I will ensure victory. We, who guard the border, must improve our military quality. When the enemy comes, we must not give up an inch, we must defend every inch of our territory. Faster, even faster. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Deputy Company Commander. Suddenly, a soldier ran out from a building. He bent over, holding his hat to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. There's a letter for you. What? Chang Lei shouted. There's a letter for you. The soldier's voice rose a few decibels. I'll look back. It's urgent, sent by someone from the logistics department of the Sea Army, and you need to read it immediately. Chang Lei was stunned. He had already been transferred from the Sea Army to a certain border unit as the deputy company commander, which was considered a promotion. But hearing the old unit's designation shook him deeply. You all continue training. Chang Lei yelled and immediately dashed into the building. As soon as he entered, a soldier smiled and saluted him. You must be Deputy Company Commander Chang, right? Is there a letter for me? Chang Lei asked curiously. The other party smiled and handed him the letter. It's from a lieutenant named Qin Chen from your original reconnaissance battalion. Qin Chen? Chang Lei trembled all over. He snatched the letter, but just as he was about to tear it open, he glanced at the people around him. A few nearby wore awkward smiles. Look, I won't disturb you. Chang Lei nodded and quickly turned around to read. His subordinate smiled and nodded at the soldier delivering the letter, but when he turned back, he was stunned. He saw Chang Lei's back shaking violently, as if he were shivering. Deputy Company Commander, are you okay? He rushed over and was startled to see Chang Lei's face covered in tears. Deputy Company Commander, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Chang Lei looked at him, crying and laughing. No, nothing, I'm just happy. Chang Haonan, slow down, slow down. On the playground, a lieutenant shouted at Chang Haonan, who was sprinting with a box of shells. But Chang Haonan rushed past him like a gust of wind, showing no intention of slowing down. You brat! The lieutenant yelled angrily, can't you slow down a bit? The other comrades are being left behind by you. The lieutenant turned to look, and the other soldiers were struggling to carry their ammunition boxes, panting heavily. The sound of their shoes scraping against the ground was louder than their gasps, clearly exhausted. Looking back at Chang Haonan, he had already lapped them by a large margin. The lieutenant's fists clenched tightly in frustration. Chang Haonan, someone in the army has sent you a letter, come here. At that moment, a squad leader approached the playground with the soldier delivering the letter. But I'm running, Chang Haonan shouted without looking back. You come here first. Yes. Chang Haonan dropped the box and ran over. You are Chang Haonan? The soldier delivering the letter sized him up. Yes, that's me. Chang Haonan puffed out his chest, looking down at him. The soldier delivering the letter twitched his mouth and handed him the letter. Read it yourself. Chang Haonan looked puzzled. Who wrote me a letter? Do I still have a little fanboy in the army? He opened the letter and glanced at it, and his expression changed drastically. Chang Haonan, what's so great about running fast? Who the hell told you to stop? Keep going. Aren't you good at running? The lieutenant angrily charged over, but Chang Haonan didn't move at all. Suddenly, Chang Haonan turned around sharply, his face lit up with an extreme smile. Like a lecherous gorilla, he stared intently at him, scaring the lieutenant so much that he almost fell to the ground. What are you doing? Chang Haonan laughed loudly. Deputy Company Commander, I'm done playing with you guys, you're too weak. I'm going to find some real experts to play with. Wahahaha. After saying that, he ran off with a maniacal laugh. The lieutenant was stunned for a moment, then angrily shouted, what are you doing? The training isn't over yet. Who told you to leave? Get back here. Suddenly, Chang Haonan stopped abruptly, dashed back, and hugged him tightly. The lieutenant felt like he was on a merry-go-round, spinning several times in place as Chang Haonan held him. What are you doing? Put me down, let me go. The lieutenant's head was spinning, and he screamed in fright. After spinning several times, Chang Haonan finally set him down, grinning as he patted the lieutenant's shoulder. Deputy Company Commander, I'm leaving. I'm going to the army now, just wanted to let you know, someone will give you orders later. I'm off, rookies, I'm leaving. Chang Haonan excitedly turned and ran away. The lieutenant's mind was a mess. What the hell is wrong with this guy? In the distance, a group of soldiers running saw Chang Haonan leave and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that weirdo finally left. He wore us out, he better not come back, never come back. In the logistics section of a certain company, Zheng Qian was holding a ledger, looking left and right. While pressing the calculator, he carefully checked every detail. He then handed the ledger to the officer in front of him. Quartermaster, I've checked everything, and the accounts are correct. Moreover, today's expenses have a surplus. We saved a total of $827.40. The quartermaster took it and immediately smiled. Xiao Zheng, not bad. You've only been here a few days, and you're saving me money every day, plus the meal arrangements for breakfast, lunch, and dinner have no issues at all. You really are something, you have a good head on your shoulders. Zheng Qian chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, quartermaster. Not a compliment at all, it's the truth. The quartermaster patted him. It was a waste for you to be a scout before. Keep up the good work, and I'll recommend you for quartermaster training later. You will definitely be an outstanding quartermaster. Zheng Qian's face showed a hint of gloom, but he still saluted. Thank you for your concern, quartermaster. Zheng Qian, is Zheng Qian here? Suddenly, a soldier came from behind. Zheng Qian immediately turned. That's me. The soldier walked over. I'm from the logistics department of the Sea Army. I have a letter for you. Zheng Qian took it, opened it immediately, and after a moment, he was frozen in place. Xiao Zhang, who wrote you a letter in the army? Is it a fellow townsman? The quartermaster asked curiously. Suddenly, Zheng Qian turned around sharply and excitedly saluted him. What's wrong with you? Report, quartermaster, Zheng Qian said excitedly. I'm going to the army now. I can't work with you anymore. Please take care of yourself. The quartermaster's mouth dropped open in surprise, and Zheng Qian rushed to hug him before turning and running away, faster than a rabbit. Hey! The quartermaster suddenly reacted, shouting anxiously, Xiao Zhang, Zheng Qian, where the hell are you going? Stay here and work logistics with me, you're a good material, I have high hopes for you. 121, 12. I'm talking about you. How do a duo said seriously, raising his stick. 1, step with the left leg, 2, step with the right leg. Who told you to step randomly? Not listening. With a crack, he swung the stick down. A pig squealed and charged out, causing the entire formation to fall into chaos. How Duo jumped up in anger. No chaos, no chaos. 3 pigs in line, 2 pigs in line, get in line. At that moment, an old soldier from the logistics station walked over with a messenger. Seeing how Duo running back and forth among dozens of pigs, the old soldier looked embarrassed. Sorry, this kid has a bit of a problem. Ever since he got here, he's been training all day long. The messenger's eyes twitched. Does he have a grudge against these pigs? Not just the pigs, the old soldier said with a bitter smile. He trains our chickens, ducks, and geese too. He's already killed over 20 ducks and 30 chickens. Just yesterday morning, the station chief scolded him, and he switched to training pigs. The messenger's face twisted in sympathy as he looked at the pigs in the pen. Those pigs were really unfortunate. Soon they would be slaughtered for meat and couldn't even live a peaceful life. What kind of lunatic was this? How Duo, come here. Yes. How Duo jumped out of the pig pen, ran a couple of steps, then immediately turned back. Everyone, at ease, stand at attention, wait for me to return. The messenger nearly knelt down. This guy must have some serious issues. Squad leader, what's the matter? How Duo saluted. The old soldier pointed at the messenger and said, he's from the logistics department, with a letter. The messenger didn't wait for him to finish and directly shoved the letter into How Duo's hands. It's for you, I'm leaving. With that, he turned and walked away, not wanting to spend another second with this lunatic. How Duo held the letter, looking confused. Who wrote to me? Open it and see, the old soldier said. How Duo opened the envelope, barely noticing the words on the top but immediately spotted the name Chin Chen at the bottom. Upon seeing the signature, he instantly jumped up in excitement. Brother Luo, it's Brother Luo coming to find me. He excitedly flipped over in circles around the squad leader, shouting as he did, Squad leader, do you know who he is? He's my brother Luo, the most amazing brother Luo. Ha ha ha, he's looking for me. The squad leader's eyes twitched. How Duo, did you even read the content of the letter? Oh right. How Duo suddenly stopped, reading and laughing. Ha, Brother Luo wants me to go back. Brother Luo misses me. The squad leader's eyes twitched wildly. This so-called Brother Luo must be the biggest lunatic of all.